crossing into the world of One Piece and starting off half dead, and encountered Robin. Bang! The massive impact left Rog dizzy. This brat isn't dead yet. Keep hitting him, another voice commanded, and he was knocked down again. He should be dead this time. Toss him aside. We'll deal with him later, as the brutal voice faded. Rog gradually regained consciousness. His limbs felt broken. Excruciating pain shot through him whenever he moved, and blood from his head obscured his vision. Where am I? He barely managed to open one eye and saw a filthy floor, the lingering smell of fish in the air. His body still swaying. Was he at sea? In the corner, a bucket stirred, and a little girl crawled out. Black hair, big eyes. Nico Robin? Rog suddenly remembered Etta had crossed into the world of One Piece. While others had systems or old men when they crossed over, he, on the other hand, started off half dead. Was this reasonable? Aren't you dead yet? Robin whispered, looking cautious despite being only a teenager. She had escaped from O'Hara years ago, living a precarious life. Captured by pirates due to her looks, she was locked in a barrel waiting to be sold. With a bounty of tens of millions, she dared not reveal her abilities. I'm not dead yet. Rog coughed up blood. Keep it down, or will be discovered that he knew that at this time, Robin was likely being secretly watched by Aokiji, but if he kept bleeding, he wouldn't last long enough to achieve anything. Suddenly, Rog's mind sank. His consciousness entered a dark space, where another him stood. Why do you look just like me? Both said in unison. Aside from hairstyle and some body details, they looked like they were cut from the same mold. As their hands touched, fragments of memories flooded in. Is that the One Piece world? Is it the world of JoJo? Pirate Rog. I got hit by a truck, my body was shattered, and my soul is incomplete. Is this dump truck evolving? JoJo Rog. I'm from part 5, Golden Wind. Oh, you have a stand? There must be stands in the JoJo world, right? Pirate Rog hurriedly asked. Can Rog gain a stand? With the powers from the JoJo world, can he escape the pirate ship with Robin? If Aokiji finds out about this strange twin soul, will he take action? The two Rogs stared at each other, and suddenly a glimmer of golden light flashed into space. Was their stand about to appear? Yes, but it's a bit special. JoJo Rog displayed the stand panel. Healing Angel. A pet egg the size of fist, with circular patterns carved on it, and two hands extending from either side. Things touched will slowly recover, and the stand user continuously heals. Destructive power, D speed, C range, C duration, B precision, B growth. A. Strong growth potential, but right now it's just a healer. That's great. I really need this. Pirate Rog exclaimed, I'm almost dead, but I can't give you the stand. Didn't you notice our bodies have changed? Pirate Rog pointed at himself. Our memories have merged, and the healing ability seems to be stacking. Your healing power seems to be reflected onto me. He broke a finger, and it visibly healed. Does that mean my hockey, martial arts, and devil fruit abilities can also be reflected back to you? JoJo Rog's eyes lit up. It should be like that. Our souls might still be in other worlds, and in the future, there'll be more us bringing more abilities. I need to go back first, or it'll really die. Meeting every 2 weeks. Sure, in the One Piece world. Aren't you dead? Robin asked quietly when Rog didn't move. Cough? Rog suddenly opened his eyes. The wound on his head stopped bleeding, and his broken limbs slowly began to heal. Minutes later, he stood up and moved his arms as if nothing had happened. Are you a devil fruit user? Robin was shocked that, I'm an athlete, Rog casually lied, picking up a rusty knife. Now it's time to chop some people. Dare to hit me? This group of pirates will regret. I won't be satisfied until they're all minced. Bang. He kicked the door open. The pirates were discussing where to rob next, and the captain pointed to a skinny guy. Go check what's happening. As the skinny guy turned the corner, he let out a scream. Why are you still alive? Something's wrong, let's all go. The captain yelled, rushing over to see a hellish scene. Rog was swinging the rusty knife, chopping at the skinny guy, not delivering a fatal blow at first, but first severing his limbs to let him experience the pain he had endured. Blood splattered all over Rog. He looked like a god of death, and with one final slash, he cut the skinny guy's throat. What are you waiting for? Go. The captain roared. We're 10 against 1. Can we not take him down? Minutes later, hundreds of meters away, a Navy warship approached. Aokiji was lying on the deck on vacation. Not supposed to be here, but wasn't it because Nico Robin was on board? Vice Admiral Kazan, you have to come see this. A soldier's voice trembled. According to the reports, this pirate crew only had 20 or so ordinary people. How could they scare the Navy like this? Did Rog take care of all the pirates? If Aokiji saw this bloody scene, would he take action against Rog? Would Robin dare to leave with the resurrected Rog who had turned into a killing machine? Aokiji lazily stood up and looked towards the pirate ship, narrowing his eyes behind his sunglasses. Something about this ship felt off. There were no devil fruit users. Was it really that terrifying? Akiji stretched and removed his eye patch. Then he saw a scene that made him involuntarily curse that a man was wielding a knife, chopping down at the pirates on the ground. The deck was covered in blood, severed limbs, and pieces of flesh flying everywhere, with dozens of people lying down, most still breathing. "You're the one who caught me. You really deserve to die," Rog shouted. The pirate captain was dumbfounded, was in the animal type, mouse fruit, black skin rat form, relying on recovery and speed. He had never lost in a robbery. But today, he encountered a monster. Rog traded injuries for injuries. If you hit him once, he would chop off one of your arms. His wounds healed in seconds, while the pirate's severed arms wouldn't grow back. "What do I do? I'm having the worst luck." The captain desperately dodged, accumulating more and more wounds. No matter how strong an animal's recovery was, it couldn't withstand Rog's endurance. He aimed for Rog's neck opening and used frenzied claw strike. Crack! Rog's knife accurately struck his claw. How is that possible? Your reflexes shouldn't be this strong. Don't you realize? Your stamina is decreasing and your speed is slowing down. Rog sneered, had intentionally exposed a flaw. "Hey, little mouse, let's see how you run." Rog slashed wildly, each strike avoiding fatal points, just to make him hurt. Minutes later, he discarded the knife and began to stomp on the not-quit-dead pirates one by one. "Feels good." Akiji watched on the warship. Not intervening, this group of pirates captured him and was then killed in retaliation. That's simple. The Navy is here too? Rog finally noticed the warship, whistling as he claimed the pirate ship for himself, throwing away the pirate flag. He didn't want to be a pirate. He didn't want to inflict the pain of being treated as cargo on others before crossing over. He was a well-educated, aspiring young man, and he had just vented his anger moments. A-G-O-D. "Oh, you want to join the Navy?" Akiji watched him clean the deck, thinking it was a shame for such talent not to be in the Navy, even if his personality was a bit explosive. Navy? Rog Ponderetta had nowhere to go for the time being. Becoming a pirate was out of the question. The Navy? Would Rog agree to Akiji? After joining the Navy, would his relationship with Robin be exposed? With the abilities from the JoJo world continuously feedbacking, how far would he grow? Akiji looked at Rog, waiting for an answer. This ruthless guy who could turn a pirate ship into a slaughterhouse. What kind of storm would he stir if he wore a Navy uniform? All right. Rog thought for a moment and agreed to join the Navy, even though they were the dogs of the celestial dragons and involved in plenty of dirty business. At least he could learn something. If worse came to worst, he could run away later than on the Navy warship. Rog casually lay on the deck sleeping, and Akiji shook his head, watching him. This guy finishes off enemies and then sleeps. He's too carefree. When he woke up, Akiji's big face was close to him. "Do you trust me that much?" With Admiral Akiji's ship, not many pirates would dare to act, right? Rog stretched. "Besides, if you wanted to take action against me, I would have jumped into the sea already. You know that girl on the ship, right?" Akiji's coldness approached. "Isn't it lazy for the Navy not to check pirate ships?" Rog scoffed. "Unless you know her and are secretly concerned. Come on. Is it sympathy?" "It is sympathy." Akiji conceded. "That's different from Carp." Rog deliberately teased. "Admiral Carp?" Akiji became interested. "You know what I mean? I'm afraid you'll kill me if I say more." Rog sat up. "What's your name?" "Rog." "Rog, are you sure you want to join the Navy?" Akiji confirmed. "Otherwise, why would I come on your ship?" "Keep quiet about that girl for me." "Not a problem. Now tell me about yourself. You need to register information to join the Navy. I speak freely." Rog put on a compliant look, but the next second he exploded with a thunderous statement. "Admiral Akiji, don't you want to change this world?" 2 days later, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Akiji brought Rog there. He was still pondering Rog's words. Don't you want a world without pirates and wars? A world where the displaced have a place to live and don't go hungry? The picture Rog described made him yearn a little. But could this be realized? With Roger's words, countless pirates flooded into the Grand Line. The chaotic era had just begun. Rog didn't care what he thought and continued to push. Eliminate the landlords. Establish a republic. Drown the nobles in cesspools. Cut down pirates one by one, and 99.99 won't be wrongfully killed. Would Akiji be persuaded by Rog? Upon arriving at Marine Headquarters, would Rog's violent personality offend anyone? How long could he and Robin keep their secret? Akiji looked at the walls of Marineford and suddenly felt bringing this guy back could be a hassle, but it could also be a variable. Could the entire world be connected into a whole and form a new great alliance? Did that really exist? Akiji felt lost. He couldn't see clearly about the Navy's justice, his own future, or Robin's fate. The grand vision Rog painted made him unable to help but fantasize. A world without pirates, kings, and celestial dragons. Maybe it was truly possible? After Rog spoke, he felt a bit regretful. Had he lost his mind? Fortunately, Akiji didn't freeze him into an ice sculpture directly. It seemed he needed to get stronger quickly so Akiji could see that all this could be achieved. In Sengoku's office, Akiji was introducing Rog. Being beaten by pirates like that, he definitely has no good feelings towards them. He's an orphan, ruthless, and single-handedly took down a Zoan-type user with just his physical prowess. This style resembles that of Sakazuki. Sengoku looked at the data and was a bit surprised. Why are you suddenly interested in such a ruthless character? Maybe my mood has changed suddenly. All right, that's up to you. Sengoku was glad to see Akiji motivated. Steelbone is about to retire. He needs to take over the admiral position, and Sakazuki, Akiji, and Kazura need to stand on their own. Quickly, in the Navy lounge, T-Bone was sharpening his sword when he saw Rog enter. Newcomer, fresher than your sword. Rog casually sat down. He felt a bit sorry for T-Bone, had a sense of justice, but was ultimately ambushed by those he was protecting. You're the first one who isn't scared of my appearance. T-Bone smiled. What does appearance matter? Some people look good on the outside, but do despicable things behind the scenes. Rog casually took 2 packs of Carp's chips. Someone's calling me. See you. T-Bone shook his head, watching his back. This newcomer is really strange. You should go learn from Zifa. Akiji told Rog. First, practice your armament hockey. Admiral Zifa? Rog frowned. This non-killing justice was too absurd. What's the point of not killing? Saving it for New Year's? 5 days later, the new recruit training ground exploded with excitement. In the center of the ring, Rog was like a perpetual motion machine, having already taken down 89 new recruits continuously, not feeling tired at all. This is a monster, right? He's only been here a few days and has beaten all the troublemakers. Rog skillfully used the Navy's 6 styles, and with his talent, skills that others took months to learn, he mastered in just a few days. Would Zifa know about Rog's all-kill mindset and drive him away? After taking down 89, could Rog continue winning? Akiji watched the commotion in the training ground and suddenly thought letting this kid follow Zifa might not be a good idea. Rog stood in the ring, pointing down. Who else? The entire training ground fell silent. This newcomer must be here to ruin the party. For example, in the iron body technique from the Navy's 6 styles, Rog easily mastered it. While others could only take hits using iron body and became dull-witted, he could move and attack an iron body state. This operation left a group of new recruits dumbfounded. Along with Gale Foot and Shave, he left the other new recruits far behind. While others were just starting to learn iron body, he had already mastered 3 styles. Who could he argue with? Teacher Zifa. When Rog took down his 195th opponent, Zifa finally arrived. After he took down his 200th opponent, Zifa spoke. You really are a monster. Still far from it. Only Sakazuki and Akiji are true monsters. Rog had clear goals. Their physical skills can't just be matched by practice alone. Zifa, as an instructor, knew best how outrageous those 3 students were. Come with me, it'll give you special training. Bang! Rog was sent flying by a punch from Zephathus. Was real pressure. Zifa now, with both hands intact, hadn't experienced the blow of his student's ship being slaughtered, and his resolve remained unbroken. The title Black Arm was not just for show. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary vice admirals. His dark arms were covered with armament hockey, striking Rog and making him tremble all over. This is armament hockey, like an invisible armor. Zifa taught while attacking. Iron body is developed based on this. You've already touched on the basics. Rog slammed his fist down, as if hitting an iron wall. Zifa's entire body hardened. And Black Arm Zifa, and not just my wrists are hardened. An hour later, Rog suddenly said, Teacher Zifa, I think I can feel it. Zifa was both surprised and delighted. It took 2 years to master this back then. And how long has it been for this kid? Rog's hands slowly turned black, and with his haki-infused fists, he swung out. Boom! I did it! How strong can Rog's hockey become? Will Zifa's special training push him to unleash even greater potential? What kind of offensive abilities will the new self he mentioned bring? Zifa looked at Rog's darkened fists and suddenly thought this kid might be even more formidable than Akainu and the others back then. Rog moved his fists, his eyes shining. Now it's my turn to beat someone up. No matter if they're a Muggle or not, those with talent should be allowed in. That's how the magical world can develop. The ones who truly need to be gotten rid of are the useless ones who can't do anything but flail around. It doesn't matter if they're pure blood or from a prestigious family. Such incompetent pigs should be dealt with. Harry was stunned by her crude words, holding his forehead. Although her direction was opposite to that boy's, this idea was dangerous enough. Deal with them? This is much more radical than that, boy. What? You mean you want to kick out the purebloods from noble families? The boy exploded. No, those with talent, whether Muggle or pureblood, should all have chance. Those without ability, regardless of being Muggle or pureblood, should be replaced. The girl's gaze was sharp. What does bloodline even matter? Only those who are truly excellent deserve glory. The inferior should be eliminated. Is this not a correct and beautiful rule? Harry was bewildered. Is the wizarding world like this? Your idea is simply ridiculous. Wrong. The boy was anxious. Oh, then tell me, Where am I wrong? You can't possibly be right. For Harry, both were quite absurd. But for that boy, this blonde girl was a mysterious and dangerous opponent. His face turned as white as paper, and he turned to leave. The girl looked bored, walked to the counter, and suddenly turned around, smiling and asking Harry, Harry Potter? What's wrong? Staring at me like that. Are you worried about your height? She clearly noticed he was looking at her. Harry's face flushed, and he quickly shifted his gaze, suddenly realizing she called him by name without him introducing himself. But thinking about it, it's normal. Once in Diagon Alley, who wouldn't he know him? It's just that the light in her eyes was completely different from those who viewed him as a hero. The rumored hero seems a bit shy. The girl had already finished buying clothes, putting the robe in a bag, and seemed to have arranged for length adjustments with the shopkeeper. She walked past Harry and said goodbye. Goodbye, Potter. See you at Hogwarts. This was Harry Potter's first encounter with the golden girl Mirabelle Beresford on September 1st, the first day of the new school term. Mirabelle stood at King's Cross Station, surrounded by Muggles. She wore a white shirt with a blue tie, a vest over it, and knee-high white socks that wrapped around the legs, exposed by her old-fashioned pleated skirt. A black robe draped over her shoulders with no sleeves. Oddly enough, no matter how the wind blew, the robe stayed firmly on her shoulders. This is it. Mirabelle, in her new uniform, looked at the paper in her hand and then surveyed her surroundings. Destination: Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. She was now standing by the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. By Muggle standards, this platform simply didn't exist, but wizards knew where to go. How would she get onto Platform 9? What kind of stir would she cause at Hogwarts? I bet it would be absolutely spectacular. Just walking straight through the barrier to the magical platform? That's some impressive skill. Mirabelle walked confidently towards the fence with her luggage, and the next moment, she slipped through the iron archway marked 9. In front of her stood a red steam locomotive, and above the platform, it read 11 o'clock Hogwarts Express. Cats of various colors were darting around, and owls were hooting incessantly in their cages. Students in uniforms were either chatting with their parents or murmuring their worries about starting school. By the way, Mirabelle's parents weren't here. Nobles appearing in places like this were too low class. Besides, she had long said not to send anyone. However, the loyal house elf, Horg, accompanied her with a disillusionment charm, silent and unnoticed by anyone. Miss, be careful on the road. Don't slack off. Before time is up, show your loyalty well. Of course, there is no doubt that Horg was still the elf of the Beresfords in name, but secretly, he was only loyal to Mirabelle. He understood better than anyone how to cut corners at work, yet that couple still hadn't noticed. Mirabelle took the luggage and boarded the train without looking back. Holger disappeared in an instant. She walked to the rear of the train and found an empty seat in the 5th car. The last car was full. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to sit next to anyone. Soon, the train started moving, and the scenery outside rushed by. The station quickly disappeared, and even the fields, no matter how beautiful, became tiresome. Mirabelle opened the bag, took out a newly bought book, flipped through 10 pages, and tossed it aside, feeling bored. Since buying it, she had finished all her textbooks and reference books. She had instant memory ability, remembering everything after just one read, and didn't need to review it all. This advantage turned into a disadvantage when it came to entertainment. No matter how exciting the story was, remembering it too well made it impossible to enjoy again. For someone who loved reading and watching movies, this ability was simply anti-human. Reluctantly, she stuffed the book back in. The door of the cubicle was knocked on. Excuse me. Is this place free? Other areas are all full. A round-faced, short boy peeked his head in. Mirabelle let out a light sigh, pointed to the empty seat, and crossed her arms while gazing out the window, temporarily wanting to pass the time by enjoying the scenery. Ah, thank you, the boy said timidly as he sat down to express his gratitude. She ignored him, having no interest in the boy at all. The boy also struggled to make conversation, so he remained silent, occasionally glancing at her, wanting to speak but being intimidated back by her aura. The comfortable silence, which was tormenting for the boy, lasted until 12:30. The partition door clicked open and a dimpled elderly woman peeked in. We have refreshment for sale. Would you like anything? Is it lunchtime already? Mirabelle looked at the cart filled with all flavor beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pie, and pot cakes. Everything seemed all right. Pumpkin pie, pumpkin juice, chocolate frogs, great. She paid with silver coins, tore open the pie's packaging, and took a bite. The soft and crispy pie crust mixed with the pumpkin filling. The rich pumpkin flavor wrapped in buttery aroma stimulated her taste buds. Taking a sip of pumpkin juice, the sweetness spread out with a hint of apple juice's acidity. Refreshing and relieving. Finally, she chewed on the chocolate frog, which looked like a frog but was just ordinary chocolate. The sweetness calmed her mood a lot. This sweet lunch was quite satisfying. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, she was enjoying the aftertaste when the boy next to her started to fidget, rummaging through his bag, glancing around the seats with tearful eyes. Nothing was more frustrating than this. Before long, the boy seemed to have made up his mind and asked with a sobbing tone, "Excuse me, have you seen my toad? Can't even keep track of a pet?" Mirabelle shot him a cold glance and turned back to look out the window. "What does it have to do with me?" The boy mumbled an apology and started shouting as he looked for frogs. There was still some time before they reached Hogwarts. If only he had brought a book he and T finished reading. Mirabelle closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep. Just as she was about to drift off, the door to her room was pushed open again. "Hey, have you found your toad yet?" It was the same boy from before, followed by a girl from the same grade. Her fluffy chestnut hair was a mess, like a bird's nest. So annoying. The girl's face was okay, but her front teeth were a bit long, like a squirrel. This was Mirabelle's first impression of her. "I'm Hermione Granger, a new student at Hogwarts," the girl introduced herself. Talking to herself. Honestly, there's so many types of pets in the magical world. If it were me, I would definitely choose an owl. It's so convenient for sending messages. We don't have any wizards at home, and I was amazed when I found out that owls could deliver letters. This girl really talked a lot. Will Mirabelle take care of her? Has the boy found his toad? I bet this compartment is going to get lively. A mouse can actually be a detective to catch a toad. This operation is incredible. Hermione finished a bunch of words in one breath, waiting for Mirabelle's response. "My name is Hermione Granger." Mirabelle was a bit surprised. Isn't she the main character from Harry Potter? Born a Muggle, but like a prodigy, working harder than anyone else and excelling in her studies. Often, she finds the answers to the cases that Harry and the others solve before they do. In terms of ability, she might even be stronger than Harry. She's quite an interesting girl. Mirabelle Beresford, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mirabelle, since we're in the same compartment, let's help each other look for the toad. Hermione is quite friendly. Mirabelle murmured to herself that this girl was quite direct in her speech, but she didn't pay much attention to it. It's normal for outstanding people to be a bit arrogant. She herself has that style. She has always felt that she is superior to others, and that her own problems should be solved by herself. Mirabelle coldly responded, "You're so indifferent. Can't even keep a frog? Isn't that your own problem?" I'm also looking. That's why I told you." Mirabelle put down the empty bottle and sighed. This provocation was too low level. It seemed she had never been impressed from the very beginning. What a hassle. There was no other way. She took out Peter, the black mouse, from her chest pocket. First task, "Peter, go catch a frog and bring it back." The mouse was released, and a few seconds later, it returned with a toad in its mouth. Placing it on the table. "Suewa," the boy shouted excitedly. Peter jumped back onto Mirabelle's lap, and she rewarded him with a piece of cheese, gently stroking his throat. The little guy began to purr contentedly. They say mice love cheese is an urban legend, but this one seemed different. Indeed, it was a creature from the magical world. This was the proper use of a pet. Mirabelle glanced at the stunned Neville and the dumbfounded Hermione, successfully silencing them. She then turned to look out the window. "Thank you," the boy whispered. She ignored him and continued to enjoy the scenery. Unexpectedly, Hermione leaned over again, puffing her cheeks and screaming, "Wait. I'm thanking you. Why aren't you responding? You're being way too controlling." Mirabelle was startled by the piercing sound, and Hermione's face turned red as she angrily turned around and walked away. Mirabelle leaned back and closed her eyes. In the 4 years before Voldemort's resurrection, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would face challenges together, but the real threat was Dumbledore. During these 4 years, I had to build my strength while keeping an eye on his actions. He manipulates others, and I would guess his thoughts from his movements. It would be great if I could keep Harry and Hermione at home, but that would make it impossible to predict Dumbledore's actions. I need Voldemort and Dumbledore to confront each other so that I can maneuver in between. Just watching the three of them fight Voldemort isn't enough. She only remembers the plot of the first 5 books, and doesn't know that Dumbledore will die in the 6th book. She has always considered these two as her greatest opponents. In a room outside the main entrance of Hogwarts, a black-haired witch in an emerald green robe stood before the new students, explaining the house divisions. She was tall, with a face full of wrinkles and a serious expression. It was Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. "Congratulations on being accepted to Hogwarts. Before the welcome feast begins, we must sort you into houses." She surveyed the students, her voice clear. "The sorting ceremony is very important. The house is your home here. There are 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each with a glorious history and great wizards. Here, doing well earns points for your house, while breaking rules will deduct points. At the end of the school year, the The house with the highest score wins the house cup. I hope you all bring glory to your houses. After McGonagall left the room, it wasn't too long before several ghosts floated in, startling the new students. Mirabelle didn't mind. Having ghosts in a magic school is quite normal, right? After McGonagall returned, she took the new students to the Great Hall. My goodness, it was so magnificent. Even if you come from a prestigious family, Mirabelle couldn't help but marvel at the thousands of candles lit in the hall, with 4 long tables set with golden plates and goblets. Hundreds of upperclassmen sat there, staring at the freshmen. At the front, there was a table where Dumbledore and other teachers sat. The ceiling was even more amazing, filled with stars, resembling a planetarium. The magic was incredible, just like a real starry sky. McGonagall suddenly placed a 4-legged chair on which sat a dirty wizard hat, the Sorting Hat. This whimsical hat decided which student went to which house. The hat sang a song introducing the 4 houses. It was a bit comical but quite dreamy. Gryffindor welcomed the brave and chivalrous. Hufflepuff valued patience and hard work. Ravenclaw appreciated the clever and quick-witted, while Slytherin favored the cunning. In simple terms, students were sorted into houses based on their personalities, allowing them to be classmates with those of similar traits. Which house will Mirabelle be sorted into? Can she compete with Dumbledore? I bet this sorting ceremony will be absolutely exciting. A new student appears, and suddenly the entire Hogwarts hall falls silent. Even Dumbledore seems flustered. As names are called in alphabetical order, please come up, sit down, and put on the hat. Albert Hannah, a girl with blonde braids, runs over, puts on the hat, and sits down. After a moment of silence, the Sorting Hat shouts, Hufflepuff. The right dining table erupts with cheers and applause as Hannah shyly sits at the table. Names are called one after another as students walk toward their respective houses, each time accompanied by cheers and applause. Sorting by personality seems a bit biased, doesn't it? Mirabelle thought, however, that for the Academy, the number of students recruited must be very important. Mirabelle Beresford. Hearing her name, she stepped out. At that moment, the previously noisy auditorium suddenly fell into silence, all eyes glued to her. The sound of her footsteps and her breathing was as clear as if it were echoing in everyone's hearts. No one spoke. They were all captivated by the strange aura surrounding her. McGonagall swallowed hard. What was this sense of pressure? Was she really a first-year student? She certainly knew that some students were special, carrying a charm of their own, such as that Professor Dumbledore? What's wrong? Not only McGonagall, but Dumbledore also leaned forward involuntarily, staring intently at the girl. In a daze, it felt as if he were witnessing a scene from 50 years ago. The name was on the tip of his tongue. What's going on? Why does this girl seem to have a shadow of Tom Riddle? The shadow of Voldemort. Mirabelle sat down on the chair and put on the hat. The atmosphere in the auditorium was extremely strange. What was clearly an ordinary wooden chair, at this moment in everyone's eyes, resembled a throne. She simply sat down, exuding a kingly aura. The Sorting Hat emitted a voice filled with bitterness, which only Mirabelle could hear. Thoughts were completely incomprehensible. Mirabelle's strong self-esteem was like a wall of narcissism, refusing to open up to anyone, even the Sorting Hat that could see into people's hearts. The girl had an unprecedented level of confidence in herself. The hat was completely baffled. It was supposed to see through talent and assign her to the appropriate house, but it couldn't gauge the depth of Mirabelle at all. Her talent was like a towering wall, impossible to see the top of. It was hard to believe that this beautiful girl was an unprecedented genius. Slytherin, the hat finally concluded, unable to discern her thoughts and talents. It could only judge based on her overwhelming self-esteem. Mirabelle had long anticipated this outcome, finding it boring and taken for granted. How could such a thing possibly measure me? She tossed her hat back onto the chair and walked towards the Slytherin table. The cheers that should have erupted were delayed, as everyone was enveloped in this unusual atmosphere. Mirabelle smiled mysteriously at the Slytherin student who was silently watching her and said, "What's wrong, senior? Not welcome? Oh yes, I'm sorry. Haha, just joking." She picked up a nearby wine glass, and the third-year students immediately grabbed a bottle to fill it for her. No one was instructed to do so, nor were they obligated. Typically, freshmen should respect their seniors, but everything unfolded naturally. She casually took a sip, and all the Slytherin students thought to themselves, didn't expect such an impressive freshman to show up. The group assignments went smoothly, and they finally arrived at the welcome dinner. Harry and the others' groupings were exactly the same as in their memories, so there's no need to elaborate. The table was filled with various dishes, and the students were eating heartily. In front of Mirabelle, there was a table full of dishes, among which a plate of roast beef stood out. To be honest, She didn't particularly like British cuisine, but this roast beef was quite special. She first tried the Yorkshire pudding with gravy, followed by the main dish of beef. As her teeth sank into it, she could feel the elasticity, and the rich flavor of the meat instantly spread in her mouth. The roast beef was decent, but to be honest, British food culture does seem a bit stagnant. A plate of bean sprouts caught her attention. At first glance, the bean sprouts and shredded meat blended seamlessly. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the bean sprouts were hollowed out and stuffed with shredded meat, which was no ordinary meat. Taking a bite, the freshness of the bean sprouts and the aroma of the shredded meat burst in her mouth, perfectly blending two flavors to create a brand new deliciousness. She liked this. Perhaps it was related to memories from a past life. She always felt that there were even more magical delicacies in Huagua. Mirabelle was thinking while enjoying the delicious food, nodding in satisfaction. What kind of storm would this new student, who even made Dumbledore wary, stir up in Slytherin? I bet this is definitely the most unusual class at Hogwarts. A new student can actually grab a poltergeist barehanded and even threaten with ghost-repelling spells? That's just too wild. The food on the first night was just to Mirabelle's taste, and she was in a good mood as she sipped her drink. While wiping her mouth with a napkin, the girl next to her timidly spoke up. The girl had lively blue eyes and short light brown hair, looking rather non-threatening. Your presence during the sorting was so strong. Do you have some special status like Harry Potter? I am Edith Renagil. My family has been pureblood for 3 generations. If we're talking about special, then that is indeed quite special. Mirabelle raised an eyebrow. I am a descendant of the Beresford family, pureblood for over 15 generations. Since I can remember, my identity has been etched in my bones. Do you think my demeanor is dignified? That is a natural result. The Beresford family is renowned in the British magical community, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Black family. Generations of purebloods are raised with an absurd level of strictness. First, they must bear many children. Historically, siblings have never numbered less than 5. Then they train them using Spartan methods. Finally, they select the most talented to be the heir, while the rest must serve as their servants, all to preserve the best bloodline. The current head of the family, her father, Hithcott, will stop at nothing to win. He seizes on others' mistakes, whether true or false, to convict them. If there is no evidence, he fabricates it and even resorts to bribery. This family has caused countless tears and suffering behind the scenes. It's hard to quantify. Better than the Malfoy family? Edith pressed. In terms of family, absolutely. Mirabelle smiled as if it were a matter of course. Personally, I can wipe the floor with that Malfoy kid. Wow. Mirabelle, you are way too confident, aren't you? Edith was sweating nervously. Mirabelle smiled. This is a fair assessment of herself. Edith was instantly convinced. This sister is really impressive, exuding confidence as if she has a halo of power. While they were chatting, the ghost silently floated to the table. A male ghost, looking bloodied and haggard with hollow eyes, spoke to the newcomers in an arrogant tone. Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, all thanks to the efforts of the seniors. Whether we can achieve 7 consecutive wins this year depends on you. Mirabelle scooped a spoonful of vanilla ice cream and put it in her mouth. The cool sweetness melted on her tongue, and even the sharp pain that made her head dizzy turned into enjoyment. This is the joy of eating cold food. Even though she was already full, she still wanted to eat a bit more. Mirabelle, what class are you looking forward to the most? I really want to take flying class. Flying in the sky must be very romantic, Edith asked. Nothing in particular, but I'm a bit interested in potions. My family specializes in this, but I never had the chance to learn before. She put down her ice cream spoon, no longer wanting to eat. There would be plenty of opportunities to try other desserts later. After all, she would be here for the next 4 years, with many chances ahead. The welcome party ended with Dumbledore's warning. Don't enter the Forbidden Forest. Don't use magic in the corridors. If you want to join the Quidditch team, see Madam Hooch for 2nd years and above. If you want to die, go down the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. Finally, everyone sang the school song and then was taken to the dormitory. Mirabelle was walking up the stone steps to the dormitory, pondering how to outsmart Dumbledore and get the Philosopher's Stone. The tardiness rate for the first class at Hogwarts was over 40, which was simply ridiculous. The reason was the crazy staircases in the school, 142 steps, some wide, some narrow, some leading to strange places on Fridays, some that suddenly disappeared halfway, and others that required scratching to open. Some looked like doors but were actually solid walls, and the portraits often wandered around, making them no use as landmarks. With Peeves the poltergeist causing mischief, it was a miracle anyone was on time. But this time, Peeves had met his match. He rolled on the floor, his head thumping against the ground, and before he could even shout in pain, A girl had grabbed his head. Peeves was stunned. How could this happen? I'm an invisible prankster expert. Hey, you're quite bold for a ghost, throwing trash at me. Mirabelle held its head, her gaze icy. Such a lovely lady deserves a reward, right? Huh? How could you touch me? That's impossible. Slytherin freshman Mirabelle Beresford was gripping Peeves the poltergeist's head tightly. She could catch Peeves entirely thanks to her magical power. Her hands indeed couldn't touch the ghost, but magic could. By concentrating her magic in her palm, she was able to grasp him. Mirabelle has never learned to use a wand, but can still cast spells. This little trick isn't anything special. Are you happy, Pee-Pee Ghost? Recently, I found a super perfect magic spell in the library, just in time to use you as a test subject. So, what is that spell? Pee-Pee Ghost panicked. It's an exorcism spell, said to be specifically used to drive away ghosts. An exorcism spell against ghosts? That's a bit too harsh. An exorcism spell for close-range attack on Pee-Pee Ghost? This newcomer is really daring. Exorcism spells have to be used at close range to be effective, which is why no one usually learns them. Pee-Pee Ghost struggles wildly trying to escape, but his head is held tightly, unable to move. Let's give it a try. Ghost, go away. Mirabelle cast the spell, a white flash scorching the head of the mischievous spirit. It twitched all over. It was certain that she couldn't kill it. But the effect was really powerful. She thought to herself that she really wanted to study how to kill a ghost, but it wasn't necessary right now. The mischievous spirit wriggled and begged for mercy. Stop. If you could really get rid of this prankster with a spell, that would be interesting. Save me. I won't prank anymore. Mirabelle originally wanted to test the power of casting spells at close range, but the plea from Pee-Pee sparked a new idea in her mind. Do you swear that from now on you will never go against me? I swear. I swear. Then can you unconditionally listen to me? Pee-Pee hesitated. Mirabelle's empty left hand reached out and simultaneously chanted a spell. The white flash intensified, burning Pee-Pee and making it scream, am I really going to disappear? Choose now. Disappear or obey. I obey. I obey. I'll listen to whatever you say. Please stop. Hearing Pee-Pee's voice filled with tears, Mirabelle smiled with satisfaction, let go of it, and threw it on the ground like garbage, even stepping on its twitching head. Good. The first command. Clean up all the garbage you threw away. She lifted her robe and looked into the corner where Edith Rainagel was huddled, trembling, with only her face exposed. Mirabelle's tone suddenly became friendly. What's wrong, Reginald? Don't hide over there. Let's go. The first class is Professor Snape's potions class. Hurry to the dungeon. Mirabelle, you're too harsh. I almost feel sorry for Peeves. But he was the one who was messing with me. The potions class is with Gryffindor. Mirabelle and Edith walked down the stairs and entered the dungeon. The headmaster, Snape, was the head of Slytherin. The classroom was very close to the Slytherin common room, and the walls were filled with glass bottles containing various biological specimens. Snape was already standing by the podium, ready to take attendance once all the students arrived. When he walked by Harry, he paused and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't this the little star, Harry Potter?" The Slytherin students immediately burst into laughter, mocking Harry. The next moment, Snape suddenly shouted, "Potter," directing his question straight at Harry. What do you get if you add powdered daffodil bulbs to an infusion of wormwood? Harry was caught off guard, looking around for help. How would anyone know the answer to that without having attended the class? Hermione did raise her hand, but Snape ignored her. It seemed that fame alone wasn't enough to learn anything. Mirabelle listened to the conversation, calculating in her mind. Snape was a die-hard Slytherin supporter. If I, as a Slytherin student, raised my hand to answer, he would definitely give us points. She actually didn't care about the points, but thought of another thing, the end-of-year house cup. According to the original plot, Dumbledore would favor Harry and give the cup to Gryffindor. I hate losing, it's so annoying. What if I help Slytherin gain points? If Dumbledore were fair, he should give Slytherin what they deserve and let us take the cup. If he still insists on giving it to Gryffindor, it would show how biased he is towards Harry. This discrepancy could be interesting. Just the right opportunity to spice up boring school life. Can we compete for points? Absolutely. Mirabelle quietly raised her hand, and Snape's black eyes immediately fixed on her, glinting. Oh, Beresford, you know? Of course. Mixing daffodil bulb powder and mugwort will create a powerful sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death. Mirabelle added with a smile that to achieve a stronger effect, one must add crushed valerian root and dream bean juice, both of which are essential. Snape surprisingly smiled. Perfect, Slytherin gets 5 points. Just as he thought. Snape was indeed biased towards Slytherin. No wonder Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. He deducts points from other houses just to give his own house points. Other heads of houses probably can't do this. Only Dumbledore turns a blind eye to it. especially McGonagall, who deducts points without mercy from her own house. Slytherin's ability to win is probably crucial. Snape then turned to Harry. Potter, let me ask you another question. If I told you to find a piece of cow dung stone, where'd you go to look for it? I don't know. It seems you didn't review the textbook before class, Potter. Mirabelle sneered in her heart. This teacher is too malicious. This question is only learned in the 5th grade. Clearly meant to trap people. Moreover, this question cannot be answered correctly just by talking about the terrain, because cow dung stones are only found in specific areas. Can Harry escape this predicament? Can Mirabelle help Slytherin win 7 consecutive championships? I bet this year's House Cup competition will be absolutely exciting. The newcomers actually teamed up with Snape to trick Harry? This move is just too impressive. Mirabelle raised her hand again, and Snape immediately ignored Hermione, calling on her instead. Oh, Beresford knows too? Of course, cowbane is extracted from goat stomachs. It looks like dried entrails, yet it is a major component of most antidotes. Well said. 5 points to Slytherin. Snape was in a good mood. He changed the subject, but the teacher is asking Harry. That is disrespectful to the teacher. If it happens again, points will be deducted. Be careful. After saying that, he turned his attention back to Harry. Mirabelle smirked. This question was another trap. From the original story, it was known that Snape hated Harry, but this hatred was too blatant. What's the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry didn't answer, but retorted. Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her? He didn't realize that this statement gave Snape a reason to deduct points. Snape only said one word to Hermione. Sit, and then grinned. Haven't you heard that being rude to a teacher results in point deductions? Gryffindor loses 5 points. Beresford, do you know the answer? This time, Mirabelle didn't raise her hand. Yet her name was called. How does the teacher know I would? She smiled, revealing a playful expression. This question was a bit tricky. In fact, aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant. They just have different names. Muggles call them monkshood, so the answer is no difference. Very good. Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape smiled wickedly, and the two exchanged glances as if giving each other a thumbs up, confirming their mutual understanding. Edith beside them was dumbfounded. What a terrible collaboration scene. By the way, why aren't you taking notes? As soon as the words left her mouth, the sounds of quills and parchment rose and fell. In the next class, Snape's favoritism towards Slytherin became even harsher. He paired students to brew a potion for treating boils, focusing only on a few individuals. Apart from Malfoy, Mirabelle, Edith, and Piers received the most attention. Their potion mixed perfectly. They were indeed impressive. Neville blew up his cauldron, and the liquid splattered everywhere, resulting in him being sent to the infirmary covered in boils. Snape surprisingly blamed Harry for it, and forcibly deducted points. Why weren't you paying attention? 1 point deducted. As a result, Slytherin's score was now 15 points higher than what Mirabelle remembered, while Gryffindor was down by 6 points. In the original plot, only 2 points were deducted. To make up for this gap, they would need to gain 21 more points. However, this discrepancy was still within a controllable range. Dumbledore, how far can you go with your favoritism? Mirabelle thought this tactic of using poison against poison was quite clever. Since you favor Gryffindor, I will take advantage of Snape. This loyal Slytherin supporter. I initially thought the incubation period would be boring, but it turned out to be quite interesting. I'm really looking forward to the end-of-year feast a year from now, she thought to herself as she walked to the next class. There were no classes on Friday afternoon. Mirabelle was reading at a table in the basement lounge, with a pile of books borrowed from the library in front of her. The number of books was no less than that of the diligent Hermione, but the quality of the books she was reading was higher, all covering content taught in 6th and 7th grades, clearly ahead of her classmates. At this rate, she would have to start looking at the shelves in the restricted section. Mirabelle plans to accumulate power over 4 years. Relying solely on school courses is not enough. What I need is the vast collection of books in the school. The goal is to read them all and become self-taught. There is still room for improvement in this magic, and its applications can be broader. By changing its usage, it might even be transferable to other areas. While organizing the knowledge gained from the books, she writes down her thoughts in a notebook, focusing on making good use of existing magic, improving its applications, increasing efficiency, and developing original spells. These are not things a first-year student is typically expected to do. Usually, it wouldn't even be considered. But Mirabelle firmly believes she can do it. Just because others can't doesn't mean I can't. This pride is her strength. The key is that I believe I can do it, as natural as breathing or sharpening a pencil. This is the secret to my power. It is this overwhelming self-esteem that drives her forward. If used well, this knowledge can recreate that kind of magic, although I despise it as fictional for some reason. The magical knowledge and methods she has acquired have already led her into unknown territory, allowing her to start creating magic based on the legacies of her past life that only exist in stories. Spells like the heart-piercing curse and the soul-snatching curse are forbidden and cannot be used, but the key is to understand why they are forbidden. They are excellent methods for hypnosis and subduing enemies, and can also bind opponents with fear. Mirabelle flipped through the book with her left hand while quickly taking notes with her right. Her eyes kept moving, and she murmured to herself, according to this theory, the firepower of the fire spell can be increased by about 10. The difficulty will increase, but that's no problem. After researching this, she closed the book and planned to return it to the library. Of course, she was just returning the book and then picked up another new book she hadn't read before and left. In fact, her interest had long shifted to the restricted section, but was still too early. Even if she sneaked in, she would likely be discovered. It would be best to wait until there was no one around. Like during that time when the giant sneaked in. Perhaps waiting until after Halloween to solidify her foundation before going would be a good idea. Can Mirabelle really succeed in infiltrating the forbidden section? Who will win in her contest against Dumbledore? I bet this infiltration won't be easy. The path of ambition is straightforward. For now, all she could do is hide her fangs and sharpen her claws for what is to come. Today's flying training is the class she has been waiting for. Well, whether to train or not is doubtful. After all, she is very good at Quidditch. If she can represent the Quidditch team within a year, she will definitely help Slytherin win the matches. At breakfast on Thursday morning, Malfoy's proud voice unintentionally caught sight of Mirabelle. He politely explained to those around him how excellent a broom rider she was, but Mirabelle didn't care about such things. Right now, she was focused on how to enjoy her breakfast. British cuisine is generally said to be good, but breakfast can be a miss. As William Somerset Maugham said, if you want to eat good food in England, have 3 breakfasts, which Mirabelle found very fitting. She had been riding a broom since childhood, having played Quidditch with her neighbors. Of course, she was always the star seeker, the first to find the golden snitch, and never played as a chaser. First, she cut a hard-fried egg with her fork and took a bite. She felt the lack of soy sauce was disappointing, but it wasn't bad. Slowly savoring the rich flavor of the egg, she then turned to the sausage. When she bit into the roast, the crispy surface cracked, and the juices filled her mouth. After swallowing, she picked up her cup and took a sip of milk tea to calm herself down. As for the meaning of breakfast, when flying high on a broom, she once encountered a Muggle helicopter. The Muggles seemed like limping creatures unless it was a giant iron box that could fly. She immediately dodged the helicopter, just in time to hit the ball at the last minute. Did she think it would hit? Haha, no way. It seemed to have stopped moving. Next, she took a piece of toast with strawberry jam and chewed it. No matter how rough English food may be, the taste of the bread remains the same. The sweetness of the strawberry jam perfectly complemented the flavor of the bread, pleasing to the palate. However, the reason she could truly enjoy a wonderful breakfast was because of the necessary noise mixed in. Mirabelle left her seat with a black line on her forehead and walked to the seat 2 places behind Malfoy. She grabbed his hair and pulled it. Foy. Baron for what? Malfoy. If you're bragging, why not somewhere else? When eating, one must be free from any disturbance. The sound of spitting while talking or joking while eating, Mirabelle considered it an affront to the wisdom of cooking. Even if the Emperor forgives, he will never forgive himself. Mirabelle forced Malfoy to face her, her golden eyes narrowing sharply as she spoke, glaring at him. Shut up and eat. If you can do that, would you like me to kill you? Understood. Malfoy continued to speak. Those eyes were really serious, truly serious, showing no mercy to those who disturbed the meal. If the answer was a refusal, Malfoy could already turn into a rag, shattering the stained glass. Those eyes were that serious. She made Malfoy shut up, return to his seat, and enjoy another elegant morning. 3:30 p.m. The long-awaited flying training session for many students had finally arrived. Gryffindor and Slytherin students gathered on the school lawn, chatting. They could talk about their favorite Quidditch teams and their brooms. Mirabelle Edith is no exception, talking about some silly things. Hey, Mirabelle's own broom? The number 7 broom. A favorite broom, designed as the Silver Arrow. Silver Arrow? Never heard of that name. An old broom handcrafted by a craftsman named Leonard Jux. It's been discontinued, but the craftsman's father seems familiar, letting him recreate it with current technology. Just as they were talking, Ms. Hodge, who was responsible for guidance, appeared, standing in front of the students. She had short white hair and eagle-like yellow eyes. As soon as the students arrived, they started shouting. What's the noise? Everyone stand by the broom. Hurry up. Hearing this, the students quickly stood by the broom. Mirabelle Edith was already standing next to the broom, ready. The broom at her feet was a cool, cheap one named Meteor. In 1955, Universal Thick Base Company released Meteor, a low-quality broom that quickly deteriorated. Poor quality meant a high accident rate. Universal went bankrupt because of it. It's hard to understand why such a terrible broom was used as the standard broom for schools. Well, probably because it's cheap. With her right hand on the broom, she shouted up. Everyone yelled up, according to Hodge's words, but Mirabelle seemed unmotivated. A 3-year-old would get tired of some things. If it didn't go up, there would be a whipping every time. Gently, the broom fell into Mirabelle's hand, and it seemed like she still lacked something. Malfoy, Harry, Mirabelle, Edith, and a few other students could safely lift the broom. Even Hermione was struggling unusually. After everyone got their brooms, Hodge gave a lecture on how to ride a broom correctly and walked around checking how the students were holding their brooms. After that, it was time to start flying training. Now, when the whistle blew, kick the ground hard. Hold the broom and shake it. Rise about 2 meters off the ground. Then slightly bend and then immediately go. Go. 1, 2, ah. Hodge hadn't even had the chance to blow the whistle when Neville jumped up, roaring with anger. Perhaps out of nervousness, fearing to be left behind, he panicked. Hodge hurriedly called him back, but if he had been calm, he would have flown right from the start. Neville jumped about 6 meters high, then let go of the broom, launching himself towards the ground like a bungee cord without a rope. It hit the grass with a loud thud, face down. Then he started crying. He broke a bone, but he was clearly still aware. A strong boy. He broke a bone. 115 bones. Which one? Hodge ran over, picked up Neville, and ran towards the infirmary, giving some cheerful encouragement. On the way, he stopped once and sternly told the students, taking Neville to the infirmary, if he saw him again, he would be expelled by Halloween. The bone. Okay, let's take him now. What happened after Hodge left is something that Mirabelle remembers quite well. Malfoy jumped up with Neville's remembrall. It glows red when you forget something, and Harry followed behind to retrieve it. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that silly Potter face? He is definitely going to be expelled. Malfoy's triumphant laughter echoed after McGonagall left. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates began to laugh, playing a concert of piercing laughter. Hermione and Ron were very frustrated, but remained silent, waiting for Harry's fate. Mirabelle, who tried to stop Malfoy's laughter, was a Slytherin classmate. Malfoy seemed delighted, thinking Potter would be expelled. What if the school expelled him? The one flying with him would also be expelled. The most serious, the anger and joy in Professor McGonagall's eyes. All eyes were on Mirabelle, who crossed her arms and exclaimed in surprise. Correct. If Harry was found violating the rules, Malfoy should have been taken away. But McGonagall didn't do that. Well then, why was only Potter taken away? The feeling of reason was the same. Feeling? The first time riding a broom with a meteor-like defective broom, flying 16 meters, catching a fallen ball, without a scratch. Can he really do that? Pointing it out, Malfoy groaned. He wanted to say something. He really wanted to show off. But for some reason, when Mirabelle's golden eyes fixed on him, those lies didn't come out of his mouth. Anything other than the truth seemed incredibly sinful. He was trapped in an illusion of foresight. He would make a great seeker, a lifetime talent, a gift that appears once in a decade. Professor McGonagall must not have thought about it either. Why was only Potter taken away? Malfoy. But Potter wasn't expelled. Instead, he became one of Slytherin's greatest enemies. What the hell is that? Potter was treated as a seeker. Just like that. But even in 7th grade, he could find a better seeker. Harry is a Gryffindor, Slytherin's enemy. Mirabelle, who was talking, was really happy, feeling that Harry's talent was not underestimated. Just like that. Any talent and ability deserve respect. Because of the belief in meritocracy, the evaluation and respect for excellence are more important than anything else. Remember what was said in the clothing store? I remember. Those who truly wait will gain glory, and those who wait for a species will be eliminated. Potter's talent caught Professor McGonagall's attention, seizing the opportunity. He used it as a stepping stone. Malfoy's face turned pale, as if startled by Mirabelle's words, standing still. Mirabelle leaned in close and whispered, in reality, the Malfoy world operates on power. Do you understand how powerless bloodlines and such things really are? It's a deception. A deception. Admit it. You've been expelled. You should be. Malfoy screamed as he fled from Mirabelle. When Edith returned to her original spot, she was greeted by a sweaty and bewildered expression. Although they had known each other for a while, she was already familiar with that stunned face. Really ruthless, Mirabelle. If you trained yourself, you should become a representative of the Academy after the 2nd year. Edith was surprised by Mirabelle's predictable words. What? Do you really admire Malfoy? I thought so. But one realization made me understand that Mirabelle is just Mirabelle. Well, mediocre. Even if you become a seeker, you would only be a mediocre seeker, relying on things that can be obtained through training. Edith sighed, feeling utterly exhausted and almost at a loss. It was a pathological fear. She wanted to know why her friend felt this way, but she was sure she wanted to know the reason. After Hodge returned and resumed training, Mirabelle made it clear that mediocrity, the effort that can be obtained throughout one's life, was just a display, like an empty juggling act, leaving everyone in awe. On October 31st, Halloween, the hall was lavishly decorated, with jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the room, and tables filled with pumpkin dishes. As for Mirabelle, she wanted to savor some wonderful food slowly, but that day wasn't going to happen, because the party would be canceled due to a giant appearing. In other words, there were limitations, and if she wanted to eat early, she'd have to wait until next year. The pumpkin bake was a bit strange, but still good. However, the pumpkin dessert really shone. On the other hand, the hot cakes were quite popular. She loved the sweet taste of pumpkin in the soft dough. Little by little, she placed several pumpkin dishes on her plate, popped them into her mouth, and silently checked the taste. Pumpkin pie, hot cakes, pudding tarts, there were many types of desserts. But Mirabelle was very satisfied with them. Having a dinner mainly based on sweetness wasn't a bad idea once in a while. After enjoying it, she quenched her thirst with red tea and wiped her mouth with a disposable napkin. Did I not eat much today? I ate quite a bit today. It felt like she had overeaten. Why was her stomach getting bigger? Edith compared Mirabelle's slender body to her own belly and sighed. Since arriving at the school, the food had been delicious, and she felt like she had gained a little weight compared to when she first started learning. Nevertheless, Mirabelle's eating habits hadn't changed at all, because she was consuming what she ate. Consuming? Magic consumes energy. Every time she practiced magic, the energy from food quickly disappeared. The magical brain builds theories and releases them through mental power. In other words, even with awareness when magic is activated, the brain bears a tremendous burden, to the extent of being overworked and unable to function normally. Sugar drives the brain's primary energy source. That's why Mirabelle loves sweets, as it allows her to release magic in a perfect state. It's absolutely as simple as just loving sweets. Her physique just makes her gain weight. It's not fair, Edith complained while rubbing her, now, slightly soft belly. Recently, she had been trying to eat less as part of a diet, but the results hadn't been that good. Considering this, it was no wonder that Mirabelle, who seemed to gain weight no matter how much she ate, made Edith feel jealous. Just as Edith was tense, Chilo suddenly burst into the hall. His headscarf was askew, and his pale blue face had turned even bluer from fear. He moved over and approached Dumbledore's seat, announcing with a trembling voice, a giant. "Oh, I think you should know." After saying that, the responsible Chilo fainted, leaving only a chaotic seed behind. The remaining students naturally turned into a mess. Terrified by the giant, screams filled the place, becoming uncontrollably noisy. Those who were scared screamed, those who were confused shouted, those who hugged friends nearby, and those who vowed to eliminate the giant. The group psychology confused not only the first-year students, but also the older students, and no one knew who was saying what. Slytherin House was no different. Draco was crying and panicking, while Edith anxiously looked at Mirabelle. But Mirabelle remained calm, with a gesture that made her feel as relaxed as usual. She took her wand and cast a spark to forcibly quiet the Slytherin students. Then, using all her strength, she struck the table to gather everyone's attention, and then calmly said, "Enough. It's ugly. Just first-year students." It had only been a short time since they had been at school. However, strangely, no one opposed her. Her words silenced not only the first-year students, but also the seventh-year students. Yet, only Malfoy barely spoke up and rushed towards Mirabelle. "But a giant came in. What happened?" "It's just a mindless pile of muscle with brute force." Mirabelle fiddled with her wine glass, ignoring Malfoy's fear. "Don't worry," that quiet voice said. The voice that instilled absolute confidence. A mysterious power that made one believe in false reasoning. If understood, then be quiet, the noise would ruin dinner. Saying this, Mirabelle drank, as usual. Vanity. Deep down, she thought giants were worth fearing. The imposing exterior mysteriously captivated everyone in Slytherin, calming their hearts. "Oh, it's fine, girl. There's nothing to be afraid of." Forced to believe it. "Hey, is it a toothless pig? A clawless beast? What?" The poisonous fangs called wands. It's magical claws. When feeling extreme fear, one seeks the comforting side, looking for someone to trust. What is there to fear about giants? Where's the fear? Just one goal. The weak, letting those brainless creatures treat them the same. Mirabelle's overwhelming ability to attract has reached its optimal state. She forcefully imposes her ideals on others. The leader's talent is to intimidate and reveal the true identity of obsession. However, a calm and clear voice resonated with overwhelming power across the Slytherin table, effortlessly reaching everyone's ears. It should be made clear who they're truly fighting against. Weak beings should follow the rules. Violating them will lead to punishment. As the words fell, Slytherin stood up. What is wrong with a mighty creature? The disarming spell was lifted. The paralysis spell, a weapon called magic. There is no need to be afraid. In the school, they must stand up. Prefects, take the lower year students back to the dormitory. Those who can fight, come forward. Protect the school. Do they know where the giants are? It is believed that among the upper year Slytherin students, each holds a wand. No more fear. On the contrary, the only thing occupying their hearts is a sense of safety and pride in being strong. They are making the right choice now, following the right words. That illusion erased the hesitation and fear. The teachers were panicked due to the sudden rise in morale, trying to stop Slytherin, but Slytherin would not stop. Even if Dumbledore set off fireworks, their fighting spirit could not be extinguished. The commanding teacher, the supervisor, just for a moment, that golden girl. Mirabelle faced the Slytherin group, whose eyes flickered with a sinister anticipation, and issued a complete command. Very well, let's see the power of the wizards. Slytherin nodded, just like soldiers behind their officer, and the head boy rushed into the hall. Fear permeated the magic. The destination was clear. The target was the foolish giant invading the castle. To trample it, destroy it, crush it, they united to enter the fray. McGonagall watched the scene, swallowing hard. What kind of leadership, what an imposing presence for someone of such age. With just a few words, he had calmed Slytherin. It was frightening, but also an opportunity. If the students could regain their composure, that would be good. The head boy's guidance would send everyone back to their dormitories immediately. Head boy, get the students back to the dormitories. Responding to McGonagall's directive, the head boy sprang into action. Under his leadership, the students began to move, slowly leaving the hall. However, they were unaware of Mirabelle's presence there. So simple. All the students of Hogwarts were heading back to their dormitories. Mirabelle muttered softly. Mirabelle shouted, but she didn't have a dormitory. Because it would implement the planned content first. Why in sight? Only one reason, to divert the teacher's attention. Just a form of entertainment. Well, let's quickly ban the bookshelf. The goal is to ban books. Then, innocently return to the dormitory after finding the books. That's the purpose. Mirabelle escaped the noise of the hall and entered the library. She stepped into the forbidden bookshelves. Where? While looking at the books on the forbidden shelf, she carefully searched for what she was looking for. Some books could be mistakenly taken, and some foolish books would scream at the slightest touch. If such a mistake was made, it would be over. She would have to retreat. Fortunately, she found the book she was looking for, and Mirabelle picked it up with a faint smile. Then she flipped through the pages to confirm it was indeed a forbidden book. There was no doubt about it. Mirabelle left the library, using hidden magic to conceal her arrival, and headed towards the ground. If guessed correctly, Slytherin should have rushed into the girls' restroom. Inside the restroom, a battle was taking place between Slytherin upperclassmen. Casting spells, they protected each other's backs, desperately defending their house. Whenever one cast a spell, the other would use protective magic, while another would run behind the toilet. Gryffindor over there. Run. Hurry up. Grabbing the trembling hand of Hermione Granger, who was hiding behind the toilet. She tried to help the helpless first-year escape, but the giant quickly spotted them and raised its club. Just then, Harry Potter lunged at the giant and grabbed its head. Harry, run, Hermione. Why are you here? To help Hermione. Ronald Weasley's cruel words had hurt, having not attended the gathering. Harry's bravery allowed them to escape. Hermione took the chance to dash to the bathroom. However, the giant followed closely behind, shaking Harry off, and Ron tried to stop the giant from jumping out of the bathroom. Worse still, besides Hermione, there were other female students outside the restroom. Look out! Run! Harry shouted in panic from inside the bathroom. Slytherin also wanted to cast spells, but it was too late. The giant raised its club towards the girls who didn't even try to leave the scene. The giant swung its club. A tragic outcome was expected. Hermione quickly covered her face with her hands. At the same time, the targeted girl slowly raised her hand. Then with one hand, she caught the club. It was a strange sight. A 135 centimeters tall girl blocking a club over 4 meters long with one hand. The bewildered giant switched to holding the club with both hands and tried harder, but the club didn't budge. An incomprehensible marvel from the outside was created by the Golden Girl. Mirabelle Beresford, Realirafor, gathered the Slytherins together. It was unclear what had happened, but what was done was the use of silent magic with bare hands, a type of magic that weakens or softens objects. a convenient magic that makes even hard floors soft and fragile like a mat. Mirabelle used it barehanded, weakening the giant's power to the limit. The giant was nothing more than a helpless beast. Its club felt like a sponge. Mirabelle squinted her eyes with boredom, lightly jumped and grabbed the giant's head. Then she slammed it into the floor. It was a spell called Drop, used to make the target fall. Due to its power, the giant's head hit the ground with enough force to break the floor. Mirabelle raised her hand again and sent the giant flying with a powerful strike. A magic effect that sent it soaring. Mirabelle used magic without saying a word or even using her wand. From Harry's perspective, it was an incomprehensible sight, as it looked like a young girl was beating a giant unilaterally. The giant, blown away in an arc, rolled 2 or 3 times on the floor before getting back up. Mirabelle used all her strength to stomp down on the giant's head, creating a visible hierarchy. So what happened? Did she feel proud of her own power? Lick the ground, get up quickly. The giant did not get up. Waving its legs, it desperately tried to rise, but its weak body couldn't overcome the girl. The girl, who was only half the height of the giant, toyed with it like a baby. Just like that, the easily understandable combination of strong and weak. The strong trample, while the weak can barely resist. Then, when the giant understood the nature of power, Mirabelle grabbed the giant's head and forcefully lifted it to her eye level. Ha! Even lowly beings seemed to understand the emotion of fear. The giant trembled even more pitifully. The giant's strength, its only and greatest weapon, was defeated. It meant that what the giant took pride in was ruthlessly crushed. Because the giant is a creature of instinct. It is sensitive to the differences in the strength of power. When a predator realizes it can only be eaten, it becomes the victim of pity. The giant had lost all fighting spirit. Mirabelle looked at the giant and suddenly decided to let it go. Do you know what to do? The giant regained its freedom but attacked Mirabelle again. Instead of standing up, it struggled and knelt down once more, and unexpectedly, its tongue licked Mirabelle's shoes. Just like a shoe shiner focused on polishing shoes, who would have thought that such a threat could arise from a tongue carefully licking the dirt off the shoes? It was merely the tragic failure of someone who succumbed to fear. A combination of winners and losers was clear, and everything was obvious. The Slytherin students were excited about the wizard's complete victory, and the emotions reached a climax. Was victory just about domination? The Slytherin students had a strong inclination towards the ideology of the chosen people. They believed that Mirabelle's victory over domination was far stronger than killing a giant, and it had also captured their hearts. Mirabelle said to the Slytherin students, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, "Now, it's the teacher's job. Let's disband and deduct points." There were no complaints. The Slytherins silently obeyed the girl's words, not raising any objections, and returned to the dormitory. Later, as they were heading back to the dormitory, Harry called out, "Me, Mirabelle Beresford, right? Ah, we've seen each other a few times in class, but is this the first time we're talking? You seem really nice." Harry Potter. Mirabelle naturally responded to the tense Harry. She told Harry that she was more dangerous than Malfoy and wanted to get closer. Even now, even when Mirabelle was helping Harry, he felt that she was more frightening than anything else. Seeing that overwhelming brutality only reinforced Harry's thoughts. Thank you for helping." "Oh, thanks for." Mirabelle turned around and said briefly. Mirabelle and the others left after Harry answered. By the time Harry came to his senses, Mirabelle was already far away. Mirabelle Beresford instilled in Harry an overwhelming sense of fear. First, there was a need for fresh blood from relatives, a young sacrifice. The best offering would be a pure maiden. The ritual must take place on the night of the full moon. Place 6 roses soaked in the sacrificial blood into a goblet at 3 a.m. In a Slytherin girls' dormitory, everyone was asleep with only one blanket moving. That was Mirabelle's bed. She pulled the blanket over her head, used magic to illuminate the room, and read a book she had stolen from the restricted section. She had successfully taken it, but if the book stayed away from the restricted section for too long, it would surely raise suspicions. Therefore, in order to return it quickly, she needed to read its contents and memorize them. Fortunately, Mirabelle had an exceptional memory and could remember everything perfectly after just one reading, so she didn't need to copy the contents. It was a rather thick book that covered the entire process of the ritual, the necessary tools, and how to obtain them. It listed the failures and successes of performing the ritual, as well as the pros and cons. It explained how to survive after Voldemort's death. In such cases, the fastest way to deal with him became decayed. But it must be said that the method was a step behind Voldemort's way of dying. The ultimate goal was world domination, to fight against Voldemort and Dumbledore with certainty. However, if the greatest wizard of the century, Dumbledore, faced the decayed Voldemort, it would be difficult to win. In plain terms, there was no chance of victory. In such a situation, Mirabelle thought a countermeasure was needed. And that countermeasure was the ritual described in the book. Squeak. Peter, how's it going? Hearing a squeaking sound by the bed, she looked over to see her pet black rat standing there. Ever since entering the school, she had hardly seen Mirabelle. But of course there was a reason for that. Until now, Peter had been suppressing the rats in Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, no creature understood the structural vulnerabilities of the building better than rats. They often had no place to hide. Therefore, Mirabelle thought that if she could control the rat and familiarize it with the area, she could cover all regions of Hogwarts. She came up with the idea and immediately acted on it. The magically enhanced Peter was released into the school and had been responsible for invading rats ever since. At first glance, Hogwarts seemed calm, but behind the scenes, an intense battle for dominance was being waged by the rats. Squeak. Half of the school was under control. Well done, Peter. Then lead one half to suppress the other half. Releasing magic from her fingertips, she cast an enhancement spell on Peter. Just a wild black rat, naturally livelier than ordinary rats, was very suitable for being a general. Because it was enhanced, ordinary rats couldn't even resist it. In the direction it headed, the black rat disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving only silence. If the measures went smoothly, there would be almost no place in the school that was not seen. Mastering every trend, including those of teachers and students, was not possible. Ideally, it would follow Dumbledore's movements. Snap, she finished reading the book and hid it under her sheets. Then she yawned and buried her face in her pillow. As of now, everything was fine. She hoped everything would go smoothly by the end of the year. With those thoughts, Mirabelle eventually lost consciousness. Quidditch is the most popular sport in the wizarding world. No one knows the exact origins of the sport, but it is said to have originated in the 11th century in the Quidditch marshes of England. In the magical world, children are filled with enthusiasm and excitement for the sport. Hogwarts is no exception. The stands for the Quidditch match were packed, with some students even using telescopes. Now, the Battle of Destiny is about to begin. Today's match is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. For 6 years, Gryffindor has been crying over Slytherin's cowardly and brutal performances. This year, let's get revenge. Jordan, right, Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindor commentator sat in the commentator's chair, and McGonagall was reprimanding for being biased towards Gryffindor. Despite the heat in the audience during the match, it was already there. Mirabelle and Edith entered the audience area later. The seats were already filled. Mirabelle woke up late, as it was a special holiday. The holiday was only for Quidditch, so they had a day off. Edith was holding a megaphone, a cheering flag, and a stick, very enthusiastic, but Mirabelle didn't seem very interested. She had just woken up around 3 in the morning, rubbing her eyes sleepily, and was being pulled by Edith. Mirabelle watched the match, knowing the result already, feeling there was no value in watching. However, Edith couldn't know, which is why she was forcibly brought there. When Edith decided to stand up to watch the match, several students jumped in front of her. Sister, see you in a bit. Sister, how do you feel? The current Slytherin students, ages 2, 3, and 4, all knelt before Mirabelle, bowing their heads. Ever since the major incident occurred, the strange increase in numbers had been giving Edith a headache. Regardless of their status, Mirabelle's idol image in Slytherin had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, viewed as kings or princesses. What, no seats? Hurry up and make room. Come on, sister. Your classmates. Thank you. Half asleep, Mirabelle sat down, surrounded by boys. Various things like drinks just bought and candy were around. Did these guys think it was embarrassing to dedicate themselves to a girl who was only a year old? Edith thought so, but didn't voice it. Sister, have a drink. Sister, wave the fan. Sister, massage my shoulders. Nothing was more relentless than this annoyance. She even wanted Mirabelle to drive them away, but felt that doing so would only make her more frustrated. Edith sighed, finally giving up, having gotten used to it. Then the match began, but Edith thought there was nothing to discuss. As Mirabelle knew, the match ended with Gryffindor's victory. Harry Potter's broom had a mishap and went out of control, but he still successfully caught the golden snitch. Mirabelle said the match didn't make her heart race because she already knew the result, but knowing that Harry was aware of Quirrell's target was fine. December 25th, Christmas, the holy day celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. Initially a Muggle activity, but Hogwarts still regarded it as a special day. On this sacred day, all classes were canceled, and students returned home once. Of course, those who stayed at school enjoyed the Hogwarts Christmas party, but Mirabelle decided to return to her parents' house. She especially wanted to spend Christmas Eve with her family, but if she went home, it could raise suspicions. Additionally, some items required for the ceremony were legally prohibited, and Hogwarts also had few items that couldn't be obtained. She needed to collect them at Hogwarts. Some even said the house elf Horg would help. To prepare for the ceremony, she decided to make a trip home. Mirabelle's home, the Beresford family, is a mansion towering in the Albanian suburbs, a piece of land that has no relation to the Muggle map of Albania, or more precisely, a grand estate. The garden is surrounded by a 5-meter wide moat, covering an area of 500 square meters, with various trees and flowers in full bloom. It features unique magical plants, all of which are ingredients for some kind of potion. On the outskirts, there's a private garden, a swimming pool, and even a Quidditch pitch, along with a garden gnome, a pest in the living garden. Hellhounds trained to guard roam around the garden, ready to devour and kill anyone who steps onto the grounds without permission. Outside the meticulously maintained garden stands a mansion that resembles a castle. At the entrance, dozens of maids line up to make way for the Beresford family's daughter. Mirabelle walked down the road, and everyone bowed their heads to greet her. Welcome home. As Mirabelle approached a giant door that resembled a gate, 2 maids rushed over and opened it. Once inside, the butler was already waiting. Mirabelle entrusted her luggage and continued on without looking back. When she entered the living room, her father, mother, and brothers were already sitting there. Upon seeing Mirabelle, her strong brother with golden hair gave a serious expression, but he was already used to it. As the eldest son of the family, he felt inferior because of Mirabelle, the outstanding daughter, and thus harbored deep resentment towards his good sister. Mirabelle sat, ignoring the gaze, and shouted to her father, "How's school going?" "Everything is fine," replied her father, Heathscott Beresford, a very serious-looking man with silver hair slicked back. He had slightly thick eyebrows and elongated cheek features, dressed similarly to the British royal court attire. The collar and sleeves were elegantly ruffled. Her mother, Mavis Beresford, was a blue-eyed beauty with waist-length golden hair. She wore a deep red long dress with an open chest and held a folding fan in her hand. It was said that she liked elegant designs. "Have you met Malfoy's son?" Mirabelle told her father about Malfoy at school. Hoo-hoo, Lucius is skilled at raising children. His son is better than Mirabelle, haha. Heathscott also likes the Malfoy family, mainly because both families are pure bloods, leading to conflicts of interest for a long time. Especially during Voldemort's era, Malfoy joined Voldemort's camp, which made Heathscott look down on him. It also added to the fact that Lucius Malfoy was once a Death Eater. Heathscott tried every way to convict and win the case, but the only one he could convict was Lucius Malfoy. Love must be poured into many things, not to mention indulgence. Everything must be carefully chosen, and it's okay if it's not. One should only love the most outstanding, who should be the head of the family, to maintain the family status through success. Don't you think so? As you said, sir, replied Simon Beresford, the discarded eldest son, with a frustrated expression. Although he is the eldest son in the family, he is allowed to call Heathscott father. Only Mirabelle can call her parents. This is because Mirabelle has been designated as the head of the house, while the Beresford couple only pour their love into her. Simon, who lost the battle for the head of the family, is destined to become Mirabelle's servant. The Beresfords, the defeated and the weak, are ruthlessly cut down and trampled, even if they are biological sons. By the way, Mirabelle, did you receive an owl from school? What did the letter say? Although it praised academic excellence, it also complained about the lack of cooperation. Despite the complaints from school, Heathscott's face was still amused. Mirabelle understood the true intention and revealed a faint cold smile. Is that okay? Indeed, the daughter of Beresford, the leader of a generation, must always be the winner. The iron rule of the family. From the family's perspective, Mirabelle, who inherently possesses a tyrannical temperament, is truly a prodigy. Heathscott, feeling uncomfortable, poured the wine into the glass and placed it in front of Mirabelle. At just 11 years old, it was common for the Beresford family to display such behavior. She had been trained in magic since the age of 3, and drinking was as casual as sipping a beverage. Mirabelle took a sip of the wine offered to her, slowly savoring the flavor. Speaking of that living boy, Harry Potter, what kind of boy is he? He seems all right, considering he has been raised by Muggles for 11 years. His adaptability is quite impressive, especially in terms of broomstick skills. He has a natural talent. But as for Voldemort, if asked whether he is capable of defeating him, I would say it's still up in the air. Saying this, she took another sip of wine and set the cup down. Then her brother, Sidney Beresford, quickly picked up the bottle and filled her glass. He seemed to serve Mirabelle without any satisfaction, acting like a trained butler. Take your time, sister. You become more considerate. Thank you. Her brother, who inherited their father's waist-length silver hair and their mother's beauty, was truly outstanding. Although he fell short of Mirabelle, his magical abilities were very impressive, and his mind was sharp as well. If he weren't physically weak, he would surely be nominated alongside Mirabelle as a candidate for the head of the family. However, Mirabelle believed that even with a strong body, he would still hesitate because he had already completed his training. Mirabelle's brother naturally means that Mirabelle sees him as her closest companion. This also implies that for a long time, from the moment of her birth, she has been struck by the aura of a ruler that radiates from him. Thus, Mirabelle's existence alongside Sydney has become absolute, and at his age, he has already become a perfect servant. Facing Mirabelle's thoughts, he exists in parallel. However, her brother Simon enjoys a different scenario. He kicked a chair in frustration and shouted, "Why? Why is she the head of the family? Dad, why?" "Simon, sit down. It's a matter of dignity. Acknowledge it." Mirabelle, forgetting a year. How could she say the same lines, ambushing Mirabelle, only to be defeated by 10-year-old Mirabelle? Heathcote roared to silence Simon. Simon, embarrassed and angry, showed it on his face and then got up and left. Mirabelle looked at the figure and thought, the ceremony uses the blood of the kin? After her parents finished talking, Mirabelle went into the room on the second floor and locked the door. The interior of the room was strangely simple, with a relatively minimalist decoration. Mirabelle's space is fundamentally extravagant, with the interior designed primarily with elegance in mind, carefully crafted to make it dazzling. The reason is simple. If it shines too brightly, it may resemble a nouveau riche. However, the inherent charm is concealed upon closer inspection. Gold and jewels are scattered throughout the room, but they do not overwhelm the senses. Holger, perhaps? In a closed room, a loyal servant is summoned, hearing a deep voice emanating from the fireplace. It seems to be hidden within the chimney, perhaps anticipating that Mirabelle will call upon it when she returns. Like waiting to be summoned, it jumps from the fireplace and kneels before Mirabelle. A matter arises. Holger takes a piece of paper from his pocket and hands it to Mirabelle. The list includes various potions, body parts of magical creatures, names of hard-to-obtain tools, and so on, neatly arranged. Holger squints at some illegal and dangerous items on the list. He hopes to gather everything on this list within 3.5 years. 3.5 years? Is it possible? The question remains. Can it be done? Holger is capable of fulfilling such a request. He silently nods, determined not to disappoint his mistress. If she says it must be done, he will find a way to achieve any reasonable challenge. It is a point of pride to serve someone named Mirabelle. "Miss, I have something I'd like to give you." Holger reaches into the pillowcase he is wearing and pulls out an item. It is a miniature display case. At first glance, it looks like a toy, but Mirabelle understands its significance. It should be possible. After all, Mirabelle has been able to obtain things from the very beginning. It is one of the few existing ones. Perfect, Holger. It is merely a miniature display case, but when used with 2 specific spells, it reveals its true value. It can rapidly shrink and enlarge. It exists now, but only through the spell that transforms objects can it change size. Its true identity is that of a cabinet that can move decorative items over long distances. Originally, during Voldemort's heyday, it was a treasure, an emergency means of escape from his grasp. But Voldemort has been defeated for 14 years, and it has nearly vanished from existence. Using it is very simple. First, you cast the spell to rapidly change the size of an object to match that of the actual display case. Then you can move it over a great distance. After that, you can fly to the destination from anywhere. Hogwarts cannot be penetrated due to its protective barriers. Moreover, the movement of the display case must follow a unique route, without using any chimney flight network managed by the Ministry of Magic. Thus, there is no fear of being watched. It is currently an invaluable item, existing in only a few places in the world. There is no intention of invading Hogwarts. But that is not the case. Like everything else, Hogwarts is an exception. It is known that the invasions Hogwarts prevents are limited to types of magic. In other words, creatures such as goblins that use similar types of magic can invade. Mirabelle was taught by the house elf Holger how to use magic with a wand. In other words, Mirabelle can use elf magic to escape from some attacks. She has already mastered how to use magic without a wand. However, no matter how talented she is, there are still limitations. Just like how a being without wings cannot fly without magic, there are limits to her abilities as a creature. It is already a miracle that she can master elf magic within her body. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort could not achieve this. But even miracles have their limits. Mirabelle still needs to learn advanced magic, such as the Demon Fire Forgiveness Curse, without using a wand. Therefore, it is for this reason that Mirabelle is contemplating. In order to contend with Voldemort, one must surpass the class. After the Christmas holidays, life returned to normal. Gryffindor's Quidditch team defeated Hufflepuff, but after all, it was just a match between their houses. There was nothing to worry about. Snape still favored Slytherin, and Mirabelle was using that to earn a lot of points. The total score had already exceeded 70 points, and the point difference was quickly reaching a point of no return. She had already returned the book borrowed from the restricted section. It was really easy. All she had to do was place it back in the appropriate spot in the library. After all, a student had broken into the restricted section during the Christmas holidays. Of course, it was Harry Potter, and suspicion turned towards that intruder. Being at home during the holidays, Mirabelle naturally had no reason to be suspicious. It had been a few dull weeks, and then suddenly something changed. Early in the morning, when she walked down the corridor, a group of students had gathered there, chatting. Oh, what's going on? Curiosity piqued. Edith Mirabelle also approached the circle. She randomly grabbed a Slytherin nearby and decided to listen. Hey, what's the matter? Ah, Beresford. Ha, good news. Oh dear. The famous Harry Potter has reduced Gryffindor's points by 150. 150 points. Thinking carefully, she found the event rather surprising. If she remembered correctly, Harry, Hermione, and Neville had been wandering around at midnight and had points deducted. The reason was that Hagrid had broken the law by keeping a dragon. The keeper of keys and grounds was indulging in his own hobbies, raising a dragon that he could barely take care of himself. However, Filch and McGonagall caught them. And even Neville, who was trying to stop the situation, got involved, leading to a deduction of 50 points. In short, Hagrid was the problem, and Harry and Hermione were the victims. If managed properly, Hagrid could be sent to Azkaban for his illegal actions and would leave the school. Gryffindor was now at the bottom of the points table. Slytherin would definitely win the House Cup. Sister. So what? Losing interest, Mirabelle walked away, and Edith hurried to follow her. Honestly, she was not concerned about Potter's predicament. If she worried about such things, she should think about the year-end exams, which are much more meaningful. But now, she knew that Quidditch had finally moved. She remembered, after the year-end exams, Dumbledore had gone to test himself. The only thing she was worried about was that Harry would get discouraged later, feeling powerless about the situation. If only Potter wouldn't back down because of the deduction. In fact, Mirabelle also realized that reaching the hidden location of the Philosopher's Stone was not easy. She remembered the three-headed dog guarding the stone and all the tricks to get past it, so getting to the mirror was not a difficult task. But that was all. The mirror would always allow Mirabelle to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. After all, the mirror Dumbledore set up was the most troublesome, and only those who truly sought the stone could obtain it. Those who merely wanted to use it would not succeed, and Mirabelle was fortunate enough to be one who wanted to use it. She believed she could obtain the stone from the very beginning. In a sense, Dumbledore's defenses were perfect. They effectively protected against malicious beings like Mirabelle and Voldemort. Thus, from a conclusion standpoint, it actually did not need to protect the stone. No matter how hard Voldemort tried, unless Harry was present, he could not obtain the stone. Ironically, if Harry were not there, Mirabelle and Voldemort would be very pleased. Well, let the explosion happen. In any case, Harry could get discouraged. In such a situation, it would be best to use a little leverage. With that judgment, Mirabelle decided to take action. Harry's friends had lost 150 points, but their suffering continued. As punishment, they were ordered into the Forbidden Forest to meet Hagrid's house at 11 o'clock at night. Even for Hagrid, who knew the forest like the back of his hand, it was still very dangerous. If they made a mistake and encountered a dangerous creature and were killed, it would not be surprising. From this, one could see how twisted Filch's punishment was. Look over there. Do you see that shiny silver thing on the ground? Unicorn blood. A unicorn has been harmed in the forest. For the second time this week. Let us find that evil creature, shall we? The punishment was to protect a unicorn somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. Somehow, they managed to persuade the frightened Malfoy, who was also one of the latecomers, and Harry's friends split into two groups to begin the search. Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid went one way, while Malfoy, Neville, and Hagrid's pet Fong went into the woods. But Malfoy and Neville did not get along well. When Malfoy startled Neville, he panicked and fired a red spark, sending an emergency signal that halted the search. Hagrid was forced to team up with Hermione and Neville, leaving Harry to deal with Malfoy. After that, for 30 minutes, Harry and Malfoy saw something extraordinary deep in the woods. A pure white unicorn lay on the ground like a corpse, drinking its own blood. Something cloaked in black was very afraid. It was hard to see in the darkness, but its face was covered in unicorn blood, and even in the dark, its eyes were glowing. Malfoy was terrified by the sight and ran away at full speed. Only Harry remained, paralyzed with fear. The creature sucking the unicorn's blood saw Harry and crawled toward him. Then what happened? As the black cloak approached, the scar on Harry's forehead throbbed painfully, piercing through his head like an alarm. The black cloak approached Harry without reservation. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Harry tried to scream, but no sound came out. His throat was numb from fear and pain. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Finally, the black cloak was close to Harry's eyes. Enough, you filthy, vulgar thing. Accompanied by a bell-like sound, there was a threatening insult that matched the sound. Then a flash of gold. It struck something, a loud bang knocked it down, and it crashed into a tree. Ah, Harry endured the pain, looking at the voice that provided help. A beautiful girl with long, golden hair stood against the tree, illuminated by the full moon. Her golden eyes shone brightly against the night, looking down at the shadow with a gaze full of disdain. Harry recognized the smartest, strongest, most dangerous, and most feared in class. But at that moment, it seemed even closer. Mirabelle Beresford. What a disaster, Potter. Encountering something like this. Mirabelle crossed her arms and spoke in her usual calm voice. Like Malfoy, he was a Slytherin bastard, but if asked whose side he would choose to stand on, Harry would undoubtedly choose Mirabelle. After all, Harry couldn't imagine screaming and running away like Malfoy. When it came to dealing with such mysterious matters, who could be more reliable than Hagrid? So should it be said that it was nice to see him? Mirabelle's words went unanswered. She seemed to be satisfied with this. In an instant, she moved from the treetops to the figure in the black robe and grabbed its neck. Harry understood what was happening. Of course, at her age, she knew some manifestation magic, let alone the fact that Mirabelle was using ordinary fairy magic. Do you know how to greet someone? Respond with basic politeness. Harry saw something terrifying. Mirabelle swung the black robe in front of the surprised Harry, slipped one hand into her pocket, and took out her wand. It was thick enough to be called a staff, and the heaviest very sturdy. How could she hide such a thing in her embrace? Mirabelle aimed that non-standard staff, over 70 centimeters long, at the black robe's face. Voldemort narrowly dodged at the critical moment, but Mirabelle did not slow her attack. She quickly turned the wand towards the black robe and shouted the name of the spell. Hellfire, fire, Aguameni, water. The collision of Mirabelle's black robe and the water heart cancels each other out. The scale of the magic is clearly something a first-year student could release. Even if Harry helps Hermione, who is the best at magic, she wouldn't be able to unleash such hellfire. But Mirabelle has already reached that level. Oh, you still have some skills? So what? Fierce fire, armor protection, protect, explosion, magical barrier. Mirabelle's wand shot out spells one after another, but the black robe blocked them. At first, she recited the names of the spells, but soon, Mirabelle stopped even that and began to cast spells in silence at an incredibly fast pace. Then, in the blink of an eye, the black robe became defensive, but it couldn't keep up with the defense. Even the defensive magic had its limits. The magical barrier creaked and was about to be breached by Mirabelle's magic. If Mirabelle's attack continued like this, it was clear who would win. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Avada Kedavra! Since the battle began, it was the first time the black robe cast an offensive spell. But the magic did not take down Mirabelle. Mirabelle's figure disappeared faster than the speed of magic, suddenly appearing behind the black-robed figure. She quickly seized the wand in her hand. A fateful mistake? The black robe was startled by Mirabelle's sudden appearance and hurriedly stepped back. However, with the wand now in Mirabelle's hand, any movement became meaningless. In battles between wizards, losing a wand is so fatal that it directly leads to defeat. With a cold smile, Mirabelle confidently said to the robe man, "Well, black robe, let me show you an interesting spell. Do you know what the last curse is? It's a spell that repeats another spell, allowing one to replicate the magic cast by the wand." Harry clearly heard Mirabelle's words, which left the black robe breathless. Is it some kind of terrifying magic? Harry thought that a spell that could only be used in repetition was particularly frightening. Just as Harry was thinking this, Mirabelle coldly replied, "Potter, the problem lies in the magic used. The wand contains a curse that inflicts a torment more painful than death. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits its use as a mercy curse against others." After hearing this, Harry understood. Why was the black robe so afraid? He knew what would happen next. Typically, if it were a matter of moral integrity, it would be a spell that couldn't be used. At least, it would be magic that an 11-year-old first-year student could use. However, Mirabelle raised her wand without hesitation, not even a hint of doubt. Scream like a pig. The black robe immediately tried to run, but Mirabelle's spell was faster. Once a decision was made, it was over. Harry, Mirabelle, and even the black robe sensed the moment of the outcome. But right after that, there was the rustling of grass, and then Hagrid's loud voice, "Harry." Clearly, upon seeing the black robe flee, he rushed over. Mirabelle heard the sound, clicked her tongue, and retracted her wand. It was getting interesting quickly, but Mirabelle interrupted the spell, allowing the figure in the black cloak to escape safely. Harry shouted, but it was too late. In an instant, the knight vanished, leaving only Mirabelle and Harry. They returned first. Beresford Potter, if you want to know about that black cloak, wait until the punishment is over. And go to the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Obviously, there is something to discuss now. It could be troublesome if Hagrid saw it. After Mirabelle spoke unilaterally, she disappeared like a shadow, leaving no trace behind. Harry was stunned for a moment, but when Hagrid and Hermione arrived, he finally came to his senses. Then he turned back to think about it. The girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor? Beresford knew about that black robe. It wasn't until after midnight that Harry finally returned to school after completing his punishment. Half in doubt and really waiting, Harry walked into the girls' bathroom. He should have gone straight to the dormitory. If he was caught running around the school late at night, especially in the girls' bathroom, he would definitely be expelled. But he wanted to know the true identity of that black robe. He had to know. That feeling lingered in Harry's heart. Why did he accept Mirabelle's invitation despite knowing the danger? Beresford? Wearing the invisibility cloak, he whispered, but there was no reply. Instead, a mouse squeaked and scurried away. What? Looking around, Harry found the bathroom dark and gloomy. The mirror was cracked, and the walls were stained. The stone sink of the mirror had chips everywhere. The wooden doors separating the stalls had peeling paint and scratches. It was a bathroom that hadn't been maintained for many years. Even Harry wanted to avoid the bathroom. Oh, who's there? Hearing a voice coming from the innermost part, he was about to answer, but Harry panicked and closed his mouth. It was Mirabelle's voice. From inside the bathroom, a girl ghost with glasses, braids, and a face full of pimples looked around, curiously tilting her head as she approached Harry. Wearing the invisibility cloak. She should have been noticed, but Peeves the poltergeist knew that even wearing the invisibility cloak, she was there. Perhaps ghosts were the same. Considering this, the voice he was searching for finally perked Harry up. Potter. Beresford? Similarly, Harry also knew where Mirabelle had come from. When they met in the woods, Mirabelle appeared suddenly. Just like now, she glanced in Harry's direction and smiled. Beautiful invisibility cloak, Potter. If you look closely, you might even be deceived. What? Can she see me? But Harry quickly dismissed the thought. I see you. Even Professor Snape could see him. Perhaps she only sensed him, like Peeves. Convincing himself, Harry took off the cloak. Tell me, Beresford, what about that black robe that killed the unicorn? He explained, first telling her about the power of unicorn blood. Harry wanted to know what the black robe was, but Mirabelle didn't answer. Of course, she would give an answer soon, but the boy would have to be convinced. Such a calm explanation required a certain degree of patience. Unicorn blood is the blood of life. Even those on the brink of death can live. But there is a price. Price? If you drink unicorn blood, you will be cursed forever. Even if you just take a bite, in the end, you may still be alive, but it will be no different from being dead. Like a zombie or a ghoul. Harry swallowed hard. Just the thought of being cursed forever scared him. So, is it better to be dead? He thought so, but Mirabelle continued. But what if there is a way to discard the cursed old body? What if one could create a new one? A new body? What if there is something that restores all powers and grants eternal life? If one could live long enough, could they also enjoy the curse? Harry was startled by what she said. So the school is hiding that magical tool, the thing that was once hidden in Gringotts, Hagrid brought to the school. The only legendary philosopher's stone in the world, said to grant eternal life, and even turn stones into gold. The philosopher's stone. Who? Who wants the philosopher's stone? He knew the answer. He must know the name that had waited so long to regain its power. About that which guards life, waiting for opportunities. Harry understood what Mirabelle was saying. Harry's blood turned cold, and a chill swept over him, as if his heart was caught by an eagle. The wound on his forehead hurt, and cold sweat began to pour down. Did he just see Voldemort? Mirabelle dared to respond, but that smile definitely agreed. A three-headed dog was guarding it. Unless Hagrid taught how to outsmart it, they would never get past that obstacle. Then they could rest easy. Hagrid could say anything. There was nothing to worry about. The Philosopher's Stone was guarded by that fearsome three-headed dog, and only Hagrid knew how to control it. Hagrid could always betray Dumbledore and reveal the secret. To the relieved Harry, Mirabelle responded with a strange smile. Do you really think so? Hagrid would certainly betray Dumbledore, even if it meant death. But Potter needed to betray in order to speak. So what? Hagrid was much rougher than imagined. Hagrid was of course loyal, but he was not really suited to be a guardian of secrets. After all, his thoughts were shallow, his head easily heated, and he quickly lost his cool. Even the slightest hint of doubt or trickery could easily be accepted, and important information would be poured out. Just like that. As a friend, he could be trusted, but as someone entrusted with important work, he was completely unreliable. Well, trust him or not. For now, just telling him something should be enough to shake Harry's sense of justice. He should walk to the Philosopher's Stone with a burning sense of mission, saying to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Mirabelle doesn't need to take action anymore. After that, she will sip tea while watching Harry's activities. If he eventually catches that stone, it will be a victory. She will head back to the dormitory first and calm herself. Wait. Why does she know about the Philosopher's Stone? Why tell? Harry urged Mirabelle, but she turned her back, as if the story had already ended. Then Mirabelle revealed a fearless smile to Harry and softly said, "The only one who knows the truth is the one whose goal is to protect the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's control, and to protect the Philosopher's Stone. She has high hopes for Harry Potter." After saying this, Mirabelle disappeared. The mouse was already waiting at the door on the 4th floor, so if it visits there, it will pass information to Mirabelle. Using appearance detection, there are mice everywhere in school. Only in the place of the mouse will Mirabelle always be late. Everything is ready. The final exam was really easy because it was only first-year questions, and it was completed without any problems. For Mirabelle, who received special education in Beresford, the exam content was something she had already known well. There was no reason to make mistakes now. Whether in writing or practicing magic, there were no errors. From the pale faces of the teachers, it was clear that Mirabelle had obviously surpassed her peers, especially in practical magic. Professor Flitwick took a pineapple and asked for the Tarantaligra spell to be cast on it. As for saying it was simple, it was just a pineapple, causing everything in the classroom to dance the Tarantaligra. The exam was graded on a 100-point scale, but it was only judged by first-year standards. First, the exam set a standard. If one could do a little, it would be 100 points, and then scores could be given close to that point. If one cast magic that exceeded that standard, scores could exceed 100, reaching 120 or 150 points. In the first-year exam, only Mirabelle and Hermione would score over 100 points. Oh, it's finally over. Now there's a break from studying for the exam. After completing the tests, Edith stretched her body as if she had been released. It seemed the pressure had been increasing as they prepared for the exam. Edith had dark circles around her eyes and looked somewhat haggard. Edith usually prepared a lot for the review, a so-called 3-hits-fish type. Well, she thought she could get a good score. If she failed, that would be it. As the saying goes, how did Mirabelle do? A silly question. Of course, everything was perfect. Wow, still surprised by her confidence, Edith gave Mirabelle a dry smile. And Mirabelle declared her performance flawless. In terms of ability, Edith was definitely a level below. Indeed, her theoretical questions were quite poor. But her magic was enough to enter the top tier. That transformation magic, even Professor McGonagall appreciated it, was something Edith excelled in. However, when asked about the great use of transformation magic to eliminate wolves in the late 15th century, she couldn't think of any answer at all. Mirabelle, that giant wand, can it cast spells quickly? That wand is about half her height, right? Well, no problem. Mirabelle's wand is very, very unusual. A typical wizard's wand is usually between 20 to 30 centimeters long, and even Hagrid's wand, which belongs to a giant, is 41 centimeters. So it's understandable how strange Mirabelle's wand is. When Edith saw the cane for the first time, she exclaimed, "Wow." By the way, Edith's wand is made from a feather of a Pegasus and a branch of a birch tree, measuring 28 centimeters in length. According to the shopkeeper, is light, soft, and obedient. Well, in short, it's a terrible wand. After finishing the exam, what does Mirabelle plan to do? Well, after the exam, she plans to go back to her room to rest. Mirabelle answered Edith's question thoughtfully. She had to appear as if she were resting, not doing anything extra. After all, if things went according to plan, it would be the day Harry found the Philosopher's Stone. Well, even if the process was the same as in the original, Mirabelle would still be affected. In an extreme scenario, Quirrell could get the stone, while Harry wouldn't be able to act, even if he could. Ultimately, the outcome of the break-in and theft would not change. The only situation that would cause Mirabelle to be in trouble would be if Dumbledore quickly retrieved the stone from Harry or Quirrell. If that happened, then it might be a good idea to go all out and steal the mirror. But such concerns seemed unfounded, as the school mice had inadvertently overheard Harry discussing the hidden room at midnight. Dumbledore had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic and was heading to London, only to return by midnight. So all that was left was to wait. The chances of winning would come at that moment. On the Slytherin table were various Italian dishes: pasta, pizza, and risotto. As you can see, Mirabelle was slowly putting Italian pasta onto her plate, in a good mood and with more than usual. Edith seemed anxious to know, as if buzzing with curiosity. "Do you like Italian food, Mirabelle?" "Well, I really enjoy the cuisine of the Italian nation." She couldn't help but think that even if the two countries were half a world apart, there should still be a sense of culinary delight. First, she took a spoonful of risotto. the soft rice soaked in the sweet and sour of tomatoes, with each bite bursting with rich flavor. It seemed there were also chopped celery in it, leaving a refreshing aftertaste. When thinking of rice, one often thinks of Chinese meals. Indeed, Chinese cuisine is among the most delicious in the world, but sometimes it's nice to change things up. Then came the pasta. She twirled the slightly thick noodles with the ingredients around her fork and then put it in her mouth. The rich flavor of the melting cheese combined with the noodles was irresistible. Why do cheesy dishes stimulate the appetite so much? I'm sure that dishes created by Muggles will forever be referred to as a secret. Then came the pizza. Bacon, tomatoes, squid, and parsley on fresh dough, all intertwined with cheese. Just looking at it made her mouth water, and the anticipation filled the air. But she had to be careful. If she took too big a bite, the heat could burn her tongue. So she took a small bite, chewed slowly, and savored it. She wondered why tomatoes and cheese paired so well. If she remembered correctly, it was something she had seen in a cartoon. Cheese enhances the flavor of tomatoes, and tomatoes enhance the flavor of cheese. Totally correct. It was a harmony of taste, creating the best synergy that brought joy to the palate. Of course, she had to eat that because it was quite heavy. Thinking of a dish named vegetable salad, consisting of tomatoes and mozzarella cheese. At first glance, it seemed a simple dish, just tomatoes with cheese, but such a simple dish also had its intricacies. Just like stir-fried greens in Chinese cuisine, which seems simple but have a combination of ingredients and cooking techniques that make a simple dish extraordinary. Tomatoes and cheese should be eaten together. She speared a piece of tomato with cheese on her fork and put it in her mouth. It became clear that tomatoes and cheese seemed to pair well. They were harmonious in her mouth. Not extraordinarily delicious, but the refreshing dish would never become tiresome to eat. She realized that mozzarella cheese itself had almost no flavor. However, when eaten with tomatoes, its rich softness came alive, and, conversely, it complemented the tomatoes perfectly. Well, indeed, after finishing the salad, Mirabelle drank some water, took a breath, and wiped her mouth contentedly. She could spend a very meaningful time preparing for tonight's match. She felt that if she used her wand now, she could perform advanced magic. So, should they return to the common room? Edith seemed to have eaten little. Don't worry about it. Dieting. I don't think I've gained weight, but I understand the pain of eating too much meat. After chatting, Edith left her seat and returned to the Slytherin dormitory. There was nothing more to do. The rest was to wait for Harry's actions. According to the news passed on by the mouse on her shoulder, Quirrell had already moved and was stepping into the hidden room. Would he somehow get the Philosopher's Stone? Or would Harry be eager to retrieve the stone based on his memories? In either case, what Mirabelle did would change, and the outcome would also be different. Only the one who ultimately acquired the Philosopher's Stone would matter. How Voldemort and Potter struggle would also be significant. He would laugh last. At 2 a.m, the classmates were all asleep. Only some 11-year-old boys and girls were working hard to protect the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the school. To thwart the ambitions of the Dark Lord to resurrect, they had jumped into a dangerous whirlpool at such a young age, putting the three-headed dog to sleep, breaking through the devil's trap, finding countless keys to discover the real key. Harry's best friend sacrificed herself to pass through the chess room, while Hermione, surrounded by fire, kept calm and urged Harry to continue. Harry bravely faced the fear of the Dark Lord waiting for him and ventured alone into the depths. Everything was to protect the Philosopher's Stone from the Dark Lord's harm. But little did they know, the entire battle was witnessed by a mouse. Almost unnoticed, the mouse had been following since the secret door opened, waiting. The mouse guarding Harry would pass on what it saw like a game of telephone to the other mice in the school, and then relay it to Mirabelle's pet, Peter. Mirabelle was aware of the situation. A network of mice was established in a year. It was a given, but Mirabelle understood the language of mice. However, there was a convenient magic in the world called the art of opening one's heart, which allowed one to read the thoughts and memories of opponents. Using it, it was easy to understand Peter's thoughts and grasp the situation regarding Harry and others. Peter, is Dumbledore nearby? Squeak. Not yet, but get ready. According to the memory, Dumbledore would return to the castle after Harry obtained the Philosopher's Stone. But it was meaningless. At least they had to wait until the Philosopher's Stone was obtained. Peter, mobilize all the mice in the school to stop Dumbledore. Block the castle's doors and have Peeves talk. If necessary, he didn't mind using tools bought from the prank shop. Squeak. All right, let's go. After Peter attempted to interfere with Dumbledore, Mirabelle left. She left the invisibility cloak, ordinary version, with the mice, but thought it would be better to do some tricks as well. After all, the opponent was the greatest wizard of the century. There was no reason to be cautious. She disappeared from the spot and instantly teleported to the 4th floor corridor, then pushed open the door and walked in. After closing the door from inside, She pointed her wand. Quickly bind. She cast the locking spell to completely secure the door. Of course, Dumbledore would immediately cast the disarming spell, but that was just the beginning. Cerberus, help! The three-headed dog, drooling and wanting to bite Mirabelle, was first met with a flute. Then, quietly, a smooth sound emerged, calming the three dogs. The weakness of the dogs was music. Therefore, even if they heard music, they would quiet down and eventually fall asleep. Aiming at that unguarded moment, she quickly pointed her wand at the dog's nose. Soul binding. She casually wielded a forbidden brainwashing spell to manipulate her opponent. If used on a person, the girl would unhesitatingly cast the immediate spell to send them to Azkaban. In other words, she was attacking Dumbledore. However, with just that, she became the target of the music's greatest weakness. So Mirabelle added more magic. Close your ears. She cast a spell to close their hearing, preventing them from hearing any sounds. Now, the three-headed dog could not hear anything. Even if sounds occurred, the three-headed dog would not hear them and would fall asleep. This meant that the three-headed dog no longer had a weakness. Even Dumbledore would find it difficult to remain calm. Owl cave. Flock of birds. She continued in, summoning a swarm of snakes covering the floor and a flock of birds filling the air to strengthen her defense. If Dumbledore opened that door, he would ultimately be attacked by 3 dogs, a snake, and a bird. Even if a Hogwarts teacher entered, Mirabelle would not let her guard down. Even if she built an impenetrable defensive formation, she estimated that she could by herself about 20 minutes, around 10 minutes or so. But if she just killed Quirrell and took the Philosopher's Stone, the time should be completely enough. Well, let Potter get the Philosopher's Stone. She mumbled a phrase and immediately disappeared. In an instant, she teleported to the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. Kill! 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 In the innermost room, a terrifying scream echoed. Some wizards who heard that scream were so frightened that their souls left their bodies and fled. After all, that was Voldemort's roar, the terrifying king who once made a name for himself in the wizarding world. But Harry did not run away. He grabbed Quirrell's arm, the wizard who was Voldemort's servant, desperately resisting to stop him from accessing the Philosopher's Stone. The difference in abilities was evident. Harry could never defeat Quirrell, but something that filled the void was protecting Harry. Quirrell knew why he could touch Harry. If he did, his skin would melt, his flesh would burn, and endless pain would sear his brain. Knowing this, Harry jumped, inflicting pain to stop it. Kill it. What are you doing, idiot? Just one. Voldemort's cry echoed in Quirrell's mind. The face of Voldemort, which was feared, was parasitically attached to the back of Quirrell's head, continuing to scream. Hearing that sound, Harry desperately tried to hold onto his consciousness. The scar on his forehead hurt unbelievably, and his vision darkened. But the reason he didn't let go was that Harry loved his school, because Harry loved everyone in it. Once Voldemort was resurrected, there would be no more talk about the school. Everything would be destroyed. Friends Hermione and Ron. Strict but kind teachers. Every member of Gryffindor, Hagrid. Everything would be lost. Such a thing could not happen. The place felt like home to Harry. Why should Voldemort destroy it? Just the thought motivated the 11-year-old boy. But ultimately, his consciousness faded, and he saw nothing. Quirrell's screams and Voldemort's cries were no longer heard, and everything fell into slumber. Losing consciousness in the final moment, Harry was sure he heard it. A high-pitched girl's voice like a bell. A golden light shot out, striking Quirrell. Its power blew him away, pulling him far from Harry. Quirrell knew he was being attacked. Once in the forest, he had sucked unicorn blood. He knew the fear of that golden girl who released that blow. Hey, Professor Quirrell. It seems Potter is in a lot of trouble. Mirabelle Beresford, a frightened girl, even as a first year, left Quirrell at a loss. That kind of hesitation to cast the forgiveness spell made one doubt if she was really an 11-year-old child. That fearful golden girl stood in the way again. Quirrell stepped back slightly, a foul sweat trickling down his forehead. Mirabelle ignored the reckless subordinates and shouted at Voldemort. Nice to meet you, Voldemort. Harry Potter's companions intervened again. Companions? Looking at the irrelevant words coming out of Voldemort's mouth, Mirabelle made a gurgling sound. Harry did indeed have a very useful ally in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. They provided information and even helped once. In a sense, they were comrades. Potter really helped. They broke through all the hype, dragged it out, and obtained the Philosopher's Stone. But that's all there was to it. That kid had nothing to do with it. Helping, right? Of course. The goal was the Philosopher's Stone from the very beginning. Mirabelle wore a cold smile as she pulled a wand from her pocket. In response, Chilo took a step back, creating some space. It was understood that this should be added. A good witch from a pure-blood family. If followed, it would bring the benefits of the magic stone. Is that a wonderful thing? Mirabelle did not respond to Voldemort's invitation. Perhaps silence was seen as a response, And Voldemort continued. It's a pity. If she became a follower, she would become even stronger. Would make an excellent Death Eater. She is more suitable to serve the Dark Lord than Bellatrix. What do you think? Even as a girl, there is no reason to refuse the invitation. Hoo-hoo, cough, 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 cough. Mirabelle smiled faintly at Voldemort's invitation. However, her voice grew louder and eventually broke, as if it could not bear the weight. The laughter of the girl echoed through the room, contrasting with the Dark Lord feared by the wizarding world. He had never been so disrespected, referred to with disdain. What was so funny? Voldemort, who found it amusing, did not understand. The Philosopher's Stone, which he ultimately sought, was another matter. Let me tell you, she was only thinking of the Philosopher's Stone. Mirabelle's smile turned sinister, revealing her canine teeth. What on earth? Chilo thought, immediately preparing his spare wand. Mirabelle suddenly appeared, just like that. The whole world. How could it follow the loser? Taking a staff made from a vampire tree over 70 centimeters tall, she struck Chilo's belly. With a smooth motion, she pointed the wand and announced the spell. Shatter! Shatter! The two strikes collided and canceled each other out. A second attack followed. This time Chilo was faster. Clear water like a spring. Glacier. Mirabelle used a freezing spell to freeze Chilo's water magic. Then she smashed the frozen water with her staff and threw it back at Chilo as an ice block. Chilo was startled by the reverse use of the spell and took a deep breath. Mirabelle missed the opportunity. Disarm. The tip of the wand erupted with a red flash, and Chilo's wand was taken away. Although it is the most basic offensive spell, it is highly regarded for its ease of use and efficiency, especially in battles among wizards. Stealing a wand is very effective. With determination alone, an 80 victory is assured. Chilo, having lost his weapon, took another wand from his sleeve for a final strike. That wand was Chilo's original wand, which had been stolen by Mirabelle during the battle in the forest, and the weapon he now held was just a temporary substitute. Don't forget what you lost, Professor Chilo. Keep it safe. Rewind spell. The spell used last by the wand was recreated. The rewind spell? Chilo's wand's latest spell was still the heart-cutting curse. In other words, it was registered as an evil spell called the Forgiveness Curse. It struck Chilo's body, slicing through all his nerves. Ha 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 ha. Screamed like a pig. After knocking the writhing Chilo to the ground in agony, he stepped on his head, just like Voldemort. The fearful Dark Lord, in a pitiful sight, looked like trash by the roadside. His face, twisted with regret, was irresistible. Looking at that face full of humiliation, years later he would still remember that perverse pleasure. Now, trampling of fear, even daring to call his name. All right, Voldemort. What does it feel like to be licked by a girl's shoes? Ah! The days of cuckoo are over, Voldemort. The world will take a new path, and the old pure-blood ideology will be eliminated. There's no place for it. To be honest, listening to the voice of resentment makes me want to tease Voldemort, but I can't just play around. If I play too long, Dumbledore will. In such a situation, Mirabelle raised her wand to declare the mission to be completed as soon as possible, etching that humiliation into his soul. The name is Mirabelle Beresford, one who will eliminate the respectable old wizard and establish a new world. A monster over 10 meters long, composed of golden flames, emerged from the raised wand. 9 beautiful yet fearsome necks extended from its torso, with vertically split eyes and sharp fangs. It is a dragon-like monster called a Hydra in the mythical world. Known as the highest level of attack magic called Evil Fire, it requires high-level training of magical power to use. If an inexperienced person uses it, the flames cannot be controlled, and it can self-destruct. Mirabelle released it effortlessly. The monster lunged at Chilo. Ah! Chilo screamed as he rolled. The back of his head engulfed in flames. The flames of the demon were cursed flames. Once released, they would never disappear until the opponent was burned to the ground or the caster extinguished them. But Voldemort suffered more than Chilo. After all, his face was burned. So the pain was nothing special. That scream was overshadowed only by Mirabelle's laughter. Ah! The first pain is certain. Voldemort. Ah! Voldemort, as Mirabelle knew, had split his soul into something called a Horcrux, so he could never truly die. However, it was still a pain worth dying for. To escape the pain, Voldemort abandoned Chilo's body, leaving only his soul. Voldemort's heart bore such humiliation, and without saying a word about his useless parts, he fled. The second humiliation of self-proclaimed Dark Lord, also the first time he was beaten by Harry. Mirabelle squinted in surprise as the target of the attack vanished, and the evil fire also disappeared. Huh, Voldemort disappeared? Did he run away? Ah! Then, Master, don't abandon me. Voldemort is gone, leaving only a pitifully severed connection, looking around, like a forsaken dog searching for its master. In such a situation, being abandoned while facing a girl so terrified will never lead to salvation. Desperately searching for her master, ultimately, under Mirabelle's gaze, Chilo cried out in terror. Abandoned and pitiful. Well, at least the merciful one will bury it, letting it suffer no more. Mirabelle pointed the staff, attempting to unleash the flames of the evil spirit once more. Kiro's first reaction was to kneel. Kiro consciously prostrated himself to show respect. Then, with tears streaming down his face, he pleaded with the 11-year-old girl in a more painful way. Please, I beg you. I will serve you. I will do as you say. I will take care of chores, and even polish shoes. So please spare my life. There was a deep sense of servitude in his heart. Well, a boy who originally became a slave out of fear of Voldemort could be like this. To be honest, acting like this had no benefits at all. In fact, it was not without its drawbacks. He could use a huge trick, but he was the type to betray. One who succumbs to fear and changes his stance easily when faced with another form of fear. But thinking this, Mirabelle revealed a disgusting smile. Indeed, a type of magic was just perfect for such a boy. Understanding this, she regarded Voldemort's slave as a current tool. A tool and a pet. He could only live well. Then let him serve. Kiro's face cracked open with Mirabelle's warmth, but that face would soon be stained with despair. After all, at this stage, Kiro still did not understand the true nature of the girl named Mirabelle. She trampled on harm and appreciated the twisted faces of pain. Kiro did not expect his own twistedness, finding pleasure in such things. Kiro looked up to see Mirabelle holding a bat's wing, burning it in her hand. Then the flames turned blue, drawn into Mirabelle's claws. Her nails turned blue, growing into tentacle-like things. Kiro looked at the writhing, creepy blue claws and timidly spoke. Were those claws? Hee, a magic of betrayal, created based on some knowledge I know. These blue claws will burrow deep into the body, spreading roots, turning into parasites. When you refuse to obey, or when you try to cut off a claw, it will change from blue to purple, then to red. The color of the nails indicates how obedient you are, she said. The thought made Kiro feel both relieved and terrified. He could absolutely rebel against this psychology. If he had even the slightest thought of such rebellion, those red claws would become irrefutable evidence. It was simple, but it was a magic that terrified him. Kiro, still sweet as ever, thought about this. The claws, dyed deep red like blood, would be the final act. His body would be crushed into pieces, each piece of flesh transformed anew, to be a mindless, helpless insect. Waha! Kiro finally understood his judgment was wrong. Some things in the world truly made one feel that death would be better. Absolutely one of them. Even death could be more cruel and tragic than being beaten to death, turning into an insect. Mirabelle grabbed Chilo by the neck, shrinking back as her claws mercilessly pierced his arm. Slave's claw. A blue claw withdrew from the injured tip of Mirabelle's finger, forcefully penetrating the muscle to reach Chilo's index finger. Chilo could no longer oppose Mirabelle. Strictly speaking, he could, but even if he refused, it would ultimately lead to the final mistake. If he liked it that way, then he had no choice but to devote himself to Mirabelle forever. Such a crude magic of enforced obedience was so overwhelming that even the soul-stealing spell of forgiveness seemed insignificant. What must the master do now? Then let us hide it for a while? Mirabelle pulled a miniature display case from her chest pocket, cast a quick spell on it, and turned it into a normal one. She was waiting for Holger to put the shelf to use. Grabbing the tearful Kilo's head, she kicked him into the wardrobe from behind. It led to a villa located on Magnolia Crescent Street. It was originally built by her father, but it was no longer in use. Hidden away, it was perfect. Kilo, following the instructions, hid in the wardrobe and then disappeared from there. The absurdity of the situation was honest, but he certainly wanted to escape Mirabelle as soon as possible. Mirabelle restored the display case to its original miniature size and put it in her pocket. If the Philosopher's Stone is handed over to Quirrell, it would be easier to take the stone outside, but if it is given to him, the power of the stone could break the curse. Quirrell had worked hard to obtain the piece, but if the stone is handed over, two things would be lost. If one tries to break the curse in a normal way, the curse would transform into a bug faster than it could be lifted, so one must worry about betrayal. But the Philosopher's Stone is an exception. If one uses the stone, perhaps the curse could be lifted faster than the body could shatter, or even restore the body that turned into a bug. That's why it was possible to give the Philosopher's Stone to Quirrell. Well, it doesn't matter afterwards. Once I leave, everything will be over. After all, the last laugh is the best laugh. While saying this, she looked at her watch. It was only 4 minutes in, and there were still 6 minutes until Dumbledore's expected arrival. Even if Dumbledore arrived at double the expected speed, he still wouldn't make it in time. With a faint smile, Mirabelle walked over to where Harry lay unconscious and took the Philosopher's Stone from his hand. The goal had already been achieved. It had been a tough battle. Just a few more minutes to play. Time was up, Mirabelle. Hearing a voice behind her, her thoughts paused for a moment, and she quickly turned around. An old wizard dressed in an emerald green robe stood there. The blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped glasses sparkled, and his hooked nose was bent multiple times. Silver whiskers grew from the corners of his mouth down to his waist, wrapped around his belt. Damn, not even 5 minutes had passed. He blocked the castle gate, set traps everywhere, and even deployed Peeves to stop her. The room was filled with snake birds, and even the three-headed dog had been brainwashed, eliminating its weaknesses. Taking every possible measure, he did not underestimate Dumbledore. He had fully assessed Dumbledore's capabilities and, based on that, predicted a 20-minute window, which he further reduced to 10 minutes. The situation had now shrunk to half the time. How could it be? Apparition. Using spells in a place like this. Dumbledore indeed could remove the anti-apparition charm covering the school, but if he did, Mirabelle would know. But there were no signs at all. Breaking bones and breaking through the traps was truly terrifying. Well, she was very worried about Harry. When she returned, she was really surprised to find that Voldemort had been defeated. But as expected, the evaluation had changed. She had planned to make enough assessments. But it seemed she had underestimated him. Misunderstanding the opponent's abilities as half of 14 was an absurd mistake. All right, she admitted it. No wonder Voldemort was feared. He was respected by many wizards and witches. Giving that Philosopher's Stone to him was something Mirabelle should have done. The greatest wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore. What happened during his entrance was frightening. The castle gates were blocked, traps were everywhere, and shoes were stuck. Peeves blocked her there, and the door got jammed. Bruce. The three-headed dog didn't even hear any music. As a reward, a bird pecked at her glasses, causing wrinkles. Dumbledore said indifferently, as if discussing tripping over a road. But it was comical. Even Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, had stumbled and spent a dragon egg just to figure out how to get past the three-headed dog. Yet this old wizard did so with ease. Mirabelle asked what he planned to do with that Philosopher's Stone. Talking too much had only prevented the stone from falling into the wrong hands. She did not lie. Denying the facts prevented the stone from falling into Voldemort's hands. However, after that, she only tried to put it in her own pocket. Dumbledore calmly responded to her arrogant answer, maintaining his expression. Ah, Mirabelle had to be like this. She had long known to fear Voldemort, so that's what he would be called. As far as she knew, neither Voldemort nor any of his teachers had ever mentioned his name. But it seemed to have been discovered. Well, especially wanting to hide, so it was a problem. While communicating, Mirabelle was also thinking about how to leave. Could she use apparition, or use the disarming charm for a sudden ambush? But either way, she would likely be dealt with by the deeply perceptive old wizard. Well, she saved the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's hands. All right, she understood now. So, what was the intention behind setting those traps? Professor Quirrell was the only Death Eater. Could there be other Death Eaters coming to reinforce? So it was normal to take countermeasures, right? Of course. Well, very clever. Was the reason for sealing the castle gates the same? She had heard that the principal had returned to the school. Dumbledore had returned to the school. At least Harry thought so. It was a trap that Quirrell had jumped into, but Mirabelle had used it. She never thought Dumbledore would return, so she had sealed the castle gates without hesitation. Even though Dumbledore's blue eyes were aimed at Mirabelle's heart, with absolute confidence, Dumbledore saw through her thoughts. He would always read the truth of the matter. There was still a chance. Finally, she secretly put it in her pocket. Huh? Humph, saying she wasn't bewitched. That must be a lie. She should have been lying. Mirabelle thought so. A Philosopher's Stone to protect oneself from death. To obtain the eternity that everyone desires. Just a little was enough to be a reason. On the contrary, it was normal to be tempted. However, Dumbledore did not seem to think so, shaking his head slightly and covering his eyes. Foolish, truly foolish. The Philosopher's Stone was not as wonderful as she thought. Young people could understand how terrible eternal life was. Eternal life is terrible? It is. Mirabelle felt self-conscious about Dumbledore's words and raised an eyebrow. It was strange to think that what was best for one could be different for another, just like saying the best things to Voldemort. For example, what was best for Mirabelle might not be the same for Harry Potter, and vice versa. But Dumbledore said that immortality was the worst thing. Mirabelle was puzzled by such a common short-sighted thought. Did he really think that eternity was the worst thing? Indeed. So, did he also desire the eternity of the Philosopher's Stone? Mirabelle's words made Dumbledore's eyes widen slightly. Mirabelle saw this and was deeply skeptical. Just as expected, the man sought experiences related to life. As to why everyone thinks that immortality is the worst, it is naturally said that one thinks of their worst habits. In such a situation, one must also seek the worst outcome in some form and then regret it. It seemed to prove a point, as Dumbledore, looking weary, said, well, foolish. A foolish experience. Denial, is it? What do you think? Dumbledore was very wary of Mirabelle, just as she was of him. A frightened girl, Dumbledore thought. No matter how one deceives their heart, wears a mask, or casually speaks, they will still step into the depths of their heart as if it were nothing. Forcing open the guard and cutting into the essence of someone like Dumbledore. Is it because the nature of both is so similar that S.Y. can see through? Mirabelle, wanting to go against her will, must find joy in that. She is still very young. If such power is used in the right direction, she should be able to become the greatest witch. Mirabelle has a strange understanding of Dumbledore, while Dumbledore has a deep understanding of Mirabelle's mind. It seems that within a year, he has mastered the art of closure, yet he balances it well. Even if he can read minds, he can understand thoughts. Because of his youthful appearance, he is closest to his foolish self, believing that Muggles should be ruled like Grindelwald. This reminds him of that time, holding back the belief that if great wizards ruled Muggles, the world would change. Now, he gives the Philosopher's Stone. It could make him happy, but it definitely won't make him happy now. Since he has become this way, there is no choice but to obediently hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Even if he were to fight now, he estimates he would win, but he also wants to reveal his trump card. He admits that he made a mistake and misread the other's abilities, stepping into a place he should not have entered. Therefore, he will cover up any failures. Mirabelle threw the Philosopher's Stone, and Dumbledore pointed his wand at it. Without hesitation, he cast a spell. A thunderous explosion. It was completely shattered. A beam of light directly struck the stone, breaking it apart. Countless fragments scattered across the floor, and nearby mice fled in panic. Then, Dumbledore summoned the wind, gathering every piece back to his hand. Let's go. I will take Harry with me. Then we will leave first. Although it was unfortunate this time, it was possible to understand that Dumbledore's abilities lacked self-awareness. Well, let's make good use of this opportunity. There was no punishment like expulsion, and for comfort, he even looked on. Mirabelle lifted her robe and began to walk down the stairs beside Dumbledore. Mirabelle's ambition was not yet fulfilled. Please forget for a moment. Let everyone remember the moment of brushing past each other. A flicker of hesitation flashed through Dumbledore's mind. To shatter? Mirabelle's actions should be suppressed, or she should be expelled from school. The school hasn't killed like Voldemort, nor has it raised forbidden creatures like Hagrid. Of course, stealing is definitely a crime. But with the school's long history, if 10 or 20 students have tampered with school equipment or other things, that's enough reason. At most, they would just get scolded. Teachers would punish them and make them change. First of all, if students were to drop out for such reasons, James Potter would have already dropped out 10 times. But anyway, Mirabelle is dangerous. It doesn't matter the severity of the crime. Even if she seems fine now, she could still become evil. Mirabelle listened, but Dumbledore's understanding of ambition had not diminished in the slightest. It was perplexing why. Should evil be nipped in the bud now? What a foolish teacher, Albus Dumbledore. However, Mirabelle was still just a first-year girl. Dumbledore believed and always insisted that every villain should have a chance to start over. It was his sense of responsibility and compassion as a teacher that held Dumbledore back. Punishment should be deserved, but should it be punishment that stifles? After all, she bore a striking resemblance to a young candidate. Because of her talent, she became conceited and had foolish dreams. She should be guided to lead her students down the right path. Dumbledore quietly whispered in his own room, while Harry lay in a coma. He knew what would happen. Until the end, there were no answers, such as what was right. Tom Riddle also could not prevent himself from falling into evil, thus giving rise to the most evil wizard in history. The casualties were heavy. Even James and Lily lost their lives. What did Dumbledore think? What kind of wizard was he really saving? Once again, a girl walked a dark path, and he felt powerless. Should he give up? If he let go, who could bring back the light? Still, there was time. Once, he would guide the students in the right direction. Would the tragedy of Voldemort repeat itself? Giving up had once caused his sister to die due to the foolish ambition of a man, the only redemption. To let students repeat his own mistakes by any means would lead to self-destruction. Just like the first time he faced his sister. Did he believe that? Ariana? Dumbledore's voice was bitter. He wanted to know if his deceased sister could hear. He was sure she knew not a thing. The battle for the Philosopher's Stone was 3 years ago, and now the day of the end-of-year feast had arrived. A large number of students were seated in the hall, making a lot of noise. The house cup was now in Slytherin's hands. The hall was adorned in Slytherin's green and silver, with a giant banner depicting a serpent, the symbol of Slytherin, hanging behind the tables. But when the feast was over, would Slytherin still hold the house cup? Mirabelle wasn't surprised by the inheritance issue. What's wrong, Mirabelle? Mirabelle contributed the most points. Victory is still early, Rena Gel. Haven't you heard that rumor? Rumor? Did Harry Potter protect the Philosopher's Stone at the hidden school? The fact that Harry fought to protect the Philosopher's Stone has spread throughout the entire school. Of course, Dumbledore immediately regulated and kept it secret. But a secret means everyone knows. Perhaps the rumor came from Harry's best friends Ron or Hermione, but surprisingly, there is little doubt either way. After all, events like Harry's injury and Quirrell's disappearance overlapped. Because of this, Harry suddenly became a hero again, accepted by everyone in the school. Now, he is hated in the school. Protecting the Philosopher's Stone, a brave hero. Such events are popular. In the end, he could score because of this matter. Really? That old man who likes surprises would enjoy it. According to the scores, Slytherin is in first place. So far, Mirabelle has scored 126 points, bringing Slytherin's score above the deserved level. But one must not relax their vigilance. That old weasel could turn around and let Gryffindor win too. Well, anyway, let's wait for Dumbledore's orders. While thinking about this, Dumbledore raised his voice. Another year. First, let's listen to the old man's nonsense, then have a good meal. A year has passed, and hopefully, the heads are clearer than before the new school year starts. The summer vacation has cleared their heads. In this regard, let's first conduct a house competition. The scores are as follows. 4th place Gryffindor, 308 points. 3rd place Hufflepuff, 352 points. 2nd place Ravenclaw, 426 points. In 1st place Slytherin, 598 points. As this was announced, Slytherin stood up from the table, stomping the floor with thunderous cheers, winning the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. It was an overwhelming victory with an overwhelming advantage that had never been seen before this year. The newcomers were thrilled to win the House Cup in their first year, while the 7th-year students were in tears for having won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. A great graduation ceremony. There was nothing more to ask for. However, amidst all this, only Mirabelle remained seated, arms crossed, waiting for the moment. Well, Slytherin, well done. But recent events must be taken into account. Hearing this was like pouring a bucket of cold water on the proud Slytherins, leaving the hall in silence. Oh, Dumbledore cleared his throat and said softly, "There will be scores given at the last moment. Well, first, Mr. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor presented the best chess match Hogwarts has never seen in years, earning 60 points. As soon as the words fell, the cheers from Gryffindor erupted. Well, however, the score assigned was 10 points more than what Mirabelle knew. Mirabelle frowned. She received Hermione Granger's report. Gryffindor was awarded 60 points for using cool magic while surrounded by fire. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, and the sound of students' footsteps filled the air. They had thought they were at the bottom, but ended up in 2nd place. They were still 170 points short of Slytherin. Understanding the mood, Dumbledore smiled and announced the score. 3rd, Mr. Harry Potter, for his extraordinary courage and perfect mental strength, was awarded 120 points for Gryffindor. Only 50 points left. The deafening cheers filled the entire place, shaking the room like an earthquake. Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the commotion and said softly, "Courage comes in many forms. It takes great courage to face an enemy, but it also takes courage to face a friend." Therefore, he wanted to give Neville Longbottom 50 points. It was like an explosion. The cheers, filled with excitement, shook the hall, and all the students stood up. In the end, they couldn't pull Slytherin from the top, but tied with them. This year would see Slytherin dominate the House Cup. All the students, except for Slytherin, were happy and congratulated each other. To undermine Harry and his friend's adventurous spirit, they decided to even the score, making them feel the difference in treatment. They could only tie the score that old man met. On the other side, Slytherin's faces were twisted with defeat, and Mirabelle was boiling inside. To be honest, Dumbledore would let Gryffindor win, which Mirabelle thought was good. Since the goal was the Philosopher's Stone, they should condemn and deduct points. But Dumbledore didn't. Did he sympathize with Mirabelle? Dumbledore even deducted points. Harry's points were equal to Mirabelle's deductions. Dumbledore deliberately avoided exposing Mirabelle's magical behavior to the whole school and instead raised Harry's score, giving him a punishment that Mirabelle could understand. That old man is really something. Mirabelle stared at Dumbledore, who was smiling brightly on stage, reassessing her previous judgment. After all, he was the only worthy opponent. Despite the mental blocking techniques, she should still be able to read his inner thoughts, just like she could read his gestures. After finishing the food on the table, Mirabelle suppressed her anger deep within her chest. It was a result of anger, humiliation, weakness, and childishness. Therefore, she decided to be patient and accept it, treating it like food. Luckily, the skin around her neck was still intact, giving her life. Then, she swallowed her anger as a lesson, realizing that she must not stifle her greatest mistakes. That humiliation would eventually be returned to Albus Dumbledore. After the exam results were announced, Mirabelle defeated Hermione to become the top of the class. With an additional point, she scored 126, achieving excellent results and being envied by her classmates as the best student of the year. If Harry Potter was the hero of Gryffindor, then Mirabelle was the anti-hero of Slytherin. It seems some students were even excited by the notion of recognizing the two as rivals, but Mirabelle did not care. Finally, it was time to go home, and she packed her luggage in her travel bag: clothes, wand, textbooks, flower pots, and bottles. Mirabelle looked at the bottle and clicked her tongue. Inside the bottle were many red shards, fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. When Dumbledore smashed it, the mouse that had been waiting on the floor behind Harry picked up the shards. Some fragments had not been recovered by Dumbledore. Mirabelle suppressed the humiliation within her as she packed the spoils into her bag. In the end, this was all she could obtain. Yet, she had to accept such humiliation. In order to win one day, even her anger would be consumed as sustenance. This was the reason for her departure. Failure. Deep in the magical world, there lay a hidden village. It resided in the depths of the earth, untouched by sunlight, a place loathed by light. The darkness leading to such a village was like a cave. A shadow moved towards it. 12-year-old Mirabelle Beresford, relying on the flickering glow, walked with her golden hair standing out even in the darkness. Her clothes were a plain uniform, and she wore a convenient sports outfit, giving her a somewhat ordinary appearance. Without hesitation, she trudged along the rough path, crushing the skulls that rolled along the way. In the distance, several bats clung to the cave walls. Among them was a fierce vampire bat, eager to attack intruders, especially those of her kind, but it did not attack the girl. This was because it wished to become like its dozens of kin, turning into one of the skulls on that path. Mirabelle finally arrived at an empty place, ignoring the bats, watching from afar. When she got there, it was a very humid and dry village. A hidden village without sunlight. Only a few races lived there. All belonged to dark creatures, beings that could move outward by waving their arms. The most prominent was once known as the Night King, whose name of fear had turned into will. The vampire, the Night King Nosferatu, Cain, Dracula, symbols of fear and embodiments of nightmares. A true legend. Just mentioning the name sends chills down the spine. It is infinitely close to decay. Even if destroyed, it will be reborn from the ashes. The monster of monsters. Once, a true demon king. But now it has become a mere story, a rare account of weak witnesses. Even Mirabelle's memories of the world hardly exist. A name only in name, the last descendant of the Demon King. Gideon Lockhart's autobiography became a convenient tool for a writer named Eldred Wapple, whose authority has become as legendary as the creature itself. Empty, the end of those who once swept across the night. Mirabelle murmured with a tone of disdainful pity. The way of avoiding public attention was being abandoned by the failed. Voldemort took a terrifying name, and even the reason for its existence was vague. Voldemort controlled all dark creatures, but for some reason, never used vampires. The reason could be understood just by looking at the village. It was clear, and one even wanted to speak, knowing that there was nothing needed in the village. After observing the village for a while, a dark figure appeared. A pale-faced man with thin cheeks. Sharp fangs grew from his mouth, telling a story. However, his face showed no ambition, reminding one of the oppressed. A vampire? No matter. A wizard with a name for himself? The man looked at Mirabelle with dead fish-like eyes. In his eyes, there was only helpless disappointment. He showed no anger towards the intruder, just slumped shoulders as if he had already given up on everything. Mirabelle said some disdainful words. Ha, killing. What is there to boast about? The more mice are killed, the more the remaining mice will react. There is no lie in the truth. Once upon a time, Western vampires were synonymous with terror. In the world of Muggles, they are still used in creations, depicted as monsters that fear life. A kind of pity that transcends mockery and even anger. They possess the power of life, the conquerors of life. Those vampires. But what? What is going on with such downfall? So, may I ask, what is the secret? It is said to be infinitely close to decay. A sharp fang from an arm. Can it be given? Anyway, it'll grow back later, right? Mirabelle hopes to surpass the class of immortality. The most formidable aspect is the deepest black magic, but Mirabelle enjoys it, because a soul-ripping act severely weakens the existence of the soul itself. Additionally, Mirabelle's beloved appearance becomes ugly. She cannot bear to distort herself, the world's finest artwork. Moreover, the split spirit itself is so absolute. If the soul vessel is destroyed, immortality is certain, but conversely, the soul vessel itself has a weakness. It can easily be destroyed by powerful magical attacks, such as demon fire. Mirabelle's thoughts increase in number, but soon she considers the ideas to be the most foolish. Soul weapons split the soul, once escaping the act of soul weakening, if repeated several times. One will be reduced to a husk without even a soul. Mirabelle thought, first to exclude the soul device from the candidate list. Therefore, Mirabelle yearned to weaken the decayed in any way possible. A scratched soul, a lost existence. To obtain an eternity deserving of a cold ruler. The most ideal state. Mirabelle found the key to the vampire's lair. That's the reason for coming all this way. The pride of the fangs can't easily give it up. Mirabelle smiled in response to the tired vampire's answer. A mocking tone, that gentle smile, a sigh of relief, seeing that they hadn't completely lost their dignity. If they obediently handed over their fangs, then it would be a warning. Correct. As a superior species, losing the last shred of pride. Mirabelle anticipated such a reaction. Vampires. That's the reason for it. If they're still proud, what should they do with that pride? Just prepare to stay in this state for a lifetime? How could a clan that was even hailed as the Night King be abandoned and still suffer such a disastrous defeat? The reason the name of vampires has fallen is because of another dark force, Dementors and Voldemort's Death Eaters. The terrifying shadow has now been passed on. Vampires indeed have many weaknesses. They fear garlic, running water, sunlight, and crucifixes. They can be destroyed by ordinary wooden stakes, purified by silver, and frightened by the Bible. No wonder they're so afraid. But these are the clans closest to decay. The ease of achieving immortality also attracted Mirabelle's interest. She has no idea what kind of journey they have gone through, but once bitten by a vampire, one becomes the same vampire. So the risk is much greater than that of a Horcrux. If that's the case, could they figure out how to create decayed beings? That's why Mirabelle thought of the sharp fangs. There's no excuse, but there's no other way. The trends of the era have already fallen behind. That's how it is. What if the trends of that era return? What? The trends of the era will come again, and it will summon them. It will eliminate old concepts and establish a new order in the world. Does she want that world to regain its former glory? A girl less nonsense. Yet, there's a strange power in her words. It has a strong charm that makes one want to believe it. The vampire, who should have the alluring charm of mesmerizing eyes, is about to be captivated by a girl. The vampire unconsciously swallowed. Well, at this stage, it's just a daydream, and there's nothing to be done about it. In this way, it also brings compensation. Compensation, you say? Who? That's just nonsense. Just now, I was looking at her with a face full of melancholy. Mirabelle smiled slightly and used her wand to cast a cutting spell. Immediately, her right palm split open, and bright red blood oozed from her palm. Do you want it? Blood of a vampire. The bloodline of the world's most beautiful and talented virgin is a kind of enjoyment. It is fair to consider oneself the best in the world. But can one deny it? Even if the vampire suppresses it with reason, the eyes are still bloodshot, and the throat feels parched. The tongue hangs loosely, and in that moment of awareness, she feels herself glued to the deep red liquid. She should drink it. It is an invitation to a deal with the devil, a reversal of magic. What will she do? Continue living a miserable life without pride? Or entrust her pride to pave the way for the future? She doesn't mind anyway. If she refuses, it will become a story until she is forced to accept it. One concession, the girl said, if willing, she would forcibly tear it apart, ripping off its poisonous fangs and making such a deal. She does this out of a certain respect for the vampire race. How domineering. How absurd. However, her strong self-esteem reminded her of the vampire, who calmly surveyed the dark night. The girl was once the Night Queen. In her awareness, the vampire had already extended its tongue to swallow the blood that was offered. It crouched like a dog, accepting the blood dripping from her. Seeing this, Mirabelle said triumphantly, was the deal successful? After a long time, the vampire, whose stomach was filled with fresh blood for the first time, nodded slightly and used its claws to sever its own arm. Then it pulled out its fangs and handed everything over to the girl. Mirabelle quietly accepted. Using magic to chill it, nodding in satisfaction. She was very pleased, thanking for the cooperation. After getting what she wanted, the girl turned around, seemingly indifferent. However, when she reached the edge of the village, the vampire called out in a panic. Wait. Hey, tell me the name Mirabelle Beresford. If you're interested in the new world, just look for her. After saying that, the girl left the hidden village. Watching the girl's back, the vampire sensed the arrival of a new era. Undoubtedly, the tide of a new era was approaching. A wave, even surpassing Voldemort. A tsunami-like revolution ruthlessly swept away all that could oppose it, destroying the so-called Old Order. Anticipating its arrival, the vampire bowed in the direction the girl had left. The fallen vampire awaited the rise once again. He had been persuaded. On both sides of Milan Crescent Street were ordinary houses. There stood a naturally white mansion. The mansion, with a total height exceeding 20, was particularly conspicuous, yet unintentional. All the roads seemed to brush past it as if it were a matter of course. If anyone felt comfortable in the luxurious mansion across the street from the residential area, it would probably just be Harry Potter. Indeed, it was a wizard's villa, surrounded by anti-Muggle spells. Just like the Leaky Cauldron in London, it proudly stood in the center of a Muggle town, yet attracted no attention. Originally, Heathcote Beresford, the head of the Beresford family, had built a villa out of anger towards the Muggle town, but soon grew tired of it and abandoned the town. But now, two people were visiting the mansion that should have been empty. Did they know anything? Mirabelle Beresford, the current head of the Beresford family, sat cross-legged on a chair in the living room, proudly occupying the seat. After taking a sip of the tea brewed by the servant, she murmured, "Tastes good." The servant's magical skills were quite decent, but it seemed he needed more practice with black tea. Indeed, sister. The tea was brewed by a young man whose face was wrapped in bandages. His name was Quirinus Quirrell, a former teacher at Hogwarts who had only recently taught defense against the dark arts. However, at the end of the school year, he was defeated in a confrontation with Mirabelle over the Philosopher's Stone, cursed by loyalty, and became a follower of Voldemort. He only knew his master, who had already lost his body. If he attached himself to someone else, he would become a shadow. So, to live in such a state, he must be a monster. Quirrell was a Death Eater. That's why he tried to find some weakness in Voldemort. But the results were refreshing. After all, the young man who had just become Voldemort's servant seemed to have no important information. If he said he wasn't disappointed, that would be a lie, even with lowered expectations. Mirabelle sighed and took another sip of the servant's poorly brewed tea. Well, there's nothing to be done about it, so at least let's utilize some knowledge. Knowledge? Speaking of which, Voldemort's teacher was quite skilled in cunning legal matters, right? The mansion would be used for some kind of ceremony. Just in case, measures were taken to deceive the Ministry of Magic. What? Mirabelle talks about something that seems obvious, but it's actually a very difficult problem. Every underage which has a trace, a scent, in using magic will immediately be known by the Ministry of Magic. If magic is used outside of school, officials will come looking for it right away. However, if one has even a little understanding of the Ministry of Magic, they know it's very hard to get rid of it. It's been handed over to be completed within a year. Then, what happens when it's done? Mirabelle expressed her concerns about Chilo with a cold smile that revealed her fear. Upon seeing this, Chilo suddenly realized, if you succeed, you get killed. In some ways, girls can be more ruthless and heartless than Voldemort. If deemed a useful tool, they will be discarded without mercy, just like throwing a broken toy into the trash. Chilo was determined to complete the task. After all, if abandoned, even a bug could determine their fate. Betting one's life, there must be expectations. Chilo charged towards the mansion with a strong declaration, flying back home through the chimney. A 1-year grace period. Also, they must fulfill the master's wishes and find a way to deceive the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, the plan would continue. Loving bugs, Chilo ran. First, they would undertake a reasonable and arduous task, doing everything possible to gain that sister's recognition. The only way to survive. Back at her parents' house, Mirabelle looked back at the maid's desperate attitude and tilted her head in surprise. In fact, deceiving the Ministry of Magic to evade tracking was like a test, and she did not expect Chilo to complete the task alone. She was considering how to manage some things herself. Just a quick test to see how well she could do. If she could get even a little attention from the Ministry of Magic, it would be fine. Even if successful, it would only result in a light punishment and resolution. She tried to soothe with a smile, but for some reason, Mirabelle looked confused. As she had cornered Chilo. As long as there's motivation, if it could brighten the mood, there would be nothing better. Mirabelle persuaded herself to walk towards the living room. Her father was sitting there, the younger brother of her brother. How did Mirabelle do? He asked. See for yourself. She opened her bag and placed the test paper with the grades on the table. Where her father picked it up, his face initially stiffened, then gradually crumbled, and finally turned red. It seemed he regained his composure instantly, cleared his throat, and tightened his face again. The top student in all subjects, contributing 126 points to the academy, indeed, was his daughter. Well done, Mirabelle. He casually asked, how did Malfoy's son do? In total, 427 out of 500, which is reasonable. His contribution to the academy is 32 points. Ha ha ha. I see. Is it an overwhelming victory for my daughter? By the way, since Mirabelle scored slightly above full marks in all subjects, her 970 points out of 500 was a perplexing number. This was because her points came from practical combat, and she already possessed abilities equivalent to 7th grade. Hermione scored 614 points, ranking second, but according to Mirabelle, despite being Muggle-born, she was a fierce warrior. If she were in a pure-blood family and received the same education, she might have done better than Mirabelle. The monopoly of the House Cup was painful, but it was of no use. By the way, Mirabelle, what do you want? I'll buy you anything. To be honest, I want to eat Chinese food, but as expected, it's reasonable. Moreover, Mirabelle had already used the disillusionment charm, so when she really wanted to eat, she would. Mirabelle, will you play Quidditch next semester? Will Malfoy's son be there? I think so. Another cup of tea? Just like Chilo's brew, it's usually very delicious. After all, tea is definitely not the same. Well, then I should join the team and crush Malfoy's son. With the skills of the silver arrow made by Leonardo, there's no enemy. The father was from the same Slytherin as Malfoy, so even if he played a positive role, it would only make him happy. Is that so? Then I'll use it. From Mirabelle's perspective, Malfoy was honestly not a threat. A spoiled boy like him could never become a rival, posing no threat at all. In contrast, Hermione and Harry Potter from Gryffindor could become rivals. Of course, Hermione was intelligent. Harry Potter was explosive. Both were still Mirabelle's enemies. But she knew what would happen if they continued to grow like this. The future for both was bright. At this point, Mirabelle automatically ignored the most useless Ron. Well, when they actually met, he had already climbed to an unreachable height. In the first year, she misjudged Dumbledore's abilities and failed. However, due to that failure, she was fortunate enough to accurately see the heights she needed to overcome. A low peak, but she would climb it. Mirabelle was filled with doubt as she took a sip of tea. Flying to Diagon Alley via a chimney, she glanced at the paper in her hand and sighed. It was a list of required textbooks for her first semester, but it was terrible. Some of them were the ridiculous books by Gilderoy Lockhart. Besides treating them as reading material, she couldn't believe such things were considered textbooks. What bothered Mirabelle even more was Flourish and Blots. The book signing events were a nuisance. And because of the long lines of young witches, it was difficult to buy books. After finally purchasing all her books, Mirabelle walked into the dark, overturned alley. Hoping for interesting things, Borgin and Burke's remained the best place to buy illegal goods. Mirabelle hesitated as she walked down the dirty alley and entered the filthy shop. Then, it seemed that the customer had already arrived. A familiar figure stood there. A pale face, a pointed chin, and golden hair. Definitely Draco Malfoy. He seemed to have noticed Mirabelle's entrance and raised his voice. Ugh. Next to him stood a boy who had clearly grown taller, easily identifiable as his father. So, was that Lucius Malfoy? Beresford, what are you doing here? None of your business, Draco said, trying to walk towards the counter, but Lucius blocked his path. He looked down at Mirabelle with an appreciative gaze, and Mirabelle looked up at Lucius with a provocative smile. Lucius instinctively tried to project a sense of intimidation, but compared to Dumbledore, he felt like a child who was scared. Instead, he was consumed by Mirabelle's ambition. Beresford's daughter, right? I've heard you're quite the witch, Lucius remarked. I've also heard that Lucius Malfoy, a smart Death Eater, is in quite the position. Sparks flew between the two, and the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if wands were about to be drawn. At first glance, it seemed they were glaring at each other equally, but Lucius was genuinely surprised. I've heard the stories. A girl, yet a rather arrogant one, a strange sense of intimidation. However, when faced with her, Lucius swallowed hard. What? Is she really the same age as my son? It was as if the girl's appearance contradicted everything else. He realized he was out of his depth. Has her father not taught you how to speak to your elders? If he knew his father well, he should have understood there was no reason to be polite. Tisich, Lucius clicked his tongue, his face contorting. Of course, as it was said, Beresfords would always show politeness to the Malfoys. After all, Hiscote still hadn't given up on sending Lucius to Azkaban. With a vengeful, snake-like demeanor, he continued to wait for Lucius to show his true colors. That annoying one still thought Lucius was a Death Eater. A damn clan worse than the Weasleys. Lucius turned to leave the shop, as if he wanted to say something more. Draco chased after him, leaving Mirabelle alone with the shopkeeper. Ah, sister, did you buy anything? The shopkeeper, a hunchback man named Boking, stroked his black hair and spoke to Mirabelle. To be honest, I just came to look at the products, didn't find anything interesting, so I was about to head home. Since I came here, I might as well buy something. Thinking this, Mirabelle picked up a strange mask leaning against the wall. The chilling stone mask was covered in cracks. It would make the perfect gift for Quirrell, especially since he had been burned by Harry during the term's battle for the Philosopher's Stone. It concealed the true identity, killing two birds with one stone. Oh, you like that mask, right? A perfect dish for hiding one's identity. What kind of hand is that? Oh, a silver hand, almost like a real one, revered as a prosthetic. Quirrell had lost his face and one arm after being burned by Harry. In such a case, it was just the right product to replace the prosthetic. After paying a slightly higher price, she bought the item and left the shop. Overall, it was a good place for school shopping. Now all that remained was to wait for the start date. The only problem was the competent Professor Lockhart. If he were to die, she might get expelled from school. She liked him, but it was best to take direct measures. Lockhart's book could only serve as a way to pass the time for now. After reading it, she found it strangely interesting. To her surprise, that man seemed more suited to being a storyteller than a wizard. On the Hogwarts Express, Mirabelle was immersed in a book, swayed by the pleasant vibrations. She was reading one of Lockhart's books titled Vampires, A Journey on the Barchilly, which told the story of Lord Lockhart traveling the world on a vampire ship. Mirabelle, recalling her memory, knew that the protagonist was not actually Lockhart, but another character who had been memory erased. It was quite entertaining to watch. Some parts were written with imagination. Some areas were embellished to make himself look cool, and some scenes lacked description. While she was reading, she heard the sound of the compartment door opening and the voice of a female student. Sorry, is this seat taken? No. Thank you. Without taking her eyes off the book, she turned the page. She sensed two students entering the compartment, but she was only slightly disturbed. It didn't seem matter who came in. However, it seemed they did not want to stay quiet. One of them spoke with pressure. Haha, another filthy Granger. Can't you just read in peace? She looked up. Oh, wait a minute, Millicent, but maybe we are in the same carriage, so let me introduce myself. It seemed that one of the students speaking was named Millicent. She expressed her views very clearly, like a girl who was very articulate. Mirabelle decided that there was no way out, and she put the book down on her lap. The two girls gasped and took a step back. Clearly, they didn't know who it was, as the face was obscured by a book. Huh? Beresford? After all, it makes sense. I thought something was off, but wasn't he? Not even a student knew Mirabelle. The best student in Slytherin, the most beautiful girl in the school. A student with a unique presence that felt like a force of nature. The overwhelming presence she displayed during Halloween is still fresh in my memory, deeply etched in the hearts of the students. The feelings towards Slytherin can be categorized into three types: respect, admiration, and fear. There is pure respect for that overwhelming ability to exist, completely fascinated, blindly believing herself to be the leader of Slytherin. Conversely, those who fear her high abilities deny her harshly. The two female students seemed to fall into the third category. Wait, they quickly wanted to turn back, but it was already too late. They had jumped into the beast's cage. The hem of their robes was caught by a hand, forcibly pulling them back into the compartment. Onto the chair. Millicent said to a girl that she was quite a tall student, but Mirabelle's face showed no significance. Mirabelle seems to exceed the appearance suitable for a boy with good physical strength. Seeing a face and running away is really rude. They might mistake it for a beast or something, right? And beasts are better. Millicent, shut up. Millicent's words were interrupted by another student with a squashed face like a pug. The student seemed quite afraid of Mirabelle. In fact, they should be afraid, unless extremely respected. They would do anything, but clearly, that wasn't the case. It looked like a real pug, with a face full of terror, even giving off a strange charm. What to do, stay calm. You might already know Mirabelle Beresford, a Slytherin student in her second year. And what about? Millicent Bulstrode is also in her second year, Slytherin, along with Pansy Parkinson. Well, second-year students. Millicent Parkinson remembers the names, but remembers who and what their roles are. Can't be as heavy as Malfoy's belt. Bulstrode Parkinson. Huh? Just now, that was said. Hermione Granger. Oh, Granger. The two hurried to defend Mirabelle's question. First, I heard Granger's name, and in terms of bloodlines. In the magical world, there are very few that can surpass the Beresford family's bloodline. You know about Hermione Granger. Do you know Granger? Oh, first, why call her Mudblood? Mudblood is the greatest insult, even taboo in the wizarding world. For example, it signifies racist contempt, equivalent to calling a black person the N-word. Therefore, Hogwarts students who use this term, Slytherin students, would be excluded. Hermione, who is Muggle-born but excels academically, is particularly easy to become a target of such insults. And Mirabelle has heard Slytherins say this multiple times behind the scenes. Muggle blood. Then why is there Muggle blood? Because Muggles can use magic like anyone else and are chosen for classes. So, the Granger who excels at magic seems more like the chosen one. What do you think? Then, Millicent couldn't refute what Mirabelle said and let out a slight sigh. In the end, it seemed she was just repeating without truly understanding the meaning of the words mudseed. In any case, does she really understand? Is it just parroting what others around her say, influenced by her parents' education and borrowed ideas? Mirabelle lowered her eyelids, wearing a sad expression. Once again, she found the pervasive pure-blood ideology in a magical world quite troublesome. Even children understand the true meaning of the words and casually spout that muddy rhetoric. How long will it take to completely eradicate it? Even if deeply rooted, how many years will it take to change the mindset of those who dominate the magical world? Realizing the depth of the trouble caused by the pure-blood ideology, Mirabelle opened her eyes. Then Millicent and Pansy looked at her with confusion, as if they had heard something. Can they understand? Do you think the blood of Muggles is tainted, Ms. Beresford? How heavy? Is it good or bad to say it's heavy? Answering Parkinson's question, Mirabelle spoke about her thoughts and then interrupted herself. She could say more. The fundamental idea is exactly the opposite. In any case, a respectable pure-blood ideologue would tell Mirabelle that those who have been eliminated, even if they unify the world, should also be purified as trash. Cut off the rotten branches and eliminate the causes of decay. Thus, the path to a new world will eventually open. Now, let us leave the worthless legacy of the fundamental causes of such ideologies, starting from Salazar Slytherin. A basilisk, a snake that kills Muggles, was left in the Chamber of Secrets. In the newly created world, such things are necessary. It will trample every piece of flesh, trampling on thoughts. A Slytherin student denied and destroyed the Slytherin ideology. What could be more enjoyable than that? Thinking this, Mirabelle smiled fiercely for a moment. Sydney Beresford was the most attention-grabbing member of this year's new students. With beautiful silver hair reaching down to her waist and bright blue eyes like a clear sky, her charm led others to mistakenly believe she was a girl. But the most significant reason was still her sister Mirabelle's presence. After all, during the sorting ceremony, she suddenly became very intimidating, silencing those around her, and when a giant arrived, it instantly silenced all of Slytherin. She did nothing but spoke softly. Her brother also became the center of attention. Most hoped to join Slytherin like their sister, but unexpectedly ended up in Hufflepuff. Of course, some students breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it proved that he was at least not as radical as his sister. After the sorting ceremony, a welcome feast was held. A variety of dishes were lined up, and classmates chatted about their hopes and anxieties for the new year. The focus of attention was the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. It seemed there were few fans, yet 60 female students were excited about him. Slytherin House was no exception. Professor Lockhart, who was believed to be the author of the book, would become a teacher. For some reason, her heart was now racing. What's wrong, Edith? Are you also a fan of Lockhart? It feels like I can't believe I really get to see him. And the things he does are magical, making reality feel surreal. While listening to Edith's story, she picked up a sandwich from the neatly arranged table. Sandwiches are the most popular British food in the world. A simple yet versatile food found everywhere around the globe, varying by country. Mirabelle first picked up a sandwich filled with chicken and took a gentle bite. The bread softened the slightly lingering taste of the chicken, creating a harmonious flavor. The charm of the sandwich lies in the fact that it tastes good no matter what is put in it. But Mirabelle prefers sandwiches that have a good balance of meat and vegetables, as they're the easiest for her to enjoy. If given a choice, she likes it best with just one type of crusty bread. Mirabelle prefers the soft type that is popular in Huagua. That impression can be correct, Edith. The main character of the book, Lockhart, exists in reality. Many exaggerated fictional things exist based on Lockhart as a model. Professor Lockhart really exists. So it must have been written from personal experience, right? That's why it's said to be exaggerated. All right, I will prove in class. Chewing and swallowing a French bread bacon lettuce sandwich. It seems I like it. The sandwich is fine, but part of it is wasted with meat or cream. So I want to take action. That's another matter, but the child named Sydney is Mirabelle's brother, right? The siblings are both super beautiful. What kind of genes do they have? Totally. Sydney looks like his mother, but his brother looks like his father, with a serious face. Just as Mirabelle said, her son Simon is obviously that slender and beautiful type. His face could be mistaken for a villain with quite dark skin. However, in fact, he is the most delicate and fragile member of the Beresford family, so one can judge by appearances. To say, he is also the most shameless and selfish. Suddenly, a noisy sound was heard. What are they discussing, Edith? Oh, Percy Weasley, the youngest brother, drove a flying car and jumped into the Forbidden Forest, causing rumors everywhere. Malfoy is very happy to spread that it is also the reason for his expulsion. I don't know where the rumors come from, but it is a well-known fact that Harry Potter's friends took a flying car to school. Normally, being expelled from school would be strange, or one could say, being expelled is a natural outrage. If Edith did the same thing, I believe she would end up packing her bags too. However, a boy, Harry Potter, the hero of the magical world, the one most admired by Dumbledore, would be punished, while his friends would be exonerated. I wonder what Mirabelle would think. Exonerated for 10 galleons. What about that? Starting tomorrow, 10 galleons will be present in class, and nothing will happen. I bet Malfoy seems to be the only one pleased that Harry will eventually be expelled. Most students believe Harry will be forgiven, and indeed he will be. Just how powerful is the name of the living boy? More precisely, he would be expelled from school, but in the end, there is no doubt that the complaints from the entire wizarding world would drown Hogwarts, and Dumbledore's office would undoubtedly be filled with roaring letters. Even if he was discovered by several Muggles and ignored the law to drive into the Forbidden Forest, it could not negate Harry Potter's feats. After finishing dessert, the treacle tart, they arrived at the Slytherin common room, led by the upperclassmen. The common room still had a creepy smell, but once accustomed to it, it became quite an attractive place. As she looked around the common room, Edith patted Mirabelle's shoulder and smiled. So glad to see you again, Mirabelle. Oh, right. I'm also glad to see you, Edith. That's not wrong. Thinking about it, Mirabelle smiled at Edith, and that smile was both fake and sarcastic. Good morning, Mirabelle. Oh, good morning, Edith. Waking up from a good night's sleep, they chatted with Edith on the way to the Great Hall, and then sat at the Slytherin table. The beginning of the morning. To say it exaggeratedly, the condition of the morning depends on whether you can comfortably spend today as morning. That is why Mirabelle thinks breakfast is more important than anything else. In other words, it is the engine of the car, the lifeblood of life. No, you can have a healthy one. What is the first class? Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Wow, starting with that class. Edith likes McGonagall. The head of Gryffindor House does too. But most importantly, she likes the suffocating atmosphere of the tight-knit group. And she is good at Transfiguration. Good teachers, Professor McGonagall's subject is Transfiguration. ISNT, they're a more disgusting combination. That is why Edith's first day of the new semester can be gloomy, just like today's weather. If only the class would be fine, but that is more important than anything else. Don't be sad. Just think of your favorite flying lessons. Using a knife to cut the bacon and eggs into pieces, she stabbed them with a fork and put them in her mouth. Usually, it is eaten with sauce or mayonnaise, but the bacon seems to have no necessary salty taste. The buttered toast is crispy, but it retains the original softness of the bread inside. The house elves at school seem to be doing a good job as always. After swallowing what was in her mouth, she poured milk down her throat and took a deep breath. Quiet, serene light. Happiness. The dietary culture that animals can never experience, only allowed to humans. Closing her eyes, she buried her consciousness inside herself, enjoying the afterglow. Mirabelle's secret pleasure of the morning. But stealing a car and being expelled from school is justified. Waiting for her neck, you know. Did you not think about how it feels for her father to see the car drive away? Suddenly, a ridiculous sound echoed, shattering Mirabelle's afterglow. The sound was so loud that the floorboards trembled and the plates on the table rattled like an earthquake. Last night, she received a letter from Dumbledore, and her father was worried that it would be embarrassing. Remember, to raise a child, if he makes a mistake, Harry could die. Completely lost his composure. Her father's government agency was being questioned. It was all his fault. Now, slightly violating the rules, they will bring him back home. After seemingly roaring, the anger finally subsided. The students in the hall shifted their attention to the source of the sound and saw Harry and Ron almost toppled over. Obviously, that previous letter was the one that sent the roaring message. So surprised, that howling letter. If she remembers correctly, its voice was hundreds of times higher than usual. So if she opened it quickly, would it explode? What is Mirabelle doing? Mirabelle didn't answer anything, silently standing up from the chair. Then, she reached into her bosom and took out a giant staff proportional to her height. It was a type of staff used with blunt weapons, said to be made from vampire trees. Mirabelle walked over to the Gryffindor table. Then Edith saw it. A giant black Shura illusion with a bear claw hand flickered behind Mirabelle. Edith even heard the sound of fearful breathing, huffing, and puffing. Wait, Mirabelle, what are you doing with that wand? Kill that bastard. Huh. Edith thought, no matter what, she would really do something like that. But Mirabelle was currently able to do it. Edith tightly gripped Mirabelle's foot, determined to turn her friend into a criminal. If she let go, Ron would really die. She was ready to shoot Ron Weasley with an offensive spell. Let go, Edith. You're disturbing breakfast, you damned fool. Because of resistance. Barking male resistance. Victim. Stop. You only know you're disturbing breakfast. Why is the boiling point of food so low? Afterwards, due to Edith's efforts, Mirabelle regained her composure and postponed Ron's execution. The delay was frightening, but now there was no choice but to wait for the anger to fade with time. By the way, from that point on, Ronald Weasley would be mysteriously struck with bloodlust every time he entered a 30-foot radius of Mirabelle. McGonagall's transfiguration class turned beetles into buttons. A minor task, but it seemed most students had forgotten what they learned over the holidays, and very few were able to complete it. It goes without saying that Harry Potter was among the majority who could not do it. During the subsequent break, it was a good opportunity for students to rest their feet, especially many second-year students, because they would participate in the Quidditch competition this year, were practicing flying. Watching the students, Mirabelle and Edith were walking outside. Look at the brooms. The latest Firebolt 2001. It could compare to Potter's Firebolt 2000. Draco gathered his friends and proudly showed off his broom. He was bragging about the latest competition broom, the Firebolt 2001, released this year. It was very disappointing that Harry got the Firebolt 2000 as an exception. Getting an Ultra Firebolt 2000 broom seemed to put him in a bad mood. He seemed to notice Mirabelle nearby and proudly said, "What do you think, Beresford? Still think it's like Potter?" Huh. Oh. Mirabelle glanced at Malfoy with little interest. In his hand was indeed a magnificent new broomstick, shining with a glow proportional to its owner. By the way, did she bring her own broom? Would it be like the Weasley family, still using the school's broom after 2 years? Of course, her broom. Mirabelle spoke while showing Malfoy a broomstick. It was a strange, beautiful broomstick with a silver-adorned handle. Its outline was thinner and sharper than a clean, sweeping broom, tapering to a point at the end, with golden letters spelling Silver Arrow painted in between. It bore the mark of its creator, Leonardo. One could tell at a glance that it was a high-quality broomstick. It was as good as Malfoy's Nimbus 2001, and if Malfoy was under an optical illusion, it seemed to be a masterpiece with even more attention to detail than the Nimbus. That Silver Arrow, a reproduced broomstick, but remade for itself. Usually, only properly registered broomsticks can be ridden. Moreover, selfish modifications and enhancements to the enchantments are permitted. At best, only minor maintenance can be done according to 1's flying habits. But the Silver Arrow was an exception. Handcrafted by an artisan, every single part was meticulously crafted. In short, no two broomsticks were the same. Therefore, broomsticks made by Leonardo and bearing his mark were recognized as silver arrows and allowed to be used. Without a doubt, it was a broomstick designed by Leonardo Yux himself, named Silver Arrow. In other words, it was simply a broomstick with outstanding performance. It could be prohibited for use. Because it was a handcrafted broomstick, the regulations were lenient. Of course, it was just a classification issue. When it came to performance, the story was entirely different. Besides the traditional technology of the Nimbus, it incorporated cutting-edge broomstick technology from the yet-to-be-released crossbow, remade as the Silver Arrow. Like the crossbow, it was a new generation of competitive broomsticks for flying, which could be referred to as the Silver Arrow 2. Arrongi bronchikik Nimbus 2001. Oh, Miss Beresford, is the Silver Arrow. Hodge Malfoy had just said something sad when he was interrupted. He seemed to be concerned about the flying students during the break. Just then, Mirabelle's Silver Arrow seemed to catch his eye, approaching with a strange smile. Apparently, he was also well aware of one of the silver arrows. The slender design, the gripping handle, the arrow-like sharp tip, how nostalgic. A very beautiful broomstick. Many learned to fly with a broomstick at that age. It was a pity it had been discontinued. If the series were still available, it would definitely be the best-selling in the industry, surpassing the Nimbus series. Was it a good broomstick? Edith curiously asked the dejected Hodge. No matter how good the broomstick was, it was an old model from years ago. One could doubt whether it could compete with the current Nimbus. Hodge nodded confidently. Yes, that's right. As for the best broomstick, everyone wanted the Silver Arrow. Because it was so popular, it was rarely produced, and there were even queues in stores. Undoubtedly, it was one of the many broomsticks still in use today. By the way, will Miss Beresford ride it again later? Well, it's fine, but oh, thank you, I'm looking forward to after class. Edith saw Hodge smiling again in front of the students, and she let out a bitter laugh. It seemed Hodge was quite fond of the silver arrow. The look in his eyes sparkled like a child who had found a toy, and she couldn't help but smile. On the other hand, Malfoy was glaring at Mirabelle's silver arrow with a bitter expression, seemingly defeated. Haha, it's all determined by the performance of the broomstick. Malfoy angrily walked away, but everyone knew that this failure was sour. Just a moment ago, he was boasting about the performance of his own broomstick. Edith mumbled, picking up her favorite number 7 broomstick. It seemed to her that the broomstick was the only one. I like it. Oh, is that broomstick? The cleaning one was also wrong. I prefer the other one. After all, it gives a different sense of stability. Shouldn't T1 use the appropriate broomstick and be misled by the latest terms? It's not that simple. The cleaning broomstick manufacturing company made the world's first mass-produced competitive broomstick. In contrast, competitive broomsticks like the Silver Arrow were handcrafted by artisans. But due to supply issues and the growing demand, handcrafted broomsticks disappeared from the market. Instead, the new broomsticks that emerged were mass-produced magical broomsticks like the Nimbus Comet. And the cleaning series was its pioneer. The first broomstick started from number 1, and as the quantity increased, the improvements in stability and turning speed ranked among the best in the industry. I understand why Malfoy was so aggressive towards Mirabelle. He was very disappointed. I know. I'm interested in that kind of guy's thoughts. So ruthless. Could Malfoy become a masochist? Thinking about such rude things made Edith blush and heat up, watching the students fly through the air on their broomsticks. In the afternoon, there was Snape's potions class. They were taught how to effectively use herbs like lavender and sage and how to synthesize them. Then, Malfoy's lackey failed, emitting a stinky rotten egg smell. But there was no special punishment. If it were Harry Potter, he would have lost points by now. After finishing, it was finally time for the defense against the dark arts class. Mirabelle and Edith walked to the classroom, knowing why Harry's 2 friends looked so tired. It seemed that Gryffindor should have defense against the dark arts with Slytherin. Judging by Harry's level of frustration, the class seemed to be terrible. Hermione overestimated Lockhart. Did you see the class? Harry must have wanted to share some experience. Should the elf steal the wand and hide under the table? Wake up, Hermione. Edith frowned at what she heard, looking at Harry with suspicion. The boy who defeated a vampire and a werewolf. And even an elf can't stop him? Nonsense, anyway. He can. Even if she didn't want to, when Edith remembered what Mirabelle said during the welcome party, she couldn't help but smile. Not long after, as they brushed past each other, Harry looked at Mirabelle, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing and walked away. He might have wanted to ask about defeating Quirrell, but he didn't say anything because the atmosphere around Mirabelle made it hard to talk. When they arrived at the classroom, everyone was seated. Lockhart cleared his throat and took out a book. The cover of the book had Lockhart's picture, and he winked. While speaking, he pointed to the photo of himself. Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd class Merlin Medal, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He took pride in that. The smile didn't make the Cardiff werewolf tame. Speaking of which, he thought it was a witty joke. However, very few students laughed at his ridiculous words, and most cast pale glances at the teacher on stage. Nevertheless, Lockhart seemed oblivious to such a cold reaction and began to speak in a self-important tone. Of course, everyone has read my book, right? So I want to start with a simple test. Don't worry, it's just a perfect test to check how much you've read. In Lockhart's mind, it seemed natural that the students had read his book. While distributing the test papers, he provided further explanations. Sadly, among Gryffindor, apart from Hermione Granger, no one scored full marks. Of course, the same was true for Slytherin. Mirabelle saw the exam paper and instinctively wanted to tear it up. After all, everything written was about Lockhart's favorite color, his secret ambitions, his birthday, and so on. Moreover, she hated it because it was written on both sides. She wanted to hit him to grab Lockhart by the chest and keep hitting until he revealed his true self. Mirabelle barely clenched her fist, but was stopped by Edith standing beside her. Calm down. After saying this, Mirabelle slightly regained her composure and clicked her tongue. Then, forcing herself to suppress her frustration, she grabbed a feather quill and buried herself in the work of filling in the blanks. It's easy to hit, but it has to be right. So let us discuss it again next year. Nothing has changed since that plot. On the contrary, it seems like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After using it, it must be crushed. 30 minutes later, Lockhart collected the papers and flipped through them. Then he shook his head and said, wrong on purpose. What is the problem? Why didn't you mention your favorite color is lavender? It seems very few students read vampires and slow sailing. You didn't write that the vampire only eats lettuce. Edith, is your secret ambition to become the most famous in the world? Does it make you look like a famous follower? Look, actually, no matter how you look at it, it's an attention-grabbing thing, but it's never been said. Lockhart shook his head in surprise and then took a piece of the answer sheet. But Beresford remembered the name of the first Muggle ship, the Nebulan. She also knew that she would be very happy to receive magical and non-magical harmonies at her birthday party. And it was perfect great. Slytherin gets 10 points. Getting 10 points was great, but there would be complaints. After that, Lockhart held a class on activities, and nothing was done. Usually, one would think it would be like the first time, but for boys, it doesn't apply. Nearly 50 students believed that this year, those remaining in the room named Lockhart would be in some state. As soon as such a ridiculous class ended, Mirabelle got up from her seat and walked over to Lockhart. "Excuse me, Professor Lockhart." "Oh, Beresford. What's the matter?" "Actually, I want to learn more about the illusion of the slow year of Yuki, but the places in this book are prohibited from browsing the shelves. So, if you agree, could you lend me the power of your name, Professor Lockhart? With your signature, I can check the banned books and understand the merits more deeply." "Oh, the slow year of Yuki, right? That essay book about strong emotional attachment. Interesting, isn't it?" "Yes." After getting Lockhart's signature, she flattered him with a moderate tone. In fact, it was far from a compliment and utterly rude, but he clearly didn't even notice. Anyway, the ignorance of the concept also understands the serious danger of banned books. One might even wonder why those books are allowed for younger students to read. Unless there is sufficient reason, browsing prohibited books is not allowed. Such behavior can easily lead to expulsion. Mirabelle wanted to take advantage of Lockhart. He didn't mind signing for Granger's 2 best students. Lockhart signed without even confirming what book Mirabelle had borrowed. Even if he had confirmed, he probably wouldn't have known that the book Mirabelle borrowed had nothing to do with the Battle of Illusions and was even more sinister. It was a forbidden book containing evil spells aimed at realizing ambitions. Now, the girl had been legally allowed to read it. One could be sure that Lockhart would notice. What deadly things had she done? How many casualties would it cause? One could bet that it was unimaginable. Mirabelle received a book about manipulation. Many ancient forbidden techniques are also used to create countermeasures and other technologies. This knowledge eventually fell into the wrong hands. Trick or treat. The cheerful voices of students echoed in the hall, and Dumbledore laughed joyfully. When he waved his wand, the table appeared with pumpkin pie, pumpkin pasties, and chiffon cake cookies. Today, October 31st, is a Halloween worth celebrating. This year's event is particularly anticipated due to a major interruption last year, so the students' expectations are especially high, even more excited than usual. "Hey, Mirabelle, did you hear that Malfoy has become the seeker for the Quidditch team?" "Oh, look, he gave a Nimbus 2001 to his teammates to get them to join the team." Mirabelle chewed on the biscuit while selflessly responding to Edith's words. How Malfoy joined the team was equally important. In any case, the only way to join the team was not dependent on how good the broom was. Mirabelle believes that Malfoy can never defeat Harry Potter in the same way, from an economic perspective. This gives Slytherin an immediate advantage. But how do you feel about this year's Quidditch Cup, Mirabelle? If Malfoy plays as a batter instead of seeker, he should be able to win. But he happens to be playing as a seeker. This means that if everything goes smoothly, Gryffindor will come out on top, unless something like what happened in the year occurs. In that year, even though Harry Potter was only a first year, he performed exceptionally and led the team forward. However, he fainted during the finals, and the Quidditch Cup ultimately ended up in Slytherin's hands. If that hadn't happened, Gryffindor would have won, and most people agree with that. Mirabelle also confirmed this point. Is it better for Mirabelle to join the team? They can win, right? Training is a waste of time, if that's the case. Studying magic would be more meaningful. Are they already strong enough? What are they planning to research further? Are they planning to conquer the world? If you say that, it sounds like a joke, so please don't say it. Actually, it's not a joke, it's a serious matter. But Mirabelle seems to think of it as something very normal and ordinary. Edith smiled wryly and took a bite of her pumpkin cookie. Mirabelle cut the chiffon cake and placed it on a plate without saying much. She thought while putting the soft dough into her mouth. She was thinking about her actions. Originally, she wanted to get rid of the basilisk as soon as she got to school, knowing that the basilisk was in the Chamber of Secrets. She thought that if she could send a mouse to the chamber and determine the coordinates, she would be able to find the chamber. But things were not that easy. Every time she sent a mouse to explore the chamber, it ended in failure, only complaining that it found nothing. She commanded the mouse to find it, but it could not. It seemed that apart from the formal entrance, it was very difficult to access the chamber. She knew there were magical barriers and other methods, but no mouse could break through to the chamber. Or perhaps Tom Riddle did something. Anyway, she felt that she had underestimated the chamber. After realizing this, she decided to stop investigating the mice and wait wholeheartedly. Since she couldn't determine the coordinates of the chamber, she couldn't apparate. Strictly speaking, if she tried to apparate in such an unstable way, her body would split. So, all she could do was wait for something to appear from the other side. In the meantime, she said that if she were there, the opportunity to see it would appear 4 times. The first time was when Argus Filch's pet, Mrs. Norris, was attacked. The second time was in Gryffindor when Colin Creevey was attacked. The third time was when Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff was almost beheaded by Nearly Headless Nick. The fourth time was when Hermione from Ravenclaw was attacked by Penelope Clearwater. Indeed, it was the 4th time. The difference between the 4th time and the previous 3 depended on knowing the exact location. Except for the 4th time, the memory books did not accurately describe the locations of the attacks. Even if a mouse was attached to the attacked person, it would be eaten by the basilisk, and the information would be passed to Mirabelle. If she chased after the attacked person, it would be futile. Moreover, even if she accidentally encountered it and managed to escape, it would be meaningless. She would never see Mirabelle again. On the other hand, the 4th time was perfect. It was well known that the location was near the library, and the time was limited to when the Quidditch match was on, with Gryffindor facing Hufflepuff. If she knew the location, she could set a trap to prevent it from escaping, making it easy to ambush. Anyway, she was eager to kill the basilisk. No matter how many students were sacrificed, Mirabelle didn't care. Even if someone died because of a mistake, it didn't matter to her. She was determined to crush it and ensure it couldn't escape. After all, this year seemed to continue waiting in boredom like the last. Thinking about this made her somewhat depressed. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The heir's enemy was at heart. The incident occurred after the Halloween party ended, as students were returning to their respective dormitories. A strange object in the 3rd floor corridor attracted many students, causing them to stop. There were letters written on the wall, a puddle on the floor, and Mrs. Norris. A cat hanging from flashlight holder, not moving. Standing in front of it was Harry Potter. He dispelled the lingering glow of the Halloween party, silencing the students and sticking to the scene. After a while, Draco Malfoy's cheerful voice echoed in the corridor, breaking the silence. The heir's enemy, at heart. A bloodline has been revealed. Malfoy sounded excited. His voice echoed in the corridor, and the caretaker Argus Filch rushed in, not knowing what had happened. Filch saw Harry and started shouting that he did it. Second-year Harry could do something like this, but for Filch, whose head was covered in blood, it seemed insignificant. Perhaps some kind of argument had occurred there. Harry seemed to be the culprit in Filch's mind. Argus, come here. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and the headmaster's office is open. Up the stairs, said Dumbledore, while holding the cat in his arms and admonishing Filch, who was beside Lockhart. He left the scene with Harry's 2 friends. The remaining students were silent for a moment, but soon there was a stir, discussing what had happened. Edith also showed a worried expression, raising her voice to ask Mirabelle, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Mirabelle, what does that mean?" Well, it's definitely not a good thing. Mirabelle certainly knows what the Chamber of Secrets means, but she can't be bothered to explain. Instead, Malfoy grinned and said, "Tell me." It's nice to hear an explanation. It's a secret chamber left by the great founder, Salazar Slytherin. The great Slytherin believed that blood from Muggles was contaminated and unworthy of learning magic. That's why a monster was imprisoned in the chamber to rid the world of those with polluted blood. A monster? Yes. Only Slytherin's heir can control the monster. And now, the chamber has been opened. From now on, the enemies of the heir will be eliminated, and Hogwarts will be left with only a select few pure-blood wizards. Speaking of which, Malfoy flashed a grin at Mirabelle. He has pure blood, but he fulfills the criteria to become an enemy of the heir. Is he denying Slytherin's ideals? Beresford, by denying pure blood. Should he change his mind now? If he acknowledges pure blood and apologizes, perhaps he could be forgiven, you know? Despite Malfoy's threats, Mirabelle remained unmoved. Instead, she wore a chilling smirk and shot a look back at Malfoy. Seeing a fox borrowing strength from within was refreshing. What? Malfoy, don't make me laugh. Why would anyone think that such vulgar ideas would flatter them? It's quite convenient to tear it apart and expose the corpse. Upon hearing this, Malfoy and Edith gasped. There's a mysterious fear about doing so, as it could betray the monster of Slytherin. If they truly encountered it, they would definitely attack the monster with great enthusiasm. One thing is certain. The legacy of Slytherin is Slytherin's philosophy itself. If one were to tear it apart with their own hands, it would feel quite satisfying. Mirabelle spoke, feeling fear and bravado. Malfoy turned pale, took a step back, and ran away. After seeing him off, the two began to walk down the stairs to the basement and to the dormitory. Edith seemed to have made a decision there. Her voice slightly raised. "Hey, Mirabelle." Hmm? Even if the conversation about Malfoy is true, it should be said that way. If you want Slytherin to do well, the idea of pure bloodlines should be separated. It's okay to say that. Edith smiled wryly. Her friend was indeed wavering. Always full of confidence, arrogant and selfish, retreating, flattering, reflecting. The arrogant attitude, as if proclaiming the heart of her own world, seemed to show no signs of diminishing. In fact, it only grew. Edith felt envious of her appearance. As one, Mirabelle was certainly wrong. Absolutely the worst kind. But on the other hand, Edith thought how wonderful it would be to let go of herself like that. Edith wanted to know if she could be completely deceived by any fear, to what extent she could maintain her existence, and how much pride she could have in herself. Thinking about it, even a little bit of jealousy began to grow. Mirabelle, even being Muggle-born, would still exhibit the same. Of course, even if her parents are Muggles, still. That's right. But Mirabelle, isn't she mostly the same? Edith said with a self-deprecating smile. Mirabelle is certainly strong. But every Slytherin student is pure-blooded, but those students will always say, well, the main reason is that they will be abandoned by those around them, right? They disguise themselves, falsely claiming to be pure-blooded, while laughing at Muggle-borns around them. But deep down, they fear being discovered for who they truly are. Edith opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Even so, she took a deep breath, regained her composure, and threw a question at Mirabelle. What does Mirabelle think of such students? A mix of emotions, anticipation, and fear. Edith knew what her question meant. But regardless of who asked the question, Mirabelle's answer was unwavering. She always spoke and acted according to her own values. Without hesitation, she said something heartless, a weak person trapped in humble thoughts. It really shook her. Edith smiled sadly, turned around, and walked away in the opposite direction of the dormitory. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom first. After Edith said that, she ran off, but Mirabelle didn't stop her. Regarding the earlier question, perhaps her own worries troubled her, and her response didn't meet expectations. But even so, she had no intention of changing her views. First of all, she knew that their relationship could not be called friendship. Thinking about this, she shook her head slightly and tried to return to the dormitory. However, she sensed a new presence and stopped in her tracks. Mirabelle? Professor Dumbledore? How long has it been? From the corner, Dumbledore looked at Mirabelle with his loving blue eyes. She liked those eyes. She liked them because they seemed to see through everything. Glancing at the direction where Edith had run off, he softly asked, "Should I chase after her?" It was a question, but the real intent behind it was a command to follow. Mirabelle interrupted Dumbledore's words with a single sentence. Mirabelle, who was in great pain, should understand. Even if she understands, she will still pursue. She should be able to grasp the meaning at a glance. Edith's pain and troubles are her own. Of course, she pretends to pursue as well, trying to soothe her wounds. She should be able to lend a helping hand and assure that everything is fine, that she will protect. In fact, using such methods to increase the pieces is a kind of effective strategy. But for now, Mirabelle still wants to use such means. Everyone's strength is the same. Worrying, getting hurt, and supporting each other is a way of life. Does she want to support her as a friend? Only the weak who can stand on their own can receive support. If someone stands by, they must be a strong person who can stand on their own. It is useless to say anything to those who can follow. Mirabelle said that Dumbledore reminded her of himself. They looked very similar, as if he had crossed through space. Dumbledore was once a wizard proud of his talents. He had never encountered a wizard who could stand on equal ground with him, which made him feel lonely inside due to his gifts. This is why he was strongly attracted to Grindelwald, standing at the same height for the first time. Friendship is the greatest treasure of all, Mirabelle. Losing it would be too late. The girl's potential is limitless. The path of choice lies between Voldemort or oneself, Gryffindor or Slytherin. Conversely, becoming the greatest hero in history and dreaming, like any great being. This is why Dumbledore hoped to live a life that wasn't so twisted. Headmaster, stop meddling, she said. However, Dumbledore's words did not reach Mirabelle. She boredly hummed and walked into the dormitory. Dumbledore wanted to understand what was good. He wanted to believe that nothing in the world was born evil. He longed for a kind of affection. However, looking at the actions so far, it seemed that was not the case at all, since a friend named Edith called, even though Dumbledore hoped to gain some affection. Currently, the only friend Mirabelle could see was Edith, but even that relationship was fragile and short-lived. Did the girl really have feelings? Dumbledore shook his head slightly at the thought. If one cannot believe in oneself, who would believe in them? After that incident, the relationship between Mirabelle and Edith became distant. Until now, they had almost always acted together. But suddenly it stopped, and they didn't even have the heart to speak. Whether it was the Quidditch match, Slytherin's defeat, or the inheritance of new sacrifices. Nothing shook their hearts. There were no arguments or fights. Only Edith spoke to Mirabelle again. Just like that, the false friendship that originally existed between them vanished in an instant. Even though they brushed past each other in the corridor, there was no communication. And Mirabelle did not respond to Edith's occasional glances. Edith did not have the courage to compromise, and Mirabelle did not want to compromise at all. Such an awkward relationship lasted for about 2 months, and something happened as Christmas approached. As Mirabelle walked down the corridor, a slender boy with flowing silver hair approached from the other side, easily mistaken for a girl. It was Sydney Beresford, a first year from Hufflepuff and Mirabelle's younger brother. He stopped in front of Mirabelle, his tone slightly awkward, and slowly spoke, "Sister Sydney, what's wrong? Do you know about the dueling club tonight?" "Oh, of course. I know about the dueling club." But Mirabelle wasn't that interested. She knew the dueling club would be hosted by Gilderoy Lockhart, and the duels would be interrupted. However, Sydney was completely unaware of this and seemed quite enthusiastic. "Really? What about you, sister? Do you like it?" "I do, but it would be interesting to see the results of my studies." "Thanks, but I won't let you down." To be honest, she didn't want to go at all, but now she was holding back. "Well, I don't know how my brother is doing. After all, he is one of my loyal pieces. It's important to understand the capabilities of the pieces." After agreeing to join the dueling club, Sydney went off to class. "Gather around. Can you hear me? Can you see me?" "All right." Professor Dumbledore allowed the dueling club to start, just like she had experienced countless times. It was all for good training in case she needed to protect herself. Lockhart was giving a speech while looking at the students in the hall. Standing on a golden stage, he spoke dramatically with exaggerated gestures. He introduced his assistant, Professor Snape, who claimed to know very little about dueling. The training began, and after receiving approval, he bravely helped complete a brief demonstration. But he wanted to make some young ones nervous. So he first warned them that the potions master would be present after the duel. Unexpectedly, Lockhart had the talent to rub some nerves the wrong way. Snape's face twisted like a disfigured demon. If he were in a teacher's position, he would curse Lockhart right now. Well, it should be like that, one might say, as it reflected the incompetence of a man who made himself look like a fool. The result followed suit. Lockhart was knocked down by Snape's disarming spell. A quick KO to start the show. Even so, Lockhart continued to say he had been defeated, but perhaps he understood his identity at that moment. As Snape glared at him and didn't he make any more excuses. The demonstration was enough. "Now, to every place let us pair up. Professor Snape, could you help?" Lockhart and Snape entered the group of students to pair them up. Obviously, the students couldn't choose their favorite partners, so Harry and Ron, who tried to team up, were separated. After saying goodbye to the great duo, they were assigned to different groups. "Weasley, you should duel Finnegan. Potter, you will duel Malfoy. Let us see how the famous Potter handles it. Let Harry duel Malfoy, and then let us see Hermione, the smartest in Gryffindor." Very few students in the entire grade could compare. On the other hand, the upperclassmen's dueling was more obvious, but Snape favored the Gryffindor students, defeating the Slytherin students. In such a situation, only one could be competent. Granger should duel Beresford. If she defeats Gryffindor, then Mirabelle is the best in Slytherin. Hearing Snape's nightmarish list of duel partners, Hermione's face turned pale, while Mirabelle, in contrast, smiled happily. No student in the same year could become Mirabelle's opponent, the only exception being Hermione. The only exception enjoyed the potential. Well, the result is quite expected. The rest of the fish are just passing the boring time. Except for Granger. "Come on, let us have a battle. It's an honor of that kind." Hermione and Mirabelle. In fact, it was the second year's strongest decisive match. They were also students from different grade levels. The sudden good matchup attracted the attention of those around, and the anticipation increased proportionally. Face your opponent. Bow. The bow of the duel preserved the formal tradition. If you knew, even the Dark Lord Voldemort maintained the tradition, you would understand how important it was. Hermione slowly bowed, and Mirabelle also elegantly bowed. Despite her appearance, she came from a prestigious family. But bowing was something Mirabelle said she was still learning. Of course, if it were Malfoy or Weasley, for example, it would be worth bowing. A proud girl would lower her head. When Mirabelle bowed, it meant that at that moment she recognized and appreciated the other. Mirabelle also recognized Hermione's valuable abilities. On the count of 3, using a technique to seize the opponent's weapon. 1, 2, 3. After Lockhart finished counting down, Mirabelle and Hermione drew their wands. Hermione had an overwhelming advantage in wand length. Her wand was only about 25 centimeters, making it easy to draw and with a quick initial movement. On the other hand, Mirabelle's wand was 72 centimeters long, huge, and slow to draw at first. However, with surprising speed, she drew her wand and cast a spell at the same time as Hermione. The two red flashes collided and canceled each other out. Of course, if Mirabelle were to cast seriously, she could overpower the situation, but that wouldn't be fun. It was a valuable opportunity, and if she didn't enjoy it, it would be a loss. Glancing at the first-year students, Sydney was trying to grab a wand from the youngest Weasley sibling, but it ended before she even looked. Sighing for her brother's luck, she turned to enjoy the match. Animagus. Transform into a bird. Wingardium Leviosa. Float the floor. The floor suddenly floated into the air, blocking the spell that would turn Hermione's wand into a bird. As a result, the elevated floor turned into a bird, and the wand remained unharmed. At one point, Hermione attacked Mirabelle, who laughed happily. Opinio. Attack. Accio. Flower. She manipulated a bird that had changed from the floor, trying to steal Mirabelle's wand. However, the flower summoned from Mirabelle's feet grew in an instant, binding the bird with vines. A few more vines grew and attacked Hermione's wand. Fiendfire. The magical flames burned the attacking vines. Mirabelle smiled deeply upon seeing this. After all, the girl was a very pleasant companion. Even in games, if they're isn't a good opponent, it can dull the time. Ha ha ha. Well done, Granger. You handled it well. Of course. I learn a lot. Your strategy is very clever. As soon as she finished speaking, Mirabelle stepped closer to Hermione and struck with her wand. Hermione's wand was immediately lifted along with her right hand, exposing her helplessness. Mirabelle pressed her wand to her chest, grinned, and did not launch a follow-up attack. Look, you've already lost. So cunning. Just attack directly. Lockhart said to take away the opponent's wand. That's a good strategy, Granger. Hermione gave a sneaky smile, puffed out her cheeks, indicating her fullness. Then Hermione jumped towards Mirabelle's wand, perhaps irritated by its simplicity. But Mirabelle quickly grabbed her by the collar, kicked her away, and sent Hermione rolling to the ground. You must understand that everything requires flexibility. Being rigid won't work. Hermione lunged again, but Mirabelle remained calm. She grabbed Hermione's arm, twisted it gently, and her body seemed to float as if resisting gravity, landing on the ground. Magic, using the opponent's strength to throw them off, is a skill. Moreover, she was confident that even unarmed, she was strong enough to win a fight. Hermione rubbed her bottom, tears in her eyes from hitting the ground. Waiting for Hermione's next move, Mirabelle's mouth twisted with interest. As expected, the girl picked up a rough stone. It seemed like just a typical head, but the girl quickly adapted with agility. The most important thing was that even in such a situation, she didn't give up her core strength. Even without combat experience, fighting against such an opponent was exciting. However, Lockhart's voice interrupted the joyful moment. Stop! Stop! Clearly, Mirabelle and Hermione had been fighting a match that disregarded the rules. When things got interesting, Mirabelle seemed happy to be interrupted, but Hermione looked relieved. It was as if she had truly lost, yet she still managed to avoid having her wand taken. She felt comforted by that. Mirabelle patted Hermione on the shoulder and whispered in a voice only she could hear. With no restrictions on dueling, Granger. Ha ha ha. After that, nothing particularly caught Mirabelle's attention, and things proceeded almost according to the rules. Malfoy summoned a snake, and Harry drove it away using a snake-like language, which raised suspicions about Harry Potter being the heir of Slytherin. Of course, the chaotic situation in the dueling club came to an abrupt end. After the dueling club, most students regarded Harry as the heir of Slytherin. Harry denied it a little, but he did possess the unusual ability of Parseltongue. The ability to speak Parseltongue was considered a trait of Slytherin, a gift that could only be bestowed by bloodline, and Harry was the only one in the school who could speak it. It was reasonable to suspect him. Moreover, as if to accelerate the suspicion, Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had an argument with Harry, became a victim, and Harry was the first to discover it. It was a terrible moment, as if something was pushing events from behind. Due to these incidents, Harry found himself shunned by the entire school. However, his two friends believed in his innocence. Now, with the help of his two friends, Harry began to search for the true heir. The plan was to use Polyjuice Potion to transform into a Slytherin and get information from Malfoy. He believed Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. From now on, part of the transformation required hair. Of course, it should come from Goyle or Crabbe, Malfoy's friends, so they could talk about anything. Harry and Ron grimaced at Hermione's explanation, pushing their disgust to the forefront, no matter how necessary it was. They didn't want to drink Crabbe's hair, but the question was, whose hair would Hermione transform into? Harry asked curiously. But whose? It was already decided. Hearing Harry's question, Hermione announced in a clear voice, pulling out a bottle from her pocket. Inside was a beautiful strand of hair, like a lock of gold. Whose hair is that? Mirabelle Beresford. How did you get something like that? The name Hermione said made both of their faces pale, and they asked how to get the hair. Pulling hair was as difficult as pulling Snape's hair. Hermione proudly said she had been waiting for the question. Do you remember? During the duel, by chance. The robe looked like fur. The Christmas holiday felt like going home, and even if there were doubts, just a slight threat would lead to an investigation. Because everyone was scared. But would it work? Beresford seemed to have a good relationship with Malfoy. It didn't matter because Malfoy was afraid of Beresford. If threatened, a lot could be said. Harry's friends collected Crabbe and Goyle's hair. The method was ridiculously simple. Put a chocolate cake laced with sleeping potion in a visible place and let them eat it. Even if it was placed on the stair railing, where it was obviously comfortable, there was no doubt they would eat it and fall asleep. They pulled the idiot's hair and then ran back to the bathroom where Hermione was waiting. All right, got it. Then they put the hair into a glass. They placed the hair into 3 prepared glasses. Then the liquid in the glasses began to bubble and change color. Harry's turned into a khaki-colored liquid that looked like snot. Ron's turned into a deep brown liquid like feces inside a crab. And the liquid that transformed Hermione into Mirabelle was a useless bright gold. Despite being a liquid, it glowed, and its presence was strong, a color that truly displayed Mirabelle's nature. Should they drink it? Just looking at it, smelling it, don't be lazy. Hurry up and drink. Harry and Ron shrank back when they saw the liquid become so dirty and disgusting. In contrast, Hermione didn't mind at all, even making the two anxious. It was hard to describe the color of the drink, but at least it gave off a dirty image. Sneaky. Just pick one. Not all. Beresford looked magical from the outside. The two complained as they walked into the same room, pinching their noses to drink the potion. The taste. Well, let's not mention it. After the transformation, they took off their ill-fitting clothes and changed into the ones Hermione had prepared. When Harry completely transformed into Goyle, from the waiting room, he already looked like Mirabelle, disguised by Hermione. It seemed successful. He really looked like Goyle. Hermione. Beresford would be so friendly. That's right. When looking in the mirror, they didn't think so. While speaking, Ron, disguised as Crabbe, appeared and whispered. He was very surprised by the disguise. Ron looked in the mirror, stroking Crabbe's flat nose, making various expressions. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione made all sorts of facial expressions to mimic the real thing as much as possible. Hey, can you get used to Beresford? The two huffed at Hermione, who turned around to seek their confirmation. Looking at it, Mirabelle really seemed to love it. She looked fresh as a girl. Beresford looked even better. What funny thing should I tell? How about that, Harry? The expression became more serious. Hoo ha ha ha. Harry and Ron nodded, roaring. Wrong. Some felt half-cooked, because the sense of violation increased. They didn't know why, but in the fake Mirabelle's body, they completely felt the charm of the real intimidation curse. Of course, an exceptionally beautiful girl, seemingly enough to attract boys with just a little, but still lacking something. No matter how they thought, there was no way. Let's go. But no matter how Hermione thought, she wanted the answer. Now, they could only deceive Malfoy, so they would consider the others later. The most important thing was time-limited, so they couldn't waste even a second. The three were determined and jumped out of the bathroom, heading straight to Slytherin. Hermione seemed to remember that place, her steps light. The only problem was the password to the room. They didn't know what was going on, but Hermione had guessed the slogan, pure blood. They walked down the stairs leading to the dungeon, then turned the corner. So far, so good. However, the three unexpectedly ran into a female student. Mirabelle, a second-year Slytherin, with a unique brown hairstyle. Hermione recognized her face. Among the many students, the only one who feared Mirabelle, and the only one who was friends with that golden girl, should be the student who knew Mirabelle best at Hogwarts, Edith Renagel. Oh, Edith, what are you doing? Shouldn't Slytherin's dormitory be empty during Christmas? Well, I just remembered an urgent matter, so I returned to school for a bit. Edith's suspicious eyes seemed to want to investigate further. Hermione slipped past her gaze, running towards the dormitory. Behind Goyle and Crabbe, Edith's eyes became sharper, perhaps feeling uncomfortable about such an unusual combination. After that pleasant gaze, the three stood at the dormitory door, shouting the pure blood slogan, and walked inside. The only one left was Edith, who kept watching the direction the three had left. She continued to stare at the direction they left, not moving, and muttered to herself. Mirabelle's words made her feel the most coordinated. Edith said, Harry's friends even violated school rules to enter Slytherin, but ultimately gained nothing. The only information they obtained was about Malfoy's inheritance. Speaking of good news, they thought about Malfoy's inheritance. But if it was Malfoy, who else would be more suspicious? In fact, there was still one option, and that was Mirabelle Beresford, whose views were completely opposite to pureblood. But Harry and the others thought wrong. If controlling the Slytherin monster, the first target must be Gilderoy Lockhart or Draco Malfoy. In terms of time, it was completely wasted. Groaning in the lavatory, waiting for the potion's effect to wear off, were Mirabelle and Hermione. There were still many rooms, all thanks to Hermione's careful preliminary research. If they could, they would waste time looking for Slytherin's dormitory. After all, only Hermione completed the investigation once. But that didn't mean everything she did was flawless. Hermione made two fatal mistakes. Soon, footsteps echoed. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, there was Edith Renagel, a girl from Slytherin, at the door of the dormitory. Mirabelle, can we talk? What? Rarely in the lavatory. Nevertheless, Edith had arrived inside, because she was Mirabelle's friend. Hermione's first mistake ultimately made Mirabelle the target of the disguise. Mirabelle Beresford stands out no matter what. Her unique appearance is complemented by her distinctive temperament. No matter how much Hermione tries to imitate her, she only captures half of it, especially that proud and confident demeanor. From the investigation, it is clear that the choice made by the staff was wrong. What was the problem anyway? Moreover, I'm curious about how the two of them get along. Hermione is a clever girl, but she is not very resilient to surprises. At least her wit is above average. Compared to Ron, she has enough adaptability. However, she still lacks the innate action that Harry possesses. Thus, when faced with such a situation, she ends up feeling a kind of speechless weakness. Even so, I think of a phrase that Mirabelle might say, "Oh, it doesn't matter, Edith, everything depends on what you do." Mirabelle can say one sentence that is the most important, which is to avoid unnecessary probing. Even when asked many questions, if she only responds in a boring way, it can be handled in that manner. Mirabelle's selfishness, the power of choices. But Hermione didn't notice that she had made a fatal mistake again. That mistake was spoken from Edith's mouth and immediately had consequences. Well, looking back, what happened? Mirabelle. Hermione took a deep breath and hurriedly looked in the mirror. Reflected was a figure resembling a beautiful girl with flowing blonde hair. In other words, the polyjuice potion was not yet over. But one action also constituted a fatal mistake. After all, confirming one's appearance is akin to tacitly affirming the other person's words. What's wrong? What happened? The act was over, to be honest. During the dormitory conversation, she barely noticed. Now, Hermione had received confirmation during the dormitory talk that Edith had already begun to suspect. Another reason for the fatal mistake. Just like that, Edith began to suspect the current situation. Mirabelle had called out a surname, Reginald. Mirabelle had always referred to Edith by name. Speaking of which, Hermione realized her mistake. Thinking back, Mirabelle had never called out that surname. Always referred to Edith by her name. To reverse the mistake, the only thing to do was to at least ensure that Edith was unaware of her true identity. The fake Mirabelle had been discovered, but Edith still didn't know who she was. In that case, the only option was to escape. After all, transforming into someone else is a violation of school rules. If Snape or McGonagall found out, it would undoubtedly result in a loss of over 100 points. And in the worst case, even expulsion from the school. However, Ron, not seeing the atmosphere, shouted angrily, "What are you doing, Hermione? That hurts." "Ugh, idiot." Hermione was flustered because Ron revealed her name, but it was already too late. Edith stared in surprise and then looked at the three, as if believing it. "I understand." Hermione Granger. Well, if she thought calmly, the only person Mirabelle could disguise herself as was another second-year student. Then, one of the remaining two must be Harry Potter? Ugh. Escaping was no longer meaningful. She released the hand covering Ron's mouth. Now, transforming into someone else felt like fate was completely in her hands. To avoid being deducted points or expelled from school, she could only pray that Edith would not report her. "I'm sorry." Then why? To find out who the heir of Slytherin is, to prevent more casualties. Edith was confused by Hermione's words. Aiming for the short time during the Christmas holidays meant that Hermione had already identified the heir's target. Otherwise, it would be inefficient. After all, most Slytherins, including Mirabelle, had already gone home. Even if students like the heir mixed together, the likelihood was very low. I thought Malfoy was the heir." "Malfoy?" Edith waved her hand to deny Hermione's view that Malfoy was the heir. Of course, he is a pure-blood supremacist, but he is not actually that radical. More accurately, he probably doesn't have the courage to get his hands dirty. In short, he is just a braggart. Malfoy doesn't have the guts to kill. He is usually very arrogant, but actually quite cowardly. But the Malfoy family has been Slytherin for generations, and they take pride in that. Norris felt happy about it, but it was wrong, right? That should confirm it. Hermione fell silent at Edith's precise rebuttal. Of course, no matter what, Malfoy was innocent, so Hermione had to admit her mistake. Hermione said to Edith, who shrugged in surprise. But even though I was wrong this time, I still found the heir of Slytherin. You should tell the teachers about this. Even if you say that. If it were a normal violation of school rules, Edith wouldn't mind something like wandering around at midnight. But this time, disguising herself as a Slytherin to enter the dormitory was an overlooked matter. If it happened again, it would be a problem, and it could damage the trust among Slytherin students. To prevent such a situation from happening again, the best way was to report it to the teachers as soon as possible. You know the school rules, right? Edith sighed, trying to walk to the bathroom. But Hermione quickly hugged her, stopping her. If you let the teachers know, you would actually be expelled from school. It must be stopped. Wait, I like it. It has no advantages. Ah, I'm sorry for disguising as a friend. So wait. Edith turned to look at Hermione. To be honest, Edith didn't really like girls. Hermione was a Muggle-born, skilled, and even favored by teachers. Even Mirabelle acknowledged her and regarded her as an exception, even during the dueling club battles. Mirabelle seemed to enjoy herself from start to finish. It could be said for sure that it was because of Hermione that she lost a friend. Just thinking about it made dark jealousy surge in her heart. Now waiting to be expelled, the fate was now in her own hands. If she wanted to be expelled from school, it would be easy to do so. But was that enough? Is that really what she wanted? She did like Hermione, but it was only out of jealousy. Would she be happy to be expelled from school because of that? Liking someone, so would she kick Malfoy? What difference was there? To be happy for the sake of happiness and immerse in joy. What difference was there from Voldemort? None. Mirabelle despises the thoughts of the weak. Cowards deserve this. Weak, gritting her teeth, she faces Hermione. It's okay. The girl even recognizes Mirabelle. In that case, she will seek the essence of that power. It will make Mirabelle understand. She says she will catch it. Well, that's what the teacher will talk about. Huh, really? But the condition is to help find the heir of Slytherin. Hermione glares in surprise at Edith's proposal. Her face seems to ask why. Edith, from the Slytherin family. A 3-generation pure-blood family. Understand why she bothered to participate in the search. Why? It doesn't matter. Huh? All Slytherins are pure-blood. In fact, about 30 of pure-bloods are half-blood or Muggle-born. This means that if that monster is unattended, Slytherin could become a victim. On the contrary, because of Slytherin, it could be eliminated as an impurity. Hermione nodded at Edith's insistence, looking at Harry. Harry calmly nodded in agreement. All right, Edith. Let us find the monster of Slytherin together. Now I'll call you Granger. Nice to meet you. Then you can call me Hermione. Edith and Hermione joined forces with a truce. The interests of Gryffindor students and Slytherin students aligned. Harry reached out his hand. Well, Slytherin actually seems decent. I mistakenly thought all Slytherins were like Malfoy. Well, there are indeed many radical guys. Mirabelle too, but her radicalism goes in a different direction, extending hands to eliminate each other's hostility. Slytherin and Gryffindor students are enemies, but now they are united. Now, they know the situation of sacrificing someone, friends in the same school, if they refuse to cooperate to resolve the conflict. They only understand the situation, but not the pure-blood lineage. 1. The students of Slytherin and Gryffindor who have been arguing secretly joined forces, all for the sake of the school, to protect the school. The Christmas holidays ended, and several months passed. Strangely, after Justin was petrified, the attacks suddenly stopped, and it seemed to return to the usual calm days. The students breathed a sigh of relief, some still afraid, and some still suspicious of Harry. As for Lockhart, he seemed to believe without basis that it was thanks to him that the harm had receded. As time passed with no clues, Harry coincidentally obtained a diary. It was a diary belonging to Tom Riddle, a mysterious diary with a message written in a strange script. What was even more surprising was that Tom Riddle was the student who ended the monster incident 50 years ago, the one who expelled the monster's culprit. Through the diary, Harry discovered something. Now he knew who released the monster 50 years ago. Fortunately, it was someone familiar. Hagrid. Harry gathered his 3 friends in the library to talk. They saw the events, the whole story. 13-year-old Hagrid had a giant furry creature at school. It attacked Tom Riddle, who blamed it, and the monster escaped. Perhaps Riddle had mistaken the culprit. Perhaps the monster attacked the school together. But even if they said that, it seemed there was no doubt about the fact that Hagrid raised a monster at school. After all, it was clear that Hagrid liked and wanted to keep creatures like that. Years ago, he illegally raised a dragon, and in the end, Harry and Hermione lost points for helping him. How many monsters are there in Hogwarts? Ron told Hermione to shut up. He also thought Hagrid was trying to kill anyone. But he also wondered if Hagrid had been charmed by the monster's love. That was the reason for his expulsion. But Edith intervened. Harry, just to confirm, was the monster furry and had many legs? Yes. It was long and furry, and its disgusting legs were wriggling. Hearing the description of a monster from Harry, Edith lowered her eyes thoughtfully. There was no doubt that it was a monster. It could even attack. But Edith held back her discomfort towards the monster. That could be the monster of Slytherin. Edith, what's wrong? Hermione asked nervously upon hearing Edith's opinion. Can we think that Hagrid is the culprit? Edith quietly nodded at the attached girl, explaining her thoughts. Harry, who was considered the heir of Slytherin because he could speak the language of snakes, right? That's right, but Slytherin's emblem is a snake, and just being able to speak snake language is enough to be considered an heir, right? Harry found the topic interesting and nodded with a disgusted expression. But it was serious. Edith knew she needed to let him feel better, but she had to make him listen. And Harry heard the voice that he didn't hear on Halloween, right? What's the problem? I didn't do anything. I know. The only thing heavy was what he heard. That voice they would kill? Soon after, the crime happened. In that case, it's very likely to be the monster's voice. Up to this point, Hermione was the only one who understood Edith's thoughts. With a face full of belief, she covered her mouth, looking at Edith's face. On the other hand, Harry frowned at the topic because he didn't have many good memories about it. And even Ron reached for his wand. If Edith considered Harry the culprit, she would be ready to cast a spell. Only Harry, who could hear the voice that only spoke snake language, thought the monster was likely a snake. Now back to what was said. Was Hagrid's pet the monster snake? Looking closely, but it was a snake. It had legs. Of course, if it's the monster, then now only Harry can hear the sound phenomenon. In other words, Hagrid's monster is the same thing. After listening, Harry seemed to understand. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Only those who can speak snake language can hear the voice. However, Ron still impatiently rolled his eyes and even snorted as he stood up from his chair. I get it. After all, they want to make Harry the culprit. After all, he is a Slytherin. Ron just predicted the identity of the monster, wanting to make Harry the culprit. Hermione, you've been deceived. Ron, in essence, was an opponent that clashed with Slytherin students. Just like Malfoy harbored hostility simply because he was from Gryffindor, Ron also unconditionally harbored hostility towards Slytherin. Without hesitation, he took out his wand and pointed the tip of the wand at Edith. He would really attack, but the wand was defective. It had been destroyed by a willow tree at the beginning of the term, and now it was just a piece of garbage reinforced with tape. Edith held her breath, supporting herself because a dangerous object was pointed at her. However, just then a white arm rushed in from the side and grabbed Ron's wand. Well, even worse than a toy wand, Weasley. Does your family only give you a broken wand? A white arm grabbed the wand that was aimed at Edith. Edith looked in the direction of that arm and found a friend who had distanced herself since that incident, or more accurately, had unilaterally avoided her. Mirabelle Beresford stood there with her usual absent-minded expression, waving a defective product around. As she spoke, she picked up her wand and crushed it. The pieces of the wand fell to the ground uselessly. She needed another wand. She decided to borrow a wand from school. Mirabelle understood the broken wand and the sunken Ron and left directly. When Mirabelle left, Edith stared at her face for a while, still struggling to discern the true intentions behind those golden eyes. Perhaps it was just Edith's imagination, but there was a subtle difference that only she could understand. A hint of almost anger that she could see in those eyes. Then, seconds after leaving, Edith suddenly noticed. Could she be angry because Ron pointed his wand at her? In a panic, Edith looked in the direction Mirabelle had gone, but it was too late. The chance to ask about her true intentions was gone. But what if? Out of fear, Edith couldn't chase after Mirabelle and could only speculate. Nick, who had nearly lost his head, had been attacked 4 months ago. Hogwarts was gradually regaining its vitality, as there hadn't been any new attacks during that time. Rosita once said that forgetting it and smiling was far better than remembering it and being sorrowful, and the students were trying to forget the fear of the air. The culprit had not yet been found, but many believed it would strike again. Most students believed so without any basis. However, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Edith continued to search for the true identity of the heir. During Easter, it was no exception. As usual, the four sat in the library, gathered around a desk, exchanging opinions. Is Hagrid doing better? He seems to be at a dead end, Ron said, flipping through a book. They were currently investigating the identity of the monster. So far, there were 2 candidates. The furry creature that Harry had seen in his diary, and the snake that Edith suspected was the heirs. After all, the snake was only mentioned in Edith's prophecy, while Harry had actually seen the furry creature. In other words, at least the existence of the latter was confirmed. If the furry creature was the monster of Slytherin, then Hagrid would know it best. Do you really want to ask Hagrid why he was expelled from school? Harry said willingly. For Hagrid, being expelled was likely the most painful memory he had. In fact, whenever Harry and the others tried to ask, he He would deliberately change the subject, doing everything he could to avoid talking about it. Well, let's investigate the snake direction Edith mentioned. Come on, Hermione. Just guessing? We should take a closer look at the furry creature that Harry saw, Ron said, and his words caught Hermione's attention. As she flipped through the book, she groaned. Harry mentioned the furry creature, while Edith made her guess. Hermione thought the latter was more plausible. She didn't know why she felt that way. But when she heard the word snake, something seemed to get stuck in her mind. But she didn't know what it was. It felt like losing a puzzle piece that was about to be completed. Hermione's thoughts. Well, the monster is better off staying quiet. It was the Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Edith was frustrated as she opposed Harry, who said they had to wait for the match. Slytherin had already lost to Gryffindor, and if Gryffindor continued to win, Slytherin would lose the trophy. If Gryffindor lost to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, Slytherin would still have a chance to win, but honestly, it would be a slim hope. After all, Harry's performance had reached a level even Mirabelle recognized. As they talked about various things, Hermione glanced at her watch and stood up. It's time for class. Ah, is it already that time? See you later, Edith. Hermione, Harry, and Ron left the library, and Edith followed behind. It was a joint class with Ravenclaw. They walked through the useless corridors and climbed the meaningless staircases to the classroom. Along the way, Edith heard a strange crawling sound. She looked up and glanced around, but saw nothing particularly unusual. On the contrary, some students had already entered the classroom, and she could even see the figures of students around. However, just as she thought that, the crawling sound echoed in her ears again, and Edith's heart skipped a beat. Is this my imagination? Her first thought was that it could be Peeves playing a prank. But Edith quickly dismissed that idea from her mind. Peeves had been thoroughly beaten by Mirabelle in their first year and hardly dared come near her. Then she thought of Malfoy's pranks, but that didn't seem to fit. Edith thought. She couldn't explain it well, but she felt a deep chill. Something inside her was crying. Chaotic pranks. I don't know what that is, but it would be terrible if I left this place. Acting on instinct, Edith ran from her spot. No matter what, the teacher must be there. She had to go there. Even if she was out of breath, she ran with all her might down the corridor. But the crawling sound continued, even following her. No. Edith turned and ran toward the window. Since it was class time, she could stop even if she got points deducted. She headed for the window, towards a storage room. The first-year flying lessons would surely have many shooting stars. If she could grab that broom, she could escape. If the air attacked, it would expose the whole school. That was what she thought. Then, at the window, she placed her hand on the window frame. What she wanted to do was open the window. The scene behind her reflected in the window like a mirror. Edith saw it. She saw it. A despairing groan escaped from Edith's lips. Behind her, there was a giant snake. A red tongue flicked out from its mouth, its enormous body stretching 15 meters long. It had a slimy green body with vertically split yellow pupils. The moment she saw it, Edith's body lost its freedom. From her fingertips to her toes, her senses gradually faded, and even her consciousness disappeared. With things having developed to this point, Edith deeply believed in her doubts. After all, she had guessed wrong, but it was too late to realize. From this moment on, she wished she could even tell Hermione the truth. Mirabelle's name was the last thing she whispered. Even she didn't understand what it meant. Seeking help? As Edith's consciousness shut down, her body remained motionless, as if it had turned to stone. Then she slowly fell to the ground. The school was as noisy as in April, or perhaps even more chaotic than in April. Besides a monster that had originally been thought to be tame moving again, the most concerning thing for the students was the victim from Slytherin. They unconditionally believed that only Slytherin students would be attacked because it was called the monster of Slytherin, but that was overturned. As a result, even Slytherin students fell into a panic, caught in uncontrollable fear. Why? Shouldn't Slytherin be attacked? Why would an heir from Slytherin attack another Slytherin? They couldn't stay in such a school anymore. They wanted to go home. Terrified cries echoed everywhere, shocking everyone. Edith's heart was in turmoil while her body was silent and petrified. No one approached the petrified Edith, lying on the floor, as everyone kept their distance. Even when teachers tried to approach, the panicked students wouldn't listen. They could only be astonished. However, a voice broke through the chaos, overwhelming the girls inside. Calm down, you fools. In the midst of such turmoil, the clear voice strangely reached everyone's ears. It calmed the students down, restoring a bit of composure. The power of controlling the heart seemed to have magical properties in itself. Control the pressure like the roar of a king. In school, you can only do a little. Open the way, oh sister. The voice of Mirabelle forcefully pushed away the surrounding students and entered the circle, kneeling beside the fallen Edith. After confirming the symptoms, it was determined she wasn't dead yet. The eyes of the Slytherin monster basilisk are extremely dangerous. If you look directly at them, you will die immediately. However, if you avoid direct eye contact, the effect is reduced, allowing you to avoid immediate death and be petrified instead. Edith saw the reflection of the basilisk's eyes in the window, so she didn't die. But the question is, why did she become a target? Beresford. What? It's simple. The monster attacks non-purebloods, even exceptions in Slytherin. Mirabelle calmly answered Malfoy's fear-filled question. Thinking it over, it was hard to understand why Edith had been attacked. Pureblood. If you think carefully, the hints have been rolling in from the very beginning. At the entrance ceremony at Mirabelle, I first met Edith, and I still clearly remember what was said. Hello, Mississippi. When classified, there was a startled expression. A special birth. Oh, the name is Edith Renagel, a pure-blood family that has been passed down for 3 generations. The first voice, suddenly anxious, then calling out from a pure-blood family. Looking back now, it seems absurd. That must have been a desperate excuse, pure blood, to justify discrimination. Those of non-pure blood status faced discrimination in Slytherin, being called dirty blood. Perhaps Edith knew a little. That's why she introduced herself so naturally. Even in Slytherin, there are pure blood students. But those students would absolutely say things like that, pretending, lying about their pure blood status, mocking Muggle-borns around them, while secretly worrying about when it would be discovered by some students. The more I recalled, the more implications there were. If I thought about such a blatant, attention-seeking behavior, continuing to lie must be painful, wanting to be noticed and confirmed. However, Mirabelle ruthlessly cut through Edith's exposed true feelings with a single sword. That's why the distance between them widened, becoming estranged. Is that so? Did Edith say she was a mixed blood? Haha, being attacked is only natural. Deceiving purebloods as dirty. Just as Malfoy was speaking with pride, he suddenly stopped. Without any warning, his head flew off. Yes, no problem with the neck. In an instant, Malfoy felt a strong, killing intent, making him feel as if his head had been severed, and he went crazy. The fear was enough to convince him that if he continued to speak like that, it would really happen. Malfoy felt it. Mirabelle didn't even glance at the stiff Malfoy. She picked up Edith's wriggling body and softly said, "What you said about being able to take it back, Edith, is the mindset of a despised weakling." Holding Edith, she glared at the surroundings. Then, as if nothing had happened, she left the place without a sound. The aura at that moment told everyone that if they dared to touch her, they would surely die. Those who were glared at instinctively touched their necks. A week later, the day of the eagerly awaited Quidditch match arrived. Students had gathered in the cheering section, and the players were on standby. Even so, Hermione didn't join the cheering table and instead was doing her own research in the library. Of course, it was just groping in the dark. The clear reason was that the identity of the Slytherin monster had been revealed. Edith was right after all. The book she was reading depicted a giant serpent monster. The name of the monster was the Basilisk, known as the King of Serpents, a disgusting creature that could take lives with just eye contact. Hermione took a long time to arrive at the answer. If it was true, when Edith first suggested the snake as an answer, if her suggestion had been adopted, the journey to find a monster should have ended there. But Hermione believed, in a part of her heart, that Edith's perspective as a Slytherin student was meant to confuse. How ironic. The fact that Edith had been attacked finally made Hermione believe it. Oh, what is Gryffindor doing? The Quidditch match is about to start, you know? While Hermione was reading, she was called by a voice from beside her. The voice belonged to an older Ravenclaw student. Hermione recognized the name Penelope Clearwater, with a prefect badge on her chest. She must have been patrolling the library. Her expression was somewhat cheerful, as she seemed eager to watch the match. Prefect, did you know? The Slytherin monster is actually a basilisk. The prefect gasped at Hermione's unexpected words. Really? We need to inform the teachers immediately. If we know what it is, it will be easier to handle. In that case, it's best to tell Professor McGonagall as soon as possible and alert the whole school. If we know that looking directly at it will lead to death, the survival rate will increase. All right, let's go. Here. Hermione handed a hand mirror to the swiftly moving prefect. Be vigilant about the part where the basilisk is most afraid, the corners. If you wait around the corner, you can avoid direct eye contact. But with a mirror, you can check it around the corner. Even if it is really there, it will only be petrified. Turn the corner, please. Understood. Take all possible precautions. After that, they ran towards the stadium. Holding the mirror in both hands, Hermione left the library alone. When she reached the first corner, she tried to look in the mirror. However, a voice from beside her interrupted as if it had been waiting for the right moment. Don't look, Granger. The voice sounded very familiar. As expected, it was Mirabelle. She was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, wearing the same fearless smile. She smiled wryly at Hermione, who was frustrated at being interrupted, and then pointed at the Ravenclaw prefect with her thumb. Do you want to be like that girl? Huh? When she hurriedly looked towards the prefect, she found her lying on the floor, unmoving, just as Mirabelle had said, although she had definitely been moving just a moment ago. Now she looked like a corpse. Hermione wasn't that slow-witted. She at least knew what that meant. With a pale face, she muttered, "It can't be. Oh, it's over there in the corner. Now that you know, please close your eyes." Hermione immediately closed her eyes and crouched down. After confirming, Mirabelle also closed her eyes and faced the corner where the basilisk was. Her view was obstructed, but it didn't matter. The pressure on her skin, the piercing, killing intent, and the hissing sound of the crawling snake all indicated the presence of the enemy. "I'm so glad to finally meet you, the foolish legacy of Slytherin." Hiss. The hissing sound seemed to come from the snake's mouth, but Mirabelle understood some of the words in Parseltongue. Even if it spoke, she could guess what the basilisk was saying, a bone-chilling murderous intent. "Humph, do you want to kill me?" Hiss. The opponent's vision was obstructed, and the pressure intensified. The wind swept through her hair, and the expanding killing intent surged in. It was clear that it had recognized her as an enemy and was preparing to pounce. However, Mirabelle remained undisturbed. With a slight movement of her body, she dodged the basilisk's bite and immediately turned her wand. Cloud mist. She cast a spell to block the opponent's line of sight and to obstruct the basilisk's size. Now the conditions were 50 to 50. It turned into a dark battle. With both sides concealed, the basilisk still sniffed, even though its line of sight was blocked. Then, sealing it off, she gained the upper hand for the first time. Mirabelle took out a bomb bought from the prank shop and threw it based on the sound of the signal. It exploded at the tip of her nose, and the foul smell that caused nasal congestion drove the snake monster Mirabelle's sense of smell crazy. The Weasley twins' favorite mischievous companion, the dung bomb. Suddenly, the snake monster, which could see and smell everything around, became agitated and restless. The snake monster, with its advanced visual and olfactory senses, had no organs to perceive heat. In other words, the snake monster was almost able to find Mirabelle. Mirabelle will forever remember the blank moment of that instant. Over there, she activated a non-chanting blade spell, casting it on the giant serpent. Immediately, the wand transformed into a sword that easily cut through the basilisk's scales, blood gushing out. As the basilisk screamed from the world, Hermione shrank back even more. Roar. Hiss. Where to aim? She relied on the wand to slice the basilisk again as it charged in the wrong direction. 1 strike. 2 strikes. A 3-hit combo. The basilisk's body was soaked in blood from the continuous slashes, and the corridor was stained red. But Mirabelle showed no mercy. She jumped from the basilisk, repeatedly casting spells at its face. Hiss, 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 roar. It was a one-sided battle. In reality, the difference between Mirabelle and the basilisk wasn't that great. So what was the difference? The basilisk hadn't eaten anything for nearly 50 years and was already very weak. Moreover, at first, the basilisk thought Mirabelle, a student, was on the same level and did not take her seriously. Its vision was blocked, its body was torn apart, and in the end, even its most crucial weapon, its eyes, was cut open. Peter, Mirabelle's pet mouse watching the match, jumped onto her shoulder and let out a howl. Then, Mirabelle smiled as if she was confident of her victory, opening her golden eyes. No need to block the vision anymore. The basilisk's eyes were already blind. Humph. An ugly basilisk. Does it even deserve to be called a basilisk? The basilisk of Slytherin. Mirabelle looked down at the serpent monster, revealing a vicious smile. A bloody corpse, a shattered eye, and a disoriented figure trying to escape. If one were to observe it, they might even have to consider who the true winner was. However, Mirabelle did not relax. If one could understand the language of snakes, they would surely realize that the serpent monster was pleading for its life. The original intent had been manipulated by the air, and Mirabelle could almost guess what the serpent monster was saying. But even knowing this, Mirabelle would not stop. She continued to attack without a hint of hesitation, not even a shred of pity. This was because, having once fought Voldemort, the pig-like screams of Voldemort brought her great satisfaction. Unless she completely crushed her opponent, she would always be satisfied. The stronger the opponent, the greater her sense of superiority, and the more she admired the opponent's clumsy demeanor. Seeing the serpent monster being brought down, looking pitiful and shocked, filled her with ecstatic joy. Moreover, it had ventured into one of Mirabelle's many favorites. Mirabelle can ignore the presence of the monster, shamelessly running around, the battle that took place with the basilisk. A one-sided slaughter show that only tortures. So she declares and waves her wand. Blood mist stains Mirabelle's body, scattered all over the corridor. Cry. The torso is torn open. Exposed flesh is gouged by the wand, making it scream in pain. Scream. Burn its body with fire spells. Send electric shocks into its mouth. Freeze and crush it. Hit. Kick, tear, knock down, hit again. It will kill. One breath, losing the will to fight, while continuing to inflict horrifying attacks, making it suffer longer. And die. Hermione is still lying there trembling. But the object of fear has changed. Until moments ago, she was indeed scared of the basilisk, lying down. Now, however, she is frightened by that twisted, deeply wounded girl. The overwhelming ferocity terrifies Hermione, bringing her to tears. The girl is truly a monster, a heart with an endless black chasm. The Slytherin monster is definitely the basilisk. Mirabelle Beresford is the real Slytherin monster. Ha 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 ha. The monster in the form of a beautiful girl keeps laughing. It's a fun, heartfelt laugh, laughing happily, overwhelming, beating, trampling the Snake King who is desperately trying to escape. Continuing on, it couldn't be stopped, nor could it be interfered with. A monster that rules the place. The serpent monster finally took its last breath, and, after 8 minutes, it was finally freed from its pain. During that time, the serpent monster's screams and the girl's laughter never stopped. What could a 12-year-old girl do? It's hard to believe, hard to accept, but the fact is Mirabelle defeated the serpent monster. Hearing the report, McGonagall and Dumbledore rushed to the scene. Seeing the blood-stained corridor floor and the mercilessly dismembered body of the Snake King. Its eyeballs were gouged out, fangs pulled, scales scraped everywhere. Part of its flesh and innards were lost, and even its bones were pulled out. Just defeating it would never be enough. If the attack continued, it would forever remain such a cruel corpse. In other words, the serpent monster's form also shows the creator's cruelty. What about Granger? In the infirmary. Once injured at the scene, she is now wrapped in the infirmary's blankets, shivering. With pity, Dumbledore walked over the bloody floor, looking down at the serpent monster. A monster that sacrificed many students, but when it comes down to it, one can only feel regret. Give Slytherin 200 points to honor Beresford's achievement. Are you crazy, Albus? Indeed, in some way, defeating the monster saved the school. If evaluated based on feelings, the students would be satisfied. Dumbledore waved his wand. Immediately, the blood on the corridor floor floated up, transforming into a blood ball, thrown out the window. Dumbledore thought Hagrid should bury the serpent monster's body in the Forbidden Forest. No matter how many monsters attacked the students, it was tragic. At least give it a tombstone. Albus was very scared. That girl should be expelled from the school immediately. What is the point of expulsion? If she transfers to a school like Durmstrang, it won't stop anything. If she gives up guidance, that girl would willingly delve into the depths of darkness. He believed she would become a second Voldemort, and if her heart was dark, it would grow into a greater disaster. Dumbledore told McGonagall, his blue-eyed glasses flashing. The school would surely be able to hold on. At least Mirabelle wasn't openly throwing that kind of madness, and she confirmed she would maintain a calm appearance. Even once, she understood that the serpent monster harmed her friends, so she was filled with rage. At first glance, it seemed she only thought of herself, and everything else was trash. However, that demon girl should still have friendships. Dumbledore wanted to believe. Professor Minerva. Albus McGonagall covered her eyes with her fingers, wiping away tears. Some tears were tears of gratitude. McGonagall felt ashamed of her short-sightedness. Ashamed of herself for being afraid and ready to give up her responsibilities as a teacher. Don't blame yourself. It's the same for me. A great wizard, Albus. Dumbledore approached the broken Snake King and smiled at McGonagall's praise. Now let us bury the body. It's hard to imagine what the students who witnessed this scene would feel if it went unchecked. Picking up the serpent monster's body, Dumbledore and McGonagall went outside. The Slytherin monster is dead. The whole school was excited about this, and with an additional 200 points for Slytherin, the tension among Slytherin students reached its peak. Quidditch lost the trophy to Gryffindor, but Mirabelle's 200 points made up for it. However, this joy was short-lived as new victims emerged. Ginny Weasley from Gryffindor was kidnapped to the Chamber of Secrets. Of course, the monster was executed by Mirabelle herself. However, the one who manipulated it, the heir, still existed. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger's friend, Ron, changed the situation. The three even took their Professor Lockhart to mourn in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to solve the problem. Hermione had already guessed that the bathroom was the entrance to the chamber. Lockhart was of no help. After all, everything he wrote in his autobiography was a lie, which only deprived others of success. Hermione was shocked and speechless. But even so, it could still be somewhat useful. After a few minutes, Ron suggested and pulled hard. Harry spoke parcel tongue to the tap in the bathroom, where a snake was carved. Then the tap lit up, and the basin began to turn. After the table moved away, a thick pipe appeared, leading down. Perhaps it was the entrance to the chamber. At the end of the pipe, Ginny would surely be found. Well, first, let's not be reckless. Get in. As an observer, Lockhart was kicked in and jumped into the pipe. Harry and Ron thought it was a good idea, especially Harry, who had never asked that incompetent teacher who had lost all his bones. After letting Lockhart go, Harry and Ron jumped into the pipe without issue, and finally, Hermione grabbed her skirt and entered the pipe. The four of them fell in like a slide, dark and deep, even passing through dungeons continuing to slide. While sliding, a rat rolled from the pipe, falling past Harry. Suddenly reaching the end of the slide, Hermione was thrown to the ground, landing on her bottom. As she rubbed her sore backside and stood up, Harry and Ron, who had arrived early, were nervously looking around. At the end of the pipe was a dark tunnel paved with stones. Was it the chamber? With such thoughts, Hermione stood by Harry and waited. It was a bizarre tunnel. The damp floor, glaring darkness, and sticky walls were unpleasant. Upon closer inspection, many animal bones were scattered on the ground, making it feel uncomfortable to step on. Fluorescent light flickered. Harry illuminated the tip of his wand, leading the way. Then Hermione, Lockhart, and Ron followed, with Ron pointing his wand at the rear end where Lockhart walked. His own wand had been destroyed by Mirabelle, but fortunately, he borrowed a cheap wand from McGonagall as a replacement, which he was currently using. Harry, over there, the serpent monster's shell. There was a shed skin of a snake over 6 meters long. But just because there was an empty shell didn't mean the Serpent King was not there. The owner of the abandoned shell had been cruelly killed by Mirabelle. Remembering the horror of that moment, Hermione lowered her head, pale-faced. Wow, 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 wow. Seeing the snake skin, Lockhart was startled, retreating repeatedly until he sat down. It really was something useful. Ron, surprised, forced himself to stand with his cane. But it was just a bluff. Lockhart quickly stood up, punched the distracted Ron, and snatched his wand. Just one careless move could cost a life. Regaining his confidence, a brilliant smile returned to his face. Game over. Let us take the skin home and tell the family that the girl has been rescued. And he will tell the family that when they see that mutilated corpse, they will go mad with pity. It's useless. The monster is already dead. Who would believe it? Believe it. That kind of reputation, could be like that, so let us assume there were two monsters. While intimidating the trio, he gradually distanced himself, pointing his wand at Harry and the others. Hermione reached in her pocket, grasped her wand, and whispered to Harry and Ron. Loony Lockhart cast a spell, then cast a defensive spell. Then there would be a brief opportunity to disarm him and seize his wand. Listening to Hermione's instructions seemed to be the wisest course of action. Judging this, Harry nodded slightly and grasped the wand hidden in his sleeve. A fear arose. What if Hermione couldn't stop him? But equally real was the thought that there was no other option. He had to trust Hermione and wait for that moment. On the other hand, Ron wasn't so assured. He doubted Hermione's abilities. Ron knew Lockhart had stolen many memories, and those whose memories were taken were the original protagonists of the stories he had written. Lockhart had erased the memories of many adventures, slaying vampires, defeating yetis, battling monsters. Could the memory charm really stop a student? Ron thought. The memory said goodbye. All forgotten. All protected. Lockhart's wand emitted a beam of light, which was blocked by Hermione's transparent barrier. Lockhart's memory charm was as strong as a lie. Even Hermione's shield charm was creaking. It was useless. It was breached. Ron sensed something, charged forward, rushing to Harry and Hermione. At the same time, Lockhart's magic pierced the barrier and directly struck Ron. His body was thrown back and fell to the ground. Harry's heart was gripped by that figure, but he didn't forget what he had to do. A chance created at the risk of a friend's life. He couldn't waste it. Disarm him. The tip of the wand emitted a red flash. Snatching the wand from Lockhart's hand, and Hermione also cast a spell. She performed a disarming charm stronger than Harry's, sending Lockhart crashing into the wall. Lockhart's consciousness seemed to be severed by that force, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, rolling like a broken doll. Ron. Hermione rushed towards Ron, ignoring the already fallen Lockhart. It seemed Lockhart's memory charm had struck Ron, but was he safe? Now, she could only hope Lockhart would cast the spell correctly, like before. But thankfully, it was the same this time. Ron, do you recognize me? Do you know yourself? I know, but it's very vague. Ronald Weasley, but what do you think? Ron. I know. Your best friend, Harry Potter. Hottie. Harry Potter. Dog bowl? Dear Tuck. Hearing the response made Hermione tear up, while Harry's face turned desperate. Ron's memory was confused. He hadn't completely lost it, but it was still very serious. Harry hated it, cursed Hermione. A surge of anger, a dark fury swirled within Harry, wanting to crush Lockhart as soon as possible. Why? How did this happen? In his thoughts, Harry was stunned. Ronald Weasley. Mirabelle sat in the Slytherin common room chair, clicking her tongue. She reported to Harry about the situation. The information relay of the mice built throughout the year. When Harry's friends entered the Chamber of Secrets, a mouse slipped in. That was also a mouse controlled by Mirabelle. Moreover, starting this year, the transmission efficiency had improved, so the will of the mice was directly connected to Mirabelle's pet, Peter. And, through the pet contract, Peter revealed his intentions to Mirabelle. In other words, what the mice saw at school was quickly sent to Mirabelle through Peter. Harry found the situation amusing and told Mirabelle. Well, it was just luck, but Ron losing his memory was completely meaningless. Mirabelle sighed, frustrated by the failure of her plan. As far as she knew, Lockhart had lost his memory. The real story was that using Ron's broken wand, the Obliviate charm had backfired, causing him to forget as well. But Mirabelle added a twist to change things a bit. By completely destroying Ron's wand, she lured him into having a proper wand and made Lockhart's Obliviate charm take effect. Mirabelle aimed for two things. One was directly from that competent teacher's Azkaban. The other was the memory initialization of Harry or Hermione. First, Lockhart's trip to Azkaban was almost successful. Only the sins would be revealed, and only the students would be hit with the memory charm. Unable to escape Azkaban no matter how hard they tried. She really wanted to crush the incompetent one herself. But if she crushed the teacher in the Chamber of Secrets, she wouldn't be able to stay at Hogwarts. Afterwards, if Hermione or Harry were hit by the memory charm, it would be a huge success for Mirabelle. After losing their memories, they would be like infants. In that case, it would be a great opportunity to instill her own existence in them, making them loyal servants like Sydney. Mirabelle planned to use the memory-lost Hermione or Harry as pawns, although it was regrettable that Hermione lost some knowledge. If she could reach that point in just 2 years, she would definitely be able to return to her original state. If she actively taught magic, she could accomplish even more. If that were the case, she would become an excellent pawn. The Muggle body had no drawbacks either. It was supposed to symbolize the ideal world she advocated. As for Harry, he was the chosen boy of fate. If she got him, she would have a trump card against Dumbledore and Voldemort. Especially to suppress Dumbledore's actions, it would be the best demon card. But actually losing Ronald Weasley's memory had no meaning. Honestly, brainwashing Mirabelle's many followers in Slytherin made no difference. For example, turning 100 followers into 101 would seem meaningless, but it was infinitely close to worthless. Was there no way to give up this time? It seemed like she was trying to do something to Hermione and Harry like Lockhart did. At one point, Mirabelle decided to quietly retreat from the two, positioning herself sideways. The basilisk was gone, but Tom Riddle was still alive. Once a top student at Hogwarts, the boy who would become the Dark Lord. How would the two fight against him? Mirabelle thought for a moment and then smiled. Harry and Hermione left Lockhart behind and continued down the tunnel. She initially intended to bring them along, but later decided to leave them to be the heirs of Slytherin. If it came to fighting, she couldn't protect Ron and couldn't protect herself either. That was why she decided to leave them there, allowing only Harry and Hermione to continue. Lockhart was already bound by Hermione's spell and had told Ron to undo it, or more accurately, he couldn't undo it without magic. Can you believe it? That Lockhart. Oh, why did he think he was a good wizard? That idiot. Useless. Just a pretty face. Damn it. Hermione, although very angry, managed to keep calm and knew what would happen next. Harry comforted Hermione, who blushed and continued to shout at Lockhart. Even Harry couldn't forgive Lockhart either. If he could, he would want to turn back right now and punch that proud, handsome face. But, thinking of what could happen next, he had to remain calm. A creature that could control the basilisk, which caused many victims, was a formidable opponent, perhaps comparable to Mirabelle. That was why Harry had to keep Hermione calm. I know. Oh, but I'm so angry. After winding through the twisted tunnel multiple times, they finally reached a narrow room. A pillar that seemed to be entwined with snakes extended to the ceiling, and dim lighting eerily illuminated the entire space. They swallowed nervously, exchanged glances, and cautiously stepped into the room. As they moved while pointing their wands at each other's blind spots, they noticed a shadow in the center of the room. A figure in a black robe with fiery red hair. Two familiar features resembling Ginny. Ginny. As soon as Harry saw her, he ran to the girl, threw his wand aside, and picked her up. Her freckled face was sickly pale, lifeless. She looked petrified, and that pale complexion, what was wrong? Harry's face turned pale as he shook Ginny desperately. Ginny, don't die. Please stay alive. Harry, get away from her. Shaking her in that unconscious state was a bad move. Basic Muggle first aid knowledge suggests that if someone is unconscious with no visible injuries, one should first suspect a brain injury. Shaking them in such a state could cause blood vessels to rupture, leading to fatal injuries. Of course, Muggle common sense applies to the magical world, but the anatomical structure of the body hasn't changed. It's okay, it's okay. Hermione's words relieved him, and Harry regained his composure. But he could only relax slightly. If he didn't get help soon, he didn't know when the heir would attack. As he tried to use his wand to help, Harry realized his wand was missing. Hadn't he just thrown it aside? Where had it gone? Looking around, he noticed a tall, black-haired boy sitting near one of the pillars, with a wand in hand. He was playing with it. Tom? Tom Riddle? Hermione turned back in response to Harry's words. There was the Tom Riddle from Harry's diary, looking like a ghost. Is that Tom Riddle? Harry asked. Ah, it should be about 50 years ago. Tom Riddle smiled at the confused Harry. Memories. The diary holds 50 years of memories. Tom Riddle twirled Harry's wand with his fingertips, looking at him. Hermione saw something enjoyable in those eyes. Where had she seen those eyes before? Just recently. She remembered seeing something similar in a more frightening place. I've been waiting for this moment, Harry Potter. We can talk later, but right now we have to get out of here. Give me back my wand, Tom. Harry pleaded, but Tom refused. You can talk now, Harry Potter. It's over. Tom's demeanor and tone were fitting for such a situation. From his body, Harry saw the brave model student Tom Riddle from the diary. But Hermione seemed to have figured out the reason, even before Harry did. She pointed her wand at Tom, blocking Harry. Hermione? That's very dangerous. Hermione recognized Tom's eyes. Of course, the shape of the face was exactly the same, and the color of the eyes was also completely the same. She would never forget those cruel, merciless, chilling eyes, as if they had found their long-sought prey. She would never forget the eyes of the cruel predator. Those eyes were very similar. Very similar? To whom? Harry's question reminded Hermione of what happened during a Quidditch match. Hermione had been crouching in fear of Mirabelle's basilisk fight, but in reality, she had once opened her eyes out of curiosity, and she had seen it. A hellish scene that seemed to belong to the world. If only she could have seen the basilisk's eyes, but Hermione saw the girl's eyes. The most unforgettable were those golden eyes of the predator, which stood out even against the blood, just like a boy's eyes. As she smiled, tearing through the basilisk, Mirabelle Beresford. Dear readers, thank you for your support. If you feel this book is worth reading, please add it to your bookshelf, click to urge updates, and leave more comments. Thank you. Tom Riddle claimed that Ginny Weasley was the instigator of a series of events. It was said that she unintentionally came into possession of Tom's diary, which contained various writings. For example, it included things that happened at school, incidents of being teased by her brothers, and the pressure of learning with old materials. There were also hints of affection and worries about the famous Harry Potter's everlasting love. In response, Tom was understanding, sympathetic, and kind, winning her trust. However, that devil destroyed Ginny's soul. The more she poured her heart into the diary, the more she felt friendship, and the more her soul was invested in it. The more power Tom gained. Conversely, he eventually acquired enough energy to manifest himself. He manipulated an innocent girl to cause a series of events. It was unforgivable. Hermione raised her wand and increased her voice. There was nothing more to hear. The heresy should be defeated immediately. With such judgment, she cast the spell without hesitation. The sand flew and the stones moved. Oh dear, patient girl. Tom merely nudged his wand and brushed off the blue light sphere emitted by Hermione's wand. But the attacks were relentless. A series of 2 or 3 more lights shot towards Tom, but they were ineffective. Or does Harry Potter want to do something? Can he tell what power defeated the great Dark Lord? The Dark Lord Voldemort? Why is his name known? After all, how can an ordinary baby defeat a wizard? Harry understood. Tom Riddle was a wizard for 50 years. In other words, he was a generation of Voldemort. Why would he care about the wizard behind? Tom answered the question. Do you understand? Voldemort is now Harry Potter. While speaking, Tom waved his wand and wrote in the air, Orvalorel. It drew his own name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He waved his wand again. Then the empty letters moved, and their arrangement changed. Harry and Hermione screamed upon seeing some letters. Voldemort. At that moment, everything made sense. Why open the Chamber of Secrets? Why target Muggle students? Why make Harry doubt and worry about Voldemort? Voldemort. The boy would later kill Harry's parents and many wizards. Harry, let me tell you. He tried twice and failed to kill him both times. How'd he survive? Can you tell me? If only the speaking time was long enough, his friend could live longer. The first time, he knew why he lost his power. He He knew why he could be killed. Because his mother died to protect him. His mother, an ordinary Muggle mother, Harry said in a trembling voice, struggling to control his anger. His mother stopped the killing. He saw the real thing. The fallen remains, almost lifeless. And the ugly remains were trampled by Millicent Bulstrode from Slytherin. Now, the filthy remains that first-year girls had defeated. Hearing the insult, Tom's face became ugly, but soon it was replaced by a fearful smile. So, that's why his mother died for him. Of course, it was a powerful curse and countercurse. After all, he had nothing special, so what was special? But knowing was enough. Since that's the case, let us quickly get rid of it, then kill Millicent Bulstrode. Tom pointed his wand at Harry, and Hermione moved as well. Harry was now unarmed. With no choice, he could only protect himself. Hermione overcame her fear and faced the young Dark Lord. Do you want to fight? Knowing that it's Voldemort, a girl trembling at the mere mention of his name. As Tom said, Hermione trembled. The name of the Dark Lord was taboo in the magical world. Even Hagrid, who was a giant, dared not speak it. And even Hagrid's massive body trembled as he covered his ears. Hermione, a Muggle-born, was no exception. Just mentioning Voldemort's name made her legs shake. Even so, to save her friend, she had to stop Voldemort. Thunderous explosions. Useless. It shone like the sun, but it still worked. But didn't he matter? Just provocation attacks. A reproach to her fear-stricken self. What Dark Lord? What is wrong with the young appearance? Haven't you seen a nightmare more terrifying than that? At that moment, she recalled the blood-stained Millicent, who continued to laugh maniacally, and what level of fear that evoked. All petrified, Tom used magic to respond to Hermione's spell. The spells collided. Hermione's spell was broken. Tom's spell directly reached Hermione, who immediately jumped aside to avoid it and continued with another attack. Glacius! The flames roared. Using flames to block the cold air, Tom smiled comfortably. The levels were different. One of Hermione's common spells was defeated. Tom cast a spell at the troubled Hermione. Just one spell. A silent spell. Unable to grasp the nature of the attack, Hermione could only roll to avoid it. Oops. Bone crushing. Hermione countered and eliminated the snake summoned by Tom. Tom and Hermione cast spells, and he cast another silent spell, cutting Hermione's shoulder, which she failed to evade. Need to do something. Even if Harry wanted to, he was powerless without a wand. Harry gritted his teeth, needing to help his friend, a girl, fighting alone. What to do? Anything would do, even just a little bit. He had to help Hermione. Thinking this, he looked around, but all Harry could find were stones. Throw a stone? However, Harry thought it might work. In the worst case, it would hit Hermione. Without a wand? Damn it. Idiot. Why did you throw away your wand? Just as Harry was anxious, the magic between Hermione and Tom scattered with flashes. But Hermione was in a desperate situation. Tom was just toying with her, defeating her easily. Now to get Ron's wand back, quick. There was no way to fight. It was really frustrating. Harry felt helpless and clenched his fists. Now he had to fight. He wanted the power to save Hermione. It seemed that the universe responded to his thoughts. Or was it just a coincidence? Flames erupted from a nearby pillar, and something flew towards Harry. It was a phoenix. Its fiery red feathers resembled a peacock's golden long tail. It was one of the most beautiful creatures in the world, with golden claws and beak. Dumbledore's pet fox flew in, carrying something in its beak. The sorting hat? The phoenix brought Harry a sorting hat. It was a magical item that existed only to distinguish which house one should enter and was used for enrollment. It fell into Harry's hand, giving it a strange weight. Curious, Harry reached into the hat, not knowing how it got there, and pulled out a dazzling silver sword. The moment he held it in his hand, Harry understood. It was a sword with mysterious power, even capable of fighting Tom Riddle and Millicent. It didn't just look like a sword. It was a weapon to help the friend Harry desperately wanted to save. Harry knew. The current Gryffindor legacy paired with the serpent monster. A hat that inherits the will of the great wizard. A sword of courage, wielded only by those who recognize it. True Gryffindor students. Hey. Harry gripped the sword with both hands, interrupting Hermione and Tom's argument. He stood up to protect his injured friend, wildly swinging the sword and cutting through Tom's magic one spell after another. Of course, with an ordinary sword, such things wouldn't happen. Magic can cut with a sword. But only Gryffindor's sword can make the sacred act possible. Harry's sword? I know. It was brought by Fawkes. Harry couldn't answer Hermione's question, but it was given by Fawkes, Dumbledore's pet. Then Harry believed in it, pouring all his strength into the sword. In such circumstances, Harry was decisively top-notch. His thoughts had changed, and without hesitation, he raised the sword, closing the distance to Tom. Hey, Harry's swordsmanship was only amateur, but the sword's performance made up for the gap. The blade swung with force, cutting through the column like butter, grazing Tom's nose. Tom avoided it with a relaxed smile. A good sword, Harry Potter. Of course, if it hits, it's safe. The sword's edge moved in a diagonal slash, and Riddle didn't move. He laughed like a fool, deftly dodging all the attacks. The attack power was lacking. Was it a child's game? Just like that? Bah, no matter how good the sword. It's still a kind of brutal, primitive Muggle fighting style, waving a weapon. Can such a thing be defeated? Tom extended his wand, and Harry immediately raised the sword. At the same time, he was blown away by magic, rolling to the ground. Without the sword for defense, he would have been knocked unconscious in one hit. Even a sword capable of killing a dragon would be meaningless if it couldn't strike. A sword is a sword, no matter how sharp. Even a child's stick is like that. Tom's nonverbal spells were continuously cast, blocked directly by Hermione's shield. Harry's sword cut through the continuously fired magic. But one attack followed another. Although it was 2 against 1, the two were completely at a disadvantage. We won, just like that. Hermione was desperately looking for a way to break free from the situation, feeling frustrated about her declining health. She had already tried all the spells she could use, done everything she could. It was just that the opponent was stronger in every aspect. Continuing to cast spells head-on, Hermione would never defeat Tom. Hermione thought, just like in the dueling club against Mirabelle. At that time, the opponent played, so they got along well, but this time, when Hermione remembered Mirabelle, a girl's voice appeared in her mind. Just teach that everything requires being flexible and adaptable, not rigid. Professor Lockhart only said to take the opponent's wand. So it was a very good strategy. Granger, any method to take away the wand. Hermione squinted her eyes, as if determined, gathering as much magic as she could into her wand. A collection of magical power, excluding weapons. Although the magic was still immature, it was full of residual magical power, containing the power comparable to an old wizard's single strike. Oh, a gamble on one strike? Useless. No use in telling after it's done. Shouting, she activated the magic. At the same time, she threw her wand. What? Hermione's wand spun and flew up, launching a rotating attack from the tip of the wand, indiscriminately attacking everything around it. Perhaps caught off guard by the sudden attack, Tom's movements froze. But his reaction was even faster. Tom quickly used a nonverbal spell to knock down Hermione's spinning wand. However, at that moment, Hermione jumped in, aiming for the gap. Surprised again, but it was too late. Tom quickly stood up, pointing his wand at her. At the same time, Hermione grabbed Tom's arm. But that was just a girl's hand. The wand was gone, and Hermione's strength was no match for Tom's. Even empty-handed, she was strong enough. Would she win the battle? Hermione twisted Tom's arm, recalling the moves from the dueling club with Mirabelle. She didn't know the name of the technique Mirabelle used, but she remembered the body's movements. Paying a painful price, the Muggle trick Mirabelle taught, although could one even think so? She grabbed Tom's arm, reaching out for the wand. Grabbing the wrist, she used all her strength to twist it outward, and then threw it. Mirabelle uses the true essence of technology, a self-defense technique that even weak girls or children can use to throw adults. Tom Riddle's Muggle tricks. Ugh, won a defeat with Muggle means. Tom was accidentally knocked down by a counterattack, groaning in humiliation, but it was a mistake. Hermione hugged Tom's waist from behind, stopping his movements. Of course, with inferior age and physique, she could continue to suppress Tom's actions. It was a meaningless and reckless act that would win very little time, if only for a moment. Harry, no! In response to Hermione's shout, Harry swung his sword and charged forward. Tom hurriedly tried to pick up his wand, but there was no wand. Attacked by Muggle means, the wand was thrown far away, and he couldn't escape because the girl was hugging Tom's waist from behind. Get off, you guy! Cut! Harry's sword slashed diagonally from Tom's shoulder to his hip, and red blood gushed out of Tom's body. Harry hesitated to kill, still worried about Hermione behind him. Just splitting Tom's body in two was enough, but it successfully caused deep pain. Tom spat out blood, and as he tilted his body, blood flowed from his face. Even so, Tom did not fall because he belonged to the world. Stupid, such a thing. The future Dark Lord, defeated by a second year? I can hardly believe it. Tom left. Hermione said to Harry in a low voice. What? Why is it so ugly to bleed? Why is the future Dark Lord Tom Riddle exposed to such humiliation? Shouldn't some mistake happen? Such a foolish thing? Tom staggered away from Harry. Then with a push of his hand, the diary that was originally lying on the ground appeared and fell into his hand. Tom hated this place, but had no choice but to retreat. In a confused mind, Tom hardly thought of an answer. A part of him remained calm, even as he murmured to himself. Even in chaos, he knew what action to take. He would never forget this humiliation. Tom turned his gaze towards Harry and Hermione with intense hatred and disappeared from there. A kind of transparent magic, hidden in appearance. Using Dumbledore's specialty to escape the ultimate humiliation. Killing those two couldn't quell his rage. The kind of unbearable anger made him understand the power, while fear twisted his face. Awkwardly lowering his head, finally calming down. Filled with rage in his heart, Tom fled. The self-proclaimed heir of Slytherin, the future Dark Lord, was defeated by a boy and a girl. Tom, who disappeared from Harry's side, walked into the tunnel. He was seriously injured, but would not die because of it. After all, the essence was ultimately the manifestation of the remaining soul in the diary. If the diary, which only served as the essence, was destroyed, Tom Riddle would die. This meant that Ginny's stolen soul would never return. Tom walked slowly, a pleasant smile on his face. Cough, cough, cough. Although failure is a shame that will soon be known. In the end, nothing was resolved. Ultimately, the case did not solve any problems. The basilisk was indeed dead, and Tom was forced to flee. But that was all. The essence of Tom was not destroyed, and Harry's friends still hadn't been able to save Ginny. The case remained unresolved. Although he lost the battle, the match itself was Tom's victory. For now, let's hide one and add a weaker essence first. Now, endure the humiliation and run away. That's the best. Tom sighed deeply and looked up to walk. Suddenly, he realized a blood-red arm was growing from his chest. Huh, stupid. Tom looked down at the arm protruding from his chest. It was a slender arm with fair skin. That flawless arm, full of artistic flair, was covered in blood. Tightly clutching Tom's heart, that diary. Following the source of that arm, he looked back and saw a golden girl stained with blood. Mirabelle Beresford, the other vengeful enemy who killed the basilisk. The demon roared with a mocking expression. Mom! Tom spat blood while making a demonic expression, but it was too late. Harry's wand slipped from his weak arm and fell to the ground. The cursed fire that had been raised to its highest level was released from the arm clutching the diary, burning the diary along with Tom's body and staining Tom's consciousness red. Tom could not resist. The future Dark Lord, powerless to resist, disappeared without a trace. Edith woke up in the infirmary, surrounded by white walls. She stared at the flower-patterned ceiling for a few seconds, then sat up forcefully, as if remembering something. What happened to that chasing Slytherin monster? What happened afterwards? She almost recalled the moment she looked directly into the window and reflected the snake-like eyes. Considering that she had no memory of what happened afterwards, it was natural to think that she had been petrified just like that. It hurts, because she suddenly got up, all her joints ached, and she screamed. Obviously, after all, Edith had been petrified for a long time, and it wasn't until recently that Sprout and Snape finally perfected the potion and brought her back. Since she suddenly moved, the pain must have been unbearable. Forcing herself to move, she raised her head and saw the voice that responded, her recently estranged friend Mirabelle. With her arms crossed, she looked down at Edith. It seemed she specifically came to see her, but from her expression, there was not a hint of concern or worry. It was hard to say it was worry. It was just a fleeting feeling. Mirabelle. What happened after I was petrified? Mirabelle smiled slightly at the question about the shy. The basilisk had been dealt with, and the mastermind behind it had been overthrown by the efforts of Potter and Granger. Thanks to this, Gryffindor gained 400 points and took home this year's House Cup. Mirabelle earned 200 points for defeating the basilisk, plus the point from her daily classes, bringing her total to nearly 400 points. However, even so, she is still behind this year. Indeed, after such blatant favoritism, if the victory in Quidditch is also taken away, there will be no way to turn things around. It's disappointing. This year's House Cup will definitely go to Gryffindor. Sure enough, Mirabelle really did defeat the basilisk. After all, she is still quite weak. Edith smiled with a hint of helplessness. In the end, she did nothing, desperately trying to prove herself capable. The result was as expected. Ultimately, Mirabelle defeated the basilisk as announced, and the mastermind was cleared out by the trio from Potter's group. Is it just ugly? When thinking about it, her vision blurred with frustration. Mirabelle said softly, "If you think so, then it must be true. How can someone tainted by the thoughts of a failure become a strong person? I already know about the Muggle bloodline, and I have no intention of hiding it." Mirabelle squinted slightly as she spoke, giving Edith a faint glare. Edith felt a hint of anger from her gaze. Is that what she said? A weak person trapped in humble thoughts. A lamb scared by the gazes around them. Just a weakling. Really, an arrogant girl would waver. At such times, it would be nice if she could say a kind word, but even that was not done. She considered herself to be supremely valuable. She even thought she was wrong. Such a way of existing is erroneous, but it denies a strong way of being. That is what makes it dazzling and enviable. So, after all, the gaze of a worthless pig determines superiority and inferiority based on appearances. Weak because of trivial matters. Mirabelle's unexpected words made Edith widen her eyes. If interpreted indirectly, it meant that she recognized Edith more than the students of pure bloodlines. This was quite rare for a girl who was extremely self-indulgent. Mirabelle looked directly into Edith's eyes, saying every word. Be strong, Edith Reinteger. Edith's thoughts were almost halted by the suddenness of the words, but she immediately began to think again. Was it perhaps encouragement? There was no kindness in it, a way of speaking very much like Mirabelle's, but still felt like an attempt to uplift. Just thinking about it made her unable to suppress a natural smile. Mirabelle, could you be any clumsier? Rude, not as graceful as usual. A roundabout way of pointing things out, a very awkward form of encouragement, but for a girl who believed she had no flaws, it seemed utterly useless. She slightly frowned in disgust, her lips curving into a hollow shape. It was strange because at times like this, she looked like a normal girl her age. All right, I'm leaving. Watching Mirabelle quickly turn and walk away, she involuntarily made a sound of willingness. Mirabelle then turned her gaze and stopped. Edith said in a lively voice, "Thank you, Mirabelle." Mirabelle turned to Edith with words of gratitude before quickly leaving the infirmary. Edith gave a bittersweet smile at her friend's attitude, clearly aware of the awkwardness. For some reason, it would be nice to be able to mask her own embarrassment. Does it take a minute? Sorry for the interruption. After Mirabelle left, Dumbledore took her place. The elderly wizard, known as the Wizard, stood before Edith with a warm smile on his face. How is your health? Although it's not completely better yet, you should still attend the year-end party. Edith looked up at Dumbledore with a skeptical expression. Even Harry Potter's friend Edith would be puzzled. But why did the headmaster want this? It was natural to call upon the victim, but for some reason, it felt like that wasn't the case. Well, that's good. Dumbledore happily nodded, rummaging through his robes. He pulled out a candy wrapped in yellow packaging. He placed it in the palm of his hand and then offered it to Edith. What? Lemon candy, expressing sympathy. I like it. Huh. Dumbledore smiled as he placed the candy in Edith's hand. An astonishing story. The favorite food of a great wizard is candy. Moreover, if you look closely, it is a complete Muggle product without any magic. It should be shared with friends, Sister Beresford. Especially to give? Dumbledore cleared his throat in front of Edith, and she looked up to see Dumbledore's true intention. Of course, the only reason Dumbledore was there, because of Mirabelle's friend, and also to talk about something else, about Sister Beresford. When the name of her friend came from the headmaster's mouth, Edith was somewhat surprised. Did you know that Sister Beresford defeated the basilisk? Yes, I heard. Do you know how she did it? Well, Dumbledore nodded and squatted down. Then, at the highest point of Edith's vision, his bright blue eyes made her eyes look dull in comparison. The cheerful expression from a moment ago had completely changed. Now, his expression became serious. The battle between Sister Beresford and the basilisk was extraordinarily brutal. For nearly 10 minutes, she laughed as she brutally killed the demoralized basilisk. Hermione's testimony confirmed the scene. Dumbledore closed his eyes, recalling that moment. It was already in the past. Forgotten was the basilisk that had been completely dismantled, leaving no trace of its original form. But from another perspective, it was also proof of Mirabelle's state. She saw a glimmer of light in the bottomless darkness. Light? If such cruelty could be harmed, what was released was the goodness left in that child. Things seem simple, but they are actually very complex. Even if it appears black from one side, if you change your perspective, it can turn white. Mirabelle's cruelty seems entirely dark at first glance, but if viewed as a form of balance in school or revenge for a friend, it can be justified. Dumbledore has always been concerned about Mirabelle, knowing that the girl lacks affection. The answer lies in the slain body of the basilisk. The girl continues down a dark path, but the possibility of walking a different one has begun to emerge, albeit slightly. At least, the friend she thought she had her angry. The only one willing to accept her, even just a little, hopes to continue being friends with her. If Mirabelle can get back on track, it seems she can only rely on that girl. Only Edith Renager can hold Mirabelle's hand and help her return to the right path. This is why it is essential to protect the girl. Like Harry, one must do everything possible to guide her. As for what has been discussed, there is no other way but to pay more attention for a while. One can only hope that the faint light can become Mirabelle's guiding light. This is all Dumbledore can do at the moment. The year-end party has ended, and the year is coming to a close. Just as Mirabelle predicted, Gryffindor has won the House Cup this year. Speaking of Lockhart, it seems he used a memory charm on the students, and after all his misdeeds were exposed, he decided to send him to Azkaban. The first victim of this incident, Ron Weasley, has been hospitalized at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, and Hogwarts will cover the medical expenses. According to the responsible healer, due to the injuries being relatively minor, he should be able to return to school after a year. Ron's friends all patted their chests in relief after hearing the report. Furthermore, to recognize their achievements, Harry, Hermione, and Mirabelle were awarded the Special Achievement Award at Hogwarts. Of course, Harry and Hermione were not happy about the award, and Mirabelle was not interested in such things either. In the end, Dumbledore felt humbled by the fact that they were not satisfied with the award. Quirrell? Sister. After returning home, Mirabelle flew to the villa on Crescent Street via the chimney to check if what Quirrell ordered for the year had been completed. Mirabelle is preparing for the final flag-raising day, but the eyes of the Ministry of Magic are blocking the way. It's quite troublesome because if a minor uses magic, the Ministry will immediately take notice, resulting in expulsion or being sent to Azkaban. So this year, Mirabelle had Chilo find a way to deceive the annoying Ministry. Do you remember what was ordered for the year? Of course, sister. In response to Mirabelle's question, the masked attendant nodded. The mask covered a face disfigured by the battle with Harry Potter, with bruises all over. The left arm was a silver prosthetic, moving awkwardly. The right arm, cursed with a claw from a year ago, still retained its bright blue color. The mask, the arm, and the claw were all gifts from Mirabelle. A recognition suppression spell had already been cast over the entire villa, making it impossible for tracking threads to be identified. Even if magic or rituals were performed, they would still be noticed. Very good. Mirabelle expressed admiration for Chilo's words. In fact, the command was a quite reasonable challenge, even if achieving it was of no real consequence. It stands to reason that if the Ministry of Magic could be easily deceived, the wizarding world would be filled with criminals. Therefore, to easily break through the watchful eye should be possible. But Chilo did it. It was an astonishing achievement. It sounded simple, but identifying suppression could be used in the same way. It must have followed a rather complex procedure and employed advanced technology. Of course, one could lie, but just looking at the fingers would reveal the lie at a glance. Because if one were loyal to their master and lied, the color of their nails would change in the end. The claws were still bright blue, indicating that Chilo had never been loyal. Clearly, a reassessment was necessary. Well done, Quirinus Chilo. One underestimated him. What honor. The moment Chilo received praise from Mirabelle filled his heart with joy. Being valued, even a little occupied Chilo's mind, as if it was worth more than anything else. Of course, a heart feeling confused about this. It felt quite fearful. However, it made such things irrelevant with a sweet and irresistible charm. Typically, attraction is a gradual process. It's love at first sight, but only for a very few. To love, one must first interact, understand, and be attracted. Just a gentle stroke on the head can make one fall in love, and merely giving a smile can make one fall in love. Such a mind acts as a key to prevent invasion, and it increases with age. It can usually fill a person's heart with joy with just one word. But Mirabelle made it possible. Completely ignoring the process, it only produced the result of attraction. Kicking everything aside, including the key to the heart that opens it, wearing shoes to climb into the heart, and piercing it at will, and declaring the territory. It felt like following a soldier of Hitler. The boy's admiration for the hero, forcing a kind of tyranny, that Mirabelle had the gift of a tyrant. Just as Salazar Slytherin once had the serpentine ability, once again granting evil wizards a special gift. That ability, for the sake of it, please continue to exert. High hopes for Chilo. Chilo was once again confused by the feelings of the heart. He lowered his head and bowed, immersed in the joy of dedicating everything to his sister. Satisfied expectations. Everything had become reality. Here, in this place, Chilo, a loyal servant of the Cursed Claw, was born. By the way, he wanted to give a reward, but what did he want? He wanted to serve his sister. If he could serve, there would be no greater joy. I'm really fed up. Harry sat on the low stone wall of Magnolia Crescent, his face flushed with anger, rummaging through his bag. Of course, there was a reason for this place. During the summer vacation at Hogwarts, he was living with his relatives, the Dursleys, but it was hard to say that they were good relatives to Harry. In any case, they liked normalcy and hated magic. Harry was no exception. Harry had never been congratulated on his birthday and couldn't remember receiving anything that looked like a gift. He had never had cake at Christmas, nor did he have any memories of kindness. Moreover, they even insulted Harry's parents. Once, it was particularly bad when Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge Dursley, visited Harry and angrily scolded him for having eyes just like his parents that were a failure. Harry finally reached his limit and cast a spell on Marge. Although the result was good, Harry found himself in a tight spot. Without a single Muggle coin, how would he spend the half-month before Hogwarts started? He had already used magic on Muggles. Would he still be able to go to Hogwarts? But he couldn't just wait by the roadside, as being discovered by Muggle police would force him back to the Dursleys. Harry was searching for the invisibility cloak. He was sure the Weasleys were having a great time in Egypt. The Daily Prophet reported that the Weasley family had won the Daily Prophet's galleon lottery. He clearly remembered Mr. Arthur smiling lonely and saying, "I hope this trip makes my son feel a bit better." Seeing the photo that Mr. Arthur sent back, with the Weasley family, including Ron Weasley, his best friend, and Scabbers on his shoulder. Harry's ideal family. He wondered how many times he had fantasized about being there. Yet, the actual situation was so miserable. Suddenly, Harry looked up and glanced around. He felt a gaze upon him. He lit the tip of his wand and looked in the direction of the gaze. A black and mysterious thing. A dog-like creature, with eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Harry was frightened by the sight of the eyes and instinctively took a step back. Just then, a clear voice came from behind, calling out to Harry. "What are you doing, Harry Potter?" That was a girl's voice. He recognized it, turning around. Indeed, it was a familiar figure from the magical world. Golden hair that shimmered slightly in the reflected moonlight, and golden eyes exuding a mysterious charm. White, translucent skin, spotless. The limbs were slender and long, and the waist was also slim. The only flaw was the breasts, but the appearance denied that. The attire seemed to fit the Muggle world, wearing a white long-sleeve dress with a ribbon tie and a pure white chiffon long skirt. In such a situation, even Uncle Vernon would think it was a witch. "Beauxbatons, what are you doing here?" "Well, take a good look at where you're sitting." "Where?" "That stone wall on Magnolia Crescent." Nearby was a clearly naturally magnificent mansion, although the plaque read Beauxbatons. Harry was startled by the thought. He looked again at the mansion near where he was sitting. Beauxbatons. Harry was sitting in front of Beauxbaton's mansion. "Do you understand?" "The mansion." Harry nodded silently. He didn't expect that the place he casually sat was actually a mansion. Harry slowly stood up, as if remembering something, and turned his gaze to where the black creature had been. But there was nothing there anymore. "What are you looking at?" "The black thing that was there just now." Mirabelle had once looked in the direction Harry was pointing, but quickly lost interest and turned her gaze away. Then she glanced at Harry. "What's wrong?" "I heard number 4. Privet Drive, leaving home. Want to go back there?" "Huh." She seemed to show interest, and the corners of Mirabelle's mouth lifted into a smile. Then she unlocked the mansion and opened the door wide. "Well, come in. What do you want to drink?" Seems like just tea." For a moment, Harry hesitated about the invitation, but soon followed Mirabelle into the mansion. After all, there was no one to help him now, and no place to go. In that situation, deciding to rely on someone was a wise choice. Wow. As soon as he entered the mansion, Harry was struck by the vastness of the luxurious house. From the outside, it looked like a mansion, but inside it was even more spacious. Just like when he entered the Weasley house. Wizarding homes seemed larger on the inside than they appeared from the outside. The red floorboards and white walls. The floor was made of polished, marble-like material, covered with deep red carpets. Near the windows by the columns, there were many silver suits of armor with swords, which seemed almost alive. In the hall, there was a table covered with a red tablecloth, and the candlelight flickered on the table. Although it resembled Hogwarts Castle, it undoubtedly felt more like a castle than a mansion. But strangely, despite the grand estate, there was no sign of anyone. Where are the Beresford's parents? The main house, a villa built by the father. From this perspective, the Beresford family must be quite a prominent family. Sit in the chair in the Mirabelle Hall, pointing across, said, "Sit there, Porter." "Yes." For some reason, Harry replied respectfully and hurriedly sat in the chair. Mirabelle snapped her fingers upon seeing the situation. Then, behind Mirabelle, appeared a man wearing a mask. He looked like a butler, dressed in a black butler outfit, but he was a rather creepy figure. He stared at Harry for a few seconds, but it was hard to see his expression through the mask. "Let me introduce the private butler, whose name is Sirius." "Sirius?" "Oh, that's right." At first, the butler, called Sirius, was taken aback, as if the name sounded familiar, but when called a second time, he responded in a panic. Mirabelle sighed and decided to temporarily reveal the reason for the summoning. However, it was merely a burdensome task, making 2 cups of tea. "All right, sister." Sirius bowed respectfully and disappeared from the scene. It was a type of magic similar to apparition, but Harry was unaware of it. He simply watched as she mysteriously vanished. It was a magic similar to apparition, but with some improvements that allowed for instantaneous movement to faraway places. "Improvements?" Potter asked. "Apparition is hardly what I'd call elegant. That's why the apparition spell was improved. Even apparition makes a sound. It sounded very natural, but Harry knew it was absurd. As far as he knew, he had been using that type of magic since his first year. This meant that the spell had been improved back then. Mirabelle said to the surprised Harry with a cheerful mood, "So, why leave home? There are still 2 weeks until the summer vacation ends." Harry hesitated and thought, should I really tell her? Should I confide in Mirabelle, one of the most dangerous Slytherins? Despite his worries, he noticed that his vigilance was weakening as he looked into her golden eyes, driven by an impulse to confide everything to the girl and throw it all away. Harry wanted to express his feelings of anger and anxiety. Before he realized it, he had already said everything. It came out in a rush, like a tongue twister, and he didn't even confirm if Mirabelle was really listening. He felt angry about the Dursleys, frustrated by the insult from his parents, and indignant about his own happiness. Like a broken faucet, his emotions poured out as he spoke, and Mirabelle watched with excitement. The earlier butler had brought red tea, which tasted very light. It seemed that the butler was good at making tea, and Mirabelle mumbled, a year later, still good at making tea. Finally, after Harry had poured out his emotions, Mirabelle took a breath and opened her mouth. I understand, Potter, you're right. Is that so? Harry's lips curled up at Mirabelle's affirmation. Having a partner who could affirm him was a very happy thing. For example, if it were Hermione, she would definitely scream, Harry. Nothing was more annoying than seeing an incompetent pest whispering in a controlled manner. He spoke of his parents' incompetence, but he was truly the incompetent one. As she spoke, Mirabelle took another sip of the red tea she had just described as pleasant. Looking again, she found the action so complex that it was elegantly appropriate. Known for her poor character, Mirabelle was also recognized as the most beautiful girl at Hogwarts. When Harry first met her, he was only 11 and had little interest in the opposite sex, but now at 13, he had developed an interest. He noticed that his eyes were strangely attracted to Mirabelle's movements. In terms of protecting his parents' dignity, his anger was justified, leaving no room for sympathy for the snobbish. The only mistake was that he had let his guard down. Was he being lazy? Would he use magic? Oh, it warmed him. It should have hurt thoroughly. Mirabelle placed the teacup on the table and smiled faintly. That elegant smile, but her face could not conceal the cruelty she had been trying to hide from the beginning. Pigs should be trained, Harry Potter. Teach it the rules. Teach it that it is just livestock. Make it obedient. To achieve that, no matter how one looks at it. Harry was confused, but Mirabelle laughed. Do you really think so? Do you really feel that debt? Harry was poked at his sore spot, speaking. Just as Mirabelle had said, Harry felt indebted to the Dursleys. Always oppressed, able to feel that way. In response to the silence, Mirabelle continued. You can see through the heart, Potter. Wanting to fight back against the oppression suffered so far. Wanting to have a terrible meal while enjoying a lavish feast. Some things like to be liked. Each time wanting to vent anger with a pig. It feels good, Harry Potter. Power also gives you the ability to do so. Every word from Mirabelle pierced Harry's heart, injecting it with a dangerous sweetness. It's a denial if it's wrong. If one says they he never imagined. That's a lie. But if one imagines that scene, a sense of superiority and a strange satisfaction will erode the mind. Magic is a power used for such things. Why is it? The power gained through effort. What's the problem with wielding it? But that one bad thing, how particularly snobbish. Just like that. Wanting to stand taller than others, to have more power than others. Wanting to drown in superiority, to accept the envious gazes. Is it difficult? Every word from Mirabelle is filled with a dangerous sweetness, like an aphrodisiac. A good temptation to understand the violation of virtue. Even if the mind understands, the heart stirs. Harry's thoughts slowly go off track, as if he has been soaking in a hot bath for too long. It feels good, Potter, to trample on others at will with such easy power. A true joy that ignorant hypocrites will never comprehend. A special pleasure that no matter what exquisite wine one drinks, it cannot be tasted. But the heart questions while the mind, Potter. A pure heart unshackled by virtue will tell you what it truly desires. Mirabelle leaned her body, and Harry's green eyes reflected against her golden ones. Harry could no longer look away. Mirabelle's cherry-colored lips moved, and with each movement, the scent tickled Harry's nostrils, stripping away his senses and making him feel lightheaded. Harry thought of resistance, even the desire not to resist. Now, what does he want to say? Don't worry about the laws of the magical world. Will something be done about it? Oh yes. Even if he doesn't understand, he will understand. He will support it. There is no need to worry about anything. Just leave everything to him, as he wishes. Mirabelle held Harry's face, smiling as if she really liked him. Her body leaned in, and through the gap in her clothing, he could see the small crack at her chest, which once again burned Harry's sanity. The girl's invitation was sweet, tinged with concern, even something to consider. Harry couldn't shake off the invitation she had cast upon him. He thought about the wishes he should always express. He wondered if yielding to the dark desires deep within would only bring more suffering. Just at that moment, a loud knock on the door snapped Harry back to reality. Shoo! Mirabelle blocked the last step, clicked her tongue, and stared at the door with a gaze that couldn't hide her delight. What kind of idiot? Truly the right kind of idiot to knock at this hour. She finished the remaining half of her red tea, snapped her fingers, and summoned the butler. Open the door. Let us see which idiot it is. Huh. Following her instructions, Sirius walked to the door to greet the rude midnight visitor. Who the hell? Who visits a Muggle town villa at this hour? With that thought, he opened the door to find a short, chubby man. He wore a yellow-green top hat, had graying hair, and a face full of wrinkles. Perhaps he was forcing himself to fit into the Muggle world, but his outfit was quite strange. A pinstripe suit, a bright red tie, and purple-pointed boots. Truly a bizarre combination. Mirabelle recognized the one led to the hall by Sirius, because her father had met him several times. The most important figure in the magical world, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Long time no see, Miss Beresford. You look even more beautiful. Who would have thought the Minister of Magic would visit nearby, Sirius Black, so late? The name spoken by Mirabelle made Fudge's face twitch. Sirius Black, a criminal, was imprisoned in Azkaban for murdering 12 Muggles. The Ministry's excuse, the real reason being to sell out Harry's family, and has recently escaped. A major news story unknown to the wizarding world. The name is known as a criminal in both the wizarding and Muggle worlds, and even Muggle news can verify it. Moreover, Voldemort's followers still consider Harry their target. Watchy? We haven't found Sirius yet, but maybe he will be discovered here. Fudge chose his words while looking at Harry. He could really think about keeping Sirius's news a secret from Harry, which is why he spoke vaguely. Sensing something, Mirabelle stopped her questioning. All right, Harry. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. After a simple self-introduction, he sat in a chair recommended by Severus. He brought his mouth to the teacup on the table, frowned, and then placed it back down. It seemed the Minister of Magic also liked tea. He shyly said that thanks to it, things had become quite difficult, just like escaping from uncle and aunt. Seriously, what would happen if something occurred? But he was glad to be safe. He was glad that Sister Beresford had protected him. Fudge smiled, trying to scare Harry, but Harry didn't mind. After all, he had broken the rules of the wizarding world. However, Fudge didn't seem to mind such things. By the way, Harry, where do you plan to spend the last 2 weeks of the summer? Do you think it would be nice to find a room at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley? It was the only suggestion that came to mind. Harry hesitated for a few seconds and then nodded. It seemed a bit strange to stay near Mirabelle. If Fudge didn't notice, he was sure Harry would be stirred by dangerous desires. He thought of the scared girl, Harry. It was really magical. It was easy to be drawn into forbidden areas and corrupted, just like the serpent that offered the wisdom apple to Adam in the garden. And Mirabelle, seeing Fudge's presence, realized she had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and her hatred for that man in the top hat quietly grew. Even in the rain, the Hogwarts Express would stop. The new semester had begun, and many students sat anxiously on the train to Hogwarts, filled with anticipation. Mirabelle chewed on the cake in the compartment while being jostled by the rattling. Outside the window, it was raining and the scenery was dark. Across from her, Slytherin student Edith was stuffing pumpkin pie into her mouth. She was the only one in the compartment, because inside Mirabelle, the other students were all afraid and didn't even dare to come close. Mirabelle is tired of the sweet taste, she says. The menu on the train changes regardless of when you board, but she has grown weary of only eating sweets. Well, it's a train that is rarely used. It never tasted good. Instead, it compares poorly to the cake shop inside. However, one cannot live solely on sweetness. Desserts are, after all, desserts. Staple foods are necessary. The train lacks staple foods, and Mirabelle's frustration is hard to contain. By the way, does Mirabelle know who the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is this year? A man named Remus Lupin. He seems to be in the carriage. Will he be able to last a year? If Edith is worried, it only adds to the concern, as nearly all the students are worried. After all, since Edith started school, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers have mysteriously disappeared within a year. The first year was Quirrell, the second year was Lockhart. Both disappeared within a year, which is why the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is now referred to as the cursed subject. After finishing the cake, Mirabelle opened the plastic bottle cap and replied nonchalantly. Then she drank the tea inside, moistening her throat. Feeling full from the only drink on the train, pumpkin juice, she decided to bring a plastic bottle of black tea. Well, it can't be worse than Lockhart. Mirabelle's memories, Lupin was a very good teacher. By the time he reached the appropriate age, Harry was able to master the Patronus charm, largely thanks to Lupin's guidance. If you think about it carefully, it seems like there are higher expectations from teachers than there have been so far. How? It seems like he is interested in Hogsmeade now. What is there? It should be delicious. Hogsmeade is a village that only allows students from the 3rd year and above to enter. It is the only place in the world that is completely non-Muggle and exclusively for wizards. There are all kinds of sweets commonly found in the Muggle world, unique candies from the magical world, magical tools, prank items, and so on, a dazzling array, and Mirabelle wants to experience it all. She complained that the train only sells sweets, but she does like sweets and is very fond of them. As she spoke, the train began to slow down. Looking out the window, Edith gazed outside. It should be about time. At least it would take another hour or so to reach Hogwarts. Of course, today's special train was as slow as in previous years, and it was even running slower due to the rain. So, no matter how you looked at it, they should be arriving at Hogwarts soon. Perhaps noticing something, Edith looked around with a serious expression. Looking around, she saw students in the compartment curiously glancing around. Eventually, the train would come to a complete stop, and even the lights inside the train would go out. What was going on? Was there some activity organized by the school? What was it? Thinking about what activity it could be, at that moment, the tip of a wand lit up with a flickering spell, and then he walked towards the compartment. He then encountered Hermione, Ginny, Ron, and Harry, who had just come from the next compartment. Clearly, they were on the same train. Hermione recognized Mirabelle and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Beresford, do you know what's going on? Mirabelle certainly knows the reason behind the phenomenon, but she is not obligated to teach, and she is that kind of girl. The answer will soon reveal itself. No need for teaching. In such cases, she wants to save the necessary explanation energy. Just correct it quickly. It has already appeared. Maybe asking will reveal it. Mirabelle pointed with her thumb towards the entrance of the vehicle. Immediately, a black shadow seemed to stretch towards the ceiling, cloaked in a hood. The face was covered by the hood, and the only arm protruding from the cloak was a cold, ashen gray. Its arm was covered with dirty scabs, resembling something that had rotted in water. What is that? Edith asked, trembling, clutching the edge of Mirabelle's robe in terror. Looking at the figure, Mirabelle thought. Although she already knew what kind of creature it was from memory, she still felt disgusted upon seeing it for the first time. A Dementor, a soul eater, the dirtiest creature on earth. It was the guard of Azkaban. Oh, it spoke, the Dementor making a rasping sound as it slowly inhaled. Suddenly, a chill that felt as if her spine had frozen swept over Mirabelle and the others, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Fear overwhelmed them, as if they would never be happy again. Ginny trembled, Ron screamed, Hermione went stiff, and Edith fell to her knees. The worst was Harry, who fell from his chair and began to convulse on the spot. Although it was described in the memory scrolls, experiencing it firsthand was truly enjoyable. Wiping cold sweat, Mirabelle glared at the Dementor with disgust. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable no matter what. This creature viewed everything in its vicinity as food. This meant that even Mirabelle could be seen as food by it. She hated it more than anything. Forgive me. Just as Mirabelle was about to stand her ground, even though it seemed one could still be seen, it was the lowest of the low. Edith, let go of my hand. Mirabelle unfastened Edith from her robe and took a step toward the Dementor. That face bore no fear. No fright. There was no need to fear stupid lower creatures. Just like pigs and dogs. Would a hunter fear pigs and dogs? The hunter is always Mirabelle, who allowed such a filthy creature to expose its ugly visage before the king of beings. Mirabelle spoke with an arrogant and rude attitude, but the Dementor was moved. Instead, it let out a slight groan, trying to approach Mirabelle. However, Mirabelle would not tolerate such rudeness. Even while engaged in conversation, she could not accept the lack of respect for her. Look at the education needed. Patronus. She quickly drew her wand, the troll wand, and waved it to the side. In an instant, a silver arm appeared, tearing the Dementor's arms apart. The only spell capable of dispelling Dementors is the Patronus charm. Mirabelle cast a unique, evolved version of the aggressive Patronus charm, originally meant to repel an opponent's guardian spirit. Mirabelle gave it an offensive twist. As a result, it transformed into a blade of slaughter, capable of even killing a Dementor. Knowing that Dementors would appear in the 3rd year, she had certainly prepared a countermeasure. Only Mirabelle could create a spell that kills Dementors. Even lowly creatures can feel pain, right? That's a good thing. Mirabelle looked at the writhing Dementor with its lost arm, revealing a sadistic smile. It did not regard Mirabelle as food. Only Mirabelle saw others as food, the sole ruler. The right to eat, kill, and trample. Who cares? Who faces it? No exceptions. What do you want to cut? The chest? The abdomen? Or with just the neck? Cuckoo. Did you think that a creature that moves by instinct is afraid? Well, be a little more afraid, a little more afraid. I would like that even more. Mirabelle was completely confident in her superiority, inching closer step by step, licking her lips like a predator toying with its prey. The scene reminded Hermione of her nightmares from years ago. Just like taunting the basilisk, Mirabelle exuded an air of danger. Her calm exterior was merely a mask hiding her true nature. The Golden Girl was revealing her true colors. Let's take a look at that extremely dangerous true face. Breaking free from the shackles of reason, the Slytherin monster raised her wand, laughing even more deeply. Her golden eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed lightly. Now it was unstoppable. The Dementors were of no help. Then the unstoppable girl waved her wand. A hand reached from the side and grabbed Mirabelle. Stop. Killing the Azkaban guard would be troublesome. The arm belonged to a man in a shabby patched robe. His light brown hair was mixed with gray, and his face was pale, as if he were ill. However, the arm that grabbed Mirabelle was strong, and the reproachful eyes held a certain power. It was Remus Lupin, who would be in charge of the defense against the dark arts class this year. Mirabelle stared at the man's face for a few seconds, and not long after, let out a sigh of annoyance and obediently withdrew her arms. She believed it was justifiable self-defense. Even if she tore off its arm, it could be justified. But if she killed it, then it would be considered offense. It had just started to become interesting, but when her curiosity was interrupted, it was really frustrating. Mirabelle boredly put away her wand and helped Edith stand up from the floor. As for the Dementor, that ragged guy Lupin had said so much. Now she had little interest in the Dementor. Lupin told the Dementor that he hadn't hidden Sirius Black's cloak. Go away. The Dementor seemed very angry because its arm had been torn off. The emotionless Dementor looked at Mirabelle, and it seemed to be scared, turning to leave. Eat. Chocolate frogs? Relax a bit. Edith was forced to eat a chocolate frog while Mirabelle chewed on her own chocolate. Warmth spread to the tips of her limbs, and her body returned to normal. Soon after, Edith also took a bite of the chocolate, and her complexion improved significantly. Looking over at Harry and the others, they also received chocolate bars from the Ragged Man, and their faces looked much better. Surprised. Do you know how to deal with Dementors? The man said in surprise to Mirabelle, who was munching on chocolate, but he told her it was basic knowledge. Her father, Heathcote Beresford, was an expert in dark magic, and her mother, Mavis Beresford, was the deputy head of the dark arts at Durmstrang, so Mirabelle had been taught about dark magic from a young age. Having received such a degree of knowledge, which was almost abusive, Mirabelle knew how to deal with Dementors. After that, the train successfully moved and arrived at Hogwarts smoothly. The first years were sorted as usual, and the new teachers were announced. First, the defense against the dark arts was to be taught by Remus Lupin. Additionally, the care of magical creatures would be managed by the gamekeeper Hagrid, but according to Mirabelle, it was clearly a mistake in selection. Hagrid indeed loved animals and had a knack for taming them. But honestly, she didn't think the guy was suitable for teaching. First of all, Mirabelle thought the anticipated class would be a waste of time. Anyway, another busy year was about to begin. Mirabelle realized she was surprisingly looking forward to it. With a wry smile, the next morning, as she was having breakfast in the hall, she noticed the Slytherin table buzzing with excitement. Watching the circle, Malfoy pretended to faint, seemingly to amuse himself. There was no need to consider who to imitate. It was an imitation of Harry Potter, who had lost consciousness in front of the Dementors. As expected, Harry was disliked by the Slytherin students, as he had brought the Gryffindor trophy for 2 consecutive years. When it came to disgraceful behavior, Slytherin was very willing to partake. Malfoy was also shaking in fear from the Dementors. Edith muttered in disgust as she sat her chair. Seeing this, Mirabelle smiled. In a good mood? Edith, how do you feel about Porter? Is it like that? You seem to get along very well. Mirabelle happily poured milk over her breakfast cereal while saying, in fact, as mentioned, during the period from Christmas to the end of the semester, Edith had a close relationship with Harry and Hermione. The Slytherins discovered the identity of the monster as a common struggle, but it was hard to say there was no connection at all. Well, if imitation brings joy, then it should keep quiet. It's okay. Mirabelle, never mind. As for Mirabelle, since Malfoy honestly said he only hated ghosts, she didn't mind forcing him to be quiet. But Mirabelle was rejected by Edith, so she didn't think too much about meddling and grabbed a nearby bacon and egg. Poking the soft-boiled egg yolk with a fork caused the gooey filling to spill out, staining the white with yellow. When cut open and bitten into, the rich aroma of the egg spread in the mouth. But she wondered why only Harry fainted. Thinking he was so weak, at least he was stronger than that. The weak and the strong. At least, aside from that, the psychological structure was stronger than anything in the field. So why? Dementors are creatures that suck away joy, ecstasy, and other emotions. This means that only the worst experiences remain in the mind. If Harry Potter had such a tragic experience, it would naturally lead to fainting. Mirabelle explained while munching on crispy corn chips. The Dementors and their mental powers don't hold much significance. There aren't many pleasant experiences, just the threshold of fainting. From this point of view, Malfoy, who has been spoiled and lives a happy life, hasn't been affected much. On the contrary, Mirabelle believes that if he had gone through the same experiences as Harry, he would have gone mad and fainted. How can one prevent fainting? The quickest way is to use the Patronus charm, which is quite advanced magic. The Patronus charm? Is that what Mirabelle used on the train? Mirabelle smiled fearlessly at Edith's question and took a bite of the butter bread. After wetting her throat with tea, she said, that improved aggressive guardian spirit, the original magic. Did you just mention high-level magic? Because there's not much to achieve. Mirabelle said proudly, wiping her mouth with a napkin. It seemed that the meal had come to an end. She seemed to have eaten quite a lot today. As for Edith, although surprised, she appeared to have gotten used to it. I wonder if she would do the same. It was difficult. Unless she could use a normal protective charm, it would be impossible to touch the modified protective charm. She scooped up the dessert pudding with a spoon and explained how difficult it was for Edith to learn the protective charm. Mirabelle uses an evolved and improved version of the Guardian Spirit spell, which no one else has mastered or learned apart from her. In a sense, it can only be processed through Mirabelle's non-standard consciousness, and it is completely concerned with the unique magic of other Mirabelles. Now, let's talk about that Guardian Spirit spell. If you want to know, I can tell you, but do you want to take a break first? Is there something on your mind? After finishing the dessert pudding, she wiped her mouth with a napkin. Mirabelle took a breath, her throat moistened with red tea. For Slytherin, which had been on a losing streak for years, this was good news. For Gryffindor, it was the trigger for a nightmare. In fact, this year, Marcus Flint shouted that he really wanted to win against Gryffindor. He wanted to ignore it, but the constant losses made the rivalry less enjoyable. He wanted to completely defeat Gryffindor. As she said this, Mirabelle smiled, confident in her victory. I wanted to post this in the afternoon, but since it exceeded 1,500 words, I'm posting it directly. Please give me a nudge to update, add it to your bookshelf, and leave a review. Thank you. In the third year, a new subject was added, magical creatures. The unforgettable first class, Hagrid's magical creatures class, ended in failure. Edith thought that there was something wrong with the class itself. For Hagrid, who was known for his love of monsters, it was easy to understand that he brought along a creature that led to his own downfall. Well, it seemed like a good idea to bring a dangerous creature that could suddenly attack. The creature Hagrid brought was a hippogriff, a proud creature that would only allow a rider if they bowed to it, just like some emperors. Mirabelle didn't back down at all. She just forced herself to ride. But in the end, the eagle horse broke its knee, so common sense applies. According to Mirabelle, she would bow to anyone, including creatures. Clearly, she had no interest in the lesson. As usual, the problem was Draco Malfoy. Ignoring Hagrid's words and insulting the eagle-headed creature led to an attack. It was completely self-inflicted, but the fact that a student was injured was denied. When Hagrid brought a creature that could cause harm, he became the scapegoat. Rumors were circulating around the school that Hagrid would be fired soon. Hey, do you think Hagrid will be fired? On Friday afternoon, Edith said in a defense against the dark arts class. Several days had passed since then, but Malfoy's arm was still bandaged and he was groaning in pain. In response, Mirabelle acted as if nothing had happened. Yes, it was serious, that scratch on Malfoy. If teachers were to be fired just for student injuries, most would last a year. Malfoy is still in bandages? If Pomfrey treated him and he hasn't healed, then even the word fragile doesn't apply. Mirabelle said that Malfoy's injury has healed. It was just to elicit sympathy from those around, making Hagrid feel ashamed for his injuries, acting as if he had not yet recovered. It was meaningless to do such things, but it caused trouble because of his father's support. The injury to Lucius's son, who had a significant impact on the Ministry of Magic, had already become a problem for the Ministry. Well, who knows what will happen to Hagrid? I just hope this year's defense against the dark arts class will go well. The door opened, and they entered the classroom. The students had already gathered there, ready for class. Edith Mirabelle sat by the window, and just as she entered the room, Lupin arrived. Hey, class. Oh, just take out your books and follow your wands, he said, beckoning the students to come into the classroom. They were to do practical training from the defense against the dark arts lesson, such as using their textbooks. If one were to mention it, it would be like the dueling club from Lockhart's here, of course, along with the Cornish pixies, but it felt the same. Either way, it would be fun. Thinking this, the students only took their wands and followed behind Lupin as he led them into the teacher's room. There were old chairs everywhere, and a wardrobe in the corner creaked ominously. It was clear that something was inside and causing chaos. Feeling scared, they only imagined it to be a boggart. Lupin said it was nothing, but he seemed afraid. He spoke softly to alleviate some of the students' anxiety. Boggarts preferred dark places, drawers, the gaps of beds, inside lockers. Now to solve the first question. What does a boggart turn into? Can it become something you fear? A simple question. Malfoy answered Lupin's question with a proud expression. After Gryffindor, there were few students who knew about the shape-shifting creature. Exactly. So the dark boggart hadn't T-formed yet. It knew what people outside would fear. So it couldn't T-change. What would a boggart turn into? Just like that, Edith. No one truly knows what a real boggart looks like. They've never seen it. Once it's out, it will turn into something you fear. When encountering a boggart, it means recognizing each other's appearance. But by then, the boggart had already completed its transformation. Therefore, there is no way to confirm its true form or see it. But there is an advantage. To defeat a boggart, the most important thing is to do it together. Do you know why? Well, because it knows how to pretend to be someone else, right? Daphne. So many things. It should turn into what the creature is supposed to be. Should it become a flying dragon? Or should it be a crawling zombie? The boggart knows. It would feel confused and make foolish transformations. Lupin continued to explain, trying to ease the student's tension with a gentle tone. The spell to defeat a boggart is very simple, but it requires mental strength. To defeat the thing with laughter, you need to imagine the boggart as something funny. All right, let us practice with our wands first. On 3. Ridiculous. Lupin called for the class to chant in unison. He smiled satisfactorily at the chorus and began to explain. Very good, but just the spell ISNT enough. Edith, can you? Yes, she replied. First, unless you truly try the tutorial, the students one team master the technique. Edith was the first called by Lupin. In Slytherin, where powerful figures like Mirabelle Malfoy gather, Edith is unusually close to common sense. It's not surprising that she was chosen for the tutorial role. What is she most afraid of? Well, the basilisk. It's no wonder that some students jump at the sound of its name. After all, for a year, the monster had terrorized the entire school and caused many victims. Especially for Edith, who was an actual victim of the incident, the fear still lingers in her heart. Well, the basilisk, yes. So, what she fears the most are its eyes. By the way, Edith, what is your favorite animal? Oh, rabbits. Very well, then let's proceed. First, if we open that wardrobe, the boggart will turn into the basilisk. Raise your wand and chant. How amusing. Now, focus on the round eyes of the rabbit you love. The basilisk's terrifying eyes should soon transform into the eyes of the rabbit you adore. You must be imagining the round-eyed basilisk that Lupin mentioned. Edith gasped, and everyone around her started to laugh. So, what about the boggart in the wardrobe? Clearly, laughter is indeed the boggart's enemy. If Edith successfully defeats it, a mimicking monster will reveal itself. Can you think of what you fear the most, and how to make it look funny? At this point, the room fell silent. Perhaps everyone was contemplating their greatest fears. Mirabelle thinks like her students. What is she most afraid of? A few candidates. It's completely nauseating, but it's truly a feeling of fear. First, there's the completely undercooked, messy food. It's a disgrace that Britain boasts to the world. She has done everything. For Mirabelle, who hates incompetence, it's a humiliation worse than death. She would rather die than expose her clumsiness. Then she thinks of Albus Dumbledore. If she says she hasn't felt threatened by the old wizard's power, she's lying. That was 2 years ago, but can be forgotten in just 4 minutes. She broke through the trap set. The frustration from that still lingers in her heart. As she thinks of this, many images suddenly flash in Mirabelle's mind. Smiles directed at her. The voice of someone who calls themselves a friend. The figure of a talented girl shining brightly, talking about dreams for the future. A young body trampled by both incompetence and evil, becoming a cripple. And then, she'd rather use her own hands than reveal that kind of pain. Just as she thinks this, Mirabelle covers her forehead. Stupid. Absolute fear. A lost event. Just a feeling that a monster can never truly transform. Just as she thinks this, Lupin seems to start the lesson again. He raises his wand, ready to open the wardrobe. Is everything okay at home? Count to 3 and then open it. 1, 2, 3. As the counting ends, sparks fly from the wand. It hits the wardrobe handle and forcefully opens the drawer. Immediately, a huge snake slithers out, hissing, and the students close their eyes in unison. As expected, even if they see it as a real thing, it would petrify them. Edith almost screamed for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and raised her wand. How funny! As she announced the spell, a cracking whip-like sound was heard, and the snake's eyes changed. The yellow eyes that should have been frightening turned into round, loving pupils, truly imbalanced and tragic. Its eyes moved like an animal's. Laughter echoed in the classroom as the boggart snake stood in place, seemingly at a loss. One Blaze. The second choice was a black student named Blaze Zabini. As the boggart transformed, it became a savage giant covered in black with bare claws. The mask covering its face bore a terrifying smile, with a gurgling breath. How funny! The whip crackled again, and the boggart, as if struck by a hurricane mixer, sank head first into the floor. Following Zabini's footsteps, a thin black-haired student walked forward. His name was Theodore Knott, one of the most famous purebloods in Slytherin. As he stood in front of the boggart, it transformed into a goat-headed demon, Baphomet. How funny! With a pop, Baphomet turned into an ordinary sheep. Just a sheep that was bald, looking very pitiful. After nodding in satisfaction, Lupin called out another student's name. Mirabelle, come in. As her name was called, she walked forward. For some reason, the boggart stopped moving. Unable to change from the sheep, its body shook chaotically. It was as if it knew what it should transform into, but was at a loss. This was due to Mirabelle's mental disorder. She had given her heart to no one, allowing anyone to enter her heart, allowing anyone to read her heart. For the boggart, which reads and mimics the thoughts of others, Mirabelle was a challenge. Her heart was filled, leaving no chance for even a little mind reading. But the lesson continued. Mirabelle clicked her tongue in boredom and willingly transmitted her thoughts to the boggart. The boggart immediately transformed into that shape. With sparkling blue eyes, crescent-shaped glasses, a crooked key-shaped nose, and long silver hair and beard, the appearance was undoubtedly that of the school's headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Only Lupin, among the students, was startled by the sudden appearance of the headmaster. How ridiculous! With a snap, the spell began to take effect. Dumbledore's beard grew even longer, and the boggart, as Dumbledore, tripped over its own beard. Malfoy grinned at the fallen fake headmaster. In his mind, he must have been imagining himself triumphantly defeating the boggart. The boggart understood his thoughts and transformed into something he never expected. A beautiful girl with golden hair and golden eyes appeared. Dressed impeccably, her beauty seemed to be inversely proportional to her inner evil. She wore a white shirt, a vest on top, a blue tie, and a deep blue skirt that covered her legs, along with knee-high white socks. A black robe draped like a cape, fluttering freely in the wind. Without a doubt, it was Mirabelle Beresford. The fake Mirabelle appeared with a mocking smile, her golden eyes looking down at Malfoy. Goo, how about it? Malfoy flushed, stepping back, while the evil giggling of the fake Mirabelle continued. But he quickly regained his composure and raised his wand. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a boggart. Really. All it does is turn into something ridiculous and laugh. A sharp voice suddenly came from behind the determined Malfoy. Huh? Dear Malfoy, do you want to be embarrassed? The voice made Malfoy turn pale again. That's right. The real Mirabelle was right behind him. The fake one was in front, and the real one was behind. Caught between the two Mirabelles, Malfoy was already trembling with fear. If he tried to escape, the fake Mirabelle would attack. But if he tried to defeat it, the real one would be waiting for him. No matter how hard he tried, Malfoy felt hopeless. There was no way out. But as expected, he was bound to feel distressed. Lupin, with a troubled look, sent in a lifeboat. Look, right here. He attracted the boggart over to him and changed it. The boggart immediately transformed into a silver ball floating before Lupin. Lupin humorously turned it into a cockroach, which looked quite disgusting. Millicent. The boggart understood Millicent's thoughts and transformed into a giant centipede. As Millicent cast her spell, it donned roller skates, causing its countless legs to wobble. Okay, next up, Pansy. Pansy Parkinson's fear manifested as a white beast. It resembled a cat-rabbit hybrid, with lifeless red eyes. The white beast tilted its head upon seeing Pansy sign the contract. The moment Pansy cast her spell, a magic beam turned the beast into a bee. All right, confused. Next, Daphne. A girl named Daphne Greengrass was called forward. As she stood up, the boggart transformed into a giant, flower-covered figure, looming over Daphne. It was a monster from folklore known as Frankenstein. How ridiculous! As Daphne cast her spell, the Frankenstein monster shrank into a palm-sized puppet, frantically looking around. The monster's size had been terrifying, so shrinking it made it much less intimidating. After that, the students took turns, and the boggart's transformation's speed gradually slowed. It was evident that it was exhausted. All right, one last time. Edith, go for it. Finally, it was Edith's turn. She raised her wand, seemingly determined. The boggart, which had transformed into a snake monster, instantly became a snake and fell to the ground. All the students laughed at that figure, and the boggart exploded as if it had lost its form, turning into white smoke and disappearing. Thus, The extinction of the Boggart was successfully completed. Well done. Each Slytherin gets 5 points for facing the Boggart. Edith gets 10 points for having faced it twice. When they returned to the dormitory, everyone was supposed to read the chapter about Boggarts and submit a summary. That was today's homework. Then let's get to work. After announcing the end of the class, the students excitedly chatted as they left the teacher's room. The conversation, of course, revolved around the duel with the Boggart. Edith seemed satisfied with the fulfilling class she had never experienced before, her voice loud as she expressed her joy. The defense against the dark arts class was the most interesting class in history. Indeed, it was much better than the previous classes. As Edith said, it was undoubtedly the best class. Also, up until now, the teachers had been terrible. By the way, why was Mirabelle afraid of Dumbledore? She thought it was one of the reasons she felt she couldn't win. In the end, she would have to overcome a wall, but at that moment, she couldn't even see the bottom line. She furrowed her brow and answered Edith's question honestly. It was a humiliation that boiled the insides. And if she really wanted to reach the top, she had to accept her weaknesses. If she didn't recognize her weaknesses, she couldn't overcome them. Yet even so, that feeling of defeat was hard to describe. When she realized how angry she was, she unconsciously clenched her fists. But at the same time, Mirabelle also respected Dumbledore. In terms of respect, Dumbledore was a great wizard himself. That was why she liked him. Deep down, she despised those who could forgive yet were content with a position like Hogwarts headmaster, standing at the pinnacle of the magical world, possessing enviable gifts. Yet using them to tolerate the corruption of the magical world was the worst. So, she was determined to surpass Dumbledore. Because those who stand at the top must always be the best. That year, just before Christmas, an unusual scene caught the students' attention in the Slytherin common room during the time when Edith and Mirabelle were arguing. A second-year girl was sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, looking down at a fifth-year boy whose head was bowed, tears streaming down his face. The older student, who should have been a role model for the younger ones, the Quidditch team captain Marcus Flint, was bowing his head to a girl who was only 12 years old. However, it didn't seem like a natural scene. The girl's ambition, regardless of age, was to take everything upon herself. In front of Mirabelle Beresford, the order of birth was meaningless. Seriously, how many times had Marcus Flint said the same thing? Marcus continued to silently bow to Mirabelle, who didn't even try to hide her contempt. Flattery would backfire when being nice to the girl. All he could do was show sincerity. Marcus felt as if he was being pressed down by a giant hand, maintaining his stance without moving. No matter how many times he would join the team. Just go away. There was a reason behind Marcus's actions. He wanted to pull Mirabelle into the team. Normally, one would think of recruiting a strong girl into the team and would be so attached to it. But now, in order to defeat Gryffindor, he desperately wanted Mirabelle's help. Driven to such an extent, it is believed that becoming the captain of Slytherin guarantees victory in winning trophies. A glorious history of 6 consecutive championships. However, Marcus's glory has turned to ashes. Despite winning trophies that year, the direct confrontation with Gryffindor was a complete defeat. Even the victory was only because Harry Potter fell during the battle for the Philosopher's Stone. This year, despite every team member having a Nimbus 2001, they faced a disastrous defeat. The championship cup was nearly taken away, and it was almost certain it would be lost. They had to do everything possible to win. Snape was asked to take over the Gryffindor pitch during training, and even Malfoy was brought onto the team for the Nimbus 2001. There was hope that the result of victory would bring something to the team, no matter how dirty the means. But all that remained was the shameful result of a cowardly failure. Please, join us again and again, Marcus pleaded with his head bowed. Without any warning, Mirabelle's shoe slapped against his cheek, kicking him aside. Marcus was pushed away by his frail legs, sweeping many chairs in the common room and crashing into the wall, causing a portrait leaning against the wall to fall to the floor. Get away, didn't you hear? It was as if he were kicked like a piece of trash. With no sense of guilt, Mirabelle showed no remorse. A true tyrant. Even upperclassmen could be knocked down when they tried to impose their will. She crossed her legs again and looked down at the fallen Marcus. Mirabelle's kick caused immense damage. Blood flowed continuously from the broken teeth and mouth, staining the floor red. Madame Pomfrey could heal any broken teeth, but in the Muggle world, it would leave a lifelong scar. Oh, please, Beresford, lend your strength for Slytherin House. However, Marcus, who thought he had learned his lesson, bowed again in front of Mirabelle. At least he knew the girl would easily agree. Nevertheless, for the sake of victory, he desired strength. Slytherin was the most despised house in the school. If Slytherin lost the match, the other 3 houses would mercilessly mock them. If they won, there would be boos. This is why he wanted to at least secure a spectacular victory. Just the result would help avoid the ridicule from the other three houses. Even a coward would proudly say they won. He really wanted to win against Gryffindor. Harry Potter. He wanted to win against Oliver Wood. He cast aside his shame and pride, simply pleading. What kind of feeling is it to be solely focused on victory? Narrowing his eyes in appreciation, Marcus placed his fingers on the floor. With a slight effort, his 4 fingers bent into an arc, sending a faint pain through his joints. If Mirabelle pressed harder with her leg, Marcus's fingers would bend further in the direction they were meant to bend, causing immense pain. He changed his mind. He would accept the trial. Just like that, his fingers would be broken. If he raised his voice in pain, it would help. What was he planning to do now? If he wanted to stop, he had already waited too long. He thought it was a bluff. If the girl said she would do it, she really would. He nodded. But in the end, she mercilessly broke his fingers. Madame Pomfrey would fix the broken fingers. But that kind of pain must be unimaginable. Marcus swallowed hard and looked up at Mirabelle. To be honest, he wanted to run away, wanted to give up, wanted to leave this place. However, as soon as he thought of the faces in the house that would be mocked by the other 3 houses, he felt he should run away. So Marcus was determined, staring into the girl's golden eyes, and said, I agree. He promised that if he persisted, he would join the team and bring victory to Slytherin. Mirabelle looked expressionlessly into Marcus's eyes and smiled for the first time. That beautifully enchanting smile made Marcus fall in love, but he could not forget it. The girl was distant, while the demon admired Marcus's determination. Well done, Marcus Flint. The tenacity for victory, so let us make a promise in its name. Surely there will be wine for victory. The clear voice even felt friendly. At the same time, unbearable pain surged through his fingers. Marcus could hear the sound of his fingers breaking, the pain so intense that he lost consciousness. Yet, he did not scream until the end. Marcus fell to the ground, even smiling, believing that Slytherin would win next year. In the last moment, Marcus heard Mirabelle's sincere words of praise. Proud, Marcus Flint. Helped to win. Time rushed by, and it was now October. In the cold locker room corner of the Quidditch Stadium, Gryffindor Captain Oliver would shouted to the entire team. The voice was filled with the spirit of battle and a strange sense of tragedy. Gentlemen, the last chance, the final opportunity to win the Quidditch Cup. Oliver spoke as he paced around. After this year, he would leave. There would never be another chance. In 7 years, Gryffindor had only won once. That victory was glorious. He wanted to leave school with that crown. Speaking of which, Oliver paused, clenched his fists. The anxious look on everyone's faces reappeared and then vanished, gritting their teeth. And that crown is threatened. This year's Quidditch field was filled with strong opponents, as if they wanted to prevent the championship. As the academic year changed, the players would change as well. Some teams were weakened by the departure of once pivotal players, while others became stronger due to new additions. Just like Harry, who joined Gryffindor 2 years ago. This year, both teams experienced such a situation. Cedric Diggory, the new captain of Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff was one of the most eye-catching and noticeable among the 4 houses, and that house was also worth watching. Cedric Diggory, a magical talent, stood out in appearance, personality, and all aspects, making him a popular figure at school. Besides Cedric, there was also the need to be wary of others, making this Quidditch match seem somewhat hazy. Then the worst thing they feared happened. Mirabelle Beresford has announced her joining Slytherin. Everyone was confused by Oliver's bloody bitter words. No student in the school knows Mirabelle's name. She is feared, respected, and regarded by various names such as Tyrant, Demon, and Basilisk Killer. Her overwhelming magical power is unmatched, even surpassing 7th-year students and teachers. In battle, they would laugh and trample over others. That neatly arranged beauty, a beauty akin to a goddess, easily captivates others with her voice, turning them into her loyal soldiers. As the most beautiful girl in Slytherin, she has finally decided to participate in the Quidditch match. This is completely false news. Beresford has no interest in Quidditch at all. Marcus had long noticed her talent, but with her personality, he believed she could follow him. Absolutely. If any method is used, anyway, no good method really exists. If the news is true, the greatest enemy has been born. But Oliver, after all, is just a 3rd-year female student. Teammate Angelina Johnson shouted to comfort the frustrated Oliver. However, upon hearing the words, Oliver exclaimed, just like that, looking at Angelina in disbelief. She is just a 3rd-year female student, surely stronger in riding a broom. And Harry, hearing Angelina's words, Oliver replied, yes. After taking a breath and adjusting his breathing, he raised his head, seeming to calm down a bit. That's right. Beresford is undoubtedly a strong opponent. But we're the best, the #1 team in the school. 3 excellent chasers, 2 unbeatable beaters, and our seeker always brings victory to the team. And the goalkeeper will block everything from entering the goal. Oliver roared as loudly as he could, and all his teammates nodded vigorously. We are not afraid. We are said to be the best Quidditch team in recent years. Even in the long history of Hogwarts, it is rare to see such a group of heroes. Without a doubt, Gryffindor has one of the strongest members in its history. That's right, Oliver, Fred shouted. This year is ours, followed closely by Angelina. We will definitely win, Harry declared, gathering his courage. Mirabelle was certainly very scared. Perhaps no student understood that kind of power better than Harry. But with the broom, Harry won, because in the air, it was Harry's territory, he thought silently. Even Mirabelle's opponent wanted to lose. That was the Gryffindor spirit of victory. It turned into a masculine voice that shook the locker room. After eating, I could still write a chapter of 15,000 words for the task completed. At the end of October, Halloween, the school organized a weekend trip to Hogsmeade. Many students had gathered in the snowy, silver-white village, as if they had just stepped out of a Christmas card, browsing the shops according to their interests. Mirabelle Edith also arrived at Hogsmeade, but with another slightly incongruous companion. She knew they were close, but didn't expect to be walking together with Granger. Mirabelle's gaze fell on the strangely emaciated Hermione. Mirabelle didn't scold or stare. Edith sensed a bit of it and stood in between, as if to protect Hermione, opening her mouth. Not to mention, Harry didn't receive permission from home, and Ron was still in the hospital. Oh, St. Mungo's hospital? Harry, Ron, and Hermione had always been companions together, but Harry was being watched by Sirius because he didn't get permission from his relatives to leave school, and his relatives held a bias against Muggles, having disliked magic from the very beginning. As for Ron, he hadn't returned from the hospital yet because of Lockhart's memory charm. A good spell could directly affect one's life. Fortunately, the memory charm was strong enough. The healer said if he stayed in the hospital for another year, he wouldn't be able to return to school. Well, I don't mind. Thank you, Mirabelle. Edith thanked Mirabelle for accepting Hermione without any objections. In fact, Mirabelle had disliked the excellent Hermione, so there was no reason to refuse. First, they would start at Honeyduke's as planned. Honeyduke's was a candy shop known for its sweets, a specialty of Hogsmeade. It had already been internally decided by Mirabelle, or more precisely, it was the main reason for initially coming to Hogsmeade. They walked through the snow-covered village, passing various shops along the way. Considering how cold it was, Edith felt a bit melancholic when she saw the Three Broomsticks pub. Mirabelle, if we're buying candy at Honeyduke's, why are we walking that way instead of going in there? Butterbeer, of course, limited to cold days. Butterbeer is a specialty hot drink at the Three Broomsticks. It's called beer, but it's certainly not real beer. It's a sweet drink made from milk, butter, egg yolks, and sugar, named so because it bubbles and looks like beer. Although it's a specialty of the Three Broomsticks, it's a drink that can only be consumed there, and Mirabelle was well aware of the kind of drink. Well, after saying that, Hermione quietly said to Edith, watching Mirabelle walk away. She tried to lower her voice, but it seemed like she wanted Mirabelle to hear. Hey, Edith. What? I was thinking, why are we so close to Beresford? Hermione's most pressing question. Mirabelle and Edith, like Harry and Ron, are always together, but Edith believes that the combination of Mirabelle and Edith is possible. On one hand, Edith has normal common sense, while on the other hand, Mirabelle is a bit of a madwoman. Edith is a Slytherin student, but she is sensible, kind, and has a proper moral view. Edith Renault is so close to understanding why she is in Slytherin, but so is Mirabelle. She is rude and lacks empathy. Her moral views are also very confused and selfish. She treats others like bugs, brutally screaming while killing them. Such thoughts know the traditions of Slytherin, but the way of existing is precisely like an arrogant Slytherin student. Honestly, I don't know how they get along. Well, I understand their feelings, but in extreme cases, the combination of Edith and Mirabelle is like Harry and Malfoy holding hands. Their values and tastes match perfectly. That kind of thing can lead to friendship, but the two still exist together like friends. There can be contradictions. Hermione is curiously forbidden. Well, there are also fewer good thoughts in Mirabelle's mind. Mirabelle is indeed a brutal ruler. However, the standards are based solely on the abilities of the officials, rather than just their lineage. Mirabelle's heart, with abilities surpassing everything including so-called pure bloodlines, brings happiness to Slytherin, ruled by Mirabelle, for someone like Edith. It's best to tell Harry to be a little more heart-focused. Huh, why? I know what happened, but Mirabelle acknowledged Senior Flint and accepted joining the Quidditch team. Edith is worried about Mirabelle, but instead, she is concerned that Harry will lose badly. She thinks he will be completely defeated, the pillar of Gryffindor. Mirabelle would definitely do that. Hearing these words, Hermione's face turned pale as she felt her friend was shrouded in darkness, as if her friend was already gone. After returning from Hogsmeade, Hogwarts' Halloween party was spectacular. Hollowed-out pumpkins decorated the hall, and hundreds of bats flew across the ceiling. Orange ribbons swept across the ceiling, mimicking the patterns of a storm, and the various Halloween-themed pumpkin dishes were dazzling. The trick-or-treat choir began, with students in costumes and candy being handed out. After all, it was Halloween, and everyone had some kind of candy. It was a great opportunity for Halloween. After a while, the day everyone at school had been looking forward to finally arrived, the first Quidditch match. The weather was terrible, and there were no words to describe it adequately. The wind howled, the rain sounded like gunfire, and the thunder was deafening, as if cannons were firing nearby. All the trees swayed as if they were being whipped, and in a moment, umbrellas were turned inside out. Meanwhile, the battle between Gryffindor and Slytherin was about to begin. The match was on, and spells were being cast. Suddenly, Mirabelle, Slytherin's Seeker, said something. The position of Seeker was not according to Marcus's wishes. As for Malfoy, the original Seeker, he said something like, "Oh, I really hope my arm gets better." So Malfoy did not participate in the match this time. Nothing much to say. With a reluctant heart, he looked down at the plaster on his arm, sitting alone on a bench, filled with strange melancholy. Well, actually everyone knew that the injury had healed, but Mirabelle would do everything possible to win regardless. The team felt that the chances of losing had increased, and the flag of the match was raised as an omen of good fortune. Casting spells? What kind of magic? Well, it was a type of mind-linking magic, speaking while snapping fingers. Immediately, a current-like numbness coursed through the heads of the entire Slytherin team, followed by a clear thought. For example, a sense of relief, as if a wall that had been recognized until now was suddenly demolished. And the voice of the caster, Mirabelle, appeared in each team member's mind. How? Can you hear the voice? Wow. Team member Mondrian was startled by the sudden voice in his head. The magic Ipeoe sensory dialogue was supposed to be learned only after the 6th year. It was a type of magic that could only transmit thoughts unilaterally, intercepting the opponent's intentions. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling to instantly give commands to the other party. Okay, they could hear the voice. During the match, the mind-linking would issue commands to the team. Acting as the commander this time, could Flynn understand? Marcus, could you? Mirabelle's words were akin to a captain's change of declaration. In response, Delrian turned his gaze to Marcus, but there was no hesitation on Marcus's face. For the sake of victory, pride had already been cast aside. Everything was bet on Mirabelle. It mattered. Words were taken as words. Well, after gaining Marcus's determination, Delrian's teammates also accepted the reality. To compete against the best team, Gryffindor, in the past 2 years at Hogwarts, there was no other way but to entrust everything to Mirabelle. At that moment, Marcus attracted attention in an unflattering way. Then, as a reward for hard work, Mirabelle glanced at him with satisfaction and continued, "Any competition will inform strategies and tactics, but beyond that, I hope to achieve one thing. In the competition, any behavior deemed cowardly or brutal will be completely eliminated." Mirabelle's words made the entire Slytherin team gasp. One of Slytherin's characteristics is its rough fouls. Although they faced severe criticism from their house, it also pushed the team towards a victory-oriented tactic. No matter what is said, no matter how much disdain is shown, the 2 words victory will be achieved. It is a style of play obsessed with violence. Mirabelle announced the abolition. How foolish. It should be the same. So, beautiful athletes who value chivalry like Gryffindor? Nature will surely surge. However, Mirabelle's expression remained unshaken. She smiled fearlessly, and despite the rain, her voice was exceptionally clear. She said that if they won, the principle would be a complete victory. Confidence shattered, nose broken, self-esteem trampled, believing that victory lies in being able to stand again after being knocked down. That's why she wanted no one to make excuses. They lost because they played dirty. If they played fair, they would lose. If they had the ability, they would win, and if they tried again, they would win and prepare such excuses, and would also make others prepare such excuses. The girl announced with a beautiful yet cruel smile. What complete victory! What true failure! Not a trace of excuses. Not a shred of hope. Not an ounce of mercy, crushed and trampled. Just victory. The true way to win that everyone thinks of. When the girl spoke in a clear voice, the players held their breath as if singing. Correct. If they could strike Gryffindor down in one blow, how much sense of achievement and superiority would that bring? So why not do it together? Let them respect chivalry in a way suitable for Gryffindor. Follow the beloved spirit of sports, and commit to undeniable fair competition. On this stage, in this way, let the final failure be carved. Only then will the victory be more enjoyable. Athletes? Chivalry? Where is it? The girl has no spirit at all. Not even a trace of respect for her opponent. Just a cruel spirit, wanting to hurt the other as hard. Any objections? No. Regarding Mirabelle's question, 5 players, aside from Marcus, stood up and spoke. Now they understood. An irresistible trick. It should turn into an enemy's existence. Good. Let us go. Saying this, Mirabelle picked up her favorite broom, the silver arrow. At the same time, a member of the Slytherin team took the Nimbus 2001 and mounted the broom. They soared into the sky. The rain jumped, and everyone headed to their designated spots. Gryffindor also took their positions, with Mirabelle facing Harry. Hey, Potter, is your glasses wet? Baronford. Harry, despite the pouring rain, emitted a muffled voice towards the calm golden girl. The moment had finally arrived. Since Harry entered the school, there had always been a place in his heart that felt scared. He had always wanted to know if he could really win. The opponent was right in front of him. The Slytherin tyrant emerged as an enemy in his eyes. Rebuking his withered heart, he glared at Mirabelle. Well, it's a Quidditch match, the realm where magical powers have no opportunity to win. But if it's a battle, defeat is certain. The expression and gaze were very appreciative. Only those who believe in their skills and abilities can have such expressions, believing they will lose no matter who they face, and possessing an extraordinary confidence. Trust in yourself, Potter. I like a decent challenge. The whistle blew, announcing the start of the match, and the players moved in unison. It doesn't matter if they think they can be defeated. Understand, Hogwarts is number 1, and only second to that. Harry, in the rain, saw that Slytherin was already leading in the match. Fast and fierce, as if the torrential rain had never existed. Quick and accurate, like a giant creature. With a style completely identical to Slytherin, they chased Gryffindor. It was as if some invisible will was organizing these actions. Feeling ashamed for that. Even if they could be defeated, there was no doubt a great rider. Only the next opponent was stronger would be recognized for their talent. Oh, it sounds like they VE already won. Yes, they VE already won, Potter. Just like that, they VE won. Harry stared at Mirabelle, completely caught in Gryffindor's predicament. Harry was serious, and the girl was also serious, saying some humorous lines very seriously. Just like that, they would definitely win. Very sure, no matter what happened, they would lose. Just like burping after drinking soda, or McGonagall being penalized for breaking the rules. Not even a trace of doubt about the victory they spoke of. Just as it should happen. How proud. How arrogant. How cocky. Now there's a problem with the match. What problem? Can you see anything with your glasses wet? Can you see the golden snitch flying behind? Hearing Mirabelle's words, Harry took a deep breath. After being told, he looked around, and in that moment, he saw a golden shadow behind Mirabelle. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. If what was just said was true, it meant Mirabelle had seen the golden snitch. It was like she was telling him she saw it, deliberately ignoring it. Why do that? Of course, to let him see, to crush the perfect talent beneath them. It was very meaningful. Mirabelle smiled and said, arrogant and selfish, but to some extent also generous, even kind to those she recognized. And Harry was undoubtedly one of them. However, it was something that pleased the opponents in the field of competition. Something should be done about those glasses first. If asked Granger, it should be about doing something. What a disgrace. Harry even tried to catch the golden snitch with all his might. A voice shouted, "Don't lick it." The voice was relentlessly mocking, but Harry just gritted his teeth. Request a timeout. Come back, Harry. Stopped by Captain Oliver Wood. Harry glanced at Mirabelle and immediately left. As it was said, like now, there was no chance of winning. Although his face turned red with anger, he still hesitated to take the best action to win. Indeed, even without the protagonist halo, that guy was worth appreciating. Mirabelle gave a cold smile and walked onto the field. Marcus's teammates had already gathered there, and upon seeing Mirabelle, their expressions were full of respect. 80-0, the gap is huge. Oh, we can win. We can win this match. The game had become one-sided. The Gryffindor team was unable to cooperate, while the Slytherin team was united by Mirabelle's mental connection. The difference was best reflected in the unprecedented gap created between the two teams. At one point, Gryffindor's only desperate move allowed Seeker Harry to catch the golden snitch. But was Mirabelle sure everything was fine? Shouldn't they have caught it perfectly as soon as Potter spotted the golden snitch? Don't say such things, Flint. I'm still looking forward to the battle. Even with his foggy glasses on, he was still a formidable opponent. Mirabelle's evaluation of Harry is very sincere, with no falsehoods. She is really looking forward to the match against Harry. In a sense, Mirabelle is also a fan of Harry, even if just as a Quidditch player. Well, if she were an ordinary fan, she would be thinking about how to crush the opponent. According to the instructions, there's nothing to worry about. Just the best way to win. Oh, believe. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, Mirabelle. No clouds overshadow Mirabelle's path. Only the glorious road to victory. Therefore, those who stand by Mirabelle will blindly believe. Absolutely. Keep playing. Let us go. With the sound of the whistle, the players returned to their positions. Mirabelle also soared into the air, facing Harry again. With these glasses, it's clearer to see, Potter. Oh, thanks, Hermione. Harry's glasses, like before, now had better visibility because Hermione had cast a waterproof spell. At this point, the Gryffindor Seeker had revived, but Mirabelle's expression hadn't changed. After all, she had been waiting for this moment and still needed to eliminate some mistakes. Only after that could she enjoy the battle with Harry. Thunder rumbled as Harry's eyes focused on the ceiling of the hall. He even had to consider what his eyes were looking at. He must have been distracted by the black dog over there, Sirius Black. Mirabelle looked at it and murmured, "Wait, Porter? What? 5 seconds is enough. Keep the spirit." Huh? When asked what it meant, Harry spoke. Suddenly, he heard no sound around him, and everything went dark. To understand what was happening, he looked down and saw the terrifying figures of over 100 Dementors rushing into the field, along with Mirabelle diving down. Looking at the face hidden under the Dementor's hood, Harry's consciousness faded, and a voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of the baby's mother, desperately pleading for Harry's life and speaking against Voldemort. As Mirabelle dove, she unleashed her magic, frustrated by Dumbledore's ban on attacking students. The Quidditch match seemed to be a kind of enjoyment, and Harry was the most susceptible to such influences. According to Mirabelle's calculations, after the Dementors appeared, Harry would take 5 seconds to pass out. If the Dementors were not eliminated by then, Harry would faint and Slytherin would automatically win. But Mirabelle wanted that kind of victory, to acknowledge her own victory, relying on others or picking up scraps. Oof. Again, those filthy beggars. 5 seconds is too short. If Harry faints, he might wake up halfway, and the Firebolt 2000 would also be shattered inside. In such a situation, to prevent that from happening, 5 seconds or more would be necessary. Mirabelle's place. Some bugs worth less than dog poop, like those who want to tarnish Mirabelle's victory, happened that year. They took advantage of the competent teacher Lockhart, who borrowed a book from the restricted section. The book they obtained was called The Time Turner, which detailed a clock that could reverse time. Seeing a bit of it, Mirabelle unconditionally believed it was possible. The Time Turner indeed existed. If so, it meant that the creator of it had at least reached the realm of time magic. Mirabelle's humble personality allows others to accomplish what they can. Its overwhelming self-esteem supports everything perfectly. The invincible magic of the space even dominates the world. Time stops. In that moment, everything comes to a halt. Harry, who is about to faint, rushes into the field in panic, along with Dumbledore still holding the players. Neither the Dementors nor the spectators, not even the wind and rain, moved. The magic invented by Mirabelle after the interdimensional converter research. The ultimate taboo of manipulating dimensions. Now, the world belongs only to Mirabelle. She moves her own world. In that frozen moment, Mirabelle unleashed a spell designed to combat Dementors. An attack-type Patronus charm. The attack-type Patronus evolved from the Patronus charm. The Patronus appeared behind Mirabelle, revealing the entire scene that was not shown inside the train. With long silver hair flowing behind her head and a gentle face, her limbs were slender and delicate. Undoubtedly, the Patronus would change its appearance based on personality, memories, thoughts, and so on, taking on various animal forms. Among all of this, the Patronus summoned by Mirabelle took on a girl-like form. Enjoy it to the fullest, Letus. Calling out the name of the unconscious Patronus, she directed it at the heart of the Dementor. Stab! The silver girl's delicate arm pierced into the abdomen of the Dementor. Blocked. The way of standing, the way of moving, the way of living, the nature, existence, appearance, everything touched the instinct. The pests, which are more feared than garbage, blocked Mirabelle's path. The Patronus's attacks were endless. Moving her delicate body like dancing, she pierced through the Dementor one by one. In the frozen world, the evil creature that couldn't even resist was torn apart. When the scene was shown to others, would they honestly believe it? Just like a silver-haired girl around 10 years old dancing on the Dementor. A silver girl dances. The Dementor's body shattered, ripped apart. A golden girl sings. The so-called most evil creature on Earth was crushed without any technique. They all died. Ha ha ha. All the filthy bugs. The bugs that blocked the way are dead. As Mirabelle's voice grew more intense, the girl's dance became more passionate and fervent. After confirming that all the Dementors had been attacked, Mirabelle recalled the Patronus and announced a resting period of 8 seconds. Time began to flow again. At that moment, I couldn't understand what had happened. Mirabelle's 8 seconds against the Dementors. In an instant, all the Dementors were knocked out of the field as if they had been hit by a car. She grabbed Harry's arm, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness due to the Dementors. That Mirabelle, the tyrant of Slytherin, was now an enemy of Harry. She forcefully pulled Harry into the air, making him stand up. Bang! A dry sound echoed, and the sudden impact made Harry widen his eyes. Hey, hang in there. There are no more Dementors. Harry was dazed for a few seconds, remembering that the match was still ongoing. He looked around in surprise, confirming that the game was still in progress. Thankfully, it wasn't over yet. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and tried to regain his posture, but his body seemed unresponsive to him, his fingers completely cold. Would call for a second timeout. Don't forget to eat chocolate. When encountering Dementors, the body becomes cold. The best way to deal with such a situation is to eat chocolate. He didn't really know why chocolate worked, but seeing how ordinary, non-magical chocolate had an effect made it clear that it warms the heart, brings joy to the mind and body, and is the best way to fight Dementors. Anything would be good, as long as it contained protein, carbohydrates, and sugars, all of which could have a similar effect. Mirabelle returned to the field to receive the chocolates distributed to the players by Hodge. Even Mirabelle was affected by the Dementors. After eating the chocolate, her condition slightly returned to normal. However, eating the chocolate did not immediately restore her to perfect condition. Mirabelle's current state was only slightly better than before, but still not optimal. Could she still move? It's okay. She swallowed the chocolate and asked her teammates. Then Marcus, while shaking his body, said with effort, "It's obvious there's a rebound in my body. Continuing the match could be very dangerous." He really wanted to widen the point gap a little more. It should have been completed in a greedy situation. If they could hold on for 3 more minutes, they would finish the match. Understood. Mirabelle decided to end the match and took to the skies again. After a while, Harry returned for the last confrontation of the match. Harry's face was still pale, but he seemed to have recovered a lot compared to earlier. Now, with no other obstacles, let the battle begin. Harry glared sharply at Mirabelle, who was joking around. But that look made Mirabelle feel very comfortable. Just thinking about those straight green eyes made an odd thrill rise within her. As the whistle blew to restart the match, Harry's gaze shifted from Mirabelle and frantically scanned the field. The speed of switching focus was one of his strengths. Looking ahead, there was nothing but torrential rain. Suddenly, a bludger flew by, and he quickly twisted his body to dodge it. Glancing to the side, there was no sign of the golden snitch. As usual, Mirabelle wore a fearless smile, brimming with confidence in her victory. Harry shifted his gaze, swearing to break that expression. Behind him, he saw Fred hitting the bludger. In the distance, there was a glimmer of gold. Before Harry could think, he became a gust of wind. His bent body flew at high speed like a bird. At the same time, Mirabelle was also chasing, flying side by side with him. Faster, faster, faster. Harry focused all his attention and quickly accelerated. It didn't matter. He could lose. Until now, he had always won. If this kind of direct confrontation ended in a tangle, he would definitely lose. Confident in himself, Harry noticed that Mirabelle's smile deepened. The silver arrow easily surpassed Harry's Nimbus 2000. That arrow shot out was ridiculously fast. Harry stared in shock as it raced toward the target with incredible speed. The Nimbus 2000 had already reached its maximum speed, which he was sure was the fastest. But why did Mirabelle appear in front of him? Harry wondered. How fast was that figure getting further away from him? In reality, the whole thing only took a few seconds, and the distance was only about 5 meters. But for Harry, those few seconds felt longer than anything, and Mirabelle's figure seemed so far away. His perception reached out with a hand, wanting to grab something. However, that trembling hand couldn't even reach Mirabelle's back. Those once confident emerald eyes were now widened in despair. Whoosh! Harry's eyes. The golden-haired girl grabbed the golden snitch. The Gryffindor players sat in the rain, dumbfounded. Not a word was spoken, and the entire field fell into a paralyzed silence. Wood continued to stare at the scoreboard, as if his soul had vanished, while Harry gazed into the void. What? Why was it like this? The scoreboard showed a score difference of 240-0. He couldn't face the brutal reality. It felt like a nightmare. He wished to believe that when he woke up, the match hadn't started yet, and he could laugh about it, saying it was a scary dream while walking toward the hall. However, reality was merciless. No matter how long he waited, he couldn't wake up from the dream. Was Hogwarts the best team in recent years? As the best team, they should have lost. But they lost. For only one reason, because one person joined Slytherin. Is this really true? He was easily surpassed, trampled by effort. For example, the world is filled with countless things that are so cruel that they leave one powerless. Natural disasters, calamities. Ordinary people caught in them have no choice but to sigh at their helplessness and then give up. Really? Sobi. He couldn't respond to Wood's call. McGonagall touched the muddy field, sinking into despair, while the cheerleaders had nothing to say. Only the crazy cheers of the Slytherin cheerleaders filled the air. We lost. Harry was stunned, his eyes wide open, staring into the void. He desperately thought of some questions, but nothing happened. Good mood? The same conditions applied to the opponent. Thanks to Hermione, his visibility was even better than the opponent's. Were Dementors involved? But they were driven away by Mirabelle. He even ate chocolate and took a break. His physical condition did deteriorate because of that, but the opponent was in the same situation. Did they use violent means? When? When did the opponent use violent means? Slytherin usually only used despicable tactics. But this time they didn't, and they were more chivalrous. He had to admit that the match was absolutely fair. Because where was Mirabelle? He understood. He lost because he encountered a disaster named Mirabelle Beresford, which he was powerless against. In short, there was nothing he could do. Yes, it wasn't right, just because he was caught in an unavoidable disaster. Fighting Mirabelle would be useless, so there was no need to feel ashamed. His footsteps could not be stopped. Everything was equally trampled. If luck were on his side, he had no choice but to give up. Thinking this, Harry punched himself. Admit it, such thoughts were useless. With such thoughts, he really lost to that girl. He would become a coward, even among the losers. So why did Harry accept it? He would admit he lost because of Mirabelle. Just because of that reason. He wanted a reason. Any form of farce would do, whether it was forced or not. The painful failure of an embarrassed loser. Accepting failure broke Harry's heart. He could no longer face that girl. He wanted to be a coward. Harry shouted from the bottom of his heart. His inner emotions were all shouting. I practiced enough. Not enough strategy. Not enough desire to win. The difference in brooms. The position of the snitch is good. What is going on? The reasons are still the same. The fact that I lost doesn't mean the chance of winning is zero. Harry Potter was shattered. The perfect mental strength praised by Dumbledore yielded. Reckless or selfish. A power that pierced through his heart, even filled with contradictions. Harry's true strength was connected to Mirabelle. That's why he accepted failure, but never gave up. What? He thought his heart was truly broken. Was it just ambition? The joyful voice of the girl echoed in Harry's ears, refocusing his determination and uplifting his spirit. Although he won with such overwhelming advantage, it felt strange that the boy, whose eyes had regained their sparkle, was also interesting. Maybe it was just his imagination. But her voice happily bounced around. He lost, right? An undeniable loser. But he would admit it. Harry stared at Mirabelle with intense eyes. Those eyes could be considered completely defeated. Admitting it, acknowledging he lost because of it. The performance of the broom, the determination to win were lacking. If he had enough, there would be a chance of victory. One ugly excuse, Potter. A loser's self-comfort. A loser, so he kept howling. Over and over again he howled. If he stopped howling, even a loser would just be an ordinary dog. Mirabelle looked at Harry expressionlessly. Harry stared at Mirabelle, his face showing a determined expression. Did it last for a few seconds? Finally, it was Mirabelle who broke the silence with her heartfelt laughter. Ooh-ah! Mirabelle Beresford laughed to a stop, faced with the kind of mocking laughter that Voldemort possessed. It was a laughter that seemed to be purely enjoyed. Mirabelle laughed contentedly, tears in her eyes, finally stopping her laughter but expressionlessly telling Harry, "Gugga-guggu, so funny, really funny, Harry Potter. Admit your failure as a loser. Look at you. The living boy, the protagonist, Dumbledore's favorite." Until now, whenever Mirabelle looked at or evaluated Harry, the filter always opened. Harry's evaluations were always lower than Hermione's, which wasn't wrong. The most crucial thing is that the environment or the situation is particularly special. The mental state makes one stand out. It causes trouble for those around them, becoming reckless. But the heart is braver than anything else, a kind of alternative strength. Admit it, Harry Potter, a proud loser. Allow yourself to roar. You have the qualifications to do so. Without hesitation, she offered her heartfelt praise to Harry. No more judging with the original hero filter. From now on, you must accept the ability to face challenges. Since you roar so loudly, then do something about that broom first. Instead of buying a competitive broom domestically, prepare a suitable international broom. Harry felt that what was said made sense. He replied that the Firebolt 2000 was already enough. He needed a better broom, one of special quality, at the level used by the national team, or a customized broom like Mirabelle's Silver Arrow. If you believe you have eliminated the factors that led to losing, then you can challenge to defeat. Choose the time and place. If there is a challenge, you will accept it. Mirabelle said contentedly, planning to leave. But there are always some idiots who ruin the good mood. Malfoy jumped onto the pitch with a happy face, starting to mock Harry. Well done, Potter. I've never seen such a shameful defeat. What a pity, if your arm could move, you would still be defeated, Malfoy said, laughing at Harry, with Crabbe and Goyle standing behind him. All that could be seen was a destroyed Harry. For some reason, Malfoy didn't notice Mirabelle. Looking at Malfoy's golden eyes, there was a fierce glint hidden within. How pathetic. Look at this miserable defeat. The members of the Slytherin team laughed in unison. Then, Crabbe and Goyle noticed Mirabelle and blushed as they walked away from Malfoy. But Malfoy didn't notice at all, continuing to joyfully mock Harry. I've never seen such an ugly player. If I were you, I'd be mortified. Malfoy's voice was dangerous and cold. It was a very quiet voice. Mirabelle stopped Malfoy from speaking, even preventing him from moving, accepting the proud failure, allowing the insult. When Malfoy was stared at by the cold golden eyes, he couldn't even breathe. Mirabelle was as intimidating as ever. But instead, there was only fear, as if a sharp knife was pointed at the back of the neck. Well, Potter, looking forward to the rematch. With a final smile and wave, Mirabelle left the field. Then Marcus Slytherin retreated, leaving only the devastated Gryffindor team, Harry Malfoy. Harry clenched his fists, watching the blonde girl walk away, filled with determination. He would win. He would definitely catch up. On the third Christmas night after Mirabelle entered Hogwarts, Devonshire, located in the southwest of England, is the only county in England with 2 coastlines situated in the heart of the Cornwall Peninsula. In Devonshire, there is a place called Exmouth. At the western edge of the World Heritage Jurassic Coast, there is a cottage visible to Muggles. The owner of the cottage is 667 years old this year, making him the oldest person in the world. His name is Nicholas Flamel, the first alchemist in history to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone, and also a partner of Albus Dumbledore. Until now, the power of the Philosopher's Stone has granted him a long life, but it is nearing its end. Having had enough, he decided to destroy the Philosopher's Stone after consulting with Dumbledore, choosing to end his life and die together with his wife. The man who should have slowly faded away, however, was not left alone by malice. That night, Nicholas was celebrating Christmas with his wife, Perenelle, knowing it would be their last Christmas together. The dining table was lined with Christmas dishes like chicken and cake, adorned with many extravagant decorations. It would always be as splendid as the Christmas feast at Hogwarts. But it was not about the grandeur. For Nicholas, it was already enough. He felt very satisfied with his last Christmas in life. The only regret was that their pet had passed away. The sick and weak pet did not receive enough food and lay on the floor. Even if he wanted to heal it, his old magic could not completely cure it. The only thing that saddened Nicholas was the thought that the path to death would be lonely. However, suddenly, without warning, something disrupted their happiness. 2 figures appeared in the room, without the sound of apparition accompanying them. One was a man with a suspicious mask covering his face. His arm, resembling a prosthetic, emanated a mysterious glow, giving off an eerie presence. The other was a beautiful girl with golden hair and matching eyes. Her beauty, even described as that of a goddess, radiated a tremendous malice that matched her appearance. Who? Nicholas immediately reached into his pocket to draw his wand, but it was too late. With the movements of an old man about to die, he could not catch up to Mirabelle. Disarm. He collapsed to the ground. Mirabelle's wand shot a red flash at Nicholas Perenelle. Nicholas's weapon was taken away, and his wife fainted like a broken string. After Nicholas lost his ability to fight, Chilo quickly subdued him. Hey, what was your purpose? Don't be surprised. More bad deeds will follow. It was lightning-fast speed. The girl occupying the house unapologetically said to Nicholas, First of all, nice to meet you, the great Saint Nicholas Flamel. Just one death. What is your purpose? Mirabelle gave a twisted smile to Nicholas, who twisted his wrinkled face in anger. It is indeed difficult to get along with someone who is determined to die. They have made some progress, but still respect the achievement. The goal is to create the Philosopher's Stone. What? Currently, they are working hard to refine the Philosopher's Stone, but progress is slow. They have completed 90 of the fragment analysis, but cannot finish the remaining 10. It could be completed in 4 or 5 years, but there is not that much time. Therefore, they want to ask for cooperation with the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Mirabelle obtained fragments in her first year. Through analysis, she was able to get closer to completing the Philosopher's Stone. However, as expected at the pinnacle of alchemy, things did not go as smoothly. Mirabelle thought of using Nicholas's memories as a shortcut. She respected the memories she wanted to pry into, but cooperation could only be forced. The Philosopher's Stone collaborated with Dumbledore. Just by looking at the memories, she saw Nicholas pushing Dumbledore, and Mirabelle's smile deepened. It was like mocking Nicholas, narrowing her eyes and letting out a light laugh. Fraud. Nicholas Flamel. Mirabelle's sudden conclusion ignored any progress made along the way. Nicholas opened his eyes. Chilo completely understood what was wrong with Nicholas's words. But judging by Nicholas's reaction, Mirabelle seemed to be right. What? Nicholas Flamel. Born in 1330, he is 667 years old this year. In the Muggle world, he found a job as a publisher. In the Wizarding world, he is known as the first creator of the Philosopher's Stone. And he is famous for his alchemical collaboration with Albus Dumbledore, right? Well, what's the matter? It sounds like Dumbledore collaborated to create the Philosopher's Stone. Only ignorant children would be fooled. Hey, Chilo. Mirabelle happily sought the servant's agreement, but Chilo seemed quite confused. Clearly, Chilo was one of the ignorant ones. Mirabelle sighed as she looked at the figure, resolving to punish later. The history of Albus Dumbledore dates back over 100 years, specifically 113 years. He is even older than Nicholas Flamel by 15 years. Now, even a 10-year-old child can understand subtraction, 667 to 113, 554. But how did Dumbledore spend his 554 years? The answer is simple, the Philosopher's Stone. Only with it could one live for 550 years. The fact is clear, without the Philosopher's Stone, he is slowly dying. Nicholas turned red at Mirabelle's words, and Chilo nodded in agreement. If that's the case, it is indeed a problem. Age simply does not match. Even if we assume Dumbledore was 0 years old when he developed it, Nicholas would already be over 550 years old. Could he still live without the Philosopher's Stone? Of course, such a thing is impossible. Based on appearances, he is in his 60s, which means the Philosopher's Stone was completed 457 years ago. So why would his actions be mistakenly perceived as collaborating with Dumbledore? Achieving something as great as the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel's name is well known in the magical world, but it doesn't carry much significance. Books hardly mention him, and even Hermione didn't know who he was at first. Mirabelle thought this was very deliberate. From now on, one can only imagine that perhaps Dumbledore initially contacted him in the same way, seeking the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore once said that such pursuits were his worst habit. Mirabelle guessed it. Dumbledore said he once sought things related to immortality. Dumbledore claimed that the worst aspect of immortality was merely longevity. In that case, it was clear that the worst thing was definitely related to immortality. Dumbledore said that the pursuit of immortality was the worst kind of habit. Indeed, Dumbledore despised things associated with immortality. Yet on the other hand, he kept creatures like phoenixes. In the end, there was a strong yearning for immortality that overcame death. Dumbledore, in order to save a certain life, had a strong desire for immortality, which was significant and weighty. After knowing the outcome, the two collaborated together. Moreover, from there on, it became even more imaginative, perhaps a transaction between them. Maybe, but it stood out. For such matters, the wizard Dumbledore's name should serve as a good cover. If they promoted a joint research effort, the world's attention would naturally shift, and it would only be seen as a plus. Regarding Mirabelle's guess, what could Nicholas say? Just looking at his pale face, it was clear that it was true. Seeing this, Mirabelle spoke up again. In return, Dumbledore received the elixir of life, which explained why he was still lively after living for 113 years. The Philosopher's Stone was created by Nicholas. Dumbledore only benefited from it afterward. What about it? Was the guess wrong? In fact, for Mirabelle, the speculation about Dumbledore's encounter with Nicholas was both right and wrong. Only one important thing. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed part of what Nicholas created. The subsequent guesses had no significant value. From Nicholas's face, it was clear that the important part was not guessed wrong. If that's the case, then pursuing the truth further would be meaningless. What is immortality for? To rule the world? First, eliminate the purebloods led by Voldemort, and then crush the currently decaying Ministry of Magic. But what happens afterward? After the existing system is destroyed, what will be created is a new ideal order. A devil. Even if things go smoothly, will the new system continue after death? The answer is negative, as it is very easy to get lost. It must be led better. An absolute ruler is needed. Girl, have you gone mad? Despite asking whether he was in his right mind, Nicholas had already given the answer. Mel, if someone with appropriate sensibilities would have such thoughts. Not guistid ambition. The girl wants to rule the world forever. Humph. Wanting to be understood, only she can understand herself. Avoiding Nicholas's mockery, Mirabelle grabbed him by the neck. She forced Nicholas to make eye contact to use the mind-reading spell, which required eye contact. Naturally, Nicholas immediately tried to use the brain-blocking spell, but he couldn't activate it well. Looking at those two golden eyes staring back, he seemed to find the will to resist. The magic of absorbing the Philosopher's Stone. Stop. An irresistible charm, a headache from being forced to have one's memories probed. In between, Nicholas's consciousness gradually fell into darkness. When the unconscious Nicholas sat in a chair, Mirabelle snapped her fingers, restoring the house to its original state, and petted the pet lying on the floor. She directly left the house. A few minutes later, Nicholas's wife woke up, completely unaware of any visit from guests, and understood why she felt confused about the energetic pet. The name of the pet was not checked, so I only know it as a pet. With Christmas approaching, most students had returned home for the holidays, including Mirabelle. In the library, Harry and others gathered to chat. Just like every year, sitting at the same table were Harry, Hermione, and Edith. Their attention was now focused on a broomstick on the table. So, is it a Christmas gift? Harry happily nodded to Edith. Every Christmas, Harry would receive several gifts. For example, gift from Hermione, the Weasley family, school friends, and so on. This year, the gifts Harry received were all beautiful and precious. But among them, the broomstick on the table, the firebolt. Who gave it? He didn't know. There was no card. Harry received a fantastic Christmas gift. He was very happy. But such an expensive item didn't he even have the giver's name written on it. Who in the world would be willing to spend 500 galleons to give Harry a broom? Harry was shocked. Was the broom really that expensive? It should be the best broom currently in existence. Who would give Harry such a valuable gift without even revealing their name? While Harry was excited about having a wonderful broom, Hermione, on the contrary, didn't accept it. Of course, if the gift was truly given with good intentions, it would be fine. Hermione just wanted to cast a shadow over her best friend's happy face. But if she really cared about her friend, they could just happily celebrate together. That is friendship. There was nothing similar to Crabbe and Goyle next to Malfoy. Therefore, Hermione knew that to make Harry happy, she had to ask some questions. Dumbledore? Dumbledore also gave him the invisibility cloak, right? That thing originally belonged to his father. And Dumbledore could spend 500 galleons on a student. She thought Dumbledore could do that, but Edith mentioned Dumbledore as the first potential candidate, which Harry rejected. He should be fair to all students. How could he blatantly favor one student? Perhaps. What about the Weasley couple? After what happened to Ron this year, they might be worried. They could, but the Weasley couple could not afford to give 500 galleons. Hermione then mentioned the Weasley couple's name, and Harry denied it. The Weasley couple certainly protected Harry. Since the Ron incident this year, this situation had intensified, and it seemed they were afraid of losing more close friends. Harry only thought that the Weasley family would not do such a thing. He believed that Beresford would prepare an international-level broomstick. He thought so. Mirabelle certainly agreed with Harry. But fundamentally, she should lend a helping hand. The last candidate was Mirabelle. If Harry wanted to defeat Mirabelle, he should prepare an international-level broomstick. However, Edith, who was familiar with Mirabelle, thought it was possible. Mirabelle only recognizes those who climb up by themselves. She will accept those who can get up with a helping hand. So what are you planning to do? You can just use it like this, right? Yes, Harry, it's best to use it without understanding it clearly. Harry wanted to ride the wonderful broom as soon as possible, but Edith and Hermione seemed strongly opposed. After all, didn't he know who gave it to Harry, or for what purpose? They couldn't even imagine what would happen if it was cursed, especially with Sirius Black lurking nearby, who wanted to kill Harry. But perhaps it would be better to compete with Beresford's silver arrow. That is why Black could have calculated the idea and sent it. Harry's goal was to defeat Mirabelle. Therefore, he needed a broom to counter the silver arrow. In that regard, the firebolt was completely competent. It was the most advanced broom available. No broom could compete with it. But Hermione was still screaming at Harry's idea. Find a teacher, at least once. Let me ride it once. What if something happens just once? Harry desperately wanted to ride the broom, while Hermione was dodging around with it. Edith watched Hermione's figure and thought that if something happened in the future, she would protect her the same way. After that humiliating defeat, the Gryffindor team had completely lost its vitality, especially Oliver and others. Even their spirits were defeated. It was as if all their will to win had been drained away by the Dementors. However, the only thing Harry practiced energetically was learning the Patronus charm under Lupin's guidance. He knew that Gryffindor would never win the Quidditch Cup this year. Harry knew that if Slytherin lost to any team, it could still happen, but fortunately, Mirabelle could do it. He couldn't imagine defeating any opponent and making them kneel in a crushing manner. He was sure they would win. They would overwhelmingly seize the crown of victory, as if the crown had belonged to Mirabelle from the very beginning. Harry hoped Mirabelle would continue to rule as an unparalleled absolute winner. In this way, Harry's desire to overcome everything and chase after Mirabelle grew stronger. What about it? Well, in 1396, a griffin harmed a witch, but the griffin was acquitted. The witch was the griffin's master, so the griffin was released. Sigh, find any case or law to acquit the hippogriff, and it could be executed. Christmas was over, and the school began to come back to life. Harry, Hermione, and Edith gathered together in the library to chat. They were studying the case, trying to find a way to prove the innocence of the hippogriff Buckbeak, which had harmed Malfoy, but found no laws or similar cases. Hey, Edith, what do you mean by wanting the innocent Buckbeak to be executed? I didn't say anything, but no matter how much investigation we conduct on the case, I think it would be difficult to take action against the power of the Malfoy family first. That is true, but Harry listened to the exchange between Hermione and Edith, keenly sensing how difficult it was to help the hippogriff. At first glance, executing the hippogriff made no sense. Even if it harmed a student, the death penalty was still in place. However, in this case, they were still firmly executing the hippogriff. So, unless something was done about the Malfoy family's power, but realistically, what I want to say is that nothing was done in a normal way. First of all, if something could be done, Dumbledore should have done something already. Even with Dumbledore's power, it was almost impossible to exonerate the hippogriff. What about the abnormal approach? Kill the current Ministry of Magic officials? It seemed reasonable that Mirabelle could do it, Harry thought while listening to the conversation. Indeed, if it were Mirabelle, she would definitely be able to do something about this predicament. When Mirabelle was talking in the villa, she said she would do something for the laws of the magical world. If so, Harry believed she could. Indeed, that was the right thing to do, but right now, Harry could only envy that kind of power. What would Beresford do? Well, who knows? But he believed Mirabelle would do something in some way. He unconditionally trusted Edith's words. Mirabelle would do something in some way. Such baseless faith was in Edith's words. Harry also thought that if Mirabelle used all her power for the right thing, even in a way like now, he would be so worried. He was sure that Mirabelle would easily win the hippogriff's innocence, and she would easily catch Sirius Black. In this way, he realized the difference between Mirabelle and others was a completely delightful story. The wall was very high. Hermione reacted to her unintentional mumbling, but Harry pretended not to notice. That's right, Harry had already decided that he was afraid to describe it as his own opponent. The only opponent in Quidditch. Harry felt that he could still lose, but he was still very frustrated after the defeat. The wall was very high. During the exam period of another year, the end-of-term exams made students scream. The Transfiguration exam turned pets into teapots, and then made the teapots move. In the exam room, those energetic students laughed uncontrollably. Edith seemed to be trying hard to contain her laughter at Malfoy. Finally, after the History of Magic exam, the first exam ended like that. Students who didn't pay attention to Professor Bin's History of Magic class usually stumbled during the exam. In other words, 90 of the students would fall. The second subject was Magical Creatures Care and Magical Medicine. The exam on raising magical creatures was easy, or rather, it was easy to pass. After all, if the insect that only eats lettuce survived until the end of the exam, it would pass. The insect that eats lettuce only cares about it and is in excellent condition, so anyone could pass. There was no doubt that this subject alone raised the average score. After that, the second exam ended, followed by potions and literature. The third subjects were herbology, defense against the dark arts, and Muggle studies as electives. Of course, the elective subjects varied, and some students would take the divination exam, but Mirabelle thought it was a useless class. That was because the one in charge of the class, Sybil Trelawney, was just a fortune teller. Mirabelle has known since birth that she is a chosen one, the son of the Emperor. Does she still need to read fortunes? It's over. The exam is over, and it feels great to be in such a good mood. Hey, it seems like I didn't do very well. Well, there's nothing to worry about. It's the first time I haven't done well. After the exam, Edith and Mirabelle walked back to Slytherin House. Exams are always nerve-wracking, and the feeling of relaxation afterward is a kind of joy. I should still be first in the year, right? Do you know? Hermione seems to have been working hard this year. What do you mean? Multiple subjects. The Time Turner. The Time Turner is a magical device used to go back in time. It is extremely dangerous and requires permission from the Ministry of Magic to use, and usually a student is not allowed to use it. Perhaps Professor McGonagall was moved by Hermione's thirst for knowledge and allowed her to use the Time Turner. Just as Dumbledore loves Harry like his own child, McGonagall also has a fondness for Hermione. Just as she was saying this, The chestnut-haired girl she mentioned earlier came running over. However, her face was pale, revealing a sense of impatience. Edith, Hermione? What is wrong? I just received a letter from Hagrid saying he failed. Edith was a bit surprised, but Mirabelle showed no reaction at all. After all, it's just a hippogriff. It doesn't matter what happens. Mirabelle thinks it's a good idea to reduce precious magical creatures for self-satisfaction, like Malfoy does, but that's all. Whether the Thestral is executed or survives, Mirabelle is indifferent. Harry, it's already known. So you've seen Hagrid too? Of course. Listening to Harry and Hermione's conversation with Edith, Mirabelle coldly wondered what had happened. In a year, Ron Weasley lost his memory due to his own actions, and Edith joined to take his place. It was as if to make up for the lost role. She replaced where Ron was supposed to be. Well, Edith, a Slytherin student, has a calm demeanor. But now Mirabelle is starting to doubt whether she really entered the wrong house. Mirabelle, a creature has died. Why? Mirabelle is the most reliable storage next to Edith. The reason is what Edith called, but the response received was a ruthless reply. After sending Edith and Hermione away, Mirabelle went straight to Slytherin House. Mirabelle coldly refused, deeming a single instance meaningless, even there doing nothing. Like a year of Chilo or Tom Riddle, dealing with enemies or heavy matters. The execution of the hippogriff meant nothing to Mirabelle. Of course, she also chose to kill Wormtail. For Mirabelle, who regarded all the mice in the castle as spies, it was easy to keep track of every move of the disguised Wormtail. Wormtail seemed to remain oblivious to Mirabelle's constant surveillance until the very end. Even so, Mirabelle did not participate in it, because if she killed Wormtail, Voldemort could not be resurrected. As Mirabelle, Voldemort had to be resurrected. Mirabelle, Voldemort fights against himself in perfect condition, but victory will become meaningless. Mirabelle's pride. If Mirabelle could easily organize Voldemort, it would be simple. If Voldemort hadn't been resurrected, then it would just be Dumbledore as an enemy, which would become quite boring. Even if she became the Dark Lord and ruled the wizarding world, would Mirabelle feel proud of that? Is it really a victory to claim she has eliminated the old pureblood supremacists? What kind of victory is worth being proud of? Even if Mirabelle ruled the magical world in such a way, the fear of that would still linger in people's hearts. She would be deified and remembered as an absolute being. Therefore, Voldemort must be resurrected. Mirabelle Beresford must personally overthrow, trample, and utterly crush. Sees a clear victory in a way that even those who fear the Dark Lord can understand, exposing the corpse to the public and announcing it with a declaration. That is victory. Only then will the fear of the Dark Lord in the heart disappear, and Mirabelle will be etched in memory. Voldemort must be left intact and killed by Mirabelle herself. As to why the current Voldemort is only barely surviving, Mirabelle has not killed Voldemort. Killing the Dark Lord is meaningless if it is just the pesky bugs that resist. Therefore, Mirabelle let go of the pest. To resurrect the Dark Lord, she will kill that filthy brown rat. Mirabelle has always been preparing for that legendary battle, with Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Mirabelle's own epic confrontation. Just a little more time, and perfection will be achieved, allowing her to become a being that transcends everything. After that, all that remains is to fight. Which one is the true chosen one? Which one truly rules the magical world? Remind herself and extinguish it completely. Just as Mirabelle Beresford described total victory, total domination. So now just wait until the moment is ripe. Of course, just sitting and waiting is appropriate. Fortunately, the school is a place to accumulate knowledge while passing the time. When Mirabelle went to the 8th floor, she found a blank wall and prayed, a place that hides things. Then she discovered a door, and Mirabelle walked in. It was a little-known place in the school called the House of Requirement. It reads the desires of the entrants and transforms according to their needs. What Mirabelle envisioned was a room steeped in sin, a space that has been hiding all kinds of things until now. Various magical tools and forbidden books lined up, satisfying Mirabelle. Mirabelle squinted her eyes and picked up a hair accessory from a nearby wooden box. It was a hairpiece that exuded a peaceful appearance. Moreover, it seemed to have a mind-affecting effect, which was quite bothersome. That said, it was enough to shake Mirabelle's strong sense of self, making her feel comfortable. In fact, the hair accessory had been around for a long time. Every time she wore it, she would feel at ease, but her attention would also be distracted. It was truly a nuisance. Mirabelle made a decision and picked up the headpiece for the first time, bringing it into the room. In that moment, she felt an evil intention trying to manipulate her soul. Of course, this did not shake Mirabelle. On the contrary, her brave resistance led her to uncover the truth. A A smile crept onto her lips, and her face was filled with joy, as if she had found something lost. Just like that. This is the reason why Voldemort was so weak. Why did Voldemort lose to Harry and not die? Mirabelle has guessed that the reason lies within the Horcrux. Tom Riddle's diary is also a Horcrux. For a while, Mirabelle suspected that Voldemort might be invulnerable because of it. However, even after the diary was destroyed, Voldemort did not die and continued to reveal the subsequent story of his memories. Because of this, Mirabelle began to doubt the use of Horcruxes. But Voldemort's secret to immortality is the Horcruxes, and he created multiple Horcruxes. That's why the Voldemort Mirabelle encountered in her first year became such a tragic existence, like a ghost. It is strange to say the least. No matter how many bodies he loses, his soul should be weakened. However, the Voldemort she actually encountered was like a parasite that could still move, and yet his soul seemed weak. But looking at it now, Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes, which is why he became so weak. If the soul is divided into multiple parts, it is no wonder that there are so many Horcruxes. It has been confirmed. How many? How many did that fool make? And where are those Horcruxes now? Fortunately, the memories can provide answers. But the clues are now in Mirabelle's hands. The diadem is a Horcrux. Why was it chosen as a Horcrux? If she can unravel it, she should be able to predict the location of his Horcruxes. She knows Voldemort's rotten secret now. She knows how to kill him. Mirabelle felt that her victory was within reach. The annual year-end party was disappointing for everyone except Slytherin. Sure enough, Dumbledore failed to let Gryffindor win, and the House Cup was once again handed over to Slytherin. Harry's friend scored over 100 points this year, which was surprising, especially due to Harry's actions this year, clearing Sirius's name and saving Buckbeak from execution, both of which could be made public, particularly Sirius's case. Although they cleared his name, the underlying issues were known, and making them public would cause inevitable panic. Therefore, Dumbledore could not award extra points to Harry's friends. In the end, Mirabelle caught the golden snitch in the Quidditch match, and to put it mildly, all the other houses lost to her. The beloved Remus Lupin also resigned, leaving the students feeling even more dejected. Meanwhile, Slytherin was in a frenzy, with excitement reaching its peak. The Quidditch team was surrounded by jubilant students, and Marcus thanked Mirabelle. Snape was also in high spirits, enjoying his food, and smiled at Gryffindor with a nauseating grin, as if he had completed a revenge mission. Amidst all this, the victorious Mirabelle received the award for magical excellence, recognizing her abilities, but she had little interest in it, as she was savoring her food. So was Peter Pettigrew the real killer? Harry was disappointed. Edith responded to Mirabelle with disappointment, as Mirabelle listened to the details while cutting her steak. From what Mirabelle heard from Edith, Ron's absence led to some very strange events. A cornered Wormtail confronted Harry and tried to kill him. Edith was knocked down and fainted by Wormtail. After that, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin rushed in, subdued Wormtail, and captured him. In the end, Lupin transformed into a wolf. And then Mirabelle seemed to understand. Did Mirabelle believe that Black was the killer? She was surprised. Well, it was clear just by saying it. Because the pet, a rat, had known from the start that it was Ron's rat, Pettigrew. Why did he tell the Weasleys? She pierced the cut meat with her fork, brought it to her mouth, and then chewed. The sweet and spicy sauce melted in her mouth, complementing the rice. She poured the excess sauce over the rice and then ate the rice soaked in the sauce. Endless goodness could lead to a barbecue. That Ron Weasley is an idiot. How could he keep a rat that had lived for 12 years just like that? Pettigrew had also perished. Mirabelle's black rat, right? When she returned to the dorm after the exam, it was already dead by the bedside. Well, it had lived for several generations, and it was a problem to say goodbye to a pet. Pettigrew had been bought by Mirabelle and was useful for suppressing the school's rats, but was still just a rat. Suddenly, it died, and Mirabelle was shocked. It seemed loyal, leaving behind an inheritance upon its death, thus saving her the trouble of buying a new pet. But the question is, where's Wormtail now? Surely in the castle. What do you think? Well, I also know where. Mirabelle poked the potato with her fork while casually saying, of course, the destination is Voldemort, but there's no need to tell Edith. Now Edith's original story is in an awkward position. Mirabelle knows that if she shares more stories from her memories, it will especially affect the story of the situation. That's right. Hey, Mirabelle. What? That offensive guardian spell. Can you teach it next year? The discovered power has weakened. I can teach the guardian spell, but it's still too early for the offensive stage. Yes, that's true, but Mirabelle squinted at Edith's articulate words. At the beginning of Edith's third year, she told Mirabelle that she wanted to learn the Patronus charm. Mirabelle initially taught her the basic Patronus spell, but now she could sense the same impatience that matched her personality. Was she scared? Ah, it was frustrating to have done everything at once. But only Harry and Hermione managed to solve it all. Mirabelle put the tea in her mouth, slowly swallowed, and looked at Edith. Mirabelle understands. So Edith feels full of helplessness about herself? Indeed, the year of the snake monster. This year is the year of the insect's tail. It's hard to learn. Well, okay. Mirabelle pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and threw it in front of Edith, snapping her fingers. Then, the white paper had letters written on it, pointing to Milan Crescent Road. Next, a hand mirror appeared, smoking, and was placed on the table. It contained the coordinates of a villa. Regarding how to contact, use the owl. With that hand mirror. What? A double-sided mirror. It's much faster than an owl. The double-sided mirror is a handheld mirror for communication. A set of two mirrors that allows communication with the other side. Unlike letters carried by owls, it takes a long time. Mirabelle found it very useful. It was also one of the reasons Mirabelle wanted to raise an owl. Are you sure? It must be expensive, right? Never mind, take it. Although the double-sided mirror is convenient, there are absolutely very few of them. Because it's convenient, the Ministry of Magic has regulations. Items used for communication outside the control of the Ministry of Magic are indeed the highest level of items used in the dark arts. Some dark wizards use this to deceive the Ministry of Magic and communicate with each other. Therefore, only a privileged class of wizards trusted by the Ministry of Magic can possess it. The price is, of course, very expensive. When looking for it, speak to that mirror. Understood. Edith timidly put the mirror back in her pocket. Edith must have wondered how much she would have to pay if she broke it. Mirabelle looked at Edith's figure and thought how long it took. She would never again have the light of an ordinary student. If what Mirabelle knew was to be followed, the turning point of her fate would finally come next year. The calm student life, so far, would end, and a chaotic era that would sweep the entire wizarding world would begin. There was still a year until Voldemort's resurrection. When Harry's friends heard the news of Buckbeak's execution, they were unable to extricate themselves, but ultimately powerless. These 13-year-old boys and girls could not possibly overturn a decision that had already been made. Harry and Hermione walked dejectedly, and Edith's pat on the shoulder helped them lift their spirits. At least Hagrid had chased them away to prevent Harry and the others from seeing the brutal scene of the hippogriff. But it was painful for Harry and the others to hear about it. Even sharing the pain felt appropriate. They were sure Buckbeak would be executed. Its head would be chopped off. Even if they liked Hagrid's tearful roar from afar, they would know. How could they do such a thing? Hermione started to sob, condemning the Ministry of Magic's cruelty. Harry and Edith knew how to respond, but remained silent. Was this the limit of the students? Were they really powerless? No matter how many times they asked themselves, they found no answer, only a feeling of depression. As they walked, Harry suddenly saw something familiar at the edge of his vision. A creature he hadn't seen for a year should now be at the school. Scabbers. Harry saw a rat. Named Scabbers, Ron's pet, should now be at St. Mungo's. Why was Scabbers without Ron? Curious, Harry faced Scabbers, who began to run towards the willow. As soon as Harry saw it, he instinctively ran after it. Hey, Harry, what's wrong? Scabbers. That's Scabbers. Harry told Hermione, who was surprised and asked Harry about Scabbers. Edith seemed unable to understand the situation, but the two girls hurriedly chased after Harry. The rat ran into a hole at the base of the willow, and Harry and the others tried to follow. However, they could go no further because the willow was swaying violently. What to do? When Harry stopped in the distance, Scabbers jumped onto a joint of the tree. The chaotic willow seemed to be under a spell, becoming still and motionless. When Scabbers ran back into the hole, Harry and the others were stunned. Harry tried to chase after it, but Edith stopped him. Harry, wait. Does that rat want to lead us in? You know it could be Ron's. Edith seemed to have been wary of the rat's strange movements all along, but it was Ron's pet rat. Ron's pet shouldn't harm, Harry thought, avoiding Edith's restraint, and entered the hole. Hermione and Edith willingly followed Harry. Inside was a narrow and dark tunnel. The three lit their wands and slowly walked, searching for Scabbers. It felt like they had been walking for quite a long time, at least for dozens of minutes. Eventually, after passing through the tunnel, the three arrived at a messy room. The furniture that could be called furniture was broken, and all the windows were boarded up. Harry screamed in the room. Hermione's gentle voice finally made Harry realize where they were. The Shrieking Shack was one of the tourist attractions in Hogsmeade, named so because screams could be heard inside the house on the night of the full moon. But how did Scabbers know this place? While pondering this, Edith suddenly noticed something hiding in the dark corner of the room. A bond. The binding curse sounds like Lopper, a spell from the Order of the Phoenix. 3 ropes suddenly wrapped around Harry, Hermione, and Edith, preventing their movements. Harry thought of a turning point. Glaring at the culprit who cast the spell, a skinny man walked out of the darkness. His faded hair was messy, and he was bald on top. His skin was very dark, and his sharp nose and eyes made him look somewhat like a rat. In his hand was the wand that Ron had used at school. "Who?" Harry shouted from the ground, trying hard to control his emotions. However, the man showed a disgusting smile, showing no signs of joy. "Who? Just greeting since I started school." What? Harry thought. Since entering the school, Hermione had always been with him, and Ron was still there. Absolutely filthy man. But he continued to mock. Together all this time. For a while, Ron almost faced the spellcaster. Ron always scolded the useless, envious owl. "What? Do you still understand?" Scabbers, Harry Potter. Harry and Edith gasped at the man who called himself Scabbers. On the other hand, Hermione murmured in surprise. No wonder he looked like a rat. He was once a Hogwarts student named Peter Pettigrew. "Traitor, you should be dead." Harry involuntarily denied the words. The name of the rat was the best friend's name of his father. And when his father and mother were killed, the name of the man who had been pitiful, challenging Sirius Black, was left with only one finger to erase from the world. If inside, he could attack. However, the man seemed to mock Harry while speaking. "With just one finger, I managed to defeat Sirius, who everyone thought was invincible. For the first time, he surpassed the seemingly invincible Sirius, making everyone envious." Peter's pair of pitch-black eyes could only see dirty evil. What did that mean? Challenge Sirius Black for revenge on his father? What the whole world thought was considered a very good strategy. Only Sirius knew the real secret keeper, in a way that Harry could not comprehend what he was saying. Harry wanted to accept the understated fact. What did the guy just say? The real secret keeper? Was he saying that like a rat? The secret keeper. It was a form of protection to hide nearby. The highest level of recognition barrier magic applied to buildings, unless the guardian of the place says it. No one can enter there. James and Lily once used this kind of magic to obtain safety and chose Sirius Black as the guardian. That was why the whole world thought Sirius betrayed Harry's family. Oh, Dad and Mom? With no choice, the Dark Lord was afraid and could resist. That's why he told the Dark Lord the secret and got his recognition. But the Dark Lord was defeated by the young one, losing his position. The man who had just looked so disheveled suddenly became hideously absurd. That guy betrayed Harry's parents. That guy killed Harry's parents. Harry's vision was distorted by hatred, and he clenched his fists, blood flowing from his palms. Sirius was pursued but won. He was placed in Azkaban. The filthy man grinned, smugly saying. Harry immediately wanted to slap his face, but he couldn't move his body. Harry had never desired freedom so much. He wanted freedom to protect himself and to kill others. But he was pursued, not only by Sirius Black, but also by his Death Eaters. There was no way, because of the information, the Dark Lord lost power. It is natural to feel hostility. Therefore, for his own safety, he decided to keep Wesley as a pet, living a miserable life at home, yet still feeling safe and happy. The betrayal of friends led to such a life. But Peter seemed quite pleased. Life under any threat. There was nothing left to think about. But everything ended when Sirius killed at Hogwarts. If he left the school, the Death Eaters would find him. If he stayed, Sirius would kill him. He could only offer his life as a gift to the Dark Lord. Bastard. Harry's murderous intent spoke coldly to the growing Peter. The enemy of his parents was right in front of Harry. But Harry did nothing. Is there anything more infuriating and regretful? Don't hold a grudge. There was no choice but to do so. There was no way to avoid it. With no excuse, Peter raised his wand. Perhaps some kind of dark magic would shoot out from the wand. Even if he knew, he was powerless. Harry gritted his teeth in frustration and continued to stare at Peter. Edith kicked Peter. Turning around, Peter fell to the ground, looking at Edith. There were no ropes. Harry and Hermione were bound, but Edith had escaped. Peter was confused, not understanding why, but said to Edith it was not difficult at all. The only thing done was to get a wand after being tied up. Edith noticed Peter in a second and released the wand. With the wand in hand, she could use magic. That's why Edith was able to cut Peter's ropes and stand up properly on her own. Don't get in the way. Peter angrily pulled out his wand, and Edith also used magic. Disarm. Move spell. Edith cast a movement spell. The move spell, lower, is a universal magic. After the spell name, the name of the item to be moved is input. Edith chose herself as the target, then sword, dodging the red flash and spinning in the air. She kicked Peter's shoulder with a roundhouse kick, matching the speed of her fall. The gaunt man groaned in pain, trying to aim his wand at Edith. But faster than that, Edith had already disappeared from his sight. Where exactly? From the bewildered Peter's blind spot, Edith struck him with an elbow, a speed only achievable by magic. Magic battles mostly involve shooting spells. Aim the wand at the enemy and then cast a spell. Most attacks are completed in 3 or 2 actions, but conversely, If you can't aim, you can't hit the enemy either. After falling to the ground, Peter immediately got up to look for Edith, but she had already disappeared from view. A blow from his blind spot knocked him down again. Oomph. A wizard? Primitive, only able to fight with fists. So what? Edith was originally a student skilled in practical skills. To put it more seriously, she was a wizard good at practical action. Act first, think with her head later. There was no so-called tactic in her mind, whether it was magic or fists, only the effect mattered. There was no restriction on having to use magic. About half of what was said in class had already been discarded from her mind. Some things were remembered for the exam, but forgotten after it ended. Because of this, she used such a casual way of magical combat. But Peter's experience won. The thin, cunning man caught a glimpse of Harry with the corner of his eye and smiled suspiciously. When Edith looked at Peter, she guessed his intentions. Edith hurriedly ran to protect Harry, but at the same time, Peter cast a spell. Stupefy, unable to abandon Harry and Hermione. Edith was hit by the stunning spell and knocked away. The wand fell, crashing against the wall, and she collapsed powerless. Edith was almost unconscious, but thought she couldn't fall like this because she was the only one left to fight. Peter took a deep breath and laughed triumphantly. It's over, it's over. The ropes binding Harry and Hermione were still not untied. Harry gritted his teeth, struggling helplessly to free himself. While Edith was fighting, she did everything opposite to hinder. How helpless! How pitiful! Peter pointed his wand at Harry, who was feeling angry. However, suddenly, a small figure grabbed Peter. Oh, it's over. A punch hit Peter's face. That pitiful guy, even thinner than Peter. His hair was a bit dirty, and his face was as gaunt as a skeleton. His beard grew wildly, and his clothes were tattered. He picked up Harry's fallen wand and waved it. Then, the binding spell on Harry and Hermione was lifted, and they were freed. Harry Potter, Harry James Potter, thinking of his friend S-Child. The boy spoke excitedly, trembling as he held Harry's hand. A posture full of joy, as if he had found a long-lost treasure. This was everything Edith saw. Witnessing the encounter between Sirius Black and Harry Potter, her consciousness fell into darkness. Summer. Most students would enjoy playing with friends or traveling with family. Mirabelle didn't do anything student-like. She did something very strange. Holding a biology book in one hand, she fixed her gaze on a glass cabinet used for breeding. Several beakers and flasks were lined up around it, and she wore a long white coat, her face obscured by a pair of glasses. In the glass cabinet, there were several toads, mysteriously engaged in the act of hatching eggs for some reason. Mirabelle cast the soul-snatching spell to make the toad take action, but at first glance, it seemed meaningless. So what does that mean? The masked Quinaris Chilo, standing beside her, asked fearfully. Mirabelle then turned the page and handed the book to Chilo. It reflected many cases related to the serpent monster. It is said that there once was a Greek dark sorcerer named Hypole, who, according to research, hatched a giant snake of extraordinary power from a toad's egg. Unlike ordinary snakes, it was called the Serpent King, and just looking at it could result in death or petrification. Is it possible? No. The eggs inside would all turn into serpent monster eggs. Mirabelle reached into the glass cabinet and took out a chicken egg. This was quite a hassle. To become a snake monster egg, several conditions had to be met. For example, the egg had to be from a rooster, not a hen, and it had to be 7 years old. Oh, a rooster? But roosters normally can't lay eggs. So magic was used to transform the rooster's body to force it to lay eggs. First, Mirabelle tried to create a snake monster based on the materials. However, to eliminate the reasonable conditions of a rooster's egg, magic transformation was necessary. Therefore, Mirabelle reasonably modified the rooster, forcing it to lay eggs. By the way, the body of the hen, the rooster's body, couldn't withstand the forced experiment and died after giving birth, ultimately becoming Mirabelle's lunch, but that's beside the point. Sister, do you plan to mass-produce snake monsters? The problem is that looking into the eyes of a snake monster will cause death, so it was trained to keep its eyes closed. Fortunately, the snake monster had a keen sense of smell, even though it lacked heat-sensing organs. Even if its line of sight was blocked, it would still be fine. She put the egg back in the box. Then, as if a toad was waiting, it jumped onto the egg. It also wore glasses. If someone saw the eyes of a newly hatched snake monster, they would die, which is quite funny. Does it wear glasses? I heard that the lamenting peach tree spirit also died while wearing glasses. So, it learned to make alchemical tools. Some of these glasses have magical effects. When they detect magic, they automatically activate the visor, cutting off the wearer's line of sight. Mirabelle explained while looking at the egg. Although there were no signs of hatching yet, it could guarantee that a snake monster would be born. Repeated fine-tuning was ongoing, and they were currently trying to mass-produce snake monsters, All they could do now was wait for the results. While waiting, they heard a clattering sound coming from the fireplace. Clearly, a guest had arrived. Cairo, take care of it. Mirabelle left the serpent monster egg for Chilo and then walked towards the fireplace. There stood a girl Mirabelle recognized. Edith Rainhagel. Judging by her suffocating appearance, she seemed to be getting used to the chimney. Edith looked around the mansion, her mouth open, revealing a silly face. "What are you doing, Edith?" "Ah, me, Mirabelle," she said, as if the luxurious mansion was extravagant for a commoner like Edith. Edith turned her eyes around like a climber, mumbling meaningless words. Mirabelle sighed and gestured for Edith to come into her room. The end of the long corridor must have had a strong impact on Edith. Edith's gaze once again fixated on the room. "Now, let us practice the spell." "Good." Edith clenched her fists. However, at the edge of her vision, Edith suddenly saw something familiar, and her interest shifted. On the table was a pile of books that Mirabelle could read. They looked like Muggle books, just one Muggle book. A Muggle book? Does Mirabelle read too? Ah, there is a lot of content worth referencing inside. The books on the table recorded various regimes in Muggle history. Monarchy, democracy, socialism, Hitler, Napoleon, Zhu Yuanzong. The successes and failures of these histories. Mirabelle thought she needed it and collected it. Muggle history is mocked by the magical world. But because of the ability to use magic, it becomes rich in creativity. Always looking ahead, constantly improving. Muggles don't have magic. They can't retrieve lost things. So they pursue efficiency and think with their minds. An attitude of crossing sacrifices while continuing to move forward. This is exactly what the magical world needs now. Because of this idea, Mirabelle was studying history. But the magical world continues to stagnate. In order to preserve pure-blood wizards, they repeatedly engage in incest, becoming inept with just blood ties with no progress at all. Seeing how the current purebloods are mostly inbreeding, one can observe how their numbers are diminishing, a dead end. It's foolish. Despite being Muggles, they will eventually face extinction, yet they still refuse to see it. Only accepting the most necessary quantity, they will progress, even attempting to navigate dead ends. And Voldemort pushed this dead end to its peak. The chain of madness must be broken. In a Muggle book, there was a ticket tucked inside. Ah, a ticket that was used as a bookmark. Mirabelle seemed to respond to Edith's curious gaze, taking out a piece of paper wedged between the books. The front read Quidditch World Cup Semi-Final, China versus Ireland. Hey, that's a Quidditch World Cup ticket. Interested? Of course. Quidditch World Cup tickets are very popular in the wizarding world. So many, like Edith, want them. However, on the other hand, there's some families that, even if they receive an invitation, don't want to go at all. The Beresford family is one such family. Well, how about taking a look? Huh? Want to see? For Mirabelle, the World Cup wasn't that exciting, but it didn't mean she didn't like it. If Edith wanted, it wouldn't hurt to pass the time there. Answering the question, Edith happily nodded. Great, let's go quickly. If I remember correctly, it should be held today. The Patronus charm could only be learned from now on. The basilisk had settled down, and Mirabelle believed Chilo would do well after that. Mirabelle snapped her fingers, and a few seconds later, a maid walked into the room. Her name was Mary, Mirabelle's exclusive maid from mansion. The girl had a doll-like appearance, with flaxen hair tied back. Mary wore clothes that would make Muggles suspicious. She was dressed in a designed outfit. Without hesitation, the maid grabbed the confused Edith and took her away. Mirabelle took off her white coat and opened the wardrobe. She found a black hoodie and jeans and snapped her fingers. In an instant, her clothes transformed, and the long robe she had been wearing hung on the hanger. Sister, I'm ready. Oh, does it look okay? Edith applied light makeup, something she had never done before, and changed into a white dress. Her hair was also trimmed, making her look very elegant and dignified. Mirabelle placed a hand on Edith's shoulder, who was lowering her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Mirabelle told Mary. Then they left. It was handed over. After the elegantly bowing maid escorted them away, Mirabelle activated the apparition and flew straight to Huagua. Huagua, but in the city, deep in the rarely approached forest. It was the place prepared for tonight's competition. Of course, if the wizards were dressed appropriately, considering the Muggles, it wouldn't matter even if they were discovered. But wizards over 60 would wear long robes. That's why any Muggle witnesses would have their memories erased. The venue had two entrances, and there was a strange aspect. One entrance was crowded with white wizards trying to rush into the venue. However, at the other entrance, a group of yellow-skinned wizards was lined up for some reason. Edith, who wanted to get to the competition venue quickly, could understand the former, but completely failed to comprehend the latter. What were they doing? The orderly race of Huagua understood the rules, valued politeness. and thought that lining up was a waste of time, but they found that in such a crowd, it was faster to wait in line. Entering seemed to be quicker than expected. After showing their tickets to the staff at the entrance, Mirabelle and Edith were guided to their designated seats. They had a great view of the competition. As the match began, many spectators bought binoculars, tools similar to Muggle binoculars, used for slow-motion playback, to pass the time with candy. Finally, it was time for the two national teams to enter, and the venue became lively. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup, Round 3. Tonight's match will be the semifinals between Hogwarts and Ireland. Let us start with the Irish team's mascot. The voice of Rude Bagman, the Minister of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, echoed. At the same time, two comet-like objects, shimmering with green and golden light, flew into the arena, spiraling in the air, heading towards the goalposts at both ends. Then, a rainbow bridge connected the two comets, and the audience spontaneously reacted with cheers. Continuing to fly in the air, they would draw clover. Finally, a rain of gold coins descended from above, pouring down and driving the entire venue into a frenzy. Rushing to pick up the coins, but Mirabelle quietly grasped Edith's shoulder. Fake. The coins would disappear over time. Aha, right? The unexpected rain of coins made Edith think it was real, but it also helped her avoid exposing her unattractive appearance, forcing a bitter smile. Thinking about picking them up now, she probably would be disappointed later, so she felt a bit regretful. The entrance for the Hogwarts team mascot. The Irish mascot is great. So what kind of mascot will the Hogwarts team have? As if to meet those expectations, two golden brooms flew into the arena, spiraling in the air, followed by a thunderous sound from the audience on the Hogwarts side. Wind, 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 wind. The spiraling brooms painted a picture, and soon a magnificent landscape came into view, showcasing the Great Wall of China, from which a golden five-clawed dragon flew out of the painting. What is that? The Great Wall of Hogwarts and the five-clawed golden dragon. Their totem, which Hogwarts has considered their dragon tradition since ancient times, was described as intimidating, unlike the dragons of other countries that only evoke fear. This golden dragon was majestic, solemn, making one feel like kneeling before it. The players from various countries were stunned when they saw the mascot, saying, "Is Hogwarts crazy? Where's the mascot?" After hearing the story, Edith nodded a little. Let us introduce the players. Applause for the Irish national team. Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Moran, Quigley, Div, Lindsay. As the athletes rode their brooms into the stadium one after another, the audience cheered excitedly, and the athletes lined up. All the brooms were like shooting stars, and the riders were top-notch. The Hogwarts team members entered. Xiang Xian, Wang Hongba, Shi Yi, Xiao Yu, Li Liang, Hua Hong, Xia Jun. The Hogwarts team entered and lined up, looking slightly smaller than the Irish team. Then, the Quaffle, Bludgers, and Snitch were released into the field, preparing for the match. All right, the match begins. In an instant, Edith lost sight of the players. Fast, very fast. The chasers threw the Quaffle so quickly that it was hard to tell who had it. The beaters hit the Bludgers at a frantic speed and struck back with an afterimage speed. Edith couldn't help but laugh at the chaos of the Quaffle and aimed at one player. The two seekers on the edge of contact, Xia Jun and Lindsay, began a chaotic chase for the Snitch. It was a kind of force similar to the game scene in school. However, the battle between high-level players had two types. One was a war of attrition, testing whose stamina would last longer, and the other was a quick grab for the Snitch to end the match. It was Quidditch, and in this match, it was the latter. The evidence was that the two seekers had already moved. Each team's beaters hit the Bludgers and aimed for the seekers. However, the two seekers spun in the air, showing no sign of slowing down to evade. Just like that, the Snitch flew towards them. Edith held her breath, staring at the Hogwarts team as Xia Jun as he jumped from his broom. A wrong move, and he knew he hadn't caught the Snitch, and he was thrown to the ground. Xia Jun fell to the ground, rolling. Then he slowly stood up, raised his right arm holding the Snitch, and let out a roar. In an instant, the entire audience stood up, and cheers pierced their eardrums. Edith instinctively stood up with Mirabelle and raised her voice. On the other side, the defeated Irish team lay on the ground, devastated, shedding tears. Some changes. The author is a bit of a daydreamer, acknowledging that when scolding, be a bit lighter on the insults. Focus on happy memories. Standing in a villa on Moulin Crescent Street. Inside, the two girls faced each other. The brown-haired girl, Edith Renee Gel, closed her eyes, extended her wand, as if recalling something, while the blonde girl, Mirabelle Beresford, crossed her arms and watched. Google. Mirabelle's eyes. Edith's one finally revealed something like silver mist. It slowly transformed into the shape of an animal, warm and gentle like flowing clouds. But there was no smile on Mirabelle's face. On the contrary, she huffed and began to complain about Edith's Patronus. 7 seconds late. Fighting against Dementors. A race against time. The later you get there, the less happiness you feel, and everything comes flooding back. In that case, the happy memories that activate the Patronus would also surface in the mind. Under its influence, how quickly one can create a Patronus using the most powerful Patronus charm. The Patronus charm is the enemy of Dementors, and vice versa. Happiness is needed to create a Patronus, but the Dementors drain it away. In that case, the Patronus cannot be properly created and will only be exploited. To put exaggeratively, the magic of the Patronus charm ultimately gathers at one point, creating first and then absorbing. Even so, it is difficult to retain such deep memories. Just for reference, what exactly is Mirabelle thinking? Mirabelle? If it is not taken as a reference, then it should be an experience that truly created a Patronus. Edith thought to ask, but Mirabelle did not answer, her expression slightly changing. Mirabelle's expression turned into her usual face, and she said coldly, "Let the events that bring joy be the same." Mirabelle said some boring things and sat down on a chair. Then she drank the remaining tea and raised her eyebrows. Edith knew what to say, even though she murmured, "What's wrong?" looking at the masked butler next to her, who had a frustrated expression, guessing that the tea was probably good. After a moment's rest, Edith also sat down. Mirabelle urged Edith to sit opposite her and handed her a cup of tea. Indeed, compared to the tea at school, Edith couldn't help but feel that the taste was subtly lighter. Being knowledgeable about the quality of black tea, she also took note of it. After a while, Edith suddenly remembered something and looked up. "By the way, are you going to watch the Quidditch World Cup final, Mirabelle? The World Cup? I'm interested as well. I just watched the match between China and Ireland, so I'm looking for the results." The Quidditch World Cup is a grand event that every resident of the wizarding world wants to see. It's not an exaggeration to say that all wizards are paying attention. The final between China and Bulgaria will be held in England this year. It's the first time in 30 years that England is hosting this event, and the British magical community is excited about it. Of course, Edith is one of them. If she had the chance, she would want to watch the match too. "So, Edith, can we buy tickets?" Edith shrugged at Mirabelle's question. The tickets for the World Cup final are notoriously popular and hard to come by. No matter how much one wants to, it's all about what the residents of the British magical world think. That's why there is fierce competition for tickets, with only a few lucky winners able to attend. The Reginald family doesn't have that kind of money, nor do they have any connections. Besides, as their biological daughter, she wouldn't feel comfortable asking her family. That's the first I've heard of it. I didn't tell you? No. Mirabelle was picking cookies while waiting for the other person's words. Mirabelle wanted to force herself to listen to a decent, in-depth story about family matters. When Edith spoke, Mirabelle quietly listened, and as Edith went with the flow, Mirabelle followed suit. Edith didn't seem to have anything particularly on her mind, so she began to speak normally. It was about the baggage that came with her mother's remarriage. A long time ago, a couple, the biological parents, had a fight and then divorced. Well, just an ordinary story. The reason for the argument was between a wizard and a Muggle. The mother was a half-blood witch, but the family seemed to be a pure-blood aristocratic household, leaning towards pure blood. However, the father was a Muggle. Somehow, when they started dating, it was as if they could come together like a summer fling, but of course, the marriage didn't go smoothly because of the pure blood. So what happened? Pure blood really is nowhere to be found. Mirabelle felt disgusted by this and urged her to continue. After quenching her thirst with red tea, Edith continued speaking. Afterwards, Dad took his sister away, and Mom took her away, and they separated. After that, Mom remarried, becoming part of the Rainagel family. Sister? I even remember her face. Mom passed away when I was 9, so the current Rainagel family treated me like an adopted child. So, is that the reason why it's hard to speak up? Edith nodded while eating her third cookie. However, from that face, it showed the submissiveness of being adopted. She seemed very satisfied with her current life. Well, I see. Dad treats her like a real daughter. All right, I get it. No wonder she's in Slytherin. She doesn't worry about bloodline issues. Mirabelle smiled wryly as she played with the empty teacup. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she asked a question. "By the way, does your family have pure blood? What's the name? Mom? I think it should be Valentine, so the original name should be Edith Valentine." Suddenly, the sound of breaking tableware echoed, and white teacup shards scattered everywhere. Not knowing what was happening, when Edith looked around, she saw a look of astonishment on Mirabelle's face for the first time in their 3 years of acquaintance. The golden eyes, which praised fearlessness and brilliance, moved slightly. Perhaps it was just Edith's imagination, but Mirabelle looked like a lost child. Mirabelle stared blankly at Edith, her face devoid of any emotion, seemingly just stunned. What is going on, Mirabelle? What's wrong? It couldn't be just a coincidence that such a thing happened with a surname. But if it's about an older sister, wait. Mirabelle, what's wrong? At Edith's call, Mirabelle finally regained her senses. Huh. Mirabelle opened her eyes and then looked around, realizing she had lost her composure. Mirabelle snapped her fingers, called the butler, and instructed him to clean up the broken plates. Then averted her gaze. What was going on? It was so shocking. No need to worry. Though she spoke softly, Mirabelle's eyes clearly showed her rejection. Even if Edith asked again, Mirabelle would just respond with indifference and continue speaking coldly. Edith had already understood some things. She knew it was just a coincidence related to her mother, but for Mirabelle, the plot was demonic, and Edith could hardly believe it was just a coincidence. Because there was only one pure-blood family in the magical world named Valentine. On the Hogwarts Express, while looking for an empty compartment, Mirabelle and Edith encountered Harry just as he boarded the train. In addition to the usual duo of Harry and Hermione, there was also Ron Weasley, who had just been hospitalized. Perhaps due to imagination, the atmosphere was somewhat calm, feeling like the old days with a sting. Hey, Harry, Hermione, how have you been lately? The best summer. Edith seemed to have misinterpreted, letting out a sigh of relief. Responding to Edith's greeting, Harry and Hermione flashed bright smiles. The relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin was as fiery as ever, but there was no enmity between the three. Year after year, their close cooperation had built a strong bond. Slowly, things began to deviate from the story she remembered, and what would happen next was unpredictable. It's been a long time, Weasley. Oh, Edith exclaimed with a smile. But Ron only answered in a low voice and looked away. Edith frowned, wanting to know what had happened. Hey, what's wrong with Weasley? Hasn't he recovered yet? His memory seemed to have returned, but after a year of hospitalization, his personality seemed to have changed somewhat. Moreover, since leaving for a year, it seemed many things had changed, and she believed the original Ron would return sooner or later. Hermione answered Edith's question with a worried look. Although Hermione said Ron would definitely return to normal, she didn't seem confident in her own words. In the worst-case scenario, if Ron's personality never returned, it would be strange. I heard the Quidditch World Cup was a lot of fun. Was that to celebrate Ron's house? Edith looked at Hermione with envy as she spoke. The Weasley family was not wealthy, but Arthur Weasley, who worked hard to support the family, was an official at the Ministry of Magic. In other words, he had some skills. By skillfully using his connections, he successfully obtained special seats for the World Cup and watched the Quidditch match with Harry and Hermione to celebrate his son's house. Edith, in fact, Harry wanted to invite you. Hermione quickly apologized to Edith, who looked disappointed, but Edith forced a smile at the sight. Edith knew how Harry and Hermione felt, and she also knew Ron was their friend. It seemed something happened after the match. According to the newspaper, the collapse of the Death Eaters caused a commotion, and even the Dark Mark appeared at the scene. All right, that. Harry became a bit stuttery due to Mirabelle's sudden question. Harry's friends had enjoyed the match a lot, but they also witnessed a group of masked muggles floating in the air. Moreover, the Dark Mark, the skull-shaped signal of Voldemort, seemed to rise into the air to increase the impact, plunging the entire scene into extreme panic. Hey, Harry, do you really think he has returned? That kind of thing, right? Edith timidly asked Harry. The Dark Mark, a symbol of Voldemort that hadn't been seen for years. That's why she speculated that it could only mean Voldemort had returned. I don't think so, Harry replied skeptically, but deep down, he hoped it was just a rumor. However, he had recently seen Voldemort in his dreams and had a bad premonition about it. Moreover, Voldemort had no body. He could only exist as a ghost that could not survive. Harry believed Voldemort had recovered from that state. The most crucial point was that he had no body. Could he really come back to life? Harry was being wishful, but Mirabelle interrupted him. All attention was easily drawn to Mirabelle, who could announce her thoughts. What are you saying, Mirabelle? An ancient dark magic. The bones of blood relatives, loyal to their own servant's flesh, hate the blood of their enemies, creating potions that allow the body to fully regenerate. This regenerative body is known as the dark magic of body regeneration. This was also something Mirabelle had been researching, with the goal of incorporating it into her own rituals. Although it was certain, it was because she had stolen the complete book from the restricted section in her first year. If one thought about it carefully, it was normal. If it were perfect, Dumbledore would have left it there. Therefore, Mirabelle continued her research to perfect it, focusing on body regeneration as part of her work. Wait, I've never heard of or seen such magic. How do you know such deep dark magic? Granger, do you know about Durmstrang Academy? Huh, of course I know. I heard Malfoy mention it once. That's easy. There's a connection there. They have almost mastered the dark magic knowledge obtained from that school. Harry, upon hearing the mention of a connection, looked puzzled, but only Hermione seemed to have thought of something. She covered her mouth in surprise. Speaking of which, she had read about the current vice principal of Durmstrang in a magical school. Mavis Bellisford. Correct. Mirabelle grinned and raised the corners of her mouth, affirming Hermione's words. Mirabelle loves her mother very much, but her only and greatest advantage is the title of vice principal at Durmstrang. Thanks to this, Mirabelle has been familiar with dark magic knowledge from a young age, and she borrows as many books as she can from her mother. In fact, without some knowledge, some of the magic Mirabelle creates would be impossible, and this knowledge is crucial for completing this year's planned ritual. Well, back to the point, in short, if the conditions are met, Voldemort can be resurrected. That guy can be resurrected? You're lying, Beresford. Harry blushed, looking at Mirabelle. Just Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Edith were all scared, waiting for Mirabelle to continue. Harry hoped that Mirabelle would take it as a joke and laugh it off. But Mirabelle's joking nature was not to be underestimated. Mirabelle hesitated to speak the truth that everyone feared. If you think it's a lie, then so be it. But listen, Potter, if Voldemort is looking for the best blood as the material for his resurrection, it is for the sake of humiliation and the meaning of revenge. The best blood? That's right, the culprit of his own downfall, still revered as a hero in the wizarding world, the enemy of revenge. Referred to as the boy who lived, there's no one more suitable to be called an enemy. Mirabelle patted Harry's shoulder with a gloomy smile and whispered softly in his ear. Mirabelle's voice was cheerful, carrying a mysterious tone as if eagerly waiting for something. As soon as he heard it, Harry felt a paralysis in his body, fear spreading through his veins. Harry Potter, this year around his heart. After the usual sorting ceremony, the welcome feast for the new students began. Of course, Mirabelle believed that the most valuable part of the school was the library filled with books, just as important as the food. Each time, the house elf did an excellent job. They changed the seasonings every time, ensuring the students wouldn't get bored, preparing many dishes with the skills of top chefs. Since Mirabelle made her early request, the Slytherin table had foreign dishes, and the food was prepared to a high standard. Everyone worked seriously, without complaints. Mirabelle wanted to take them home. The house elf did a great job, without cutting corners. They cut the medium-rare steak into pieces and put it in her mouth. Mirabelle believed that meat was best when slightly undercooked. To enjoy the original flavor of the meat, it should be cooked just right. On the other hand, if it's too rare, it can ruin the meat's original taste, as described. Therefore, Mirabelle thought that a slightly more cooked level was the highest standard. Of course, this didn't mean that Mirabelle would deny her baking methods. The same method could be used to enjoy blood-oozing beef or perfectly roasted inside. Both were delicious. In the end, it all depended on the dining experience and taste. Luckily, this year's feast didn't present any dangers. While Mirabelle enjoyed her meal, the Bloody Baron spoke beside her. To be honest, Mirabelle wanted to be seen eating because her appearance was suitable for it, but she narrowed her eyes at the Baroness' remarks. What happened, Baron? That pesky imp went mad in the kitchen, complaining about not being invited to the feast. Of course, that's a good thing. It knows no etiquette and couldn't resist turning over a plate, but seems to have taken the matter to heart and rampaged through the kitchen, ruining the banquet. Edith listened, wanting to know the fate of the imp. The reason was the friend sitting next to her. It was well known that Mirabelle hated being disturbed while eating, but the imp almost ruined the meal. There was no doubt that the imp must have triggered Mirabelle's anger. It was a chaotic rampage that turned everything upside down. Pots were overturned, kettles were thrown, and the kitchen was a sea of soup. The poor sprites in the corner of the room trembled in fear. Moreover, the imp didn't seem to tire at all, even throwing water balloons at the newcomers. After listening to the story, Mirabelle's forehead showed a vein, and she smashed the glass in her hand. She threw water balloons at the newcomers with force. However, what the mischievous spirit did was a very obvious desecration of food. Even if the Emperor forgave it, Mirabelle could not forgive it. Well done, Baron. The Baron must have noticed the murderous aura emanating from Mirabelle. The Baron's originally pale face turned even paler as he hurriedly left the room. Edith thought that no matter what was said, Mirabelle's anger would not subside. The mischievous spirit would at most end up being punished, but Mirabelle would annihilate it. It was easy to predict that Mirabelle would not hesitate to wipe out anyone who disrupted the meal. After dinner, there were some desserts, steamed pudding with syrup, and fried spark sticks of various cakes. All of these would stimulate the appetite, making one feel like eating as much as they wanted after the meal. Mirabelle and Edith also placed their favorite desserts on the plate and smacked their lips. After filling their stomachs, all the plates were taken away, and Dumbledore's greeting began. Well, Eat well at home. There are a few things to say. Please listen carefully. What was said was no different from usual. The list of prohibited items had added a new prank item, though it was rarely followed, and Dumbledore informed everyone about the woods that were allowed on campus, while also announcing that third years were prohibited from going to Hogwarts. However, the content of the announcement was the same as usual. Typically, Dumbledore would inform the first-year students about the opportunity to join the Quidditch team, something most students would have anticipated. For this reason, Dumbledore's announcement caused a great stir. The Quidditch matches for this year were cancelled, and the announcement was a painful one to convey. The Quidditch players were talking, and surprised voices came from all directions. Harry and others wanted to seek revenge on Mirabelle this year, so they screamed as if they had lost their chance for vengeance. Edith also liked Quidditch, so she was at a loss next to Mirabelle. In contrast, the announcement stated that this year's event would rival the Quidditch matches. It was called the Triwizard Tournament, a friendly competition among the three magical schools of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. It had a long history, having been held for 700 years before abruptly stopping for several centuries due to the high risks associated with the competition itself. The event was of a very high level, with representatives from the three schools competing against each other. Because of this, even with the school's protections, there were a significant number of deaths. However, this year, the seal was finally broken. The International Magical Cooperation Department and the Magical Sports Association worked together with the three magical schools to finally revive the event. For the first time in years, it would be held at Hogwarts. In October, representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive at Hogwarts, and the selection of the three representatives would begin on Halloween. Then the selected three would compete, and only the winner would receive the trophy and a prize of 1,000 galleons for their school. 1,000 galleons. Edith's eyes widened as she looked at the prize and began counting with her hands. 1,000 galleons was an unimaginable amount for a student. If converted to Muggle money, it was approximately equivalent to 700. It sounded like a large sum, but when considering that goods in the magical world were cheaper, the situation changed. Wizarding world supplies were generally less expensive than those in the Muggle world due to the advantages of magic. For instance, if the Wizarding world exchanged one for a galleon, in the Muggle world, that amount could only buy a bottle of juice. In the magical world, one could buy at least 10 or more bottles of juice for the same amount. The value of gold in the Wizarding world was 10 times lower than in the Muggle world. This can be more easily understood by comparing developed and developing countries. For example, in a developing country, an adult salary might only reach a few hundred units. However, they can still live comfortably because the value of money itself is different. A few hundred units in a country like China could be worth several thousand units. The same thing happens between the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. In other words, the 1,000 galleons just mentioned should be understood literally as only 700, even if it were estimated for the residents of the magical world. It could be worth tens of thousands of pounds. By the way, Mirabelle knew a way to profit from it. As mentioned, bringing Muggle gold into the Wizarding world has considerable value, but the opposite is also true. The coins in the magical world are gold coins. Just a gilded object is pure gold. Because alchemy exists in the Wizarding world, it seems absurd from the perspective of the Muggle world. Over 20 grams of pure gold only costs over 80, which is ridiculous. If brought into the Muggle world, of course, it could be used as it is, but it needs to be melted down. It would quickly be worth close to 7,000, depending on market conditions. And if that 7,000 were brought into the Wizarding world to exchange for money, it would turn into 120 galleons. Moreover, in a magical world, there is something called a pure gold cauldron, which, if melted down and sold, could significantly increase its value. Of course, leaking Wizarding world coins into the Muggle world is a criminal act, so if caught, one would be immediately arrested, even for 1,000 galleons. Wouldn't your eyes light up at the thought of competing in the tournament? Edith's eyes sparkled, and Mirabelle teased her. Edith sighed dejectedly and rested her elbows on the table, wearing an expression as if being pulled back from a dream to reality. Although she longed for 1,000 galleons, life was more important. What about Mirabelle? She was interested and felt she could do it too. Saying this, Mirabelle turned her gaze to Dumbledore. Then, Dumbledore issued a new announcement stating that participants must be at least 17 years old. In this way, Mirabelle, who had just turned 14 this year, would not be able to participate. 17 or older. If Dumbledore paid attention to her, it would be difficult to win with intelligence. Mirabelle took full advantage of dark magic to break through the age barrier, preventing the limit of 17 years old and other defensive spells. However, Dumbledore's eyes are hard to deceive. Most importantly, Mirabelle was not actually involved in the plan. It was already late at night. It's crucial to get a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's class, facing it with a clear mind. Let's go back to sleep. All the students stood up from their chairs, chatting as they returned to their respective dormitories. The topic, of course, was the recently mentioned competition among the 3 champions. Who would be chosen, and what kind of students would they be? Some students had already begun to get excited. Mirabelle Edith also moved with the flow and returned to the dormitory. Another tumultuous year had begun. The first elective class of the 4th year at Hogwarts. Mirabelle Edith participated in Muggle studies, taught by Professor Charity Burbage, a woman in her 40s with slightly sharp teeth and broad shoulders. Well, let's start with a review of the years. What is the difference between wizards and muggles? Do you understand? Theodore not used magic to fly in the air. That's right. And also for potion making and alchemy. But do these things really make a difference? When speaking at the podium, waving a wand, that's the distinction between wizards and muggles. And the gap isn't as wide as wizards imagine, because the differences, strengths, and weaknesses are just a little more than what muggles can do. In short, it's just a bit more than muggles. Charity Burbage is well known within the school for being pro-muggle. Mirabelle is not very friendly towards muggles. But she also denies the idea of pure blood. The notion of pure blood is still deeply ingrained, but wizards must accept those with muggle heritage. If they hadn't accepted muggles from the beginning, wizards would have gone extinct long ago. Muggle-borns should be welcome for the knowledge they bring to ensure survival. Muggles must be included. The textbooks are now open. Today, we want to track the genealogies of wizards and how they intersect with muggle wizards. After class, there is a lesson on magical creatures' care. At Hagrid's hut, Hagrid is standing there ready to distribute. From a wooden box at his feet, strange quacking noises and explosive sounds are heard, as if something is about to explode. Just from this, one can predict it will be a fascinating creature. A blast-ended scrut, just hatched. That's why it needs to be raised by itself. It's going to be a subject that Mirabelle likes. The blast-ended scrut is a disgusting creature. It looks like a deformed lobster, shell-less and headless. Its pale and slimy body stretches legs from any position, moving around. Just a little bit of it makes Mirabelle feel nauseous, but it has been stuffed into a narrow wooden box, and its tail sparks like an explosion. Let's try feeding it a variety of foods. Ant eggs, frog liver, and non-toxic wood lice are all prepared. Let's try them one by one. Hearing this, Edith looks disgusted. Most importantly, Hagrid says he has never raised a blast-ended scrut, which means he knows nothing about the safety precautions for raising such creatures. The creature can be dangerous as it grows, and Hagrid is aware of that. Edith really wants to know why Dumbledore decided to let him be a teacher. Mirabelle wants to drop the class. Mirabelle did not respond to the tearful Edith, but that silence was the most eloquent affirmation. Hey, what kind of creature is that? It sucks with its belly's suckers. It attacked. Its tail exploded. Is it a magical creature of monsters? As the class progressed, it became clear that only the blast-ended scruts would attack, with males having stingers and females having suckers, and the tails would explode. Hagrid did not provide any prior explanations for any of this. Why was he appointed as a teacher? Even Harry and the others could tell from their expressions that it was a difficult class. Taking care of them for a year? Guess so. I want to touch it again, Edith said while poking the blast-ended scrut with a stick, and Mirabelle wearily replied. A very challenging lesson began, and Mirabelle knew what it would do to her. Frankly, Mirabelle believed that this kind of creature had no practical value other than causing harm. In the end, the lesson concluded with feeding the strange creatures. When Mirabelle thought about how she would still have to continue the class, she felt very frustrated. But this was the last time Mirabelle would have to be a student this year. Since that's the case, let's enjoy the hopeless daily life to the fullest. Mirabelle couldn't help but smile as she entered the classroom for her first defense against the dark arts lesson in Slytherin. As she walked through the corridor, she noticed the remnants of Peeve's mischief thrown into the classroom's trash bin, with cooked up soon scrawled on Peeve's forehead. It was a cursed subject, with the teacher changing every year. But this time, there was a new teacher she had never seen before. His name was Mad-Eye Moody, an Auror, whose achievements were described as having buried half of Azkaban. He had been injured multiple times in battles and bore the scars of those encounters. His face looked as if it had been carved from wood, marked by a myriad of scars. His mouth was crooked, his nose was missing, and one of his eyes was a strange magical eye that moved independently. His left leg, visible beneath his cloak, was a prosthetic that clacked every time he walked. Textbooks away, Moody commanded as he stood at the podium with a roll book, calling out the names of the students one by one. One of his eyes focused on the roll book while the other, the magical eye, scanned the students, perhaps perceiving those who were unaware of their surroundings. They had learned many techniques to combat dark creatures, but it was too late. They needed to have learned the most crucial spells to handle dark magic by now. According to the Ministry of Magic, they wouldn't be introduced to these until 6th year, but would the enemies wait until then? Moody suddenly shouted, startling the students and causing a commotion in the classroom. It was a complete surprise. Who could have expected such a sudden roar? But Moody, seemingly unfazed, continued speaking as if nothing had happened. Had they not learned to protect themselves from unknown dangers? Therefore, the stakes were set lower for this year. Knowing combat spells would allow them to protect themselves better. The Ministry of Magic had the harshest punishments for the 3 worst curses. The answer? Moody asked, and some timid hands shot up, lacking confidence. Only Malfoy raised his hand with confidence, but of course he would know, considering his father's affiliation with the Dark Lord. But Moody ignored him and looked at Mirabelle with both his ordinary and magical eyes. Why did you raise your hand, Baronford? I heard you're the best student in the school. How can you answer? Had he called on her even if she hadn't raised her hand? Thinking it over, Mirabelle decided to showcase her knowledge with a faint smile on her face. Of course, Professor Moody. The answer is the Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. Avada Kedavra, especially the last one, the Killing Curse, has no counterspell or means of defense. If hit by it, there's no escape. In the history of the wizarding world, only one person has survived it. That would be Harry Potter, who is known as the boy who lived because he survived the Killing Curse. Moody was quite satisfied with Mirabelle's answer and nodded. Perfect, Baronford. Heathkit wasn't exaggerating. You must be very well informed, having such an excellent anti-dark magic expert as a father. And your mother, the deputy headmistress of Durmstrang, must also be quite impressive. Mirabelle scoffed at Moody's words. Is Mirabelle excellent because of her parents? Mirabelle is excellent in her own way, different from others. She firmly believes that even if her parents are muggles, they will still be supportive. Well, in terms of knowledge, Mirabelle cannot deny that her family has helped her grow a lot, but that's all. She received the Excellence in Magic Award and the Hogwarts Special Achievement Award for her accomplishments in defeating the Basilisk. She will become a better dark magic expert than her father. Ha! Mirabelle suppressed a chuckle and answered briefly. An expert? Really makes me want to laugh. To be a dog for the Ministry of Magic? Mirabelle thought about having the Ministry of Magic as her dog while she became a dog herself. Moody then demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses using a spider as a test subject, showing the students its effects in an easy-to-understand manner. The spider subjected to the Cruciatus Curse displayed a skilled performance of empty ballet, while the spider under the Imperius Curse suffered painful convulsions. As for the final test subject for the Killing Curse, it was left unharmed, which vividly showcased the fearsome nature of the spell. Next year, ways to counter some magic will be taught. It's essential to know and be prepared. If you understand, take a quill and write down what was said. From the results, it can be seen that Alastor Moody's course is of the highest quality in history. Remus Lupin's year as a teacher was also excellent. But Moody's lessons are superior in defense against the dark arts, assuming one really faces dark magic in the future. This was enough to make Mirabelle feel that if Death Eaters were involved, she would qualify to ask about some dark magic knowledge. Minerva McGonagall said that 4th grade students are currently in a period of comparative pressure. Next year, there will be a magical exam called OWL, and the results will have a significant impact on their future. However, it would be too late to start studying in 5th grade. If they want to be well prepared, they need to start preparing now. Therefore, this year's classes are much stricter than in previous years, and the amount of homework has also increased. In potions, Mirabelle was assigned to work on antidotes as homework, and in magical sciences, she was required to read 3 additional reference books and learn a summoning spell. Defense against the dark arts has also become more rigorous. Alastor Moody tried to cast a curse on the students, the Dementor's Kiss, to see if they could resist it. Of course, many students were willing to try, but Moody ignored them and went ahead anyway, resulting in one incident. The students who were cursed began to exhibit strange behaviors, and it taught the students the terror of the Dementor's Kiss. Edith sang, Parkinson danced, Goyle and Crabbe set up a stage with instruments, and Malfoy took off his clothes. Finally, it was Mirabelle's turn, and Moody cast the spell on her. There was a kind of fear, the fear of the unknown. When it became clear, the fear intensified. Mirabelle felt very good after receiving the soul-binding spell. All her worries vanished, and she experienced a profound sense of security. She even had the illusion that she was finding what she was looking for. Mirabelle understood it was the soul bond curse. Many wizards could not resist and committed crimes. However, in that moment, a rude voice echoed in Mirabelle's mind, completely dissipating that wonderful feeling. Nia, what? Mirabelle thought. Why do that? Why obey the command? Even the exquisite emotions never faded, as an overwhelming self-esteem roared. Am I now being commanded? Is someone giving orders to Mirabelle? With that thought, all the joy vanished, leaving only a strong, rebellious hatred. Mirabelle obeys any command. She can be bound by anything and will flatter anyone. Only she can command herself. At the moment Mirabelle's heart cried out, her thoughts became clear, and her vision broadened. She smiled fearlessly at the astonished Moody. How awkward. Why sing? It was the first time she felt this soul-stealing curse, a terrifying spell that would be hard to resist. On the way back to the dormitory, Edith, blushing, spoke up. Of course, it would be embarrassing to do something like that in front of family, and it was hard to control oneself. Regarding the orders for female students, it was said to be better. At least Alastair Moody considered it. At least he was better than Malfoy. Did Professor Moody hate Malfoy? Letting Malfoy take off his clothes in class would make him a laughingstock. Or rather, his father was hated. Lucius Malfoy, once the leader of the Death Eaters, had escaped from Azkaban and gained power. Lucius was a sworn enemy of the Aurors. Mirabelle's father was an expert in fighting dark magic, so he probably hated him too, right? For 14 years, her father had been trying to convict Malfoy. After chatting for a while walking, they heard a noisy sound. It seemed that the students had gathered in the hall and were making a commotion. Wondering what was going on, Edith ran ahead, and Mirabelle, looking quite angry, followed closely behind. There, many students were bustling around, looking at the bulletin board on the stairs. Edith also tiptoed, trying hard to see the bulletin board but to no avail. However, when Mirabelle chased after her, the students hurriedly stepped aside, opening the way to the bulletin board. It was a poster promoting the Triwizard Tournament. It stated that the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive on October 30th at 6 o'clock p.m., and all students must gather at the castle for a reception. There was still a week left until then. Who would be the representatives? If anyone, Marcus Flint would probably run for a spot. Marcus, who was also the captain of the Quidditch team, had perfect athletic ability. Besides that, it was a bit strange since Slytherin seemed to have no particularly special candidates under 17. Of course, Mirabelle couldn't run for a representative spot, which was a story she wouldn't bring up. For the next week, the school buzzed with topics about the tournament. What kind of students would there be? And what would happen? Who would run? And who would be elected? October 30th, the day that the students had been eagerly awaiting, finally arrived. The hall was decorated, with a huge banner displaying each house. The faculty table was similarly adorned, surrounded by images of a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle, all framing the Hogwarts crest. A pleasant sense of anticipation filled the entire area, and in the blink of an eye, it was 6 p.m. Students lined up in the castle, waiting for the arrival of the two schools. Edith kept asking Mirabelle questions, her face flushed with excitement. Finally, would it be? The distance of the schools seemed quite far. Considering practicality, a broomstick or the portkey would be the quickest means of transportation, but those were not very glamorous. For wizards, the fastest and most effective transportation was still limited to the portkey or chimney travel. But it looked good. Just like Hogwarts wanted to look good, they also wanted to impress. So, with such simple means, they had to do it in a more impressive way. Many places gathered, wanting to show off. Just like that. If I'm not mistaken, the Beauxbatons delegation has arrived. Dumbledore's voice came from the front of the teacher's line, and everyone looked up. Where? Students looked around, and finally, a sixth-year student pointed and shouted, "Over there!" A huge object was flying towards the castle. What is that? A dragon. A first-year student shouted in panic. Maybe a new giant broomstick. Another student screamed in terror. Idiot! That's a flying house. Another first-year student yelled. It was getting closer to Hogwarts. A giant carriage, pulled by 12 horses, gliding through the night sky. A boy in a light blue robe jumped out of the roaring carriage, readying a golden footstool. Then, a giant high-heeled shoe was placed on the steps, and a woman emerged from the carriage. A beautiful woman. Her smooth, tan skin and athletic body. Her face was sharp, and her nose was high. Her neck was adorned with opals, making her look like a lady from high society. But more striking was her stature, which stood out. In short, she was not at all inferior to Hagrid, who was known as the tallest in Hogwarts, standing at 3 meters. By the way, Hagrid's height was 250 centimeters. So he had seen a lot. So, Dumbledore hadn't even reached her chest. Dumbledore was also shorter than Beauxbaton's headmistress, Madame Maxime. Agreeing with Edith, Mirabelle added, Dumbledore should be around 180 centimeters, but Madame Maxime looks like a child next to him. If Edith and Mirabelle estimated, they would only reach her waist. She looked very cold. Coming from a relatively warm region, She couldn't deny being underprepared. The silk-thin robe she wore looked cold just by looking at it. Moreover, she wasn't even wearing a cloak. Madame Maxime entrusted the carriage to Dumbledore and elegantly walked into the castle. Shortly after, the Beauxbatons students followed, rushing into the castle to warm up. In the following minutes, the students looked up at the sky, waiting for the arrival of Durmstrang. Mirabelle consciously thought, since Beauxbatons came from there, Durmstrang must have come from there too. However, the lake's surface shimmered and revealed a huge whirlpool. A giant ship emerged from the whirlpool, as if being pulled from a water pool. It was a ship that exuded a ghostly aura, suitable for a school that taught dark magic. When it reached the shore, a group dressed in thick leather jackets walked off, and the last one was a silver-haired man in a deep red robe, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman with shining golden hair. The principal of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, and the vice principal, Mavis Barenford. "Oh, that must be your mother." "Boo-hoo, Mom is so beautiful," Edith exclaimed, looking at the woman radiating sensual charm. The curly golden hair indeed resembled Mirabelle's mother. Mirabelle shared a striking resemblance with her mother, and with her absolute confidence in her appearance, her haughty attitude was just like her daughter's. Karkaroff approached Dumbledore, speaking excitedly. "Dumbledore, how's it going? I'm in good spirits." "Karkaroff, I didn't expect such a warm welcome, Barenford. It's been a long time, Principal Dumbledore. By the way, where's her daughter?" "She's over there." Dumbledore pointed to a corner where Slytherin's fourth-year students were gathered. Just then, Mavis seemed to have spotted Mirabelle and waved, and Mirabelle willingly waved back. Fortunately, not many people noticed the two waving at each other. This was because the arrival of Durmstrang's group had drawn the attention of the students. "Hey, Mirabelle, is that Victor Krum?" It seemed so. With a curved nose and dark eyebrows, his characteristic hunched posture was visible even from a distance. His legs spread out like a bow. Victor Krum, the world-famous Quidditch player. The surrounding female students screamed, and Edith stood on her tiptoes to get a better look. Busy rummaging through her notebook, she was probably looking for a piece of paper to get an autograph. After that, they followed Durmstrang's students into the auditorium and took their seats, but Edith, a Quidditch fan, was excited the whole time. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and ghosts. Once again, especially to our guest tonight. We look forward to welcoming you to Hogwarts. We hope and believe that the school will be comfortable and enjoyable." With that, the banquet began. Dumbledore briefly greeted the welcome party and waved his wand. Then, the golden plates on each house's table were filled with food, many of which were familiar and ordinary. Various dishes were prepared for the students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. "Hey, Mirabelle, what should we do since Krum is sitting at the Slytherin table? Should we show some hospitality?" Edith exclaimed excitedly, watching Durmstrang's Quidditch star Victor Krum, but Mirabelle showed no interest at all. She thought Krum, who looked so serious, was heavy and instead enjoyed the various delicacies in front of her. Let Malfoy flatter Krum. Malfoy was already across from Krum, gesturing and trying to get his attention. "Hey, so you caught the golden snitch because you thought you won that game?" "Yes, when we were close to losing. We tried to narrow the score gap and end the game as quickly as possible. As a seeker, you have to choose how to win the game." Right. Krum must be familiar with English. Krum's unique accent made it a bit hard to listen. He pronounced Vok as Veraver. Some vowels were difficult to pronounce. But considering Krum was a foreigner, he was quite good. Karkaroff and Mavis spoke fluently, but the two were originally British. "By the way, Mirabelle, is the food good?" "Oh, I should try some." Mirabelle spoke while reaching for the food on her plate. The butter-roasted fatty salmon was enhanced with herbs, adding color. The aroma of butter and herbs stimulated the appetite, making it irresistible. Edith nodded as she picked up a nearby baked bread, one of the world-renowned French dishes. She pierced the pasta with her fork and brought it to her mouth with a thick white sauce. "Delicious, very delicious." She thought, feeling despair at the lack of Chinese cuisine compared to such French dishes. On the contrary, even British food, when made in its own country, tastes better. Eating British-made fish and chips, but that has a different flavor. Even its own cuisine cannot fully showcase its flavors. The notion that British food tastes good is a common view, and even the British themselves admit a bit of it. Not to mention the seasonings. Even the cooking time is poorly grasped, such as boiling vegetables until they lose their original texture and frying ingredients until they turn black. It is said that the reason is that the British often adopt cooking methods that heat the ingredients to retain their original taste. But it doesn't mean it suits British tastes. The British generally feel that food from China, Italy, and France is more delicious. That's why the more they self-torture, the more brutal it becomes. Of course, there are also aspects of British food to be proud of. Moreover, the house elves at Hogwarts are top-notch. at least better than any restaurant outside. When the food from the welcoming feast was all eaten and the desserts finished, Dumbledore stood up again, finally getting to the point. The students leaned forward, and the whole hall was filled with a comfortable tension. Dumbledore smiled gently at the gazes and said in a clear voice, "The time has come. The selection for the Triwizard Tournament representatives from the 3 magical schools is about to begin." He began to explain a few things about the selection of representatives. Dumbledore's explanation was a brief record of the competition's progress. First, the judges would be Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Barty Crouch, the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Ludo Bagman, the director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Secondly, one contestant would be chosen from each school. The 3 tasks will comprehensively test the representative's magical abilities, courage, logical reasoning, and ability to handle danger. The one with the strongest overall ability will receive the honor of 1,000 galleons. The selection of representatives is fair, done by the Goblet of Fire. If one wishes to compete as a contestant, their name must be submitted to the Goblet of Fire within 24 hours. Finally, the name is forever binding. Once summoned by the Goblet of Fire, one will be bound by a magical contract and must participate in the Triwizard Tournament. There is no dropping out. After explaining this, the welcoming feast came to a close. Edith was worried about Durmstrang's accommodation issues, but it seemed that Durmstrang usually returned to their ship. Karkaroff walked toward the students, smiling at Krum like a father. The headmaster clearly liked Krum. Karkaroff liked Krum just as Dumbledore liked Harry. Mirabelle was passing by a group of Slytherins when, by chance, she caught sight of Mavis next to Karkaroff. "Oh, Mirabelle." Mavis ran over to Mirabelle and finally received a warm embrace. "It's been a long time, Sister Mirabelle. You've become even more beautiful than Mom." With a smile from Karkaroff, she complimented her and extended her hand. Mirabelle didn't extend her hand, pretending not to notice her swaying mother. It seems that Principal Kakarov hasn't changed either. Mirabelle is very fond of men, having betrayed former comrades to establish her current position as a Death Eater. Kakarov feels relieved to have severed ties with the Death Eaters. But ultimately, the aspect of using the strong and the behavior of being snobbish will fall below a certain level, yet rise above another. For Mirabelle, Kakarov is indeed a heavy opponent. To be honest, he feels a sense of relief. If he were 17 and qualified, the school would be in danger. Well, if he participates, he will definitely win in the end. He looks as confident as usual, feeling relieved. Moreover, he is very scared because such things can really happen. Mirabelle exuded a refreshing confidence, while Kakarov's face twitched. Having experienced a world surrounded by the strong, Kakarov instinctively understood the existence of those stronger than himself. Mirabelle was like a bottomless pit. This is why Kakarov was clinging to flattery. At present, she was just a girl, but in some deep part of her heart, she firmly believed that one day she would become someone capable of shaking the magical world. By the way, how is it? Do you want to go to Durmstrang? Did you give the same answer to the question 7 times? But isn't it better to focus on studying dark magic at school? You should also be free to read whatever you want in the library. The school doesn't have a rule against browsing. Kakarov stole a glance at Mirabelle, who was trying to bring her into his camp. Then Mirabelle also spoke, backing off. Mavis tilted her head and said regretfully, "I'm really sorry. Mirabelle should be able to do that." Well, it's okay. Even if Kakarov gave up, he had no intention of getting anything from the start. "Sister, let us go back to the ship." Taking Edith, who had been completely abandoned by Krum, they left for the Slytherin dormitory. For now, Mirabelle would definitely participate in the competition. Mirabelle doesn't mind standing out, but she needs to act like a shadow at times. If possible, it's best to keep Dumbledore's gaze completely on Harry. Considering this, participating in the competition is a foolish act. Mirabelle's mother is really very beautiful. Mirabelle is also beautiful, but it feels a bit different, or let's say sensual, especially the chest. All right, don't run away. Mirabelle grabbed Edith, who wanted to escape, and pinched her cheeks. Right? Right? Listen. She told Harry that he had learned the worst lesson. Although he had never put his name in the Goblet of Fire, he rarely believed it. Hufflepuff's hostility, Ravenclaw's disdain. Slytherin remained unchanged, always hostile. Harry felt indifferent towards Slytherin, but he was upset that the 2 houses that had always been friendly to him were becoming like Slytherin. He rarely truly believed that Harry hadn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Mad-Eye Moody. He said that someone who wanted Harry's life could have put his name in the goblet. A teacher who believed and insisted that Harry was a victim earned Harry's immense appreciation. Then there were Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry was worried that he hadn't provided an explanation up to this point, but he believed the teachers would trust him. There was unconditional trust between them. Then there were Hermione, Edith, and Ron. Even in such situations, Ron still worried about Harry. Although Edith was from Slytherin, she didn't wear Malfoy's Cedric cheering badge or the Dirty Potter badge. Finally, Mirabelle. Surprisingly, Mirabelle also seemed to think that Harry had put his name in the Goblet of Fire. According to Mirabelle, Potter didn't have that ability. But the idea of seeing the girl as a friend was a dangerous thought. Because only a few believed in Harry, it made Harry's days quite comfortable. Rita Skeeter's reports also embarrassed Harry. The champions chosen by the Goblet could withdraw due to contractual obligations, but the current chaotic situation in the competition gave Harry a headache. Harry really wished he could replace himself. The first task was dragons. Harry said by the lake at school. Hermione, Ron, and Edith's friend Mirabelle were all there. All four believed in Harry. Mirabelle nodded. But Mirabelle was one of the few. Harry told them about facing the terrifying task alone. Typically, champions should know the content of the tasks before they begin, but cheating has been a tradition since ancient times. Hagrid had a good relationship with Harry. Knowing the first challenge, he immediately informed Harry. He even took Harry to see the 4 terrifying dragons. Also, Karkaroff could have put his name in the goblet. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, had said so. Harry had few allies. However, outside of school, there was a reassuring ally named Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. According to Sirius, Karkaroff had been a Death Eater, so caution was advised. Hermione was surprised by what Harry said, but insisted that the dragons were an urgent matter. First, they needed to confirm that they could survive until Tuesday night, and then worry about Karkaroff. Indeed, the dragons were the most pressing issue. Edith agreed with Hermione's words. Looking at Mirabelle, Mirabelle didn't say much, but Edith nodded, seemingly in agreement. So the current problem is how to help Harry outsmart the dragon. How can one defeat the dragon? A book mentions dragons. Dragons are very powerful, and magic seems to have some effect on them. It is recorded that dragons can withstand the combined stunning spell from 6 wizards. Hermione discusses her knowledge of dragons, but the more Harry hears, the more he feels like he's losing. The dragon is large, resistant to magic, can breathe fire, and is very strong. How can 4th-year Harry defeat such a monster? Mirabelle is the only 4th grader who can do that one thing. Everyone's attention turned to Mirabelle. What would Beresford do? There's several ways, but he would choose to completely crush it positively. He would continuously cast attack magic until it collapses, thoroughly smashing it. Mirabelle gave a capable answer to Harry's question. The girl could really do it, but Harry was the one facing the challenge. Edith lowered her head in surprise and said, "Isn't it easy to do such things? If you want to lower the difficulty a bit, then there's the eye curse. The magic works on dragons, except for their eyes. If you cast the eye curse on the eyes, it will definitely work. The eye curse isn't a difficult spell. If you start learning it now, you should be able to master it. However, after the dragon's eyes are harmed, it will definitely rampage, so you must be careful." One of the solutions was proposed by Mirabelle, who raised a finger. Upon hearing Mirabelle's plan, Harry felt a little clarity, as if he had found the answer. One method is to control the dragon. To control the dragon, you also need to target its eyes. Casting a confusion spell in the dragon's eyes would be enough to deal with it. It sounds complicated, but it's the most reliable method. Mirabelle raised a second finger to present the second solution. After all, being next to Mirabelle, the girl was a reliable source of answers. One method is to use bait. By using a transformation spell to turn something around into an animal, it would be effective to make a bird with a wand. However, considering the possibility that a dragon might change its target, it's not certain. If the obstacle curse is used together, the effect might be a bit better, but well, starting to learn it now is a bit late. It's a recommended method. It lacks safety, certainty, practicality, and most importantly, it lacks impact. If the goal is to become a champion, there is still a perfect method. After raising a third finger, Mirabelle introduced the 4th and final method. With a happy smile, she said this method, in a sense, is the most effective, a frontal breakthrough. It has the strongest visual impact to aim for the champion. Don't be afraid, retreat, dodge, or escape. Courageously stand up and break through. The audience wants this. You can do it. Hermione shouted to Mirabelle, who raised her ring finger. The only way to do it. How could Harry face a dragon head-on? Listen clearly, Granger. It's about breaking through, she said. Mirabelle smiled in response to Hermione's arguments for and against. Mirabelle suggested several methods, but the most realistic one, suitable for Harry, would also allow him to score high and win the championship. When Mirabelle thought about it, it was impressive that the fake Moody would likely keep a close watch on Harry. Harry's current abilities and strengths would need to be carefully examined in order to provide the best answers. Even if Mirabelle taught Harry, The fake Moody would also teach him techniques, but if Mirabelle took the time to teach Harry, there would be more opportunities for practice. And he might even showcase flying skills that exceeded Mirabelle's memory range. Mirabelle wants to see the potential in Harry. Now, tell the answer. Fly on a broomstick. Mirabelle cast a spell, and a silver arrow flew out of the classroom window, soaring across the campus and striking Malfoy, who happened to be passing by. Landing in his hands. The perfect method. Undoubtedly, it was a way to maximize Harry's power for victory. The summoning charm. Yes, it was one of the spells learned in their year, as well as one of the few spells they would start to learn from now on. Summon the broomstick, breaking through the dragon from the front. It suited Potter best. As she spoke, Mirabelle drew the silver arrow. Mirabelle grabbed Edith's waist, hugged her, and forcefully placed her on the broom. With the class break almost over, any conversation should be coming to an end. The choice of how to proceed was up to her. After saying this, Mirabelle soared high into the air. Hey, Mirabelle. As Mirabelle entered the classroom through the window with Edith, Edith spoke to Mirabelle in a voice that masked her confusion. Mirabelle used magic to make the broom fly back to its original position and turn around. What strange thing happened to Harry? Mirabelle usually helps others. It's really rare to get such a straightforward answer. This year, Mirabelle refused to save Buckbeak, the hippogriff, using the words trouble. But why is she afraid of trouble this time? Edith suspects Mirabelle's unusually kind demeanor. It can also be a sudden impulse. A sudden impulse? Mirabelle gave Edith a wry smile as she walked down the corridor, and Edith glanced at her suspiciously. A white villa stood tall on Magnolia Crescent. The mansion no longer resembled a home. The furniture, such as tables and chairs, the armor and other decorations had all been removed, and the carpet on the floor had been taken out as well. In their place, an exaggerated magic circle covered the entire room, with letters that were at least indecipherable to Muggles written all over the walls. Strange devices were scattered throughout the room, each radiating an eerie magical aura. Satisfied with what she saw after returning from school, Mirabelle nodded. It looked perfect. Great, both of you. Thank you, sis. After receiving thanks, Chilo bowed down, and Holger beside him also lowered his head respectfully. Then Chilo raised his head and said, But, are you sure about this, sis? What's the problem, Chilo? Sis wants to achieve immortality through a method that has never historically resulted in perfect immortality. Mirabelle held a slightly higher opinion of Chilo. Although Chilo feared the Lord's wrath, he still offered suggestions. As mentioned, Mirabelle's method for immortality was not perfect. There were reasons why Voldemort did not use such a method, or even look into it. Of course, the ritual was only half finished and imperfect. It involved a blood medium that absorbed life and soul, merging together to spontaneously become a body or a group, which could be described as a mutation. Many attempts were made, but there were no successful examples. What was produced was a kind of degenerated imitation. Mirabelle attempts to become a creature that already exists in the magical world. It has considerable notoriety and is still referred to as a top-tier monster. But it is all a facade. The true ancestors that still exist are merely degenerated products of a vampire-like nature. The corrupted products give rise to further corrupted products. With each passing generation, the blood becomes thinner and weaker, increasingly approaching a mere imitation. It is then recognized as the strongest monster, yet devolves into the type of strong existence typically told in stories. The original vampire is not a weak existence. Stronger than anything, faster than anything, filled with magic more than anything. Just looking at it can sap the will to fight. It is so special, a top-tier monster. This is precisely Mirabelle's goal. It should stand at the very top, a suitable body to rule the world. Thus, Mirabelle read all relevant books and tried to understand all aspects of dark magic. Beyond Hogwarts and Durmstrang in England, Mirabelle greedily collected knowledge from around the world. Speaking of England, there are also France and Russia, which are considered three magical countries. Legends of blood-sucking monsters from all over the world were gathered and added to her knowledge. It has been completed. She has mastered the mechanisms of unexpected occurrences and the techniques for creating vampires. Sister, I'm sorry to disturb you, but the most important element is not included in the ritual. The ritual cannot compensate for its shortcomings. Mirabelle glanced at Chilo, silencing him with a look, then smiled fearlessly. It was an arrogant smile, filled with absolute confidence in herself. What is the name? Can you answer the Masteress name? The Great Lord Mirabelle Beresford. Chilo responded. Do you understand? Mirabelle grinned, revealing her canine teeth. Who? Those mediocre ones. The supreme existence. The winner of all, the absolute being that transcends everything. It is Mirabelle Beresford, the chosen one who transcends all. So why worry? What talents do you lack? Even without success, you will succeed. To the master, Mirabelle looked down at Chilo, who was kneeling and rubbing his head, and placed her foot on his head. It was hard to forgive the rudeness that insulted Chilo, but Chilo meant well. There was no need to worry. Do you understand? It's part of the duty. Chilo's head was kicked, and Mirabelle let go. Then Mirabelle turned her gaze to Holger. All right, let's return to the meeting as the three-way competition is nearing its end. Sister, the preparations for the Mirabelle confirmation ceremony are progressing steadily, with no issues at all. Chilo Holger is also quite reassuring. Back at school to watch the competition. Mirabelle is still very interested in the match. The arena for the Triwizard Tournament is already bustling with excitement before the competition even begins. The contest involves competing for a golden egg guarded by a dragon. It is life-threatening and extremely dangerous. The dragon mistakenly believes that the golden egg it is guarding is its own. Dragons are not accustomed to being stolen from, and they launch fierce attacks on any competitors trying to steal their eggs. Their claws can easily tear through a body, and if their tail swings, it can shatter bones and spew out entrails. Once caught by their fangs, there is no doubt of death, and their fiery breath can turn one to ash. There is intrigue, anticipation, and a bit of fear. Ludo Bagman, using his booming voice, addresses the audience, his voice echoing everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the three schools. It's great to see you. After centuries of silence, the Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. As the first task, a terrifying dragon with bared fangs awaits the competitors. Since ancient times, it can be said without exaggeration that slaying a dragon has been a prerequisite for becoming a hero. Today, 4 brave champions challenge the dragon. Hogwarts, Durmstrang, both batons. How will these 4 heroes outsmart the dragon? Witness history unfold today. The Magical Sports Department is responsible. Speaking clearly, he further heightens the audience's excitement. Now, let's introduce the terrifying monsters that the heroes will challenge. First, the Welsh Green Dragon. It measures 5 feet in length and weighs 6 tons. This dragon inhabits mountainous nests and is considered a relatively tame dragon because it tries to avoid humans. But don't let your guard down. In 1932, the Ilfracombe incident saw this fierce dragon attack Muggles sunbathing on the beach. A seemingly calm dragon, but it can be very dangerous when angry. A daunting task. As if to match the host's introduction, Mirabelle's gaze was drawn to the dragon in the arena. Its body, covered in green scales, is immensely strong, and its calmness exudes overwhelming power. Next, the Swedish Short Snout. It measures 15 feet in length and weighs 4 tons. This slightly smaller dragon is known for its tough skin. Its lightweight yet strong scales are highly prized for making protective gear and shields, boasting exceptional defense. It is well known that the Short Snout's breath is unique, with bright blue flames. How will they deal with this fearsome dragon? The test of the competitor's strength is upon us. In another arena, a silver-blue, glowing dragon quietly scans the surroundings. It has a majestic appearance, and just looking at it makes one's body tremble. The Chinese Fireball from Asia. It measures 3 feet in length and weighs 3 tons. This dragon is known for its unpredictable temperament, feeding on most mammals. A dangerous beast that loves meat. Competitors need a lot of courage to confront it. The next introduced dragon has deep red scales and bulging eyes. Its face is adorned with a cluster of golden thorns, making it even more terrifying. Wow. It's the Hungarian Horntail. It measures 20 feet in length and weighs 4 tons. Its fiery breath is astonishing, reaching up to 15 feet. Its tough horns and hard scales are complemented by spikes along its tail. How will they manage to steal the golden egg from this dragon? Let's all look forward to the competitors' performances. Finally, the last introduced dragon is a pitch-black creature with bronze horns. Its tail has sharp spikes, making it more weaponized than other dragons. Moreover, it looks fierce. Mirabelle even wishes to confront it head-on. For dragons, not easy to deal with. The heroes must face them and steal their eggs. Now, let us introduce the first challenger, the top contender from Hogwarts, a young hero from Hufflepuff. As the captain of the Quidditch team, how will he confront this challenge? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Cedric Diggory. As his name is called, the Hufflepuff students rise in a roaring cheer. Even the distant Slytherins are shaken by the loudness. Edith covers her ears, and Mirabelle furrows her brow. How will Cedric steal the golden egg from the dragon? She thinks he might get burned. Mirabelle, say something encouraging. Cedric Diggory is the first competitor in the match. If Cedric gets burned or something scary happens, the competition might be canceled again. In such a situation, Mirabelle hopes to find a solution. Cedric enters the arena to cheers, facing the Swedish short snout. Cedric seems to be masking his nerves, with a tense expression. The competition begins. With Bagman's words, a whistle blows. The signal to start rings out. Cedric can no longer back down. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cedric takes his wand and casts a spell on a nearby rock. The rock transforms into a Labrador retriever, which starts running around the dragon. The dragon looks very angry, clearly perceiving the intruder trying to steal the egg. A dog? Is this the bait strategy? Cedric has chosen to use a bait strategy. So far, it seems to be working, as the dragon's eyes are glued to the dog. Cedric circles around the blind spot of the Swedish short snout, slowly approaching the golden egg. But it may be too early. The dragon hasn't moved away from the golden egg yet. Just then, the dragon swings its tail towards Cedric, who quickly retreats. Oh, that was close, almost hit by the tail. The entire arena holds its breath, relieved for Cedric's safety. It would have been dangerous. If he had been hit, Cedric would have been a pancake. Cedric creates some distance again, waiting for the dragon to move, but the dragon remains still. Will it move? The bait strategy seems flawed. Even if the dog can make the dragon wary, it doesn't pose a real threat. From the dragon's perspective, it has no reason to move as it worries about its golden egg being stolen. Mirabelle explained Edith's problem. The bait strategy was good, but no matter how hard they tried to attract the dragon's attention, it would leave the egg. Now, how will Cedric act? While Mirabelle was thinking, Cedric increased the number of dogs and made their movements the same as before, running around the dragon, just like before. He had already begun to pretend to steal the golden egg. Immediately, the dragon's eyes filled with rage as it slowly raised its body. Targeting the gap, Cedric rushed in an instant. A daring gamble. Just to get the golden egg, everything would be fine. Cedric, seemingly determined, launched a brave yet reckless attack. If everything went well, he would definitely be able to steal the golden egg. But besides the dogs, the dragon knew other creatures. As if changing its mind, the dragon shifted its target from the dog to Cedric and turned its face toward him, breathing blue flames. Cedric dodged immediately. Cedric rolled and reached for the golden egg. To avoid the swinging claws, he left the dragon's attack range without grabbing the golden egg. What a pity. The venue was filled with frustration, and everywhere there were sighs. Edith finally took a breath, as if she had forgotten how to breathe until now, adjusting her breathing. What a pity, it was just a little bit short, a bit slower, and the timing was slightly off. Edith gave Mirabelle an impression and continued to watch the competition. Cedric sent out the dogs again, continuing to hide in the blind spot. Even though the dragon raised its hips, Cedric did not act rashly, silently waiting for the opportunity. As a bit of time passed, about 10 minutes later, the dragon finally charged toward the pack of dogs. By the time the dragon noticed the theft of the golden egg, it was too late. Cedric snatched the golden egg and ran. Suddenly, the whole venue erupted in cheers. The footsteps of Hufflepuff students echoed like an earthquake. He got it. Cedric got the golden egg. Naturally, the dragon shifted its target to Cedric and launched an attack. But once he grabbed the egg, the competition was over. The waiting wizards immediately jumped in and subdued the dragon. Seeing the still furious dragon being pushed into the cage, Bagman spoke up. Well done, Cedric Diggory. Really well done. Please score the judges. Bagman pointed to the judges' table, where Dumbledore, Barty Crouch, and Igor Karkaroff sat. Of course, Bagman, who was speaking, was also one of the judges. When it came to the scoring, everyone immediately paid attention. But Bagman did not announce the scores loudly, as he wanted to put some pressure on the following contestants. Maxim, 8 points. Crouch, 8 points. Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 8 points. Karkaroff, 6 points. 38 points. Well, it's not too high or too low. Well, that's it. The total score is 38 points. Considering the 50-point system, the score is reasonable. But no matter what, just succeeding is admirable. Considering the risk of failure, success is what matters most. Cedric Diggory, well done. Will a contestant follow up on this momentum? Let us welcome, from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, the only female contestant in this competition, Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour stepped onto the stage. Once again, the Beauxbatons family raised their voices together, and some male students roared along. Her beauty captivated the audience. Just standing there was enough to mesmerize the boys. To some extent, it could be said that her mere presence put the competition in the most advantageous position. Facing the gentle Welsh green dragon, let's see how she will enchant us. The competition begins. With the starting signal, Fleur began to move. Slowly, bit by bit, she closed the distance to the dragon, measuring the intervals of its attacks. Clearly, following the bait strategy, she chose to use magical attacks. However, attacking the dragon from a distance would be blocked by its scales and would have no effect. The only part of the dragon where magic could be cast was its eyes. To aim there, she needed to measure the distance well. Without warning, the dragon breathed fire. Fleur quickly dodged, but her clothes caught fire, and she hurriedly cast a spell to extinguish it. However, her clothes were slightly scorched, exposing her fair shoulders. "Oh good." Bagman's cheerful voice, seemingly a bit excited, echoed while the boys roared. Bagman focused on Fleur while the girls watched. But Fleur, who was used to the attention of boys, was completely unfazed. On the contrary, Fleur measured the best position to cast her spell from the previous attack. Then Fleur beautifully struck the dragon's eye. Look, Fleur has already won the competition. Dodging the dragon's fire, Fleur cautiously stepped forward. Very dangerous. As Fleur was passing in front of the dragon saw her but still breathed fire. It ignited Fleur's skirt, and the boys became excited again. Fortunately, the fire was quickly extinguished, but the venue was filled with sighs. I thought it was the one, Bagman said with obvious regret, while Edith turned to Bagman with her fair eyes, straining. Only Edith, in the hall, all the girls were Bagman's enemies. Damn, Mirabelle looked at Bagman. Clearly the judge's remarks had made an impression on him. Bagman seemed to sense this too, feeling a chill down his back, and quickly changed the subject. Now, let's see the judges' scores. Maxim, 9 points, Crouch, 7 points, Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 9 points, Karkaroff, 6 points. Cedric Diggory, chased after. Well, that makes sense. Both Edith and Mirabelle felt it was reasonable. The audience erupted as a whistle blew. Only the Durmstrang students, who love Quidditch, stood up, trying to make a lasting impression with their cheers. Finally, Mr. Krum, a superstar known for Quidditch, as a tall man walked into the hall with a bow-legged gait. Applause erupted. As expected, he was already accustomed to competitions and seemed completely unfazed. When the match began, Krum leaped fearlessly, pointing his wand at the dragon. Krum quickly created distance, using his wand to cast a spell aimed at the dragon's eyes. Even as the dragon swung its claws, the agile Krum dodged effortlessly. Instead, he targeted the openings in the dragon's attacks and shot the spell into its eye. Instantly, the dragon screamed and twisted around. The Eye Curse is one of the most effective spells against dragons. However, misfortune struck Krum. A suffering dragon crushed half of the golden egg. Krum's face turned pale as he hurried to retrieve the egg. The golden egg was crushed. That would definitely affect his score. The performance was perfect otherwise. Fearlessly facing the dragon and casting spells on it. Since the Real egg was crushed, he should avoid point deductions. Applause rang out from Durmstrang, but it also created a disappointed atmosphere. Well, that was a mistake. How could Mirabelle achieve a perfect score? What does Edith think? What would she do? Stealthily using the levitation spell to snatch the golden egg. How foolish. If it were that easy to get the golden egg, the competition wouldn't have taken place. Mirabelle harshly criticized Edith's methods. Of course, certainly, the movement spell, the summoning spell, if those spells were used, then Dumbledore would have been the first wizard. Let's see how the judges scored. Maxim, 7 points. Crouch, 7 points. Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 8 points. Karkaroff, 10 points. After all, crushing the golden egg was a significant mistake. With Karkaroff's obvious favoritism, he still only received 40 points. As a professional Quidditch player, expectations are high, so the disappointment is even greater. The tension at Durmstrang is higher than ever. Now, let's introduce the final hero. As everyone knows, the surviving boy will challenge the Hungarian Horntail, the youngest competitor in this competition, the fourth contestant. Harry Potter, the boy, the first competitor, stood at the entrance, and cheers erupted from Gryffindor. However, there was only sparse applause. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang remained completely silent. Harry felt a pang of discomfort at that moment. Being the fourth contestant alone gave Hogwarts an advantage, so it's understandable that the two schools welcomed him. The competition begins. Harry is definitely the youngest, but he can see it. After years of adventures and battles, he is now in life-threatening danger for the first time, and Harry's valuable experience is something the other competitors lack. Harry pointed his wand at the air and cast a spell. The firebolt flew. A broomstick soared through the air with the sound of the spell and was caught in his hand. Mirabelle knew the plot points of the memory. The Patronus, a shining silver stag, appeared from Harry's wand, running towards the dragon. Using the same strategy as Cedric, Harry cast the Patronus charm as bait. The Patronus magic is considered advanced magic, and just casting it earns points. The dragon was attracted to the silver stag, and Harry seized the opportunity to fly up quickly. Harry flew higher and higher until he dove down from a height where the audience could clearly see him. He waved his wand. Disarming charm. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. A red flash erupted and hit the dragon's scales. Of course, it didn't hurt the dragon. The obvious attack heightened the dragon's vigilance, and it glared at Harry. Then the dragon opened its mouth and breathed fire, and Harry disappeared. The dragon suddenly stopped, and the audience was in an uproar. Only Mirabelle smiled, as if she could see through everything. The invisibility cloak. It meant that at the moment the dragon breathed fire, Harry had put on the invisibility cloak. But to be clear, including Mirabelle, no one saw Harry put on the cloak. The cloak was enchanted with a charm that made the action of putting it on invisible. And that cloak was really strange, as if it would always fail to show. While Mirabelle was pondering, Harry reappeared. In his hand was a golden egg, and the venue erupted with excitement. Wait, that golden egg? An ordinary egg. The size was quite different from the golden egg. Just as Harry appeared, another student raised their voice. Hey, did you see the golden egg? That's right, the golden egg had disappeared. Instead, Harry was holding an egg, which enraged the dragon. The dragon thought Harry had already stolen the egg. Its eyes glowed with fury, and it let out a roar. Then it flapped its wings and soared high into the air. The dragon flew away. What happened to Harry Potter? Harry wasn't intimidated by the dragon's tail. He took a rope. He wrapped the egg around his arm and secured it in place. Harry glanced at the audience, looking at Mirabelle, and thought to himself. He hadn't forgotten the loss from the previous year. That humiliating defeat still haunted him like a nightmare. Thank you. Because of this, he would become stronger, practicing more greedily than ever before. Look, the answer from Beresford. Good, let us see the power. Their gazes met for a moment, then returned to the dragon. He repeatedly cast spells. Again and again, he threw red flashes at the scales, fueling the dragon's anger. The flames the dragon breathed out spiraled through the air as it chased Harry. Harry swooped past the dragon, turning. He increased his altitude as the furious dragon unleashed a heavy wave of heat. Without slowing down, he charged, spun, and circled, playing with the dragon's fierce form. The audience's boos suddenly stopped, replaced by cheers. The dragon was now far from the ground. Harry slowly loosened a rope and threw the egg. Naturally, the dragon hurried towards the egg, but in an instant, the egg emitted thick smoke and transformed into another form, until it revealed what it actually was again. The filthy Potter badge made by Malfoy flew towards the suddenly moving dragon, and Harry pointed his wand at it. He unleashed the stunning spell. A beam of light shot from the dragon's eyes, leaving it dazed. Then, the ambushed dragon could no longer control its wings and fell. Harry quickly cast spells on the falling dragon, one after another. Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. The floating spell S reverse incantation, adding weight to make it fall quickly. Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. A flash erupted. The dragon roared. It fell. Boom. The ground exploded, and the entire venue shook like an earthquake. The massive body of the dragon crashing into a corner of the arena. Harry calculated the dragon's landing position. The dragon's landing point was far from the egg's position. After knocking down the dragon, Harry waved his wand and recited, Wingardium Leviosa. A golden egg suddenly appeared from a place that was originally nothing. Edith was confused, but Mirabelle just smiled. Huh, how'd he do that? The invisibility cloak. Potter covered the golden egg with the cloak. The golden egg didn't disappear. By covering the golden egg with the invisibility cloak, it seemed to vanish, luring the dragon. Seeing the empty space where the golden egg, ordinary egg, had been was like a Quidditch seeker spotting the golden snitch. When Harry raised his hand holding the golden egg, the venue fell silent. But soon the silence turned into cheers, and applause erupted like fireworks. Hooray! He did it! The youngest representative managed to obtain the golden egg in the most spectacular way, and defeated the dragon, a perfect victory. Cheers erupted, and Mirabelle smiled. The performance was indeed spectacular. Was it Harry's talent? Edith was also moved to tears, clapping enthusiastically. The excitement in the arena announced Harry Potter's score of 42 points. The first challenge had gone smoothly, and ended in a way that Mirabelle knew was slightly similar. But the competition wasn't over. They now had to face the second challenge. Since that was the case, they had to start preparing immediately, but there was still one more thing waiting for the students. The Christmas Ball, an event prepared to deepen between the 3 schools, where they must choose a partner of the opposite sex. Perhaps because of this, a strange heat was spreading throughout the school. Mirabelle, have you found a dance partner? Edith asked while chewing on sausage at the table. But the topic was only of concern to one person. The same topic was being discussed at various tables. Ah, I was invited by Flint, and then I accepted, right? Mirabelle answered Edith's question with an extremely indifferent attitude, and then asked the same question back. Edith slumped her shoulders in frustration and sighed softly. Not yet. Harry and Hermione are dancing together, hoping it's just one. What? Granger dancing with Victor Crumb? I heard Hermione was indeed invited, but she prioritized Harry. So Crumb seems to have invited the youngest Weasley sister. Upon hearing Edith's words, Mirabelle frowned. The combination of combinations and memories is exactly the same. Harry should be dancing with Parvati, and Hermione should be with Crumb. Ginny Weasley should invite Neville Longbottom as her partner. Such a chaotic situation could be caused by Ron Weasley. Mirabelle guessed that she could bring Harry and Hermione closer together. However, due to pride, Harry and Ron didn't invite Hermione. Now, because of Ron's change in temperament, Harry surprisingly became Hermione's dance partner. Mirabelle, can you really lend Sydney to me all by yourself? Forget it. Sydney, Mirabelle's brother, is very handsome. Any girl would love to dance with him. Even when Mirabelle insists that her brother Edith dance with her, Edith still feels happy. A forced fruit is sweet. Edith declined Mirabelle's proposal. Keep trying, and you will find a dance partner. Well, it's okay. There's still time before Christmas. So don't worry. Just as Mirabelle was thinking about what to do with the goblet of fire, a polite Malfoy interrupted their conversation. Hey, Beresford, have you confirmed your dance partner? Well, generally speaking, no one will partner with someone with a bad personality. If I don't have a partner, I'll sacrifice myself and force a partner to be determined. If I don't have a partner, I'll dance with the pug next to me. Malfoy looked visibly frustrated as he made his way back to the table. As usual, he responded in a callous manner. Edith began to feel sorry for Malfoy. Even in the following class, some students seemed busy with the ball, and very few were paying attention. Professor Bin's lecture on the history of magic went unheard, so nothing changed. It was a peaceful day, and Christmas finally arrived. When Edith woke up early, she found a pile of gift boxes at the foot of her bed, and her mouth involuntarily curled up. It had been 4 years, but the moment she saw the gifts, Edith was still very excited. There were various accessories from the Ragnall family and various candies from her Slytherin friends, including Daphne Greengrass. Harry gave Edith a hair accessory, and Hermione gave her a necklace. The two gifts were perfect for the ball. Mirabelle sent a golden dragon-shaped statue. Heavier, it seems to be made by alchemy. As always, with various talents, Edith felt surprised. The three-headed dragon reminded her of a creature scene in a movie. Edith placed the statue that Mirabelle gave her in a corner and looked at her friend's bed. She saw a mountain, a real mountain. The number of gifts from fans formed a giant mountain, already the first time this year. Moreover, many gifts could not be delivered to the school due to the large number of owls and were sent directly to Mirabelle's parents' house. Some of these gifts Mirabelle would open one by one, while others were discarded like trash and left to gather dust in the warehouse. Mirabelle kept only the gifts from Edith Marcus and other non-attendants and checked their contents. It was getting late. Finally, the party that the students had been eagerly awaiting arrived. Many students were waiting in the common room, each dressed in colorful clothes similar to those of their peers. Edith wore a blue dress, and a shimmering opal necklace adorned her neck. She looked at herself in the mirror repeatedly, feeling strange, as she was not used to seeing herself in her usual appearance. As Edith checked herself in the mirror again, suddenly, there was silence in the common room, and everyone was still, curious about what was happening. When Edith turned around, she looked like a princess from a fairy tale. Her magnificent golden hair typically hung down to her waist, elegantly styled into princess curls. On her head was a silver tiara, and she wore a pure white princess gown. She usually wore minimal makeup, but today she had applied light makeup that emphasized her beauty even more. Her exposed shoulders and collarbone created a dangerously seductive allure, combined with an elegance that was entirely her own, giving her an almost divine appearance. What happened? Edith blurted out. Mirabelle's current state, tonight at the ball, will make her daughter merely an accessory. Fleur Delacour from Beaux Batons seems capable of competing, but Fleur is also a student from Hogwarts. The attire makes it hard to dance comfortably. Well, you need that kind of thing from the start. Understood. The plain Hogwarts uniform is enough. It's really terrible. Although her body is filled with mysterious charms, because of her outfit, she has jumped up several times. The First Empire. It's as if the spell of forgiveness is walking in clothes. Also, Avada Kedavra in some places. In that regard, there is no doubt that from now on, the nickname will be the Walking Empire. Well, okay, Rinigel. Shall we go together? Just a complete accessory. Don't worry, the family is also an accessory. It's troublesome to say, if normal, be confident. Edith sighed and followed Mirabelle further away. What? Just kidding. sorry to be used as a point of comparison. When they reached the hall, Marcus Flint greeted them, clearly waiting for Mirabelle. However, when he saw Mirabelle, his expression stiffened, and his whole body became rigid, like a bronze statue. "Oh, hey, Flint Sr.? Wait up." Marcus, without a hint of regret in his life, even if he returned to the world, still needed to say, "Calm down, Flint Sr. Come back." Shaking Marcus, who had lost his senses, mumbled something meaningless, then shouted. Then, turned around and looked around. Clearly, he didn't even realize he had lost his sanity. He couldn't even remember what he mumbled. "Oh, what'd it do? Hey, Flint, are you okay?" "It's fine, no problem. Seeking the best equipment. Do you know it's useless?" With that thought, Edith looked around the hall for her partner. It should be time. However, what came into view was not her partner, but the figure of a transcendent beauty with flowing silver hair. Fleur Delacour. Mirabelle advanced toward the center of the hall, stopping as they exchanged glances, unable to speak. "Can we let her in? Students of Hogwarts, clear the way. Step back, students of both batons." Only those who are covered in filth understand how to retreat. Sparks flew between them, metaphorically speaking, truly creating sparks. Upon their encounter, both were absolutely confident in their beauty. Furong's gaze tightened, her hand slowly raised. In response, Mirabelle snapped her fingers, revealing a sinister smile. "Stop. No fighting in other places. Stop them." Edith shouted at Marcus, but her mind was already spinning. Even Mirabelle lost her rationality, and with Furong's involvement, she lost her awareness. She couldn't even understand what Mirabelle and Furong were saying. In that situation, Edith looked to Furong's partner, Roger Davis, for help, but she was murmuring some incomprehensible words. In the sea of Yangzhou, that tsunami, Roger was also lost completely out of his mind. But Edith didn't find it strange. Even as a same-sex admirer, she was accustomed to Mirabelle and could easily be captivated. It would interfere with others. "Let's talk about fighting later. Should we separate the two beautiful girls?" While thinking such rude thoughts, Edith forcibly stepped between them, interrupting their angry glares. Then she pulled Mirabelle's arm, leading her away from that place. "This is so embarrassing," stuck between them. Although the fighting stopped, for some reason, the surrounding crowd gave Edith a complex look of admiration and respect. While feeling her face flush, Edith cursed Mirabelle in her heart. Meanwhile, Mirabelle, aware of Edith's inner turmoil, spoke to her in a casual tone. "By the way, Edith, who is your partner?" "Theodore Nate." Edith stopped at a distance far enough from Furong to look for her partner, seeing a slender boy walking from the other side. A very popular boy from Slytherin. Mirabelle murmured in amazement, her lips slightly curling up. The chosen dance partner was still wrong. Edith quickly walked to the table after bluntly answering to cover her embarrassment. The students had already taken their seats, looking bewildered. The golden plate in front of them was empty. Holding a menu, they seemed unsure how to order, resembling a waiter. How should one place an order? It seemed the school had put in little effort. In contrast to Edith's frowning face, Mirabelle looked at the menu with great interest. After a glance, she murmured beef tartare. The golden plate for beef tartare was something the students at Slytherin understood as a novel way to order. "Hey, is it good? How about Scotch eggs?" Confused, Edith read the menu, her eyes landing on a Scotch egg. "By the way, you seem very busy lately. What are you up to?" "Oh, Hermione has recently started a group called P. It seems to be an abbreviation for something like pro-elf welfare. So, the goal is to promote the rights of house elves?" Lately, Hermione had been obsessed with trying to improve the rights of house elves. She was very active, flying around every dormitory, trying to turn anyone into a member of the organization, placing donation cans everywhere, and grabbing students to give long speeches. But so far, her efforts had not been successful. Most students didn't even glance at her. Besides Hermione, the only members were Harry, Ron, and Edith, who had been forced to join the group. Granger was very smart, but sometimes she could be foolish. Promoting the rights of house elves, just looking at the words, was already quite troubling. However, Hermione inexplicably brought up the topic and didn't understand house elves. She should know that house elves don't want to elevate their own rights. For Mirabelle, who believed in the theory of capability, it was no good for high-capability house elves to be exploited by incompetent wizards. Mirabelle and Hermione are similar in that they grant freedom to elves but also give them sufficient status. In terms of meaning, Mirabelle and Hermione's thoughts are half-aligned. The ball is starting. The star contestants of the ball are dancing with their partners. Harry, Fleur, and Krum are gracefully dancing to the music. And when Edith sees Harry with Hermione, her eyes widen. Who is that? Oh, it's Granger. That girl is quite charming. She only just revealed her charm now. With her usual messy hair replaced by smooth brown hair, elegantly styled in a bun, Her lightly made-up face complements her charm. The blue long dress she is wearing looks unexpectedly beautiful, and without the usual pile of books on her back, the atmosphere feels even more enchanting. It's time to dance. Let's go, Flint. Oh. Mirabelle left her seat, and Marcus hurried after her. Edith and Theodore followed into the ballroom. Then, following the music, they danced all night. The second challenge's elegant ball. It was as terrible as it was beautiful, Edith thought, even though she was struggling with the unfamiliar dance. She hoped that the interesting school life would last forever. Harry scored the highest in the first challenge, but even with the top score, the margin was close. And it was normal for scores to be overtaken. Harry needed to quickly find the subject for the second challenge. For the first challenge, the golden egg one would tell the contestants the answer. However, when the golden egg was opened, it only produced a strange noise, completely devoid of useful information. Contestants were required to unravel the secret of the golden egg, find the subject of the second challenge, and devise a strategy. That was where Harry was feeling a headache. No matter how brave he was still a boy, inclined to prioritize fun things. Just like a child would say, learning comes after the exam, and the exam is not real learning. Moreover, the long interval between the first challenge was also one of the reasons to let down their guard. Harry should seek Cedric for help. Hermione was right, but Harry didn't want to. He wanted to find Mirabelle. Before Harry could find Mirabelle, she was found by someone else. With her gaudy jewelry, curly hair, and sharply defined magenta robes, Rita Skeeter, the newspaper reporter, was writing an article against Hagrid. Suddenly, Mirabelle appeared on the outskirts of the school, approaching with a sticky smile. A Slytherin student? No, that's good. It was a place where one could speak slowly. Skeeter ignored Mirabelle's words and grabbed her hand. Mirabelle raised her eyebrows in surprise, but Skit didn't even notice. He dragged Mirabelle to a warehouse in a corner of the campus, closed the door, and let no one in. All right, a few questions to ask. I've heard a lot about Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, right? So what do you think? She's a very clever student, a bit stiff in her weaknesses, but her ability to apply knowledge makes up for it. Mirabelle has a high opinion of Hermione. Skitter listened attentively, taking notes by hand. Slytherin student Mirabelle Beresford said that Granger is a stubborn and foolish student, perfectly matching the lines. Mirabelle squinted her eyes and snatched the paper from Skit. It seemed like they were saying the exact same thing. No need to worry about the details. Since it's all made up, an interview is necessary. Perhaps interviewing the walls could tell us something too. As she spoke, Mirabelle casually tore a piece of paper. Skit's eyes became sharp with this action, and the smile he had was wiped away. It needed to be returned. There was no time to waste. Don't get carried away, silly girl. Just answer the questions properly. Haha, I'm in a good mood today, so why would I want to die? Mirabelle smiled mockingly at the increasingly angry Skit. Mirabelle's least favorite thing is being looked down upon. The girl clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at first. A demon was involved, and it forcibly took the demon to a corner to be alone, eventually closing the door. The goal was to gather as much information about Lee as possible. Then, this information was relayed to some tyrant in Slytherin, allowing Slytherin to stay. Just based on fabricated abilities and a bit blind? It seems to provoke anger. It will inform, control the information. Regret and tears will be forgiven. Skit put his hand on the door, frightened. So far, he has crushed hostility multiple times with various methods. Writing things unrelated to hostility, making it impossible for hostility to walk proudly in the sunlight. Information control. Just information. To do as one pleases. The girl is no exception. When leaving, Skit would write bad things about the guy and ruin his life. Skit thought he was clever, but he miscalculated, taking a girl named Mirabelle without thorough investigation. Do you need help? Can I help? Mirabelle raised her arm and sneered coldly. Mirabelle's hand reached towards Skit's mouth, interrupting his broken front teeth. Is it something related to information control? A correct answer, but the perspective is the same. 10 minutes later, the warehouse turned into hell. The walls and floor were splattered with blood, filled with the taste of iron. Rita Skit lay at Mirabelle's feet, sitting cross-legged near a suitcase. Skit's proud glasses were shattered, his face covered in glass, and all 10 fingers were broken. A few teeth were missing, and his nose was crooked. Mirabelle, stepping on her head, with a face covered in tears, kissing the floor with snot and saliva. The simplest and most effective means of control now is violent fear. Strong things are high. Is there a simpler, more beautiful law? Well, please let go. Mirabelle saw Skit pleading with tears in her eyes, and she twisted her mouth. Then, with all her strength, she kicked that mouth, smashing it hard against the warehouse wall. 2 broken teeth drew a line of blood, flying through the air before falling to the ground. Even if she cried out apologies, would she be forgiven? For saying such an interesting line. Ah! Skit was frightened by the sight of Mirabelle slowly standing up, tried to escape on all fours but was caught by her hair. Then her face was slammed against the floor. It was truly laughable, begging for mercy while crying. How pathetic if she would rather die than expose such an embarrassing situation. Pulling her hair, she raised her terrified face. Skit had already lost the will to resist, trembling pitifully. Now tell me, who's crying out for mercy? Skit screamed, her body covered in blood, tears, and snot. Hearing this, Mirabelle let go of Skit's hair. The girl still hadn't had enough kindness, ending it this way. Pulling out the wings of a bat from her chest, she began to fill them with magic. That's right, the one who stands at the highest point forever, the ruler. If she was smart enough to understand a little, she would receive some rewards. The wings filled with magic turned into flames, resting in Mirabelle's claws. Then her nails turned blue, beginning to squirm as if they were still alive. Skit saw the terrifying sight, let out a shriek, and tried to back away. But when she realized, her arm had already been caught. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. I appreciate the ability to gather information and control other abilities. From now on, you should be used for power. Mirabelle, with a sadistic smile, mercilessly sank her claws into Skit's arm. In an instant, a searing pain shot through Skit's arm, causing him to scream and roll over. A scream echoed from deep within his throat, and Skit didn't even know what he was screaming about. When the pain subsided, Rita's index finger bore a new blue nail, a testament to the claw's enslavement. When one refuses to obey or attempts to sever the claws, they turn from purple to blood red. When that happens, it is complete. The 5 bodies will shatter into pieces and be reborn as mindless insects, never to regenerate. A trick, right? If you don't want to, then try it. I will stop you. Skit's face turned pale, his lips quivering. What about the girl? Is this really a masterpiece? How could an ordinary student calmly commit such cruel acts? Skit knew what kind of girl he was facing. He even questioned whether what he was facing was real. If the teacher saw the warehouse's tragic state, it would be trouble. Everything should be taken care of, and the warehouse cleaned up, right? What's wrong? Didn't you hear? Skit spoke in fear. But at that moment, he saw his own nails and screamed. The color changed. It had just been a bright blue, but it turned deep blue. Skit raised his voice and hurried to stand up. But it was useless. Skit understood instantly. Now horse. Facile Skit's attitude. Mirabelle snapped her fingers and murmured, "It's okay. Take your time. Using magic to clean up will also be difficult." The fear of violence made Rita Skit kneel on the ground, while the demon returned to class with an indifferent expression. Only Skit was left, struggling to clean the warehouse. The recent experience feeling like a nightmare. It was said that the mystery of the golden egg had been solved, but now it hadn't. Harry, angry, shrank back from Hermione. With only 2 weeks left until the second challenge, Harry finally admitted he had been lying all along and sought help from Hermione Edith. After Hermione Edith's assistance, Harry solved the mystery of the golden egg. The first challenge was water. The second challenge involved diving into a lake to retrieve something heavy from the water. But from everything Harry knew, he didn't know how to retrieve something heavy. The hint given by the golden egg limited the challenges to 1. This meant he needed to dive for nearly 1. How could he breathe underwater? Not to mention 1. Harry couldn't even swim. How could he stay underwater for 1? He was already within a manageable range. Harry thought. Now, what he needed was to learn how to swim. But Edith, the heavy thing, was in a very deep place, which would be a problem. He had to find a way to breathe underwater. Hermione thought it was such a simple problem. Just swimming and diving. How to breathe underwater and retrieve something heavy and still be able to fight freely. In an ideal situation, he would turn into a submarine or something. But he could only use the magic learned in 6th grade, so it was doable. Hermione suggested it was definitely a good idea, but Harry lacked the knowledge and ability to do so. First, to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, one must be at least 17 years old, and the content of the competition was naturally based on that. So these challenges were tailored to a 6th grade level. But Harry was a 14-year-old competitor. Harry's trump cards were obviously much fewer than those of the other competitors. What about using a transformation spell? Like transforming a backpack into an oxygen tank or something. But he didn't understand how oxygen tanks worked inside. That's a bit difficult. Harry's friends tried to think of a way, but as time ticked by, they couldn't find a good solution. Even with a week left, Harry kept telling himself there was still time. With 5 days left, Harry believed he would soon find a solution. With just over 3 days left, Harry still hadn't thought of a solution. With only 1 day left, Harry still hadn't found a good answer. Bad things were bound to happen, even at the last moment. Hermione, who had been a strategist, was summoned by McGonagall and couldn't help Harry. Although Ron and Edith were active, They lacked the knowledge and intelligence of Hermione. Harry was forced into a position where he could optimistically believe that gathering 3 simple idiots would yield good results. In reality, Ron would only offer useless suggestions, like sticking his head in the water and shouting at it, while Edith would sneak attack. It seemed very difficult to do something useful with magic. Should he change his approach? How to change his thinking? For example, tools, potions, magical plants. What could help? Edith had exhausted all the spells she knew. Based on this, she concluded that using spells taught to 4th graders to complete the challenge was almost impossible. That was the reason Edith suggested the same method. Edith, since she hadn't learned that kind of potion, even if she tried to make it now, could she? What about tools? The potion suggestion was wrong, but as Harry said, they all understood, and it was also impossible to make. Furthermore, Ron immediately rejected the tools suggested by Edith, saying there was no such thing as something that could allow underwater breathing. The 2 older prankster brothers seemed to know a lot about tools or prank items. There was a magical plant, but they were very knowledgeable about plants and also knew about magical plants. Hearing this, something clicked in Harry's mind. What was it? What clicked? Harry desperately tried to trace the memory threads to unravel the fog in his mind. A magical plant used for water somewhere. Where? When? After pondering for a long time, he finally remembered a lesson from Moody's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The sea had magical aquatic plants. Neville. Neville had a book. Harry kicked his chair and started running. He felt like he saw a light he had never seen before, his last hope. He had been searching for spells, but still hadn't found them, so the chances of finding a spell to solve the problem were slim. Instead, he hoped to rely on magical plants. Harry rushed to the Gryffindor common room and spoke to Neville, who was sitting there. Neville, right? Do you still have that book on magical aquatic plants from Moody? Yeah, what's up? Can you lend it to me? Actually, the book could give hints for the second challenge underwater. Neville was surprised, but when he heard Harry's words, he was taken aback. I know a plant that can help solve the problem. Harry, oh really? It's called gillyweed, also known as breathing grass. If you eat it, you can breathe through gills. Yes. Neville, do you know where to find gillyweed? For the first time, Harry felt hope. Harry grabbed Neville's shoulders, expressing his joy, but Neville seemed a bit hesitant. Maybe it's not in the school? Although such anxiety flickered in Harry's mind, from what Neville said, it was somewhat more troubling. It was a very rare plant. He had seen it in Snape's lab during remedial classes. But apart from that, he didn't know where to find gillyweed. Snape, the most feared teacher, like Harry's enemy, made Harry's legs tremble just thinking about it. Harry felt that if he asked Snape about the gillyweed, Snape would surely be willing to share, but would instead excitedly hide the gillyweed away. In such a situation, there was only one way to get the gillyweed: steal it. Harry was deeply conflicted and wanted to use this method, but there was no time. It was obvious that if he searched for another way, the upcoming challenge would be very awkward. He briefly imagined Hagrid's twisted face, believing in him. The mockery from Slytherin and the surrounding taunts made him want to escape just thinking about it. Harry picked up a book and looked at it for a while, remembering the shape of the gillyweed, then left the common room. Edith and Ron were waiting outside, looking at Harry with concern. Snape's laboratory. The only way to steal gillyweed from Snape's lab. Edith frowned at Harry's mention of extreme measures. Stealing from a teacher. No matter the reason, it was a crime, and if caught, points would be deducted. Even Harry knew what students were supposed to do, but there was no other way. All right, steal, Ron readily agreed, speaking without hesitation. In an emergency, decisive action was both a strength and a weakness. Confused by the steady demeanor of the two, Edith lowered her head. She couldn't understand why the 2 Gryffindors had walked close to Snape's laboratory and stopped. It seemed like the best opportunity to steal gillyweed. Everything was going smoothly. Then a very bad opportunity arose as Malfoy walked in from the opposite side. Hey Potter, what are you doing in here? He asked, curious about what was going on. If he wasn't doing anything noteworthy, he should just say so, right? Malfoy had a keen sense of smell, able to detect even the slightest anomaly in Harry. Looking at Harry, he grinned, as if he had found his prey. Nothing. Go away. Come on. You're telling me to go away near the Slytherin dorm? What is wrong with that? A complete jerk, Harry thought. But there was a normal appearance of Slytherins. Types like Edith were rare. Bad ones like Malfoy made up 80 of what was called Slytherin House. So what is happening? The savior has appeared. The voice of Mad-Eye Moody, the crazy-eyed man, echoed. Malfoy, who hated Mad-Eye, turned away in disgust. After all, Mad-Eye seemed to really dislike Lucius Malfoy, even making fun of Malfoy because he disliked Lucius. Malfoy vividly remembered being turned into a ferret and tortured. Facing a teacher was already a bad situation. How could he steal from a teacher? However, unexpectedly, Mad Eye walked past with a smile, seeing nothing. When he walked away, Harry thought he might be an unexpectedly kind teacher. Just think about it. During the first challenge, Moody also tried to offer advice when Snape caught him at midnight. Moody extended a helping hand. He even gave Neville that book. Moody seemed scary, but he was a good teacher. Harry silently thanked him and then walked into the lab. Harry passed the long-awaited second challenge with 45 points. The challenge involved diving into a lake, overcoming various obstacles, and retrieving a precious item. Hermione told Harry the most important thing was the reason McGonagall called it a challenge. Perhaps that ball was to determine something significant. Harry was faster than anyone else and reached the mermaid's side, successfully saving Hermione, but his bad habit of helping others showed. Normally, one would think that Dumbledore wouldn't kill his students for a competition, but Harry took the test seriously, thinking that if he hesitated, he would never come back, and even try to help the mermaid. In the end, Harry saw that Fleur seemed to have a problem and could save the mermaid, Fleur's sister. Harry resolutely helped Fleur save her sister, but only came in third place. However, Dumbledore, Crouch, and Madame Maxime all praised his noble heart, giving him high scores and successfully earning 45 points. Karkaroff only gave 5 points, but even with Karkaroff's favoritism towards Krum, Krum still couldn't catch up to Harry. Now, all that was left was the final challenge. The chapter slightly twisted, and if it felt like one's worldview was being challenged, just jump directly into the dark. The students in the same room were still showing no signs of waking up. Mirabelle donned a long robe, still wearing her pajamas, and walked toward the door. Pepito. She did some actions to catch Furchy's attention. Using Pepito as bait, she wandered around the school at night. Proudly, as if it were her own home, she strolled around. On the second floor at the back, Mirabelle walked to the balcony, sitting in a chair as if embracing it. With a snap of her fingers, a bottle of wine and a glass appeared before Mirabelle. It was almost over. The fleeting piece would soon come to an end. Mirabelle shook her wine glass while speaking, her gaze turning towards the Quidditch pitch on campus. The second challenge had been completed, leaving only one challenge remaining. And the final stage, the hedge maze, was right there to be completed. Well, the moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Mirabelle spoke to the figure beside her. Standing next to her was a silver-haired girl, a guardian created by her magic. The girl's ethereal form showed no reaction, just standing still. She looked up at the floating crescent moon, her lips pressed against the glass. The alcohol content was a bit high, and Mirabelle nodded slightly. Nothing had changed. She still remembered that childish figure. The appearance of the guardian depended on the image it was based on. Mirabelle tilted the cup again and drank everything inside in one go. The alcohol circulated moderately, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Mirabelle wanted to drink more, but she wanted to keep her drunkenness until the next morning to avoid exposing her ugly side. Weaknesses should not be shown to others. The world did not allow Mirabelle to reveal her vulnerabilities. The coexistence of Muggles and wizards made wishes come true. Only the superior duplicates remained, killing the fools who only cared about bloodlines. The world was changing. Nevertheless, after saying this, Mirabelle crushed the glass in her hand. A shard of glass cut one of her fingers, and bright red blood dripped onto the balcony floor. But why? Why was Lita smiling? The guardian did not answer the question. He just looked at Mirabelle with a sad expression, as if he were about to cry. From the smile. It should have been a memory-keeping smile, but it certainly did not appear in her mind. Mirabelle judged the reason because it was still enough, and it hadn't even started yet. It was only getting closer. Of course, such a state made her happy, but also a bit foolish. If she wanted to smile, she had to go all out and conduct a bloody purification of the magical world. Looking at Letus, the blood of the remnants of the decayed magical world, she feared for life. She would offer some to that moon. Raising her blood-soaked hands to the sky, she would grasp it as if catching the moon. Soon, after a long time, she would control the whole world. She could do it. Even if she couldn't, she could only try. Mirabelle? At the place where she was supposed to speak, a familiar voice entered Mirabelle's ears. Mirabelle immediately turned off the guardian and saw Edith. Edith, is something wrong? It's so late. Seeing her leave, she asked again, is something wrong? Clearly, Edith had not noticed what had happened. It was quite serious, and she hadn't even realized it. Mirabelle clicked her tongue in her heart and immediately suppressed her agitation. Then, as usual, a smile appeared on her lips. It's fine. She just wanted to drink a cup while looking at the moon. She left the dormitory. With magic, she cleared the broken glass from the bottle. After saying that, she stood up from her seat, trying to leave. But Edith hurriedly grabbed Mirabelle's hand. Wait, Mirabelle, you're hurt. What happened? Just now, my heart shattered the cup. With worry. Mirabelle's words made Edith believe. Yet, she still worriedly grasped Mirabelle's arm. For some reason, Edith felt she could let go. If she did, things would change drastically. Deep inside, Edith had a strong feeling. Let go, Edith. At that moment, Mirabelle's golden eyes seemed to shine for a moment, sending a chill down Edith's spine. A piercing coldness felt like standing naked in a severe snowstorm. Edith's body grew heavy, drowsy, as if she had a high fever of 40 degrees. Breathing became so difficult that it gave her the illusion of being on top of a high mountain at Hogwarts, drenched in unpleasant sweat. Usually, Mirabelle exuded an oppressive aura that was intimidating and conquering. Edith tried her hardest to let go, but her senses had already released Mirabelle's hand. She had let go, and her heart screamed, but she yielded to fear. After shaking off Edith's hand, Mirabelle turned to leave. Of course, if Edith chased after her, she could catch up, but Edith's legs wouldn't move. You should get some rest. After saying that, Edith watched Mirabelle's figure fade away. It grew distant. Until now, Edith still thought they were getting closer. They had been together since the first year, had a fight in the second year, unilaterally, and by the end of the third year, they learned the Patronus charm. Edith thought the distance felt closer than ever, but the distance between her and Mirabelle hadn't changed. It made anyone's heart ache. The wall between Mirabelle and Edith had grown higher. Edith was more aware than ever of a certain point. On the day of the match, everyone was looking forward to who would be the final winner. Even before the match started, the audience was already excited and eagerly anticipating. The final challenge was in the Quidditch Stadium's maze. If someone grabbed the championship cup placed at the goal, it would signify victory. The highest score was Harry, in first place. According to the rules, starting from the rankings, Harry naturally had the greatest advantage in first place. Following him were Cedric Diggory in second, Victor Crumb in third, and Fleur Delacour in fourth. Fleur's start was terrible, but that didn't mean she had no chance of winning. Everything would be decided in the match. Who would become the glorious winner of the first competition in 100 years? The entire family was watching the field, not wanting to miss a historic moment. While everyone was focused on the match, only Edith noticed that Mirabelle was missing from the audience. In a mansion in the suburbs of Albania, the master of the mansion, his coat Beresford, was enjoying afternoon tea, also known as Lord Beresford. He came from an ancient noble family and was an expert in the department of magical law enforcement's dark arts. He was usually busy with the Ministry of Magic, so the afternoon tea time was a precious and relaxing moment, until a sudden guest arrived. Why could this happen? Father. His coat faced his daughter Mirabelle, who was drinking tea with a fearless smile. The girl's face was familiar, but now his coat felt something unusual. He remembered the holiday. How did she return? The air in the room was the same as usual. The intimidating aura Mirabelle exuded was also the same as always. The appearance of the maid was strange as well. She only served tea to Mirabelle and didn't even glance at his coat. The house elf, Holger, who had served the family for many years, was also beside Mirabelle, as if the master was only Mirabelle. They had used apparition to fly back home from outside the school. What did it mean? When asked why she returned home on her day off, what's really going on? His coat, who had been dealing with criminals as a dark arts expert for years, sensed a scream in his intuition. Run, get out of here. It felt different than ever. However, the enemy was right in front of him, and it was his beloved daughter. His coat was very strict with Mirabelle, but that was only because he expected her talent, and his daughter had proudly repaid everything with her achievements. His coat had done everything he could to meet her requests, even providing her with literature on dark arts. He had crushed the enemies targeting his family, and his coat also remembered having eliminated a girl from the Muggle world who had approached Mirabelle. Why did he feel fear in front of the perfect daughter he had raised? There was nothing at all. I just want a little help from there. What do you need? Thank you. Father, I want to test some dark magic. Such magic requires a sacrifice of fresh blood. I see. So that's why it can be publicly used. I want to get close to the darkness. It doesn't matter. I can use the power to get 2 or 3 prisoners out of Azkaban. Some dark magic is so terrifying that it requires sacrifice or life. It's a troublesome thing for a daughter to study dark magic, but his coat believed that in order to combat darkness, one must also become dark. That's why, after hearing Mirabelle's words, although he was somewhat surprised, he still helped Mirabelle obtain fresh blood. However, Mirabelle revealed a mocking smile at his coat. Such a sacrifice. The life of those prisoners cannot be replaced. His coat Beresford. The moment he finished speaking, his coat kicked over the chair in a second and reached for the wand hidden in his pocket. But at that moment, Mirabelle's spell had already been completed. The flash of the disarmament charm cast from her wandless hand struck Hiscoat's arm, knocking the wand away. At the same time, the elf pointed at him, preventing his coat from moving. Mirabelle, what are you doing? Calm down, Father, Mirabelle said. At this point, Mirabelle completely released the anger she had suppressed deep inside. No longer respecting the hypocrisy of men. From now on, he would no longer be the master of Beresford, but merely a pitiful sacrifice. Where did everyone go? Hurry! The maid and butlers appeared from various parts of the mansion, responding to Hiscote's call. All were skilled wizards, acting as bodyguards in emergencies. Hiscote smiled confidently, all wielding their wands as they rushed into the living room. But in an instant, that smile completely froze. Everyone was pointing their wands at Hiscote. What are you doing? Ha! Everything is as it seems. I never swore allegiance, Mirabelle said to her frustrated father. He was taken aback as he saw Mirabelle's golden eyes sparkling and the corners of her mouth curling up in a sarcastic smile. The first time Mirabelle showed her true nature, her face was twisted, resembling a demon. Under this pressure, Hiscote instinctively clenched his sweaty fists. Since when had the plan begun? 5 years, that foolish father. 5 years, and even the mansion had been taken without anyone knowing. 5 years. Upon hearing the news, Hiscote's face was filled with despair. How could this be? 5 years. Mirabelle was only 10 years old. The entire family was taken over by a mere 10-year-old girl? And no one even noticed? Hiscote felt an immense shame for his own incompetence. Why? Why did Mirabelle do this? Why pour all her love into raising someone only to end up like this? Mirabelle looked at Hiscote with a cold smile, then slowly took out her wand. She pointed the huge wand at her father and released the spell without hesitation, piercing the heart. The use of the forgiveness spell is prohibited. Mirabelle looked at Heathscott, while lowering her head to watch the figure rolling in pain, and approached with her gaze. Then Mirabelle stepped on his head, forcing him to stop moving. Love? Ah, that incomprehensible feeling. Parental affection, family ties, philanthropy, kindness towards others. Everything transcended understanding. Teaching could lead to any emotion. And for the so-called love, it even killed the best friend. In Mirabelle's heart, there is no love, whether it is her father, her brothers, or those around her. Without exception, they are all tools, enemies, or distant. Mirabelle did not lie. The truth is that the world does not love Mirabelle. Understanding other loves also means understanding one's own love. For Mirabelle, the feeling of love is a kind of bond that only weakens, even requiring understanding. In the world, only a deceased one can make Mirabelle weak, making her with the shackles. Ah, only knowing one kind of love, self-love. It is a truly wonderful feeling. To love oneself. Only one is necessary. Mirabelle only loves herself. Friendship, familial love, and kindness all return to herself. Everything returns to the self, becoming whole, which allows for love towards others. The distortion of Mirabelle stems from her upbringing by her parents, leading her to do anything because she only loves herself, ultimately becoming cruel. She breaks what is called the break of conscience and only steps on the gas. It is a mistake to expect a distorted girl to have the same values as a normal one. She needs love. It will only make her weaker. For someone truly strong, those feelings are merely an obstacle, a hindrance. The third challenge, the maze, has finally begun. As before, Harry is able to face the challenge with the calmest and most confident attitude. Although the maze is difficult, filled with many dangerous and well-known creatures, there is no reason for Harry to stop. In his first year, he faced a 3-headed dog and various traps to protect the Philosopher's Stone, ultimately confronting Quirrell and Voldemort. In his second year, he battled Tom Riddle, and in his third year, he faced the Dementors and Pettigrew. Each encounter was a life-and-death battle. Considering this, the maze doesn't seem as frightening to Harry. Each experience has given him the motivation to move forward without hesitation. Entering the maze first also gives Harry an advantage. In the competition, the higher the score from the 2 matches, the greater the advantage, and Harry is the first to enter the competition area. The walls of the maze are high and thick. Upon entering the maze, he hears the voices of the audience, and the surrounding environment is dark. Harry lights up his wand and hurries along the right-hand side. Hermione told Harry that the method of following the right wall at a fork in the path is known as the right-hand rule, the most famous strategy for navigating mazes. It feels a bit strange. Up to this point, everything has gone smoothly, and he hasn't encountered any obstacles. No traps and no creatures blocking his way. This makes Harry feel at ease. What's strange about this? Is it just luck? Or is it a trap in itself? Just as he thinks this, Harry hears a scream behind him. Cedric. Cedric Diggory is in trouble and is screaming. A few seconds later, Harry sees red sparks flying from the place where he just heard the voice. The red sparks signal a retreat. In other words, Cedric has withdrawn from the competition for some reason. One less opponent. How lucky. But what could be in a maze? Even if Cedric has withdrawn. Continuing on, he finally encounters a boggart, which Harry instantly resolves. Up to this point, Harry's heart is still filled with doubt. Things have gone too smoothly, which feels strange. How could Cedric withdraw from a maze that anyone could navigate? Just as Harry is thinking this, unexpectedly, Fleur Delacour's scream echoes, and red fireworks shoot up. Immediately after, another spark ignites, and Harry sees that all three champions have withdrawn from the competition. Wait, is it just me left? Just me? Why? What's going on? Everything has gone smoothly, and he is in a hurry. Harry is just one step away from victory. With no opponents left, mistakes are inevitable, and he will ultimately reach his goal. Even if Harry were to withdraw now, considering the results and the fact that all three have withdrawn, he could undoubtedly claim the champion's title. In that case, shouldn't I just forfeit? While thinking this, Harry shakes his head. It makes Harry feel like there's a trap in the maze. If there was no withdrawal from the competition, then there could be a trap in the maze. A false signal flare. Then he would lower his guard, foolishly thinking he had already won. Even so, Harry's pride would not allow him to give up the competition. I won't withdraw. I will continue. In Harry's mind, the image of winning the championship appears. The entire school raises the champion's cup, everyone smiling to greet him. Perhaps Hermione will kiss his cheek. When Harry thinks about it, he wants to walk away with the championship cup no matter what. He wants to win, to achieve a victory he can be proud of, and to claim a victory that he has earned. If Harry were to remain calm now, he would notice something unusual. He should have thought more deeply about the anomalies. Why was everything going so smoothly, with almost no obstacles in the way, and all the other competitors eliminated? If he remembered the warning given at the start of the fourth year on the Hogwarts Express, this year it would be best to pay attention to the surroundings. But Harry has thrown that advice aside. Of course, at first, Harry was very cautious, becoming one of the top 3 competitors. He feared that someone might deliberately try to harm him in the competition. But Harry was blinded by the glory of having come this far. I can win. A 14-year-old surpassing his school's competitors, ultimately winning the championship. Such an active mind made Harry overly cautious. Finally, after miraculously navigating the maze without any obstacles, Harry stands before the championship trophy. Is it really over? Is it really that simple? What is the final challenge? Is it really that easy? What is the problem? Anxiety and anticipation, joy and doubt intertwine, making Harry's heart race like a fly. As he gazes at the trophy, there is nothing else. He swallows hard, slowly reaching out to grasp the championship cup. The moment he touches the trophy, Harry disappears. The villa on Magnolia Crescent. Although the Ministry of Magic tolerates the use of magic within the estate to some extent, if a formal ceremony is held in the main house, the Aurors would surely catch wind of it. Waiting there, sister. Quirrell welcomes Mirabelle, who appears with Heathcote, and bows respectfully. Lying beside him is the pale-faced Simon Beresford, his eyes filled with fear. It seems he is under the full body-bind curse, completely petrified. He can't move at all, his gaze hurriedly catching Mirabelle. On the other side, a maid with flaxen hair tied back is waiting, her face stiff with tension. Mirabelle, the virgin of the area, was afraid, knowing the fate that awaited her. So, what exactly does Mirabelle plan to do? Just wait and see. Soon enough, you will know. Ignoring Heathcote's question, Mirabelle stood at the center of the magic circle drawn on the floor. Then, she took the wand she made from Vampire Tree and thrust it into the ground. In an instant, the magic circle emitted a golden light that illuminated the entire room. Let's begin. Tonight, she will transcend her kind and reach the pinnacle of demons. She will surpass death and become the eternal ruler of the magical world. At the same time, in the cemetery behind the association in Hangton Village, Harry was tied to a tombstone there. Why this happened, even Harry understood. He should be competing and completing the third challenge now. After overcoming several obstacles, he should have been leading to win the trophy. However, Harry was transported to the cemetery and was suddenly grabbed by a dwarf star. Are you ready, master? Wormtail said, trembling as he looked at the giant cauldron. In his arms, a strange, baby-like creature was wriggling. An absolutely eerie baby. Who would give birth to such a horrifying child? Harry thought. He had never seen anything that looked like a baby, yet was so unlike one. The baby's head was covered in scales, and its face was smooth like a snake. Wormtail disdainfully picked up the baby and threw it into the cauldron, which was filled with a boiling, bubbling liquid. Harry thought it wouldn't be wrong to drown the monster like this. However, Harry's wish did not come true. Wormtail raised his wand, closed his eyes, and began to chant. Father's bones, heed my call, let the sun be reborn. At the same time, Mirabelle was also chanting a spell. With blood of the same kin, I offer my blood. Let life become your food. Mirabelle chanted the golden magic circle. Hearing the sound, Chilo pulled out a knife and mindlessly stabbed it into Simon's neck. There wasn't even a moment to scream. The cold, ruthless biological brother Simon had his life taken away. As Simon's body fell, it sprayed fresh blood, transforming into a red mist that swirled around Mirabelle. The flesh of the servant, willingly donated, allowed the master to be reborn. Contrary to the content of the chant, the insect tail reached out with an arm, crying in a voice that sounded anything but happy. Then, with a cold, terrifying sob, it placed a shining silver dagger against its own arm and chopped it off. A moment of screaming. The severed right arm fell into the pot, dyeing the liquid deep red. Even while doing it themselves, the insect tail cried out in pain, clumsily rolling around. An innocent girl, are you willing to pledge eternal loyalty? Are you willing to offer your unblemished flesh to become an eternal servant? A question that demanded a clear answer. The question was thrown to the loyal maid. Then the flaxen-haired maid, Mary, walked to Mirabelle's side and calmly said with a resolute martyr's expression, I am willing. A satisfied answer. Mirabelle quietly embraced Mary, her smile making Mary feel gentle. Then she gently licked her neck 2 or 3 times and caressed it with her fingers. In a moment, she bit into that white nape. The blood of the enemy, forced to be donated, revived the foe. Painful moans gasped for breath. And the chant of the worm's tail did not stop. A silver dagger was plunged into Harry's right arm, and blood was poured into a vial. When the blood was poured into the pot, the deep red liquid turned into blinding white. Prayed, drowning must fail, Harry's final hold. However, contrary to wishes, the pot emitted white steam, and a thin black shadow slowly rose like a skeleton. A face whiter than a skeleton, with a pair of eerie deep red eyes. Snake-like and flat, with nostrils that were gaps. A figure ugly and fearful, far removed from humanity, cursed by the denial of the truth of the soul. It was the Dark Lord, Voldemort, the horror embodiment that made the entire wizarding world feel fear, whose name was considered taboo, though still in a quasi-form. It was a creature far removed from humanity. Voldemort was resurrected, God, Father of all beings. Denial, now crossing the principles of life, laid out. Filled with a golden light that made it impossible to open one's eyes, the sacrificial blood surged into Mirabelle. The sin of killing kin. The karma of sacrificing an untainted body. The magic was right, transforming the 2 souls into something beyond humanity. To some extent, very similar to a soul fragment that had been killed and split. The appearance did not change, but the body cells turned into monster cells. Life stopped, time ceased. And it was called a living corpse, vampire. Despising sunlight, cherishing moonlight and night light as the ultimate blessing. Completely denying the laws established by the Empire. Sheltered by the Empire. Golden eyes flickered with auspicious light. The innate deterrent allure grew stronger. The deep red claws elongated, and the canine teeth regrew into true fangs. The being denied the love of the Empire and ruled the night as the evil king. Ancestor, vampire, king, Nosferatu, Dracula. Now various documents refer to the king of the night by various names. The cursed yet infinitely beautiful monster slowly emerged from the light. Ha ha ha! Mirabelle smiled, looking at her reborn self, her lips twisted with joy. Hoo 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 ha ha! Voldemort laughed. He stroked his body with his pale fingers, twisting the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Ha ha ha! Feeling the empty magic, the suppressed magic. Then a golden whirlwind blew, violently shaking the entire room. Now, we'll lose to anyone. Mirabelle has completely surpassed all living beings. Ha 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 ha! Voldemort raised his wand and pointed it at Wormtail. Unable to resist, he was slammed against the tombstone, rolling awkwardly on the ground. This is it, the magical power. The power has returned. Everyone feels fear because of it. Voldemort has now fully restored his power over all things. Ha 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 ha! Mirabelle laughed. Voldemort laughed as well. A coincidence or the trick of fate? The newly born tyrant, the once dark wizard regaining power. New evil and old evil. 2 distant lands laughed out loud. Well, let's eat first. Mirabelle discarded her class and spoke her first words after becoming a demon. She extended her red tongue and licked her fingers, revealing a passionate expression. At the end of her gaze was her biological father, Hiscott. Mirabelle decided to name her first meal after her father. Mirabelle is sure that if it's blood-related, she will definitely get used to it. Hiscott is speechless, unable to believe everything happening before his eyes. It's surreal. How did his own child manage to perform magic? Even more impressive than Dumbledore he had seen before. Until now, Hiscott had always thought his daughter was a suitable vessel inheriting Beresford's legacy. But the girl is just as suitable a vessel for Beresford's inheritance. Born to surpass. Whoa, ha 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 ha. Wow, all right. Perfect Mirabelle. A perfectly cultivated heir. Cold sweat continues to flow. And Hiscott laughs like a madman. Mirabelle expressionlessly looked down and slowly approached. Good, Mirabelle. The winner. The ruler. Couldn't he stop it? As Mirabelle reached Heathcourt, she grabbed Heath's head and forced him to stand up. Then she brought her mouth close to his neck and, without hesitation, plunged into his throat. Blood gushed out, staining Mirabelle's face red. Perfect Mirabelle. Surpassing the Malfoy family, surpassing Dumbledore, surpassing everything that surpasses. Truly winning everything. Mirabelle's pale throat trembled, and with each movement, life was drained away, while Hiscott's face bled. His fingers were as thin as withered branches, his cheeks shaved clean, and he was as emaciated as a mummy. Only his eyes sparkled with a maddening light, continuing to scream in a hoarse voice. Good, Mirabelle's daughter is the strongest. In the end, the once completely emaciated pity ceased to move, and the light in his eyes disappeared. Throwing the corpse to the ground, Mirabelle sighed. Then Holger quickly handed Mirabelle a cloth to wipe the dirt from her mouth. Holger was a very clever and intelligent house elf. I will always be the winner and inherit your teachings, father. Mirabelle paid her last respects to her father's corpse and raised her hand. In the absence of a chant, she released flames. The bodies that had already lost their lives disappeared without a trace from the world, having been dealt with. After killing her father, Mirabelle turned her gaze to Holger and picked up the stone. It was a red glowing alchemical crystal, said to be a magic stone that guarantees eternal life. In the first year, Mirabelle obtained a fragment after stealing the formula from Nicholas Lemmel, finally completing it. It was called the Magic Stone, which granted Mirabelle greater power over the ultimate material of decay. The Magic Stone, combined with the progenitor, vampire progenitor, would allow her to achieve a true decay that history had never seen before. Mirabelle gently stroked the stone in her hand and raised it to her face. But not yet. It was still enough to reach true decay with just a little. How close to decay? And it signifies the very existence of death. The death curse that directly brings about death is almost powerless. This is why Mirabelle decided to use the dark magic of the third immortality. For this, she even killed Heathcourt, who had nothing to do with the ritual, all to tear her own soul apart. She wanted to create a Horcrux? She said so herself. That foolish magic that weakens the soul. Chilo noticed Mirabelle's intention and raised his voice. A Horcrux is indeed a powerful magic for achieving immortality. But saying it weakens the soul is another thing entirely. However, Mirabelle responded to Chilo with an easy smile. Don't worry, Chilo. It won't harm the soul. Huh? Some soul of the parasitic body has been torn apart. What? The memories of the world were not told, and until now, it was mistakenly believed to be that world. Mirabelle has memories other than her own since she can remember, referred to as the heritage of the world. She views the world as a story, like a book titled Harry Potter, a boring Muggle girl. Until recently, Mirabelle thought that was the world, but it didn't make sense. The girl has no desires. The girl has no ambitions. The girl has no sexuality at all. Really? Is that Mirabelle's world? Thinking about it, Mirabelle realized. From the very beginning, the answer was there. She had already consciously realized a point. That's why she felt the nature of her world, thinking she had trampled on it. Stolen memories. The only thing, a dirty parasite infected and tried to cover the nature. Years later, Mirabelle finally found the truth. Once she realized it, it was only comfortable. The thing that was touching the soul was tightly attached to it, unwilling to let go. The existence of the soul was already well known in the wizarding world. And when life is born, the body and soul are formed. However, when Mirabelle was born, a rude outsider barged in and tried to rewrite the baby's life. Or more precisely, rewrite the baby's nature. In the end, it seemed to be overshadowed and absorbed by Mirabelle's strong self-love. But Mirabelle could not tolerate the impurities of her own soul. Things would attach to the soul again. Soul vessels are just a means to achieve a goal. The decay of soul vessels is secondary. Removing the impurities of the soul is the main thing. Mirabelle was even tinged with a bit of anger. Her soul torn apart by the crime of killing her father. Tear off that Muggle who possessed her. Then, a faint, ghostly figure emerged from Mirabelle's chest, making a terrified sound. A dark-haired, expressionless, ordinary girl. A pitiful soul, afraid of being noticed by Mirabelle. Mirabelle grabbed it and mercilessly threw it into the magic stone. The location there. Mirabelle wanted to acknowledge, but due to years of assimilation, her soul had become a mere half of what it once was. This existence allowed Mirabelle to gain a third decay, forever remaining. It became a sacrifice that continued to support Mirabelle's life. After finally clearing the impurities from her soul, Mirabelle felt her body become lighter. Oh, now I understand I've been carrying a heavy burden my entire life. From birth until now, my whole body has been bearing this weight. Now my body is free. The suppressed power and ambition overflow, and I can see clearly. Don't worry. The other half will deliberately return to the body. It will allow any soul that touches it. But if it's just the physical body, for the sake of the other half of her soul, Mirabelle would permit it. Saying this, she slowly placed the magic stone in her mouth and swallowed it. Of course, Mirabelle would send it to her stomach. Manipulating the body was what vampires excelled at. There was no skill needed, like sending something meant for the stomach to the heart. The magic stone sent to the heart was absorbed and assimilated by it. The magic stone could only produce the elixir of immortality, the essence of life. By assimilating it with the heart, one gains the eternal power of the essence of life. The blood produced from the heart would turn into the essence of life, circulating within the body. No matter how severe the injuries were, if one had a philosopher's stone, it would be easy to rebuild the body from scratch and be reborn. Even if the neck were blown to pieces, Mirabelle would still die, bound to the soul vessel with the vampire's dead body. She would be resurrected with the power of the magic stone, and the soul vessel, which should have been destroyed, remained within the decaying body, unable to be destroyed. The decaying body was protected by the inner magic stone, ensuring it would never perish. Mirabelle has turned into a nightmare monster. Haha, it's done. Now, I can no longer kill. Congratulations, sister. For the service, I did my best. Without obsession, even if it's done, it can be completed easily. Mirabelle said thank you to the kneeling and bowing Chilohorg. Mirabelle has explained everything herself and will complete it as quickly as possible, except for the red tea of Chilo. Indeed, it is because of this power that things can proceed so swiftly and easily. Therefore, a reward should be given. Queerness Chilo. A reward. A reward? The curse of the unicorn is about to erode, and that body has reached its limit. A new body will be prepared. Chilo's body has been consumed by the curse. Voldemort possesses Chilo, and a side effect of drinking unicorn blood. In order to preserve Voldemort, he consumed unicorn blood, resulting in the curse, falling into a state worse than death. And the loyal servant Mary will also receive a new body, once again returning from hell. Speaking, Mirabelle raised her hand. Two hearts appeared before Mirabelle, blood vessels extending, and internal organs and bones slowly forming. One is Chilo's full body with 1 or 2 arms. The other is Mary's new, beautiful girl's body. Mirabelle infused Mary's soul into the body of a perfect girl, bestowing the breath of life anew. However, even with the magic stone, the dead cannot be resurrected. The magic stone can rebuild the body, but cannot repair the soul. The absolute law of death and resurrection is a truth that cannot be defied. Yet, the loyal servant who was sacrificed defied the emperor's truth for the sake of their master. Only Mirabelle received the emperor's protection upon the completion of the ritual. Those who aided in the completion of the ritual were also under the emperor's protection, but their bodies did not change. Thus, the servant's soul was also cursed, condemned to hell, a wandering ghost. After Mirabelle became the ancestor, Gab's research on souls made it a very simple task to summon back the souls of recently deceased servants. As for that corpse, it's a daunting task, but with the focus I believe it can be accomplished. Mirabelle smiled broadly, her fingers stroking Chilo's neck. Chilo shivered slightly, but quickly calmed down, closing his eyes. The master had never failed. It was precisely because of this unwavering belief that Chilo entrusted himself to them. To betray that trust, Mirabelle severed Chilo's head and destroyed his old body. Mirabelle makes mistakes that lead to suffering. Chilo even knows that he is already dead. Mirabelle forcibly placed the soul into a newly arranged body, as if sealing the soul into a soul vessel. Chilo's new body stood up, fearfully checking itself. It was over. How'd the new body feel? It was hard to believe it felt like being reborn. It was as if the shackles had been lifted. The body felt light. Only now did he realize how many curses had bound the old body. This was Chilo's feeling. The body was light, with no discomfort at all. It moved as the body wished, more familiar than before. While using the old body, there was no feeling at all. Now, with the responsive body, it felt different. Compared to the new body, the old one felt like an outdated broom. By the way, Chilo, it's troublesome. The new body had even shed the binding curses. Now there were no blue nails. Even if he stood against it, he would turn into a bug. The master should know that even without that kind of thing, he could stand again. Chilo bitterly smiled as he knelt before the eternal queen, his master. His absolute master. Even without the curse, if he rebelled, his soul would shatter, and his body would be crushed into a meat pie. Part of Chilo's soul had already been enchanted. Chilo was imprisoned. Chilo could betray. But losing the evidence of loyalty made him very sad. The pride of those blue nails. He wanted a new proof that would demonstrate his loyalty to his master. Very well, Quirinus Chilo asked, "Are you ready to become a vassal, forever following? Are you ready to walk the cursed night road abandoned by the gods?" Chilo nodded at these words and lowered his head. That final wish. A wish that seemed to be realized. Therefore, Chilo answered the question without hesitation in a clear voice. "Loyalty, forever by your side." Mirabelle watched as Chilo kissed the back of his hand. It's impossible to turn back now. As one, completely lost. To unify the world requires a strong power and an almost eternal lifespan. This is the way to gain strength and become stronger. Completely cutting off the weaknesses of being a species. It's all about power. As Mirabelle bears forward, there should be no weaknesses. If so, if the current power is lost, one would feel weak again. Weak, weak, Mirabelle. Letus's words suddenly flashed in her mind. Mirabelle felt as if she could see a crying face. P.S. Echoing the first chapter. Many say the first chapter is awkward and childish, but if you watch closely, you can find many foreshadowings. The following chapters explain why the character is distorted, and careful readers will also discover why Mirabelle is so kind to Edith, including the family questions. Why does it feel like that world, and the reasons for crossing over or something? The chapters also provide answers, and Letus's matter is actually hinted at in chapter 42, along with an extra chapter that has been written but not published yet, as I want to release it after the ending and plan to post it when the plot is appropriate. Falling unconscious. Voldemort's angry voice echoed in the graveyard. A deep red light flashed. All were made to faint by the stunning spell. Harry quickly dodged and ran toward the Triwizard Cup, the portkey. But Harry underestimated Voldemort. He was caught by Voldemort, surrounded by Death Eaters, and forced into a duel. Considering the power difference between them, Harry should have won. The duel was supposed to be a mere public execution in name. But Harry's courageous demeanor in the face of death also led Voldemort to underestimate him. Surrounded by an enemy that could never be defeated in a situation he could never escape, Harry chose to fight to the death at the last moment. To run away or die. Until the last moment, he fought and died bravely like his father. Harry's noble courage in making the decision created a miracle. Harry and Voldemort's wands shared twin cores, with the same phoenix feather at their core. During their duel, a rare phenomenon occurred that would normally not happen. The magic backfired, a malfunction that only occurs when twin cores battle. Voldemort's wand reversed the spells it had used so far. In other words, the killing curse, which should have killed, manifested the souls of those who had died one after another. The innocent Muggle Bertha Jorkins, a ministry official, and Harry's parents. They charged at Voldemort, clearing the way for Harry. "I'll kill you." After shaking off the ghosts, Voldemort waved his wand. If Harry escaped, Dumbledore would know he had been resurrected. Voldemort had to kill Harry as soon as possible. Considering this, Voldemort aimed his wand at Harry and cast a spell. However, the reversed wand became dull, and the spell struggled to hit Harry. Finally, Harry, with his agile movements, touched the portkey and disappeared from the graveyard. Damn, if he pursued, he would naturally encounter Dumbledore, and he could no longer chase. Voldemort hoped that Barty Crouch over there could successfully capture Harry. Voldemort was very frustrated, but when he heard laughter mocking him, his face grew even angrier. Who just laughed? When Voldemort was in a good mood, he would kill for this. Even loyal Death Eaters could become targets of his attacks. To Voldemort, the lives of those other than himself were worth nothing. A bomb about to explode was ignited by mockery, and it would inevitably explode. However, the other side showed no fear at all. On the contrary, they seized the killing curse and shattered it. What? You really laughed at Voldemort? A blonde girl. She had grown more beautiful than when Voldemort saw her 4 years ago. The golden hair shimmered in the moonlight. Wearing a sleeveless robe, her golden eyes were filled with confidence. Voldemort remembered. A shame he could not forget. He could not forget that girl who once humiliated him like Harry. Long time no see, Dark Lord. Of course, do you remember? The girl asked. Just like 4 years ago, that fearless face and that unrestrained smile easily reminded Voldemort of his anger. Voldemort gritted his teeth and shouted the girl's name in anger. Mirabelle Beresford. Voldemort looked at the girl sitting on the gravestone. What did the girl do? Crush the killing curse? Impossible. A deadly spell that would kill on contact. The moment one touches it, they should confirm the death of the spell. What exactly did she do? Hee, is it strange? The trusted dark magic actually works? Answer me. What did you do, Beresford? If an ordinary wizard heard Voldemort's angry voice, they would tremble in fear, but the girl's face still wore a strange smile. Looking at the impatient Voldemort, it seemed like an amusing scene. Master, leave it to me. Such a girl, bothering the master. When Voldemort was shocked by the mysterious Mirabelle, a Death Eater raised their wand. Then, a green flash shot from the wand, Avada Kedavra. At the same time, Mirabelle's figure disappeared from there. Disappeared? Just moving at high speed. Moving at a speed beyond perception. She circled behind the Death Eater. Huh. The reaction is so slow, I almost fell asleep. By the time the Death Eater realized it, it was too late. The carotid artery was slashed, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Mirabelle bared her fangs and quickly bit into the neck from which blood gushed forth. What? The body of the Death Eater rapidly desiccated. His arms became as thin as withered branches, losing all semblance of life. Sucking, sucking. Only the sound of blood being swallowed echoed. No words were spoken. Ultimately, the meal, which lasted a few seconds, came to an end. The Death Eater's body had completely lost its original form, turning into a mummy. She discarded the useless corpse and reported to Voldemort. Voldemort understood. What had become? That's right. The girl has transformed. A vampire. The Night Clan. Has she given up on being human? No matter. She has still walked the path of decay. Voldemort clicked his tongue and looked up at the night sky. Oh no, it's a full moon tonight. Normally, there's nothing to worry about, but one must remain vigilant against full moon vampires, even the Dark Lord. During a full moon, a vampire's power surpasses all previous limits, reaching a peak. Choosing such a perfect method, he also knew how to become a vampire. But was perfect far from true decay. That's why there was no choice in this method. When one transforms into such a monster, every part of them becomes a weakness. Weakness? A stable monster, afraid of sunlight, can cross flowing water, fears crosses, and is afraid of silver and garlic. Only a fool would choose such a decay. Voldemort waved his wand and roared. Immediately, something like molten silver appeared in the air, transforming into several long spears. Silver weapons. One of the vampire's weaknesses flew towards Mirabelle, but she intercepted them. With a wave of her arm, golden lightning erupted, knocking down the surrounding weapons. However, one spear circled around, as if it had been waiting, and pierced through Mirabelle's side, prompting her to try to evade. The wound would regenerate in a moment. Hey, Voldemort said smugly, but Mirabelle let out a cold laugh. When Mirabelle nonchalantly pulled out the spear, the wound that should have been there had vanished. Voldemort stared at the wound in disbelief. The silver weapon, a supposed weakness, should have caused damage. So, a player, perhaps? The Dark Lord. Damn! A girl who could even regenerate her tattered clothes, let alone her body. Voldemort could not hide his astonishment. Mirabelle looked at Voldemort with a comical expression, her hands shimmering with green light. Although Mirabelle wasn't even holding a wand. No wand. For someone familiar with magic, a wand is merely a toy for practice. Now she has surpassed that need for toys. She cast a killing curse with her right hand. Voldemort immediately dodged, but as expected, a second attack followed swiftly. Voldemort rolled quickly to avoid being hit by the killing curse. However, the moment he stood up, the target of the third attack, Voldemort suddenly vanished from sight. Evading the strike, Mirabelle quickly turned around, sensing a surge of magic behind her. Useless, Voldemort waved his arm, and a red flash shot from behind, instantly appearing before her eyes. With all her might, she swung her arm. Then, the red flash was shattered by Mirabelle's power, causing the ground to collapse. An overwhelming force that needed no technique, even stronger than that of a giant. You're quite good at dodging, girl. Voldemort was very angry, waving his wand. Then, a shining blade appeared at the tip of the wand, slashing towards Mirabelle. Mirabelle dodged the attack with a half-step and countered with her clawed hand. The blade-like claws clashed again and again, producing sharp sounds and sparks. Mirabelle slash, Voldemort slash. On one side, the Dark Lord. On the other, the new tyrant. A fierce battle unfolded against the backdrop of a full moon, both belonging to each other's evil wizards. It's surprising that Voldemort actually knows martial arts. Look at the Dark Lord. At first glance, the battle seemed even, but Mirabelle had the advantage. Firstly, in close combat, Voldemort had no chance of winning. The difference in physical ability was incomparable. Compared to Mirabelle, who could instantly regenerate unless killed immediately, Voldemort's body was vulnerable. If struck by Mirabelle, his body would become weak and shatter in that moment. Voldemort understood this as well. He dodged and distanced himself from Mirabelle. Meanwhile, the Death Eaters, who had been unable to intervene, gripped their wands. Seeing this, Mirabelle clicked her tongue. Some bugs, don't block my way. A casually cast killing curse killed one of the Death Eaters. In an instant, Mirabelle closed the distance with the remaining bug and seized its head. Dead. Mirabelle crushed the head of the insect's tail, her eyes wide open in fear, as if Mirabelle had squeezed an empty can. Blood, brain fluid, and skull fragments splattered everywhere, turning from the neck into blood. She discarded the body with the crushed head. Suddenly, that beautiful face twisted into an evil smile as if she had thought of something. She was very happy, preparing for a special ball. Mirabelle raised her arms, releasing her magic. Under the moonlight, the entire graveyard was enveloped in a beautiful yet serene golden glow. A deep rumble echoed from the earth, signs of something trying to crawl forth. The dead who slept in this land, commanded by the king of the night, deny the reason of the gods, return to the world once more. Hatred for life. Hatred for life. Turn that hatred toward all living beings. The Mirabelle Declaration. At the same time, the tombstones collapsed and the ground heaved. A group of the dead appeared, bones half exposed, flesh bare and unskinned. Even the internal organs were dragged along. The common point was the thirst for life and the jealousy of the living. Therefore, it was allowed to attack the living beings, resisting the urge to bite that fresh meat. Like resurrection, the creatures crawling out of the grave were nothing but walking corpses, attacking the living as zombies, the undead, at Mirabelle's will. Ha 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 ha. Look, Death Eaters, a perfect match, right? Like some self-proclaimed true Death Eaters, who consumed death and then resurrected. Being devoured, becoming true Death Eaters. A real scene unfolded. Groups of the undead mercilessly charged at the Death Eaters, who were so shocked they could barely stand. They hurriedly cast spells, but to no avail. Of course, there were already a group of dead, thus existing in death and also in fainting. Ugh, wah! Monsters? Dark Lord, help me! A true tragedy. A devoured Death Eater became a new corpse, and a wizard bitten by the dead would also turn into another corpse. An endless cycle of death. In a short while, the total number of Death Eaters decreased by nearly half. A bunch of useless trash. With a wave of Voldemort's wand, he cleared the dead in one sweep. The Dark Lord, it didn't matter if those useless things were all dead. But today, the legendary Dark Lord's journey begins anew. He wouldn't damage his majesty for a few worthless things. A bunch of trash retreating. Let the Death Eaters leave the battlefield. Eliminate all the undead. Regret the Dark Lord. But is it too late to offer help now? Has the number of the beloved also decreased a bit? Voldemort's face twisted in extreme anger. The malice of the girl, named Mirabelle, was far from over. With uncontrollable joy, she giggled, reveling in the Dark Lord's fury. Mirabelle, born of evil. Once she releases her malice, she becomes an embodiment of evil. Full moon, the graveyard is empty. Mirabelle's fierce brutality couldn't be stopped. She will kill Beresford. Don't die too quickly. Let's see how she kills. With a swift glide, Mirabelle moved quickly. At the same time, Voldemort also retreated swiftly to a distance. Then, with a wave of his wand, many flames floated in the air, all rushing towards Mirabelle. Mirabelle raised her arm and struck the ground, creating a massive shockwave that blew away all the flames, extinguishing them in an instant. Idiot! Can such a trick really work on me? Mirabelle clenched her fists, gathering magical power. Her fingers released red sparks, flying towards Voldemort. Voldemort moved behind Mirabelle again, his wand emitting a green flash. Avada Kedavra, die Beresford. It was useless. She waved her arm to block the approaching curse's light, then turned to counterattack. She cast the killing curse from her fingertips, attacking Voldemort. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort summoned several corpses, forming a wall to block Mirabelle's attack. However, Mirabelle's assault was not over. She raised her arm, and a golden pillar of fire erupted behind her, eventually taking the shape of a dragon. That massive creature had 9 heads and fierce flames. Voldemort raised his wand in response, and a green pillar of fire rose behind him. The writhing body of the fire transformed into a burning snake. Feed it. Kill it. A golden 9-headed dragon faced a green snake. The two flames collided, devouring each other. In the background of that conflict, the magical exchange between Mirabelle and Voldemort grew increasingly intense, with countless sparks flying around the cemetery. Mirabelle attacked, Voldemort dodged. Voldemort attacked, Mirabelle evaded. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra. The soul-sucking curse, Dementor's Kiss. the Cruciatus Curse, Crucio, the stunning spell, Stupefy, the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, the petrification spell, Petrificus Totalis, the shattering curse, Reducto, the exploding curse, Confringo. Various spells aimed to take the other to their death, but there was never a decisive blow. The ground was blown apart, tombstones were crushed, corpses were shattered, and the entire graveyard turned into a wasteland, but the battle did not cease. An extremely evil wizard and a self-proclaimed witch who had surpassed her limits continued to harm each other, disregarding the devastation around them. However, the seemingly evenly matched battle was nearing its end. It looked like they were both gasping for breath. Had they reached their limits? With Mirabelle, who had nearly infinite stamina, Voldemort's body felt like it was wearing down. It only looked like it. If the battle continued, he would lose his strength, and his movements would become sluggish. Furthermore, tonight was a full moon, and Mirabelle's magical power was nearly limitless. Just the moonlight would continuously replenish her magic, while Voldemort's would eventually deplete. Clearly, the battle was tipping in favor of Mirabelle. After all, Voldemort was merely an incomplete being. In her eyes, he was primitive, like a monkey being beaten. Voldemort. Die, Voldemort. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse engulfed Voldemort and pushed him back. The most evil spell in the magical world. It caused instantaneous death to its target. The Dark Lord, bathed in it, stood up, his blood-red eyes fixed on Mirabelle. So the killing curse doesn't he kill? It seems he has to admit it. He is decaying. Mirabelle hummed disinterestedly and crossed her arms. A single blow could send Voldemort's soul to hell. But something stopped it, pulling the soul back. Just like magnets attracting each other, something drew Voldemort's will to the Horcrux he left behind. Even if the soul was erased, as long as the Horcrux remained, the man's will would persist. Unless all the souls in the Horcruxes were erased, he would never truly die. As expected, Voldemort created a large number of Horcruxes. Up until now, it can be said that the battle has reached a stalemate. Mirabelle cannot kill Voldemort, and Voldemort cannot kill Mirabelle. Even if Voldemort's body is shattered, he can survive, and Mirabelle will immediately regenerate after her body is torn to pieces. Because both have entered a state of decay, neither can deliver a decisive blow to the other. Therefore, it is impossible to directly erase the soul that bypasses the Horcrux. It diverges greatly from expectations, Mirabelle thinks. Traveling a long distance to test the infamous Dark Lord seems to disregard the possibility of killing him with a Horcrux. Horcruxes are quite troublesome. Tonight's purpose is not only to test, but also to try my own strength. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no reason to stay any longer. Acknowledging that under the current circumstances, it is impossible to kill Voldemort is what Mirabelle thinks. Even now, it would only kill the opponent temporarily, and it would be lost. Understanding the path of eternal decay better than anyone, one could be killed. There's no need for a fight. The painstakingly regenerated body may be destroyed. The most crucial point is that currently, it is impossible to defeat Mirabelle, lacking the firepower to combat such a monster, unless one can kill in one strike. Otherwise, it will immediately regenerate. The overwhelming force that can destroy even a single cell is essential to battle the woman. If it is impossible to kill now, then let us see who rules the world first. If that sounds wrong, then let us see the Dark Lord's power. Rather than defeating the current opponent, it is much faster and easier to dominate the decaying magical world. This is the conclusion reached. Master the power, establish a strategic advantage. Take away all of the opponent's pieces, and then dispose of them. It's a roundabout way, but it's the best solution. It will tell Voldemort the death of the world's domination. Very well, let us see who the true king is. With a fearless smile, there is no thought of losing to the other. We'll lose because is the king, a being suitable to rule the world, the winner. Therefore, the downfall is ugly, yielding to decay, only to the opponent, with unstoppable malice, bearing fangs, enduring for the victory of the future. The faces of those who should have been defeated are firmly imprinted on the retina, and then the two disappear from the spot. The resolution will ultimately lead to the control of the world. The combat power has not collapsed. First, because of the full moon. Mirabelle's combat power is slightly higher than before, and second, because of the Horcrux, Voldemort has split his soul multiple times, which also affects combat power, leading to Mirabelle having a slight advantage. Also considering Voldemort as terror. If the two were in the same state, it's estimated that due to battle experience, Mirabelle might be at a disadvantage. The end of the world. The strong competition ended with Harry winning the championship, and thus the semester ended. As usual, the end-of-term party was held, and students gathered in the hall, as usual. However, Dumbledore's tone was heavy and dull, lacking the usual cheerfulness when he spoke. It was as if he dared to accept reality, as if he had to say some things he wanted to say. He firmly chewed on every word and then spoke. There are many things to discuss tonight. Dumbledore scanned the hall and saw the faces of all the students. He was about to tell them a painful reality. One thought of the future that was about to happen, but foresaw that it would eventually happen. All the teachers behind him also looked serious, waiting for the principal's words. Dumbledore took a deep breath and slowly stated the facts of what had happened. Voldemort has returned. Silence first ruled the hall. Everyone could not immediately understand Dumbledore's words and repeated them in their minds. Then they looked around, wanting to know if they had heard wrong. Finally, they understood the meaning of the words, feeling both fear and excitement as they emitted silent sounds, trying to confirm whether the students beside them had heard the same thing. Until the commotion subsided, Dumbledore spoke again, waiting for silence. The students looked at Dumbledore, as if waiting for the next words, and finally spoke again. The Ministry of Magic wants to inform you of any matter, to return the message to your parents. They want to believe, but believing in the truth is usually better than believing in lies, like lying and hiding as usual. But soon, it will be discovered that next year will not be as calm as this year. Besides hiding and deceiving, what else? Is it wise to delay the threat and take any measures? Just to escape reality. That is what Dumbledore thinks. This was Dumbledore's reason for stating the matter. The fear of what happened after the competition ended. Just like Harry's brave escape, everyone stood up bravely. Even on the dark and difficult road, please do not make mistakes. And alone, with friends by their side. The old man's tone of voice was very strong, as if to persuade. That returned, what to do surprised. That will eventually return, it's just a matter of time. Edith's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she said, Mirabelle said calmly. Holding a wine glass in her hand, she brought her lips to the surface and drank the red liquid. I have always known, I have always lived. But thinking about its existence. However, the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic were filled with gloom. Mirabelle set the wine glass on the table and curiously clicked her tongue. Mirabelle feels nothing but disappointment towards the magical world. It only turns a blind eye and shifts its focus without taking any countermeasures. Knowing what will happen next, the Ministry of Magic has already turned a blind eye to the matter. Starting tomorrow, things will continue as if nothing has happened, and the calm light of peace will persist. No actions have been taken against the dark forces, who are quietly preparing behind the scenes. Mirabelle spoke with a mocking smile. Nothing has changed. The situation has changed, but it will change. The current Ministry of Magic is made up of a bunch of fools who can only sit and wait. Then, it will suddenly be destroyed by a punch from the dark forces that have already prepared everything. And then they will finally realize it too late. Waking from their dreams, they will soon die. When they wake up to their impending death, the only thing waiting to be replaced. The Ministry of Magic is now a group of infants. Old men and women in the form of babies gather together, holding pacifiers in one hand, lined up with silly smiles. The Ministry of Magic thinks that by keeping silent, they can bring forth a bottle of hope for the baby. The group of infants believes that if they do nothing and curl up in their strollers, the storm will pass. What a foolish thought. Edith, don't expect anything from the Ministry of Magic starting now. They have protected nothing. They can't even protect themselves. If you want to live, you can only protect yourself with your own strength. Knowledge can achieve this if it is taught. Like Dumbledore's alliance, be certain and believe in something. Your own strength, how to use it, is all up to you to decide. Mirabelle smiled faintly and said to Edith, it's all about the incompetent pests and the Ministry of Magic. But Edith, if you're the only one, you can't protect. Edith widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Mirabelle. It was the first time Edith had seen a smile, or rather, a face that always wore a contemptuous smile. However, in 4 years, how many times had Edith seen a truly sincere smile? Undoubtedly. She could count them on one hand. Can I ask something strange? Is it really you, Mirabelle? Mirabelle furrowed her brow at Edith's words, her gaze sharp as if she had been offended. She traced a circle with her finger and then forcefully struck Edith's forehead. It is commonly referred to as a head knock. So, is that eye decoration? Like a crazy eye, fake eye? Exactly. Really, Mirabelle. Perhaps it would be reasonable for St. Mungos to admit her for a while. Mirabelle huffed softly and set down the empty cup. Seeing that figure, Edith thought her mood seemed to be good, which was terrible. The girl of Mirabelle is a tyrant. No matter what others say, she always sticks to her truth. Since Mirabelle has said so much, Edith is more convinced than anything that Voldemort's resurrection can indeed happen. When do they think action will be taken? She feels that this temporary peace will last for a year. If the Ministry of Magic takes it seriously for a year and deploys well, they should have the ability to resist. After all, Voldemort has been gone for so long, but that group of fools won't do anything. After that, will the magical world belong to them? It should, unless something's done about it. Mirabelle spoke up, but under the current circumstances, it limits the actions against dark forces. Without the Ministry of Magic support, Aurors can hardly carry out their work. If they are to resist the dark faction, it must be under Dumbledore. What will Professor Dumbledore plan to do? One can be sure he has already given up on the Ministry of Magic. If that's the case, the Ministry should notice the situation behind the scenes. The Ministry poses a threat again. Dumbledore and Voldemort should have reached a consensus. After that, who can act more quickly behind the scenes? The battle behind the scenes has already begun. Be ready, Edith. Next year will be tough. The seriousness of the words weighs heavily. The content makes Edith gasp, and her face stiffens. The return train is filled with a dark atmosphere. Those who force themselves to appear glamorous, they won't say a word. The only thing occupying her mind is Voldemort. She believes Dumbledore would lie, but for once, she hopes Dumbledore has told a lie. Such thoughts cast a shadow over the train, creating a dead silence. Not even the Daily Prophet has written a word about it. Edith sighed and stuffed the newspaper into her bag. The unique sound of crumpling paper echoed as the newspaper was swallowed into the bag. She thought Rita Skeeter would take it as exclusive news. She hopes that hope will not be in vain, that the girl will report it. Clearly, Mirabelle likes Rita. Well, that journalist is the type Mirabelle likes. With such thoughts, Edith leaned back against the seat. Everything in the train is very calm. Edith thinks she hopes this calm will last forever. Gryffindor and Slytherin, the whole school is crazy about Quidditch. Next to her, an arrogant tyrant friend. Hermione and Harry are in trouble together. Those days might disappear next year. Yet she has done nothing. Hey Mirabelle, what? Will we still be friends next year? If I join Voldemort or the Ministry of Magic, will you still consider me a friend? Mirabelle jokingly responded to Edith's question, which should have been taken more seriously. However, it implied that if Edith didn't join either side, Mirabelle would still consider her a friend. Mirabelle's inner thoughts are truly difficult to decipher. Azkaban knew Mungos. It was once created by the dark wizard Grindelwald to limit his opponents. However, after being defeated in a duel with Dumbledore in 1945, it has since been used as a prison controlled by the Ministry of Magic. A shadow walks the lowest, deepest level. It knows what it looks like. Clad in a deep crimson cloak that resembles blood. The head is completely covered by a hood, barely revealing the golden hair that stretches from beneath it. Thud, thud. Only the sound of withered footsteps echoes through the cell as the cloaked figure walks in. Where are the guards? Why is there no one watching? The reason lies in the bodies on the floor. Those who should have guarded the prison. Without exception, their necks have been twisted by an unconventional force, as if they had been snapped by a giant. A shadow stands before a cage, opening its mouth. Gellert Grindelwald? Who? Responding with an unexpectedly high-pitched yet hoarse voice. It must have been completely weakened by the long imprisonment. The voice no longer carried the chilling resonance that once shook the entire wizarding world. However, in the darkness, only a pair of eyes moved bizarrely, flickering with light, trying to see through the identity. It seems to have a name, but fine if it has no name. That's convenient. Let us call it the King of Night. The King of Night? Haha, good name. Haha. Also known as the former Dark Lord? Once wanted to transcend death. Grindelwald glared sternly at the mocking masked King of Night. After a few seconds of silence, the King of Night spoke first. Smirking, boldly declaring, Gellert Grindelwald, I'm here. Do you want the thunderous name to resonate in the magical world again? Mario Weir, a young girl who lost her parents, adopted by the Beresford family to an orphanage. The playmate of the character Mirabelle, a playmate like any other, rather than a friend, more like a toy, in short, treated as something to be played with at will, disregarding rights. Mirabelle received an almost abusive education from her parents, while Mary's parents provided a place to vent frustration and anger. The love of Mr. and Mrs. Beresford, their twisted kindness, gave Mirabelle a chance to vent her anger. But such a daughter would be defeated by strict education. However, Mirabelle did not do so. Her self-esteem allowed for furious rage against a useless servant. As a result, Mary did not fulfill her intended role and had to awkwardly become Mirabelle's exclusive caregiver, with her treatment slightly improved. Therefore, Mirabelle was grateful to Mary. Mirabelle's pride saved Mary. Mary wanted to help Mirabelle, believing she would do anything. However, Mirabelle rejected Mary, wanting to be alone or not to be helped. Mirabelle painfully stood alone, with a heart that couldn't share. But at some point, things began to change. The harshness that enveloped her disappeared, and the fierce light in her eyes, reminiscent of a wounded predator, also faded away. After seeing the silver-haired girl, she gradually calmed down, even revealing a smile like soft sunlight. Mary enjoyed witnessing such a transformation. Mirabelle is lonely again, a kind of irreplaceable happiness. So Mary expresses her gratitude and best wishes. May the two friends continue for a lifetime. Mirabelle Beersford Letus Valentine. Pray to the gods that the golden-haired, silver-haired girl may always be accompanied by laughter. If the world truly has gods, or if there is something like fate, prayers will always be answered. Because Mirabelle was created to be evil, bearing the role of the villain that obstructs the protagonist. Thus, the Emperor, or perhaps fate, mercilessly waves its arm. The story exists because evil is simply evil. Where goodness is needed, there is only devilish evil. Therefore, the Emperor or fate protects the two and removes obstacles. A story needs a change, a devilish emperor. Starting from 5th grade, Hogwarts students have the obligation and right to become prefects. Each house will select one male and one female prefect, and award badges with each house's emblem. Gryffindor, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. The two are well-known good friends, but besides Hermione, Ron's role as prefect is questionable. As a habitual rule-breaker, it's hard to say he is a model student. It's natural to question Dumbledore's decision to make him prefect. Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil. None of these are particularly special. They are all model students. The biggest problem lies with Slytherin's prefect, Draco Malfoy and Mirabelle Beresford. Both are problematic students, making them the most suitable candidates for prefect. However, Malfoy is chosen for his lineage, while Mirabelle is chosen for her ability to keep others silent. From a perspective of students in their house, what does Snape think? After the senior explanation, the prefects return to their own house's exclusive compartment. On the way, Malfoy proudly said to Mirabelle, "Hey, Mirabelle, I heard people think Potter is better, but it's clear he is not as good." Prefect. Mirabelle replied, "Oh, you really think you become prefect on your own merit?" Malfoy was left speechless, and Mirabelle shot him a cold glance. Even if Mirabelle said it, Malfoy knew it himself. He was chosen for his lineage, not for any merit of his own. There was nothing to brag about, but for some reason, he always compares himself to Harry Potter, even for the smallest things. If he sees Harry Potter as a rival, he at least has to have his own weapons. Right now, everything he has is borrowed. No abilities, no followers, and not a single achievement to flaunt. Everything depends on others. When Mirabelle pointed out the reality Malfoy wanted to face, his face turned bright red. In any case, the golden-haired girl understands the feelings of the weak. Just because she does anything, she considers the feelings of those who have done it. Perceptively, Malfoy clenched his fists, his eyes even glistening with tears. With a glance, Mirabelle sighed in annoyance. Relying on her parents' talents, in the end, one can only rely on oneself. First of all, regardless of special skills or anything else, it's important to find a right weapon that suits oneself. Sigh, never mind, it's as if I never said anything. Did I say too much? Just out of excitement, Mirabelle herself found it strange why she would say such things to a waste. If it were Edith, she might still patiently persuade. Malfoy rolled his eyes, looking at Mirabelle, but the face he saw was looking elsewhere. The patrol car passed by, so she would think slowly by herself. Oh. Mirabelle left the head girl's compartment without even looking at Malfoy, who continued to gaze in the direction she had gone, as if entranced by a fox. Before long, as if remembering what he needed to do, he dashed out of the compartment. The sorting ceremony was the same as usual, but something fell off. Every year, the Sorting Hat sang a somewhat similar song, but it had never sung one with a warning. The first year's students seemed oblivious to the anomaly, but the other students were all visibly excited, exchanging opinions with one another. Edith Mirabelle was no exception, discussing the current song with a puzzled expression. Hey, Mirabelle had just given a clear warning about Voldemort's return. Dumbledore wanted to unite the houses to fight back, right? It was already too late. Mirabelle listened to the Sorting Hat assign the first-year students to their respective houses, clicking her tongue. The Sorting Hat's warning was correct. If Hogwarts did not unite from within, it would soon fall apart. But it was too late. How many Death Eater's children were at Hogwarts now? How many supporters of Voldemort? If Dumbledore really wanted to solidify from within, he should have kicked those students out as soon as possible or never accepted them in the first place. On the teacher's side, some idiots sent by the Ministry of Magic had also slipped in. No matter how solid the foundation, it could still be undermined by rotten wood. After the sorting, a habitual feast was presented to the students. But this year, the aftertaste of the meal was spoiled. The reason was Dolores Umbridge, who was in charge of defense against the dark arts this year. An ugly woman in a pink sweater, with a high-pitched voice and a toad-like face. Her shrill voice intentionally cleared her throat, and her words blew away the lingering warmth of the meal. In short, the Ministry of Magic began interfering with Hogwarts curriculum this year. Mirabelle realized that the Ministry was content with incompetence, dragging the students down with them. Incompetent allies are more feared than capable enemies. Mirabelle is tired of the foolish actions of the Ministry of Magic that embody her words. Umbrage from a ministry is a combination of stupidity and incompetence, but is top-notch when it comes to obstructing allies. On the other hand, Edith keenly realizes Mirabelle's words regarding the ministry. The ministry is completely rotten. Edith now understands why Mirabelle said what she did. After Umbridge's speech, there were also explanations about Quidditch and so on. As Mirabelle, the prefect, steps away from her seat to guide the first-year students, Edith suddenly notices something strange and feels that something is off. It's quite rare. The meals at Mirabelle's table were left untouched. Despite being quite a few diners, there was an extraordinary obsession with the food. According to Mirabelle, the nutrition seemed to disappear along with the consumption of magic. Mirabelle ate a lot and gained weight just because of the magic consumption. But why were the meals left untouched? Occasionally, there were meals that seemed strange. Even Edith often lacked an appetite. But it was the first time Edith saw Mirabelle leave a bite of food uneaten. Would her stomach feel better? Without thinking much, Edith left for Slytherin House. So it was the Deathly Hallows, the story of the Bard Peter. Knowing the hidden side of fairy tales for so many years, the treasures were almost gathered. Two figures spoke in a dark room. One, claiming to be the King of Night, hid his entire body in a long robe. The other, Gellert Grindelwald, a handsome man with golden curly hair. Until a few years ago, he was still an aging old man, but now he no longer had that haggard look. A powerful evil wizard had restored his youthful physique. How he achieved this was known only to him. Gathered? Besides the Elder Wand, were the others. If it were the will of fate, surely all the artifacts would be gathered in one place now. Based on what? As known, the three brothers in the story truly existed. Antioch Peverell with the Elder Wand, Cadmus Peverell with the Resurrection Stone, and Ignotus Peverell received the Invisibility Cloak. The King of Night smiled as he opened a book in his hand. It depicted the fairy tale that everyone in the magical world knew. From the three brothers skilled in magic, the Grim Reaper, draped in a cloak, spoke to them. The Grim Reaper praised the magic of the three brothers and stated that he would reward them. The eldest son received a wand that could defeat anyone. The second son received the stone that could bring the dead back to life. The youngest longed for the invisibility cloak that the Grim Reaper would never find. However, the eldest son was killed in his sleep due to jealousy after boasting about the wand, while the second son revived his beloved but could not truly be together. So he committed suicide. The story ended with a fairy tale-like conclusion, as the youngest lived to the natural end of his life with the invisibility cloak. However, hidden within the fairy tale were many truths. The three treasures belonged to the three brothers, and their descendants were now gathering in the present. When tracing the Peverell family tree, an interesting fact was discovered. First, Cadmus Peverell, whose descendants mingled with the Slytherin bloodline, then merged with the Gaunt family. The final descendant turned out to be Voldemort. So Voldemort inherited the Resurrection Stone? Following Ignotus Peverell, it turned out that his bloodline flowed into the Potter family. In other words, Harry Potter. Moreover, Harry Potter already possessed a cloak that seemed to be one of the Deathly Hallows. Voldemort and Harry Potter, two archenemies who were also distant relatives. The lawful owners of the two treasures, the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak. And the last one, Antioch Peverell, in a sense, still represents the most illustrious bloodline in modern times. It can also be guessed. The man's obsession with power and thirst for victory was passed down to his descendants like a curse. A family that was obsessed with becoming victors no matter what was the Beresford family. The King of Night mockingly roared as he curled his legs. Or a chair. A chair. Just a chair. The Minister of Magic, overseeing the French magical world, turned into a chair for the King of Night, with hollow eyes drooling, even showing a look of ecstasy. Did he think it was a carefully arranged fate? The descendants of the three brothers had already changed their positions, trying to kill each other. There was a sense of the manipulation of death. Of course, was he playing with the deaths of the three? Grindelwald's words made the King of Night laugh from behind his hood, kneeling, the reflection of the wizard in the room's eyes. A strong aura, protecting the current Minister of Magic. But even so, the King of Night faced Grindelwald like a child. In the end, he was brainwashed and lowered his head. How would the French magical world react? Suppress the minister, real power was now in hand, only to repaint the layers, one layer after another, unnoticed. Don't tell too easily. Monster. The minister had turned into a fool, and the French Ministry of Magic still hadn't noticed. A huge conspiracy was happening beyond recognition, and the immense malice that brought everything together. In ignorance, the high-ranking officials of the French Ministry of Magic had changed. P.S. The King of Night as Voldemort. Also as Mirabelle, or Dumbledore, still does not know who the King of Night truly is. Writing this paragraph just to say that the family is led astray by the so-called name, and vampires are only called the King of Night. Voldemort is also called the King of Night, knowing that the Hidden Identities code name is called the White King as well. This year's defense against the Dark Arts class is the worst in history. Everyone thinks so. Dolores Umbridge, who became the head of the class, believed there was no need for practical exercises and forced students to only attend theoretical classes. Of course, such a defense against the Dark Arts class is equivalent to none. The main purpose of the course is to teach students how to respond to and resist dark magic attacks. Its essence is practice, not theory. For example, the Muggle course of music. Of course, the class would teach the students about musical notation. But what is the use of singing with any musical instrument? That is the key. However, surprisingly, very few Slytherin students were satisfied with this class. This is because Slytherin tends to lean towards the dark side, and some students' actual parents are Death Eaters. From the perspective of the dark side, students didn't learn how to fight back, which made them very happy. Perhaps that's why Slytherin students readily accepted it, even trying to please Umbridge, hoping to drag down their own house. What surprised Edith was that Mirabelle took no special action and remained silent. Mirabelle said, "Then let's see if it's really possible to stop dark magic solely based on theory." The defense against the Dark Arts class has no hope, but that doesn't mean the others do as well. With the OWL exams approaching this year, students are being tormented by the rigorous standards of each subject. But there is good news. For some reason, Hagrid, Professor Sprout, is in charge of the care of magical creature studies. Harry's friends used to say they liked Hagrid, but from the look on their faces, it was clear they meant it sincerely. And in that class, Malfoy, as usual, took a jab at Harry, but that was just routine. Dolores Umbridge has been appointed as the first High Inquisitor. Really, there's not a single good thing coming from the Ministry of Magic. In a Slytherin girls' dormitory, Edith was reading the newspaper very angrily. Most Slytherins supported Umbridge, but some students were against her. Edith was one of the minority. She belonged to the dark side, and she was very sensible, feeling frustrated by the Ministry's pointless hindrance to learning. The only reason she was also angry was that Harry Potter was said to be lying. He really has been resurrected? Edith saw the news, tore the newspaper apart, and angrily threw it into the fireplace. Watching the scene, Mirabelle just found it funny. Angry. Edith? Of course. How can they be so foolish? Calm down. Even if you're angry, things will get better. Mirabelle waved her favorite wand and magically sent Edith a cup of iced tea. Mirabelle is exceptionally considerate. Fortunately, Potter Dumbledore will continue to be called a fraud for a period of time. Current allies are strangely few. Is there a problem? What if the Ministry falls into dark forces? It can't. Edith slammed her hand on the table, and Mirabelle was taken aback, but immediately burst into laughter again. Then, elegantly sipping her iced tea, her voice was slow. Hee, really caring friends all know why Slytherin would be. Well, just kidding. There's nothing to be done about it now. But no one doubts Potter's words. Edith held the iced tea in her mouth, looking full. The first thing Edith thought of was how good it tasted. She heard that the flavor of tea can vary depending on how it's brewed, but it was completely the same as what she usually drinks. Edith believes Mirabelle knows a lot about tea. If Granger understood how bad the situation really was, action should be taken as soon as possible, and those who believe in Potter can be protected. Harry still has a way to win. A friend can pave the way even in the most desperate situations. Currently, they are in a difficult position, but from loneliness, and Slytherin is just such a friend. That is very fortunate. No power to help. Mirabelle gently patted Edith's shoulder and said with a tender smile. Although her voice lacked that undeniable persuasive power, it had a mysterious calmness to it. Did you know? It will teach you how to use that power to protect yourself. Is it important to use that kind of power for protection? If you can do it, could it help Harry? Edith believed she could achieve such things. She was a special, talented student just like Edith. However, Edith felt she couldn't measure up to Harry, Hermione, or Mirabelle's level of talent. She had always thought so. Can you protect Harry like that? I will teach you. A year from now, you will become a wizard even more powerful than the teachers at this school. But, will it be difficult? Can I persist? Edith closed her eyes and thought for a moment. By the time she closed her eyes, she already had the answer. I want to grow stronger. I hate being left behind. I will never forget the helplessness I felt in the screaming house. Be strong, Edith Renault. Even if I succeed, I might regret it later. Mirabelle's words flashed in Edith's mind. After the events that happened in the Scream House, Edith devoted herself fully to studying and underwent magical training. Mirabelle teaches the spell of the Patronus. The desire of the heart is strange, and after learning the Patronus spell that time, Edith was afraid to stay by Mirabelle's side, feeling something unusual in her heart. She didn't know the reason, but felt that the friend standing beside her was like a huge abyss. No matter how difficult it was, she would persist. So please, Mirabelle, let me become stronger. I want to hear that answer. Mirabelle smiled with satisfaction at Edith's determined gaze. Then, placing her hand on Edith's shoulder, she cast a spell. Accompanied by a feeling of being pulled, the surrounding scenery completely changed, and they found themselves in a cave-like place. Edith looked around. Where is this? A secret chamber. The place where the basilisk once resided, a little-known area of Hogwarts. Do you think it's a nice place? How do we use apparition to get here? Haha, the school's defenses are not as perfect as imagined. Edith looked confused at Mirabelle's words. She mentioned the anti-apparition enchantment within the school. This place is covered by a barrier set up personally by Dumbledore. She knew what trick Mirabelle used, but it was ridiculous. Then let us teach you some things learned over the years. Specifically, one type of attack, 2 types of defense, 1 type of movement, and how to use nonverbal spells. All practical, combat-effective spells that can save your life. Death Eaters in battle. Some of these spells are necessary to deal with, so all of them need to be learned. There are only 4 in total. Edith looked at Mirabelle in confusion, and Mirabelle said it was all that was needed. Isn't it a bit lacking? The more spells you have, the more choices you have, and the broader your strategies should be. Perhaps noticing that gaze, Mirabelle forced a smile. I know what you mean. Edith, you want to learn more spells, right? That's right. An ideal wizard knows countless spells and can handle any situation. The more spells a wizard has, the better. This is a common consensus, and it's a fact. Mirabelle seems to acknowledge a point and asserts it correctly. But let's be clear, it's not yet that field. Even if one knows 100 spells, without a solid foundation, one cannot immediately select the appropriate one based on the situation. Only with sufficient mental speed and mastery of knowledge can countless spells become powerful weapons. However, if the learned spells can be used, they can only serve as shackles. When Mirabelle waved her wand, a whiteboard appeared from somewhere. Additionally, the pen moved on its own and drew an arrow. More arrows were added to the tip of the arrow, branching out infinitely. Thus, the branches were labeled with, like a decision tree. When unexpected situations arise, countless branches will inform one how to choose, and after making a choice, one will know what will happen and what effects will result. Hence, the branches are marked with. Under normal circumstances, one should first solidify the foundation. Through many theoretical practices and training, one should know what to do when, what kind of magic should be used in what situation. The existence of magic schools is to teach a bit of this. Up to this point, everything is fine. After graduation, one should continue to accumulate experience and knowledge through guidance, practical combat, and learning from failures and successes, solidifying the foundation of one's skills. After years of honing, those known as aurors can master countless spells for combat. Just 5 years of learning is enough to reach this level. Mirabelle explained it very clearly. Even after graduation, everyone can become like Auror, and Edith agrees. But as mentioned, there isn't enough time. It takes a year to close the gap and be able to defeat the Death Eaters. So what should we do? Well, don't rush. It's already been explained in detail that the key to battles between wizards is quick attacks or quick reactions. If one opponent strikes and controls or kills the other, then they win. It doesn't matter how many spells you remember. If you don't react quickly or are slow because of your choices, you will only be the one attacked, and you can even die using those spells. Killing Curse, control the enemy. If both conditions are met, victory is decided. Therefore, you need a spell that the enemy cannot counter, and the Killing Curse only leads to death with no way to counter it. If that's the case, you need the Disarming Charm or the Stunning Spell. Of course, I hope to learn these spells, but Edith shakes her head. Just kidding, actually Edith wants to. But even if it's a spell that will definitely kill the opponent, she can't use it because she is afraid. It would consume her mind and lead her step by step into darkness. Mirabelle smiled, as if she had anticipated Edith's reaction. Well, because of her kindness. She couldn't cast the Death Curse. The spells that could be used were a hindrance, so let's rule that option out. In that case, let's proceed with the next step. Mirabelle pointed to a rock in the distance, directing Edith's gaze there. What spell does Mirabelle teach? Mirabelle often improves or creates some spells. But are they really the same 5th grade students? Edith stared at the stone, thinking, in a duel, spells are faster than the opponent, cannot be dodged or blocked, and can sever consciousness or control the opponent. A flash appeared at Mirabelle's fingertips. Immediately after, a golden light shot from the rock. All that remained were the remnants of electricity, and the scorched rock indicated that it had been attacked. Lightning speed was the only attack magic taught. Mirabelle grinned at the astonished Edith and continued, a current of only 0.02 amperes can cause unconsciousness, while 0.05 amperes can stop breathing. If it strikes the heart, it will stop immediately, and even 0.1 amperes can kill an opponent. This means that if the casting speed is faster than the opponent's response, they will definitely be unable to defend themselves or evade. Moreover, by adjusting the current, one can easily decide the outcome from unconsciousness to immediate death. Well, even if the current is very low, if you're unlucky, you could still die, but that's about it, Mirabelle said proudly, but Edith looked at her and pulled her back. Even when Edith shook her shoulders, Mirabelle didn't stop smiling. Wait, what? It will kill. If you want to kill, just adjust the current. It's that simple, right? Even if the current is strong, it can still kill. That kind of thing is just like the coma curse. No matter what you do, if luck is on your side, the coma curse can keep someone awake. Edith slowly let go of her hand, and the curse can only kill. If used properly, it could even save lives. Edith, throwing away kindness. But if you pull the trigger on the battlefield, please hesitate. For the sake of those you want to protect. Edith looked into Mirabelle's eyes. Edith had seen those golden eyes many times, but they seemed more serious and worried than ever before. Edith swallowed hard and responded in a hoarse voice. Got it. It's stubborn. So, from now on, Mirabelle and Edith will start their secret training. At the same time, Hermione was planning for the students to self-study, but Edith had no idea. That was already in the defense against the dark arts class. In the common room, Hermione called out, as if her patience had run out. For someone who originally loved studying, nothing was more infuriating than Umbridge class. With Voldemort's resurrection this year, there should have been more focus on learning defense against the dark arts. But given the current situation, it was a miracle to keep oneself safe from Death Eaters. Something had to be done. Give poison. Shut up, Ron. Even if Hermione said to do something, it implied that Hermione wanted to kill. Or more precisely, wanted to reach Azkaban directly. Umbridge was the worst teacher. You couldn't learn anything about defense against the dark arts from her. What to do? Self-study. Hermione confidently said it was the best idea. But self-studying defense against the dark arts, practicing simple spells like the levitation charm. It was hard to learn anything if there was no teaching. But Hermione had done many things on her own. She still needed a teacher. Hermione looked at Harry, as if expecting something. But Harry understood the meaning of that look. Are you talking about Lupin? But Harry knew Lupin was very busy. Are you talking about him, Harry? Harry was startled by the bombshell Hermione dropped. What? Can he be a teacher? Harry thought Hermione was crazy, but her expression was very serious. Being a teacher is a long way off. He hasn't even reached half the level. Harry is stronger in defense against the dark arts. Besides, he has the most experience with dark magic. The gap from personal experience in fighting dark wizards can't be filled by theory or practicing a few spells. In terms of meaning, no one is more suitable than Harry. He has faced dark magic multiple times, even though each time he was hanging by a thread. Most importantly, Harry had encountered it 3 times and survived each time. He has a longer record of survival than anyone else. I agree. At least it's better than being a teacher. Ron grinned at the suggestion and agreed. But looking at Hermione, he was surprised and lowered his head. Ron would study together too, right? Ron spent a year at St. Mungo's, but since he returned, he tended to rely on his strong physique. But he would study together too. I can be sure that other students have the same idea. Just like Cedric or Edith. What to do first? Gather allies. At this time, we must unite to fight against Umbridge. Hermione took Harry's Marauder's map, wanting to see where those allies were. Cedric was in the Hufflepuff common room. The Weasley twins were in the library. What were they doing in the library? Studying materials. Luna Lovegood was in the bathroom. Angelina Johnson seemed to be in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Edith Rainagel was in the Slytherin common room. Near Edith were names like Daphne, Mary, or Rena, which Hermione remembered from school. Hermione didn't mind because those students could be friends or family visiting. There were many other students who could become allies. The days of oppression were over. From now on, we will launch a counterattack. Looking at Hermione like that, Harry sighed to himself. Edith, are you okay? In the lounge. Edith was walking down the corridor when Hermione ran towards her. Hermione immediately asked if she was okay and was curious, because Edith was next to a super dangerous object. Especially after the basilisk incident, that dangerous object was less dangerous in Hermione's mind than Voldemort. What's wrong, Hermione? Hogsmeade, maybe? I I decided to gather at a pub in Hogsmeade to discuss the issue of self-studying defense against the dark arts. Umbridge class doesn't teach real defense against the dark arts, right? Edith nodded at Hermione's words. Edith had been thinking this for a long time. Only Edith thought about the problem every time. That girl was really not suitable to be a teacher. To learn real defense against the dark arts, you need to study on your own, just as Mirabelle had foreseen. Edith nodded, her face showing no expression. Self-study is not wrong, and we should do it that way. But what to do after Umbridge? Well, I think Harry would be a good teacher. Harry? Why? What? Well, he has indeed faced fewer dark wizards. Harry is with students in the same grade, and he hasn't received special education like Mirabelle, so he can only practice those few regular defensive spells. Besides, Harry's personality is also suitable for being a teacher. If Hermione were the teacher, it would be understandable, but Harry. Hermione saw the expression on Edith's face and hurriedly explained. Because he has the most experience, and he's the only one who has truly faced Voldemort. What you're saying is not wrong, but in terms of practical experience, Harry is definitely top-notch in the school. After all, he gets involved in trouble every year, with all kinds of adventures. The Troll in the first year, Quirrell in the second, Tom Riddle in the third, Dementors in the fourth, the Triwizard Tournament, and even fighting Voldemort. But thinking about it carefully, it seems like a bit of stretch. Do you think he can do it? So, I want to know if Edith will join. Many people participated? Harry, Ron, of course, Neville, Dean, Lavender, Cedric, Peverell, Padma, Katie, Alicia, Angelina. After that, wait. Edith hurriedly shut Hermione's mouth. At the same time, Edith also accurately replied with the answer. Right, can participate. Why? Slytherin, wherever they go, are considered Umbridge spies. They want to ruin this special gathering because of that, so forget it. Really, most of the Slytherin students are with Umbridge. Malfoy is particularly active in supporting Umbridge. Edith is the same, but even so, if Slytherin students mix together, it would probably ruin the atmosphere, and some might leave because of it. Since Hermione and the others are struggling to study, trying to gain the power to fight against dark forces, Edith doesn't want to mess things up. Edith thinks she should stay away. But what if she learns defense against the dark arts and encounters dark wizards in the future? Hermione raised her voice in concern. This might make Edith a target. After all, Edith was attacked by the basilisk in her second year. Edith shook her head. It's okay. Mirabelle will study together. Beresford? Luckily, Edith and Mirabelle are from the same magical system. They can almost study side by side. So in this situation, Edith is being taught unilaterally by Mirabelle. Under Mirabelle's guidance, Edith's strength has noticeably improved. So it's fine. Don't worry, Hermione. Okay, I see. Hermione still seemed convinced, but reluctantly gave up on inviting Edith due to the complex relationship between the Slytherin and Gryffindor houses. Edith saw the disappointed look on Hermione's face and forced a smile, saying, "Good luck, Hermione. If there's a chance to participate, but only if it's dangerous. I will definitely be there. Thank you, Edith." After their conversation, Hermione ran off. Edith watched Hermione's figure disappear down the corridor, heading to her class, while praying that everything would go well for Hermione. Several weeks have passed since then. Harry's self-study sessions have been going smoothly, despite having to hide. It seems that Umbridge has discovered the self-study sessions, but has been unable to gather evidence, and always disappears down the corridors, which frustrates Umbridge. On the other hand, under Mirabelle's instruction, Edith's combat ability has greatly improved, and now, limited to dueling, she has even surpassed some 7th-year students. In the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Gryffindor won as usual, which infuriated Malfoy with his usual humiliation. Mirabelle didn't participate this year because she initially only agreed to be a seeker for Marcus. Malfoy wanted to prove himself, thinking that even without Mirabelle, he could lead the team to victory, but in the end, he was beaten up by the Weasley twins. As a Quidditch player, he was second-rate but very annoying first-rate. In the meantime, there was another thing. A group escaped from Azkaban. In the hall, serving breakfast. Mirabelle chewed on her breakfast bread while speaking with a contemptuous tone. The contempt seemed specifically aimed at the Ministry of Magic. Being told that they could return and still be rescued from prison, one could only describe the Ministry of Magic as incompetent. Having come this far, one should know that Dumbledore's words were lies. Cornelius Fudge was just a pest in the magical world. He should be locked up in Azkaban, drinking corn soup, crushing the newspaper. Mirabelle said something thoughtless, yet incredibly correct. Fortunately, Cornelius Fudge, the pest of the magical world, has not taken any countermeasures, dragging down his allies while continuing to hold power. It would be better if you were killed by the Death Eaters. While the Ministry of Magic hinders its own allies, the dark forces are steadily preparing. It does seem a bit foolish. With a Ministry of Magic like this, Wouldn't they notice an invasion? I guess. Perhaps they have already been invaded. Mirabelle finished her soup, immersed in the afterglow of the meal. After seeing the Ministry of Magic's disdain, Mirabelle managed to stay calm. Mirabelle originally hoped that the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore would slow down Voldemort's progress. But now it seems she was overly optimistic, as Mirabelle has been influenced by the Ministry to the point of being grateful. In this situation, how should Harry protect himself? This is a question worth considering. Edith. Mirabelle smiled wryly at Edith, who was still worried about Harry and the others. When a Ministry of Magic falls, what about their ability to protect themselves? She should be more concerned about herself. It's okay. Edith was actually in as much danger as Harry. She knew it herself, but Mirabelle cast a doubtful glance at Edith, who said it was fine. Edith smiled like a mischievous child, looking at Mirabelle. Because she knew the most powerful wizard would protect her, everything was fine. Mirabelle thought to herself, what kind of illusion would make one think they could protect one of the 3 magical countries, France? The symbol of order in the magical world of the French Ministry of Magic. Many workers operate there, each working to maintain public order in the magical realm. At first glance, it might look like a normal scene, but upon closer inspection, one should be able to notice something is off. All the workers have hollow eyes, functioning like machines. They even work without worrying about physical fatigue or engaging in conversation. Anyone observing would think it's normal. However, it has become something else. They have all turned into selfless puppets. The beings within the building are similar. The Ministry of Magic seems to have transformed into a machine, but 2 monsters still retain their self-awareness. Now the French Ministry of Magic is under their control. What should they do? The King of Night, speaking cheerfully, is a wizard hidden beneath a deep red hood. His dialogue partner, Grindelwald, was once a symbol of terror. Both are monsters that could shake the entire magical world even when alone, and they should belong to the clean architecture of humanity. One is cautious, preferring to work steadily. How could a cautious one plan to take over a country? Very cautiously. There is a particular satisfaction in meticulously stacking everything to ensure that preparations for action are thorough. The King of Night's robe curved his mouth into a crescent shape. That kind of sinister, evil laughter seemed to stretch his mouth to his ears. His face appeared distorted, as if revealing the monsters within himself. Fangs emerged from his open mouth, glowing faintly, as if searching for prey. Then Ireland. Ireland? Ah, it has already infiltrated the department, as if encountering some trouble to help. France has been completely controlled. If the opponent wants Ireland, then let them take it. Meanwhile, they will destroy the German Ministry of Magic. Then they will attack England. The monsters move quietly and boldly on the surface. Nothing is stopping them. The world cannot stop the emissaries of evil. Beresford returned to the main residence in the suburbs of Albania. As he entered, Mirabelle returned home and heard footsteps. Her mother, Mavis Beresford, welcomed her with a smile. A loving mother who adores her daughter eagerly awaited Mirabelle's return, and this year the longing was stronger than usual. Mirabelle comes back for Christmas every year, but this year she seems happier than ever. Welcome home, Mirabelle. How's school life, dear Mirabelle? Are you still happy? Everything is pretty good, Mom. Mirabelle handed the luggage to the servant and then headed to the living room. Heathkit Simon, who was supposed to be sitting there, was unexpectedly absent this year. At the end of the year, he suddenly contracted a mysterious illness and lost consciousness. He had not awakened since, living a better-than life in St. Mungo's, or at least that's what Mavis thought. Mirabelle knows in her heart that Heathkit has long been dead. One year, during a ritual, Mirabelle's father sacrificed his life for his daughter. St. Mungo lies in a soulless body, using a magic stone to create the illusion of life. Did Mirabelle Potter say that again? And she is still regarded as a fraud. Mavis, with her long eyelashes, sighed sadly. She secretly believed in Harry. Originally, she stood on the side of belief, but her beloved husband's change in demeanor made her feel that aside from Voldemort, nothing else seemed to be wrong. Mirabelle felt what she said was true. If so, her father could be like that. Illness, she thought, had attacked. Mavis's thoughts were not without reason. As stated, Heathkit became this way because he was attacked and fell ill. However, Mavis seemed unaware that the root cause was her beloved daughter. Think about it. Mirabelle's personal maid, Mary, knew about it too. Just a maid, could she really escape? Sighing, Mavis did not press further and lowered her face again, lost in melancholy. Mirabelle averted her gaze, recalling the year. The ceremony. Mary Orwell. The ceremony played a significant role. A significant role? The maid Mary Orwell was somewhat puzzled. Because the protagonist Mirabelle suddenly made a solemn declaration. Everything was sudden and selfish, but it was just like that. Mary didn't think much of it. Waiting for her mistress's words. The ceremony needs something. It lacks several layers of something. Does it need to buy something? Yes, it does. Mary already knew what Mirabelle wanted to do. Reveal her fangs and sever her own life. But Mary knew. Ever since Mirabelle lost her only friend, she had turned into a demon. Mirabelle had been a demon from the very beginning. What was needed was the blood of a virgin's life. Therefore, the command was to die for it, Mary. Mary pressed her lips tightly. She knew, vaguely knew that such a thing would eventually come. Even though they grew up together, she would be discarded like an old rag. This included life. As you wish, sister. Very well. Mirabelle smiled contentedly as she brushed Mary's hair. The look Mirabelle gave Mary was even more mysterious, making even those of the same gender fall for her. Don't worry, Mary. A capable servant who can be revived is easily discarded. Thank you, I'm happy. Servant? Mary revealed a sad, self-deprecating smile. They had been together, yet still couldn't become friends. The girl named Mirabelle didn't need friends at all. She needed nothing, just a girl, but that girl was already dead. There will be a heavier task. After death, the body will be rebuilt with the power of the magic stone. A body-like body, but I assure you, its specifications will undeniably be the best in the world. The best. Then, that's right, that body will be used to deceive everything. Except for one, the role that no one else could play besides you. Mary immediately understood the role she was being asked to play. Only Mary could do it. Mirabelle must continue to stay in school as she did, to avoid necessary disturbances. You will be given the power to match. A parasitic soul will assimilate with a part. It should be possible to use a power close to that, even if it would still fall short of the full power. The strength of a wizard largely depends on the soul. For example, a dark wizard may use dark magic to obtain a new body, but their magical power would greatly diminish. That is due to the power of the soul. The soul fragment of Tom Riddle's diary from the second year also used strong magic, which confirmed that magical power relies on the physical body and the soul. Can it be done? Mirabelle asked, rather than confirmed. Mirabelle never considers other people's feelings and asks about everything, confirming everything that comes out of her mouth. As for Mary, her memories of her parents are gone. In the orphanage, she has no friends, always alone. Even after being taken in, she still feels alone. Because the main thing is that she needs to look at other girls. If it could help, that would be great. The only value is to prove herself, which is what she needs. Mary's heart wavers. Her heart screams in deceit. Mirabelle? Mirabelle? What's wrong? Hearing the shout, Mirabelle opened her eyes. Looking over, Edith was watching her with a worried expression. Well, she was daydreaming during lunch. It's okay. Just a bit of light recollection. Really? Are you tired? Maybe. Even doing nothing. Being at Hogwarts feels tiring. Edith smiled wryly, seemingly agreeing with Mirabelle's words. Dolores Umbridge has been appointed as the headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The bad news is now known by all students in the school. Why is this happening? The reason is due to Harry and the organization he formed, Dumbledore's Army. Umbridge was discovered conducting defense against the dark arts training under her watch, and those supporting Dumbledore ended up being expelled from the school. The student who betrayed Harry and informed Umbridge was Marietta Edgecombe. After Dumbledore's departure, Hogwarts became Umbridge domain. An unprecedented system overturned the ability of supervisors to take points from each other, resulting in arbitrary point deductions by an investigative action group. Some Slytherin students naturally took on positions in this group. They seemed quite pleased with their newly acquired power, toys. They deducted points for no reason. Because of the Weasleys, because of their dirty blood, because of hatred, the arbitrary deductions rendered the House Cup meaningless. A bad example of letting idiots hold power. A warning. Forget it. It's useless. Edith couldn't bear to look at the fools in the investigative action group. Even if Mirabelle warned them, they wouldn't wake up. Nothing is harder to control than an idiot with power. In that case, continuing to indulge in power seems like the right choice. If warnings are useless, then just get rid of them. Don't be impulsive. There's no need. Although Edith said that, she seemed a bit pleased. Edith spoke to Mirabelle, while Mirabelle looked at her with suspicion. Just a puppet. The only one that should be gotten rid of is Umbridge. If Umbridge is kicked out of the school, then the school will return to normal. Speaking of which, the Weasley twins reminded Edith of something. The floor shook, making a sound like an explosion, interrupting her words. Hearing the noise of students arguing from upstairs, all the students in the hall headed in that direction, wanting to know what happened. The Weasley twins were the culprits of the commotion. Mirabelle and Edith nodded at each other, like students, and left the hall. Suddenly, a spark dragon rolled down the stairs, scattering countless magical fireworks. Just 1 or 2, 10, 20 gathered together, with sparks flying everywhere. What the heck? A confused Umbridge faced a firework with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Sparks scattered around it, and the rocket fireworks on the floor were also ignited. Dancing in the air, The firecrackers on the floor caused a chain explosion, which revealed another type of firework. Hurry up, Filch. Put out some of the fireworks. Umbridge's wand emitted a red light and hit a rocket firework. After being hit by Umbridge's magic, the rocket firework exploded, further increasing the damage. What are you doing, Filch? Umbridge cast a spell, but it seemed she wanted to pretend that Filch was the one who hit the firework, while she was the one who did it. Unfortunately, as a dud, Filch could use magic. It wouldn't hurt to admit her incompetence, but at least choose the right scapegoat. Umbridge cast a vanishing spell, which had the opposite effect. The firework exploded into 10 fire dragons, making it even harder to control. Filch, quickly make some fireworks disappear. Umbridge, despite her temper, Umbridge insisted on attacking the fire dragons. It changed again. Filch, sorry, headmistress. The more magic the fireworks came into contact with, the stronger their effect, as if the magic could recharge them. What a frightening thing. What was truly frightening was the Weasley brothers' ability to create such things. A fearful tragedy. But even Professor McGonagall and the other teachers were basically indifferent. On the contrary, they even made faces and called Edith nearby. Sister Rheinagel, can you run to the headmistress and tell her that there are still fireworks running away in the classroom? Oh, sure. Of course. Those fireworks were just toys in Professor McGonagall's eyes, easily eliminated. But what would they do? If you ask why, it's because they know they don't have the authority to do so, and Umbridge sets the rules. Of course, the truth is that Umbridge likes it. Malfoy, what are you doing? Hurry and help. Umbridge shouted in panic, but the shout had no effect. The reason was that the proud investigation task force was shivering in fear. After all, a bunch of fools who had no brains beyond seizing power. At that moment, what help could be expected? After all, Umbridge was the headmistress, and if she couldn't even handle the fireworks, it would be known to the outside world, and she could lose her position. The chaos caused by Fred and George had become a legend at Hogwarts. It caused serious disruption to the school, and Umbridge and Filch hadn't had a moment of peace since then. But it was all over. More and more students followed suit, starting to target the investigation task force. Garbage bombs and stink bombs were thrown in the Slytherin corridors. Peeves seemed to have found a purpose in life. Day and night, he followed Umbridge, sticking to her back and talking. Peeves kept calling for Umbridge to leave the school, to set fire to rooms, tear up important documents, and so on. Thanks to Peeves, Umbridge was now sleep-deprived and mentally breaking down. Once Umbridge was unprotected and asleep in bed, Peeves tried to throw her into the fireplace. Since meeting Mirabelle, the suppressed result had been ongoing. Happy things, of course, also came with difficulties. The O.W.L. exams, the most feared event for fifth-year students, were finally approaching. Edith had not yet decided what job she wanted to do, but in any case, it was best to aim for good grades. Good or bad grades would expand her power of choice. The exam was progressing quite smoothly. There were some wrong answers, but overall it was going well. She should be able to fight for a good score in all subjects. However, Edith lacked confidence in the literature exam. That was because Hagrid had been attacked by Aurors led by Umbridge, and McGonagall, trying to stop them, was hit by a series of stunning spells. As a result, Edith couldn't concentrate on the exam at all and submitted many blank answers. In the final history of magic exam, an incident occurred where Harry suddenly started screaming, once again disrupting her focus. As a result, she got a lot of answers wrong. But, to say, it had become a regrettable exam. I hope I could do well this time. Shouldn't I be used to getting good results? Good results in the fifth year? After the exam ended, the trek back to the dormitory was arduous. Seeing Edith like this, Mirabelle smiled wryly, as if looking at a troubled child, because some things were more troubling than studying, making it hard to concentrate. Strange. Mirabelle, can you open that gift? Does it only matter to see it at the end of the school year? Edith puffed her cheeks in response to Mirabelle's sarcastic words. The gift she was talking about was the Christmas gift exchanged every year. Last year, Mirabelle had given Edith a three-headed dragon statue, but this year, Mirabelle had given Edith something unfamiliar. That was because Edith knew what was inside. It was carefully crafted with protective magic and could only be opened at the right moment. Edith said that was why she couldn't focus on her studies. Of course, it was just an excuse. Well, let's look forward to it, Mirabelle confidently said as she continued walking. Edith, oh, Hermione. On the way back to the dormitory, she bumped into Hermione, who had just come from the classroom. A group had gathered together, including Harry, Hermione, Cedric, Ron, Ginny Weasley, and the Ravenclaw oddball Luna Lovegood. They trembled for a moment, as if doing something sneaky, but upon recognizing Edith, their faces relaxed. Edith, just in time. What's wrong, Hermione? It's urgent. Can you help? Hermione's words puzzled Edith, but one look at Hermione's expression made it clear something was wrong. Edith quickly nodded. What happened? Sirius has been captured by Voldemort. He's being tortured. What? Edith's eyes widened at Harry's impatient voice. She knew Sirius. In their third year, she had seen him in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius was Harry's godfather. Why would he suddenly be captured? But she understood. Sirius should be in a very safe place. Why was he suddenly captured? She thought it could be a trap set by Voldemort. Harry must have dreamt about it, which is how he knew that Sirius was captured. But Dumbledore had taught Harry how to block his mind. So why did they think Voldemort was using some kind of connection to lure Harry? Hermione's concern was understandable. Edith remained calm and analyzed the situation clearly. So, they needed to confirm that Sirius was still safe. For that, they had to get into Umbridge's office, the only room in the whole school that could still contact the outside world. Mirabelle interrupted Hermione's explanation. Although Mirabelle was a fearful student, she was at least more reliable. Recently, Umbridge had been very cautious. She felt that as soon as she stepped into the office, she would be discovered and caught. What should she do? A simple thing. There was no need to resort to foolish means to keep her out. Mirabelle showed a strong smile, with her right hand holding a purple lightning bolt. To eliminate. Using force. In a sense, it was a simple and understandable answer. Everyone, including Hermione, was very surprised. But it seemed that only Harry felt a sense of anticipation. After all, he was the one most oppressed by Umbridge in the school. If Mirabelle attacked Umbridge, Harry's inner dark joy would be uncontrollable. Wait, Mirabelle, it's fine. Anyway, having stayed at Hogwarts for so long, it doesn't really matter if I die or live. Edith tried to stop her, but Mirabelle could not be stopped. Eliminating Umbridge was already a decision in her heart. Regardless of whether Potter's dream was really a trap, it meant that Voldemort had already taken action. In this way, the facts that the Ministry of Magic had been concealing would be made public. Who would still care about Umbridge's life or death then? Voldemort's actions would soon be exposed to everyone's view, which meant that what Harry and Dumbledore had said was indeed true. If such a situation occurred, public opinion would turn against the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge, who was trying hard to obstruct Dumbledore in the school, would likely be directly abandoned by the Ministry of Magic. Mirabelle led the family to Umbridge's room and opened the door without hesitation. She bluntly said, "Hey, what is the matter? Hurry up." At this point, Hermione's plan fell apart. The original plan was to find Umbridge first, lead her in the opposite direction, and then create some chaos to keep her occupied. Mirabelle's violent handling directly caused Hermione's plan to fail. As she spoke, Mirabelle walked towards the door and happened to spot Malfoy nearby. Mirabelle immediately pointed her wand at Malfoy and threw a stunning spell at his face. Before Malfoy could react to what was happening, he was knocked down to the ground. "What are you looking at?" Harry swallowed and walked towards the fireplace. Mirabelle really relied on her teammates. She quickly dashed to the fireplace, grabbed the Floo powder, and threw it into the hearth. The Floo powder not only allowed travel, but also connected one fireplace to another, just like it connected to Harry in the Gryffindor common room. Grimmauld Place. Number 12. Harry stuck his head into the fireplace. Umbridge rushed in hurriedly. When Umbridge saw Mirabelle, she looked quite surprised. "Beresford, what happened?" No reply was needed. Mirabelle's violence towards women, in terms of words. Mirabelle silently drew her wand and swung it at Umbridge's face. Umbridge didn't even have time to react. She continuously cast the stunning spell at Umbridge, who rolled her eyes back. Mirabelle grabbed her hair and kicked it into the disappearing cabinet. How cheap. It was a bit extreme, but Mirabelle was still as ruthless as before. Oof. She had already shown some mercy, Mirabelle said, staring at the cabinet with clear, piercing eyes, then quickly looked away and returned to the room where Harry and the others were. After that, Edith chased after her. When they returned to the office, they found Crabbe and Goyle fighting Neville. From the situation, it appeared that members of the two investigative teams were trying to capture Harry, while Neville, completely unaware of what was happening, was standing up to help his friend Harry. Mirabelle used the stunning spell to knock Crabbe out from behind and threw the unconscious body into a nearby trash bin. What happened? Sirius. It must be the Department of Mysteries. That dream was about the Department of Mysteries, Harry screamed in response to Mirabelle's question. He began to pace the room in frustration. Just as he said, if they go to the Department of Mysteries now, Sirius will be killed. But Harry's broomstick is currently being guarded by a troll. How frustrating. And he still didn't know the situation. Harry fell silent at Hermione's words. The Department of Mysteries, they needed transportation. The fireplace in Umbridge's office leads to London. However, the broomstick, which was their means of transportation, was stuck. Take it, Harry said impatiently. Harry wanted to fly away immediately. If that dream was real, Sirius was currently being tortured, so wasting every second would only increase his suffering. He dashed toward the basement, with Mirabelle right behind him. On the way, Malfoy was waking up, and Mirabelle stepped on him and knocked him out again. When they reached the basement, a huge troll was standing by a thick iron door. But Mirabelle saw that the troll was just a pile of rotten meat. There was nothing to be afraid of. Mirabelle's speed in drawing her wand is much faster than Harry's. In Mirabelle's words, battles between wizards mainly depend on quick reflexes and rapid attacks. Quickly drawing the wand, swiftly pointing it at the opponent, and then quickly casting spells are the three rapid actions. Generally, ordinary enemies have basic reactions, even if they do react. They often have no time to counter or evade. Of course, this is limited to ordinary wizards. Thunderbolt spell. The blue and gold electric strikes from the two wands hit the giant's chest. The direct hit to the chest, even for a giant with high magical resistance, is unbearable and stimulates the heart. The giant's massive body tilted, and it started to foam at the mouth, becoming dizzy. All right, faster. Once again, pay attention to the starting movements. Edith. The two toppled giants simultaneously cast a spell. The unique guardian spell of Mirabelle. After training since the 3rd grade, Edith finally learned magic after 2 years. Summon the guardian. Behind Mirabelle, there was an invisible guardian emitting a silver glow. It transformed like a boggart, turning into a knight in western armor. On the other side, a Pegasus appeared behind Edith, a horse with white wings. The horse looked like it was summoned by a Slytherin student, as many Slytherin students summoned cold-blooded creatures like snakes or lizards. The knight rode on the back of that horse, charging straight for the door. As the two guardians collided with the door, they used their hands and feet, launching an attack against it. Open. The attacks of the two guardians on the iron door screeched, cracked, and finally shattered. Harry was stunned. From the beginning until now, he had done nothing but silently watch the two showcase their spells. Amazing. When will Hermione, who is capable of such magic, stop rolling her eyes and stare at Edith? Clearly, Mirabelle was strong, but Edith was even more surprising. Well, talking while flying. Time is tight, right? Edith awkwardly scratched her cheek and pointed to the broomstick. Harry quickly changed his mind and picked up the broomstick. I'll handle this myself, he said while looking at Ginny. The Ministry of Magic may be Voldemort's place. That is a very dangerous place where one could die. So Harry wanted to take Ginny and Ron with him. Among the members present, only Hermione and Cedric could help Harry, but Edith, a reliable companion, had already proven her abilities up to this point. Mirabelle, at least the ability to affirm, even a sense of reassurance. In terms of perspective, no matter what happens, it seems the only one who can protect the home is alive. So, in such a situation, regardless of the tyrant, the home is willing to accept it. Indeed, the same worry about the Wolf Star. Harry tried to make Ginny back down, but Ginny showed no signs of retreating. Neville, Luna, and Ron also nodded. Harry, establishing a plan for practical combat, found it difficult to just say it casually. Now, it's too late to want to retreat, Harry. No thought of staying behind. Harry knew he should feel surprised and pleased by the bravery of his companions. Casting a complex glance. All right, let's go together. Harry regretted wasting time on arguments. Harry climbed onto the firebolt, soaring high towards the Ministry of Magic. After a long flight on broomsticks, Harry and his group burst into the Ministry of Magic, entering the Department of Mysteries. Aside from Harry, there was not a sound, and it was very dark inside. The only source of light was a candle leaning against the wall. The blue flames flickered, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The most troublesome thing was the circular room filled with many doors, not knowing which one to choose. In Harry's dreams, he had seen the entrance from the opposite direction, but every time he entered the secret chamber, the circular room would rotate, making it impossible to locate the door's position. Hermione had marked the room they entered, so they would return to the same place. But even so, there were still a dozen doors, not knowing which was the correct one. Entering one room led to a dimly lit rectangular chamber. At the heart was a hollow space with steep steps leading down. Harry walked around the staircase of the room, moving towards the center. There was a stone platform with a stone archway facing it. A black veil draped over the archway, billowing quietly even without wind. Who was there? Harry restrained the urge to look behind the veil. When he peeked around the back of the archway, there was nothing. It was strange. Harry confirmed there was no hiding place there. Yet he still felt something was there. He even thought he heard whispers. What is that? Who is there? If I pass through the stone archway and slip under the veil, what might I find? Harry thought secretly. Harry, let's go. He heard a voice inside. Did you not hear? There is no sound at all. Harry. Hermione gripped Harry's arm in fear, trying to pull him back. But Harry refused. He was very tempted to slip under the veil, as if he had been invited. However, Mirabelle grabbed his arm. Stop, Potter. If you go in there, you will never come back. Huh? Not even the Ministry dares to approach there. I don't even know who made the stone archway or when it was made. The ministry only knows one thing. It always wants to pull others in. If you succumb to the temptation and enter, you will never be able to return. Harry was astonished to see Mirabelle. Cold sweat trickled down Harry's back. Mirabelle stared at the stone archway with a look of caution that Harry had never seen before. It was presumed to be the world beyond death. But who knew if it was real or how dangerous it might be? Even so, they dared to approach. Gulping, Harry shook his head, trying to ignore that voice. Mirabelle was scared, and it frightened Harry too. Ginny, staring wide-eyed at the stone archway, was clearly confused as well, and the group hurried into the room. Afterward, they reached a locked room, but Harry dreamt that the lock prevented Voldemort from entering. When they opened the door to the adjacent room, there was beauty, diamond-like lights. The room was filled with various clocks, an absolutely dreamlike space. It was the room where Sirius was tortured. Harry hurriedly wanted to rush in. Anxious, Harry thought that if facing that, he should be more focused. But, even with Edith reminding Harry, he couldn't control his sense of deviation. That guy Sirius was in there. They passed rows of tables, through a crystal clock, until they reached the innermost door. Inside, everyone's expressions tensed. Aside from Mirabelle, everyone else had their wands drawn, looking tense. They slowly opened the door and walked in. The room had nothing but towering shelves. Glass orbs were tightly placed on the shelves. Did they notice anything strange? It was quiet, and someone was being tortured inside. As soon as they entered the room, Mirabelle and Edith noticed some oddities. It was very strange. There wasn't a sound. If Sirius was being tortured, as Harry said, there should be screams or cries. But there was nothing at all. What was going on? They were ready to counter any traps, leaning against the glowing blue candlelight. After a while, Harry seemed to have found his destination. When Harry saw a shelf marked 97, he said, "It's here," and then entered the adjacent room. But there was nothing, not even signs of a struggle. Sirius should be nearby, in some place close. Harry's voice was mixed with obvious excitement. As Hermione said, was it just an ordinary dream caused by missing Sirius? Reluctantly, Harry began to search the shelves, one after another. After taking so many risks to come here, only to find nothing, it was a misunderstanding caused by an ordinary dream that Harry couldn't accept, not knowing how to face his companions along the way. Mirabelle grabbed Harry's shoulder to stop him. "Potter, Sirius Black is being tempted by Voldemort." "Huh? Did you find something?" "Look." Mirabelle pointed at a dusty glass ball on the shelf. It was engraved with Harry's name and the date of 2016. Harry reached out to take it, but Mirabelle interrupted again. "A prophecy, Potter." "A prophecy? The fate of Voldemort is already written. It's all about what you think. That's why I showed you a dream and brought you here. The glass ball cannot take anything but itself." Mirabelle raised the corners of her mouth and turned her gaze to the back. There was nothing there, but while speaking, it was as if she had already seen the lurking enemy in the darkness. "Right? Lucius Malfoy." The darkness clearly heard the sound of breathing. In an instant, Harry turned around, ready with his wand. At the same time, a pale-faced man with sharp features approached, looking pleased. Moreover, there were a dozen shadowy figures following behind him. "Damn Beresford." Lucius showed his anger and pointed his wand at Mirabelle. "Hand over that glass ball, Harry Potter. If you don't, someone will get hurt. If you hand it over, will it really cause someone to get hurt?" Harry scoffed. Did Lucius really think Harry would be deceived by such a childish statement? "Sirius, where are you? You don't need to say it twice, Potter." Sirius Black was never caught. Mirabelle attempted to correct Harry's thoughts, but Harry wanted to admit it. He wanted to acknowledge that laughing foolishly had put his friends in danger. Knowing the mood, he chuckled under his hood. The woman's voice was cold enough to send chills down his spine. The woman's voice made his skin crawl. Ron, startled, hurriedly wanted to launch an attack, but Harry quietly stopped him. "Don't move." Harry decided so because the opponent hadn't attacked yet. In other words, the opponent would attack easily for some reason. Harry knew he needed the fragile crystal ball. Hey, did you hear that? A fight? Giving orders to the kids. From a woman's perspective, Harry's bravery seemed like a laughable bluff. The Death Eaters also mocked Harry's recklessness. "Does it look a lot like your father, huh? Now, Potter, hand over the prophecy." Harry wanted to, still wanting the prophecy. The reason for the attack. As Mirabelle said, the prophecy ball could only be taken by itself. The reason it called to him in dreams. He knew what the prophecy ball was, but only it could attack first. Therefore, it seemed he still needed to persuade one more time. Would the girl, who tormented his companion in front of him, listen obediently? The woman drew her wand, as if she had become numb to Harry's refusal to obey. But at the same time, Mirabelle moved and cast a spell. Shatter. Mirabelle's wand cast a cutting spell, tearing the woman's long robe and blooming a flower of blood. It was the first time Harry saw the woman's face. The face of the witch from a newspaper. Bellatrix Lestrange, a dark-haired witch with a devilish appearance, was glaring at Mirabelle with bulging eyes. Reckless, Death Eater. Remember, think, girl. Mirabelle glanced at Bellatrix, who seemed to be casting a spell, and snorted. But Harry knew that the situation was already on the brink of explosion. Mirabelle smiled comfortably and pointed her wand at the Death Eaters. Potter, hand over the prophecy ball from shelf. It really looks like you want the prophecy ball to use as a shield. To be honest, Harry trusted Mirabelle. Harry also wanted to find a way to break through the encirclement, and that was a fact. He wanted to, but Mirabelle's combat power was definitely not to be underestimated. However, Harry didn't want to entrust his own prophecy ball to anyone else. After a mental battle, Harry chose to hand the prophecy ball to Mirabelle. Slowly, he picked up the ball from the shelf and handed it to Mirabelle. Potter, take a step back and try to protect it. Wait, what are you saying? You want to kill Harry? Hermione Granger opposed putting Harry in the line of fire, but Mirabelle coldly explained a reason. The attack aimed to destroy the prophecy ball, but it was also very strange. If Harry were killed, then Harry's prophecy ball would become irrelevant. The prophecy ball itself was self-explanatory. It meant that killing Harry was unintentional, most likely because of the Master. Voldemort wanted to kill Harry himself and dared to defy Voldemort's orders. The Death Eaters did not respond to Mirabelle's explanation, but silence was the most eloquent affirmation. Mirabelle held the prophecy ball, and Bellatrix gritted her teeth in frustration upon seeing it. Don't move, or I'll crush the ball, she warned. Oh, you think your attack is faster than crushing the ball? Unless you want to provoke the Master's wrath, right? Listening to Mirabelle's words, Bellatrix's teeth ground in anger. The situation was overwhelmingly in her favor, but with just a prophecy ball, it had turned the disadvantage around. For the Death Eaters, they would rather die than provoke Voldemort. If they failed to meet Voldemort's expectations, they knew what kind of punishment awaited them. Mirabelle accurately struck at the psychological harm, halting the actions. Realizing the situation had reached a stalemate, Harry timidly spoke up. What prophecy? What prophecy? Are you joking, Harry Potter? Joking. Why do you want to know? About Voldemort? When Harry mentioned Voldemort's name, Bellatrix's face twisted. A half-blood has spoken the beloved Master's name. So angry, Bellatrix's forehead was veined, unable to hide her fury, daring to speak the Master's name. Suddenly, Bellatrix's words were interrupted by the sharp sound of shattering glass. The silver Patronus that emerged from behind Mirabelle was smashing some of the glass orbs on the shelf. The sound of the prophecy erupted, a deafening chorus that left the Death Eaters pale. The prophecy orbs they were thinking of were still in Mirabelle's hands. However, Mirabelle hesitated not to destroy the prophecy orbs, causing the Death Eaters to feel uneasy. No need to say pointless nonsense, Bellatrix replied, answering nonsensically like an idiot. Harry clearly felt trapped, but Mirabelle acted as if she had surrounded the Death Eaters. Bellatrix was furious, biting her lip but unable to move. The Master's command is absolute. It can let that prophecy or be broken, all caught in the robes. Don't be noticed, Mirabelle whispered. Edith quickly understood what it meant. Grabbing Mirabelle's robe and holding Harry's hand, Mirabelle's phantom shifted, taking the family away from here. Harry tried to suppress the joy that was about to appear on his face. That's right, one more move. Mirabelle's self-improved disillusionment charm. Knowing the principle, even within the barrier, Mirabelle should still be able to use the disillusionment charm. Once Harry understood this, he grabbed Hermione's clothes. Once everyone was connected, they would use the disillusionment charm to escape and then return to school. The prophecy about Potter and Voldemort. And Voldemort seems to be obsessed with something else. Please tell me the details of the prophecy you have in mind. Hermione held hands with Ron and Cedric, while Mirabelle was talking to gain some time. Cedric held hands with Ginny, Ginny with Luna, and Luna with Neville, forming a complete connection. Mirabelle received Edith's signal and nodded. Taking her wand and gathering magical power, Mirabelle set off to create a giant souvenir, gorgeous and powerful, making enough noise to attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic officials. She changed her mind, suddenly wanting to hear the details of the prophecy. Electricity burst from the tip of her wand, binding the Death Eaters. The strongest shock destroyed the shells and crushed the flower boards, creating a huge roar. At the same time, Mirabelle imagined the outside of the Ministry of Magic and used apparition. In an instant, the Death Eaters could no longer stop her from leaving. Harry and the others were sure they could be safe, their faces showing a look of relief. But bad things always happen at the most beautiful moments. Harry, Godfather. Just then, Sirius Black, who had been searching, appeared. He hadn't been caught by the Death Eaters, but found Harry in Voldemort's trap, rushing to the battlefield to save his beloved Harry. At the moment of successful retreat, Harry let go. Hurry up, hand. Edith hurriedly tried to reconnect their hands. But it was too late. Mirabelle's mobile magic was completed at an incredible speed, successfully allowing Edith to escape the scene. That's right, leaving Harry's members behind. As the sound echoed, Mirabelle and Edith vanished. Harry saw this and realized he had missed the best opportunity to leave. Most importantly, he had left his friends behind. How foolish, how selfish. Harry's selfishness and stupidity deprived his friends of the chance to escape. With the arrival of the Order of the Phoenix, the scene became incredibly chaotic, and Harry was lost in self-blame. Harry, Hermione, no, what to do? It was all his fault. He should let go. It was his fault. Let go, Potter. And then, it was a strange coincidence that Sirius Black was outside the Ministry. Edith was in a panic. Harry's friends were surrounded by Death Eaters. Edith held Harry's hand. Afraid of being discovered by the Death Eaters, Edith only lightly touched Harry. If she held Harry's hand tighter, fearing that the Death Eaters would catch them, they wouldn't have escaped. We have to go back. We need to help Harry. Calm down, Edith. It's already a battlefield between the Order and the Death Eaters. It's too dangerous now. But, what should we do? We have to do something. Mirabelle grabbed Edith's shoulders, tears welling up in Edith's eyes. Edith, what can we do even if we go back? I just saw the faces of that group coming in. Besides Wolf Starblack, there were also Aura Mad-Eye Moody and Nymphadora Tonks. I also saw Remus Lupin and Kingsley Shacklebolt from the third year. They are all top-notch wizards with more experience and capability. It's clear that the situation within the Department of Mysteries is serious. But without a doubt, it will definitely be a chaotic battle. Mirabelle believes that bringing Edith back to safety is only a student, no matter how well trained. But Hermione is still inside. If something happens, Potter will be killed. Granger is smart and will definitely survive. Then what about Ginny, Cedric, and Ron Luna? Edith's cries were ruthlessly answered by Mirabelle. Mirabelle wanted to lie and comfort, but even if she lied, the truth would soon be discovered. So Mirabelle only spoke the harsh truth. Well, maybe everyone will die. What can be done after that? Very harsh words, but also effective arguments. She was protecting herself, yet worried about others, jumping into a dangerous whirlpool to help. Becoming a burden. Reckless. Edith understood this herself. However, even with this understanding, the light in her eyes did not change. She knew she could do anything, but if she abandoned Hermione and let her die like that, she would regret it for the rest of her life. So, Mirabelle bit her lip and looked at Edith. Should she knock her out? Forcefully interrupt the foolish thoughts. But she knew that if she did, it would leave a scar of regret in her heart. So what would she do? What choice would she make in such a situation? Mirabelle? Edith called out strangely, as Mirabelle moved slightly with her eyes closed. Then Mirabelle slowly opened her eyes and stared straight at her friend. Even if the place seemed very dangerous, there was no guarantee of protection. Well, she could die if caught, and she might be tortured, right? Answering was really giving her a headache. Really super kind. Not all like Slytherin. She really understood why Edith was in Slytherin. Mirabelle's friend sighed deliberately, while the Slytherin friend had exceptionally clear eyes. Mirabelle hid the prophecy ball in the nearby bushes and cast a camouflage spell on it, according to J.K. Rowling's official website, Poirot. Truly hopeless, truly lacking in boundaries. Thinking of doing foolish things. Idiotic, clumsy, and actually accompanying it, Merlin's beard. Edith cried upon hearing all this. Forever away from her side. It's very dangerous inside. If you don't stop, you could die, or worse. Thank you, Mirabelle. Mirabelle firmly held onto Edith and smiled. Friend. The word friend felt strange to Mirabelle. She didn't even understand what it meant, thinking it had nothing to do with her. But the current Mirabelle felt odd. Edith, huh? She thought it would be better to start from the first year, but what about now? It was a strange question. It was as if her current self was the same as her past self. But without hesitation, Edith smiled and replied. It felt like Mirabelle had suddenly become more amiable this year. Something had changed. Really? Even if we're the same, we're still friends. Upon hearing the answer, Mirabelle narrowed her eyes as if she saw something dazzling and smiled while stroking Edith's head. She said a quiet thank you in a voice only she could hear. Edith, Actually, there's something I've been keeping secret since returning from the Department of Mysteries. Would you like to hear about it? It's okay. We can talk about it slowly after we get back. Mirabelle was very happy, holding Edith's hand. The current place was an extremely dangerous dead end. But they could die. They could be hurt. With a vow, she was determined to stand by her first true friend. "Let's go, Edith. Let's go, Mirabelle." Mirabelle smiled at Edith. That was the kindest face Edith had ever seen, and it was very young and beautiful. Edith's escape with Mirabelle broke the deadlock. As Mirabelle left with the prophecy ball, the Death Eaters hesitated no longer and began their attack, turning everyone except Harry into targets for murder. But Harry was quick. He immediately cast a spell on the prophecy ball stand, causing many prophecy balls to fall and provide cover for their escape. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm, returned to the entrance of the prophecy room, and confirmed that the members, including Sirius, had passed through the door before closing it. "Sirius, you idiot! Where are you running to?" Moody shouted. Harry quickly opened his mouth to simply explain the situation. "The Death Eaters are coming. We have to get out now. Quick, go to the door, block the entrance." Harry tried to protest against leaving Sirius behind. However, Cedric grabbed his shoulder and gave him a stern look. If they escaped through the entrance, Sirius would never make it out. Feeling exposed to Cedric's accusing gaze, Harry clenched his fists in frustration. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The door was broken down, and the Death Eaters surged in. The Order of the Phoenix was facing them head-on, and the Department of Mysteries instantly turned into a battlefield, filled with flashes of light. Harry and the others moved toward the entrance, but encountered trouble. The room was a circular hall with many doors, and every time they entered one, it would rotate. In other words, it was uncertain where each door led or where they should go. "What do we do, Harry? We can't just stand here. Any door will do, just go in." Harry, Hermione, and Cedric dashed into one door and locked it behind them. However, perhaps due to the lack of prior arrangement, Ginny, Neville, Ron, and Luna all went through another door. There was no turning back. Even if they wanted to now, the doors would change every time, making it impossible to figure out where they had entered. The room Harry and the others entered seemed like a place they had never been before. Around them, there were tables and chairs, and a cabinet filled with hourglasses of various shapes. Time turners. Are all the time turners in that cabinet? After a moment of hesitation, Harry reached into the cabinet and took one of the time turners. Of course, doing so without permission amounted to theft. But in the current situation, he couldn't afford to think about that. Besides, the time turner might become a powerful trump card. Perhaps it could turn the desperate situation around. Hermione looked at Harry with reproachful eyes, but said nothing, as if she agreed that the current situation was more urgent than the theft. Almost simultaneously, there was a knock on the door, and Harry and the others quickly hid under the table. "Potter, where are you?" 3 Death Eaters burst into the room looking for Harry. Had the Order of the Phoenix been defeated? Was Sirius okay? Harry felt anxious, gripping his wand, and cast a spell from under the table. Stupefied, he hit the leading Death Eater, causing him to collapse. At the same time, the other 2 Death Eaters pointed their wands at Harry, but Cedric and Hermione were quicker. The second and third strongest competitors of their year swiftly waved their wands, casting spells that sent the 2 Death Eaters flying. One fell to the ground. The other, a hedgehog-haired man, was knocked back and crashed into a large bell. A bizarre thing suddenly happened. The man's head shrank, his hair and beard receded, transforming into a baby. The room seemed to retreat. Harry's face turned pale from the bizarre sight, and Cedric immediately spun his wand, casting a stunning spell. Hermione gasped, but the baby-headed Death Eater was blown away and fell to the ground, unconscious. "How can you hurt a child?" "Calm down, Granger," Cedric said calmly. "The noise from just now will definitely attract attention from outside. We can't get tangled up in the baby issue right now." The second wave of Death Eaters seemed to be on their way, but they could attack at any moment. "No matter what, we can't let our guard down." Back to the entrance. "Okay, going back is dangerous, but staying here is pointless." Cautiously, they pushed the door back into the circular room. Then they encountered 2 Death Eaters, who were merrily approaching Harry. The Order of the Phoenix seemed outnumbered. Harry saw Tonks tumble down the stairs and heard Bellatrix's triumphant laughter. Moody was down, leaving only Sirius, Lupin, and Kingsley desperately fighting back. Silencio. Hermione's spell hit one of the Death Eaters, silencing him. The man opened and closed his mouth, waving his wand with a mocking smile. Purple flames shot out, hitting Hermione in the chest, and she flew away like a kite with a broken string. "Hermione!" Harry rushed to hold her body. She was still breathing, but her consciousness seemed to have completely shut down, with not a single movement, not even a twitch. Cedric aimed his wand at the man who was about to wave his wand, and a flash of light appeared. But it only grazed the Death Eater. The mask was blown off, revealing his true face. Antonin Dolohov. Cedric recognized him from the newspaper. Antonin had murdered a man named Pruitt. Antonin waved his wand, and Cedric was instantly knocked to the ground. Suddenly, the door behind Antonin opened, and Luna jumped in. Luna cast a stunning spell on Antonin's head, knocking him unconscious. In that critical moment, Harry hadn't expected Luna to save them. "Is everyone okay?" Luna shouted, stepping on the fallen Death Eater's face to ensure he was unconscious. Neville and Ginny followed behind, but looked very strange. Ginny was hopping, while Neville had a silly grin on his face. "What's going on?" Ron was nowhere to be found. It seemed that only Luna was uninjured. "Luna, what happened?" Neville got hit by some kind of spell, and Ginny was hit by a shattering curse. A Death Eater had grabbed Ginny's ankle, and she could only use the shattering curse to attack the Death Eater. "I see. But what about Ron?" "He's still fighting the Death Eaters." The Dumbledore's army was regrouping, but only a few were still able to fight. Hermione and Cedric were unconscious, and Ginny and Neville were incapacitated. Only Harry and Luna remained. But to be honest, they both felt weak. Could they really leave alive? Harry's mind was filled with the fear of the unknown. In the Department of Mysteries, a long arm reached for a prophecy ball hidden among the shrubs. It belonged to a figure in a deep red robe. Golden hair peeked out from the edges of the robe, and golden eyes shone brightly. The figure placed the prophecy ball into their robe, looked up at the Ministry of Magic, and then smiled as they walked toward it. No matter what, they had to get out of there first. Harry carried Hermione on his back, pulling Neville's arm. Luna dragged Cedric, while Ginny stumbled behind them. But at the most critical moment, several Death Eaters charged in, and Harry quickly slipped into the nearest door. Where does this lead? To the entrance? Harry thought, looking around, but quickly realized he had once again chosen the wrong target. On the contrary, things were getting worse. The way led to the Room of Death, that stone archway. Alohomora! At the same time, the door was opened again, and Death Eaters rushed in. Luna hurried to close the door, but a red flash hit her chest, sending her flying. Luna fell to the ground, motionless like Hermione, leaving Harry even more cornered. 5 Death Eaters had already entered, but now only Harry was left to fight. Harry desperately countered with spells, using nearby cover to evade. Harry was now in a desperate situation. Captured was only a matter of time. "What do you do, Potter?" Lucius Malfoy said menacingly, removing his mask. There was no one left to protect Harry. Lucius grinned, seemingly confident of his victory, and said to Harry, "I will kill you." "My lord, wait. I will bring you to him. Even if I don't get the prophecy ball, it doesn't matter." Lucius slowly approached him. "Is this how it ends?" With nowhere to escape, he gripped his wand tightly. But it seemed luck had not abandoned Harry yet. Sirius, Kingsley, and Lupin rushed in. After knocking the Death Eaters away one by one, they charged in. "Harry, get out of here!" When Harry saw the reinforcements coming, his cheeks broke into a smile. But it didn't mean they were safe yet. The Death Eaters charged in after Sirius, lining up against Lucius. Among them was Bellatrix. "Want to fight for precious, Potter? How shameful, pure blood. You have no right to say that, Bellatrix." Sirius's wand flashed as he released a spell, intending to defeat her. It was a deadly battle, completely different from a usual duel. Bellatrix's spell was dodged by Sirius, while Sirius's magic grazed Bellatrix's cheek. "Huh, this time I aimed for your head." Sirius dodged Bellatrix's magic, taunting her, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Although Sirius appeared relaxed, he was actually just putting on a brave front, trying to draw Bellatrix's attention to buy time for Harry's friends. But bad things followed one after another. Bellatrix's wand emitted a red flash that ultimately struck Sirius in the chest, sending him flying. His body arced through the air, being sucked into that ancient and terrifying archway. Harry looked towards Sirius, trying to reach him, but his hand couldn't grasp him. As his godfather was pulled into the archway, Harry's face displayed a mix of fear and shock. Harry ran towards his godfather. "I won't let you go." At that critical moment, Edith and Mirabelle appeared, grabbing Sirius and pulling him back. "Edith, Mirabelle." The 2 girls fell in front of Harry, who cheered in joy and helped Sirius up. He was gravely injured, unable to move, but he was alive. More good news followed. Harry's most trusted ally, Dumbledore, arrived by his side. Dumbledore and Mirabelle formed the strongest lineup Harry could think of. The 2 were now standing shoulder to shoulder, fighting against the Death Eaters. "Unbelievable, Headmaster." Even you would be surprised, Mirabelle. 2 Death Eaters pointed their wands at the 2 who were conversing. Rolf, the brother of Bellatrix's husband, was among them. But when Mirabelle pointed her wand at Dumbledore, the counterattack had already begun. Mirabelle Dumbledore waved her wand with dazzling speed, casting spells and crashing into the wall. It should have been done earlier. She would have sent Edith back to the battlefield. Dumbledore looked down at the sulking Mirabelle, as if smiling. It was like a grandfather being overjoyed at his grandson's growth, his gaze full of affection. Mirabelle was very happy. "What? Do you remember?" 3 years, they said. is the greatest treasure of friendship? But the answer is needed. Dumbledore was talking about the quarrel between second-year Mirabelle and Edith. At that time, Mirabelle valued her friend, a heartless devil, but inside, Mirabelle was the same. Mirabelle values friendship, protection, and standing on the battlefield. Dumbledore is glad for Mirabelle's growth. Let's fight together, Mirabelle. For the future of the magical world, the magical community will lend a helping hand for the sake of friends. I see. I understand now. I'm very happy. Mirabelle was calm, and Dumbledore laughed heartily. Suddenly, his expression turned into that of a hunter driving away enemies, sharply piercing through the faces of the foes. Let's go. Mirabelle slashed with her wand. Dumbledore waved his wand. A golden explosion surged, and red streaks illuminated the Department of Mysteries. Mirabelle struck a Death Eater fiercely with her vampire wand, while Dumbledore aimed at Lucius Malfoy behind her. Dumbledore's magic activated a golden bronze statue, which subdued the Death Eaters one by one, while Mirabelle's electric shock pierced through to Lucan Wood, who was aiming at her back. It was a performance, as beautiful as a dance, which seemed to turn into a stage for Mirabelle and Dumbledore. The elegant one manipulated many brightly colored flashes. They shot at enemies, blocked enemy attacks, and covered each other's gaps. The ordinary could achieve a duet, performed by two top wizards for the family. In the end, they turned to cast spells at Harry and Edith, correcting and targeting the Death Eater Nott, who was pointing his wand at Harry. Nott, hit by both spells, rolled on the floor, and finally moved no more. Edith and Harry watched the performance with their mouths agape, which is 2 spells. They had expelled over 10 Death Eaters unilaterally, a young talent from a new generation of the magical world's top white wizards. The power of 2 generations dispersed the dark clouds of the past in a dance, allowing everyone to feel an unprecedented hope. Only Bellatrix Lestrange was left. Defeating her would mean capturing them all, and this matter would be considered finished. Dumbledore and Mirabelle sprinted side by side, closing the distance to Bellatrix. Damn it! Bellatrix was frightened and quickly cast a killing curse, but it was blocked by Dumbledore's golden statue. The lightning released by Mirabelle's lost wand burned Bellatrix's arm, causing her wand to slip from her hand. It's over. The outcome is decided. 2 wands raised, Bellatrix is struck down. Harry cried. We won. Bellatrix is disarmed. We will be freed from the nightmare of the Department of Mysteries. We won. Edith also firmly believes in victory. The combination of the old and the young can crush any obstacle. Everyone is deeply convinced of this, but the situation began to develop further from within. Just as Mirabelle was preparing to deliver the final blow to Bellatrix, she spotted something at the edge of her vision. There, a figure resembling someone present was seen. Just at that moment, when Edith pointed her wand near Harry, Dumbledore noticed a moment too late. Mirabelle, Dumbledore, saw a pale face, wielding a wand to cast magic with a look of victory, a pair of terrifying red eyes, a narrow nostril, and a mouth that seemed to be torn back to the ears. Without a doubt, it was Voldemort, the Dark Lord. The heart cried out, "Where is Harry?" It was precisely at this moment that he would act. In a place where light and darkness were merely a second apart, Mirabelle took the initiative. Using a short-range invisibility spell, she protected Harry Edith. However, the invisibility spell could only be cast at short range, and its defensive magic was insufficient. But the invisibility spell could ultimately only make one invisible. It had no defensive function, and if it failed, Harry Edith would eventually be attacked. But Mirabelle's plan was simply to delay for 1 second. Mirabelle ultimately used herself as a shield. Even the spell was pure magic. She wrapped it around her body, opened her arms, and welcomed Voldemort's attack. A flash exploded. After the dazzling light faded, Edith slowly opened her eyes. What happened? Am I still alive? Why am I still alive? She raised her head, seeking answers to her questions. And then she saw it. Ah! A sound filled with despair escaped her lips. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She wanted to believe. Ah! Standing there, protecting, was the silhouette of her friend. The once beautiful golden hair was singed, clothes burned, and skin ragged and charred. And that was Mirabelle's back, covered in blood, fresh enough to make her want to cover her eyes. Truly, tears streamed down her face as she watched Mirabelle's body slowly tilt, helplessly falling to the ground, as if in slow motion, not even moving a finger. Ah! Mirabelle! No! Hold on, don't sleep, Mirabelle! Edith screamed like a clear-minded woman, holding Mirabelle in her arms. But she was shocked by the feeling of helplessness in her own body. The lifeless body made her feel that no restorative magic could save her. She opened her mouth to say something, but only red blood spilled from her lips. Harry's face turned pale after seeing this, and anger and sorrow flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. In contrast, Bellatrix let out a high-pitched laugh. Ha 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 ha. She's dead. She's dead. That damn Beresford girl is dead. Oh, not completely dead yet, but she'll be soon. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Edith even heard Bellatrix's exuberant laughter. Edith's mind went blank, and her throat burned. She couldn't believe the scene before her was real. Her mind refused to accept it, and her heart ached. Mirabelle was trying to say something, but her mouth was making a popping sound from the blood she was spitting out. A faint voice, if one concentrated, could even hear something. Were you hurt? No, no, because Mirabelle protected. Good. It's okay, don't talk. She was already about to pass out, so in the end, she wanted to tell. Despite breathing painfully, Mirabelle didn't stop talking. Weakly grasping Edith's hand, she squeezed and said, Sister Mirabelle. What? Edith's mind was a blank. Mirabelle? What does it mean? Looking back, it seems like everything has changed in a year. The physical body, a replica created by my sister. Only the soul has been transferred into the physical body, just a substitute for my sister. I'm sorry for deceiving you all a year. I must apologize for this. Is it a counterfeit? The most precious, the heaviest friend. Mirabelle, resembling Mirabelle, smiled gently. As if hearing just a few words, there would be no regrets. She stroked Edith's cheek, her expression warm and her movements graceful, something the real Mirabelle could always do. Thank you for knowing what to say at the right moment. It was already very heavy. The year spent together was truly joyful, with tears of gratitude overflowing from the girl who played the role. Because it was the last time, because it was the last selfishness. So please, dear Lord, just for a moment, I want to put down the responsibilities of being a substitute and allow myself to be myself. Thank you for the love. Edith's only friend, Mirabelle. The friend Edith called had stopped moving, her face still smiling. But the girl did not move. Edith called out frantically or shook her. Hey, you're just joking, right? You're really just asleep, right? Shake. Edith trembled again and again, unable to accept reality. A lie. Edith believed she was just sleeping. Like a broken machine, she shook again and again. Her hand was stopped by Lupin. Stop. Edith left. She would never return. Tears welled up in Edith's eyes. Endless. Clear droplets flowed down her cheeks, watering the broken girl. But the girl no longer moved. No more talking, no more laughing. Edith had lost her best friend. Edith let out a silent scream. She tried to call her name, but she couldn't do it. She couldn't shout. Edith knew the name. Ha ha ha. She's dead. That thick-skinned girl is dead. Sadness will soon send her to the same place. Bellatrix twisted her face happily and picked up her wand. Then she pointed the wand at the sorrowful Edith. No need for sadness. Send her to the same place. To be with friends on the other side, happily together. But inside, she noticed something strange. The strange wand was showing itself. Not just the wand, but the whole arm was visible. Oh, send her to a suitable place as well. A voice rang out. It was quiet and elegant. A familiar girl's voice. The voice of Mirabelle lying there. Everyone turned their gaze to the source of the voice. They saw it. A bloody arm extended from Bellatrix's chest. Nice to meet you, Lestrange. Unable to understand what was happening, the voice's owner spoke from behind Bellatrix. The one dressed in a deep red robe. Golden hair peeked out from the hem of the robe, and fangs grew from her mouth. Death pulled the arm out from Bellatrix's body and used the other hand to slice Bellatrix's neck. Just like that. The dark-haired witch's head fell off her neck, as if severed by a thread. A chilling sight, and the one creating this scene leisurely pulled off Harry's robe. A nostalgic scene. Seeing that nothing was wrong, they felt relieved. The first thing that caught their eye was the shiny golden hair, seemingly made of gold thread. The golden hair sparkled like gold wire, and the golden eyes contained a mesmerizing light, as if they could see everything. White, translucent skin. Like a curse, it attracted others. An overwhelming obsession that terrified. It had been a long time since they had seen so many misunderstandings. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. A year changes quite a bit. She looked just like a year ago. Lying there, Mirabelle truly looked exactly the same as a year ago. Undoubtedly, the original. Mirabelle Beresford was just the owner of the girl who had just fallen. Everyone doubted their eyes at the sight. They were all swallowed by this overwhelming presence. Indeed, it had always been a fearsome girl. But what? Is Mirabelle Beresford really that fearful of the existence? Mirabelle actually killed her most trusted subordinate in front of Voldemort. And surprisingly, Voldemort didn't get angry. It seemed he was wary of Mirabelle. Mirabelle scoffed, seemingly mocking, as she took a glass orb from her robe and threw it to the ground, as if to show something. At first, Voldemort didn't know what it was, but when he understood, his face turned pale. That, the prophecy he had thought of. But Voldemort began to rise as he had imagined. What? When reflecting on a year's worth of actions, Voldemort felt very disappointed. He had thought it would at least bring down the Ministry of Magic. Mirabelle stood high above Voldemort, a provocation. She genuinely found Voldemort's supposed power amusing and entertaining. What a proud year, yet she had gained nothing. The Dark Lord knows everything, Beresford. Everything in the British magical world. This year he had achieved nothing. Just third-rate bluster. Voldemort roared, condemning Mirabelle. But her face remained unmoved. On the contrary, her smile twisted in delight. Harry vaguely understood Mirabelle's emotions. Happiness, just like the protagonist in a story hiding their power, but feeling pleasure when seeing someone boast about their strength. Mirabelle exuded a sense of satisfaction. Harry caught a glimpse of it on her face. The Dark Lord knew nothing. Ha ha ha. What is so funny? Hey, Voldemort, did you really think you accomplished anything this year? Really think you did nothing? Even finding a decoy to distract attention? Laughable, Mirabelle laughed, filled with superiority. A twisted expression, as if showing off a new toy to a child too poor to buy one. A malicious display, unlike the decoy Mary, who had spent the entire year with Edith. Never behaved like this, having been abroad all year, unaware that the decoy ensured nothing was realized domestically. Mirabelle, telling all along. Only now noticing Dumbledore, like the snake over there, quick-witted, but he was getting old and confused. Dumbledore's complexion turned pale, in stark contrast to Mirabelle's increasingly amused face. Right? Up until now, he had been in Germany, at the home of the German Ministry of Magic's minister. By the way, until 6 months ago, he was still living at the home of the French Ministry of Magic's minister. As a top position in the magical world, quite comfortable. Harry, Dumbledore, and Voldemort all looked pale. The reality was so mundane, far beyond the worst-case scenario, that they forgot how to think. The magical world of France and Germany had already been taken over. Every official of the Ministry of Magic was now a servant. A group of obedient puppet corpses, called dead, just smiled and died. Ireland had also fallen under their control. The Empire. Mirabelle, what have you done? Dumbledore's outrage did not reach Mirabelle. She snorted again and continued speaking. Look, Voldemort, this is the difference. While chasing a glass ball, I've already embraced the magical world of 3 regions. Mirabelle said triumphantly as she stepped on the fallen glass ball. The year has ended in vain. How do you feel, Voldemort? Like a treasure map desperately searching for treasure, with the box containing the best adventure of treasures so far? Oh, hey, don't be so angry. Your blood pressure is rising so high. You look like an octopus. The angrier Voldemort got, the happier Mirabelle became. Harry remembered. Oh, Mirabelle, the real Mirabelle Beresford. Malice continues to rise endlessly, the evil that the substitute can never reach. What is Mirabelle doing? Has she already conquered 3 magical realms and is now attacking England? Dumbledore's question. But Mirabelle's answer was unexpected. Facing Dumbledore, who was serious, Mirabelle resumed a serious expression and said, Hey, does Dumbledore think the magical world in England is corrupt? In the past year, he must have seen with his own eyes how corrupt the Ministry of Magic is. Not just the Ministry, but the entire magical world is in need of salvation from corruption. These words are true, even though Dumbledore is willing to admit it. The Ministry is greedy for power, blind to the facts, and drags allies down. Even the entire magical world supports such corruption and decay. In the past year, Harry and Dumbledore have seen all the ugliness. The rotten branches need to be pruned. But if it's rotten from the root, what should be done? Does the Empire feel the need to replace the whole tree? Don't joke, everyone in the field thinks so. A chill runs down the spine. The hair on the whole body stands up. A woman can do it anyway. So, we need to burn whatever has made the magical world what it is today. Can do it, to achieve it. Now it can be done. Ireland, France, Germany, with all the power, turn the magical realm of Britain to ashes. Madness. Simply endless madness. An ideal world. An ideal nation. An ideal in exchange for an ideal. For this, trample on everything, destroy everything, and even create thousands of tragedies. The magical world has been rotting, perhaps since the moment the founders of Hogwarts fell apart. Even earlier, the only way to correct it, to make it right, is to completely end the magical realm of England. Foolish. Beresford, want to turn the magical realm, so much great, history of generations, into ashes. Exactly. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Erase the stupidity from history and return everything to a blank slate. Then start the ideal magical country created by Mirabelle, where only the chosen can live. Crazy. So now everyone really believes it. A darkness, justice, and evil force that has surpassed all the words depicted. What is this girl thinking? Her ideas are simply unprecedented, and Voldemort's evil face seems childish. Crazy, crazy Beresford. If everything in the world is crazy, then that means the only thing normal. Mirabelle didn't think she could be wrong. Always right. Some opposing views are wrong. Believing in something can waver, but she didn't waver. She would hesitate. Once she decided on the right answer, she would act regardless of the mistake. She could also forcibly turn a mistake into the correct answer. A kind of madness occupied the girl's entire being. Did she find it strange at first? Did she really think the current state of the magical world was correct? The minority exists only in hundreds, each country establishing communities, repeating incest, repeatedly inheriting degeneration, and gradually declining. The incompetence solely relying on bloodline selection is rampant, uprooting the tender sprouts, and facing external enemies without even uniting, crushing each other instead. If the weak races of the magical world accepted Muggle newborns, they would perish, yet they fail to notice one thing. They continue to repeat the same mistakes, and even now continue to decline. This is the magical world of today. This is the truth of the world established by the so-called great and foolish generations. Mirabelle spoke with eyes full of anger. Pure bloodlines are the cancer of the magical world. The rejection of Muggles? Truly foolish. After repeated incest, how can there be no development? If such things continue to be allowed, the only thing left for wizards will be extinction. The magical world must change, and it will change. It will destroy the ancient history and free the magical world from stagnation. Ignorance. How many will be sacrificed? How many innocents will cry? Can you understand? Dumbledore's anger is undoubtedly revealed in Mirabelle's defense. It may succeed, but no matter how overwhelming the talent, nothing can be achieved without sacrifice. The revolution will flow with blood and tears. Dumbledore sighed, but Mirabelle returned his gaze with even more anger. What qualifications do you have to say such things? What? Qualifications? You, who once ruled the magical world with wisdom, handed it over to incompetent fools like Fudge. I want to ask, someone who tolerates corruption, shirks responsibility, and doesn't even have the courage to bear the responsibility of the magical world. Can you criticize? Do you have the qualifications, Albus Dumbledore? This is the anger directed at Dumbledore, because it is believed that he should stand at the pinnacle of the magical world and take on the responsibilities of the strong. It is an outpouring of anger towards Dumbledore, who has always escaped. There is a determination to take on the responsibilities of the magical world, to establish an ideal world at the end of blood and tears sacrifice. No matter how many sacrifices it takes, one must be willing to stain oneself with blood to establish an ideal future. Can you do it, Dumbledore? Tell me, can you? Will you be able to bear countless responsibilities and sacrifices, or will you laugh it off, trample it underfoot, and continue on? If so, then just keep your mouth shut and continue being a coward. The world should be ruled by Mirabelle Beresford. Mirabelle can no longer be persuaded. Words cannot reach her. To speak is to seek justice, yet everything is just noise in the face of it. Dumbledore's face twisted with sorrow and anger, gritting his teeth. It's a pity. Mirabelle, what a pity. I'm glad to see you can understand the importance of the bonds of friendship. The kindness of that girl in the substitute role gave hope. But to speak, nothing has changed. It has become even more vicious than before. Friendship, haha. Cough, cough. I am truly sorry, Dumbledore. Why does understanding those things only make one weaker? What about Edith? What does that girl crying over there have to do with this? Dumbledore shouted angrily, waving his wand as if casting a spell. Mirabelle's response glanced at Edith, as if just noticing her, and cast an emotionless gaze. Only Mirabelle knew what kind of emotions were contained in that look. However, she turned her gaze back to Dumbledore and uttered a sentence. Well, even if it's part-time, I can enjoy 4 years as a student. But after all, it was just a preparatory period for accumulating strength, and she felt it was something of great value. The light of playing with friends came to an end. Edith was stunned. The friendship with the substitute Mirabelle was sincere. Even if it was a disguise, there was a solid bond there. But what about the friendship with the real Mirabelle? Was it fake? Tears streamed down her face. Her heart cried out. Don't say that. I want to see or hear something again. But Mirabelle paid no mind to Edith, turning to face Dumbledore. Had she already fallen to such a degree? Mirabelle Beresford. Not fallen, just reached an understanding of the truth. Dumbledore drew his wand, and Mirabelle raised her hand. An explosion, a flash. The magic cast by the wand collided with the magic released from her fingers, producing a tremendous roar. Magic without a wand. Dumbledore is at the level of the first white wizard. As Mirabelle looked down with a cold smile, a destructive spell flew from the opposite direction. An incredibly powerful strike. However, Mirabelle merely smiled and turned the stones on the ground into a shield, deflecting it. An interesting spell. Is an improved version of the killing curse. A PowerPoint, specifically prepared. Voldemort let out a frustrated huff at Mirabelle, who had taken no damage. Mirabelle is floating in the air without a broom, looking around at the ground. There's a lot of garbage. Should I clean it up first? Mirabelle showed a cruel expression of delight. Her mouth twisted into a crescent shape. Then she reached into the void and summoned a ball of golden flames from it. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Lupin, and Kingsley quickly cast the shield charm to protect Harry and others, but to no avail. Evil spirit fire. With this declaration, the flames shot out in all directions. But they avoided Harry. Dumbledore, Edith, and others were consumed by the flames, devouring the fallen Death Eaters. Rufus, Ravisthan, Antonin, Alhushtish, Lucius Crabbe Goyle Knott, Avery, Jagson, and many other Death Eaters. In an instant, the Department of Mysteries was engulfed in flames, and the Death Eaters caught in the fire let out desperate screams. The attack had defeated those who had lost their combat power. Harry frowned at the cruelty, showing a look of disgust. Trash should be burned. Most of the Death Eaters perished in the attack. Only 4 survived. Lucius, Walton, Augustus, and Yaxley. From dozens of Death Eaters present, only 4 remained. Even their faces and arms bore ugly burns, and some wounds caused by the evil spirit fire would never heal. Voldemort was enraged and cast the killing curse. However, Mirabelle swatted it away as if swatting a mosquito. Why did Mirabelle kill? There's no strength left to resist. A foolish question, Dumbledore. Why ask? Why burn the trash? Burning trash requires no reason. Every old-fashioned pure-blood trash will be disposed of without exception. Dumbledore believed that everyone deserves a second chance. So why let Lucius and the other Death Eaters go, allowing them to return to their lives? But Mirabelle believed that was a mistake. She exploited the warmth given to her. If mercy is granted, mistakes will be made again, just like now. Well, they should have lived peacefully, but returned to being Death Eaters. The compassion that should have been given resulted in a merciless end. They deserved it. Mirabelle's hand conjured a golden lightning bolt, crackling sharply. The doppelganger used a paralyzing current against the opponent. Clearly a lethal current, meant only to kill the opponent. Lucius Malfoy. A golden shock shot from her hand. A flash of lightning. The speed of the lightning was so fast that there was no time to react. But the attack was blocked by a defensive spell. What is Harry Potter doing? Harry protected Lucius. He raised his phoenix feather wand, glaring at Mirabelle, breathing heavily. In his eyes, there was an undeniable, righteous light. It was clear that the boy had endured a lot of hardship. Yet he was still a son. Why protect? The hatred. He wanted to hit her face until it swelled. But that didn't mean he had the power to kill. Still helping others like always. Despite her bad habits, Mirabelle raised her hand to Harry in a mocking tone. But the magic was already unleashed and in motion. Dumbledore faced Voldemort, who was holding his wand, in a standoff with Mirabelle. Dumbledore thought, Voldemort, Mirabelle, both equally dangerous. If I stop now, the magical world will go blind. Stand up. As the protector of the magical world, as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, most importantly, as Albus Dumbledore, I will never allow the magical world to be destroyed. I will not let hope be strangled. Voldemort thought Dumbledore and Harry Potter are sworn enemies to be defeated. But the more dangerous demon is Mirabelle. If I stop Mirabelle Beresford, everything the magical world has built so far will come to an end. Then let us eliminate them all. No matter if it's Dumbledore in my way or the boy Harry Potter mentioned in the prophecy. Most importantly, that arrogant golden demon. Let it be known, the terror of the magical world, the Dark Lord Voldemort. Watching the two, Mirabelle revealed a warlike, twisted smile. Being in the midst of two battling forces has become quite interesting. Dumbledore, the guardian of the magical world. Voldemort, the old-fashioned ideology. Unavoidably, they will block the path of fate. Therefore, it must be buried. Cut off the rotting roots. Tom Mirabelle entered the wrong path, a mistake. Therefore, it must be stopped. To sever the chains of evil, I will cut through the ambition. Dumbledore's expression shifted from a calm demeanor to a demonic one. He removed the mask of the kind teacher, determined to avenge his students for the future. Those who defy the Dark Lord face cruel ends. Today, he will stand with those who show compassion. The scene of resistance will be the best proof. The atmosphere around Voldemort twisted, emanating a sense of dread. Fear of the magical world. Harry felt a chill down his spine, realizing that the Dark Lord's incarnation was about to unleash all its power. Very well. The symbol of justice Dumbledore. The symbol of evil Voldemort. They will personally extinguish both, starting from here. They will forge the history of a new magical world from here. Mirabelle was surrounded by golden flames, and the wands raised by the first White Wizard and the Dark Lord represented their respective beliefs. Harry stared blankly. It had begun. A terrifying battle that had never been seen or experienced. A fight among wizards filled with fear, where even the slightest action could affect the future of the magical world. A pinnacle battle that was utterly unimaginable. Mirabelle raised her hand. Dumbledore raised his wand. Voldemort waved his wand. Then, the entire Ministry of Magic trembled like an earthquake. Voldemort initiated the battle with the killing curse, the greatest curse of death, which was released like a breath of air. It flew towards Dumbledore, missing its mark, seemingly because Voldemort was still focused on Mirabelle, causing a moment of distraction. Dumbledore quickly waved his wand, casting a spell. The power of the spell was so great that even Harry, watching from a distance, felt his hair stand on end. But Voldemort conjured a silver shield from the air to deflect it, while Mirabelle dodged it at incredible speed. Mirabelle's figure became blurred, transforming into a golden flash, appearing behind Voldemort. But Voldemort instantly spun around and vanished. Then he appeared behind Mirabelle, shooting flames, which she effortlessly dispersed with her hands. Planning to kill Dumbledore? Voldemort roared angrily at Dumbledore for not using lethal spells. Do you think such barbaric behavior is appropriate? As you know, Tom, there are ways to destroy. Dumbledore said calmly, waving his wand. Immediately, the bronze statues around them began to rise and move. Numerous bronze warrior statues, controlled by one known as the greatest in the magical world. The bronze statues possessed a secret technique that repelled magic, known as the Mage Killer, with overwhelming power. The strong warriors charged valiantly under the old wizard's command. Of course, the lives taken were enough to say, "There is nothing more to fear than death, Dumbledore. You are terribly mistaken." A half-horse statue charged in front of Dumbledore to block Voldemort's spell. But Voldemort was not the only one fighting. A blonde girl casually crushed, tore apart, and smashed the approaching warrior statues. That's why you pursue immortality, Dark Lord. In short, only a coward fears death. Mirabelle used her 10 fingers as a wand, casting a series of spells. Death, coma, machinery, petrification, explosion, shattering. Each spell was imbued with deadly power, unleashed with a speed as relentless as a machine gun. Toppling the bronze statue to the ground, it shattered walls, drilled through the floor, and even made the armor creak and break. Voldemort gritted his teeth, blocking the errant spells as pain twisted his face. The girl, stronger than in battle? The difference between Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Mirabelle was significant. The most notable difference was that she was very young, at a stage of growth that could be described as immature. She had not yet reached her peak, whereas he had already stalled his growth there. This meant he would never grow further, having given up on growth. But how can one think like that? Forever in a stage of growth, a state of perpetual perfection. In other words, not reaching the pinnacle as an endpoint. What if those traits remained unchanged? Would it mean that a monster would continue to grow indefinitely? Fool! Voldemort shook off the disturbing thoughts that flitted through his mind. Such a monster could not exist. Voldemort reinforced his protective spells to rid himself of fear. A series of spells, which could be described as awe-inspiring, felt cold nonetheless. Despite this, Dumbledore remained unafraid. With a flick of his wand, he repelled the magical onslaught with a single strike, pushing it back. Mirabelle was repelled by an abnormal magical force and crashed into a wall. Then, waving her wand like a whip, she shot fine flames from the tip, wrapping around the girl. Yet, even so, Mirabelle still wore a faint smile. She understood, after all, that it was a fight. In the blink of an eye, she dashed to Dumbledore's side and raised her arm. The demon's claws tore through steel as if it were paper. But upon reaching Dumbledore, the slightest movement of his wand conjured a protective armor that repelled the attack. Moreover, as if to create an opening, a group of snakes coiled around Mirabelle's arm. The Dark Lord summoned hundreds of snakes, directing them at the tyrant. Venomous fangs surged, leaving no room for escape. In a moment of intersection, the last waiting snake's corpse was ripped apart within a tenth of a second. A supernatural ability created by a girl. A skill that transcends reason, making time itself stop. Just like that, a slender leg kicked, sending Dumbledore's body flying. If Dumbledore were an ordinary man, a single whip kick would have ended his ordinary life. No matter how beautiful the disguise, he was still just a trapped Dumbledore. Only a frightened old man trying to escape from his mistakes, afraid to move forward. Could anything stop a being destined to progress forever? A fire serpent struck from behind the girl. However, a golden nine-headed giant dragon intercepted the fire serpent. In another moment, Mirabelle moved in front of Voldemort and raised her right arm. Voldemort immediately reacted and tried to escape, but seemingly anticipating something. Mirabelle also shifted and jumped in front of Voldemort, like a lamb afraid of death. But, entering the path of decay, to achieve eternal domination, to escape death and become decayed, to forever defeat, to dominate and become decayed. The flight shattered Voldemort's defensive spell, smashing his wand and sending him flying. Dumbledore's shattering spell also flew through the air, hitting Mirabelle. But Mirabelle did not stop her actions. Even as her own body was blown away, she counterattacked Dumbledore. Dumbledore immediately cast a protective armor, but the shield creaked, forcing him to retreat against the wall. The situation on the battlefield had become most advantageous for Mirabelle. Dumbledore and Voldemort still had their physical capabilities, avoiding the battlefield, constantly worrying about various issues. But Mirabelle, with her speed, closed the distance in an instant, and her magic, even using her wand, required no prior movements. The vampire's anti-magic ability was affected by some spells, allowing her to move more freely than before. The battle between the strongest seemed evenly matched, but slowly it began to tilt towards Mirabelle. Monster, Harry thought. Voldemort and Dumbledore. Although both were claimed to be the strongest in the magical world, they were being pushed back by a girl. Perhaps in a one-on-one fight, the outcome might have been different. However, the three-way situation was extremely favorable for both. Even so, the reason they could fight to this point was that both were the strongest beings. If they were ordinary wizards, they would have died long ago. Scared. Terrified. Harry was terrified. His legs trembled, his teeth chattered. He had never felt such fear, not even when surrounded by the resurrected Voldemort. But just looking at the girl made him feel afraid. What can I do? The boy who lived, but all he did was tremble in fear. Yet even so, if he took action, it would all be too late. Even if just a little bit, he wanted to do something to help Dumbledore. Driven by impatience, Harry shouted with his wand, "Disarm." It was clearly a calm attack, a suicidal act. Interrupting the battle among the three with such a spell was utterly foolish. Mirabelle, hit directly by the spell, looked at Harry as if she were unharmed. "What are you doing?" Fearful, very fearful. Just the exchange of glances made Harry feel like a weak creature. He felt like a mouse presenting a lion's face. What? What to do? I want to use magic to stop the monster. Piercing fear. In terror, Harry used a piercing curse, a spell of mercy. Normally, it was a spell Harry would always cast, but he used a spell of mercy. However, Mirabelle, struck by the piercing curse, did not become angry. On the contrary, she seemed very pleased. She even felt the sensation of piercing pain. Well done, Potter. I like it a bit. No matter how nice you say it, when it comes to doing it, you will still choose to do what you must. Unrestrained by those dreadful moral codes, you can also conduct ruthless attacks. But you're still kind, still so gentle. Do you know, Potter? When casting the piercing curse, one needs a sadistic heart. Only then can one torment the opponent, as an example. Mirabelle explained, and then cast a spell on Harry. The moment it struck, Harry felt an intense pain like he had never experienced before. The pain was excruciating, making him feel nauseous. It was unbearable, as if the skin all over his body had been scraped off with a knife. Needles were piercing his fingertips, his nails were being ripped off, and a burning hot iron plate was pressing down on him. When it was hot, it felt like being on a burning pyre, and when it was cold, it felt like being completely naked and trapped in ice. The intense pain felt as if his nerves were exposed and being filed away. It was horrifying, as if his insides were being ripped out while still alive. The Cruciatus curse weakened his sanity. It hurt so much, please just kill me, compared to this pain. What is death? Please. As such pleas filled his mind, the pain finally ended, and he rolled on the ground, breathing roughly. That was the true Cruciatus curse. At one time, the caster should imagine a type of suffering, their heart filled with the hatred of torment. Mirabelle murmured to herself, raising her hand towards Harry. The protagonist, if killed, would forever know where the story would end. But Mirabelle didn't care what would happen to the world. The outcome was irrelevant, because it would be destroyed eventually regardless. Typically, if one understands the original work, they would kill the protagonist first. That is to try to make the story better. But Mirabelle was trying to destroy the story. So, There was no reason to hesitate. Thunderbolt. A blue lightning struck Mirabelle, causing her body to stiffen slightly. The magic just now was a spell created by Mirabelle herself. If there was any other magic being used, it must have been Mary, the follower, in disguise. However, for the first time, she knew that there was a third person who could use magic. Even Mirabelle didn't know. Mirabelle looked at Edith in surprise. Her eyes wet with tears, but she stared at Mirabelle with a broken heart. I am surprised, Edith. When did you learn that spell? A dear friend taught me. A dear friend? Huh? I see. Mary taught you magic without permission. She really seems to like you. Mirabelle's tone was calm, not angry despite being attacked. As for Mirabelle, Edith's electroshocks were merely a resistance to love. She smiled, thinking, without harboring any feelings of anger. Mirabelle attacked mercilessly, even though she found it quite amusing. Mirabelle pointed her finger at Edith, who quickly raised her wand. Forget all. Supreme armor. A transparent film appeared before Edith, turning the dim light upside down. As a defensive spell, it had the strongest power for perfect protection. It was a spell usually learned at a certain age range. From this, one could see how high Mary's teaching level was. Oh, she teaches this too? It must be quite a difficult spell. Is Mary really suited to be a teacher? Looking at the lifeless servant, Mirabelle reassessed. To be honest, it was surprisingly impressive. A truly remarkable talent. If she knew how to use such talents, Mirabelle would definitely adopt her methods. Then, Mirabelle extended a silver arm. An aggressive guardian magic was unleashed to attack her opponent. However, Edith quickly summoned her own guardian, which countered Mirabelle's guardian. Stopped from attacking, Mirabelle let out a joyful laugh. She understood what it truly meant to reach this point in just a year, how a substitute could teach so much. What? One should understand the absolute difference between them, as the power gained was undeniable. It was precisely because so much effort was put in that she could see clearly what could only be vaguely felt by others. Edith's mind had already acknowledged a certain point, having even touched upon Mirabelle's level of obedience. Edith re-integer. She couldn't bear to let such young talent be scattered. One must die together with Dumbledore or Voldemort. Following, standing beside the qualification, Edith wanted to grasp Mirabelle's outstretched hand. If only she could thoughtfully grasp that hand, how happy she would be. The images of the 4 years spent with Mirabelle flowed through Edith's mind, making her heart tremble. In that year, she must have realized something. She must have recognized how foolish those who now claimed to lead the magical world were. And she must have been angered by their incompetence. Edith's thoughts paused. Of course, she denied it, feeling indignant about the Ministry of Magic's incompetence. She felt anger towards the newspapers, shock at their foolish actions, even wishing she could resign. It would be better to die directly. So, the only reason Voldemort was allowed to invade so easily was incompetence. How could they be qualified to govern the magical world? Or did Edith want to join those idiots and become their enemy? Such thoughts shocked Edith. Her will, her determination, her perseverance were all shaken, knowing right from wrong. It was as if Mirabelle spoke to fill the gap in her heart. She would build it. She would change the world, a world that discriminated because of its birth, a world that was rotting. One should live in such a world. Holding the hand, Edith, it felt as if Edith's heart was saying, holding that hand, wishing for her friend to laugh again. The reason of the heart also spoke. It's useless to go against it. Holding hands is wise. But something within her said, the path she is walking is one that betrays Harry and his friends. Edith wavered, knowing what to do, hearing a panicked voice. What on earth is going on? What has happened to the Ministry of Magic? Minister Cornelius Fudge and Menioris. Upon seeing that face, Mirabelle's expression changed instantly. Like a predator facing prey it had hunted for years, she wore a smile full of anger and hatred, leaping forward like a beast. Run, Cornelius! Dumbledore's voice reached his ears, but the confused, sluggish Fudge was unable to move. The Aurors who intercepted immediately cast a spell at Mirabelle, but it had no effect at all. The golden demon curse rushed forward, cutting down the Aurors in its path. Decapitating heads, piercing hearts, tearing open entrails, slicing throats, splitting bodies in half, crushing skulls. Creating a deep red hellish map, she approached Fudge, then tore his entire body apart and turned it into minced meat. Poor Percy Weasley. The only survivor crouched and trembled, watching Dumbledore fall into an unstoppable tragedy. Despite being in such a dire situation, Mirabelle's expression didn't change at all, and she even used magic to wash away the blood. Then noticing Percy Weasley, she raised her hand. Stop! Harry jumped, his throat rising with anger. A dismemberment curse was released as quickly as possible from his wand. It was the best choice he could make. The spell was released with unprecedented power, slicing through Mirabelle's wrist. Since the battle began, it was the first time Mirabelle's face showed true surprise. She never expected that with Harry's skills. She would cut her own arm. Mirabelle stared at the arm that was missing from the wrist for a while. Then it regenerated to show Harry. What? A scene that could happen. A scene that should happen. The severed arm grew back. It was supposed to happen. And now Dumbledore, Harry, and Edith all understood. So that was the reason for everything. Everything that was said was true. The girl really did regenerate. To Harry Potter's surprise, he sincerely admitted that he seemed to have underestimated it. He thought he had fully grasped the explosive power, but it went further. The monster truly was an unbeatable monster. As she spoke, Mirabelle radiated an even more dazzling light, covering the Department of Mysteries. Her golden hair rippled, the weight of magic pressing down on her, even though she had not yet cast any spells. The monster finally revealed its true form, those eyes stained with mad colors shining brightly. The bloodstained Department of Mysteries. The monster's robe opened, sliding towards the fortunate boy. Dumbledore cast a spell with his wand, followed closely by Voldemort. But Mirabelle easily dodged Dumbledore's attack, turned to Voldemort, and slashed his arm. Fresh blood splattered, and Voldemort's arm dropped. The attack was enough to sever the entire bone. Voldemort's magic could easily heal his arm, but in such a battle, missing an arm would weaken his combat power. Then she cast a disarming spell on Dumbledore, knocking his wand away, and prepared for the final blow. Dumbledore narrowly dodged at the critical moment, but the speed difference between the monsters was evident. Mirabelle quickly moved to Dumbledore's side, deeply cutting into his leg, knocking the old man to the ground. As she attempted to deliver the final third strike, she caught his arm. Why stop, Grindelwald? It was interesting, Beresford. That golden-haired, beautiful youth named Grindelwald. Mirabelle was also wearing a deep red dress and had fangs in her mouth. Dumbledore's face was painted with surprise as he recognized the young figure. Long time no see, old friend, he said. But now, it was better not to say much. Dumbledore was mumbling, unable to believe it, while the young figure ignored him and grabbed Mirabelle's arm. Mirabelle looks quite satisfied, as the fun has been interrupted, but the young seem unwilling to back down. Mirabelle placed her claws on the young one's neck, slowly inserting them. Crimson blood then flowed down the neck, and the young face twisted slightly in pain. Explain. Why the interruption? Tell me, will you playing it now? Have you forgotten the purpose? Will you lead France and Germany to destroy the magical world of Britain? I understand. Why stop the killing of Dumbledore? No. It would be much easier to destroy the wizarding world of Britain, wouldn't it? Mirabelle dug her extended nails in deeper. Blood spat from the young mouth. Sweat rolled down the face. However, she remained calm, speaking softly. Because of the prey, she accepted the proposal, agreeing to let Dumbledore handle it. If someone tried to take something from her, she would remain silent as well. A few seconds of staring. But eventually, Mirabelle let out a sigh. She withdrew her hand from the throat, turned around, and looked quite bored. She knew what she wanted, but fighting amongst themselves was indeed pointless. Respecting the will of the other. Thank you. But if someone blocked her way, she would think carefully, as she had no ability to survive from their hands. She knew. Mirabelle closed her eyes in boredom and retracted her nails. The golden light that had just enveloped the entire Department of Mysteries disappeared, and the pressure was lifted. You've lived long enough, Dumbledore. If you can't stop it, you should continue to live as a coward. You should understand the gap between them. Mirabelle turned gracefully and walked away, not believing she would be attacked from behind. She was convinced that the field was not foolish enough to commit such a suicidal act. It assured her that the only outcome for those who dared to stand was death. But she liked the talent. If followed, it guaranteed to take away any life except for Voldemort's. If willing, it offered eternal life. There was even a voice that felt pity. It was warm, sweet, and unapologetically selfish. A tyrant's temptation, caring little for the plight of others. Yet even so, there was a mysterious charm and sense of terror that drew her in. She thought, what was more foolish, to die for doing what was right or to live a new life? Which was a wiser choice? Edith and Mirabelle's eyes met for a moment. These words were aimed particularly at those other than Voldemort's Death Eaters, but they were especially directed at Edith. Mirabelle lifted her robe and took one last look at Edith. Edith carefully thought about what she wanted to say. Was it based on feelings? Or was it entirely dependent on ability? Edith's thoughts were numbed by the situation, and she couldn't comprehend it now. Mirabelle knew a little and averted her gaze, not mentioning the matter again. Then, Edith's eyes embraced the body of her substitute. Edith shouted, "Wait, take it away." However, Edith's desperate cries did not reach Mirabelle. Edith's eyes, along with her friend and the body of her substitute, vanished. It was seen as saved. Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief and then looked at Voldemort. Voldemort sighed in relief and looked at Dumbledore, the signal to continue the fight. In response, Voldemort picked up Bellatrix's wand that had fallen nearby, but officials from the Ministry of Magic rushed in to interrupt. Clearly, Mirabelle had killed the officials first and taken care of everything inside. Voldemort could only snort and then disappeared silently. As expected, he could unintentionally engage in so many battles. He was truly afraid of that girl. There was no doubt that the British magical world would face a devastating blow from just one battle. This was the root cause of all the destruction. Whether Death Eaters or Aurors, they belonged to any faction's new threat, as they would cause bloodshed and take lives against those they opposed. Be it Death Eaters or the Ministry of Magic. From now on, the magical world would not only be wary of Voldemort, but also of every move that girl made. Professor Dumbledore wanted to know what would happen next. He knew it was something he had never seen before. But even so, they had to fight. To protect what must be protected. Dumbledore's words sounded like he was speaking to himself. Today is just a little thing, so there will be another chapter, but this chapter has more words than the other 3 chapters. After the battle in the Department of Mysteries, Edith seemed to have lost her soul. No matter what Harry and Hermione said, she did not respond, continuing to stare blankly, her eyes filled with tranquility. She even wanted to attend the end-of-year party. But Dumbledore had already ordered not to disturb her home. With dizzy legs, she returned to the dormitory and sat down. She thought everything was just a dream. No, a nightmare. When she woke up, Mirabelle was back at school, smiling beside her. The calm days continued as if nothing had happened. It should be. She believed she would wake up soon. Next to the bed, there was a gift box. Mirabelle, a gift from a friend of her substitute. A friend's gift, which can only be opened at the end of the term. Edith slowly picked it up and hugged it. The protective spell had vanished. It could be opened now. Carefully, she opened the box to avoid damaging it. Normally, the box that contains the packaging should be properly disposed of. But now, even such a box is an irreplaceable treasure. Inside was a beloved stuffed toy, handmade by Nissel, along with a letter. Edith hurriedly but carefully opened the letter. A slight sense of anticipation. It had been thoughtfully prepared for Edith to see at the end of the school year. Did that mean it foresaw something? Perhaps. Is it difficult to still be alive? Just pretending to be dead? Yes, they would definitely do that. Mirabelle must have discussed it. Surely she planned it from the beginning. What did the letter say? Normally, Edith wouldn't have thought so. She would have immediately recognized the illusion. She would have fantasized from the start. But now it felt normal, burdened by the suddenly revealing reality, gasping, anxious, and at a loss. With trembling hands, she opened the letter. Sure enough, it said what she thought it would. To Edith. Now seeing the letter, what feelings does she have? Sadness or anger? She was very afraid to know. As it turns out, she had been deceived all along. The true name is Mariowell, just a follower serving Mirabelle, active abroad, deceiving Dumbledore and Voldemort as a substitute. What she knew was only a version. Everything was just a lie. However, she began to perceive her as a true friend. Would she smile? Or would she be angry? She knew she was selfish, playing the role of Mirabelle Beresford. But even so, if given the chance, she would want to start anew. As a substitute, but as her true self without deception. She really wanted to know Mary Orwell as herself. If they met again, what would she recognize? A bit afraid. If she was still angry, she didn't know what to do. But still, Edith couldn't read any further. Tears distorted Edith's vision, and she could no longer see what was written. The letter expressed a girl's unthought of true feelings. If they met for the first time, she wanted to sincerely apologize. If they could be friends again, she wanted to tell the truth. She wanted to go to Hogsmeade together. The letter wrote about a vision of a lost future. Edith now wanted it more than ever before. She wanted to see her again. She wanted to see the real her, to have a good talk. She wanted to be friends again. But it was impossible. It had already become a wish that could never be fulfilled. She was already gone. The future had already been lost, forever lost. Sobbing tears fell onto the letter. Memories of the year surged in her heart. The beautiful days flowed clearly in Edith's mind, laughing wickedly, smiling and saying, laughing happily. But those days would not return. Hugging the letter, the girl wept uncontrollably. To Mirabelle, Mary was the only one close to her, she knew. Clever, yet very stubborn, good at speaking without reserve. Many times, Mirabelle felt very oppressed, wanting to crash into the chimney and fly away. But when that feeling of oppression disappeared, a strange emptiness remained, perhaps taking her existence for granted. Was that Mary's answer? Mirabelle looked down at a body lying face down that resembled her own. That was Mary's corpse, a loyal vassal who had deceived Dumbledore for a year and successfully executed. Death and fear. Mirabelle optimistically believes that she has successfully brought Marie back to life. However, Marie does not return. Her soul has already crossed to the other side and is in a state that cannot be revived. Marie should have been able to stay in the world. The dead must decide whether to enter another world or become a ghost. Therefore, in death, she could have remained as a ghost, waiting for Mirabelle's revival. But Marie did not do this. It could be due to her friendship with Edith. She could betray her master Mirabelle, but she could also choose to be an enemy of Edith. In the end, Marie chooses to die in Mirabelle's place. This situation is reasonable. Mirabelle realized that she regretted losing Mary. In the end, she was still so stubborn. The body had no soul. It was a false body created by herself. After all, a proper burial wasn't out of the question. No matter what, she believed that the corpse was her loyal companion Mary. Up to this point, everything had been done well, Mary Orwell. A difficult period of rest was ahead. Using the power of the magical stone, she transformed a corpse that looked just like her and restored it to its original state. Then Mirabelle picked it up and buried it. Finally, Mirabelle noticed. She understood why there was a hint of regret. After that guy Letus died, many names were called. Mirabelle only called Edith and Mary by their names, while others were referred to by their surnames, such as Granger and Potter. Those who could be named were resurrected. The news announced by the Ministry of Magic instantly shook the entire British wizarding community. Since the announcement, Harry Dumbledore had been treated as a hero. He endured harsh slander, becoming a tragic hero who called for the truth in solitude. After a long time of treating Harry Dumbledore as a freak, fate took a terrifying turn. But what disappointed Harry's friends even more was that all the newspapers were obsessed with the terror of Voldemort and failed to notice the horrors beyond that. Mirabelle, Beersford, Gellert, Grindelwald. An extremely dangerous second group, aimed solely to dominate the magical world and completely destroy it. However, the Ministry of Magic does not believe in the threat as described by Dumbledore. To their surprise, Voldemort has created chaos, and they're willing to believe that there is something even more dangerous than Voldemort. Regrettably, they remain vigilant, but due to their mistakes, they treat it as a lie. Currently, Mirabelle is only considered missing. Meanwhile, the Ministry has been riding on Harry's popularity, suggesting that he be elevated as a symbol of hope. But Dumbledore rejected this and even prohibited contact with Harry. Confused by such a strong stance, the Ministry announced a move to clear Sirius Black's name and remove him from the wanted list. But Dumbledore believed this to be a natural course of action and ignored the Ministry entirely. Dumbledore's love for Harry makes him want to relieve Harry of any burden. But as a result, this action once again created a deep rift between Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, hindering cooperation. After the death of Cornelius Fudge, the new Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, appears to cooperate with Dumbledore on the surface, but cannot resolve the lingering rift, leaving both parties in a precarious standoff. Meanwhile, Heathcote Beresford and Simon Beresford were confirmed dead at St. Mungo's Hospital, while the youngest brother, Sidney Beresford, disappeared without a trace. Mavis Beresford, who lost her beloved husband and children, fell into anxiety and resigned from her position as Deputy Headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. The Deputy Headmaster position seems to have been taken over by a strange masked man named Sirius. It is said that the principal position, left vacant due to Igor Karkaroff's disappearance, has been filled by a young, beautiful man with golden hair, but the details are unclear. Meanwhile, the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France continues to be led by Olympe Maxime, but it is said that there is a good atmosphere throughout France. After the year-end gathering, Hogwarts was quiet as usual, and students returned home as expected. However, even after most students had gone home, it seemed that some faculty members remained at the school. Dumbledore was sitting in the chair of the principal's office, staring at something on the desk. A cruel and intriguing object. Dumbledore realized it was a foolish idea, but his gaze could not leave it. A ring. An old hand held a wand, and the old man was using magic to crush it. But he was hesitant to act on a resurrection stone, a piece of stone known as a Deathly Hallow called the Resurrection Stone. It was a family heirloom passed down through the Gaunt family, and its significance ended there. Horcrux, a forbidden dark magic that splits and seals the soul, bringing it infinitely closer to decay. Dumbledore discovered it while searching for the secret of Voldemort's immortality. If his guess is correct, Voldemort must have created 6 Horcruxes, and, unbeknownst to him, there's actually a 7th. Unless all of the Horcruxes are destroyed, Voldemort will never truly die. One has already been destroyed, the diary of Tom Riddle from 3 years ago, and Dumbledore is convinced that this ring is also a Horcrux of Voldemort. However, Voldemort seems unaware that it is an ordinary ring. More precisely, the stone embedded in the ring is ordinary. The so-called Resurrection Stone, a legendary treasure, allows one to converse with the dead. Dumbledore felt the inner desire reignited, a wish he should have already given up. He could do that. He could succumb to desire. He should understand one thing. He should teach his students a lesson about this, but he couldn't control himself. Could he see? To see his father, his mother, and to apologize to Ariana? He extended a trembling hand. He had always regretted his youthful mistakes. Dumbledore had never forgotten the sins he once committed, not even one. Those usually wise and sparkling blue eyes were feverishly shaking, staring at the ring that flickered with fervor. If only he could see the home he lost. To apologize for the mistakes he made. The most unbearable and sweetest temptation. Albus Dumbledore had once been ambitious. He reveled in his gifts, taking it for granted that he could use them to control those who were incapable. And that mistake ultimately cost him his sister, leading to her death. Like a habit, he wished for the worst. Dumbledore's theories, which he once told Mirabelle and Harry, also referred to his own self. It was just that. Dumbledore longed for the resurrection stone from the bottom of his heart. He still couldn't resist it. No matter how beautifully he spoke, it was still his nature. A girl's voice echoed in his mind, as if feeling proud of its victory. A demon of fear, a malicious embodiment that could occur within Dumbledore. That elegant voice resisting desire was, of course, an illusion created by Dumbledore's self-doubt. But now it spoke to Dumbledore in his own voice. Slowly, as if entranced, Dumbledore reached out. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Dumbledore's heart seemed to calmly and wisely say, touch it. But Dumbledore wanted to see home, pushing away the voice from his heart. Finally, his fingers made contact. Enough, Albus. In front of Curse, if he wanted to take the resurrection stone, he would die. Hearing a sound at the door, he lifted his head as if he had been discovered. The silhouette standing there was unmistakable. Silver hair and neat features. Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's best friend from youth. He should be the same age as Dumbledore, but he looked just as young, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. What was Gellert doing here? A foolish question. Albus, thinking of who? Why did it feel like the barriers he set could stop him? At the entrance should have been a statue. That. Just say the name of the candy he liked, and the statue would easily let him pass. Always fond of Muggle sweets, Dumbledore smiled cheerfully at Grindelwald. Dumbledore's sudden smile at Grindelwald was cheerful, but he also had to express more emotion. Faced with him, he had to remain calm and composed. Muggle candy will always be the same as in the magical world. Oh, what about Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Always making the wrong choice. Never knowing what flavor it would be, just like that. Is that why he liked Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Because he had eaten a vomit-flavored one? With a mischievous smile, Grindelwald made Dumbledore feel as if he had returned to the days of laughter with his friends. Those carefree days. But their paths had diverged. Their paths would intersect again. Even if they mocked each other now, things would change. What was Gellert doing? Chatting about old times, perhaps? That was wrong too, only pointing out one thing, taking what was entrusted to him. He brushed his hair back, his mouth curving into an elegant arc. The old wand is still there, right? Dumbledore's face revealed a stern expression. The Elder Wand, the strongest weapon in the wizarding world, guarantees victory to those who wield it. In fact, it means one can win every battle. In other words, it is only strong to a certain extent. But even so, if it were given to a first-year student, would that student be able to defeat Dumbledore? What nonsense! Dumbledore was very pleased with his wand, happy to have no other wand. He was skilled at lying, just like Grindelwald. The Elder Wand once belonged to Grindelwald. Dumbledore overthrew him and became the new master of the wand. It goes without saying that Dumbledore would never have entrusted such a dangerous wand to Grindelwald and would continue to possess it. He knew what he wanted to do with it. That's right, it belonged to Gellert, but it also belonged to him. Of course, he could hand it over. In the final battle of the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore was still the owner of the Elder Wand. In that battle, Dumbledore was defeated by Mirabelle for the first time in his life. The wand was disarmed, and his leg was pierced. If Grindelwald hadn't intervened, he would have already lost. Therefore, Dumbledore was the master of the Elder Wand. Because of the loyalty of the Elder Wand, it always favored the strong. Without such loyalty, the wand could not exert its full power. Only the strongest could be entrusted with the Elder Wand. What should be done? Fight with that loyal Elder Wand. The Elder Wand chooses the strong. Its loyalty changes. If it wins, it will choose a stronger master. The only way to defeat an opponent is to be stronger than the holder, and the Elder Wand will transfer its loyalty. Especially, one prominent feature of the Elder Wand is that even when dueling with another wand, it will choose the stronger side as its master. Like an ordinary wand, it completely loses its loyalty to its current master. Ordinary wands maintain a certain loyalty to their masters. Due to this characteristic, the Elder Wand has always been a point of contention, leading to the death of all its owners. In battle, its master would soon be at a disadvantage. Does he think those friends can stop him? Of course, he thinks all the teachers in there are great. Grindelwald and Dumbledore faced each other coldly, ready to draw their wands at any moment. Just one movement or a flaw, and the place would quickly become a battlefield. But that moment never came. Grindelwald sheathed his wand. There was no way to leave. Do they fight? They would eventually meet at the end of the world. But the place needed a suitable stage for that. Grindelwald jumped to the windowsill, lifting his robe. Finally, his suggestion was to always wear that ring. He hoped to die from that foolish curse because of his prey. He would remember that suggestion. Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction after hearing the answer and flew out the window. The outcome was completely unexpected, but the fact that Dumbledore was saved was also true. Without Grindelwald, Dumbledore would have worn the ring, which was already cursed. In such a situation, even if he escaped death, his arm would be completely crippled, and his life would be in jeopardy. If you think about it carefully, it is correct to say that Dumbledore was found at the right moment. If he thinks about the reasons behind Grindelwald, even with an encounter with his best friend, even if they were enemies, it gave Dumbledore some breathing space. He tightened his grip on the wand, releasing flames from within. The young man was burning with the ambition of the cursed fire. The name of the first white wizard was a joke. Using dark magic and representing it, Dumbledore knew about the dark magic of the world, but he was only willing to use dark magic when necessary. However, he shattered the ring just to stop himself because he feared he might waver. If Dumbledore said he missed home, he would be lying. He still missed it. He wanted to find another world. But what could he do now? He was fighting just for a wand, to protect the young and the future. Dumbledore quietly made up his mind. The wizarding world was in chaos. But even in such circumstances, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry continued to accept students as usual. Hogwarts was the safest place in the English wizarding world. Children needed a safe place because they knew the Death Eaters were out there. That's why the Hogwarts Express continued to run as usual, and that's why its carriages were filled with students. However, not everything was as usual. In a solitary compartment, Edith Renagel sighed with a vacant expression. Her face lacked the joy of learning. Since the incident at the Ministry of Magic, she had been like this. She felt like doing nothing and was too lazy to move. Some friends from Slytherin were worried about Edith, but they hadn't even heard her voice. However, that state didn't seem to last forever, as the scenery outside the window began to darken. Daphne Greengrass walked into the compartment. Edith, we're almost at school. Hurry up and change. Ah, thank you. After changing, Edith slowly walked out of the compartment. Looking around, there were almost no students left, and she could see some students had already gotten off the train. But as she walked through the corridor between the train cars and entered another compartment, Edith tripped over something on the floor and almost fell. Turning around to see what had tripped her, she found nothing there. How strange. She had tripped over something in a place where there was supposedly nothing. It was a rare occurrence. She usually never slipped. But now, she felt something had tripped her foot. Something soft. Edith wanted to know what it was and reached her hand to see what she had stumbled over. Then, strangely, she realized she could indeed see something there. Touching. It was hard, but also felt soft enough for her hand to sink in. There was a faint warmth, rising and falling like breathing. It looked like a body. Edith finally got her answer, and as she moved her hand, it seemed to brush away the covering. The invisibility cloak was lifted, revealing a complex expression on Harry Potter's face. His face was wet with blood, and his nose was crooked. He seemed unable to move due to some spell, looking at Edith as if pleading for help. Stop this spell. She cast a stopping charm on Harry, freeing him. Harry quickly got up and thanked Edith. She then used a healing spell to mend Harry's nose and asked what had happened. He explained that he had been hit by Malfoy at school. They discussed the details as they walked. Harry and Edith were the last two on the train. If they lingered there, they would miss the other students. In that case, it would be an embarrassing situation of arriving late for the new term. They hurried to catch up with the other students. Edith wondered what Malfoy was up to. They searched for him under the invisibility cloak, trying to converse. That was how they got discovered. Harry nodded in frustration at Edith's response. Harry and Malfoy had always been archenemies, and for whatever reason, Harry had never been completely defeated. Harry is always the winner. It's just that Harry found it unexpectedly hard to bear this time. But there is no doubt that Malfoy is trying to do something. During the summer, he saw Malfoy walk into Borgin and Burke's. It seemed like the owner wanted him to do something. and the car said some things that sounded like he was acting on Voldemort's orders. What did he say? He didn't say it directly. It sounded like subtle nuances of words, like enduring a boast. Edith thought, did Voldemort assign Malfoy such things? Malfoy is indeed Lucius's son and part of Voldemort's camp. But Voldemort certainly has many excellent Death Eaters, even if their numbers have decreased. However, would he really go to the trouble of using a 16-year-old Malfoy? If so, why? Edith, can you keep an eye on Malfoy's movements? As a Slytherin, it would be easier to watch Malfoy. Well, I'll give it a try, but I won't expect too much. Malfoy's relationships are complicated. Edith knows what Malfoy has been assigned to do, but she thinks it can't be anything too significant anyway. And because Malfoy is particularly incompetent, he's limited by being a student. Or more precisely, Voldemort wouldn't assign a heavy task to a student. If a brilliant student like Mirabelle or Hermione were in the picture, it would be another matter, but Malfoy doesn't have that talent. If Voldemort really entrusted a heavy task to Malfoy, that would be ridiculous. Moreover, he must play the role of the academy outside of it. Goodbye, Edith. Well, after joining their classmates, the discussion was temporarily halted. Harry joined Gryffindor, and Edith joined Slytherin. Daphne was worried because she was late, but Edith didn't answer her question. After the usual term feast, Dumbledore announced the new teachers. Former potions master Horace Slughorn returned to teach potions. Correspondingly, Snape transferred to the defense against the dark arts class. Surprising the students, especially Harry, Snape had always wanted to be in charge of the defense class, but Dumbledore had never granted his request, which was something almost the entire school knew. For some reason, this year, Snape's long-held wish was finally realized. In addition, the feast continually called for everyone to pay attention to safety, such as solidarity among the houses, and later explained. Edith was a bit dazed for a while, but was tapped on the shoulder by someone beside her. Hey, what are you doing, Reginald? Hurry up and bring the new students back, quickly. Oh, head boy. There's no patrol on the train, so I was wondering if we should still take the train, but I forgot. Draco Malfoy shouted angrily and sniffed. The head boy was Mirabelle, but she was now missing. Edith was the new head girl. Sorry, Malfoy. Took the first-year students to the Slytherin dormitory and taught them the password. Then finally liberated from the duty of supervising students, she walked towards her own dormitory. Hey, Reginald. What? I want to ask what happened to Beresford. In the eyes of the public, Mirabelle is considered missing. Only those in the Department of Mysteries truly know what is going on, planning something extraordinary abroad. Malfoy was supposed to hear the story, but on second thought, Lucius was imprisoned, so he couldn't have known. Voldemort sighed, but Edith thought Voldemort would intentionally tell him about it. So it was strange that Malfoy didn't know. Still alive. Understood. I know that girl wouldn't die easily, but where is she? I want to think she could be in the offices of the Ministers of Magic in France, Germany, or Ireland. What on earth are they doing there? Taking over. They said they would lead the 3 countries to destroy the magical world of Britain. Malfoy opened his mouth, unable to close it. Malfoy knew that Mirabelle could only be an ordinary student, but he didn't expect that at her age, or in just a few short years, she could control the magical world of 3 countries. Malfoy looked at Edith with a face full of disbelief, but Edith almost believed it was a lie. Are you kidding? I hope it's a joke. If it's a joke, how great would that be? But now it has reached the point of no longer being a joke. In the Department of Mysteries, while Mirabelle was laughing, she was causing dozens of deaths. What kind of joke is that? Malfoy should turn back while it's still a joke. What are you saying? Using deceit, you're also in the Department of Mysteries? So at least you know the relationship of the Malfoy family. Well, right. I hope to walk the right path. Edith finally reached a fork in the road where she stopped. From there, it split into the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory, so they couldn't walk together anymore, Malfoy said. Edith left Malfoy, who still wanted to say something, and walked towards the girls' dormitory, closing the door. Honestly, she wanted to talk more about Death Eaters or dark factions. It made her think of what had happened in the Department of Mysteries, about how Edith stubbornly went to save Harry and the girl who died. Edith sighed and sat in a chair in the girls' dormitory. Regardless of good or bad, everyone would find their own goals and act accordingly. But Edith was the only one in a stable state. The Ministry of Magic no longer believed in it. However, if Mirabelle's side was trying to crush it, then it was the same. If Mirabelle's camp was doing the right thing, Edith could hardly imagine that the righteous side was doing dark things while the dark side was waving the flag of idealism. Then came Dumbledore's question. In the eyes of Gryffindor, they could be the closest and the smartest, but in the eyes of Slytherin, they were just contemptible old fools. Who knows what's right? Distinguishing between what's right and what's wrong. It was almost as if everything was bad. However, in such a situation, choosing to hold Mirabelle's hand should be the right choice. She also realized that she still cherished the 4 years spent with Mirabelle, caring about right and wrong. Nothing is more precious than a heavy friend smiling beside you. But denying it is a kind of betrayal to Hermione, Harry, and others. She knew what to do. Why am I so weak and indecisive? Edith covered her face with her palm. Hey, the residence of the Minister of Magic in France. A frantic male voice echoed in the living room there. However, the girl beside him, Mirabelle, was savoring the foie gras served to her, seemingly not listening. With each bite, she nodded in satisfaction, her face showing a childlike expression of happiness, just like a girl of her age. But don't be fooled by appearances. After all, the girl was the culprit that led to the fall of the French Ministry of Magic. Hey, Beresford, enjoying the meal is a bit more important than destroying the British Ministry of Magic. Regarding Mirabelle, although she is now completely focused on eating, the true staple of her life is blood. She still enjoys the feeling of dining. Therefore, during the chewing of the dinner, she completely ignores the sounds of throwing away. After moistening her throat with wine, she finally turned her gaze towards the noisy male Grindelwald from earlier. How long do you plan to stay, Beresford? Are you going to chase me away? It has only been a few minutes since dinner began. What does that mean? What are you trying to say? Mirabelle squinted her eyes and revealed a mischievous smile. What exactly did they say about invading the magical world of Britain? Did they say they would turn the magical world of Britain into scorched earth, just to fool people? They didn't lie. But why arm themselves and stockpile Muggle weapons? Then why attack? The preparations should already be complete. Mirabelle took another sip of her drink and held her breath. For the first time, Grindelwald was surprised to see her face, flushed and slightly tipsy, a strange hue that matched her childlike appearance, deceiving and enchanting like a devil leading one astray. Initially captivating, but now completely derailed, this charm had accelerated to the point of becoming deadly. Most men, upon seeing her for the first time, would choose to abandon their rationality. Well, wait a minute, don't rush. It's easy to invade and destroy, but that would provoke extreme hostility from the people. Hostility? Turning the entire British magical world into scorched earth. Idiots? Just wait for the right moment, and the people would willingly turn their homeland into ashes. So waiting for the right moment makes no difference in the end. Did Grindelwald misunderstand? Was the goal to kill all the British wizards? Indeed, it would destroy the magical world, but he had no intention of slaughtering those who live there. If everyone was killed, it would be impossible to establish the new nation he envisioned. To be honest, this surprised Grindelwald. Mirabelle's goal is to completely destroy the magical world. So the first consideration is to kill all the inhabitants to truly destroy it. But the evil devil says that it still cares about the people. And the purpose is to kill them all. And as it is said, it wants to try its best to let the best survive. In an ideal country, it hopes that incompetent people like Dolores Umbridge or Cornelius Fudge exist like leeches sucking the blood of the nation, or like decaying purists such as Voldemort or Lucius Malfoy. Of course, Mirabelle's true intention is to leave only the excellent ones. There is no denying this. However, in reality, only a few belong to the excellent category. If all the rest are eliminated, the country will be restored. Therefore, a compromise was made. The approach taken is to cut down only those incompetent individuals who cause harm. Making others feel the threat around them, setting an example, and encouraging growth is also a good method. It is a basic method of elimination thinking that has been practiced since ancient times, allowing those who are capable to grow, while those who want to be eliminated must put in effort. Of course, generally speaking, even if one works hard for a lifetime, it may only be worth a year's worth of talent. What should be done? Simply destroying the country will inevitably lead to opposition from the people. This is certain, but it aims to minimize such hostility as much as possible. The country cannot be destroyed and rebuilt, and the redemption of the people will come from saving them from a country in deep water and scorching fire. Mirabelle grinned and snapped her fingers. Immediately, an image appeared, showing the British magical world, with Death Eaters and Dementors wandering around, killing indiscriminately. Of course, it was a scene that had not yet come to pass. But if Voldemort were to gain dominance, that scene would surely become a reality. For instance, suppose in a country, filthy dark wizards and their Dementors roamed freely, where anyone could die. A self-proclaimed ruler of the country, lacking foresight, blames others for their own mistakes and commits murder. They might thoughtlessly begin hunting Muggle babies. The hunting of Muggle-borns has already taken over nearly a third of the magical world. Would anyone want to live in such a country? They should want to. Indeed, Grindelwald. As history has shown repeatedly, when a country becomes terrible, its people strangely become willing to be ruled by enemies. Ultimately, the act of invasion makes no difference. If one thinks that the prevailing sentiment will change, that would be overly optimistic. However, unilaterally invading a peaceful country and turning it into territory is different from crushing a nation where living is like hell, in terms of the public sentiment and all its aspects. Moreover, if part of Voldemort's pure bloodist faction, then the bloody cleansing against pure bloodists would be filled with hostility. Therefore, Mirabelle is waiting for the right opportunity. So, should the British magical world be completely handed over to Voldemort? Just as she told Dumbledore, that decaying Ministry of Magic, hand that over to Voldemort. It would be the perfect toy. She believes he would surely enjoy playing with it. It would incite public hatred. It would draw hatred. It would bind with fear, making it difficult for anyone who isn't pure blood to live in the world. Very well. Then, pure blood wizards would gather together, forming a force. Realizing the minority, with the contrast of the atrocities committed and the formation of their own, while seeking redemption. They would slaughter, believing that normal people would know how to choose, making it easier to act. A villain that is easy to understand, thus allowing it to be evil all the way. And the public that is ruled would condemn it, becoming the justice that saves the country. Justice, huh? Grindelwald chuckled sarcastically, shaking his glass. Does it truly fit the word justice? A lifetime of evil. Actually, speaking of justice, just thinking about it, he finds it a blend of humor and disgust. Is that the goal? The so-called justice? How ironic. To not see the true self truly makes one feel disgusted. Grindelwald closed his eyes, pondering quietly. Mirabelle is really scared. Grindelwald truly believes he will succeed, thinking more than himself, possessing strong power, the ability to manipulate hearts, and absolute dominance. As if the fall of accomplishing a task is a hellish act. P.S. Thank you for watching, and thanks for the gifts. I know many dislike Edith and want to cut the line, but I've laid a lot of groundwork, and it's really hard to cut it directly. I want to gather everyone's opinions on why Edith is seen as annoying, to see if later I can revise and redeem her a bit. Actually, I didn't intend to ask for everyone's opinions. After all, I've already laid the groundwork, and the overall outline is almost complete. Oh dear, I almost hit the word count. So I wanted to add some filler. The main text needs some filler, so I wrote this paragraph. Just trying to fill the space. When I was writing, I still needed 80 more words. It's really distressing. Oh, by the way, my partner mentioned that Mirabelle has a small role. I can only say I'll try to add more later. Some hope that in the end, Mirabelle rules the world. But before she can rule, she is defeated, and there are even dual endings or an open ending. Starting from the 6th year in, T-level courses can only be attended by students who pass the year O. At exam. Like previous years, some courses are separate classes. This means that Gryffindor and Slytherin, the two rivals, will have to meet each other every time. Today's first class is Defense Against the Dark Arts. The teacher in charge is Snape. Slytherin students are very pleased with this, while Gryffindor students look unhappy, but the teacher remains unchanged. Snape is in a good mood, because he feels like he is fulfilling his dream, telling the students. Dark magic is diverse, multifaceted, and eternally fluid. Fighting it is like battling many-headed monsters. Even if you cut off one head, another will grow back, fiercer and smarter than the last. The opponents faced are unpredictable, changeable, and resilient. It sounds like a warning not to underestimate dark magic, but it also reads like a love letter from a lovesick boy. The tone almost makes one suspect that Snape is devoted to dark magic. But what he said isn't wrong. Harry and Edith are two monsters, Voldemort and Mirabelle. Both are cunning monsters. Afterwards, they learned the tongue-tying curse, and the first class ended. The tongue-tying curse, Lagalk, is a malevolent spell that causes the victim's tongue to stick to the roof of their mouth. The spell was invented by a student named Severus Snape during his time at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the 1970s and is recorded in advanced potion making. In the end, only Hermione and Edith succeeded, but Snape didn't give Hermione the extra points most expected. He only awarded 20 points to Edith. The same old Slytherin favoritism. Because he has always done this. If Dumbledore were to favor Gryffindor in an emergency, there would be no complaints. Next, they attended Slughorn's potions class. His face reminded one of Chubby Walrus, and he was in a great mood, welcoming the students with great enthusiasm, especially some students like Harry. All right now, everyone take out your textbooks. And the potion kit. Advanced potions. Teacher, Ron had no books or supplies at all. Didn't you say N-E-T? Oh, Professor McGonagall must have said so. Harry, don't worry, there is really nothing to worry about. Clearly, Harry and Ron had prepared nothing, but it was of no use. After all, Snape was in charge for a year and clearly stated he would accept any excellent students. Slughorn seemed to know what was happening and lent Harry and Ron the textbooks and tools without a word of complaint. He had already brewed some potions to show the class. By the end of N.E.T., they should be able to brew something similar. Who knows? Hermione answered Slughorn's questions as usual. The Veritasrum, a potion that compels the drinker to tell the truth, the Polyjuice potion, a potion that allows the drinker to transform into someone else, and the Amortentia, the most effective love potion in the world, which causes the drinker to develop a strong attachment to someone. As Hermione clearly articulated the characteristics and effects of the potions, Slughorn seemed to realize her talent. He exclaimed and awarded Gryffindor an additional 20 points. But one potion still hadn't been explained. It was a golden, glowing potion contained in a black cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron bounced like a jumping goldfish, but not a drop spilled over the edge. "Let us start practicing, sir, but you haven't explained anything yet." Hee. In response to Edith's question, Slughorn displayed a satisfied smile, and Edith realized he must have asked students questions from the very beginning to create dramatic effect. And with so much drama invested, it must mean he has great confidence in the potion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the most interesting potion is called Felix Felicis. You must know what it is, right, Granger? Slughorn asked Hermione, who gasped at the mention of Felix Felicis. Hermione responded enthusiastically. "It's a luck potion. It brings good luck." The whole class buzzed at these words, straightening up in unison. Even Malfoy, who had been sitting there looking somewhat indifferent, was no exception. Just the two words good luck have an irresistible charm. That's right, and here's another 10 points for Gryffindor. This potion is very interesting. Its preparation is quite tricky. If you make a mistake, it could be disastrous. But if successful, you'll find that everything you undertake tends to succeed. Sir, then why don't people just keep taking it? Because if you drink too much, you'll become overly ambitious and reckless, dangerously confident. Edith thought of Mirabelle. All her plans tend to succeed, ecstatic, reckless, and overly confident. All of this applies to that girl. For this reason, in Edith's heart, Felix Felicis equals a potion that turns one into Mirabelle, which is quite an absurd thought. And the reward provided for today's lesson? A bottle of Felix Felicis. Enough luck for 12 hours. From dawn to dusk, whatever you do, you'll be very lucky. As expected, he was good at attracting students, just as he taught. The reward of Felix Felicis for the first attempt was a huge success. All the students were immersed in the story. Even Malfoy stared at the bottle, not wasting any time. Please note, Felix Felicis is not allowed for use in organized competitions or contests. Awarded students can only use it in their normal lives. You'll see how wonderful normal life can be. Obviously, competitions are prohibited because using Felix Felicis in a competition is equivalent to cheating. After all, if it were allowed, everyone would just take Felix Felicis. So, how do you obtain such a wonderful prize? Now, let us turn to page 10 of Advanced Potion Making. And one more thing, but I hope during this segment, we study the draft of Living Death, and the best performer will be awarded the beloved Felix Felicis. Let us get started. Fishing with bait, a simple and effective method. The students stepped up to the cauldron, fully focused, and began to brew the potion. Felix Felicis, a potion that brings good luck, everyone thought. Edith was no exception, doing her best, but deep down, she had given up, thinking that no matter how hard she tried, the final prize would still be Hermione's. The prediction was correct. The class ended, and Edith did not win the Felix Felicis. However, Harry Potter, who won the Felix Felicis, had somehow made the same prediction as Edith. An undisputed champion. Hearing Slughorn's delighted voice, Edith felt something was off. Of course, Harry was good at potions. He often got 0 points, but that was just Snape's grading issue. On the other hand, despite the seemingly fair course when it came to the NEWT class, abilities were guaranteed. However, it meant that Hermione's abilities were sufficient to leap to first place, and even better, she had enough ability to perfectly brew a potion for the first time. Ron asked, "How did you do it?" Harry replied, "I guess it was just luck." Luck, surely. Hermione's skills were exceptional, so there must be another reason. But what kind of luck could allow someone to perfectly mix a potion on the first try? Hopefully, strange things would happen again. Trouble always began with Harry Potter. As Edith watched Harry happily walk away, she had a feeling that new trouble had already begun. The regular footsteps echoed in the cave. Sidney Beresford, the brother of Mirabelle Beresford, walked with his blonde hair swaying. Mirabelle wandered around the cave with her hands in her pockets, and when she finally reached a wall, she kicked it with her vampire strength. However, in that moment, the rock shattered, but it quickly restored itself, blocking her path. There shouldn't be any mistakes here. Mirabelle murmured to herself, expressionlessly, while looking at the rock wall. About a minute later, She suddenly waved to Sydney and handed over a dagger. A silent command, injuring her own arm. In response, Sydney hesitated for a moment before severing the arm, causing blood to adhere to the rock wall. Immediately afterwards, the rock wall vanished as if it had never existed, revealing only a pitch-black path. Let's go. Follow me. Mirabelle continued walking through the cave, her expression relaxed. No light source was needed. A vampire's eyes see best in the dark. Before long, she reached the shore of the Black Lake. Upon seeing the opposite bank, she confirmed the height of the flowerboard. In the center of the lake, something emitted a green glow, reflecting on the surface of the water. A corpse floated in the lake, its eyes wide open. A dead body. It could attack anyone who approached it. Stay back, Sydney. Mirabelle hesitated and flew into the lake, where the corpse of a child floated to the surface, surrounding her. Unless the correct procedure was followed, an attack would undoubtedly occur. Conversely, the wizard Voldemort, who set the trap, should be prevented from being attacked. But Mirabelle didn't care about such things. If the path was blocked, she would kick logic aside and force her way through. If the path was blocked, death, just death. Humph. Can death really block the way? Raising her hands above her head, she unleashed a high-pitched crackling sound of golden thunder. The brilliance threatened to outshine anything that Mary Edith could muster. Dazzling and sharp, it illuminated the entire cave. The true golden rage revealed its fangs in such a vivid manner, its intensity capable of devouring opponents with just its light. Die, scum! Lightning scattered across the surface of the lake around Mirabelle. It incinerated the surrounding corpses, evaporated the lake water, and collectively eliminated the dead bodies lurking beneath. It shattered the bedrock, scorched even the caves of the lake, turning the lifeless corpses into mere blackened coal. A few seconds later, the attack finally ceased, and Sydney was the only object still moving besides Mirabelle. Haha, it's all over. If Voldemort's trap was all he could do, then this is all he could achieve. Mirabelle spat out words that were considered contemptuous or mocking, and then landed on the island in the lake that had run dry. Sydney followed closely behind and also landed on the island. At the heart of the island was a stone seat, which held a basin of water filled with phosphorescent emerald-colored liquid. Mirabelle tried to reach in, but it wouldn't budge, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. As a test, she summoned all her strength to swing her fist, and the impact penetrated the water surface, cracking the island where she stood. Sydney was startled by the shock, and the entire cave shook as if an earthquake had occurred. But her hand still did not break through the surface of the water. She took a sip of some liquid. Mirabelle murmured in surprise. That's impressive. The disappearance spell works on water. Even if you pour the liquid out, some of it will come back immediately. But there's no reason to quietly drink it. It's better to take the whole tray of water home than to drink it. Just as Mirabelle was thinking this, Sydney suddenly walked in, unhesitatingly lifted the tray, and drank it in an instant. It was a loyal action, but also a bit careless. Mirabelle said a few encouraging words to Sydney, but Sydney's face turned pale, and she fainted on the spot. However, her expression quickly changed to disappointment. The cursed pendant had been replaced with a fake one that Mirabelle found. When she opened it, she discovered a piece of parchment inside. Dear Dark Lord, upon reading the letter, it was revealed that he had long been dead, but he wanted to let it be known that the secret had already been discovered. The real Horcrux had been stolen. Plans were made to destroy it as soon as possible. Faced with the prospect of death, he wanted to see it return to being mortal, once again susceptible to death. RAB seemed to have obtained the name of the real Horcrux. If the letter is true, then the object must have already been destroyed. It needed to be known how to destroy the Horcrux. RAB had to be the prophet guy, capture some Death Eaters and ask them. Mirabelle discarded the useless Horcrux and left the cave, leaving behind only the charred corpses that lay haphazardly in the brutally destroyed cavern. I'll return later. The afternoon gate, so I'll just write this much for now. A weary man sat alone in his office, his hair disheveled, sporting a scruffy beard, and his cheeks gaunt. He looked at the mirror, mocking himself for resembling the Prime Minister. Why'd he look so haggard? A wizard, a class that wields supernatural powers, which he thought was merely the stuff of imagination while serving as Prime Minister. But it truly existed. It was said that only past Prime Ministers knew of its existence. Even more disgusting, a faction of wizards known as Death Eaters had, if you remember correctly, wreaked havoc upon the world. A bridge built over 10 years was snapped in half, and over a dozen cars sank into the river. 2 gruesome murders occurred, and an abnormal hurricane swept through the western region, causing immense material losses. Even the air had become strange, as the whole of Britain was now shrouded in a peculiar fog. All these events were caused by wizards. It was utterly foolish, completely foolish. Why, even his enemies, why were they subjected to such attacks? The Death Eaters were causing harm, merely because of appearances. Because of their existence, he faced criticism day after day, year after year. Even now, the phone at the reception kept ringing. Damn it! He had endured unspeakable hardships to attain the position of Prime Minister. He had studied hard in school, and life had not been easy even after graduation. Bowing to bastards, being blamed, taking stomach medicine every day. Yet he could not give up on work because his ambition to change the country as Prime Minister drove him. However, due to a group of understanding like wizards, his position was now in danger, almost being dragged underwater. He did not like wizards at all. If allowed, he would want to launch a missile at their world right now. But there was no way to fight, not knowing where or what kind of power to confront. If he could prove their existence, he would try to find them and send in the military. But in the current situation, the public would only think the Prime Minister had lost his mind. He wanted to know why. He didn't even realize the existence of wizards. He didn't even feel hostile towards them. So why was he subject to such reasonable actions? What had he done? He wanted to crush it. When he thought of this, some dark and black things filled his heart. The Death Eaters, who took pleasure in killing, while the Ministry of Magic was powerless against it. He hoped any threats would be crushed. Crush any threats, even if it meant selling his soul to the devil. Was it to satisfy a desire? A soft voice came through, as if it had entered the cracks of his heart. The Prime Minister turned around, startled by the sudden voice. It was a beautiful girl who almost belonged to the class of demons. No matter how one said it, a beautiful girl was sitting at the table. The Prime Minister saw that she was called a top model star. He had seen many women labeled as beauties, but compared to the girl in front of him, their simple beauty was so striking that everything about those beauties, stars, and models became blurred. A girl who cared about the future of the magical world and longed to coexist harmoniously. She revealed a charming smile that matched her childlike appearance, then stood up from the table. Every movement of hers drew his gaze. The Prime Minister had never believed in magic like he did now. Even without truly using magic, he would believe in it now. Such practical beings could exist in the ordinary world. The Prime Minister's anger was directed at the wizards. He vented his fury on them. Approaching him unguardedly, the girl spoke. If he was willing, perhaps she could help. The Prime Minister swallowed hard, looking at the girl. He had never thought that such a girl could do anything. What could she do? What did she want to do? Responding to his questions with questions. But it amounted to an answer that she could do anything she wanted. The Prime Minister was sweating profusely, speaking with enthusiasm. If he told her, if he wanted to get rid of those threats that endangered his life, would she cooperate? Upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, the girl smiled mysteriously. That satisfied smile seemed to say something he wanted to hear. If he was willing, she would bring the heads of the Death Eaters before him. The Prime Minister felt it was a bluff. If the girl was willing, perhaps she could truly accomplish it. A strange and terrifying feeling made the Prime Minister uneasy. He laughed to mask his fear, saying, "No need for that, because it would make the room dirty. I'll handle the bodies myself." Obviously, if the gods threw something away, the gods would also pick it up. The Prime Minister realized his luck had turned, deciding to first consider how far his power could reach. Nicholas Flamel, a rare visitor, the first in many years. Although his lifespan was very short, he was glad to see a friend. He picked up his wand, preparing to welcome his guest, but his hand was gently placed down. "It's fine as it is. Nicholas." "Well, okay. I can welcome you properly." Visitor, Albus Dumbledore, one of the few wizards Nicholas respected, who had once studied alchemy with him. Although Dumbledore had specifically come to visit, a feeling of discomfort made Nicholas think it was not a good sign. "So, Albus, may I ask what you were doing here?" "As you can see, I'm doing nothing." Nicholas, nearing death, felt that his life was coming to an end. His affairs were in order, and there was almost nothing around. However, Dumbledore's presence meant there was something needed. Normally, one would not run without reason. But now, the magical world was in an unprecedented crisis. Nicholas believed that in such times, one would not run for no reason. It was dangerous for Hogwarts. "Well, actually, Nicholas, I need a memory." "A memory? What do you want to know?" "To tell you anything." He had nothing to hide from Dumbledore now. If it was necessary, it would definitely be for the future of the magical world. Nicholas would tell him anything he wanted to know. But Dumbledore shook his head subtly. "No, Nicholas, I believe you know something." "Know what? A memory?" More precisely, I want to remember." Dumbledore said happily, and Nicholas seemed slightly pleased. Indeed, he was old, but he remembered himself being so old that he had forgotten to the point of not recalling anything. Dumbledore's words made Nicholas somewhat happy, and Dumbledore was also old. He must have noticed Nicholas's joy. Dumbledore still smiled. "Nicholas, don't be upset. It's a memory problem, and it can be affected by the Oblivion charm. Dumbledore's words were so casual that Nicholas's eyes widened. He understood now, the Oblivion charm. No wonder he couldn't remember. To be honest, he felt like an old child. And in this regard, anyone could cast the Oblivion charm on him in his current state. That is how it was. So first, he needed to find out when that memory was lost. Even the forgetting charm is perfect. No matter how memories are altered, a deep mental filtering can reveal the true memories as it retrieves the memories themselves, and modified memories will always conflict with the real ones. For example, waking up early and seeing that it's only 6 o'clock, going back to sleep for 5 minutes, then waking up again to find it's 9 o'clock, when clearly only 5 minutes have passed, can indeed lead to a forgetting charm. Dumbledore once managed to recover the true memories from a house elf named Hokey, whose memories had been fabricated. Given this, retrieving the true memories from Nicholas should be difficult. It's just a guess, but it seems that after those 3 or 4 Christmases, the Battle of the Department of Mysteries showcased incredible decay. It was able to withstand the killing curse, and even instantaneously regrow a severed arm. Seeing this, Dumbledore was convinced of the use of a Horcrux. Since there were no visible changes, the number could only be 1. The fear of splitting the soul is that if the soul is divided too much, it will affect the appearance. This is why Voldemort lost his youthful handsomeness and became what he is now. Another thing that caught Dumbledore's attention was the regenerative ability. That kind of non-biological regeneration, which can instantly restore a lost body part, is extraordinary even with the use of magic. Even Pomfrey, a healer, needs a whole night to regenerate a bone. But Mirabelle instantly healed an arm. Clearly abnormal. This reminded Dumbledore of the Philosopher's Stone, which Mirabelle once aimed for. The Philosopher's Stone was shattered. But if Mirabelle hasn't given up, the girl might try to make one herself. However, the depth of alchemy involved in creating the Philosopher's Stone, regarded as the ultimate goal in alchemy, is something even that girl could not easily achieve. But if it involves the wisdom of creating the Philosopher's Stone, that would be another matter. Dumbledore traveled a long way for this purpose. If that's the case, it should be taken away. Nicholas placed his wand to his forehead, emitting something like mist. He put it in a nearby jar and handed it to Dumbledore. Well, thank you, Nicholas. Dumbledore easily obtained the memory, as Nicholas trusted him. Besides this, the path to finding the memory is extremely difficult, relying only on guessing and exploration. Especially against that girl, it certainly won't be simple. Exploring Mirabelle's unavoidable path requires obtaining memories from a troublesome opponent. What would Mavis Beresford, who dotes on her daughter, do for her daughter's benefit? Sigh. It should be quite difficult. The decayed secret of Mirabelle Voldemort must be uncovered for victory. However, any statement made in the right context will lead to an easy path. Voldemort can use Horcruxes, but the number of Horcruxes is numerous, making it impossible to find them all. Whereas Mirabelle has already used one Horcrux along with a magical stone to restore things. One is dispersed, the other is concentrated. Both are equally threatening, despite their different directions. However, nothing in the world can guarantee absolute victory. Voldemort and Mirabelle are no exceptions. Both have made some mistakes. Firstly, Voldemort made many logical errors, especially when facing Harry, as if he were dancing with fate. As for Mirabelle, she seems to have been a bit anxious. She should have waited a little longer for the right opportunity. It would have been better to complete her studies and be adequately prepared before proceeding. In such a case, nothing could stop her, and even the hope of fantasy could be extinguished. Without Dumbledore obstructing Voldemort, he could have executed his plans without restraint. If Grindelwald hadn't intervened, Dumbledore could already be dead. Therefore, Voldemort's actions were not obstructed by himself. However, his behavior has already exposed his true nature. If investigated, something could be discovered. Some urging things could reveal the source of his ambition. Leaving Nicholas's mansion, Dumbledore sadly closed his eyes, thinking about the two who had already gone out of control. Then he quickly transformed his face back into that of a wise man and appeared at Belford Manor. Edith's prediction was correct. Things were happening. Recently, some strange incidents occurred at school. The safest place in the magical world of Hogwarts has already witnessed 2 attempted murders. The first was Katie Bell from Gryffindor. She touched a cursed necklace in Hogsmeade and nearly died. Fortunately, she was wearing gloves when she touched it, so she survived but spent some time in St. Mungo's hospital, causing a stir at school. The second was Ron Weasley, also from Gryffindor. In Slughorn's classroom, he was offered a cup of wine, which turned out to be poisoned. Luckily, there was cow dung stone in Slughorn's classroom, preventing serious injury. Otherwise, he would have needed hospitalization. Naturally, Slughorn was suspected of being involved in the incident, but he was unaware that the cup of wine was poisoned, and the wine seemed to have originally been a gift for Dumbledore. Was it aimed at Slughorn? Or at Dumbledore? Everyone knew who the real culprit was. At first, Harry and Edith suspected Malfoy, because he definitely wanted to do something this year. He had not shown up for the Quidditch matches and was often sneaky. Additionally, Harry had evidence. Malfoy frequently disappeared from the Marauders' map, and Harry had seen Snape plotting something. The content of their conversations also seemed to indicate that Malfoy was the culprit. Moreover, the conversations made Harry believe that Snape was also working for Voldemort. For some reason, Malfoy and Snape seemed to have a connection, saying, "The unbreakable vow." Among so many, only a few choices would lead to disappointment. All of this seemed to indicate that they belonged to Voldemort's camp. Harry was sure about Malfoy's actions. He agreed on one point. Malfoy had been looking more and more haggard lately, suggesting that something was definitely wrong. After a beating, they would get him to talk. "Shut up, Ron," Harry said. "We should leave the questioning to Edith and focus on getting Professor Slughorn's memory back." As usual, Harry, Edith, Ron, and Hermione gathered in the library to chat. With the split between Gryffindor and Slytherin, only a few places allowed for calm discussions. The library was one of those limited places. They could only find an opportunity to give him a bit of Veritaserum to learn everything, but they were unwilling to be alone with him. Harry's thoughts were misguided. If magic or potions could provide answers, Dumbledore would have known long ago. Harry felt overwhelmed by Hermione's boasting and sought help from Edith. But Edith just shrugged, seemingly powerless. And Hermione was basically correct. This year, Harry had been exploring Voldemort's secrets under the guise of Dumbledore's special lessons, and Slughorn's memory was the most crucial piece. If he could unlock it, he could uncover Voldemort's decayed secret. In such circumstances, acquiring the memory was a top priority. He would investigate Malfoy, believing Harry should focus on dealing with Professor Slughorn. When Edith said something, she reminded herself that Harry should concentrate on doing what needed to be done. Indeed, Edith from Slytherin was more qualified than Harry from Gryffindor to investigate Malfoy. Harry nodded in agreement and said to Edith, "Well then, let's deal with Malfoy. Let's see what we can do to persuade Professor Slughorn." In this way, they would deal with Malfoy. Edith stood facing a wall on the 8th floor. Harry told her the location of the room of requirement. Edith had never used it herself, but Harry said that if one was determined, the room would appear. Harry had already discovered where Malfoy used it, so now it was just a matter of finding the room he used, and then they would know the purpose. Edith believed that even if they just prayed for Draco Malfoy to use the room of requirement would appear. Hermione said they had to carefully consider what kind of room it would be. In other words, they needed to understand Malfoy's intentions and what kind of room he needed. So what kind of room was it? After all, Harry's reasoning was based on the information he had. Malfoy had been to Borgin and Burke's, forcing the shop owner to do something. Additionally, the cursed necklace that nearly killed Katie Bell seemed to be a product from there. But what was the significance of doing something? What was he planning to do? If Harry's guess was correct, then Malfoy was plotting 2 attempted murders. That would prove he wanted to kill. Who did he want to kill? Katie Bell? There was no reason to kill her at all. Ron Weasley? Their families were at odds, but there was no need to murder him at school in such a way. So, Horace Slughorn and Albus Dumbledore were the only remaining candidates. Fortunately, Edith did not have such a sharp mind and could not figure out which of the 2 was the real target. But it didn't seem matter. In either case, the most important thing was that Malfoy could kill directly. Malfoy could kill by himself. So why rely on tools? This explained the reasons behind the cursed necklace and poison wine. In other words, assassination. But one must know that such a childish method of killing would not work. So what should be done? To complete the assassination task, a stronger magical tool was needed. But without such tools, if they were discovered early on, it would be a problem. Even if they hid it, if it was hidden in the wrong place at school, the teachers would immediately find it. They needed a place to hide it, a place where it would not be discovered. If it were that simple, Harry would have found it long ago. Edith bitterly smiled as she walked around the wall 3 times. Based on the information Harry provided, she had to wander around inside 3 times and meditate on the room she needed. Edith thought that although it was simple to guess, and she could arrive at the correct answer, at least it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Considering this, Edith thought of a hiding place and successfully made the room appear. It really appeared. All right, let's take a look. Edith muttered to herself as she turned the doorknob and opened the door. Inside was a room as wide as a church, with towering city-like walls. For centuries, many tools and piles of books had been hidden away. Of course, Draco Malfoy was watching with a pale face. Draco Malfoy. No matter how you looked at it, it was the real Draco Malfoy. Okay. Malfoy. His originally pale face had turned even paler, his eyes wide open. He was very willing to be seen by others. He quickly drew his wand and pointed it at Edith. At the same time, Edith swiftly dodged, stepping out of the wand's attack range. A spell flew through the air in an instant, hitting the wall and causing it to singe slightly. What the hell? Shut up. You've been seen now? Malfoy unleashed one spell after another, but for Edith, who had been trained by Mary for a year, Malfoy's spells were trivial. Silently, she cast a shield charm and blocked each of Malfoy's attacks. Edith then thought a spell in her mind and launched an electric shock with her wand. It was an unavoidable and unstoppable strike, but if it didn't hit the target, it was meaningless. The inexperienced Edith's lightning missed its target and hit a cabinet further away from Malfoy, setting it ablaze. What have I done? Malfoy's face turned pale as he rushed toward the cabinet, forgetting that he was in a duel with Edith. Malfoy tried to use water magic to extinguish the fire, but the flames did not subside. Edith watched his back. A great opportunity, she thought. Petri Ficus Totalis. Quietly, she cast a petrifying spell, rendering Malfoy unable to move. Edith took Malfoy's wand and lifted the petrifying spell. She quickly tried to put out the fire, but it was too late. The cabinet had completely lost its original shape, turning into a kind of well-known charcoal. Malfoy looked at the tragic state of the cabinet, his face pale and his gaze vacant. Clearly, the cabinet meant a lot to him. Malfoy collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, starting to sob. Edith was shocked by this. It's all over. Seeing such a miserable figure, Edith broke out in a cold sweat and thought, if only I hadn't hit the cabinet, it should have been fine. Hey, will you really give me 2,000 galleons? Sister, don't worry, I keep my promises. In Nocturne Alley, a place where dark wizards gather. Here, a man and a woman were hiding in a deserted alley, avoiding the gaze of the crowd. One was Mundungus Fletcher from the Order of the Phoenix. The other was Mirabelle Beresford, a beautiful girl who seemed out of place in the alley. Mundungus was notorious for his bad behavior, asking why he should join the Order of the Phoenix, betraying friends for money, and stealing personal items for cash. And now, he had stolen a pendant from Sirius Black's private estate and brought it here, even though Sirius apparently didn't care about the Black family's inheritance, thinking it was just junk. Well, it seems to be a Horcrux. Looking at the S-shaped gold pendant inlaid with a green gem, Mirabelle was convinced it was a real Horcrux. After getting that fake pendant, the first thing Mirabelle did was return to England to find a suitable Death Eater, one that roamed the area and attacked children. If she remembered correctly, a wolf-like Death Eater named Fenrir Greyback. The foolish wolf was caught off guard by Mirabelle's appearance and was killed and dismembered to extract information. Afterward, the information Mirabelle obtained led her to know that RAB referred to Regulus Black, and she immediately tried to enter the Black Estate. But the Black Estate seemed to be the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, protected by protective spells, and only members of the Order could access it. This meant Mirabelle would never find the Black Estate, even if she had no power to do so. But luck was on Mirabelle's side. After discovering the foolish Mundungus Fletcher, she contacted him and had him steal the pendant box. Thank you. Here, as 2,000 galleons as a reward. Thank you. As she handed over a bag full of coins, Mirabelle tossed the pendant into the air. In an instant, she unleashed fiend fire, obliterating the pendant into nothingness. Confirming that the trapped soul fragment of Voldemort had disappeared from the world with a scream of death, Mirabelle lifted the corners of her mouth. What are you doing? You destroyed the pendant you gave me. Isn't it your business how to deal with the things you bought? Well, yes, but even if the pendant is destroyed, I will return the money. I already sold it. The money is gone. Don't worry, the money is fine. Mirabelle laughed wickedly as she turned to Montungs. How could she bear to take back the ticket money to hell? What does that mean? Montungs Fletcher was the type to drag his friends down for money, selling anything for a profit, which Mirabelle hated the most. In fact, it was a method used to kill. It was only about money, driven by any whim. But someone who betrays friends for money would also betray Mirabelle for more money. So he was a useless pawn. Therefore, Mirabelle had no reason to let him live. He was already of no use. A green flash flickered in a popular alley. At the Beresford Manor in the suburbs of Albania, Mavis was waving her wand, serving tea on the table. For some reason, the master of the mansion was doing something usually done by house elves or servants. Or was it a sincere gesture for the rarely visited guest? Drinking tea was Albus Dumbledore, who took a sip with a cheerful smile. What can I do for you, Mr. Dumbledore? Honestly, Mavis didn't want to see anyone. Her husband, her eldest son, had died, and her youngest daughter was missing. It was hard to stay calm in such a situation. Dumbledore knew, but spoke as calmly as always. Well, the fact is, I'm currently investigating your daughter Mirabelle. Why? To prevent something terrifying from happening. A relatively euphemistic way of saying it. The verbal implication was equivalent to saying, "Your daughter has already done something very frightening." To this, Mavis raised her eyebrows and became gloomy. Do you believe it? Of course. Mavis loved her daughter. Therefore, even if the facts were in front of her, Mavis was willing to believe. But Dumbledore had already determined Mavis's answer. As for the tragic attack on her husband, Mr. Heathcote, it was difficult to believe that her husband had the answer. Her husband had only fallen ill. He could also mysteriously have done something. Of course, that was the initial thought. But the sudden disappearance of her daughter, as well as the disappearance of her house elf servant, made it clear why she should think that way. As Dumbledore spoke, Mavis's shoulders twitched. An inescapable fact. She was doing things that would usually be done by house elves, but she had to do them herself now. And out of respect for Dumbledore's sincerity, she had no choice but to take action herself. Indeed, there wasn't a single house elf in the manor now. Her daughter Mirabelle was missing, and along with that, her house elf Mary also disappeared, as if it was all planned. Mr. Heathcote Simon had died, just as if his role had already been finished. In this way, even Mavis couldn't help but notice some connections between these events. After all, she knew the abilities of Mirabelle Beresford better than anyone else. She understood how crazy it was for her daughter to have the Beresford bloodline. Therefore, she reached such a conclusion. A woman abandoned by her daughter, without even a role left. Do you think she killed her husband, Simon? Unfortunately, Dumbledore kindly shared his speculation with Mavis and took a sip of tea. Mavis wanted to dig deeper into what the truth actually was. She wanted to accept the facts and continue the topic. That girl had killed many Death Eater Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, even killing Fudge. Especially when she killed Fudge, it was as if she jumped towards him with a rage of hatred. As if she had found the prey she had been searching for all along. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who was corrupting the magical world. Given Mirabelle's claims, Mavis understood Mirabelle's anger towards him. Talking about eliminating the incompetent girl, Fudge was indeed the type that should be crushed. But was it really enough to be that angry? Although it was a very polite way of saying it, he was even more incompetent than Fudge. For example, Gilderoy Lockhart. Although Mirabelle expressed anger, she didn't show any hatred towards anything. Is it really just because of Fudge's incompetence? I wonder why. What could lead that girl to be so twisted? Mavis didn't answer. She kept her mouth shut, her shoulders trembling, as if enduring something. Seeing this, Dumbledore finally became convinced that his suspicions were correct. Without a doubt, the hatred lurking within Mirabelle and where it came from. Excuse me, you may go now. Mavis, there's nothing to tell. Messed up? Dumbledore felt a little impatient inside, trying to find the words to continue the conversation. Why not wait until after tea to talk? Sir, there's nothing to say. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, wanting to scoff at his own carelessness. Clearly, intervening was a bit rushed. He had misjudged Mavis's calmness. Perhaps it was a kind of stubbornness. Any persuasion was futile. Obviously, it would be better to stop here. Sorry for the disturbance, ma'am. Dumbledore left the room without finishing his tea. The tea Mavis made was really good, so next time I should bring honey. In any case, there was already too much time left. Once, or perhaps more than once, Dumbledore wanted to extract memories in some way, but it wasn't easy at all. Everything had come to an end. Edith, what exactly did you do? Hermione said with disgust, having seen Malfoy in the library, mumbling to himself, seemingly very affected. She had seen Malfoy frustrated or suppressed by Mirabelle a few times. But this was the first time he looked so seriously distressed, so desperate, that even Hermione and Harry's plans seemed fundamentally disrupted. It was a good plan, right? Why did Edith have to? Edith looked very awkward, and Harry said in a strong tone, I think Edith should be worried. Malfoy's plans have never been good. So this time he must be brewing something bad. Harry's assertion was biased, but sadly it was also true. Malfoy, perhaps after all his plans failed, was in despair, lamenting. Oh, Potter, you will always know everything you've experienced. Unable to comprehend the pain experienced. Wanting to kill Dumbledore. What do you want to kill Dumbledore for? That's right. By that order. It must be done. But now there's a traitor. Edith never stood by Malfoy from the start, but explaining something meaningless to the desperate Malfoy, whose eyes were filled with stars, was pointless. He roared like a madman, trying to grab his wand. But unfortunately, the wand had already been taken by Edith. Then he attempted to throw a punch, but Harry's magic hit him, causing him to roll awkwardly to the ground. Did you hear that, Hermione? You know it's right. Well, but wait a minute. Did Malfoy also do the same to Katie and Ron? Hermione asked, shifting her gaze from Harry. Malfoy, having already broken the pot, began to ramble. He used the Cruciatus curse on Rosmerta to get her to hand over the cursed necklace to that girl. He even made Rosmerta brew poison mead. How did he communicate? All communication methods into the school are monitored. How did he communicate with the outside world? To Hermione's question, Malfoy scoffed. Oomph. Where do you think I got my methods? You mudblood. A coin with a spell. One could use it to issue commands. Just like how Hermione thought of communicating with Dumbledore's army. Hermione looked extremely hurt, as if she never thought that her idea would be used for such evil deeds, while Malfoy laughed sarcastically. You see, Hogwarts hasn't found anything that Filch found, including poison. Look, mudblood. That was your idea. Your idea. Almost killed Weasley and Katie Bell, you two damned idiots. Oh, crying. You should be the one crying, because you mudblood. Malfoy's roar came to an end. Hermione's heart was pierced by that dirty insult, and Harry had reached his limit. Harry clenched his fists and struck Malfoy in the face, knocking him to the ground, breaking his nose and front teeth. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry mounted Malfoy, hitting him desperately. Malfoy tried to fight back, but Harry didn't stop. The two were really in different weight classes. Harry, who had faced deadly danger many times since first year, even having been cursed with the Cruciatus Curse, while Malfoy had always been protected by his minions, living comfortably all his life. Even if their physiques were evenly matched, their tolerance for pain was completely different. Moreover, Harry and Hermione were very close enough to be called lovers, adding to the anger of being insulted. Harry had transformed into a truly furious beast. Do you understand? Because you two almost died. Katie and Ron were lucky, do you know? And yet, smiling like a fool, without a hint of remorse. Is life so cheap in your eyes? Hit, hit, hit. With his front teeth knocked out and blood splattering. Even when Malfoy's resistance stopped, Harry didn't cease. His face was covered in blood, and Harry thought that his own arm hurt even more from the blows. Anyway, once he got a palm free, the wounds would heal completely, as if nothing had happened. But once life is lost, it can never return. The lost home can never be found again. Malfoy wanted the Weasley family to suffer the pain of losing their home. Forgiveness. Absolutely cannot forgive. Absolutely cannot let them get away with it. Using Hermione's thoughts about her friends to do dirty things. Such a person will forever leave no sadness. Today, kick that black-hearted one to pieces. Shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up. I want to do it too. Malfoy had tears in his eyes and hit Harry's face with his fist. Even if Harry was wrong, what was Malfoy supposed to do? His parents were taken hostage. What else could he do? In that sense of frustration, he crazily hit Harry, and the more he hit, the more Harry retaliated. The two rolled around, angrily pounding each other with their fists. Stop. Stop. Potter, don't. What are you doing? Fighting in the library is as conspicuous as fighting on stage. Hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, but Harry still didn't stop swinging his fists. What is the meaning of all this pain? Shouldn't the pain be etched into the body more thoroughly? Compared to the pain of never seeing home and friends again, a bit of physical pain is no different from being bitten by a mosquito. Stop. I said stop, Potter. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall's furious roar, Harry felt the flow of magic. When Harry stood up from the pain, Professor McGonagall looked at him angrily, seeing the timid Hermione, Edith squatting on the ground, and Malfoy crying messily. What on earth happened, Potter? Why did you hit Malfoy? Look what you've done to him. You're far from done, Professor McGonagall. You almost killed Katie and Ron. What? McGonagall's face turned red with anger, but she was startled by Harry's uncontrollable words. It was as if Harry had slapped her. Malfoy had just admitted to using the Cruciatus Curse on Rosmerta, giving Katie a cursed necklace, and delivering poisoned mead to Professor Slughorn. A serious accusation, Potter. Evidence? When Harry heard the word evidence, he immediately recalled Malfoy's earlier words. He quickly grabbed Malfoy and reached into his pocket to search. Then his fingertips touched a coin in Malfoy's pocket. Harry immediately took the coin, glanced at it quickly, and showed it to McGonagall. Check this coin. It has been enchanted to contact Rosmerta. And in the room of requirement on the 8th floor, there is the remains of the cabinet used to kill Dumbledore. Let's see. McGonagall grabbed Harry's coin with trembling hands. After examining it for a while, she tapped it with the tip of her wand. Then, from the other side of the coin, they heard Rosmerta's voice say, Mr. Malfoy, how can I help you? McGonagall's face grew stern as she looked down at Malfoy. This is outrageous, Malfoy. Do you know what using the Cruciatus Curse means? She had just exhibited anger, but now her fury was the same. In other words, the anger she displayed was like a mother scolding a disobedient child. No matter how angry she looked, there was still a hint of kindness in her heart. But now, McGonagall's face showed true anger. But Malfoy could only respond with a whimpering cry. In any case, the spell on Rosmerta should be lifted immediately, and Dumbledore must be informed. Harry, Hermione, Edith, follow me to the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. McGonagall, Harry, Hermione, and Edith stood before Dumbledore, who rested his elbows on the table with a serious expression. Everyone was tense, especially Malfoy, who looked pale and on the verge of collapse, as if he might break down at any moment. The spell on Madame Rosmerta has been lifted. From the testimony, it seems that Draco Malfoy did indeed use the Cruciatus Curse. It has also been confirmed that the burned cabinet in the Room of Requirement is just as Harry described. Dumbledore listened silently as McGonagall explained in an unusually heavy tone. His face bore a curious expression, as if he had some impression, despite the threat to his life. Ah, I see. That one from the third floor that year. Very clever. Trying to pair it? Are we, sir? I'm investigating, but Potter says it's paired with Borgin and Burke's. Oh, I checked. Minerva, it's quite clear. Undoubtedly. It's the counterpart of Borgin and Burke's. Dumbledore nodded, as if watching the students check their answers. He looked quite strange and quite annoyed as he said this to Harry. Why was Dumbledore angry? On the contrary, he praised Malfoy. The vanishing cabinet was also checked with detection magic, and Malfoy's fingerprints were found. It seemed that he'd been trying to repair the cabinet all year, which was indeed the case. It was a brilliant plan. The Death Eaters must have helped Malfoy from Borgin and Burke's. A clever plan, a very clever plan, and how audacious it is under Dumbledore's nose. Dumbledore smiled warmly and praised Malfoy's plan. But he thought that he couldn't repair the vanishing cabinet. When he believed he couldn't solve the vanishing cabinet's problem, he resorted to a crude and reckless action. He sent a cursed necklace, and it ultimately fell into someone else's hands, or perhaps poisoned someone with the mead. It's apparent, but this is a serious case. Hogwarts students are involved with the Death Eaters, and 2 lives were almost lost, unlike ever before. I'm truly sorry, but I'm afraid I have no choice but to hand it over to the Ministry of Magic. Malfoy shivered at the merciless sentence spoken by McGonagall. Using the unforgivable curse would result in a life sentence in Azkaban. Malfoy understood one thing. That was why he felt afraid. But Dumbledore comforted McGonagall. Wait, Minerva. The boy has indeed committed a crime, but he's not the only one guilty. What do you mean, Albus? In fact, there are 2 attempted murders at play, and someone is doing something. Dumbledore's bombshell shocked everyone in the room. Their expressions were all different, but they looked at Dumbledore with suspicion, especially McGonagall, whose voice even sounded angry, as if she was questioning Dumbledore. Then why not stop it? Potter once said Malfoy was very suspicious, but when, foolishly, he brushed it aside. No excuses. It's all due to his ignorance and lack of foresight. But you just said you knew. How did you know? Then why stand by and watch the crime happen? Oh, Minerva, please calm your anger. It's right to be angry, but first, I hope to be heard. Dumbledore was flustered by Minerva's roaring and found it quite annoying. McGonagall huffed, hands on her hips, ready to listen. Thank you, Minerva. Now, to answer why I did not stop it. The answer to the question is not simple, and it cannot be. What do you mean? Acting on Voldemort's orders. So, if the Death Eaters discover the plan, what do you think they would do? That made McGonagall gasp. If acting on mysterious orders, failure would mean death. In other words, Dumbledore dared to stop Malfoy to protect him. If he handed it over to the Ministry of Magic, it would be the same. Eventually, the ministry would fall into Voldemort's hands. If it went to Azkaban, Voldemort would definitely kill him. Albus, are you saying the ministry will collapse? Yes, Minerva. Fortunately, it's too late to take countermeasures. If measures had been taken a year ago, or at least if Scrimgeour had become minister a year earlier. Rufus Scrimgeour's capabilities. Like Fudge, he turned a blind eye to the threats and lusted after a false sense of security. But his powers are limited, and he is ineffectual. He has already received the negative legacy of that wasted year. Although he could have done well, it would inevitably be limited. Fortunately, Dumbledore believes that the ministry's decline is only a matter of time. Now, Draco, let us discuss the options. There are no options. We have to do it. Otherwise, the mysterious one will kill my family. Malfoy screamed in response to Dumbledore's calm words. It was truly a desperate scream, a poor boy scream, knowing that his family's life was in someone else's hands, with no choice but to obey. Hearing this, Dumbledore nodded. He understood the difficult situation. As he said, it was for this reason that he hadn't stood against Malfoy. He knew that if Voldemort found out about the suspicion, he would kill him. Dumbledore's words silenced Malfoy. To be honest, the situation had deteriorated to a very bad point, and Dumbledore tried to reassure Malfoy. In other words, if Malfoy didn't act quickly, it would be too late. In any case, the time was already running out. Even if the pretended task did not fail, if it involved legilimency, it would still be exposed immediately. Voldemort was a master of legilimency. To block legilimency requires extraordinary magical skill. or a soul's power that can prevent anything from invading one's mind. But Draco Malfoy had neither. In other words, a single encounter could end Draco's life at that moment. Help was needed. Anyone could do it. If the command was followed, it would lead to death. There was no other choice. Draco to the edge. It was a protection more perfect than imagined. Most importantly, a member of the Order of the Phoenix would hide his mother tonight. His father was safe in Azkaban, but when the time came, he would protect him. The plan had failed. Draco's mother had to be hidden before she could be discovered. Draco now had only two choices: seek help from Dumbledore or die. In some ways, it was the best chance he had now. Dumbledore spoke in a stern tone and unfolded the Daily Prophet newspaper. A front-page headline reported that Gringotts Bank had been attacked. Witnesses claimed that the culprit, Mirabelle Beresford, should have gone missing, while the media blamed the goblins, asking a girl attacked the bank and got away unscathed. The goblins were blamed and refused to believe it. But everyone inside, including Dumbledore, knew. Without a doubt, Mirabelle had committed the crime. Besides her, who would do something so foolish? In a few bank robbery cases, it seemed the Malfoy family's vault had been robbed. The vault? Yes, that's right. This bold speculation suggested that the vault contained something very important to Voldemort. Mirabelle must have sensed something and launched an attack on the vault. Moreover, after the loss of the Horcrux, Voldemort's anger would inevitably be directed at his mother. Malfoy seemed to have lost his voice. So the Malfoy family had already caused Voldemort to lose Horcruxes multiple times. The first time was when Tom Riddle's diary was destroyed. The dying secret split Voldemort's soul, equivalent to Voldemort's life. Lucius Malfoy used this diary to ruin the Weasley family, but the diary was destroyed by Harry's friends. The second time was when the Department of Mysteries failed to obtain the prophecy. The prophecy showed Voldemort's future, and he spent a year trying to obtain it. But Lucius Malfoy failed to retrieve the prophecy orb, and in addition, lost many Death Eaters. Then came Mirabelle's attack. 2 Horcruxes and 1 prophecy. Voldemort's anger over the loss of some Horcruxes was measurable. Again, to help. The rest was up to you, Draco. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Malfoy silently nodded, tears streaming down. Severus Snape was agitated. Just then, Dumbledore informed that Malfoy's plan had completely failed. Dumbledore had hidden Malfoy at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix to save his life, but his mother was still at Malfoy Manor. Thus, it was reasonable for Snape to take on the task of persuading Narcissa Malfoy, a double agent among the Death Eaters, seen as an ally by Voldemort. In other words, the only member of the Order of the Phoenix suspected of getting close to Narcissa. But in Snape's eyes, it was already too late. Narcissa Malfoy had already revealed how heavy the burden was. Forgive me, my lord. The betrayal of her husband had left her in despair, and the Department of Mysteries had caused great disappointment. And once again, the wife had also failed his expectations. It was disappointing to admit such disappointment. Please, my lord. The furious Voldemort walked past Narcissa, who continued to apologize while rubbing her head on the floor. His anger was so evident that even the Death Eaters who were not involved were afraid. No wonder. How could one remain calm when 2 Horcruxes had been destroyed? How could one find peace when the 2 Horcruxes containing his soul had been destroyed? Punishment was necessary for the third, the parent's children, who needed to become an example. I beg you. Shut up. Narcissa. The Cruciatus curse pierced Narcissa, and with tears in her eyes, she pleaded. A piercing scream echoed in Snape's ears, and he instinctively turned his head away. Dumbledore had instructed Snape to save her. But in such a situation, what should Snape do? Even if Snape suggested something, the enraged Voldemort would not listen. But if Snape made a wrong move, his cover as a spy would be exposed, and he would likely be killed. And afraid of death, but wanting to die without having done what he was meant to do. In other words, Voldemort was in a very good mood. 2 separate battles, one in the graveyard and the other in the Department of Mysteries, had resulted in heavy casualties among the Death Eaters, losing dozens of their best pieces. Although they still had about 10 Death Eaters left, Bellatrix Lestrange had dealt a blow to Voldemort, who had previously paid special attention to her and taught her dark magic. They also attacked the families of Muggle-born Aurors to overthrow the British Ministry of Magic, but some Death Eaters never returned. Some were killed by Aurors. Others were attacked by Mirabelle, all of which was enough to make the Dark Lord furious. Of course, the Death Eaters were trying to repair the situation in some way. After all, they felt that they were living under the wrath of the Dark Lord. They knew when they might be struck down by the killing curse. That was why Axley controlled the Magical Law Enforcement Squad, responsible for Pierce Shinkness, and infiltrated the Ministry with a significant number of personnel. Walter McNeil also successfully introduced Giants, and after Fenrir's death, successfully took over his role, forming an alliance with the werewolf pack. The ranks of dark creatures were steadily increasing and preparing to overthrow the Ministry of Magic. The werewolf pack seemed to be eyeing its power, possibly Mirabelle, even though nearly half had been pulled away recently. But even so, Voldemort's mood did not improve. In fact, it had become worse than before. To deal with Mirabelle's forces lurking in the shadows, he needed to quickly gain control of the British Ministry of Magic and its powers. However, it did not go as smoothly as hoped, which was quite frustrating. Then came the loss of the Horcrux. The Death Eaters had a premonition that Voldemort's anger would never end after seeing the blood. He would become food for Nagini. Voldemort's ruthless declaration made Narcissa tremble. Nagini, Voldemort's pet, the only friend he trusted in the world, to whom he had given his heart. It was indeed strange that Voldemort could open his heart to a snake, a creature that could not reciprocate. Thus, it was natural for the snake to become one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the only partner that could give Voldemort a sense of security. That was why it was worth becoming one with Voldemort. Voldemort cared for the snake more than any Death Eater. He believed that the value of a Horcrux exceeded that of any Death Eater. That was why he showed no hesitation in punishing the Malfoy family for the 2 lost Horcruxes. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Let my son go. The betrayal of the Dark Lord's expectations. The crime must be punished. Afterwards, her son would be sent to meet hell. Voldemort snapped his fingers, calling for Nagini. Under his gaze, Snape finally faced a decision. Should he focus on his own position and let Narcissa fend for herself? Or should he abandon his spy activities to save Narcissa? But, looking at the conclusion, perhaps he worried too much. Because no matter how many times Voldemort called, Nagini did not respond. Nagini? Voldemort felt puzzled. He had never found Nagini unresponsive to his call. Nagini should have been nearby. Even if she was eating, she should have come to him when he called. Had she gone too far to hear him? No. Voldemort had ordered Nagini to stay away because the Horcrux stored in the bank had recently been destroyed, making Voldemort very worried about Nagini's safety. Had Nagini been attacked by something? Furthermore, Nagini had been personally protected by Voldemort with a protective spell. First of all, he didn't know Nagini was a Horcrux. Either she was aware of the Horcrux or had obtained information from elsewhere, determining its location or discovering the Horcrux. Voldemort had to admit that Hufflepuff's cup was exposed by the House Elf Heggie, so it was normal for it to be discovered. As for the diary, Lucius was clueless. He said none of the Death Eaters knew about the Horcrux, nor could they obtain information from there. But Nagini, too, was only known to Voldemort. Voldemort had not revealed to her that she was a Horcrux. That was why Nagini could have been attacked. A wave of nauseating coldness slid down Voldemort's spine. The image of a blonde-haired demon surfaced in his mind. Voldemort could not remain calm and rushed out of the room. Snape, execute the woman. Snape watched Voldemort leave, realizing it was the best opportunity. He pointed his wand at Narcissa and silently cast the stunning spell. There wasn't even a moment to explain. She collapsed, her wrist slashed, blood splattering everywhere, and then he quickly healed her. He allowed a bit more blood to deceive Voldemort. Snape completed the task effortlessly, cradling the unconscious Narcissa in his arms, and then disapparated away. Ridiculous. Voldemort looked down at the ground, stunned. His eyes trembled with the kind of sorrow that even the Death Eaters could not express after death. It could be discovered. No information pointed to it being a Horcrux. He had never revealed it to anyone, not even muttered a word. So there must be some mistake. Even if Voldemort thought so, the scenery of his eyes would forever change. In the direction of his gaze, he saw a dead snake. The corpse didn't even twitch, its eyes still wide open in rigor mortis. It was as if it had been petrified, frozen in place, with no signs of struggle. Its body bore fresh wounds, as if bitten by a giant fang, still vivid in sight. Damn! Kill! The Dark Lord roared in anger, veins bulging on his head. He knew Dumbledore and Beresford, but he could let it go. He knew who did it, Dumbledore and Beresford, but it would be dealt with. He swore he would make them pay. Gringotts Theater, stop. It cannot be. The soul-binding falls have already been breached. What is that dragon doing? The dragon has been subdued. It is acting on the enemy's orders. The Gringotts Bank was in chaos. Once said to be the second safest place in the magical world, it had already been robbed several times. A fact that could not be denied. Some criminals had successfully stolen from it, though it was very flashy. But no one had been foolish enough to try it in such a way. By breaking in head-on, where are the trolls? They have been eliminated. Eliminated. 38 trolls. An empty spectacle and an empty malignant event. Suddenly, a girl named Mirabelle Beresford burst into the bank, kicking the goblins blocking her path. Eliminating the trolls, smashing open stubborn doors, taming the dragon, and forcefully breaching the mechanisms, delving deeper and deeper. No traps, defenses, or curses worked against her. Walking the curse path was like owning the curse itself, shattering protective walls, being struck by traps, her whole body ablaze, but still remaining unmoved. Fortunately, the bank had no way to stop the dead monsters. Of course, this method was handled smoothly, with the aid of the soul-binding curse. She commanded the trolls to create any waves, stealing whatever was in the bank and reaching her destination without being discovered. However, Mirabelle was very confident in her own strength, feeling that she was no match for Gringotts. She liked to sneak around like a fairy. Therefore, she took the most ridiculous approach in world history, robbing Gringotts' bank head-on. It was a kind of direct provocation, as if to say, if you can stop me, then try to stop me. Quick stop. Gringotts' honor will be reduced to ashes. At the goblin's command, dozens of magically animated puppet trolls charged at Mirabelle. But Mirabelle's calmness remained unchanged. With a devilish smile on her face, she crushed and sliced through some of the puppet trolls, obliterating them in the blink of an eye. With the last punch hitting the ground, she thought her heart would explode in a full encirclement, blowing all the puppet trolls to pieces. The bank caught fire, scattered debris. The fairies, stunned by such a real scene, saw a demon emerge from the flames, as if nothing had happened. The demon's beauty was unharmed by the flames but twisted by the joy of her own power, looking down coldly at everything. Hey, choose. Either die or surrender. Mirabelle gave two choices, and the fairy surrendered without hesitation. Instinct told the fairy it was a monster that could be overcome, a monster that could never be defeated alone. Grabbing the fairy by the neck, Mirabelle continued to walk forward. When they finally reached their destination, the Malfoy family's vault, she used powerful magic to blast the magically protected door to pieces. Stepping on the door, which had now become scrap metal, the demon finally broke into the vault. What a troublesome thing. Mirabelle hesitated as she picked up a cup from a vault. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, a Horcrux of Voldemort, entrusted to him. It was originally supposed to be in the Lestrange family's vault, but after Mirabelle killed the Lestrange family, it was hurriedly moved to the Malfoy family. Ironically, this action piqued Mirabelle's interest. The movement of items from the Lestrange to the Malfoy vault among the top Death Eaters. Mirabelle knows that something is wrong, and has captured several Death Eaters to torture and kill them in order to find out what Voldemort has hidden. The vault contains many things, truly of very warm protection. The cup has been cursed. A single touch will split it into countless infinite replication spells. But it's a bit trivial for Mirabelle. Fire of history. Mirabelle extinguished the cup in her hand with demonic fire and looked up, as if she had no interest in the things of the Goblin Bank. Then she used magic to blast open the flower board, summoning a dragon to come closer. A pitiful dragon, bound and used by the family bank for many years. Mirabelle, a high species in her own right, felt compassion for the dragon that was allowed to roam freely, yet suffered alone. She healed its wounds, and the dragon felt her tenderness, willingly becoming her steed. Mirabelle was still holding onto the fairy, signaling from the dragon's head. Then she flew into the sky, not looking back at the destroyed bank. After protecting the Malfoys, Harry finally succeeded in obtaining Slughorn's memory. Using the pensieve, he saw the regretful memory that revealed Tom Riddle's knowledge of Horcruxes. However, Slughorn was not blamed for this. At that time, Tom Riddle was just an excellent student who seemed to have not abused magic. Slughorn had been deceived. That particular memory led Dumbledore and Harry to find out Voldemort's secret of immortality. The secret of immortality was still the Horcruxes. By destroying the Horcruxes, Voldemort could be killed. In addition, the memory also revealed how many Horcruxes there were. Young Tom Riddle once said that 7 was the most powerful number in magic. Therefore, the number of Horcruxes would be 6, while the main soul would be 7. Currently, 3 Horcruxes are known to have been destroyed. Firstly, the diary destroyed in the second year. The ring of the Gaunt family was also destroyed by Dumbledore. Additionally, there was the Horcrux in Gringotts that Mirabelle apparently destroyed. However, aside from the ring destroyed by Dumbledore, there are still some unanswered questions. Firstly, regarding the diary, Harry did indeed use the sword to cut through Tom Riddle's illusion. However, the diary as a Horcrux itself was not damaged, so it cannot be said to have been destroyed. In other words, the diary remained intact when it escaped from Harry. But if it was safe, why did it release Ginny Weasley's soul? Is it reasonable to assume that Mirabelle destroyed Tom Riddle's diary? One more thing. The Malfoy family vault was attacked, but the fact that there was a Horcrux there is just a guess, as it was never actually seen. There might not be a Horcrux, or Mirabelle might know how to destroy it. Furthermore, Mirabelle's goal must be to obtain the Horcrux. Considering this, assuming it has been destroyed, is overly optimistic. In any case, Harry and Dumbledore have decided what needs to be done. To defeat Voldemort, they must find and destroy the Horcruxes. As for the monster of immortality, the same goes for Mirabelle, but she could possess multiple Horcruxes like Voldemort. The primary task is to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. Fortunately, Dumbledore seems to have found the location of the Horcrux. Harry and Dumbledore immediately set off for the cave, where they believed the Horcrux was hidden. However, it turned out to be a waste of time. When they arrived, they found the place had been destroyed, with nothing but a pile of corpses. Headmaster, what on earth? Mirabelle, besides, think of something else. Dumbledore muttered in response to Harry's trembling voice. Voldemort had protected the cave with the Horcrux. Undoubtedly, Voldemort would have used all his means to set traps. Only a few could break through and destroy it so brutally. Without a doubt, it was Mirabelle's work. That fearful girl had already thought of how to kill Voldemort and destroy the Horcrux. Mirabelle is trying to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. It sounds scary, but there's nothing better than villains crushing each other. However, both Mirabelle and even Voldemort himself are aware of the 7 Horcruxes, the powerful magical number 7. Thus, it is believed that Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, including one he himself did not realize. But when the ignorant Dark Lord tried to kill the baby Harry, he was defeated by Lily Potter, an ancient spell of love, and in that moment, Voldemort unknowingly split his own soul and transferred a piece to Harry. Therefore, Harry became the last Horcrux that Voldemort unintentionally created. This is why Harry can speak Parseltongue and has a connection with Voldemort's consciousness. If Mirabelle realizes this, she would undoubtedly kill Harry without any remorse. Voldemort would eventually discover this, perhaps due to the ancient spell protecting Harry. Or perhaps the connection has become so normalized that it goes unnoticed. But Mirabelle might one day become aware of this. She might think she has destroyed all the Horcruxes, trying to kill Voldemort, only to realize there is still one left. If such a situation occurs, the Dark Lord would certainly trace it back to Harry. Dumbledore let out a melancholy sigh, stroking his long beard. The end of the year has arrived once again. The year-end ceremony was held, as usual, and Dumbledore issued his warnings for the 3rd time, the first year and the 2nd year. The peace of the magical world has gradually been disrupted by Death Eaters, who have begun to stir. Several have already become victims, and the parents of students have also fallen prey. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic under Scrimgeour's command is struggling to fight back, but the situation is not optimistic. At this rate, the collapse of the Ministry is only a matter of time. Dumbledore believes that the magical world is currently at its most critical moment. Grindelwald, Voldemort, Mirabelle, each is a powerful dark wizard shaking the magical world alone. For some reason, they're all gathering at the same time. On the other hand, the forces of justice opposing the darkness have weakened. This year has been unusually calm, but everyone knows it is the calm before the storm. Perhaps next year, a storm will engulf the entire magical world. Fortunately, most might survive the storm. A storm will bring about a significant number of deaths. A storm will cause many tragedies. Nevertheless, Dumbledore remains hopeful. He hopes to see everyone working together next year. Grindelwald can come up with some rather interesting ideas. Mirabelle walked through the Durmstrang Institute happily. Beside her was Grindelwald, the wizard who had once instilled fear in the magical world. Many students at Durmstrang had relatives who were killed. For example, Victor Krum lost his grandfather because of Grindelwald. Even so, no one blamed the school. There wasn't even a pleasant but futile thought of transforming the Durmstrang castle itself into a mobile fortress. What did Grindelwald do in the final battle? He undertook a major renovation of Durmstrang Castle. What kind of thoughts led to such an action? Grindelwald turned the castle into a floating mobile fortress. Beauxbatons Academy had once traveled to Hogwarts in a luxurious carriage to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and now Durmstrang had recreated everything on a larger scale. Of course, no matter how magical the creatures were, they couldn't drag a giant castle. So, he transformed the castle itself into a magical artifact, achieving the same effect as the levitation charm. It was a difficult task, but not impossible. For example, the Weasley twins made hats that had the same effect as the Ironbelly charm. The only difference was the scale. Wizard Gellert Grindelwald sighed. If he wanted a mobile base, a ghost ship would have been sufficient, a flying base the same size as Beauxbatons. Nevertheless, he chose a castle, seemingly wanting to be on the same level as Dumbledore. Just like choosing a school, right? As Mirabelle said, renovating the castle was a waste of time. It would have been better to prepare as many mobile bases as possible according to need, rather than preparing a slowly flying mobile castle. Even so, The reason for insisting on transforming the castle might be to stand at the same height as Dumbledore. Just like Dumbledore, he held the position of headmaster, and, similarly, he had a castle called a school. Grindelwald seemed eager to be in the same position as Dumbledore to compare outside of combat under the same conditions. But was already half done? He must have deliberately driven away the students and teachers, then filled it with brainwashed aura zombies. Children who hadn't even completed their studies were useless in battle. It felt a bit silly. Mirabelle sneered sarcastically, but Grindelwald just chuckled. How is the preparation progressing? According to estimates, Voldemort will soon control the Ministry of Magic. No problem, we can launch the war at any time. The total number of Aurors in France, Germany, and Ireland is 500. There are 600 vampires and about 1,000 zombies raised from graves. In addition, there are hundreds of puppets made with the power of the Philosopher's Stone, as well as about 1,000 borrowed Muggle soldiers. Then there are 60 dragons, 10 mass-produced basilisks, and 300 trolls that guy, Chilo, brought from somewhere. There are also many magical creatures, various magical items, so many that it's too much to count. A massive force that is shocking. The scale of the magical world is considerable. But compared to the war with Muggles, tens of thousands is the norm. The scale of conflicts between countries can mobilize only a fraction. Of course, the number of wizards is far lower than that of Muggles. The total is known, but even if you add up all the wizards in the world, it would only reach 1 billion. Perhaps at most 10 million, considering the total population of the Earth. The ratio is about 1 in 1,000. The country also has hundreds of Dementors. Are we using any Dementors? Kill them all. I don't want that garbage in the country we're currently building. I think, in terms of combat power, those pieces of trash still have some use. Let me say it again. Trash is useless. Grindelwald silently turned his mouth. Clearly, Mirabelle hated Dementors. It seemed she hated their very existence, rather than their potential as a combat force. If that's the case, further probing to provoke her would be wise. A vampire in Mirabelle's hand ran over, seemingly panicked. Mirabelle, what's wrong? It's noisy. At 2 a.m. this morning, Voldemort attacked the Beresford Manor in England. The Beresford Manor has been destroyed. Fortunately, Mavis was protected by Dumbledore and seems to be safe. Hearing the report, Grindelwald's expression became very serious. It was an event to be expected. After such a spectacular action to destroy a Horcrux, Voldemort would inevitably seek revenge. Moreover, it was foreseeable that the family would be chosen as a target for retaliation. However, Mirabelle let her loyal Holger Sidney leave England with her, leaving her mother Mavis at home. Mirabelle's mother left the estate in the year of Mirabelle. To keep Dumbledore focused on the decoy, it would appear very natural and abrupt if the decoy stayed in England for too long and if the parents were gone. But there was no decoy anymore. It also exposed herself and the home that should have been evacuated immediately. Accepting Grindelwald's accusatory gaze, Mirabelle did not change her expression. Only murmured, "Understood. Is that all?" That's all that was asked. As if interested, Mirabelle listened with an extremely indifferent attitude, as if she were hearing gossip about a stranger being murdered. It seemed like she was pretending to be cold, deliberately acting that way. Deep down, she thought her real home was attacked, and that was it. For the destruction of the house she grew up in, there was no love, no anger or lament, just a kind of brutal indifference. That was all. Good then. Continue to focus on gathering information. The messenger retreated, and Mirabelle looked at Grindelwald. Then, she saw a complicated expression on his face, seemingly in a good mood. What's wrong? You seem to be in a good mood? Not really. Believe it or not, from a home never seen before, but is there a problem? This made Mirabelle worried about Grindelwald's plans. Mavis Beresford, the headmaster of Durmstrang, would be very useful if she wanted to exploit it. If Grindelwald used it for something, then it would be a problem. Faced with such a deadly error-prone girl who thought non-judgmentally, Grindelwald shook his head. It's nothing, Beresford. Is it? Well, since you say so, I want to delve further. Grindelwald watched the girl's back as she walked away, frightened by that ruthlessness. The girl had no affection. Even Voldemort felt love for his mother. But Mirabelle had none of that love. Nothing to love, nothing to feel. Can someone like that really create an ideal magical kingdom? Grindelwald denied that thought, shaking his head. Sitting in the headmaster's office chair, Mavis looked tired. No wonder. Just a few days ago, attacked by Death Eaters, she lost her home. Even more shocking was that her beloved daughter's actions had made her a target, and her daughter was not even saved. In other words, left to fend for herself. Just the daughter's status in her heart. Drink up. It will warm you up, a kind voice said as a cup of butterbeer was placed in front of her. If Dumbledore visited, Mavis would now be able to be there. When she thought about it a bit, Dumbledore saved her life, but her daughter's opponent. As for the home's future, she was preparing a house with protective magic. It would become a secret guardian. Mavis couldn't respond to Dumbledore's words. She knew she had to say something, but she didn't even know what to say now. Dumbledore spoke, seemingly wanting to calm her down. All right, Beresford, now hand over your memories to me, to share the suffering. Mavis's memories tormented her. Dumbledore knew what those memories were, but with many interactions, he could understand what kind of pain those memories held. Pain, the pain of being trapped by sin, the denial carried with her. A meticulously planned action. But on the other hand, Dumbledore also sincerely wanted to save her. Only wanting to do one thing. The love that cannot be touched. Dumbledore, please look at this. Of course, I will respect it. If I could see the memories, that would be an act of courage. Dumbledore said gently and persuasively. The greatest comfort for Mavis's fragile heart. Placing his wand on his forehead, with trembling hands, he created a mist. Dumbledore took it and threw it into the pensieve. Now Dumbledore finally knew the root of Mirabelle's issues. Dumbledore restrained his distractions and took a deep breath. Even he could not predict future situations. But now he knew. The girl had no evil to be born of, hoping for even the faintest glimmer of light. With such thoughts, Dumbledore dived into Mavis's memories. Dumbledore landed in a mansion. It was nice, but not as grand as the Beresford estate. But at least it was a mansion, and the live scene there were better than those in the ordinary. A girl ran down the hallway. Dumbledore saw, at first thinking it was Mirabelle, but it was not Mirabelle. Upon closer inspection, the details were the same, and the girl was filled with happiness. A girl's smile, a life without any setbacks. A heart poured with parental love. Hey, Mom, did you receive the letter from Hogwarts? The girl, Mavis, exclaimed joyfully as she received the letter, her eyes sparkling. She looked like Mirabelle on the outside, but the expression on her face made it impossible to associate the two. Carefully holding the letter, she happily said, Mom, I got into Ravenclaw. Is it the school for very clever kids? Yes, I believe I got in. So, then, find a beautiful love, like in a storybook, and then have a child, becoming a wonderful mother just like that. I will love so much, and we will be a happy family. Oh, how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, Mavis turned into an older version of herself. The floor disappeared, and the scenery around Dumbledore changed. He then stood in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Many students gathered there, watching the sorting of the first-year students. Mavis was among them, her heart racing as she waited for her turn. Dumbledore recognized the names of those students who had already graduated as they were called one by one to sit on their respective house chairs. Along the way, Mavis spotted a boy heading toward Slytherin, a sharp-eyed boy with beautiful silver hair. For some reason, Mavis's gaze was fixed tightly on the confident, high-spirited eyes of the boy. Mackenzie Mavis. When her name was called, Mavis sat in the chair, wearing the hat. Then, after a few seconds, the hat roared as if contemplating. Finally, the hat reached a conclusion and loudly shouted which house she belonged to. Ravenclaw. Mavis ran toward the Ravenclaw table, greeted by applause and cheers from many older students. Her face was filled with anticipation for the wonderful school life about to begin. Then Dumbledore saw a newer living room than the one he visited at the Beresford home. Standing up and looking around, he saw a younger version of Mavis Beresford sitting at the table with another girl sitting across from her. A slender girl, dressed in a glamorous outfit adorned with sequins, wearing bracelets and rings as decorations, and glasses that made her look like a giant, shiny dragonfly. Sybil Trelawney, the Hogwarts professor of divination, in a sense, the culprit of all things. The entire event between Harry and Voldemort began with a prophecy. And then James and Lily were killed. Dumbledore knew, as expected, has it appeared again? A premonition, that if one returns to their own memories, it will lead somewhere. To exaggerate, a position determined the female prophet of Harry and Voldemort, and is also related to Mirabelle, who shook the magical world, perhaps without even realizing it. As if guided by fate, the place for the prophecy was set, and when meeting the one who commissioned the prophecy, the true prophecy was released. Well, I decided to find a job at Hogwarts. Did you hear the voice of Durmstrang? Their conversation was like that of relatives. The way they spoke was like friends. As they were classmates at Hogwarts, they had the same career goal, which was to become teachers. As a result, both got teaching jobs and celebrated each other's informal job opportunities in a way. Moreover, it was heard that one of them was expecting a child. Envy, such happiness. Trelawney usually spoke in a mysterious voice, as if it came from a mist, but now it sounded very natural. It seemed unnecessary to maintain the image of an old friend who knew their true identity. Dumbledore believed that if she often spoke like this, she would be more popular with students, making it seem like she was very mysterious. But at that calm moment, something unusual suddenly happened. Trelawney suddenly opened her hands, stood up, and her eyes went blank. Trelawney? Born under the demon's balanced moon, guarded by Venus. The demon's mastery leans towards either redemption or destruction. Speaking of which, Trelawney's voice was heavy and very masculine. Again, Dumbledore thought his nerves were on edge. From now on, not a word could be missed. Perhaps it would affect a conversation that would influence the magical world. Fortunately, Mavis was the only one who heard the words. Therefore, nothing was saved in the Department of Mysteries. The demon will receive the half thing, and balance will be stabilized, depriving the demon of the thing. If done, balance will lean towards destruction, and the fixed future will be overturned. Even if the clock's hands are turned back, once balance tilts, it will never return. Half thing, Dumbledore first thought of Edith, who had always been a student alongside Mirabelle. But that is not what the prophecy mentioned. Edith never left Mirabelle, while Mirabelle chose the path of destruction. So who? Who can stop Mirabelle? Who? If so, who can guide her talents towards redemption? The scene changed again. In Heathcote's study. There, facing Mavis's husband, Heathcote. Mavis sat in a chair, seemingly lost in thought, while Heathcote's expression was very bewildered. They were currently discussing their beloved daughter. Has Mirabelle been laughing recently? Yes. She seems very happy lately. The child laughs happily. Usually a good thing, a normal family. But Beresford, a cursed family, where power is everything. Common sense does not apply. Lured by a Muggle girl, a real nuisance. But correcting the daughter's mistakes is also the responsibility of the parents. The obstacles must be removed as soon as possible. After finishing his words, Heathcote began to drink. But Mavis seemed uninterested. Are you sure about this? I have already told Umbridge and Fudge. Do you think they would be saddened by this? Since Mavis was a girl, she dreamed of the future. Mavis dreamed of a future where she would love and nurture her child as her mother did, and have a happy family. But now the dream is just a distant vision. Perhaps loving a man named Heathcote and choosing to walk together at that moment was madness. She had become a parent, not allowing her child to be happy, but becoming a parent who deprives smiles. Mavis's problem, and her own weakness, was her inability to express strong opinions to her husband. Such matters are equally important. The current priority is to eliminate those bugs following Mirabelle, the child's royal talent. A ruler for a lifetime, even surpassing Dumbledore, requires the power to rule and the parents' favoritism. But does she not know that everything is rotting? Lettice Valentine. That's right, a bloody little girl who deceived Mirabelle, destroying the masterpiece crafted with love. A masterpiece. Heathcote hesitated to call the child that. The highest praise, a form of love of his own, often incomprehensible. But such love has never made the child happy. A mad family growing up, like the head of a family for generations, has gone mad to some extent, mentally disturbed. This case will be treated as an unauthorized act of a Dementor. In any case, Dementors are a loathsome creature. If a Muggle is eliminated now, it would raise suspicions. At that point, the creature would be useful. Lettice Valentine, the childhood companion who needed that thing. Even as a ghost, she was allowed to show her face to Mirabelle. A soul buried in use. Dumbledore completed the memory journey, quietly watching Mavis. Mavis was frightened by his gaze, her beauty distorted. The prophecy had been accepted. If she could have stopped her husband, perhaps Mirabelle's fate would have changed. She could feel regret for that. Her face twitched in fear, as if she were being sentenced for a crime. But Dumbledore gently told her, "Well done, you have expressed your feelings." Professor Dumbledore was stunned. It has been distorted, wondering why that child tried to make her die just as she once did. Enough. She has suffered enough pain. Just because of love, it also means that it will be forever obtained. If such love is distorted, then even more so. Dumbledore, as one who loves love, was heartbroken by the misunderstandings between parents and children. Is Heathcote really foolish? That twisted source. Lettice's childhood companion. Obviously, the name is key. Then it seems necessary to understand the situation. After making up his mind, Dumbledore quietly left the room. Number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursley house. A place that brought Harry beautiful memories. But it was still Harry's home. A place to protect Harry, whether liked or not. The protective magic left by Dumbledore kept Harry away from the Death Eaters. But it all ends on his 17th birthday. That protection lasted until adulthood. And Harry would return to a place he considered home every year. And that place had the ability to protect. However, once he turned 17, that protection would be lost, and Voldemort's Death Eaters would rise to attack. Harry needed to leave the house before such things happened. "Harry, are you ready?" The Dursley family had already left the house. Voldemort's attack has already been thwarted, and the wizards have been moved to a safe place. Instead, Those who united to protect Harry are trusted friends. Ron is stocky. Hermione has tied her thick hair back into a braid. The twins, Fred and George, as well as Bill Weasley, are as handsome as ever. Uncle Weasley sports a shining bald head, and Fleur stands closely beside Bill. Standing next to Mad-Eye Moody is his apprentice Tonks, a seasoned orer. Harry's godfather. Sirius Black's friend Remus Lupin smiles confidently, while Hagrid, with his heavy head almost touching the ceiling, is anxiously pacing. Kingsley, a dark wizard, and Snape, with a face like an irritable bat, are also present. Dumbledore, the great wizard, asks Harry if he is ready. Harry's favorite people are there, except for Snape. He feels happy that some friends have come together, even at the risk of their lives. Harry's plans are about to change. Dumbledore speaks, his ancient blue eyes shining. Pius Thickness has sided with Voldemort. Pius has prohibited flying connections to the house and has banned the use of portkeys within the house, even forbidding apparition into the house. The power wielded by Pius Thickness, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, is threatening. If any agreements are violated, one will be branded as a criminal and sent to prison. Officially, it is said to protect Harry that Death Eaters are barred from flying directly into Harry's home. But in reality, it is to prevent Harry from leaving home safely. And there is a trace. A trace? There is no trace on Harry. The trace is magic used to detect underage magical activity. Dumbledore responds to Harry's question with a cheerful laugh. One of the most annoying things about the trace is that it exists only if Harry is taken out. For instance, if the Death Eaters were to know where he is through Pius. So, they need to leave the house in a way that cannot be tracked by the trace. Brooms. Hagrid's motorcycle. These methods, after all, must be magically enhanced. Compared to the instantaneous travel of apparition, these methods carry a higher risk of being attacked. This is one reason for the many protections around Harry. Harry is reminded again of the seriousness of the situation. It is said that Voldemort knows he is leaving tonight. Rumors from Voldemort's side say he will leave on the 30th. If Snape is still acting as a spy, he was supposed to provide the correct information to gain Voldemort's trust, but everything fell apart the moment Narcissa was taken. Snape has done some work, but fortunately, his identity as a spy has been exposed. The reason is present. Once Harry leaves, he will go to Tonks' house. There, protective spells will be discovered. But if they go to Tonks' house, won't that be very conspicuous? Oh, don't worry. All 16 will go to Tonks' house. The same Harry Potter will fly to the same place tonight. With that, Dumbledore pulls out a bottle filled with something like sludge from his pocket. Harry knows what kind of potion it is. Polyjuice potion. A potion that allows one to imitate another by adding something to it. Useless. In an instant, Harry understands the whole plan. No matter what, it is an extremely dangerous plan, using 7 decoys to get Harry out of danger. Harry fears for his own safety and life, but he is more afraid for others to be harmed. However, Dumbledore shakes his head mercilessly, denying Harry's words. Harry, it must be done. Voldemort can wait, and half of the Ministry of Magic is already against him. The location of the house is already known, and it will soon lose its protective magic. Worst of all, it is not just Voldemort, but also Malfoy. But you must understand, Harry. Staring into Dumbledore's clear blue eyes, Harry finds he cannot say anything more. He thinks he would rather die than let others die. But at the same time, he is still like a child, not realizing the seriousness of his existence. Harry, with a pained expression, pulls out a few strands of hair and throws them into the muddy liquid. Then the Polyjuice potion turns into a transparent golden liquid. It is the same gold, but with the confidence and violence of Malfoy. It is a transparent gold with a hint of warmth. Wow. Harry, you look better than Barty Crouch Jr. Hearing Hermione's compliment, Harry blushes bashfully. Fred and George begin to whistle and tease. Now, those who can turn into Harry line up. Dumbledore says 7 members have left, and the bottles are lined up. Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, Fleur, Tonks, and Lupin. They all drink the Polyjuice potion and transform into Harry. Then they change clothes, put on glasses, and line up, making a total of 8 Harrys. It is hard to tell which one is the real Harry. All right. Now let's decide the pairs. George Weasley will go with you. Dumbledore's words shock Harry. He thought Dumbledore would accompany him. Headmaster, I thought we would be together. Well, yes, Voldemort would surely think the same. That's why I decided not to go together. Dumbledore's side is the safest place in the world. Therefore, there is no other place to put the real Harry. Everyone thinks so. That is why Dumbledore dares to deal with Voldemort using what everyone takes for granted. By making everyone think that the real Harry must be next to Dumbledore, it keeps Voldemort away from the real Harry. Kingsley, Hermione Granger, Mad-Eye, Lupin, Arthur, Fred, Hagrid, followed by Ron Weasley. The pairings are announced, and everyone moves next to their partner. Fleur will be with Bill Weasley. Tonks would probably like to be with Remus. As the pairing list is announced one by one, and they each reach their partners, Harry is shouting in his heart, "It must be a joke. How can this be frustrating?" He thought Dumbledore would be by his side. If he could, he would want Sirius or Lupin. If only he could believe it, he wouldn't. But Snape is the one Harry has to rely on. If the headmaster doesn't say anything, the most important thing is Snape. The worst thing is that Harry can still say it. The partner he has decided on, in other words, is the partner with whom he shares his fate. Someone he trusts to watch his back. But, to be honest, Harry thinks Snape is worth trusting with his back. Of course, he still likes him, but not entirely. He has experience being a Death Eater. He also told Voldemort about Sybil Trelawney's prophecy. Because he told Voldemort about the prophecy, Voldemort took action and killed those who were meant to destroy him, resulting in Harry's parents' deaths. He indirectly caused the deaths of his parents, and it is a hatred he feels. To trust his back to him is simply unimaginable. Headmaster. Harry thinks that Severus hides his true self in the best way. He believed that the enemy would think that even as a spy, he would hand over the real one to Voldemort, who works for him. The decision was certainly not wrong. At least compared to letting Dumbledore and Sirius together, it reduced a lot of necessary danger. But even with that knowledge, Harry still felt resistance. He couldn't bear to be with him, regardless of the logic. Well, Harry, is it the borrowed firebolt then? It feels more real that way. The Death Eaters knew that Harry was very good at riding brooms, and he particularly liked the firebolt. Snape, who was monitoring them to gain Voldemort's trust, naturally knew. Harry glared at Snape accusingly, but Snape turned away as if he didn't care. Harry wanted to ride the Thestral, Headmaster, and wanted to ride a broom. Dumbledore urged Harry to ride the Thestral, but Harry refused. He didn't know how to trust Snape. Riding a broom could ruin some plans. That's what Harry thought. Snape was the enemy who had sent his father and mother to their deaths. And now, the enemy had become his bodyguard. So, in an emergency, the only one he could trust was his own skills. Even without the firebolt, he still had the Nimbus 2000. I insist, Headmaster. I want to protect myself with my own power. In reality, that was equivalent to declaring that he didn't trust Snape to protect him at all. In fact, Harry even wanted to hide that thought. Along with the hatred he had harbored until now, it was driven by absolute anger and hatred towards his enemy. All right, Harry, you can leave on your broom. But please understand, Severus is also here to protect you. Harry didn't answer. He respected Dumbledore, believing he was always right. But even he could make mistakes. Trusting Snape could be Dumbledore's only mistake. There were still about 3 minutes left before they should leave. Locking the door was useless anyway. Harry packed his things and walked out the door. In his backpack were valuable items like the mirror Sirius had given him and the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. The Half-Blood Prince's textbook had helped Harry throughout the year. Although he didn't know who the Half-Blood Prince was, he wanted to discard the book. Then there was Hedwig's cage. A heavy burden, but Harry could let it go. So, are you ready? Everyone, let's meet again in safety. Dumbledore signaled for them to leave. At the same time, everyone soared into the sky and scattered. Harry also flew up, soaring in the air, not even looking at Snape. It had been years since Harry had ridden the Nimbus 2000. The Nimbus 2000 was as good as the Firebolt. But the Nimbus 2000 was the first broom he had ever ridden, and he still cherished it as a precious companion. All the way, there was nothing in common. The scenery floated back at a marvelous speed. What are you doing? Get away, Potter. Snape shouted angrily while following Harry. Leaving the protective bodyguard was not a good idea. But Harry didn't care, instead speeding up, trying to shake Snape off. Snape might have been very annoyed by this, shouting in an even stronger tone than before. Enough. Child's play. You must get close and take action to protect. Harry scoffed at Snape's words in his heart. Protect? That made Harry laugh. How could someone who hated his father and despised his mother feel like that? Even now, he must be considering when to attack him from behind. Would he trust and sell him to Voldemort? Just like his parents. Just like Sybil Trelawney made the prophecy about defeating Voldemort, without even realizing it. But in very few cases, she made real predictions. That's why, despite being incompetent, she was still allowed into Hogwarts. Snape eavesdropped on the prophecy, as a Death Eater at the time, and told Voldemort about it. As a result, he only overheard half of the prophecy. So he didn't know who the Chosen One was, and could only tell Voldemort that the child born to parents resisting him 3 times would be born. And most fortunately, Voldemort decided to target the child of Mr. Potter and Mrs. Potter. As a result, James Potter and Lily Potter were killed, and Harry received the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. In this, Snape was responsible for his parents' deaths. After discovering this, Harry went directly to Dumbledore and asked why Snape was allowed to be a teacher. But Dumbledore did not give a clear answer. only saying he regretted it very much. This only intensified Harry's frustration. Regretted? How could that be? Snape hated his father and despised his mother. Harry would bet that when his parents died, Snape must have laughed with glee. How could Harry trust someone like that? How could he be considered friend? Therefore, Harry did not believe or acknowledge Snape. Friend, enemy. What? He knew. He knew about telling Voldemort regarding the prophecy, and he also knew about the death of his mother and father. A burst of frustration. Or rather, if Dumbledore had given a good explanation, perhaps it would have been different. However, Dumbledore provided Harry with no information and told him to trust Snape unconditionally. The result was an explosion of emotions. It must feel great. He didn't even know how his mother died, right? A life begging for mercy. And Voldemort killed her like a bug. It was all caused by him. Hearing Harry's words, Snape's face twisted into a mixture of anger and sadness. But all Harry could see was the anger on his face. Harry felt he could be deceived by such a face. No remorse. Trust. The hatred that killed his mother. The words cut deeply into Snape's chest like a knife. Those sins would forever be erased. It was now stabbing into Snape's heart like the blade of a written word. P.S. Chapter 98 mentions illustrations by Letty Valentine Mirabelle. Interested friends can flip back and take a look. In summary, Harry Potter's actions went very smoothly. Dumbledore's presence also benefited. After the Death Eaters patrolling near the Dursleys saw Dumbledore, they couldn't cope, waiting for Voldemort to arrive and immediately launch a chase. During this time, the loss to Harry's friend was significant. By the time Voldemort arrived, they had already reached their destination. Time passed, and a few moments later, Harry, at 17 years old, was unable to move due to the trace. In other words, he had no choice but to stay indoors, leaving all activities of the Order of the Phoenix to his friends. Even if he could move, what could he do? The work he was supposed to do in searching for Horcruxes had already become meaningless. If Dumbledore's guess was correct, Mirabelle had already found and destroyed some of them. Mirabelle was helpless regarding the situation in the UK. As time passed, Harry grew increasingly impatient. But time, indifferent to Harry's feelings, continued to flow relentlessly. Along with it, circumstances changed drastically. 3 days later, at Bill and Fleur's wedding, the worst news arrived: Scrimgeour's death and the downfall of the Ministry of Magic. A month after Voldemort seized control of the Ministry, the magical world in Britain had turned into a hell. A sinister fog enveloped the suburbs. With his wand tightly grasped, he wore a determined expression. Just a month ago, the town had seemed normal, but now it was almost unrecognizable. Kidnappers had been frequently appearing in the area, even at the front door. The kidnappers were corrupt wizards standing alongside the Dark Lord. They captured Muggle-born wizards and handed them over to the Ministry for rewards. Of course, once handed over to the Ministry, the fate of the Muggle-born wizards was clear. They faced a fair trial and were preyed upon by Dementors. One such wizard was a 22-year-old named Alan Mome, a Hufflepuff graduate from Hogwarts. He was a half-blood wizard, but his beloved wife was Muggle-born, which made her a target. He had hidden his wife in the basement of their home. There had been many recent kidnapping incidents, and the area had become very suspicious. He was considering moving. Of course, being a half-blood meant some level of safety. If he stood with Dumbledore, he would also be killed by Death Eaters. However, Alan was not afraid of his own death. His greatest worry was that his beloved wife would fall into their hands. He had been captivated by her since the first time they met. She was strong-willed, caring, and kinder than anyone. She treated him like an older sister, a younger sister, and a mother all at once. Her will to live was strong, which was why, when she was sorted into Hufflepuff, she always helped and supported others. Whenever neighborhood children bullied him, she would always come to his rescue. She would do anything to protect him, willing to go to any lengths, no matter what happened. Well, it seemed that nothing was nearby. Alan sighed in relief as he walked back to his house, considering the risk of being followed. He always took a longer route home and used apparition. The scenery flowed by, pulling him toward the familiar house. It was a shabby home. Chairs and tables lay on the floor, furniture was damaged, and there were signs of disrespectful trampling. Of course, his wife would never have done this. There was no earthquake. What had happened? Alan, filled with a sense of foreboding, broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale, as if he had been struck. It must be safe. Please don't let her know about the basement. With that wish in mind, he ran to the basement door, only to be met with a catastrophic scene that shattered his hopes. The door to the basement was open. It had been broken. Damn it. It can't be true. Please don't touch my wife. I'll give you anything you want. Just please. With a strong desire, he opened the door to the basement and saw the figure of his beloved wife bound by a stranger. Hurry up, don't make a fuss. You'll never escape. The man whispered, "This is a good job, just capturing Muggleborns for a reward, so everything is related to that." He spoke carelessly, without regard for the other person's feelings, seeking to take away someone else's loved ones just to line his own pockets with a little money. Alan was furious. His wife was touched by the filthy hands of the kidnapper, sacrificed for a few galleons. Alan angrily cast a stunning spell at one of them, but they were too numerous. The remaining spells rolled off him without effect. Alan was hit by another binding curse and unable to move. The kidnapper said to Alan, wearing a despicable smile, "Oh, sir, your wife? What a pity. The mudblood must be sent to the ministry." It was hard for him to say that. It was truly heartbreaking. The kidnapper seemed utterly unconcerned. Alan stared, but opened his mouth, seemingly pleading for help. "Please help my wife. I'll give you anything you want." So, it all came down to that. The ministry was doing a very heavy job, cleaning the magical world of mudbloods. With a happy smile on his face, the man laughed maliciously. For such statements, the current magical world had become an easy place to work. If you dealt with mudbloods, you could do anything you wanted. No matter how much harm or abuse, you would not be blamed. In any case, the ministry itself encouraged such actions, so there was no opposition. The laws that were supposed to protect order had lost their function. "Well, don't worry. We will safely take your wife to the ministry." Why do that? Death Eaters? Of course, the kidnapper was purely doing it for fun. He let out a filthy laugh and spoke freely. Alan felt helpless, unable to even protect his loved one. The Dark Lord allowed such outlaws to spread. The ministry had submitted to such a Dark Lord. He hated everything, even thinking, if only hating enough could kill them, how great that would be. "All right, remind me, once I find a non-Muggle-born wizard girl. Damn it, no one is more suitable. Let us go. Get lost." The kidnapper's shoe stomped on Alan's face, knocking out his teeth. Then the man grabbed Alan's wife's hair with his filthy hands and lifted her up. Looking back, he saw the boy with deep feelings. Who told him to choose a Muggle-born? "Hey, hurry up, don't keep us waiting. Don't rush, always in heat. Just a monkey." After that, Alan knew what would happen to his wife, even if he wanted to understand. He wanted to make sense of it, but understood. "Stop, don't take her away." Alan's wish was unfulfilled, and those men did as they pleased, disappearing from the scene. There was nothing to stop them. The laws that should have judged stood aside. This was the current justice of the magical world. Damn it, the Dark Lord. Alan screamed, tears streaming down his face, cursing his own immobile body. Biting his lip, tears blurred his vision, and only a feeling of loss and helplessness filled his entire being. What about the law? What about justice? What allowed this to happen? Kill, kill, kill them all. The cries of hatred spread silently, unknown. In the Ministry of Magic's courtroom, a terrifying scene unfolded. The corridors outside were crowded with dementors in black hoods, moving back and forth as if organizing their prey. In between, the Muggles huddled together, trembling, most of them covering their faces with their arms, trying to protect themselves as much as possible from the effects of soul-sucking. Besides that, in the dungeon, which could hardly be called a courtroom, there were even more people. In a place where light barely penetrated, Umbridge sat in the judge's seat, wearing a radiant smile. At her feet, a silver cat paced back and forth, guarding the judge from the despair inflicted by the Dementors. It was clearly Umbridge's Patronus, radiating a twisted joy in the legal distortions she was part of. "Mary Elizabeth Catermore?" Umbridge's voice echoed like a quack. Catermore, who was being questioned, sat in a chair at the center of the room, bound. An iron chain extended from the armrest of the chair, securing her. "The wife of Reginald Catermore from the Department of Magical Buildings?" "Yes, his wife." A spectator in the audience stood up, raising their voice. However, Umbridge glanced at them and continued to ask her questions as if nothing had happened. "Mezzy, the mother of Alft?" The children were too afraid to speak about going home. "Oh, saying such things, a mother. How can you be so weak? You must work harder, don't you think?" Umbridge tried to encourage the weak Catermore. However, there was no power of persuasion, as Umbridge was now forcing her. "Catermore, today at the ministry, you took a wand from there. 22 centimeters, cherry wood, with a core of unicorn hair. Do you know what I'm referring to?" Catermore nodded at Umbridge's inquiry. "How could I know? After all, my wand was bought at Ollivander's shop when I was 11, and I've used that wand ever since." But Umbridge recounted a story without any evidence, speaking as if it were fact. "Can you tell me from whom you took that wand? Witch or wizard?" "From. I didn't get it from anyone. I bought it when I was 11. The wand chose me." "The wand chooses the wizard. Every wizard knows that." As Umbridge accused her of stealing and concocted an absurd story, Catermore let out a scream that made Umbridge laugh like a girl, as if she were genuinely delighted. Instead, Umbridge leaned in, wanting to see more suffering from her prey, her face twisted in happiness. Don't you think, Catermore? The wand only chooses witches and wizards. Remember the answers to the questionnaire? Umbridge took the questionnaire from the side and, in a strange high-pitched voice, read parents' occupation, vegetable and fruit merchant. Umbridge laughed at the mention, not knowing what was funny. There are no vegetable dealers in a magical world. So Muggles, Catermore? Well, of course, my parents are wizards. But what? Would you lie and say your parents are Muggles instead of wizards? Lying is a very bad thing. When your parents are Muggles, you could become a wizard. Umbridge certainly knew about wizards born to Muggle parents, but she completely ignored that fact. The truth was essential. Now, how could she keep her prey trapped? Seeing the pain on her face, seeing her husband in the audience roar something, she felt wrong. Umbridge laughed more and more happily, and the guardian cat grew more and more spirited. Come on, Catermore. If you keep lying, your guilt will only deepen. Hurry up and tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Oh, Emperor, are you still lying? If that's the case, it's harmful to the child's education. Why not directly ask the child, is the mother a Muggle? Umbridge whispered in a disgusting voice, her face twisted with increasingly warped joy. But the content was nothing short of a threat. Umbridge implied that if she admitted it, she would interfere with the child's situation. Wait, please don't hurt the child. Oh. Are you so scared that you would hurt a child? Her face twisted like a toad, especially merrily looking more like a toad. For a moment, Catermore saw a long tongue extend from her mouth, capturing a fly. She felt heartache, but all for the thought. There's no benefit in lying. That's why her heart turned into a demon, and that's why she told that. From the expression on her face, it looked intentional. Or rather, she never intended to hide it from the beginning. Umbridge looked at the sobbing Catermore as if she were a delightful toy. Now tell the truth. From whom did you steal it? Of course, Catermore had no answer to the question. Because she hadn't stolen anything from anyone, she couldn't answer the question. But if she answered, she would surely do something to the child. Her motivation was partly to protect her child, and partly because she had been deprived of the ability to think in a space filled with Dementors. Catermore's mind coordinated, and she spilled a lie she was supposed to say. I took it from Ollivander's shop. Oh dear. Catermore's lie brought a radiant smile to Umbridge's face, her body leaning in, filled with joy as if it were the happiest moment. In contrast, the audience shouted Catermore's name, but Catermore didn't hear them. All right. So, have you admitted it? Admitted to shamelessly stealing that wand? Yes, I admit it, so please don't hurt the child. Umbridge jumped around like a girl with a new doll, tiptoeing with glee. You, a Muggle, must have stolen the wand. My predictions have never been wrong. Umbridge was delighted to have finally ensnared her prey, her voice higher than usual. Then, to end the tortured prey, she said a heartless remark. Then there's no choice but to send you to Azkaban. Azkaban? Well, what you've done is absolutely unforgivable. Indulgence of the wicked is wrong. You must be given a proper and just punishment. The Dementors seized Catermore's arm, her face twisted in despair. The faces of such creatures were covered by hoods, their breaths resonating with the sound of bells, and even from a distance, they looked disgusting. Catermore was dragged away like a puppet with its strings cut, even the energy to resist stripped away. Of course, her husband, Mr. Catermore, did not remain silent about this. Angrily pointing his wand at the Dementors, but seemingly anticipating something, he was hit by a binding curse that flew from the judge's seat, rendering him immobile. Helpa! I want Azkaban. Umbridge closed her eyes, intoxicated by the sound, as if the screams were the best music. She swayed her body to the rhythm, fully enjoying the screams until she could hear no more, then let out a satisfied sigh. But not yet. The fun wasn't over. There was still delicious prey left. Then a nauseating voice called for a victim. Some things were particularly tragic. Just one of the many tragedies common in the wizarding world of Britain under Voldemort's rule. The Ministry of Magic had fallen into Voldemort's hands, plunging the British magical world into dark terror. The Ministry, which was supposed to protect its citizens, was manipulated, running rampant, as Death Eaters and Dementor kidnappers roamed everywhere. It was not uncommon for pureblood families to be murdered. Reasonable people were taken to the Ministry, and fair trials were plundered by Dementors. This happened all the time. There was no rest, no place to rest. Thus, there was a strong desire for a savior in the magical world. A savior who would rescue from such predicaments. An opportunistic hero. One who would kill Voldemort. And, just as the Golden Demon desired, it was the best signal, a signal to take action. No sacrifice, no revolution. In the dimly lit castle, a girl began to speak. Her appearance had not changed since she was 14, even with the youth she felt. However, she exuded a captivating charm that even adulthood could not diminish. Every word she spoke mesmerized the audience, and every gesture could steal hearts. Beside her stood Quirinius Quirrell, a loyal servant allowed to stand by her side, a beautiful boy silently standing there, complimenting Mirabelle like a painting. Whenever a new generation of history emerged, an old history was always discarded. Piles of corpses lay in a tragic place, blood flowing like rivers. Thousands of servants gathered in the hall, listening to the words. Vampires, ghouls, zombies, puppets, muggles, wizards, dragons. All listened to the king's words with eyes driven by madness. They believed it was a bad thing. No matter what sacrifices were made, they were for better development, and sacrifices were necessary. A price had to be paid. True evil stagnates. Only fools bound by old concepts are truly evil. Evolving beings should progress. Development allows for the evolution of forms. Whether wizard or muggle, both are important. Stagnation does not lead to the future. In the process, victims are surely abandoned. Victims can be genuinely good-hearted and loved. Denial will produce countless tears, sorrow, and lamentation. But only by cultivating the land with corpses will a new world emerge. Glory will triumph over sacrifice. It has always been the way of evolution. It always has, and always will be. Mirabelle believes and is convinced of the truth. For the greater good, A.S. Dumbledore's young motto is to believe in the true statement of the kind of truth. Every great development comes at a cost, but it is necessary for the greater good. Those who fear sacrifice and refuse to progress are hypocrites who can never achieve true goodness. Those who fear bloodshed have not evolved. Mirabelle Beresford is not afraid of sacrifice. From the very beginning, she has completely abandoned the sorrowful heart. Her eyes only see the glorious path that leads to glory after the end of sacrifice. She has already decided to trample on the sorrow of the weak who cry out in pain. It is precisely for this reason that she is more wicked than anyone else, and why she can believe in her own goodness more than anyone. Therefore, she desires and commands. Let her hands be stained with blood, let countless tragedies be born. Let death multiply, and let her path be paved. The throne of Mirabelle speaks. More wicked than anything, more feared than anything, yet more radiant than any life. The fall described in myth should exist like this. Even with a wicked heart, the girl is more beautiful than any life in this place. Once attracted, there is no way to escape. For the sake of action, for the sake of killing, for the sake of dying, the determination has already taken root in the heart. Sir, are you willing to die for this? An invitation to hell, an invitation to madness. The girl says one must die for this, to give up everything, and she speaks without remorse. No deception, no comforting words, just telling of a tragic death. Command death, become a way of dying, and expose the corpse. To this, the lifeless ghouls and nearly decayed vampires alike all answer in unison. For greater benefit. For greater benefit. Is it brainwashing or hypnosis? Or a kind of threat? It's all the same. Mirabelle did indeed use the soul curse as a means to gain control over a national magical department. She also employed coercive methods a couple of times. But she has long freed herself from those spells. Is she clear-headed? Well, that too. How can someone with eyes soaked in madness be rational? So why follow her? Then, why become insane? There's only one reason, Mirabelle Beresford. She possesses a powerful, unparalleled brainwashing magic. The girl named Mirabelle inherently resists the Empire. There is no longer any reason for judgment, because her heart has already become one with Mirabelle, absolute justice. Everything that opposes her is deemed evil. No matter how beautiful the belief or ideology one clings to, if it conflicts with Mirabelle, it is simply destroyed as an enemy. It is a wavering, strong, and distorted way of existence, like a group of fanatics obsessed with the Empire's delusions. Very good. Mirabelle nodded in satisfaction at the response and revealed an evil smile. Then, rising from the throne, she announced in a loud voice that echoed throughout the hall, inspiring all the soldiers. Very well. Then, let us declare a full-scale war against the magical world of Britain. Kill the fools bound by old notions, and burn the history created by these fools to ashes. Build a long-lasting nation. Nurture long-standing schools. Those who live there, those who know them, all will be forgiven. Without hesitation, destroy it all. Thus, roared Mirabelle, once war is declared, we will deploy multiple blitzkrieg operations. Vampire squads attack the settlements of the wolf tribes. Any wolf remaining in Britain who chooses to side with Voldemort is a failure, so retreat. Now restore the pride lost by the Night King, and massacre those dogs who grovel at Voldemort's feet. In Britain, the wolves who follow Voldemort are under the protection of Mirabelle and will be relocated to France. Therefore, all wolves remaining in Britain are, Without exception, Voldemort's dogs. Thus, there is no need for hesitation. In response to Mirabelle's command, the leader of the vampire clan saluted. Once feared and forgotten, the pride of the Night King family. An ancient name synonymous with the fear of the Dark Lord. That vampire. Now, remind everyone to pay attention. Sydney, take care of the Muggles. Utilize modern weaponry to surprise the giant settlements. Eradicate those filthy giants. In this world, anyone standing with Voldemort will be left behind, no matter what. Sydney accepted the order without any change in expression. If the sister wishes, it will be done. If the order is to die, then die. This is the meaning of life. Chilo, leave all the goblins, trolls, and ghouls to them. Use resources to suppress the ongoing large-scale resistance of Busbarton Magical Academy. Chilo showed no fear of the power bestowed upon him and bowed to his beloved master. Perhaps in the most difficult moments, where killing is required, suppression means that the killing must be controlled to a minimum. The master wishes to crush the budding sprouts of creation while maintaining vitality as much as possible. And let it be done. If the power given cannot achieve this, then it is truly powerless. It will be completed. No matter how much resistance, it will be twisted and crushed, bringing victory back to the master. This resolve will never waver. Holger, lead the Wizard Air Force to attack the hideouts of Death Eater kidnappers scattered across the country. Send those who support Voldemort to hell. The Death Eater's lairs are protected by protective magic, but the secret guardians have long since lost their significance. The Mirabelle team is on a mission to ambush the Death Eaters in the darkness. Mirabelle's group cast the soul-sucking curse and heard the secrets. Any protective magic was easily defeated by the Ministry of Magic's knowledge. In such a situation, protection is no longer protection. If the base is obliterated by overwhelming firepower, that will be the end of everything. The rest will launch a joint assault on the Ministry of Magic. Let every corrupt individual be held accountable until today's fools bleed, burning every piece of rotten flesh. The remaining Aurors, dragons, magical creatures, and basilisk muggles are dedicated to driving the Ministry of Magic out of the world. Of course, the staff working there are exceptions. Now that Voldemort has conquered the Ministry, the remaining parts are infested with Voldemort's faction. Mirabelle will kill without hesitation. Let's go, sir. Mirabelle squinted her golden eyes at the obedient soldiers. In her eyes, there was a glory that had been seen but not yet fully realized. The glory after completely annihilating the enemy. It was time to bring an end to the magical world of Britain. The magnificent history of the British magical world, which had continued from ancient times to the present, reflected the history of the British magical world. Every nation believed that the moment of its demise had arrived. France, Germany, and Ireland declared war. It shook the entire British magical community. The attacks on the British magical world came from land, sea, and air, using various methods. The foundation of the war in the magical world was about dueling with the enemy. There was no distinction between land, sea, and air. Therefore, the coalition led by Mirabelle easily invaded the British magical world, and simultaneous attacks in various regions followed. The Wizards of Mirabelle act simultaneously, while the steel birds created by Muggles glide through the air. Heavy-duty tanks travel along solid roads, while packs of fierce vampires run rampant in the night sky. A group of ghouls, fearing death, trample the ground, and an endless horde of zombies pushes forward, acting as a shield for their allies. It is truly a hellish scene. The largest invasion in the history of the magical world. In the deep mountains, there are villages where giants reside. Steel wings circle above. The giants look up to see what is happening, but all they see are things falling from fighter jets. They cannot comprehend it, staring in astonishment, but when it lands, it explodes. A machine created by Muggles, designed specifically to kill. The giants have no idea what it is. Overwhelming firepower shatters the common sense of magic. It is utterly ruthless. The fury of science. No matter how strong the giants are, or how resistant they are to magic, they cannot escape death. Limbs are blown off. Bodies are burned and crushed, leaving little more than their original forms. Sydney Beresford watches from a distance, issuing commands to the tanks. Warnings have already been issued. Messengers are sent to inform the giants that if they continue to side with Voldemort, there will be no mercy. On this basis, they still have a choice. If they choose to follow Voldemort, then they will be shown no mercy. All those who remain will be slaughtered by the Iron Fury. Attack! As the command is given, the waiting tanks start to move in unison. The battlefield crushes trees, destroying nature, and the giants are eager to fight. And the tanks unleash their steel cannons. With each deafening roar, the giants' bodies are torn apart and blown away like paper. They desperately try to fight back, but with the strength of a mere creature. What can they do against a steel vehicle capable of withstanding direct hits from tank cannons? No matter how strong the giants are, their fists cannot produce more power than a tank cannon. Instead, the giants are mercilessly crushed by the advancing tanks, trampled under their weight. By this point, after experiencing the difference, the giants have lost their fighting spirit. They flee like displaced refugees, only to be shot down from behind. Some giants barely survive, hiding in a cave deep in the mountains, using rocks to build barricades. But what good is that? A bomb is thrown in through a crack in the rocks. The gas it releases fills the cave, and within just a few minutes, the giants die one after another, struck by an incomprehensible pain, blood frothing from their mouths. The giants have a strong vitality. Even if they inhale a significant amount of toxic gas, they would die immediately, but that is all. If a living being's internal organs are damaged, they are doomed to die. In this way, one by one, the giants disappeared from Britain, leaving only their corpses. To be precise, it should be said that all giants who supported Voldemort disappeared from Britain. The greatest error of the Wolf clan was to ally with Voldemort. The chieftain's thoughts, as he gazed at the hellish scene unfolding before him. A massacre erupted between the wolf vampires. With a declaration of war, hundreds of vampires tore through the moonlit night, attacking the wolf settlements without a moment's hesitation, beginning their slaughter without exchanging a single word. The claws of demons swung. The fangs of demons pierced. 600 vampires, long forgotten by the land, were already the embodiment of terror that once swept through the night, a reflection of Voldemort's fears. Yet the long-lost pride returned to the vampires' eyes. Filled with the arrogance of kings, they instilled fear in all living beings. This is the reason the wolf leader regrets. Watching as the swinging claws take his life, the leader's consciousness was severed, as if the power was cut off. A vampire raised the lifeless head of the wolf leader and let out a roar. The long history of the British wolf tribe was about to come to an end. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic was in the midst of a nightmare. For the students of Beauxbatons Academy, it felt like watching a poorly made, third-rate horror film. Thousands of zombie giants besieged the historic Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, just like the scenes on the screen. And the zombies themselves are afraid of death, so they fight back. Even if their legs are blown off by magic, they will still crawl forward. Instead, the trolls trample on the bodies of the zombies that should have been their allies, rushing into the school like students. Of course, Beauxbatons did not surrender without a fight. Led by Maximoff, they fought bravely to defend their alma mater. Countless spells flew, and the magical creatures guarding the school kicked the zombies away. But the difference in numbers was too great. Many non-combatants needed protection. Otherwise, the children would die. Sensing this, Maximoff decided to let the students escape, leaving only a few teachers behind. The teachers are the protectors of the students. Even if his body was shattered, Maximoff would protect his beloved students. Let some wizards do as they please. With a noble determination, Maximoff charged into the horde of zombies. Maximoff cast spells from his wand, trampling zombies, using the strength of a half-giant to knock down trolls like dominoes. It was truly a one-man battle, a genuine Wizard Maximoff fight. He cleaved through 100 zombies and kicked 100 trolls to the ground, advancing with the posture of a demon. He intercepted a troll that challenged him head-on and embraced it with his arms. Immediately afterward, the troll's arm snapped off at the shoulder, and Maximoff's fist struck the troll's face. One zombie after another clung tightly, but Maximoff dragged the zombies forward. Even with broken arms, broken legs, and his body covered in wounds, Maximoff did not stop. Eventually, he saw the general leading the enemy army, Chilo, and leaped toward him with his injured body. Some Death Eaters, who until now had looked down on him, mocked him, believing he was merely a Muggle tool. They despised what they thought to be lowly objects incapable of using magic. But now this view had changed. Ruthless bombings rained down. A storm of shrapnel tore through. Suddenly, missiles appeared. They miraculously hid in their homeland, piercing the Death Eater's stronghold for miles away and causing massive explosions. The so-called protective magic rendered these scientific weapons meaningless, as comprehensive firepower covered all areas without needing to know where the hidden houses were. If they fled in terror to their hiding places, the wizard's spells would greet the Death Eaters immediately, and the infantry's gunfire would push them into hell. It is meaningless to plead for life. The Master's orders are simply to kill. Kill, kill. All the Death Eaters must die, all for greater interests. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation in their hearts. Mirabelle, is this what you want? Of course. Everything is ready today. The Ministry of Magic is empty. Grindelwald and Mirabelle are overlooking the Ministry of Magic, but there are no brooms there. Two monsters that conform to the framework of common sense are now needed. Voldemort has done well. even better than in the script. The entire magical world has stirred up fear, provoking strong resistance, and recruiting purebloods to join his camp, becoming the enemy of the entire magical world. This is exactly the role Mirabelle hopes Voldemort will play, especially the latter, who will fulfill Mirabelle's wishes and will certainly be eliminated. Purebloods will also be cleansed. Some parts are incompetent and should disappear from the world. However, if it's simply about killing, the people would not feel happy about it. But if it's Voldemort's faction, that's another matter. Purebloods also take the opportunity to promote themselves. They consider themselves allies of Voldemort, while being enemies. They accept Voldemort's ideology, believing they share the same goals. Very well, yielding to fear, wagging their tails, joining Voldemort's camp, giving Mirabelle a good reason to kill. Dolores Umbridge is also perfect. Her pleasant collaboration with dark forces and her fair judgment against non-purebloods make her the perfect villain, so perfect that one almost wants to kill her. Mirabelle was playing with a square box in her hand. Of course, it was just a pretty box. It was a camera in Muggle terms, and Umbridge's misdeeds were fully recorded inside. That girl was infuriating the other gifts. Just standing there was dirty enough, illegally judging the innocent, with a smiling face and a voice full of unmasked joy, fabricating charges just because of pure blood status, claiming that the wand in their hand was stolen, and turning the innocent into prey for Dementors. Seeing someone do something with a sincere smile, if manipulated, could completely produce such expressions, enough to make the Ministry of Magic lose confidence. Such hatred had already spread throughout the magical world due to Rita Skeeter. Rita Skeeter had been crying, saying her nails were almost turning deep red, but at this rate, she should barely hold on until everything was over. Worthy of note, public opposition to the Ministry of Magic was already high enough. The war had already begun with its declaration. Exposing Umbridge's actions to the light of day had left everyone utterly disappointed in the Ministry of Magic, since all the media only wrote content favorable to dark forces. Rita's report seemed to be the only truth. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic aimed to completely erase it without any side effects. The horn for the offensive would sound. After that, the entire army would rush in, killing indiscriminately. Do you understand? I understand. Grindelwald replied to Mirabelle's words with boredom. Mirabelle smiled in a playful way. Did Dumbledore not notice? Was he really that happy? Well, it was clear that the best opportunity for the fishermen to benefit had arrived. In this way, Dumbledore seemed to choose to let as many as possible escape, aiming for the fishermen's interests, because several purebloods had run away. Undoubtedly, Mirabelle advocated for the eradication of all purebloods, but that included the parents of the children studying at Hogwarts. Killing would cause tears to flow from the children and leave an indelible mark on their hearts. Dumbledore's reference to the tears of the innocent was also a reason for tolerating Mirabelle, and Dumbledore chose to help because he was an educator. He chose to put his beliefs aside and missed the golden opportunity for the fishermen to benefit. A noble act, a behavior that should be reflected in the mirror of what it means to be an educator. But foolish. Grindelwald scoffed. Mirabelle looked only at Fong, both agreeing and disagreeing. In the end, Dumbledore chose to be an educator rather than a leader until the very end. For a moment, a sad expression appeared on Mirabelle's face. If one chooses to be a leader rather than an educator, Mirabelle, it's nothing. Let's go. In that moment, images of spending light-filled days with friends floated in her mind. The fangs had fallen out, but those joyful days. Scenes of what should have happened. But those days are gone. The weakness had been completely abandoned, along with the life of the kind. Only a merciless demon remained. So let's begin. Let us kill. Let us destroy the symbol of the Ministry of Magic and plant our own flag there. Now, with her own hands, she would end the wizarding world. The residents of the surrounding area, whether wizards or muggles, had already been evacuated. No more reasons for hesitation. Go. The Mirabelle hand emitted golden light, pouring forth. Then, the Ministry of Magic, which had been hidden until now, was revealed. The protective spells guarding the Ministry of Magic disappeared, leaving it completely exposed and defenseless. Mirabelle cast the magic that marked the beginning of the war. Lightning struck down. It shattered, burned, and took over the traditional Ministry of Magic. Justice was served, a blow that made the soldiers think of divine judgment. After launching a preemptive attack without regard for right or wrong, the demon commanded the soldiers. To the troops charge. Hundreds of aurors, 60 dragons, over 500 house elves, and 10 basilisks, a variety of magical creatures. Muggle infantry armed with firearms, followed by tanks. Aurors wielding wands. Warriors rising against Voldemort from the local area. All rushed into the Ministry of Magic, causing the workers inside the building to bleed profusely. Lightning fell endlessly in Mirabelle, while Grindelwald's death magic ruthlessly harvested lives. Dragon fire burned buildings, and tank cannons roared. Basilisk eyes surrounded them, as magical creatures devoured flesh. Muggle machine guns turned wizards into fragments, offering no chance to cast spells, while house elves dealt with the corpses. A wife released a curse of hatred as she was taken away by kidnappers, while a family was fed to dementors, staining themselves with blood. Tremble in fear. Everything will end today. Was Voldemort brainwashing them? Every enemy within was present. Half of the building was destroyed, and Mirabelle charged in, flying low as if gliding over the ground. She sliced through the bodies of enemies, and wizards attempting to escape were attacked from behind. She stepped on the screaming female body, grabbing the neck of a hiding official and pulling out his entire spinal cord. Roncone, Travers, Axel Malfoy. With maniacal laughter, she slaughtered one after another, dyeing the Ministry of Magic a deep red. On the road, Mirabelle spotted a prominent pink witch and revealed a cruel, devilish smile. Dolores Umbridge? Hey, stop, don't kill. Please. In an instant, Mirabelle closed the distance, grabbed her hair, and cried out in a terrified voice. Mirabelle looked down and asked in a warm voice, sounding even sympathetic. Do you want to die? Yes. I want to die. Then imitate a toad for me to see. Umbridge shivered at Mirabelle's words. Look, imitate a toad. Doesn't it look just like a toad? Isn't it fitting? If I do that, will you let me go? Umbridge asked, her teeth chattering, but Mirabelle didn't answer. Instead, she put her foot on her head and pressed it to the floor. Who approved this counter-question? That's right. Toad. Ribbit. 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 Mirabelle even looked again, letting herself imitate the toad. A kind of insult, also a huge blow to her self-esteem. But Umbridge was determined to die, tragically mimicking the toad. And Mirabelle let out a cold laugh. Ha! I see a toad. A lowly creature. A toad. So what? Umbridge's face showed relief as she looked up at Mirabelle. Mirabelle gave a quiet smile, a smile that instantly turned into the smile of a devil. These inferior creatures must die. Accompanied by a voice that left one dumbfounded. The devil's foot crushed Umbridge's head. Mirabelle crushed the head, the shattered skull, and the pulped brain with her monstrous, inhuman strength, turning the neck into a bloody, mangled wreck. Mirabelle looked at such a tragic corpse, the soul crushed in her hands. A toad, in a new world created. The open robe continued on, no longer interested. After the battle, the body was blown to pieces and trampled, destroyed beyond recognition of the once Umbridge body. But Mirabelle said it had become heavy. Thus ended a life. The devil continued on, finally entering the room where the minister was hiding. The wizard was guarding, but only a single squad. With a wave of Mirabelle's claw, it turned into a mass of flesh, turning to face the minister. Pius Thickness, former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, who had served as minister under Voldemort's rule. A manipulated puppet minister. Hey, stop. No. As Mirabelle walked forward with a cruel smile, Pius screamed in terror, frantically waving his wand, disarming, petrifying, even casting the killing curse, but it had no effect on Mirabelle. The demon walked on, facing the curses without flinching, coming head-on. Then, with a flash of her outstretched claw, Pius's headless body fell. The headless torso collapsed, and the head rolled away. Mirabelle stepped forward, her eyes wide with fear, her youthful beauty twisted into a victorious smile. All troops, attention! Retreat from here as quickly as possible. Clean up the rest. The soldiers were ordered to retreat to avoid being caught in between. After finishing some tasks, Mirabelle floated high in the air, raising her hand toward the void. Any wizard at a certain level can use the magic currently employed by Mirabelle. Even Harry and Hermione can use the basic foundational magic. The effects are the same, but Mirabelle's overwhelming magical power makes a difference. Accio, the summoning charm, activates magic with a wand that is made from the body parts of magical creatures. Mirabelle's body, a true vampire ancestor, itself is a material for becoming a powerful wand. Therefore, Mirabelle imagines the 206 bones formed, the blood flowing through the body, the flesh and organs that make up the body. Each strand of hair is a wand. At the same time, the retreated wizards also raise their wands together. Mirabelle has no words for anxiety. If you believe you can do it, then you can do it. Just keep doing what you are doing and continue to do so. Therefore, start by believing you can do it. Hammer of God, Wrath of the Stars. At the end of emptiness, something responded to Mirabelle's voice. No sound, no will. A distant void, a golden call. The meteorite would leave its trajectory and descend through the Earth's atmosphere. As it burned its own body, It transformed into several blazing lights, diving down and destroying the foolishness of the earth. Witnessing such phenomena, and trusting one's wishes, and facing fears, one sees the empire. The name of this phenomenon is meteorite. Mirabelle felt the presence of the falling meteor shower and the released magic that caused the meteorites to descend. She positioned herself as a landmark, guiding the meteorites. They were already on their trajectory. To avoid collateral damage, Mirabelle flew higher into the sky, with Grindelwald closely following. The wrath of the gods shattered everything, crushing all beneath it. The anger created a massive crater, with destruction spreading over several kilometers. A cheer surged through Mirabelle's entire being, as she had long awaited this moment. She wanted to create a scene to show the spectacle. Look, laddies, I can finally make up for the disappointment. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Hey look, Grindelwald. The Ministry of Magic collapsed like garbage. Ha 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 ha. Giggling, Mirabelle laughed like a satisfied child playing with toys. Watching Mirabelle's figure, Grindelwald broke into a cold sweat. The summoning spell was indeed a magic to summon matter. The theory was correct. But, to summon meteors from outer space with a summoning spell. Absurd. Truly absurd. Yet, that absurdity became a reality, thanks to the monster named Mirabelle Beresford. She had no bottom line, an ever-growing demon. The more space she was given, the more she became uncontrollable. She treaded the ordinary path of struggle, unaware of the road ahead. Perhaps the greatest since ancient times would forever reappear. A remarkably talented monster, and a heretical monster could be directed in the right way. It seemed as if she existed solely to destroy the world, imposing such absurd thoughts in his mind. Grindelwald revealed a self-mocking smile. Afterwards, he raided Azkaban, rescuing those who were wrongfully imprisoned, and public opinion had completely tilted. The conspiracy that Dumbledore feared the most had now been fulfilled. The second morning after the Mirabelle Blitz, Harry's friends gathered in the hall of Hogwarts. Only Harry's friends, the surviving Aurors from Durmstrang who had escaped. The remaining anti-Mirabelle forces in today's British magical world, such as wizards who could identify with Mirabelle's ideas, were gathered there. Of course, the mentioned remnants did not include Voldemort's faction, as most of them had already perished. The number of wizards there had decreased. This was because the majority living in the British magical world held a positive attitude towards Mirabelle. The interference guaranteed the rights of Muggles and defeated the most significant enemy of the magical world, Voldemort. A leader who would purify the decaying Ministry of Magic and inject it with new life. A scheming savior. A dilemma, entangled like threads. The absolute existence prepared by God suddenly appeared there, resolving everything with absolute power. A savior who conveniently overlooked the causal relationships. If everything were viewed as a story, it would certainly be third-rate. A solution worth mentioning. A problem to complain about because of the readers or viewers of the story. Complaints from the perspective of the Emperor. For those living in that world, how the story appears from the outside is of equal importance, if it can help escape the dilemma. Even if it is a third-rate scriptwriting approach, it does not deny the savior. Therefore, support Mirabelle. Deeply doubt the absolutists who suddenly ignore causality around them. A mistake. Support those who assist in a natural truth. If there really is a savior, Mirabelle Beresford is a savior. In its true nature, it is further from good than anything else, and closer to evil than anything else. A mad tyrant, even more of a disaster than Voldemort. It will definitely hand the magical world over to that thing. This determination led Dumbledore to decide to make a final statement. He was pleased that everyone responded to the old man's call. Dumbledore expressed his heartfelt gratitude. They were waiting for a battle with extremely slim chances of success. A clash with the terrifying force that would completely crush Voldemort's faction. A nearly decayed vampire clan. Zombies rising from the dead. A Muggle army causing destruction. Magical creatures of wizards, including dragons. The great dark wizard that once instilled fear in the world, and the tyrant who controlled them. It's tempting to joke, although it's amusing. It's also true. Facing such things is akin to asking for death. Nevertheless, Dumbledore was still glad to have such a gathering. It was already known that the Ministry of Magic had been destroyed by Mirabelle Beresford. The giant Dementors had been eradicated, completely disappearing from Britain. It was said that some Death Eaters who once served Voldemort had been killed. Only the devil's frightening actions could explain it. The most atrocious acts in the history of the magical world had been carried out by that evil devil, Mirabelle. Moreover, she sent a letter to Hogwarts urging surrender. If they resisted, there would be harm caused. Mirabelle's goal is to establish a new wizarding society composed of exceptional individuals. There is speculation as to why the talented Hogwarts has not yet come under attack, even if Hogwarts itself is destroyed. Mirabelle wishes to keep as many wizards from Hogwarts alive as possible. A haughty concession, this is also Mirabelle's final act of mercy. What she desires most is to hand over the magical world. She decides to make a final stand. That girl possesses a special gift to mock the process, trample the process, and only produce results. A mysterious force of destiny can guide everything toward success, making it the envy of rulers throughout the ages. Yet, she does not value the process. She turns a deaf ear to the lamentations of those sacrificed by the ruling process. After handing the magical world over to that girl, many tragedies will be created as the foundation of a new era, all for greater benefit. Dumbledore's youthful ideas were once discussed with Grindelwald, a mature yet shallow thought that lacked deep consideration of the issues. In pursuit of greater benefits, anything is possible. Even sacrifices are unavoidable. That dream, discussed in such a manner, did not take into account the innocent and powerless victims. The foolish dream ended with the trampling of Dumbledore's sister's life. This was Dumbledore's gravest mistake. There was no reason for Ariana to become a victim anywhere. There was no reason for that kind-hearted sister to die. It is all an irreversible tragedy caused by foolish arrogance. A battle won, but with hostility, that girl would have shown mercy. And now, that nightmare has resurfaced across generations. Mirabelle Beresford is confronting a younger version of Dumbledore. The dreams shared with friends continue, and there's a reason why they must be stopped. As someone who once harbored the same desires as a teacher, and most importantly as Albus Dumbledore, he has been evading this moment, wanting to escape once again. He wants to ask if he's ready to die for the magical world. Dumbledore's question met the gaze of the place. The question had long been answered. If he wasn't ready, he would have fled long ago. He is prepared for the despair that comes with the dangers of the world. Indeed, as Mirabelle said, it is a world full of various problems. Nevertheless, he still loves it. He loves the magical world, which is why he fights, risking his life. Looking at the brave eyes around him, Dumbledore nodded with emotion. He understood. He truly received the courage. There is no more to say. For the magical world, they will fight together. Let the courage of their lives be entrusted to the Old One. Dumbledore's words were met with a huge cheer that filled the entire hall. Everyone was united in thought. They would hand over the growing world to the devil. A grand gathering was taking place in the Hogwarts Great Hall. The room was lavishly decorated, and tables were laden with abundant food. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, along with the remaining students and teachers, were enjoying the food more joyfully than usual. It was known to all present that this was only a temporary light. Mirabelle only gave Hogwarts one response. In other words, the attack will begin tomorrow, and when the battle starts, there will definitely be many deaths. Some of them might die. It's like the Last Supper. Escaping fear is nothing but an empty spirit. Harry and Edith were summoned to the headmaster's office far away from the hall. A meeting will be held for the final battle. Harry has a deep connection with Voldemort, and Edith has a deep connection with Mirabelle. So, this will be the key to the battle. At least that's what Dumbledore thinks. Well, Professor, what's wrong, Harry? Can we win? Is there a chance of winning? Harry's question is something he has been thinking about. He is ready to fight to the death, but he doesn't want to die in vain. If there's a chance to win, at least dying would be meaningful. Dumbledore responded with a kind smile. Of course we will win, Harry, but those two, the decayed ones, how do you plan to defeat them? Mirabelle is like Voldemort in form, but both enter the path of decay as monsters. In any battle, without a corresponding countermeasure, victory is always attainable. Of course, Dumbledore knows a bit about this. Therefore, he has already prepared countermeasures. As it has been said, Voldemort is defeated by the destruction of his Horcruxes. Furthermore, it is believed that only one Horcrux remains, and the last one is very close. Dumbledore has a plan to kill Voldemort. Dumbledore's words relieved Harry, but soon he remembered another monster. How will Voldemort kill Mirabelle? Without a Horcrux, pure decay, what to do? Mirabelle is undoubtedly a more challenging opponent than Voldemort. Even in a direct confrontation, she could almost kill. Beheading or dismemberment would lead to death. A Horcrux could work, as even the killing curse would take effect. Given the inexplicable regeneration ability, even a vampire could be like that. A Horcrux could be like a magical stone. And the worst part is that the magical stone should be hidden within her own body. There is no perfect decay, but the current Mirabelle is infinitely close to it. Moreover, even without a dying body, defeating her is extremely difficult. There are some things that cannot be avoided. Dumbledore walked to the back of the room and placed his hand on something there. That object was covered by a cloth. Why did seeing it make him break into a sweat? There was something there, something more feared than Mirabelle. It seemed to confirm his belief. Harry saw something that was the most mysterious and feared to him. That was the Ministry of Magic. The archway leading to the door of death. The archway. It embodies the very concept of death. If the theory of the substitute is correct, the archway would directly send one into the world of death, from which they would never return. It is the only tool in the world that can completely kill Mirabelle. He thought about the problem. What should he do to defeat a girl who is afraid of even the killing curse? The answer is that no matter how powerful Mirabelle is, once she enters the archway, decay will save her. Harry swallowed hard. Once thrown in, anything, without exception, will forever disappear from the world. It is her best slaughter weapon. Using such a thing shows Dumbledore's seriousness. But the Department of Mysteries, how to get it? In fact, it was only recently that he took it, knowing that the struggle with Mirabelle requires it. Kingsley Moody did very well. Dumbledore replied to Harry's words with a playful smile. Obviously, he brought the archway to the Ministry of Magic without permission. Well, it can defeat Mirabelle, but it can also defeat Voldemort. Mirabelle's only mistake was sealing the Horcrux within her own body. That means if thrown into the archway, the Horcrux will perish along with her. But Voldemort's Horcruxes are outside. So even if Voldemort's main body is sent to another world, the Horcrux will remain in this world and will soon return. To eliminate Voldemort, the Horcrux must be completely destroyed. Speaking of which, Dumbledore paused. Professor? Actually, Harry, the last Horcrux is in this room. What? Or more accurately, it is present right now. Harry knew what Dumbledore meant. He said the Horcrux is present, but there is nothing here, except for Harry himself. What does it mean to be present? It is as if the Horcrux is alive. Harry actually knew what Dumbledore was trying to say, but his mind refused to understand such a thing. Dumbledore said to Harry, when Voldemort once tried to kill him, his mother acted as a shield and jumped in front of Voldemort, causing the killing curse to rebound upon Voldemort himself, destroying a part of his soul that was left hanging in a crumbling building, the only living thing remaining. It was trapped within the soul of the only living thing in that crumbling building. A part of Voldemort resides within him. That very part grants him the ability to speak to snakes and provide the mental connection with Voldemort. As long as the part of Voldemort's soul inside him is not dead, he will not die. Do you understand what that means, Harry? The last Horcrux. Perhaps even Mirabelle knows. The final truth has now been revealed to Harry. Edith understood. She still knows where feelings will lead. The dark clouds over the magical world are about to disperse. The dark forces led by Voldemort have been defeated by the army led by Mirabelle, and the oppressed residents opened their arms to celebrate the arrival of the Savior. Those photos of things they saw were all enchanted, worshipped as if under a spell. The heart that has been shocked, like it or not, feels like a mother, like a daughter, like a sister, like a younger sister. The ideal image has firmly established itself in their minds, burning away all rationality like a curse, a charm that captures the soul of the initial embrace. Now, even through the photos, that image still attracts. It has reached a level where its existence itself is a kind of curse. However, Edith is still somewhere looking for a place for herself. Perceptively, Edith begins to think that the place next to Mirabelle is her home. There she finds inner peace. Although she understands Mirabelle's violent wrongdoings, her heart cannot stop. She knows what to do. Edith murmured on the balcony, having once let go of Mirabelle's hand. Since leaving, Edith found herself in there. Perhaps because she wanted to see the scenery Mirabelle saw, wanting to betray Harry, wanting to trample on justice, but still, wanting to be by Mirabelle's side. Even the wrong path can lead to many tragedies. It depends on, right? Edith. A voice sounded. Edith came to her senses, looked up at the sky, and saw an eternal girl floating there, just like in 4th grade. The figure of a friend, shining golden. Mirabelle, do you want to have a drink in a place like midnight? I hope Fudge finds you there, right? Mirabelle said without hesitation, as if talking to a long-lost friend. As casual as before. After a long separation, Edith couldn't keep her composure. Well, thanks to that, they avoided the trouble of invading the school. Mirabelle jokingly said something and then sat on the balcony railing. Nothing had changed at all, but things would change. The unchanging reality made Edith feel difficult, because it made her realize that change was more important than anything else. Why was that? To get the answer, Edith knew that she would eventually come to know. She knew she had to make a choice. Now she was afraid of the decision she had to make. Mirabelle asked Edith, looking quite calm, her voice even making her feel warm. The attack on Hogwarts, the last stronghold of the British magical world, left no choice but to let it disappear. If they stayed, they would die with Hogwarts as well. So this was indeed the last time to ask. Let's go, Edith Renault. Saying this, the golden girl reached out her hand. Mirabelle reached out one last time. If traveling by car, it would be the last ticket. Edith stared at the girl's hand with trembling eyes. She knew it was a turning point. The choice would determine everything about her future. Edith closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She found her answer. Whether it was right or wrong, perhaps it was wrong. From the beginning, there was no correct answer. No matter which one she chose, it would still betray the one she didn't choose. Edith opened her eyes and chose an answer. Edith believed it was the right one. The final showdown. In the principal's office, only Edith was told about the matter. Trelawney's prophecy regarding Mirabelle and its description of the apocalypse. Yes, destruction. Fate told her that Mirabelle faced destruction. So far, Mirabelle had done well, saved many. In one public opinion, no one at home said anything, but to be honest, she even considered surrendering. At present, Mirabelle's magic world was being stolen in nearly perfect form. She solved things that seemed unsolvable, even though they could have been resolved by force. But she did indeed save Britain from Voldemort's hands. As a commander, it meant being able to say what needed to be said. But a fragile part of Dumbledore's mind told him that leaving the magical world to Mirabelle might be a good idea, once and for all. But the prophecy stopped Dumbledore. He thought the prophecy mentioned Mirabelle's sister, Letus Valentine. In other words, Mirabelle was already heading towards destruction. Dumbledore knew how it would erupt. Would he turn to seek more enemies because of his demands? Would he pay more attention to policies that weakened the weak, and to an extent beyond what was necessary? Or was there another factor? The danger to be concerned about was that Mirabelle could lead to her own destruction, even if things were good now. Such sudden reforms could cause repercussions in the future and destroy the world. One might think it was just a prophecy, but until now, the magical world had been in turmoil over Voldemort's prophecy, and the most feared thing was that the prophecy had never been wrong. Would he mock the old man? He feared that girl would ultimately destroy everything. Edith couldn't help but let out a tired laugh at the old man's words. It could be agreed upon in some way. Mirabelle is indeed eager for quick results. She desires the future so much that seeing it makes her anxious. There's a kind of fear. If Mirabelle continues like this, she feels the world will be destroyed. But for a reason. It is precisely because Mirabelle is such a dangerous friend that Edith. Mirabelle wants to be together, and Edith has grasped the devil's hand. At Durmstrang School of Magic, there are countless non-human creatures, and wizards often mingle with muggles. Inside the castle, the master Mirabelle returned. Beside her was a brown-haired girl, but the girl appeared somewhat listless. It should be so. The guilt of ultimately betraying Harry and others seemed to have overwhelmed her. Edith's arrival provided more advantages than expected. She never thought she would use the Department of Mysteries Archway, which Dumbledore had been able to remain vigilant about until the end. The information Edith brought was very beneficial to Mirabelle. Harry's last Horcrux. Dumbledore had already discovered the secret of decay. Moreover, using the Archway as a means to defeat it, Mirabelle believes she can definitely kill herself. If her weaknesses are known, there are ways to kill her. The threefold decay is certainly strong, but it is also fragile, as everything is concentrated in the heart. If the basilisk's fangs or similar objects pierce the heart, the magical stone and the vampire's heart will be shattered, leading to death. Fire and other issues arise. If the flames reach the heart, the body can regenerate. However, if pierced by the basilisk's fangs or similar objects, that's another story. For tomorrow's battle, it's best to use the basilisk. In addition, the chamber should be destroyed along with the archway. Mirabelle placed her hand on the table, deep in thought. The initial strategy reflected Grindelwald's intentions. The plan was to create a conflict between Hogwarts and Durmstrang, allowing Durmstrang to conquer Hogwarts, which would provoke public resentment. Therefore, destroying Hogwarts itself was not considered. Moreover, the school rendered scientific matters ineffective through magic, so when missiles were launched at Hogwarts, they would simply turn into useless chunks of metal. At most, they could make a hole in the castle. Dumbledore was clearly aware of Mirabelle's network of rats, as the school was covered with protective measures to prevent attacks on Mirabelle, isolating those rats. As a result, Mirabelle could not contact the rats and was unable to grasp the situation of the castle, so she could only get news about the archway from Edith. That's right, Grindelwald. I'm sorry, but the plan must change. Tomorrow, we will preemptively destroy the castle itself. Edith raised her head, trying to see who Grindelwald really was. The young man with beautiful golden hair seemed to be Grindelwald, opening his mouth in frustration. What about that old man? He wouldn't die easily. After the castle is destroyed, we will find him and deal with him. As Edith listened to this conversation, she felt a heaviness in her chest. Destroying the castle meant destroying the school that had stood for 7 years. Now, she was one of its members. Glancing at Edith, Mirabelle sighed softly. You look very tired. Edith, you should rest for a bit. No, I'm fine. All right, take a break then. Edith was indeed very tired, even though her body was exhausted. Her heart felt heavy like a burden, making it difficult to move. But resting seemed pointless. The burden of life would always be lifted. Don't be so pessimistic. Your choice is not wrong. Joining the right side is for the future of the magical world. Edith weakly smiled at Mirabelle, and Mirabelle, as usual, offered comforting words. That weary smile looked almost sickly. The decisive moment had finally arrived. The magically floating Durmstrang was heading straight for Hogwarts, and with each passing second, Edith's heart felt as if it were constricting. If Edith felt unwell, it would only bring pain to the battlefield. Mirabelle, sitting on the throne, rarely called out to Edith with a caring tone, but Edith silently shook her head. She had betrayed Harry and voluntarily joined Mirabelle's camp, so at least she could avoid that guilt. That was the only resolution Edith could make. Mirabelle also felt it, murmuring, "Midnight. Finally." The time had come to reach Hogwarts. The moment for the final battle had arrived. Break the magical shield. All members opened fire, following Mirabelle's orders. The wizards waiting in the castle began to chant spells in unison. Immediately, the magical shield of Hogwarts crackled, twisted, and shattered. The original plan was to break through the defensive barriers in one step and launch missiles at it. But the current plan had changed. If Edith's information was correct, the castle concealed a tool for destruction. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Together with the ancient Hogwarts, let Dumbledore perish. The Mirabelle Leap castle stretches its arms towards the full moon. A seemingly infinite surge of magical power, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The ground screams, the air distorts, filled with golden light. Exio. The magic used is a simple summoning spell, one that even a fourth-year student can perform. But what is invoked is a judgment from a universe of self-imagination. Streaks of meteors pierce the stratosphere, engulfing Hogwarts, involving any protection or magic. If you want to resist, try to resist. If you want to escape, try to escape. If you wish to fight back, let all resistance be crushed, ground to dust, simply reducing everything to ruins. The brave Hogwarts students are prepared for a decisive battle. Everyone looks up at the sky, their faces twisted in despair. Hogwarts is reduced to dust. The outcome of the battle has been decided. The first attack on Hogwarts by Mirabelle has been completely destroyed, losing its fortress functionality. What remains is merely a struggle of quantity. And for the Mirabelle army, which has the advantage on both sides, there are no factors for failure. Under Mirabelle's orders, all troops except Holger's Edith immediately charged into the ruins of Hogwarts, poisoning a few survivors. Edith wanted very much to turn away, but she controlled herself and continued to watch the massacre. Mirabelle seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and the castle was completely unguarded. As if waiting for a moment, a group rushed into the hall of Durmstrang. Amicus Carrow, Electo Carrow, and Dalahov Rorjabin, the last Death Eaters. Seeing this, Mirabelle gave a twisted, mocking smile of joy. Huh, is this the last resistance? How pathetic. Shut up, Beresford. Devil. Electo shouted angrily at Mirabelle's mockery. His grip on his wand was so tight that it drew blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. Can you forgive? Forgive killing compatriots like garbage. Edith felt as if she were cursed. But Mirabelle, well, didn't seem angry. On the contrary, she listened with interest, like the buzzing of a fly, completely unfazed. Oh, what to do? Death Eaters killed like garbage. Shut up. A Death Eater angrily pointed his wand at Mirabelle. At the moment he tried to cast the killing curse, his elbow was severed. It was caused by a slicing spell released at a terrifying speed. A deafening scream erupted, and blood spurted from his elbow. Mirabelle glared at Holger, as if reproaching him. Holger, Lord Edith too. What if the heart is hit by a stray bullet? Just a moment. It took only a second for the wand, raised by the Death Eater, to disappear at the elbow. Edith was stunned by the sheer speed. She thought it wouldn't hurt to play again. How many dark wizards have been defeated by such arrogance? The prey licks its tongue well. Mirabelle smiled after listening to Holger's suggestion. Holger is really a prickly guy. But what matters most is that Holger treats Mirabelle sincerely. Baronford chattered away. Death Eaters. Don't be afraid. It'll be easier soon. Mirabelle said boredly, waving her arms. Then, a giant nine-headed flame dragon appeared behind her. A golden, scorching fire of evil spirits. The cursed flames danced, devoured, and even attacked the fleeing. It was a scene that allowed screams, truly shocking. When the flames extinguished, only black char remained. Very boring. No reaction at all. It didn't matter, just the meaning of the championship battle. Mirabelle tends to enjoy fighting. It's just because of the power she possesses. Wanting to exert even a little bit of strength in a certain place. But her only weakness is why Holger advises Mirabelle against pride and warns her to avoid bad habits. In Harry Potter, the last Horcrux was killed, and then Voldemort was defeated, bringing everything to an end. Dumbledore fortunately lost to Grindelwald. When a meteor fell, a particularly strong magical barrier covering the school was seen. Only Dumbledore could do such a thing. It meant that the team at the forefront had to escape. In that case, they could be seriously injured by the meteor, making it almost impossible to defeat Grindelwald. Master, Quirrell appeared, bowing respectfully. In this line of battle, leading trolls and the like but seeing the report back, things were communicated. Mirabelle quietly watched and spoke softly. The sword of Gryffindor had already been successfully destroyed. It was now thrown into the basilisk. Well done. The last Horcrux has been destroyed. Harry Potter was struck by the fiend fire. Quirrell said proudly, but Mirabelle sighed slightly. Quirrell felt a sense of panic from Mirabelle's angry expression. Was it anger that was stirred? Yes, Mirabelle said coldly. So, has Harry Potter's death been confirmed? What? Asked whether Potter's death had been confirmed. Quirrell was scared cold by Mirabelle's angry look. The death has not been confirmed. After all, Harry was struck by the fiend fire, so there was no need for confirmation. It was magic that could shatter even Horcruxes. The spell indeed hit, and with Quirrell's own vampire sensitivity to life and death, he sensed the loss of life. So he thought there was no need for confirmation. The idiot killed the Voldemort inside Potter. Now Granger has escaped together. Mirabelle sighed and supported her forehead. Edith told that Voldemort's soul was within Harry. In this situation, Voldemort's soul should have died first. Harry should have been burned, but he was definitely still alive. Quirrell had not achieved much in destroying the Horcruxes, but the key was that Quirrell was always so careless. Mirabelle decided to punish later. That's right, Master. Anyway, after Dumbledore disappeared from Hogwarts, he was powerless. Moreover, leaving a bit of excitement is quite interesting. The sweet treatment of Mirabelle. After finishing the sentence, she turned to Edith. How about it, Edith? Anyway, living life, occasionally resisting for a bit of excitement. That is quite meaningful. Moreover, the exceptionally talented wizard qualifies to live in the new world that Mirabelle is creating. The conclusion of Mirabelle. The current removal of remaining obstacles seems to require a door now. Mirabelle laughed happily as she looked at the entrance of the castle. At that moment, the door was blown open, and the Dark Lord walked in with a face full of anger. How shameful! How frustrating! Just revived, but all the darkness he created was blown away by Mirabelle's golden light. If only there were no Mirabelle. If only there were no Harry. If only there were no Dumbledore. To turn the world into his own possession. But now, such ambitions have come to an end. Stripped of everything, he is now a naked king, with nothing of failure. Welcome, Voldemort. But isn't it reckless? To think he could defeat them all alone? Mirabelle's words were provocative, while the pure facts remained in the castle beside Holger Chilo. Moreover, if willing, even the subjects could be called back. In other words, Voldemort had no chance. The best choice was to escape. But Voldemort drew his wand, roaring with the authority of the Dark Lord that had never diminished, even in his solitude. Don't look down. Who do you think? Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Even if everything was taken away, he was still the Dark Lord. Don't underestimate a girl who has only lived for 17 years. That kind of majestic shout was filled with the pride of being the only strong contender for the throne and the undiminished intimidation of the Dark Lord. To exaggerate, he was once called the most evil demon in the magical world. Although she agreed with the idea, Mirabelle, for the first time since Voldemort came to power, felt respect for him. Well shouted, Voldemort. It was the first time she felt a sense of reverence, admitting that the idea had merit. But his state was indeed that of an emperor. Mirabelle stood up from the throne, floating in the air. Holger Kilo attempted to raise his wand, but stopped with his hand. A battle between kings, free from any interference. The heaviest burden, to disappoint the Dark Lord's pride. How honorable, to have such an enemy, to be able to kill such a Dark Lord, worthy of respect. They stood in the hall, glaring at each other. Then, without any signal, they bowed to each other. The Dark Lord, a tyrant. A battle between one emperor and another. Acknowledging each other and showing a degree of respect, despite their incompatibility. The final battle began, and the outcome was clear from the start. May 2nd, 1998. The British magical world fell. A shock quickly spread throughout the wizarding world and was met with welcome. In the last battle, the one truly worthy of being called the Dark Lord, Voldemort, stood before Mirabelle. His arms were torn off, his legs broken, his body pierced, organs falling out. Yet he fought for the Dark Lord's dignity. But facing a decayed monster, the decayed monster could not win. The Dark Lord fighting to the last, finally died, his head displayed as a symbol of evil. Mirabelle ultimately paid tribute to Voldemort, but it did not change her actions. She remained a symbol of evil in the magical world, having to embrace the name of evil before leaving, letting her family know that she had been defeated. However, Mirabelle cast a protective spell that prevented stones from being thrown and quickly buried it to avoid public exposure. Dumbledore also departed. Everything seemed connected to Gellert Grindelwald, feeling like a final display of a wizard's resentment. Feeling very regretful about his death, as a final tribute, Mirabelle arranged a grand funeral. Even now, Mirabelle could not help but think, if only the ruling of the magical world had been different. Mirabelle and Edith laughed together. The magical world of Britain had turned to ashes, but life there had not disappeared. They rebuilt as much as they wanted. After ultimately taking control of the British wizarding community, Mirabelle did not stop her pursuit of hegemony. Her goal was the complete unification of the magical world, conquering the entire world, including the Muggle world. Therefore, the tyrant of the Empire would not stop. Despite many tragic sacrifices, the Magical Alliance, led by Mirabelle, continued to aim for what they sought. On July 6, 1999, she took control of the American magical world. On September 1, 2000, she took control of the Italian magical world. On April 4, 2001, the Japanese magical community was completely annihilated, as it seemed the Japanese people could not accept this fact, and the remaining survivors committed ritual suicide. On November 21, 2002, she took control of the magical world in Asia outside of Japan. The next day, on November 22nd, the magical community of China joined the Magical Nations Alliance and became the first nation in the alliance. On October 23, 2010, she seized the magical world of the entire world and joined the Federation. Eliminating all obstacles, Mirabelle faced no enemies, and with a surging momentum, she stained the world red. She eradicated the resistors and increased her supporters, only looking forward, continuing to run. After that, several hundred years have passed. Good morning, Emperor Mirabelle. Today's agenda includes a meeting with the Muggle President of the United States. Mirabelle climbed out of bed and was greeted by a dignified-looking maid. For a moment, she thought of her former attendant, Mary, but quickly recalled another. Which maid was it? If she remembered correctly, the previous maid had become useless after about 5 years due to old age, so it must be the new maid. Oh well. She let the maid step back from the bed. The maid's appearance had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful as ever and looked very young. The girl, Mirabelle Beresford, the ruler of the magical world that had unified for hundreds of years and stood at the pinnacle of the magical realm, changed out of her pajamas into a gold-embroidered robe and suddenly glanced at the picture frames on the dresser. There were 2 photos. One showed a silver-haired girl waving, while the other featured a brown-haired girl smiling quietly. Mirabelle looked at the photo and smiled kindly for a while. The 2 people in the reflection of the photo were gone. Letitia had passed away long ago, and Edith had also long since left this world. Edith Rieniger hoped for immortality until the very end. Perhaps she could not bear the fact of betraying her friend, or perhaps it was a fate destined from the very beginning. Her body weakened year by year, and she passed away at the young age of 32. Of course, saving her was not difficult at all. Mirabelle extends life with the water of life, even turning into a monster that defies rationality. But Edith wishes otherwise, hoping for death. Perhaps things are going well on Mary's side. I've heard rumors that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger got married, but Mirabelle really doesn't know. As Mirabelle said, the qualification to live in a new world, she isn't looking for trouble. Although Mirabelle hopes to resist and find some excitement, she should be living quite happily, which is why she didn't resist at all after Hogwarts was destroyed. Letus Edith knocks on the photo, flipping open the long robe. It can show weaknesses. Anyone can see it. Loyal vassals, and even brothers will expose the gaps in their hearts. Mirabelle's complexion was, as always, radiant with absolute confidence. Upon entering the hall, Chilo Horge was kneeling there, seemingly waiting all along. In response, the subjects collectively accepted the minister's etiquette, and Mirabelle took her seat on the throne. The entire magical world, and indeed the whole earth, belonged to her. Every Muggle prime minister was inspired by Mirabelle, a result of generations of redecoration. The meetings were merely a formality, representing the actual dictatorial nature of Mirabelle's rule over the world. Of course, one person could not manage the entire world alone. Each country had its own leader, and on the surface, wizards and Muggles coexisted. However, Mirabelle always made the final decision, which was the only form of dominance. Yet the people accepted it. They felt secure in obeying Mirabelle. Following her was undoubtedly correct, and everyone could comfortably believe they were on the right path. They entrusted everything to the absolute ruler and followed her to happiness, much like a child entrusting themselves to their father or a dog surrendering to its master. The highest leadership was now a group of well-trained dogs, and Mirabelle did not betray this kind of trust. She unified the magical world. She reached an understanding with the Muggles. She made the world recognize the magical race. Finally, through groundbreaking use of magical science, she opened up the stars, even extending humanity into space. Development in every field was left to the chosen superior class. Those who obstructed the way were secretly eliminated. Corrupt politicians, the social cancers, were eradicated to death. Power moved forward. What remained was to guide in the right direction, and naturally, development would follow. She had taken away all destructive weapons, including nuclear weapons. If a country threatened war, she would annihilate all the high-ranking officials, even destroying it with a meteor. She took preemptive measures to eliminate any risk factors that could destabilize the world, such as old pureblood ideologies. Everyone worshipped her. Everyone respected her. But no one stood by her side. There were no friends to expose any weaknesses. Mirabelle's burden has become unbearable. Even now, she has been unable to confront it directly, as it continues to grow without end. The peak of the pyramid is forever lonely. However, Mirabelle's power continues to advance. Her psychological structure is vastly different from the ordinary. Regardless of loneliness, she will keep moving forward. She feels disappointed by the idiots who, no matter how many times they are shattered, remain oblivious. She is very frustrated with her kind, as no matter how many measures are taken, new problems keep emerging to the point where she wishes to eradicate the entire species. Yet, in the gaps of her heart, there is a hope for what to do. Letitia Edith tells Mirabelle that she is a wedge replacing the sisters who have already left this world. The only remaining conscience within her. Even if she casts it aside, it only leaves behind a wedge. When she thinks of this, she even feels a strange sense of humor. The wedge is the only bond she can still maintain. Ambitions have been realized, and the world will continue to develop. The goals and ideals she envisioned are still there. But the girl at heart, even now, still does not smile. Edith, you don't? Never mind. Before the final battle, in the principal's office, Dumbledore tried to tell Edith something. However, he shook his head with some concern and swallowed the words he was about to say. Dumbledore had intended to say something to Edith, but after thinking it over, he shook his head and swallowed the words back. It was about Edith's sister. But Dumbledore did not bring up this issue, as it would only cause Edith pain. There are some things in this world that are better left unclear. Dumbledore believed this might be one of them. Professor, do we really have to fight Mirabelle? Can't we move forward together? Surrendering and cooperating is very tempting. But in this case, I have to keep the families of many of my students in mind. The old man said this wearily, looking very different from his usual self, quite unreliable. This may be true for Harry and the others as well. They have already lost their careers, and now justice has shifted to the other side. They have lost their anchor. That is why Edith cannot leave her friends. Mirabelle, I'm sorry. I can't betray everyone. That day, Edith Renagel pulled away from her friend's hand. I understand. Edith's conclusion. Mirabelle quietly lowered her eyelids. There was no anger or lament on her face. Only a stillness like the surface of water, an unreadable emotion. Then I won't say anything. From now on, you are my enemy. I will kill my enemies, and you, Reinhard, are no exception. Mirabelle is serious. The next time they meet as enemies, she will undoubtedly cast a death curse on Edith without hesitation. She will do just that. That's why she is Mirabelle Beresford. Don't show me your face again. Wherever you are, death will greet you, she said coldly, without mercy. There's no longer a path they can walk together. Now that they have parted ways, Edith is nothing more than an enemy obstructing her power. Mirabelle turned around on the spot and left without saying a word. She disappeared. That day, fear and tension reached their peak at Hogwarts. The younger students, unable to fight, were hidden in a secret room deep underground, while all those who could fight held weapons at their posts. Glop, the last surviving giant, and a group of centaurs. A few Aurors and Hogwarts teachers, graduates who had returned to their alma mater in the midst of the crisis, along with their relatives. There was a sense of love and pride for the magical world among them. They stood firm in the face of great evil, and one could say they were all heroes. This battle was a complete defensive war. Hogwarts would serve as the base to intercept the invasion. The school was the last stronghold. If Hogwarts fell, there would be no turning back. Besides Hogwarts, there were no other strongholds in the magical world to resist Mirabelle. Damn it, if you're coming, then come. I'll take you down with my magic, Edith muttered, gripping her wand tightly as she heard someone beside her say this. Where will Mirabelle attack from? How will she strike? Everyone might be wondering this, but Edith already knows the answer. A frontal assault. That girl would never sneak in from the side. She will definitely charge head-on, with power and dignity. As expected, Mirabelle's action is a preemptive strike. A sound of shattering is heard. Everyone looks around, wondering what has happened. It seems nothing is broken. Everything is as usual. They think this because they lack knowledge of magic. The teachers, especially Dumbledore, whose usually gentle face has clearly turned impatient. No, everyone immediately recast the suppression magic on science. With this shout, everyone understands what has happened. The protective magic that blocked scientific products around the castle has been broken. The defensive measure effective against the Muggle army, which prevents any machinery from functioning normally within its range, has suddenly been breached. And only one person can do this. That's right, only that woman, arms crossed above the full moon, as if overlooking the castle. It's Mirabelle. Mirabelle Beresford, 500 meters in front of the castle, shouted Lee Jordan, on guard with a magical telescope. Her Quidditch-trained eyes clearly see the former and long-time greatest enemy of the magical world. Waist-length golden hair shining in the moonlight. A strange light flickering in her golden eyes. Such inhumane beauty, as if just one glance could steal your soul. Immediately following, steel missiles come flying from behind her. About 10 in number. Missiles. Missiles launched. This is a sudden and ruthless preemptive attack. The unexpected situation causes panic within Hogwarts, and morale instantly collapses. However, the opponent is a monster, and this side is a heroic warrior. Dumbledore and the other teachers quickly recast the science suppression magic, stopping the missiles from exploding and avoiding sudden destruction. However, the speed of the launched missiles cannot be throttled. The steel weapons, released at extreme speed, directly hit Hogwarts, breaking through the sturdy walls and turning dozens of nearby people into meat chunks. It is already impossible to intercept Mirabelle. Panic ensues in an instant. But bad things keep happening, and Mirabelle has taken her next step. No, no, no. Everyone, prepare for impact. Dumbledore instructed while raising a magical barrier. In his line of sight, he saw the Durmstrang Institute of Magic descending towards them. Like Hogwarts, a transformed castle was falling from the sky, crashing into Hogwarts as a gigantic weapon. Shock, screams, tremors. The collision between the castles caused massive destruction, with some people at the point of impact being truly crushed to pieces. But the misfortune is not over yet. Countless soldiers and vampires jump down from the Durmstrang, which is leaning against Hogwarts, rushing into Hogwarts. Mirabelle completely had the upper hand, which shouldn't have happened. Most of the defensive plans made in advance were now sabotaged. The undead of the Suicide Squad and the Aurors attacked the students and wizards one after another, creating a screaming hell. Beresford, Hagrid, with an anger expression never seen before by Edith and Harry, charged at Mirabelle. He leaped up and jumped beside Mirabelle in midair, swinging his fist with arms as thick as Mirabelle's waist. The sound of something breaking echoed, and blood flew through the air. Yes. Harry and the others clenched their fists involuntarily at the sight. What is this? A welcoming handshake. It didn't hit. Mirabelle looked at Hagrid, her usual almost hateful beauty unblemished. Hagrid's fist was blocked by a girl-like small hand, which instead tightened his fingers. What's wrong? You must be proud of your monstrous strength. This giant, over 3 meters tall, was being restrained by a little girl who was only half his height. What an unreal and terrifying sight. Mirabelle did not break her cruel smile, turning her attention to another giant vaguely visible from behind. Hagrid, don't bully me. Hagrid, give it back to me. The last of the giant clan, Gloob, who is also Hagrid's brother, swung his fist to rescue Hagrid. Mirabelle tightly held onto Hagrid, soaring through the air and effortlessly dodging all the attacks. Oh, is this guy really that important? Then I'll just return him to you. Mirabelle bared her teeth, her smile widening as she spun in place. Hagrid let out a shriek as Mirabelle twirled him around. Mirabelle's fingers were completely shattered, looking as if they could be torn apart at any moment. After enough centrifugal force was applied, Hagrid was thrown out, crashing at high speed in a globe. The two massive bodies were hurled away, scraping against the ground before finally crashing through the wall. The zombies and Hogwarts students caught in the melee met their demise in a crushed form before them. Seeing this scene, Harry became very angry and drew his wand. Stupefy. The spell he shot from his wand was a slicing spell similar to Stupefy, even more powerful than the shatter that severed Mirabelle's wrist. But unlike before, Mirabelle did not underestimate Harry. With a swing of her arm, She deflected the spell, and a flash of counterattack grazed Harry's shoulder. Don't be hasty, Potter. You can play with the advanced team for a while. Advanced team? What is Mirabelle really saying? A man appeared beside Mirabelle, and Harry revealed his anger. Harry was sure it was Gellert Grindelwald. He had heard he was a dark wizard who swept through the magical world before Voldemort. You go find Dumbledore. With that, Mirabelle leaped high, leaving Grindelwald alone. She didn't take Harry and the others seriously at all. No, not just not taking him seriously, but they were like annoying bugs buzzing around in front of her. Once I finish dealing with the trash, if you're still alive, I'll personally kill you. For Mirabelle, Harry and Dumbledore were like the last dessert. But when the annoying bugs landed on the table, the mood to enjoy dessert was ruined. So she decided to eliminate these bugs first. If her guess was correct, the bugs should soon arrive at this dining table. Goodbye, Potter. Don't disappoint me. After saying the last words, Mirabelle disappeared. For now, the biggest threat had temporarily left the scene. But that didn't mean the crisis was over. Even now, within Hogwarts, Mirabelle's vanguard and the last resistance forces of the magical world were still fighting. Hermione rushed to Harry's side. Seeing he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly regained her composure. This was a battlefield. If one let their guard down, they could die at any moment. Hermione, where is everyone? I don't know. We got separated. Before the battle began, some members of Dumbledore's army were together, but Mirabelle's preemptive attack scattered them, and now they had no idea where they were. They might be fighting somewhere in this hall, but were they safe? Harry, behind you. Now is not the time to ponder. Unbeknownst to him, zombies were closing in behind Harry, their arms raised in the air. Reacting too late, Harry was about to die. He shut his eyes, but the blue lightning pierced through the zombies faster than their arms could move. Harry, are you okay? Edith, you saved me. After saving Harry in a critical moment, Edith struck another nearby zombie with a bolt of lightning, eliminating those around them. The situation hadn't improved at all. Edith had only killed a few more zombies than the others. The only way to end the battle was to defeat the commander. There was no other way but to defeat Mirabelle. You two, listen to me. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Harry's words were true. The only advantage they had was geographical, but they had lost that, and now the battle was a simple fight of quantity and quality. But the enemies were superior, filled with immortal monsters. The odds were bleak, so we must find a way to defeat Beresford. Please help us. We must defeat her. But how do you plan to do that? She's not someone who can be stopped in a normal way. Mirabelle's combat power is overwhelming even on her own. If they deliberately call her back after she has finally left, a sea of blood and mountains of corpses will be inevitable from that moment on. To Edith, who was worried about this, Harry replied that he knows. Let's go to the chamber. The chamber? The chamber where that thing is stored. Edith understood Harry's intention and bit her lip. The archway to the afterlife. Harry decided to use it. Normally, it wouldn't be the right time to use it now. In fact, he should have lured Mirabelle in with the help of teachers and others. But now, if they defeat Mirabelle again, the death toll will continue to rise. Well, this is all we can do for now, Hermione said firmly, and Edith lowered her head. The more they hesitate, the more lives will be lost. There is no time to hesitate now. Harry and the others nodded to each other and began to run toward the chamber. Fortunately, most of the enemies were gathered in the Great Hall, so there seemed to be no significant obstacles along the way. I see. It seems you have a problem with my sister. A handsome boy stood in front of the door. He had long silver hair that reached his waist, and at first glance, he looked like a beautiful girl. Edith recognized this boy. She had noticed him when he first enrolled because he is Mirabelle's brother, Sidney Beresford. Edith, do you know him? I only know he is Mirabelle's brother. Clearly, Harry was unaware of Sidney's existence. It's no wonder. After all, this boy is the complete opposite of his sister, completely unremarkable. Unlike his self-important and standout sister, he has little presence, as if he doesn't exist at all. Now the boy stood right in front of them, as a clear enemy. I won't let anything stand in my sister's way. I will eliminate them. The boy told them in a motionless voice, as if he were a machine. Mirabelle's brother. Assuming the attack on the Beresford family was carried out according to Mirabelle's plan, it means he was deliberately spared. This alone seems to demonstrate his strong capabilities. But Harry and the others know nothing. Everything is an unknown. What kind of personality does he have? What magic is he skilled at? They have no information. Sidney slowly raised his wand, the air trembling. He's coming. Everything about this boy is unknown. His fangs attacked Edith and the others. The Great Hall of Hogwarts is now hell, with no safe place to be found. However, even in such a hell, there are some who have not lost hope and continue to fight. Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny. The Weasley family, including Arthur and Molly. Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur, the original Triwizard Tournament contestants. and members of Dumbledore's army, like Neville and Luna. All those who love the magical world are fighting desperately, wands in hand, with no one backing down. But it is still not enough. The disparity in numbers is still far too great. Zombies and trolls are pouring out one after another. There are also many Aurors, vampires, and numerous other dark creatures. A Muggle army using unknown weapons. On the side of Mirabel, there are now 3 factions, including Muggles, all targeting one school, Hogwarts. Furthermore, most British wizards stand with Mirabel. From the very beginning, Harry's side had no conditions for victory. Fred, George, aren't you tired? Your magic is slowing down. Wasn't Percy fooled by the Ministry of Magic? The Weasley brothers encouraged each other, watching each other's backs. In fact, there was no room for jokes. But if they didn't do this, they were likely to be heartbroken due to the overwhelming difference in numbers. The only silver lining was that they were not the only ones fighting against Mirabel. After the battle began, some of their allies rushed to the scene. Dozens of Acromantulas, and about 100 remaining Dementors. There was also the last batch of Death Eaters, who managed to escape Mirabel's clutches due to their close ties with Voldemort. The total number of Voldemort's army had dwindled to less than 10, and they attacked Mirabel's legion, defeating them all. But even if Hogwarts and Voldemort's squad combined, their numbers were still less than 1/10 of the coalition led by Mirabel. What Mirabel represents is not a troop, not a school. It is 3 countries and an incomparable monster. Nawi Lomberton waved his wand, feeling restless inside. As long as they fought here like this, there was no chance of victory. The one to defeat was that golden tyrant. Unless she was defeated, this battle would never end. So they had to go to Durmstrang to defeat her. But who? Who could escape from this chaotic battlefield? What would happen if they withdrew more forces from this already unfavorable battlefield? What if their people died while they went to defeat Mirabel? After thinking it over, he realized he could not leave this place anyway. McGonagall, Flitwick, Madam Hooch. They had defeated the enemy with unprecedented pride and at the highest level ever. But it seemed that the number of enemies had not decreased. They had not stopped their attacks. The malicious Golden Legion continued to advance over the corpses of allies. Death was not something for them to fear. Killing was not something to be afraid of. For the greater good, they would transcend life and death for this. When this battle ends, the world will change. That golden girl will change this. This magical world, which has not changed for centuries. Since ancient times, the gap between pure blood and non-pure blood has continued endlessly. And the spark of conflict will never disappear. All of this will vanish and lead to a glorious future. Once the supreme power is handed over to that eternal girl, there will be no more wars. Everything will be unified, and the factors that disrupt the stability of the world will be cleared away in advance. Muggles will not need to hide anymore, nor will they need to fear dark forces. They cast aside their lives to create that world. That is why they will not stop. To make this the last war of the magical world, they cast aside all compassion and moved forward, breaking the walls on all sides. A terrifying creature that could be called the Authority of Fear was introduced. It was the King of Serpents, with venom that could destroy Horcruxes and eyes that would kill anyone who saw it instantly. A Slytherin monster had once plunged Hogwarts into terror. The loathsome creature, the Basilisk, unexpectedly appeared in droves. One by one, the unfortunate souls who saw its eyes lost their lives, pierced by its fangs, wrapped in its body, and crushed to death. If they tried to close their eyes and look away, they would be met with death curses from enemy Aurors, shot by Muggles, or crushed by trolls. Unfortunately, Percy was the first to see the Basilisk. Percy fell to the ground, and Fred and George let out sharp cries when they saw him. The Death Eaters were also devoured by the Basilisk one by one, and the hall turned into a hell filled with blood and screams. Before long, Voldemort's squad was completely annihilated, and Mirabel's legion ceased its actions. No, the one commanding them ordered them to stop. Gentlemen, brave boys and girls of Hogwarts, you have performed very well. You fought well against this quantity and quality. This was a voice of praise known to any student or teacher at Hogwarts. It was the voice of a defense against the dark arts teacher who had died 6 years ago. The owner of the voice passed through the army, revealing himself to the warriors of Hogwarts. But do you understand? You have only defeated a small portion of our total number. Moreover, with the Master's help, they can be resurrected even if they die. A considerable number have already died to defeat that small portion of soldiers. Did you notice that? The battlefield was related to numbers. Sometimes quality could overturn quantity, but sometimes if the opponent had an advantage in numbers, it was an overwhelming victory. Seeing the man speak, McGonagall and the others raised their voices. You idiot! Why are you here? How can you command them? Quirinus Quirrell. The one who once taught here was trying to destroy this place. McGonagall and the others were furious about the situation, shouting, even forgetting the amazement that he was still alive. However, Quirrell appeared indifferent, speaking as if warning them. You should understand, right? You cannot defeat us. Any extra fighting will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, I ask you, are you willing to lay down your differences and follow us now? He offered a gentle suggestion of surrender. The outcome was already evident, and there was no need for further unnecessary sacrifices. Follow us. Arrogantly, selfishly, he said, my master favors the good people. She believes that good people like you dying is a loss for the magical world. So, you should live in the new world my master is creating. Now, those who wish to live in the new world, please step forward. Who would step forward? McGonagall was about to speak, but someone stood up faster than her words. Marcus Flint from Slytherin. More students followed, including Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even Gryffindor students. Mirabelle was attracted to her followers during her time at school, longing for them. They knelt before Chilo together to show loyalty. Perhaps this agreement was reached from the very beginning. Marcus Flint seemed to be infatuated with Mirabelle while she was at school. He stood by Hogwarts. It was a trap from the start. We all swear allegiance to the new world. Welcome, Marcus Flint. Welcome. This is when group psychology comes into play. Even if it's just a battle, there's no chance of winning. Continuing like this is just a fight that is surely doomed. Just then, someone stood up, and the inner balance would immediately collapse. The courage that had been desperately held until now vanished. One by one, they moved forward as if being sucked in, kneeling to swear loyalty, regardless of houses or positions. Wait, you people, have you forgotten the pride of Hogwarts? Come back, come back. McGonagall desperately tried to stop them, but no one obeyed. McGonagall watched in despair. Neville, one of the students she taught who had particularly poor memory and was one of the hardest to teach, was among them. However, the more students struggled, the more endearing they became. She really liked students like Neville. Even he had left, and McGonagall's heart screamed, wait, something's wrong. Neville ran to blend in with the crowd and drew his wand. Then he cast a spell at Chilo. Chilo quickly blocked it with a shield charm and blasted Neville away with a disarming charm. Ha! I didn't expect you to still have the spirit to resist. You were just a foolish student when I was teaching, but people change. Rejoice, child, you are also qualified to serve the master. Hearing Chilo's words, Neville spat. The bloodied saliva stuck to the ground as Neville stood up forcefully and wiped his mouth. I will join you when the fires of hell freeze. Neville roared, unabashedly staring directly at Chilo, not even holding his wand. I am part of Dumbledore's army. That was a brave shout. It awakened everyone's broken hearts. The hall, which had been shrouded in silence, erupted, and everyone regained their will to fight. McGonagall shed tears upon seeing this, thinking, I've never felt so proud of a student as I do now. And he, a student, issued a brave shout. And I cannot simply bend my knee. I cannot let this excellent young man die. McGonagall gripped her wand tightly and ran. It's not over yet. Hope is still alive, despite being Mirabelle's brother. Sydney Beresford still swore allegiance to Mirabelle. Mirabelle believes this is the result of her training, but in reality, it is a mistake. Even if she had not trained Sydney, he would still be captivated by Mirabelle. He would follow her loyally, just as he does now, with no change. The reason he follows Mirabelle is not loyalty at all. In Sydney's world, there is only one color. In his world, there is only the supreme gold. No other colors are needed, nor are they necessary. This is a dust without exception, not even worth seeing. Sydney's world is divided into gold and colorless, with nothing else. Mirabelle is innately aware of self-love, while Sydney has only one kind of love for her. From the moment he was born, he craved gold, and there were no other feelings in his heart. Sydney Beresford loves Mirabelle. It doesn't matter whether she is his biological sister. She is the only person he can see, so she is the only person he can love. Everything else is insignificant to Sydney. He doesn't even recognize himself. Therefore, he has no heart, no self, and all his thoughts are always filled with Mirabelle. Sydney has nothing. Mirabelle is everything in the world. Sydney doesn't know why he is so fascinated by her. He has never even thought about it. Perhaps Mirabelle has taken away the feelings and soul that Sydney should have had. Regardless, it doesn't matter. This extreme perverse love is something that someone like Mirabelle, who does not understand love, will never comprehend. It's okay, Sydney thinks. I don't want to put an impurity called Sydney into that gold. As long as she continues to be herself, that's enough. If anyone tarnishes this gold, no matter who that person is, I will give him a hell worse than death. I will rip out his soul and make him regret it, even if it's his own father. Mirabelle does not know her father. who remains in this world even after death. Heathkit is not a soul that can go there. He is an unfinished ghost trying to see his daughter leave. But he is caught by Sydney. His soul is ripped out and extinguished, the pain so intense that it cannot be felt by the flesh. If anyone stands in our way, let them disappear. No exceptions, no matter who they are. This is the reason for Sydney Beresford's existence, and everything. The room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. In front of the room, a battle is taking place between 2 boys and 2 girls. They are outnumbered 3-1, and 3 of them could be said to be the strongest students at Hogwarts. Harry Potter, the hero of the magical world, who has defeated Voldemort twice, ranks just below Mirabelle in defense against the dark arts. Despite being Muggle-born, Hermione Granger's grades are second only to Mirabelle's, ranking 3rd in defense against the dark arts. And then there is Edith Regan, who is guided by Mirabelle's doppelganger, excelling in magical combat compared to the other 2. However, throughout it all, it is not the 3 who have the advantage, but 1. Sydney Beresford, Mirabelle's brother, single-handedly overwhelmed 3 people. Call upon the Guardian. Edith summoned the Guardian of the Flying Horse and charged at Sydney. But at the moment of impact, Sydney's body was twisted. Before Edith's eyes. The boy's arm transformed into a gigantic dog's face, revealing its fangs. The sheer chaos of the attack threw Edith into a panic, forcing her to dodge and create distance from the boy. It was merely a transfiguration spell, a type of magic that Harry, Hermione, and Edith could use. But its speed was astonishing. No magic could be as unruly as transfiguration, defying the laws of physics. The difference in size didn't matter. It could even turn inanimate objects into living beings. The incident involving the fake Mad-Eye Moody turning Malfoy into a ferret remained impressive, showcasing how transfiguration defied physical laws. And now Sydney had turned his arm into a living creature. Come out. Sydney waved his wand, and a small creature appeared. Edith was the only one who recognized this little creature. It was Mouse, a black rat named Peter that Mirabelle kept. Hundreds of them, literally multiplying. Each rat was a soldier following Mirabelle. And if the transfiguration spell that turned humans into rats could be reversed, it meant all these rats could be turned into soldiers. No, quite the opposite. They could be turned into an even greater threat. Only the head remained intact, while the torso below transformed into gun barrels, like those used by Muggles. They were even given wings capable of flight, making them true, self-sustaining, ranged weapons. Edith and Hermione immediately raised their wands and cast spells. Armor protection, a barrage from all directions. Harry barely blocked the rat's attack with his shield charm and seized the opening to counterattack. Cutting curse. The dark arts slicing spell struck Sydney. His arm was severed, blood pouring from the missing elbow. But Sydney's expression remained unchanged. For some reason, he transformed a nearby piece of rubble into an iron rod and inserted it into his amputated arm. Without even flinching, he directly inserted it into the wound and then cast a transfiguration spell. Then, the transfiguration spell, capable of turning even inanimate objects into living beings, became a new arm for Sydney, who seemed to act as if nothing had happened and used his next spell. Cannons appeared at both ends, roaring as they attacked Harry and the others. This is absurd. Hermione screamed as she ran, followed by the other 2. Then an explosion. They didn't faint due to the shield charm just used, but the damage was unavoidable. The 3 tumbled on the floor from the explosion, groaning in pain. Electric shock. Edith cast an electric shock spell taught to her by a friend. The lightning-fast strike was unavoidable or defensible. It hit Sydney's chest, knocking him down. But the boy regained his stance as if nothing had happened, looking at Edith with cold, mechanical eyes. This was an electric shock spell that was unavoidable or defensible, created by his sister. Naturally, he knew how to handle it. Sydney used the transfiguration spell to change all his clothes into insulated ones. Therefore, no matter how many electric shocks Edith used, they became meaningless. Thunder explosion. The boy coldly recited the spell. Then, Edith's feet exploded, a shockwave hitting her. The impact slammed her against the wall. Avada Kedavra. The pain was so intense it felt like her bones were shattering. But she couldn't collapse here. She immediately jumped away from the spot, dodging the flying green light. Edith gasped, thinking, I know he can't be weak, but I didn't expect such a huge difference. Of course, there's also the quantity of using rats, but it's not just that. He possesses superior magical skills, above us. No wonder he comes from the famous Beresford family. Their special education is truly despairing. The target still has combat capability, Sydney murmured in a high-pitched, girlish voice. A cold, inorganic sound, almost machine-like. In a sense, this was the complete opposite of Mirabelle, who radiated greater willpower than anyone else. Damn it, Edith managed to stand up, contemplating what to do. A direct attack held no chance of victory. If that's the case, what needed to be done was to attack from the side to win. Thunder explosion. The explosive spell shattered the floor, sending up plumes of smoke. Blocking their line of sight, Edith charged towards Harry and the others. Harry, Hermione, find a way to open the room of requirement. In this situation, we have no choice but to outsmart him and retrieve the archway. That's the only way. No, let's use that thing. We'll push Sydney into the archway. After hearing Edith's suggestion, Hermione nodded, and Harry corrected the proposal. The only way to deal with this boy was to use the concept of death itself. Edith remained reluctant, but hesitating on the battlefield was a foolish thing to do. The three of them exchanged glances, and Harry decided to take on the role of opening the door. Edith and Hermione would buy time. Let's go, Edith. Let's go. I have no choice. The two girls rushed out while Harry stood in front of the room of requirement. The door had not yet appeared. To get the door of the room of requirement to manifest, one must walk back and forth 3 times in front of the wall while strongly reminding oneself of their purpose. Do not run. Do not let thoughts distract. A simple request, but it seemed quite difficult in the midst of battle. Edith and Hermione fired spell after spell to control Sydney. However, Sydney's counterspells quickly put them on the defensive. Meanwhile, Harry walked in front of the wall, going back and forth. That action in battle was so wasteful and unnatural. Sydney's gaze shifted to Harry with a hint of caution. He pointed his wand and attempted to cast the killing curse, but Edith quickly closed in, forcing him to change his target. However, nothing was more foolish than engaging Sydney in a melee. He could even change his body. Sydney's hand transformed into a thick, ugly arm like that of a giant, grasping Edith's slender neck and lifting her up. Second back and forth. Quick, quick, quick. Harry felt impatient in front of the wall. He had never thought walking could be so frustrating. As he walked back and forth, Edith's resistance was weakening, and her arms and legs began to twitch. Hermione desperately tried to help Edith escape, but the surrounding rats left her helpless, unable to get close. Instead, driven by the difference in numbers, Hermione was also in trouble. No, if I don't take action, he will kill both of them. This was no longer just a matter of the room of requirement. Unable to let his friends die, Harry changed his mind. Help them first, then go to the room of requirement. Harry drew his wand, heightened his awareness, and cast a spell at Sydney. Just as Harry was about to attack, Avada Kedavra, Sydney's heartless voice echoed, and a flash of green light struck Edith's body. Huh! Edith's hands moved away from her neck. Her eyes widened as she fell to the ground. Everything in her vision seemed to be in slow motion. Harry reached out to her, shouting something. Hermione was crying and wailing. With a bang, Edith finally realized her body had fallen to the ground. Her body was motionless. Her eyelids were heavy. Her vision slowly darkened. A strange sense of release overtook her body. I understand. As she watched Harry and Hermione cry, Edith understood. What was happening to her? What would happen next? I'm going to die. Slowly, her eyes closed, and she could no longer hear any sounds. All the sensations in her body faded. Edith stopped moving. It was very quiet. Everything was just calm and quiet. Edith lay on the ground, immersing herself in comfort. Is this death? Is this the gentle sleep of death? This was her thought. She had a feeling that death indeed existed. Edith opened her eyes and slowly sat up. The first thing she noticed when she woke up was that she was not wearing anything. She quickly covered herself with her hands, blushing, but fortunately, there was no one nearby. However, even though there was no one around, being naked was still uncomfortable. She wished she at least had some clothes. Then, seemingly to reflect this, a folded uniform appeared before her. The room of requirement? It looked like a room of requirement. But Edith had a strange certainty that this was not the room of requirement. As she put on the clothes, she looked around and realized she was in a white world. Everything was shrouded in white mist, and she couldn't see the whole picture. Where exactly was this place? Thinking of this, Edith stood up and slowly walked forward. Then she realized there was another person standing in front of her. It was a girl in a maid outfit with a well-defined face. Her flaxen hair was tied back, and when she realized Edith was looking at her, she smiled warmly. Edith had never seen this face before. No, wait, is that really the case? Seeing her made Edith feel a sense of nostalgia. Edith felt she had seen her somewhere. It was before she and Mirabelle went to watch the Quidditch match. That was a maid who worked at her home. The girl in a maid outfit walked up to Edith, extended her hand, and smiled. We meet again. Edith had never seen her before, but there was a strange certainty. Was it because this was a special space? Without any explanation, Edith felt she knew who she was. Could it be you are? My name is Mary Orwell. The maid laughed playfully at Edith's question. She politely lifted her skirt and curtsied, perhaps because she unexpectedly enjoyed joking around. Tears welled up in Edith's eyes, and before she knew it, she hugged her tightly. This isn't a dream, is it? Is it really you? I wanted to see you. I've always wanted to see you and apologize. You idiot, there's nothing to apologize for. Mary patted Edith's head, calming her down. After releasing Edith, she extended her hand. Come on, let's go together. Edith wiped her tears and placed her hand in Mary's. The two girls began to walk slowly in the white space. Unlike Edith, who walked cautiously, Mary's steps were focused and steady, as if she knew exactly where she was. Hey, Mirabelle, no, Mary. Where are we? I don't know. What does it look like to you? Saying this, Edith looked around again. There were some buildings nearby, a pub, and what seemed to be a honeydew shop. In the distance was the Shrieking Shack. Is this Hogsmeade? Yeah, it looks that way to you. There were no signs of life. But Edith knew this was Hogsmeade. The mist began to dissipate, and she could see the whole place more clearly. However, the thick fog still mysteriously shrouded some less familiar places, and she still couldn't see them. On the other hand, the honeydew shop she had once visited with Mirabelle and the Shrieking Shack where she fought Wormtail had the fog thinned out infinitely. Is this heaven or hell? Ha! Why do you think that? Because I died under Sydney's curse. Edith clearly remembered what happened before she lost consciousness. There was no doubt that the killing curse had struck her directly, and she must have died. If she hadn't died, that would be too strange. And here was a deceased Mary. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's similar to what happened to Harry Potter. What do you mean? At that time, during the battle at the Ministry of Magic, I sacrificed my life to protect you. At that moment, the protective magic that consumed my life was completed. Protective magic? Edith had heard from Harry about a protective magic that came at the cost of life. His mother had once sacrificed herself to protect Harry and repelled the Dark Lord. Did the same thing happen to her? If so, then Edith wasn't dead yet. No, that still didn't make sense. Because at that time, Mary was killed by Voldemort, not Sydney. Mary smiled, as if she understood Edith's thoughts. I understand your question, but the magic of protection does not only work against those who take lives. In fact, Harry Potter was protected by the magic for 17 years, making it impossible for Death Eaters to harm him. The protective magic is not only aimed at those who take lives, but also at their followers. If we look at Harry Potter, it is clear that he was never affected by the Death Eaters throughout his life, which is why Dumbledore went to great lengths to place Harry in such a harsh environment with the Dursleys. However, Edith still does not believe it. Sydney is not Voldemort's subordinate, but rather Mirabelle's. She does not understand why Sydney would be included in the protective magic targets. Mary tells Edith the answer as if she were a teacher. Voldemort is not the only one to whom I sacrificed my life. No wonder you don't know that before Voldemort killed me, I gave my life to Miss Mirabelle. The protective magic was indeed activated during the battle in the Department of Mysteries. There is no mistake about that. However, Mary says that something happened that shouldn't have happened. Under normal circumstances, only one person, or the one who accepts the will, can be protected by the magic. But the condition to activate the protective magic is death. Once a person dies, it's over. It's impossible to target anyone. But that person twisted fate and gave me a second chance that was never supposed to happen. A twice dead that could never exist. Both conditions for the protective magic as a form of sacrifice were met. Additionally, there may be other factors. Mary's blood was used when Mirabelle became a vampire. Conversely, Mary was given something that could be called a part of Mirabelle's soul. A strong bond, similar to the connection between Voldemort and Harry Potter. The protective magic created by Mary may react much more strongly to Mirabelle than usual. In any case, this means, am I still alive? This means Edith is still alive. But Mary did not tell her whether she was dead or alive, instead blurting out, from now on, it's up to you to decide. Mary waved her hand. Then the scenery around Edith changed, and she found herself in a place she had never seen before. It looked like a Muggle school. There were many boys and girls, and among them was a familiar blonde girl with golden eyes. Despite the painful scars all over her body and a sharpness that could drive anyone away, there was no doubt that this was Mirabelle Beresford. What is this? Memories of the past that I know. Memories about Mirabelle and your sister that I know. And things you need to know. Mary squinted her eyes as if looking at something far away. Edith did not understand the emotions there, but she could see that Mary was very sad. Come on, let's go. Step onto the journey of memories. Images of the past were displayed. It was Mirabelle gradually changing and becoming kinder. The images from Mary's perspective were unimaginable for the Mirabelle of today. At first, it wasn't much different from now. Not as chaotic as now, but the shadow of a tyrant could already be seen, exuding the aura of a hungry beast, unwilling to tolerate others. The gifted education she received was so close to abuse that Edith wanted to cover her eyes, trembling with anger and humiliation as the malice she harbored inside steadily increased. She did not trust anyone, even viewing her parents and siblings as enemies or tools, which was exactly how Edith and her friends knew Mirabelle Beresford. However, there was one person who changed Mirabelle. A silver-haired girl approached Mirabelle, and everyone kept their distance, yet she continued to approach her despite being treated unfriendly. Edith found it hard to believe that she wasn't intimidated by Mirabelle's unusual talents, which were already evident at that time, as she was able to smoothly slip into Mirabelle's heart. Mirabelle was also attracted to her, gradually narrowing the emotional distance between them. "I'm not going anywhere. I will never leave your side. I will always be with you. Mirabelle, from now on, we are together forever, Letus." Edith saw a Mirabelle she had never seen before. Laughing heartily with friends, she seemed relieved, exposing her helplessness. It was a sight that no one could have imagined. No one believed that Mirabelle would lie on someone's lap and fall asleep peacefully. The effects of this could also be felt elsewhere, as her face itself had become gentler, and she treated her servants and others more kindly. If she were to continue like this, she might grow into an excellent leader like Dumbledore. Perhaps she would become someone who is willing to help others, rather than a heretic who takes pleasure in trampling on others like she does now. But this is just a story of what if. In reality, Mirabelle now ruled as a tyrant, threatening the magical world. The scenery changed once again. Mirabelle and Letus had vanished, replaced by the corridors of the Beresford estate. The maid, Mary, who was cleaning there, inadvertently overheard a conversation spilling through the crack of a door. Normally, she wouldn't be so rude as to eavesdrop on her master's discussions, but the mention of Mirabelle and Letus names gave her a bad feeling. Mary lowered her voice and pressed her ear against the door to listen to the conversation inside, even though she knew it was impolite. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes. I've already informed Umbridge and Fudge. But do you think she will be hurt by this?" "That doesn't matter. The priority now is to get rid of those pests following Mirabelle." This was a conversation between Mirabelle's parents. It was the chatter of a clown, pouring twisted love and expectations onto his daughter, unaware that he was fostering her malice. This child has the talent of king. She is a natural ruler, even surpassing Dumbledore. What she needs is power and dominance, not her parents' favoritism. But you know that everything is rotting, don't you? Yes, it's Letus Valentine. Exactly, a bloody little brat who doesn't know her place, deceiving Mirabelle. She is ruining the masterpiece we have painstakingly crafted. From a human perspective, Mirabelle was now on the right track as a person. But from the Beresford's viewpoint, this was not justice, but evil. For them, justice meant being the winner. They could not abandon their talents while simultaneously possessing the talents that made it possible. This is why Letus was an obstacle. The fallen angel Letus Valentine was unnecessary to them. Such lowly people are not fit to be Mirabelle's friends. She should have nobler, purer-blooded, superior individuals serving her. That being said, it's fine. There will be no evidence. Because of the Dementors' rampage, Umbridge should have released the Dementors into that little girl's house. Fudge might feel a bit uncomfortable, but I think that idiot Fudge won't do anything except consider an accident. When Mary heard this, she dropped her cleaning tools and ran out. She rushed into Mirabelle's private room without even knocking on the door. Mirabelle turned around, seemingly surprised, but when she realized it was Mary, her expression changed to a smile. "What's wrong, Mary? It's impolite not to knock." "Never mind. Come here, I want to show you something." Saying this, Mirabelle took out a silver necklace. "Look, today is Letty's birthday, so I try to make this for her as a birthday gift." "Miss, Letty, what happened to her?" Seeing Mary's unusual demeanor, Mirabelle's expression changed. It was the first time Edith saw Mirabelle's face filled with terror. After hearing what Mary had said, Mirabelle's face turned pale and her pupils dilated. Then, after she heard the whole story, she ran out of the room. Mary followed her out. The scenery changed again. In front of Letty's house, the rain fell heavily. Mary ran into the house, not caring about getting wet, and dashed through the already open door. Then, a scene that shouldn't have appeared emerged. "Letty." Mirabelle said nothing. She simply held the girl's body silently. The girl's body was tightly embraced, intensely, as if not letting go of even a tiny bit of warmth. But the girl no longer responded. Her eyes had lost their vitality. She was unresponsive, like a doll. She was still alive, but she had already died while being alive. This is the fate of those who were attacked by Dementors and had their souls drained. Beside her sat a man with vacant eyes, likely Letitia's father. As a Muggle, he was powerless against the Dementors. How despicable. Later, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and Dolores Umbridge arrived late. In some ways, it was the worst timing. "Miss Beresford, what are you doing here?" Fudge's eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps he was unaware of this incident, only realizing it was an accident. But it was clear that this was a deliberate crime, and Umbridge could not hide her dirty smile. She laughed happily at the reduction of one less Muggle. We, received reports of a Dementor escape. We hurried over, but it seems there are victims, which is very unfortunate. But I'm glad there are only this few losses. I'm really glad that no precious pureblood wizard was harmed. Mirabelle's shoulders were trembling. Umbridge was unaware of how many landmines she was currently stepping on. She had made many dangerous remarks, and Mirabelle could explode at any moment. This place could be stained with blood. Are you sad, Miss Bellisford? No, it shouldn't be like this. After all, you come from one of the purest bloodlines in the magical world, and you are a descendant of a noble family. You should never be sad for such a common person. Moreover, there are many alternatives to such matters. You could have a pureblood friend who is more suited to you. Think about it. It's a good thing. After all, Muggle blood has never entered the wizarding world. We must purge the tainted blood from the magical world. This person thought she was gently comforting her, speaking in a sticky voice. Mary and Edith were already very tense. Mirabelle could explode at any moment. That was their thought. But Mirabelle stood up, holding Letus's corpse, turned around, and wore a face as if nothing had happened. That face was the same as usual. The Mirabelle Edith was familiar with. I understand, you are right. Trash is trash, no matter what they do. If we want the future of the magical world, we need to get rid of them by any means necessary. Yes, you are right. I'm glad you understand. Yeah, I quite understand. Umbridge and Fudge didn't notice. Mirabelle's words were directed at them. They were the trash she spoke of that needed to be eliminated. Miss Beresford, leave that girl to us. Step back. Step back. In that moment, an unprecedented pressure filled the space. Mary, Fudge, Umbridge, and even Edith, who was only watching, were overwhelmed by the pressure. They were submerged by the immense mental pressure emanating from Mirabelle, unable to breathe. Fudge and Umbridge, who faced Mirabelle directly, even collapsed. She didn't spare a glance at the trash lying on the ground as she left the house, walking in the rain. Mary hurriedly followed her, and soon they stepped into the woods. Letus, I won't let you become a Dementor. I'd rather kill you myself. Those whose souls are sucked away by Dementors become new Dementors. To prevent this from happening, there is only one method that can be taken. Mirabelle held Letus in one arm while drawing her wand with the other, placing it on Letus's back. Before Mary could utter a word of exclamation, the spell was cast. Avada Kedavra, a green light shot towards Letus, abruptly halting the life that was barely hanging on. This was the first murder committed by Mirabelle Beresford. Why did Mirabelle show no hesitation in killing? Edith understood this, because the first person she killed was the one who held the most important place in her heart. No, she occupied her entire being. After killing her only good friend, everything else in her eyes was dust. She could no longer hesitate to kill others. Don't worry, Letus, I won't leave you alone. She laid down the silent body and closed its eyelids. Then, with a wave of her wand, a small beam of light erupted from the corpse's chest. It was the remnants of a soul, shining silver. It was a bit of soul residue that the Dementor had not consumed, merely leftover food for the soul. Mirabelle has created her own guardian spirit and infused her soul into it. Then the guardian spirit transformed, taking on the appearance of Letus. We will be together forever. We will change this decaying, magical world together. Mari could not see Mirabelle's expression, but she could hear the conflicting emotions of joy and lamentation in her voice. Isn't it wonderful? I will destroy everything and then build everything anew. I will eliminate all the garbage that relies on bloodlines and relationships, and I will establish an ideal magical nation where talented people like you can live. Mirabelle smiled. Her mouth twisted into a crescent shape, and the scale that had been tilted toward the good side instantly returned to normal. No one could stop her malice anymore. She would no longer rely on anyone. Thus, the possibility of giving up on destroying everything had vanished here. What remained was an unstoppable broken demon. Yes, that's good. Let's do it. No dirty Dementors, no Ministry of Magic, no purebloods. Reject your magical world. This world that drives you to death. I will deny everything. I will destroy it. I do not want this world. If the world rejects you, I will personally kill this world. On this day, the magical world made the wrong choice. On this day, the magical world made a mistake in its choice and gave the worst answer. Therefore, there is no room for stopping now. The only possibility of stopping this demon has been lost. They have destroyed the only one. After that, there was no other way but to head toward destruction. Ha 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 ha. Mirabelle laughed. She laughed maniacally, letting out an inhuman cackle. She continued to laugh in the pouring rain. shedding tears of blood. Ha 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 ha! On this day, the most powerful and evil demon in the history of the magical world was born. Synopsis: a demon with memories of a past life descends into the human world, driven by an obsession in her heart. She aims to destroy the entire magical world and rebuild the ideal kingdom she envisions.